During the campus variety show live broadcast, when the director of the Education Bureau came to inspect the cafeteria, all the students pretended to be eating lavish meals, while I deliberately held a bowl of rice and hid in the corner. The director, curious, asked, "Little student, why are you only eating this?" Sui, suddenly paused with the spoon I was about to put in my mouth, revealing a hint of grievance. "I'm sorry, I don't eat this. I can't eat it. I thought it was free. I can pay for it. I have money. You can eat it. I didn't mean to take De Huang's food." "Who is De Huang?" The dog raised by the cafeteria lady. Anger level increased. Tension level increased. Sui anxiously rummaged through his clothes pocket for money, but his hands were shaking so much that all the coins fell to the ground, making various crisp sounds. There was a 50-cent coin, and even a 10-cent coin. The director's cold gaze shot towards the principal, filled with inquiry. The principal hurriedly stepped forward, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat. "Classmate, this rice is free. You can eat as much as you want." "Really? The cafeteria is so nice. They specially gave me free rice for my birthday today." Anger level increased by 30. Tension level increased by 30. "The director and teacher, you explained that the cafeteria rice has always been free." But Yushu impatiently waved his hand, signaling him to step back. Sui hurriedly squatted down to pick up the coin on the ground, but in his haste, he bumped his forehead against the corner of the table, scraping it and causing a drop of blood to flow. However, he seemed not to feel it at all, taking out a crumpled red plastic bag from his pocket and carefully wrapping the money in paper before putting it inside. "Thank you, thank you." The cafeteria staff member took out a piece of paper, preparing to help Sui clean up. "Why don't you apply for a scholarship?" Unexpectedly, Sui seemed to be greatly frightened, hugging his head with both hands and squatting on the ground, pleading, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I don't want the scholarship. The class leader wants to change books and fruits. I shouldn't compete with him for this poverty allowance." I was wrong. The school leader's anger increased by 40, and tension increased by 40. The host understands human emotions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotional value for the first time. The background mall is offering a 10% discount, and funds are sufficient. Should a background be selected? Choosing requires a moment of excitement. Quickly browsing through. No need to look at the ones above, even with a 10% discount. The prices are still in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. He decisively scrolled to the bottom and finally chose the most suitable background to start editing. Father Su Fan, a border guard soldier, holds the rank of lieutenant and the position of company commander. Awarded third-class merit 5 times and second-class merit twice. He was honorably killed in a border defense battle. Posthumously awarded first-class merit. Mother, with spiritual power in reverse flow, sacrificed while fighting against illness. Older brother Su Shou, a narcotics police officer, was killed in action during a Golden Triangle operation. Posthumously awarded first-class merit, and his police badge is permanently sealed. Grandfather and grandmother are unknown, since Sui is an orphan. According to the system's causal rules, he certainly cannot choose a living person. Additionally, with limited emotional value, after much consideration, this is currently the most suitable choice. Soon, a large segment of memory appeared in Sui's mind, and his pocket also became heavy. All the merit badges in Shuzhou have been issued to the host. At this moment, the principal's nervous voice reached Sui's ears. "The principal is not like this. Let me explain." "Explain what?" "Explain that you misuse the student aid funds for your connections, while the truly needy students are blind to your actions." Tension value increased by 60. The principal hurriedly shook his head. "I admit that I was negligent in supervision. I was not aware of this matter at all. It was all the instructor's responsibility. I didn't know he would act so recklessly. I will talk to him later." With this one sentence, the principal completely shifted the blame. What is there to be surprised about? Mismanagement of student aid funds is not uncommon, right? My family is still a 5-guarantee household, but I haven't seen a penny of the college student aid. The instructor gave it all to his well-connected students. TSK, that instructor is in trouble. But not really, he will only get scolded a couple of times. Su doesn't have any background or connections. The principal won't expel him just for that. After listening to the principal's explanation, the director's expression softened slightly, quickly helped the student apply for financial aid. No similar situations are allowed to happen again, or your tenure as principal will come to an end. Yes, I guarantee there won't be a next time. Sui was still too young, he felt a bit confused. Is that it? What was the point of my hard work acting? I won't accept this, I want emotional points. A lot of emotional points. At this moment, the principal took out his phone, turned on the speaker, and placed it in front of the director. "Directorly, what's going on? Can you even do your job? Student Sui is having such a hard time. Why haven't you given him financial aid? Are you trying to end your career? Hurry to the cafeteria and help student Sui apply for financial aid right now." As soon as the principal spoke on the phone, he cunningly hung up. The director merely raised his eyelids to glance at him and said nothing more. Before long, Lee rushed in, looking anxious and full of resentment. Sui, you're such a troublemaker. I've already said that there are so many students in need this year, just endure a little and selflessly contribute. I'll help you apply for financial aid next year. Why are you so selfish? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over this small matter in front of the principal? This director is also quite clever. As soon as he opened his mouth, the biggest villain in the room turned out to be Sui. Yet again a classic case of moral coercion. I didn't give up my seat to an elderly lady last time and was cyber-bullied for several days. At this moment, everyone's gaze in the room was directed at Sui, and the previous sympathy had long disappeared, replaced by a hint of doubt. Unexpectedly, Sui shrank his neck and innocently said, "But director, you said the same thing 4 years ago, and we are all graduating next year." Lee was instantly rendered speechless, falling silent in place. Anger points increased by 60, tension points increased by 60, sympathy points increased by 20. The director glanced at the live broadcast camera and then at Lee Dao. "You are great, truly a responsible instructor. I should give you an award and promote you to director next year, so you can have more power to manage things." "No, who are you?" The tension increased by 20, and the principal quickly coughed a few times. "How can Lee speak like that?" Quickly apologized to the director. Director. Lee's face turned pale. "Director, I'm sorry. Director Lee, you should tell him you're sorry. Quickly help the student apply for financial aid." Lee resentfully glanced at Sui. "You deliberately made me uncomfortable by bringing this to the director, right? Just wait. Once the director leaves, you'll see how I deal with you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help him reapply." Yushu impatiently urged, and Lee showed a troubled expression. "Director, I came in a hurry and forgot to bring the relevant materials. It will take a long time to go back and get them, at least half an hour, which will waste your time. How about I help him apply after you leave?" The director hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Seeing the awkward atmosphere on site, Bin quickly stepped in to ease the situation. "The main content of our program this time is to accompany the leaders in checking the cafeteria issues. We encountered some minor incidents along the way, but the director responsibly resolved them." The audience in the live broadcast was both angry and helpless, calling such a big issue a minor incident. "I feel sorry for this student. What can be resolved?" I could see the instructor's gaze, as if he wanted to eat that student alive. Once the director leaves, the instructor will definitely make things difficult for him. With the director gone, there will surely be no hope for the scholarship, and he might even face retaliation from them. "This student is so miserable, I sympathize with him." Sure enough, as soon as the director turned around, Lee pulled out a stack of leave requests from his pocket, all from the students. He coldly stared at Sui, but his tone was very gentle. "Sui, there is a volunteer activity the day after tomorrow, and I hope you can actively participate. Let's talk about the leave requests later." After saying that, he immediately tore up the leave requests, but to his surprise, Sui showed no signs of anger or fear. Instead, he revealed a playful smile. This smile gave him a bad premonition. "Instructor, I really have something important the day after tomorrow. Please approve my leave." Sui suddenly shouted. "Instructor? Come on, you're not playing by the rules. Why are you suddenly shouting?" The director and everyone else's footsteps immediately stopped, turning back around. Tension level increased by 40, surprise level increased by 50. However, the director didn't say much. After all, it was just a small matter of leave, and he couldn't possibly manage even that. The principal saw the director turn around and immediately became nervous. "Sui, is there something important? The day after tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's passing." "How tragic. Your father has passed away." The director shook his head, showing a hint of sympathy, and turned to leave again. Sui, however, fiercely ran to him. "Director, you've been so kind to me. Let me treat you to dinner. Longevity noodles, share half of it with you." The crowd couldn't help but snicker at this, still wanting to flatter the director of education. "What's your status? Are you worthy?" Sure enough, the director gently declined. "No need, little student. I appreciate your thoughts. Happy birthday to you. It's okay, I've got money. Sui said as he kept rummaging through his pockets for money. Suddenly a heavy metallic sound came out. Metals kept falling out of Sui's pockets, glittering with golden splendor. The crowd looked to the ground, and the director couldn't help but stare. "What is it?" "Metals." Chapter 3, forcing me to raise the price of instant noodles. "Metals? So much?" The director's face changed slightly, and the secretary's quick eyes hastened to pick up the medallion. "Chief, I was in the military, and this is indeed a medal. 3rd class. Ooh, 3rd class. The director nodded. 3rd class honors were more common and could be obtained with a little effort, but it's not too common to see so many 3rd class medals. "No, chief, there are 5 3rd class medals and 2 2nd class. Shock value plus 100. 2nd class? Or 2 pieces? This one is only for major merit. The director's face changed and changed again, looking at Sui extremely seriously. Mr. Sui, where did you get this medal? Sui buried his head deep into his chest. My father sent it to me. He's in the military. Thump. The hearts of everyone in the room couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. The director's breathing became rapid. What did you just say you were doing the day after tomorrow? To honor my father the day after tomorrow. The day of his death. Shock value plus 200. Confusion value plus 200. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment everyone's gazes were like sharp arrows all shooting towards Li Yi. Li Yi only felt his body tingling and scratching. A fine cold sweat surfaced on his forehead, and his heart was beating violently. Not good. Maybe pills. Then why did your father die? The director asked carefully, his heart hanging high. I don't know. Just know that he went to the border and never came back. Then the army sent this back to me. Sui cupped the largest and most golden medal with both hands, and under the light, the medal appeared to be glittering. First class. Shock value plus 400. Shock value plus 400. Anger value plus 400. The chief is wrong. There's another first-class medal here. 2 first-class pieces? The crowd froze and looked at Sui with scrutinizing gazes. Young student, you didn't buy this medal, did you? A school leader tried. Generally speaking, getting first-class honors once is already a million miles away. Sui hung his head down, his tone low. This is from my big brother. Your big brother? My elder brother was a policeman. Then one day he followed the team to the Golden Triangle. Then like father, he never came back, but the police department sent back this medal. Shock value plus 400. Shock value plus 400. Shock value plus 400. All the people present were breathing heavily. The father was a hero on the border, and the elder brother was a hero in the drug bust. What about your mother? The director asked. The first 2 years of her illness, she went for support, then never came back, against the current angels. Thud. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back, cold sweat pouring out. Loyalty. It's full of loyalty, in public and in private. It deserves the assurances of the highest consideration. The director's face changed dramatically, and his pupils contracted for a moment. He just felt like the sky was falling. The heart that had just been hanging in the air was finally dead. Rao, mixed with the officialdom for many years, has long practiced the ability to not be shocked by changes, but now drenched in cold sweat, he couldn't even straighten his back. You should know that the defense of the war caused a great uproar at the time, and all the fighters were highly praised by the state, not to mention the fallen heroes. Now that Suyi's father is still a first-class hero, this matter is not trivial. At that moment, Suyi's voice was like thunder, spreading through everyone's ears. I miss my father so much. If only he were still around. I want to tell him all the grievances I've suffered. Unfortunately, the school encourages me to work and won't even let me pay my respects to him. Fear value plus 200. Fear value plus 200. Plop. Li Yi couldn't hold back any longer. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. No good. Pills are spicy. The next person to fall to the ground paralyzed was the principal, forcing a hero's children to work, not allowing them to pay homage to their father, or being a hero of the first degree. If word of this gets out, he'll be a principal for life. Nope, this is live. It has come to a head. The light in Suyi's eyes flashed. Only this amount of emotional value is enough for who? In the next second, Suyi's eyes reddened and he rushed at Li Yi just crying. Guide, please let me go see my father. I'll just take a day off. And when I come back, I'm willing to scrub toilets for 10 days, or still be at your mercy like before. Li Yi was on the verge of crying, feeling the angry gazes of the people around him, his entire being wowed. Don't around. Man, I don't want to eat purple eggs yet. Why didn't you tell me you had such a great life? You hit him before? The director's icy voice came. No, I really didn't. I'll admit that I usually love to give him a bit of a hard time because he doesn't fit in, but there's really nothing about hitting him, corporal punishment or anything like that. Sui, have I ever hit you? As if by reflex, Sui crouched on the ground with his hands holding his head. Don't hit me. I won't dare anymore. Fear value plus 100. Sui Yu. Chief, Counselor Lee is very nice and has never bullied me. I've never given him a gift, and he had to help me apply for a poverty subsidy. I'm very grateful to him, Sui hurriedly explained. Anger value plus 150. The director and a group of school leaders wanted to kill him, and their eyes were eager to eat him alive. Abusive heroes orphans. You're so criminal. The principal was even more furious as he roared. Li Yi, you're expelled. The director was so infuriated that he sneered. Director Lee, you're really powerful. You're marvelous. Chief, let me explain. Things are not. Don't bother explaining it to me. Talk to the police officer. This matter is no longer in my hands. Li Yi's face was pale. Well, this is really going to be a purple egg. Chief, just say yes if I treat you to dinner. I definitely have enough money to buy 2 bowls of longevity noodles, maybe even add an egg. I haven't eaten an egg in a long time. Sui looked at Yushu with expectations. Fear value plus 100. Sympathy value plus 50. The principal's leg, which had just straightened, bent again, but he still shouted at the top of his voice. Quickly have the back kitchen make a birthday banquet, to the highest standard. Yushu stared coldly at the principal. You're a good principal. This is how you treat a hero's orphan. The principal cried out. I don't know. It's all Li Yi's problem. He deceived his superiors and abused his power. Simply detestable. The principal's silky smooth dumping hand stunned Li Yi on the spot. His mouth was open for half a day, but he could not utter a single word. Prepare to be investigated by the disciplinary committee. Fear value plus 200. Although the principal is panicked in his heart, but not too panicked, dumping the pot, at best, is considered poor supervision. The maximum is nothing more than a demotion. At that thought, the principal's legs straightened out again and he straightened up the phone. Sui Bursary Grants Urgent Application. In addition to the first 3 years of grants to make up, the director ignored his sympathy and instead looked at Sui with a gentle gaze. Sui, I had someone order a cake, so we'll celebrate your happy birthday together later. Thank you, Chief. Don't call me Chief, just call me Uncle You. The director sighed in his heart. Goddamn Li Yi. If this matter is not handled well, he will really become Uncle Li here. Heroic orphans are abused at school and broadcast out live. This matter is beyond the level of the secretary. I'm planning on getting into the ministry next year, so it's nice to be smoothing out the road right now. Thinking of this, the director looked at Li Yi with even more resentment. Unfortunately, it's against the law to kill someone in Daxia. At this point the live broadcast had long been in an uproar. Why didn't this dude bring it out earlier if he has such a great background? Li Yi is kicking the iron plate. I guess he is going to sit in jail. It makes me so angry to see that I can't wait to be there to give each of the school leaders a slap in the face. But I look envious. And this sends my father to the battlefield. In no time at all, the aromatic treats were ready. Sui gave a windfall. The director handed the long life noodles to Sui, with the fried egg at the top. Xiao Yi, the cake hasn't arrived yet. Let's eat the long life noodles first. Thank you Uncle You. Sui had just put a chopstick into his mouth when he suddenly thought of something and immediately stood up. Sorry Uncle You, I can't eat with you. It's time for my work. Work? Only Sui came to a window and set up pots and pans with heartbreaking skill. A hero's legacy who has to feed himself by cooking noodles for people? The director of the grim gaze swept all the school leaders. They all lowered their heads in vain. Their palms were full of cold sweat. Li Yi, you deserve to die. Li Yi, destroy it. I'm tired. Sympathy value plus 50. Anger value plus 100. Here, have some noodles. $3.50 a pack. Students rushed to him, and before long there was a long line at his window. Sui cooks good instant noodles. They're strong and just the right amount of salty. $3.50 is a real bargain, and it helps cook it. The school grocery store has gone up to $10 a bag. The director and the others didn't move their chopsticks again, but waited patiently for Sui to finish selling. Suddenly 2 men and 2 women came in force and appeared in front of Sui's stall. I told you earlier to raise the price to $10. The same price as our supermarket. Why do you still have the nerve to sell it for $3.50? Chapter 4, Not allowed to pass the paper? Targeted? They're all students, where can they get so much money? Sui explained. One of the girls had her arms crossed and a cigarette in her mouth. I don't care. You have to sell it for $10. You're selling it so cheap. How else are the students going to buy my bubble noodles? Well, can't you lower the price? How am I going to make money then? Auntie, you can sell it thinly. Thin my ass. I'm opening a supermarket at school. I'm sure it's making hard money. Just like our school supermarket, all black-hearted. Our school's brand of instant noodles is Consuelo, which sells for $8. Our school Rebbies still sell for $7. Sui can't fight them. The supermarket owners are basically all connected. Sui shook his head firmly. No, I'll sell it for $3.50. Hee, how dare you? A poor student. Rob my business? Give it to me. The remaining 3 took matters into their own hands and began smashing pots and pans after shooing away the students in line. Noodle soup spilled on the floor. Likewise noodles. Hollandaise. Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 100. Fear value plus 100. Sui was incomparably angry on the surface, but in reality, he had long been refreshed on the inside. Thanks to the supermarket owner for sending in the reward. What a great teammate. Coming in for a snooze and delivering a pillow. You guys are bullying people like this. Is there any King's Law? Sui shouted angrily. Ha, King's Law? Naive. Do you believe this window of yours won't be yours tomorrow? How can that be? I rented it for 6 months. I'll get someone to remove you next year. The principal is a relative of my family. Who are you to fight me? Fear value plus 100. Anger value plus 200. The principal, who had been happily watching the fun, suddenly wasn't hip. Cold sweat broke out and a breath barely escaped his lips. Old number. Don't. The director's gaze that wanted to kill had swept towards the principal, and his voice was cold enough to make people feel like falling into an ice cave. Headmaster, your relatives are really good at what they do. Chief, I don't know them. They're taking my name. I'm innocent. The principal's leg, which had just recently straightened, bent again. Not good. Pills. After the supermarket boss smashed and left, Sui walked over with red eyes and a pleading tone. Headmaster, can you hold your head high and let me off the hook? I really need this window to keep me fed. Fear value plus 150. Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 200. Student Sui, how could I cancel your window? They were deliberately trying to scare you, and I don't know them at all. Sui whispered, but they said they were your relatives. They're farts. Yushu stood up, his tone disgruntled. All right, whether we recognize them or not, we'll see tomorrow. Principal, don't step in. I'd like to see if Sui's window will be cancelled tomorrow. Good. The principal's heart hangs high and he calls out 1,000,000 times for pills. If the window is really gone tomorrow, he can have purple eggs. Who are those 4 living hells? Why are you using my name? Looking at Sui's saddened appearance, Yushu comforted. Don't worry, if the window is really gone, Uncle Yu will stand up for you. The son of a hero should be treated with respect, whether or not the top will care. Uncle Yu, I can't sell the noodles anymore, so I'd better go submit my thesis. The teacher is pressing for it. The principal frowned in disbelief. Wait, didn't you offer to turn in your thesis a month before? Why hasn't it been completed by now? The crowd's gazes flickered toward Sui. The principal was inwardly ecstatic, finally letting him catch Sui braid. The more tainted Sui is, then the less responsibility he will carry when the time comes. Be sure to pressure him later. Sui kept his head down and didn't speak. The principal was delighted to see this and asked after him. Student Sui, can you tell me the reason? Why don't you talk? It can't be that you're neglecting your thesis because you're playful or busy doing something else, can it? The eyes of the crowd changed, looking at Sui with more or less contempt. Students are focused on academics. No matter what your excuses are, the thesis has dragged on for a month and is still not finished, which is excessive. It's true that you can't look at anyone through a filter, and that's just how it is after being a hero. Dude didn't study at all back then and turned in his thesis on time. Confused Sui a good hand of cards to be broken into pieces. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Sui continued to keep his head lowered and did not say a word, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was fast becoming impossible to hide. Who says this principal is bad? This principal is fantastic, can be a really good assist out of rhythm. Teacher, a bag of rice carry a few floors. At this time Yushu opened his mouth. Don't be afraid, Shoei. What's the matter with Uncle Yu? Uncle Yu will try to help you solve it. Sui nodded slightly, still in that weak tone. It's still my problem. It's that my thesis was so poorly written that my tutor wasn't satisfied. It kept returning it back for me to rewrite it. A month back? Yuki raised an eyebrow. Aha. How many times did you back out? Once a day. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated 30 times. Are you graduating or going for your doctorate? At this moment everyone sensed the problem. Yushu looked at the principal, who was a bit flustered in his heart and hurriedly explained. I guess that tutor is very strict. Mr. Su, who is your tutor? Wang Neng. Case solved. Mr. Wang is indeed known to be strict at school. Yushu still looked at the principal with skepticism. Obviously, he didn't believe the rhetoric. You can't be stricter than that and return it 30 times. He already had a guess in his mind against that. This was an incident where a teacher maliciously targeted a student. This happens all the time in school, regardless of grade level. It's all there. I've been targeted by teachers before, finding a reason to make me go to the back of the room and stand in the penalty box. There was a birth before, just because I didn't go to buy the exercise book he specified to say. It was always directed at me, and everyone else went to dinner, leaving me in the classroom to do the penalty copying. Some teachers are teachers, but he hasn't been a teacher for a day. Yet, is it convenient for you to show me your paper? Good. Sui pulled out the paper from his bag. Yushu read it quickly, and the more he read, the more gloomy his face became, and in the end, he directly issued a cold snort. The principal looked on with sweaty eyes. What's the matter, Chief? Take a look for yourself. Mr. Wang is indeed very strict. The principal took the paper and looked it over with the other school leaders. Sui, headmaster, I've disappointed you with my poorly written paper. Tension value plus 100. The principal and a few others looked at each other after reading the paper, which appeared to have only one flaw. Too perfect. He had read a few award-winning papers the other day, and there was absolutely no comparison to Su-yi's. The principal took a deep breath, still holding some hope in his heart. Su-yi, don't think too much. You'll definitely pass this paper today. Yes, yes, how well written. Although Mr. Wang is very strict, this paper of yours has indeed been changed to perfection. It reached a level that can win a prize. You shouldn't blame him. A strict teacher produces a good student. Suddenly Sui took out another paper from his bag. I'm sorry, principal. That was the first edition just now. I took the wrong one. This is what I wrote yesterday. Principal. Tension value plus 200. Clueless value plus 200. Principal. Silence is tonight's cornbridge. Yu Shu was exasperated and laughed. Headmaster. What else do you have to say? Heroes are treated like this at school afterward. If the higher-ups want to dig deeper, you're all going to eat purple eggs. Sui, then I'll go ahead and find a tutor to submit my thesis. Yu Shu, I'll go with you. I want to see why this teacher is targeting you. Principal, it's too much. I'd like to talk about Wang Neng. Yu Shu looked deeply at the principal. Put your little mind away. You're not allowed to ventilate. Don't let that teacher Wang know who I am. Good. Sui entered Wang Neng's office while the others eavesdropped at the door. Sui, Mr. Wang, this is the paper I revised today. Okay, let's see. The principal immediately held his breath, his eyes expectant. Wang Neng, you mustn't be confused. This principal's life is now in your hands. Time passed, and the only sound left in the air was the turning of paper. The principal wiped a handful of cold sweat off his head. He was more nervous than anyone else right now. I finished it. It was well written. Exhale. The principal sighed with relief, his body leaning limply against the wall. Exciting as hell. The first 100 words are well written. What kind of dog is written after that? Can this be written by a human being? I've had dogs that were better at writing. It's a messy, disorganized mess. You really wasted your time in college. Principal, my life is over. Big, silly, Chun, what are you doing? Soon came Suyi's aggrieved voice. Teacher, I think what I wrote is fine, and I've also shown it to others. They all think it's good. What the hell do they know? What kind of good birds can you get to read your papers? I'm a teacher. They're teachers? They'd be blind to think your paper was good. Tension value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Yu Shu. Crowd? The school leader's eyes flickered, and along with the director, they were exasperated and laughed. Well, just your name is Wang Neng, right? There must be a time to sleep. Sui, teacher, just let me pass. I still have a lot of part-time jobs to do and I'm too busy. That's your thing. How about you don't graduate either? I don't understand why you're holding on to me. Oh, you can graduate if you want to. Go to that job I recommended for you. Chapter 5 Wang Neng, Yu Shu. I'll curse you too. Bang. The door opened. Yu Shu couldn't hold back any longer and pushed the door in with one push. Mr. Wang, there's something wrong with Suyi's thesis. I'd like to ask you why you didn't give him a pass. Wang Neng swept a glance at Yu Shu. Who are you? I his uncle. Isn't Sui an orphan? Uncle Farfan. What does that do? Sight work. As soon as the words fell, Wang Neng immediately changed his face. You're the teacher of this parent. I'm the teacher? One more word and Sui won't be allowed to graduate. Yu Shu? Plop. At that moment the principal outside the door didn't hold on for 1 second and collapsed to the ground. Too old to have a heart that can't take the excitement. Yu Shu, you, a teacher, have the power to keep students from graduating? You see if I have the right. Even if the principal comes, he'll acquiesce. Principal, haha, pills are hot. Pills are hot. Wang Neng laughed contemptuously. Who can you blame for your kid's lousy essay writing? Sometimes it's more important to look for your own reasons why your scores have gone up or not over the years. Have you listened carefully and studied hard? It's hard for teachers too. Well, quoting famous people is right. Yu Shu's face was terribly gloomy. Little cute. All could see that this Wang Neng was deliberately targeting. But he's talking righteousness now, and there's no chance of taking him down. Just as Yuki was thinking about his response, a student pushed his way in. Wang Neng immediately blossomed into a bright smile. Little son is here. Teachers don't accept gifts, so. Understood, teacher. I came just to ask about that paper of mine. Over. Really? Great. Thanks, teacher. I thought I couldn't pass if I wrote an AI. The AI level is much higher, and you're good at finding it. The check rate is low. Okay. Thank you, teacher. The students left in high spirits. Yu Shu's tone was icy cold. Why did that student AI write can pass? Can Sui beat AI? Yu Shu. Can't argue with that. Then we write an AI too. Big guts. Writing a paper with AI. I'll directly ask the principal to expel Sui. The school has 3 orders not to use AI. Yu Shu was exasperated and laughed. You're not even going to act. You're just going to take it personally. Mr. Wang, I just want to ask, how can I get Sui's paper passed? Is it necessary to send gifts? Yu Shu opened the door. I don't accept gifts. I'm not that shallow. And on Sui's condition. I don't care about his gift. Yushu was furious, but could only endure it. And how to graduate? It's simple. Go to the job I recommended for him. Get an internship certificate from that company and he'll graduate. I've told him so many times because of this, but he just won't go to work. Is there such a thing as a lazy student? Yushu calmed down, and he finally realized what the reason was. The reason for targeting Sui is that he doesn't go to work. What kind of reasoning is that? The water boys are also talking about it. This teacher is too overbearing, isn't he? Targeting just because of this little thing? If you don't go to work, you don't go to work. I wouldn't want to do it if I were you. I'm not out of society yet. Who wants to be a cow or a horse that early? And at that moment the principal, who was eavesdropping outside the door, breathed a long sigh of relief. The reason was found, and it was only because of this little reason. It turns out that it was thought that it was Sui's lack of gifts that led to the targeting. Almost gave him a fright. Wang Nong continued, children can't keep hiding in a haven, can they? Sooner or later, they have to enter society. It's a good idea to go to work now and work on yourself in advance. Many students now graduate not because they can't find a job, but because they are simply lazy. Yushu frowned slightly after hearing this. He was disgusted by such a statement. Can't find a job because you're lazy? This is pure shirking of responsibility. The current students are, in his opinion, kind, polite and responsible. It's so much better than the last generation. But he didn't argue too much and instead looked at Sui. Xiaoyi, tell uncle why you don't want to go to the internship? Sui shook his head. I still have many part-time jobs to do at school. Wang Nang, oh excuses. It's clearly laziness. That's when the principal pushed his way in as well. The first thing that came out of his mouth was a Chinese sermon. Sui, the internship is a good thing for you. Mr. Wang is also doing this for your own good. People always have to go out into society. Wang Nang's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness when he saw the principal come in, but it quickly disappeared. A mocking smile followed. Sui, did you hear that? The principal has spoken. I'll give you a pass on your thesis as long as you go to that internship. Sui still shook his head. I don't want to go there. It's too hard. I only want to work part-time. The group of leaders all shook their heads, and even Yushu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then working part-time to earn money is definitely better than your part-time job. You can only earn a few dollars by selling instant noodles. The principal followed the advice. Sui lowered his head and didn't say a word. Wang Nang said smugly, as you can see, principal, this isn't my problem either. It's mainly because Sui is too lazy. Obviously his conditions are poor, but he still doesn't know how to work hard. No money, don't learn from others to swing. Be careful to swing, this life can't turn over. The principal casts an angry look and says everything out loud. You're lovesick. Yushu sighed, disappointment growing in his eyes. He decided to get the hell out of there as soon as he was done settling the matter. No more meddling. Leave it to the top. Holding his heart one last time, he continued, can you tell me why you don't want to go to the internship? Sui saw that the emotions were almost brewing, and it was clear that it was time to speak. Why didn't you say so before? That's if people are still on their side, and the emotional value of such a blowout would only be minimal. Only contrast can earn more emotional value. Sui's face lifted, flashing through thick despondency. My lungs aren't very good, so I've always had concerns. Since the leaders have asked me to go, then I'll go. Hey, that's right. Wait a minute. What do bad lungs have to do with an internship? I read on the internet that there is a lot of dust that gets into your windpipe when you dig coal. Crowd, tension value plus 100, clueless value plus 100, and so on. Digging for coal? The crowd looked at Wang Nang in unison. Wang Nang immediately took 2 nervous steps back. Sui continued to speak to himself. Yes, digging coal. Mr. Wang asked me to go dig coal inside a kiln in the field. I checked that location and it would be exhausting to work 15 hours a day. And there's a risk of collapse. Tension value plus 200. Anger value plus 200. Tension value plus. The crowd all looked at Wang Nang in confusion. No, you send a college student to dig coal. 15 hours of work. You're not thinking straight, are you? Feeling Yushu's angry gaze, the principal sweated a cold sweat. Wang Nang, how can you let your students go digging for coal? Although Wang Nang was nervous, he pretended to be calm and said, what's wrong with coal mining? It's labor all the same. No shame. Chapter 6, letting you review papers. You're forcing students to dig for coal? Yushu sneered. Students who have been studying for more than 10 years are allowed to dig for coal? It's not like we're digging for life. It's just an internship. I'm doing him a favor, too. Yushu gasped and sneered. What about when I send your kids to dig coal too? Wang Nang gave him a blank look. Who are you? The principal hasn't spoken yet. Why are you interrupting? I haven't criticized you as a parent yet. How did you educate Sui? The principal's face went white on the spot. Squeezing his eyebrows madly at Wang Nang, he kept hinting, but Wang Nang thought he was implying that his output was a bit stronger. so it was a shot at Yushu. The more they cursed, the more alarmed the crowd became. Hate to flee on the spot. Yushu was shaking with anger. How many people haven't disobeyed him since he became chief? Not to mention being pointed at on the spot and cursed at, or on the air. You must be treated to nori egg drop soup. Sui has cauliflower soup. You guys have purple eggs. The only happy person on the scene right now was Sui alone, plus a guide, because finally he wasn't the only one who was going down, and he was very happy about that. I had company on my way to eat purple eggs. Enough! Stop cursing, the principal shouted. Principal, what's wrong? The principal blankly glanced at Wang Neng and twisted his head to sheepishly look at Yushu. Director, are you alright? Wang Neng, he doesn't have much quality, so don't get on his bad side. Wang Neng blinked in confusion. Director? What director? This is the director who came to inspect our school. Yushu, Teacher Wang, you're really something. Without distinguishing between black and white, you're pointing at the director's nose. Who recruited you into the school? I've been wanting to expel you for a long time. The principal's meaning of this was obvious. I have nothing to do with Wang Neng. It's another leader's pot. Plop. Wang Neng sat on his butt in the chair, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Bureau, Director, the commissioner's on a personal visit? I even pointed my nose at him and cursed. Immediately after that, he looked at Sui. So his uncle was the director? Why didn't he say so earlier? At this moment, he was 3 parts fear, 3 parts remorse, and 4 parts resentment towards Sui. Why didn't you say so earlier if you had this background? Wait, there is still salvation. As long as the most crucial didn't explode, then one was only insulting the director. The big deal is to voluntarily resign. When Sui saw the scene, he only felt amused. A look of concern followed. You guys shouldn't blame Mr. Wang. He just forced me to dig coal. At the very least he did it for my own good. Tension value plus 200. Anger value plus 200. At these words, Yushu became even angrier. Wang Neng expression of fear. Brother, don't. Mr. Wang is still very nice. And he even said he'd give me 100 on commission. Yushu and the crowd were stunned. What a commission? Wang Neng was also confused. What is it? Did I say that? You told me that after you were drinking at the time. You forgot about it? And told me to push the class V-mail on you. Tension value plus 300. Anger value plus 300. Leave me alone. I'm a teacher. Wang Neng slyly said. Sui student, I warn you. Slander is against the law. I didn't say any of this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phone in his pocket rang. Remarks, coal owner. He was just about to hang up, but Yushu stopped him. Pick up. Let us all hear what Boss Wan will tell you. Wang Neng gulped, his face bloodless. Yushu simply pressed the answer button. Hey, Mr. Wang, when is that black laborer coming over? The coal yard is less crowded. Say something. Wang Neng's voice trembled. Not going. That student is busy. What? Not going? How you swore to me before. Said you'd put shoes on him and make sure he'd be forced to come. Tension value plus 400. Anger value plus 400. You don't say. I still have the chat records here. Surname Wang, you're not keeping your word. How nice I've been to you. And this is how you repay me? I give other agents 1,000 on commission. I'll give you 2,000. I pay my students $6,000. And if you want to corrupt a student for 4,000, I'll give him $2,000. Boom. These words were like thunder, blowing Wang Neng's brain blank. The tone was all begging. Please don't say anything. Why don't you say anything? I've turned a blind eye to how much money you've made over the years. You've gone too far today. By the way, didn't you say that the orphan on your side who has no one to turn to and no background is about to be gotten? How's the progress? Has he agreed yet? Tension value plus 500. Anger value plus 500. Stillness. Dead silence. The whole office fell into this weird atmosphere. The principal closed his eyes lifelessly and Yushu glared at him deadpan because of his exasperation. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind. Deathstroke. There is not even a shred of morality left for the sake of profit. It's also deeply offensive to the law. Why don't you say anything? If you don't send the black workers over, I'm going to report them. Yushu picked up the phone. His tone was morose. No need to report it. We've already heard it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's none of my business. Toot toot toot. An icy busy signal came from the phone. Wang Neng closed his eyes in despair and collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand up, but he didn't have the strength to do so anymore. Seeing this, Sui hurriedly added, Mr. Wang, didn't you say you'd give me 1,500? Why are you still deducting another 500 more? Tension value plus 400. Anger value plus 400. Destroy it. I was wrong. The principal looked at Yushu. Chief, how many years will he get? The director squinted at him, sending the son of a hero, the only offspring of a loyal family to a black kiln. How many years do you think the sentence will be? No period? No, It's eating Donnie Darko. The principal winced on the spot. The gaze that looked at Sui was filled with awe. Spare me. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Who knew this kid had such a hard background? You damn well didn't say so earlier. Wang Ning shouted frantically as he was dragged away by Sir. The crowd watched with sighs of relief. The principal's expression was even more complicated. After these two incidents, his job as principal had come to an end, right? Maybe it can still be salvaged. Student Sui, don't worry about the paper. I'll personally approve it. Not only will it pass, but it'll also get a prize. The first prize can't be said. Sui laughed in his heart, but still nodded. Thank you, principal. Then, Chapter 7A for secondhand smoke. Uncle Yu, it's getting late, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Good. The school leaders were uncharacteristically relieved to finally be leaving. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid we're going to explode some more thunder. Unexpectedly, the next second Uncle Yu suddenly shouted at Sui. Wait. I'll go over there with you. See if there's anything that needs to be subsidized. Good. Sui's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was looking forward to it, hoping that the group of housemates and the student council would give it a go. Contribute more sentimentality. Because it's a boys' dormitory, Ice can't follow the camera anymore, and she's disappointed. The scene that had just happened really blew up and was news she hadn't encountered in her years in the business. She then arranged for a deputy to clip the hidden camera to her chest. Lee, don't lie down. Come with us. The principal was furious and kicked him coldly. Could this be happening now if this didn't do a good background check ahead of time? Now call him along, and sure enough, if something goes wrong again, you can continue to dump it on his head. On the way, Yu Shu said with concern, Xiao, no students bullied you in the dormitory, right? Tension value plus 20. It won't. Our school has always been very strict about this, and we are all on good terms with our classmates, and I always have meetings and encourage my classmates to help each other. That's why the dormitories are usually small, united families. The principal hurriedly said, Is that the case with Xiao? Uncle Yu didn't pick up on his words, but instead turned his head to look at Sui. Sui shrunk his neck. Is it, principal? Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 200. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at the dormitory. Just opened the dormitory. A thick smoke wafted in, very choking. Wang Liang's expression was like falling into the clouds. His whole body was pumped up, and when he saw Sui enter the door, his eyes lit up. Sui, did you just smell smoke? A little choked. Then get your second-hand smoke money quick. Sui, crowd, what are you looking at? Quickly give me the used cigarette money. Wang Liang slammed down the ashtray and shouted. Tension value plus 188. Anger value plus 66. The principal almost didn't draw a breath. Goddamn second-hand cigarette money, why don't you just reach out and grab it? Uncle Yu glanced meaningfully at the principal. Ha, you're a good principal. What a helpful, united little family. Director you stand outside the door and don't go in. Okay, fine. Yu Shu and Sui had just gone when a conspiratorial voice rang out. Will I go sell instant noodles to make money again? If you keep selling, you'll be the richest man in the city. Unlike me, I'm living on $5,000 a month from my parents. By the way, Sui, how much did your parents give you? No way. There can't really be parents who don't give their kids money, can there? Lu Yu, you stop. I'm an orphan. My father died. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. If only your father had worn Nike earlier. Crowd, anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. The principal, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, had cried. Yu Shu's years of culmination in the officialdom almost lost its merit. Jailbird, do you know what you're talking about? Sui just had red eyes and didn't say anything. I had just sat down on the bed when another voice sounded. Sui, have you passed the 6th grade of English? Every day I see you memorizing words. Over. Passed? Why did you pass? What makes you pass? Goose help catch. Goose tied and caught. You can memorize these words every day and still pass? What's wrong with that? Heck, what's the point of passing? You won't get a job as usual. Unlike me, as soon as I graduated my parents arranged for me to work in the education department. Others were still taking exams in the inner papers. I went straight to the bank. Tension value plus 150. Anger value plus 150. Yu Shu looked at Yang De. His eyes flickered, but his tone was gentle. Little student, what are your parents' names? Old Den, who are you? I'm Uncle Sui. Oh, you're trying to make connections for your great-nephew, are you? Yu Shu? I'm sorry, but my parents are upstanding and never help people through the back door. If you want a gift, just give it to me. Good. Yu Shu was exasperated and laughed. First time I've ever seen a person rush the bass and turn it on. Your parents made good sons. Though, use your words. Well, no money to send gifts still in and young up. Every day I'll learn some crooked ways. Plop. The principal couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the door right in. Lu Yu. Shut up. Will Ah School. Principal? Chapter 8, Mr. Guide. Please accept this china and tea. Don't call me principal. You're my dad. What brings you here? Headmaster? I'll be late if I don't come in. Late what? The principal took a deep breath. Is that what I usually teach you guys? Didn't I tell you to be united in the dormitory? Principal, you got sand in your eyes? At that moment Yonder saw the drooping guide behind him and leaned over enthusiastically on the spot. Counselor, you didn't give any advance notice of your arrival. You see what's happening with my grant this year. Uncle Yu's eyes steeply became sharp. Oh, and the system is still a child of a dual-income family, and still need a grant? Ah? Nonsense. You don't need money to pick up Xiaomei. You don't need money for a new cell phone? The guide was already sweating. Student Yan De, the grants are for students with real difficulties. Don't claim it blindly. It's not for you. But I was paid for the first 3 years. Shut up. That's because I'm uninformed and kept in the dark. You're living in abundance and you're still claiming the grant. That's not called claiming. That's called stealing. Guide you. No way. Just die. Yang De's expression stiffened for a moment, then he immediately reacted and laughed. I understand. This is the rules of the system. What do you know? The guide was a little confused. Afterwards, Yang De took out a paper bag and filled it with Kangshuifu green tea and toothpaste. It was ready long ago. Guide. This bit of tea in China. No honor. You see about my grant. Scram. Take your stuff and get out. Yonder wiped the drool from his face and was filled with confusion. It's not right. It's very wrong. It didn't used to be like this. Could it be? He looked toward Sui and Yushu who was standing on the side. Could it be that the gift wasn't quite right? Happy to die. And I don't know if this dude is sincere or deliberately playing with the abstract. Director, you see what I'm doing about getting into the ministry this year. 2 bottles of 6 nuke milk JPG. Dash, there's a case you're going to top. Yushu coldly swept a glance at him and looked at the assistant outside the door. Receiving gifts privately. Write it down. No, 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 Mr. Yang is joking. How could a normal person give away toothpaste and drinks? Right. The principal hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Instructor Lee mingles with the students, so he loves to joke around. Seeing Yushu's face somewhat soften, the two of them were relieved. Unexpectedly, Sui revealed a bad smile. Really, let you explain. How else can I earn mood value? Ah? He then looked at Young De. Fellow student Yang, your gift won't be so crotch-pulling, right? Ha, turtle. Of course not. There's a hidden agenda. Guide? Principal? Don't do it. Tension value plus 100. Yang De dejectedly unscrewed the cap of the bottle, revealing the QR code on it. Guide. Sweep. Quick sweep. The guide looked at Yushu pitifully. Humph. Why are you looking at me when Mr. Yang told you to sweep? Can you not sweep? Quickly sweep. I'd like to see what's in store. Dropping. Your account is credited with $888. Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. My life is over. 2 tears ran down the guide's face, and his breath shook cold. I was hoping for a whitewash, but now I'm really black as charcoal. Yang students dejectedly laughed. See no turd. The guide was moved to tears. Good. Yuki applauded. A whole lot of him being pissed off and laughing. So the rules of the system can be played like this. Ah, long learned. That this toothpaste? Yang De proudly unscrewed the cap of the toothpaste bottle and squeezed out a bit of thick transparent liquid. This is bird's nest. Crash value plus 200. Ha, what are you doing lying on the ground? Guide? Just got spit on by Wang Liang. The principal's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. There's no need to call him a guide. He's been expelled by me. Yonder didn't say anything, just silently took away the bag and pulled out the collection code. Give me my money back. Little Li Ah, from now on you come less to our dormitory. Here we go. Remember, I used cigarette money. Will Ah have been expelled, but also into our dormitory to collect gifts. That stance. Don't know, thought you were the director. Li Yi looked at the 3 of them with an unbelievable look on his face. You guys are just going to fall on your asses? I don't treat you guys too badly, do I? Will Ah still take the old to talk about the matter? Enough. Uncle, you let out a roar and looked angrily at the crowd. I came here to investigate Suyi's usual life, not to watch you guys play the officialdom routine. Will Ah, the principal is like a big enemy, a cover Lu Yu's mouth. Don't Baron Thin Will, my life is over. Who let you in? Get out and stand there. I wouldn't have found so many problems if I hadn't come to look around today. It's simply outrageous. Will Ah, a relative voice so loud. Do not know, think you are the principal. Live dad. Just shut up. The principal was sweating. Yushu face is also unable to hang, when so many years of leadership, who see him as not respectful. First time I've ever been shinned up by a student, and it's been live streamed out. Yonder did not notice that something was wrong. but instead made a leadership gesture. Well, don't be shady. He's not in the system, so he doesn't know anything about officialdom. Hey, I'm not within the physique. Yushu sneered. Since you're Sui's uncle and want to keep Sui from being bullied at school, I can manage this matter. It's just a matter of a phone call from my parents. Oh, really? Yuki raised an eyebrow. Sure, but I need a little tea to honor my parents. You can also just scan this code. Yonder laid out the collection code. Sui on the sidelines to see a wonderful face. Good guy. Want to gift to the head of the secretary. You're so criminal. Yushu was also exasperated and laughed. His tone was gentle. Actually, I'm also from the Education Bureau. What are your parents' names? You're from the Education Bureau too? Then we'll be colleagues next year. We'll be in the same circle. Since we're in the same circle, there's no need for gifts. I'll take care of Sui. By the way, what's your name? Yuki. Yushu? Why haven't I heard of it? I know all the uncles and aunts in the Education Bureau by name. Why don't you and I have any impression? Yushu patted his shoulder. Why don't you call your father? He should know me. It's okay. Yonder immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed his own father's number. Hey, Dad, what did you get yourself into again? Brat, I just had a student's parent ask me to take extra care of his kid, but was stingy and wouldn't send a gift. What the hell? He wants benefits and won't pay for them, so how come he gets all the good stuff? Yeah, that's what I thought, but he says he's from the school board too. Don't listen to his bull ********. Who in the Education Bureau have I not invited to dinner? If I really wanted something, I would have called me long ago. Yang sneered. I know, Dad. These lackluster things are really unqualified. With this pattern, they deserve to be poor. It's fine to talk to me about this. Don't say it to my face. After all, you're still a classmate. You can't see your head. By the way, what's that guy's name? Let me check. The mopping up of the floors in the school board. I really didn't invite to dinner. He said his name was Yushu. Chapter 9, Despise the Student Council. 50 points deduction. Yushu didn't hear. Yushu? Yushu. What did you say his name was? Yushu Chief. What? Yonder was a little confused. Yushu tapped him on the shoulder and gestured for him to give him his cell phone. Yang handed it over with a question mark on his face, and Yushu opened his mouth with a king bomb. Yang Wansai I should call you Yang Wansai. Well you can make so much money. Why don't you go start your own business? You're probably making several times what I am. Bureau Chief. You've misunderstood. How dare I accept a gift? Your son is going over my head. You let me explain. You might as well save your lines for explaining to the disciplinary committee. After saying that, he threw the cell phone back to the stupefied Yenda. Come on, your father probably has something to say to you. Dad, son of a, you're asking our director for a gift? You're going to die. See if I don't skin you at home. Tension value plus 200. Buzz. Yonder's ears were completely ringing and his mind was blank. Bureau Chief. Sui has a director's uncle? Hook 8s. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shouldn't you have licked it up earlier? This is bad. I may not be a co-worker next year. Going to be cellmates with my own father. Equally confused were the remaining two. Luyu covered his mouth. His eyes are trembling. I just used this mouth. The director of Yin Yang? That's what I want Director A to pay for second-hand smoke? Dude, you work in intelligence? How come you can hide so well? You have to come up with this identity of yours early. Cow horse. Clowns aren't we? Uncle you. Don't blame Young either. Sui said. Yonder, good brother. He's usually like that. I got used to it a long time ago. Anger plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Uncle Yu's eyes were gentle as he touched Sui's head. Good boy. You're just too kind. By the way, why don't you call him by his full name? Because he's lacking in virtue. Anger value plus 100. Bang. Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was kicked in. Student council bed check. Why are you sitting down when you see me coming? Sui immediately stood up. Yes, I'm sorry. Why are there snacks on the bed? I'll put it away. Sui hurriedly said. Snacking too much is not good for your health, don't you know? Give it to me, I'll help you share the pain. Yushu? Instead, Sui put the snacks into his bag. His tone low. I don't have much pocket money. This is my meals for the next few days. Well, you really are a villain. You can only share the good and not the bad. Anger plus 20. Your name is Sui, right? I heard you're still an orphan. Yeah, what's up? Here's $5 for you. Ha? What do you mean? Your family makes up for the share you were given for the funeral. Remember now you owe me 2 meals. You'll make it up by buying me 2 meals. Anger value plus 50. The principal, who had just returned from the restroom, heard this and almost lost his breath. I've been walking on thin ice my whole life. He just wanted to go in, but was forbidden by a look from Yushu. Sui's eyes said flashed a cold light. Then he smiled and stuffed the money back. I'm sorry, President, this money. I can't take it. I'll give you another $5. What do you mean? Learning to be on the road? It's a future share for your parents to follow. You seek death. The student president was furious and was about to rush forward, but was held by the other two. Don't be impulsive, President. It's not right to hit someone. We're the student council. It's not easy to fix him. There's no need to use violence. You guys are right. The president eased his tone and casually swept a few glances at Sui before penning his words. 5 points for having a comforter on the bed. 5 points for trash in the trash can. 5 demerits for having ash on the bottom of your shoes. Sui's face was embarrassed. You deducted points blindly. It's all school rules. Tell the teacher if you dare. And see which end he stands on. He's standing on your grave. Wang Liang angrily smashed his keyboard and said, 20 points for insulting the student body. Well, sip 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 sip. What are you doing? Yo, still knows I'm saying hi to you. Deduct another 40 points. Deduct for me. I'm on fire right now. President, calm down. I'll be king with you later. I'll be Monty, you dodgy. A flash of lust flashed in the president's eyes. Good. Wait for me tonight with your hands. Machine, cleaned. This conversation caused Sui and the others to hear a vicious chill. It's a pity you Shu couldn't understand a bit of it. What's that look on your faces? Another 50 points for despising the student council. Sui remained cold and asked word for word. My uncle is still here. Are you sure you want to deduct points? Who is your uncle? You think he's the principal? Funny. Another 50 points deduction. Bang. The principal couldn't hold back any longer and violently pushed the door open. Snarling, Chen Liang, the school gave you the burden of the student council, and that's how you abused your power? Headmaster, it was this dorm that violated the rules in the first place. Who let you in? Get out. Chief, I just can't listen to this anymore. It's my fault for not running the student council. Chen Liang looked at Yushu in a daze. He's the director? What director? Sui said righteously. It's alright D. It's alright D. Don't you harbor us just because my uncle is the director of education. The points should be deducted. Tension value plus 200. Plop. Chen Liang's legs went weak and he somehow fell to his knees. Tear. Immediately afterward, with everyone watching, he ate the demerit paper. Deductions? What deductions? I just came to hang out. The principal's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and if he wasn't on a live broadcast, he would have gone up and slapped him twice. You guys should stop being this student council and replace it. A few people looked as bad as their dead moms. In the past few years, he has offended too many people. If this identity label is gone, he will not be screwed to death by other people. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. I'm sorry, Sue. The three apologized and left the dormitory in disgrace. Still not relieved, the principal informed his aide, those student council guys, don't let them graduate. Uncle Yu glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I have to go back to the bureau for a meeting now and report these situations truthfully. You'll probably be approached by a commissioner below for questioning, so you'll have to answer truthfully. Help yourself, principal. Okay, fine. Though dressed in cotton, the principal still wiped away a heavy sweat. The three roommates' faces were grave, all of them looking at Sui in disbelief. How did it feel? That Sui's identity was more than simply indicated? The way that director looked at Sui was not like an elder looking at a junior, with a nervous, careful look in his eyes. Fine thoughts. The three shook their heads. No matter what their status was, they could not afford to mess with them. Brother Su, you smoke, said Wang Liang with a fawning smile. Sui waved his hand. No, my second-hand cigarette money hasn't a yet. Wang Liang's smile stiffened for a moment. Then he found a plastic bag to put over his head. The pouch was smoky. Hey, I'll smoke all the second-hand smoke from now on, and it definitely won't bother you. Sui laughed and looked at the other two. It's better to have fun together than to have fun for all. This second-hand smoke. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Sui smiled with satisfaction as he heard the system beep. Although Yushu is gone, the big business of earning mood value can't stop. The more you make, the faster you take off on your own. With the system, what's the point of having an uncle who's a commissioner? Ultraman had to pass him a cigarette when he came to fight monsters. Brother Su, this plastic bag is covering me and I can't get my breath. Yang Dis said. Chapter 10. Are you asleep? Get up and go back to sleep. Sui slapped the back of his head. Who told you to smoke your own second-hand smoke? Go suck on Wang Liang's. Ha, how does this suck? Sui handed over 2 straws. Poke them into the plastic bag and suck. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Brother Su, there's a group in our dormitory. I'll pull you in. There's a group? We've been in the same dorm for 3.5 years and there's a group? Just created? Yeah, just created. Sui sneered, but still entered the group. Dropping. You have been upgraded to group master. How did I become the group master? Sui smiled. Wang Liang slapped his thigh. I don't think anyone is more suitable than you. Right. The other two chimed in. Dropping. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Dropping. You have been kicked out of the group chat. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sorry guys, I still prefer a group of one. It's fine. It's good that Brother Su likes it. A few people compensated and laughed. Sui smiled, and then motionlessly pulled Wang Liang, Yang De into the group. Sui, I'm sorry, I just kicked you guys out because I really don't like Liu. Wang Liang, coincidentally, I don't like it either. Day after day. He's shifty, he's an old eunuch at first glance. Yonder, his whole family is why rotten ass. Sui took a screenshot of the chat and saved it, then used the same method to pull another group. This time it was Yonder who wasn't there. Sui, actually, it's Yenda I don't like. Wang Liang, a waste of space. If his parents were useful, he would have rotted long ago. After 3 groups of silky smooth operations, Sui each forwarded the records to the parties. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. Cool. Sui, all you up hashtag asterisk. The 3 were incapable of raging, and they were all silent, just contributing their emotion values. Sure enough, the wool still comes from the sheep. However, Sui did not intend to glean anymore. He had to give them a reprieve. He could not jump over the wall in a hurry. Sentimentality was full of gains today, so we'll have to build on that tomorrow and keep cutting leaks. I hope the supermarket owner is going to give it about the cafeteria battle tomorrow. Early morning, 5 o'clock. There was no need for an early 8 today, so everyone was free of stress and all fell asleep. Who understands the gold of sleeping until noon? Sui said he didn't understand. He took out his cell phone, opened his address book and clicked on Wang Liang. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Chicken, you're so beautiful. Negative emotional value plus 20. Who is it? Wang Liang was disgruntled. Me, Sui, Brother Su. Aren't you in the dormitory? I think it's more ritualistic to call. Negative emotional value plus 30. Brother Su, are you up to something? Nothing much, I just wanted to ask. Are you asleep? Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative. No more teasing. Give me the paper from your comforter and I'll throw it away for you. Wang Liang blushed. How did you know? The bed moves for a minute every night, so hurry up and give me the paper if you want to stay out of the way. Good. Brother Su, don't tell anyone. Sui stifled his nausea and took the paper before placing it next to Yanda's mouth. Yonder, Yanda, wake up. What for? You were drooling in your sleep and I wiped it off for you. Thanks. What's that paper smell? Where did you get it? This paper is a cultural relic. Paper from Lu, with gene characters on it. Vomit. Negative emotional value plus 80. Negative emotional value plus 80. Negative emotional value plus 80. Sui smiled with satisfaction. Yang De is really a big taxpayer. Wang Liang, I'll go to hell. Take your paper away. Yang De shouted. Wang Liang, negative emotional value plus 100. Lu Yu, wake up. Wake up. There's something big. Ha, what's wrong? You're in the wrong position. Get up and re-sleep. Negative emotional value plus 40. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sui kept arriving at the cafeteria, and the system beep was still ringing. Drop. Congratulations to the host's emotional value has met the conditions for 10 consecutive draws in the bronze zone. Is it a draw? Sui raised his eyebrows. There was this surprise? I thought I could only edit the background. Drawl. Congratulations to the host's ladies underwear plus 1. Congratulations to the host's ladies underwear plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies underwear plus 1. Sui? Something is not right with this system. After drawing 9 times in a row, all of which were ladies' underwear, Sui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Congratulations to the host for the blitz, rewarding proficiency in mixed martial arts. Soon, a large number of memories merged in Sui's head. Southern boxing and northern kickboxing, Taijiquan, Brazilian war dance, sumo wrestling, everything. It could be said that Sui was now the top kung fu master. Next, just build more muscle and strengthen your core. Then hitting 10 won't be a problem. Now that he was proficient in martial arts, Sui felt his body was much lighter. He then made his way to the playground, ready to test out a set of punches. By this time, the sky was just dawning and there was still some fog. Sui saw a figure under the tree, also practicing boxing. Looking at the austere punching intent and path, it was undoubtedly military physical fitness fist. There are also a number of shades of Chuanwu in there, all of which are main killers. However, in the opinion of Sui, who was well versed in post-fighting, the punches were slightly flawed in green. After the fight, the assistant behind him respectfully handed over a towel and water. Feeling Sui's gaze, Levin twisted his head. you're up so early. Young student, coming for your morning jog? Come to fight. Levin's interest was instantly piqued and he planned to stay and watch. There aren't many young men who like to box these days. Not bad, not bad. We're destined to be together. So I can give you a few pointers later. No need. I played perfectly. Arrogant. The assistant in the back snorted coldly. Our Mr. Lee is the vice president of the Boxing Association, and he's still retired from the army. Steal the show if you can point you in the right direction. Sui, sip, 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 sip. What are you doing? Can't you understand? Aren't you pretty good at dogfighting? Negative emotional value plus 20. Son, I'm sorry little student. My assistant is rude. It's okay. Remember to put a good mouthpiece on him when you go out in the future. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sorry classmate. Levine still apologized. Sui didn't pay much attention to it, and assumed a stance, striking a set of Shingi Quan, a tiger's fist, fistfuls of wind. Levin looked wide-eyed and slightly open-mouthed. Sui, however, ignored his reaction and played another set of Taijiquan. The softness of the softness of the hardness of the hardness of the hardness. Li was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Taijiquan too? And how does it feel to be playing better than the president? The president of their boxing association got to the top with a hand of out-of-this-world Taijiquan. The assistant was also dumbfounded and speechless. He was an amateur but still found his punches pleasing to the eye. Unexpectedly, Suyi's figure turned, and an intense aura of solemnity burst out. It's military-style boxing. Chapter 11. We boys are all kittens. We smell like milk. Sui smiled and looked at the duo. Mr. Lee, come and instruct me on a move. Please don't be offended if I don't play well. Levin blushed. Designated Dura. This military-style boxing on the only one disadvantage. Tai over Marumi. However, this also aroused his competitive spirit, and he then extended an invitation. Come on, classmate. How about we spar? Forget it, I have to sell noodles to go. Let's go first. With that, Sui disappeared into the mist. The embarrassed assistant on the sidelines dug his feet into the concrete. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry I told you. There's a lot of people out there. What an interesting young man. Let's see if we can run into him tomorrow. Go back to the company for the meeting first. Sui, you're here so early. The cafeteria ant took the initiative to greet him. Yeah, ready to roll you guys. Negative emotional value plus 20. Big Mom face instantly embarrassed up. Today Sui how's zero frame starting hand? But that doesn't affect Big Mom's output. Oof, what's the point of having a part-time college job? My son has brought home several girlfriends during college alone. What about the boyfriend? Sui wondered. Boyfriend. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, you don't fall in love now for the sake of making money. When you enter society you'll be looking for loose women. That's better than you crumpling up. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui. At this time, a beautiful figure walked up to Sui with a beautiful face. The older woman's face became even more ugly. This was even prettier than the girlfriend his son had found. Yo, what brings you here? Want some instant noodles? Sui, let's break up. I don't think we're right for each other. Oh, no? Aha. Suing looked at Sui with an indignant expression. Sui, don't you have anything you want to say? No. Negative emotional value plus 20. Sui's reaction surprised Suing. She had thought that if she mentioned breaking up, Sui would definitely die. At least have to chase the cab and yell. Suing, I cannot leave you ah. How can I live without you ah? When we broke up, Sui didn't humble herself or lick her. Then where did she get her superiority complex from? She is not willing to. Therefore she was unforgiving and said, don't pretend. You obviously can't spare me and still act so high and mighty. You have diamonds? I can't spare you. Negative emotional value plus 40. Sui, don't you want to know why I'm breaking up with you? I know. You know? Sui did not even lift his eyelids, lowered his head to clean up his stall. Because you are full of smoke smell. How to match the fragrant and soft me. Boys all belong to the kitten. People love. There are girls rare. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, suing a whole broken big defense. I'll tell you the truth. I took the public examination. I went ashore. You say you a sell bubble noodles can still match me? Sui finally raised his head. Can you take the public examination with this pig brain of yours? There's a bottle of diluted in the desert and you're dying of thirst. Would you drink it? Pick yes or no. Yes. Asterisk 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 pick or. Negative emotional value plus 100. Su Ying's chest rose and fell violently in anger, feeling like her head was on fire. Sui, to tell you the truth, Chen Wei confessed to me. His family is in the system, and as long as I'm his girlfriend, I'll be solidly in the bank. What with the public exams? I'll go straight on public. You lean north. Don't stop me from doing business. Get the hell out of here. Don't make me hang you on the school confession wall. You, I haven't hung up on you yet. Downhead man. I'm the administrator. Count your blessings. You'll see. After that, he stomped his foot hard and left. The older woman on the side smiled like a chrysanthemum and wanted to taunt him, but looked at the instant noodles in his hand. Still holding back, Sui did not have much heart fluctuation, only as if the previous sincere for the dog. It didn't take long for the aroma of bubbly to start spreading. Many students turned around and came to his window. Mr. Sui, are you alright yesterday? I heard that the owner of that supermarket is a relation. Sui, that boss said he's going to find someone to get you today, so be careful. Sui, double meat and egg, plus a sausage. Meanwhile, the program team came to the entrance of the cafeteria. Ice is back in action, smiling sweetly and facing the camera. Viewers, we continue to follow up on yesterday's events in this installment. Yu Shu, on the other hand, had a tired, stony face. Last night's all-night meeting had turned out just as he'd expected. Things were out of his hands. A joint investigation team was immediately set up at the top. At the end of the meeting, the military district called. The above decided to let him step in first to settle the matter in order to avoid scaring Sui. The military district even sent word that if this was not handled well, the troops would personally send someone over. I hope we don't have any more problems today, Yu Shu muttered before revealing a smile and heading to Sui's window. Sui, no one has moved your window, right? The principal trotted over it this time as well and snatched an answer. Don't worry, director. I've arranged everything. No one will trouble Sui anymore. Well, that's fine. Sui nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Thank you, principal. You guys sit down first. I'll get you a bowl of noodles. Only after seeing Yushu sit down did the principal dare to sit down. Yushu looked at the principal with a slightly deeper meaning. After a martyr, it's not a thing to let him sell noodles in the cafeteria, is it? Don't worry, director. We just discussed it last night. Due to Suyi's excellent grades, the intention is to arrange a high scholarship for him. The cafeteria is free for him. Guarantee that he won't have to work part-time anymore. Yushu nodded lightly. It did not say much, but several of the principal's leaders breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. How about trying Mr. Su's handiwork later? I've heard that bubblegum and egg sausage are a perfect match. The atmosphere loosened up and a joke was made. But the next second, everyone was not hip to it, only to see the owner of the supermarket walk over with a man in a rage. You're just going to with us at the supermarket, aren't you? You have 3 minutes to get your stuff together and walk away. Sui lowered his head in aggravation, but his smile could barely be hidden. Powerful, too powerful. His body was starting to shake uncontrollably from stifling his laughter. But to outsiders, Sui was shivering with ferocity. Everyone's anger value instantly points up. The principal, in particular, was shocked and horrified. Any more trouble today and he really will have to eat purple eggs. Yushu snorted coldly, deep anger hidden in his eyes. Wait for a while, let's see what they're up to. I've rented this window for 6 months. You have no right to evict me. Ha, rights? At school, I am the right. The boss dejectedly let out a sigh, and then took out a document. See? It's a special authorization from the head of the school when the paperwork goes out of your window. It's a real no-show. Anger value plus 100. Tension value plus 100. Yushu's eyes were on fire. Which one of you gave him the approval? A couple of the leaders looked at each other. Not me. It wasn't me either. How dare I? The principal wiped the cold sweat off his head. Chief, give me 5 minutes. I'll investigate right away. Sui stubbornly raised his head. I don't. If I leave, my classmates will never be able to eat $3.50 of instant noodles again. Touched value plus 50. Look at. What a great kid. Chapter 12, Principal, don't say it. Shame on you. It's obvious that you're in deep and you care about other students, the director said while staring at the principal. The principal understood in a second. Director, I'll hold a commendation assembly tomorrow to praise Suyi's classmates, and take out a $10,000 bonus for him. The chief didn't say anything, just nodded his head. Blocking my way of wealth is killing my parents. I'll give you one last chance. To go or not, the boss snapped. Then I'll your parents to death today. A cold light flashed in Suyi's eyes. Anger value plus 50. You seek death. Get on and teach him a lesson. The minions behind the boss immediately surrounded Sui. What? Still dare to hit someone? He a poor student. Beating up is also beating up. Who else is going to help you out? The boss sneered disdainfully. Do it. The school leaders at the back couldn't sit still and shouted in a panic. Security. Where's the security? So arrogant. How dare you hit a student with your hands? Whatever. Let's get ourselves on. The principal is old and strong, and he is in the lead. You can't even move Sui by hitting him. But within a few steps, he froze, only to see a few minions resolved by Sui before a minute had passed. Lying on the ground, rolling back and forth in pain. Painful emotion value plus 20. Painful emotions plus 40. Painful emotions plus 40. Sui's eyes lit up. This emotion value came quickly. I should have known to hit it more often. The live broadcast pop-ups instantly exploded. Holy, Sui is so strong in combat? I'm also a martial arts practitioner, and I just saw shades of Baji and Shingy Quan in it. It's so beatable that if you enter the competition, you'll definitely win a prize. You stay back. The school forbids hitting people. The boss was scared and backed away. Sui approached step by step. Well, then I can only use the strike dog stick technique. Negative emotional value plus 50. Bang. The boss flew out 2 meters and lay on the ground wailing. Sui looked down on him from above, his hand stepping on his palm. Are you sure you want to move this window? The school leaders walked over with grim faces, while the boss shouted as if he had seen his savior. Principal, save us. This student ignored school rules, used violence in public, and assaulted us. You expel him quickly. Bang. The principal didn't hold back and smacked him in the face. Shut the up. I just saw everything. You rotten wimp almost got me killed. The owner covered his face and was struck dumb. Principal, it's me. He's just a poor student. You forgot that I invited you to dinner at the beginning of the year. Shut up. The principal's veins flared and he slapped him again. Always refined. He did something to ruin his persona today. Imagine the anger. What's wrong with being a poor student? Eating your family's rice? You can't open this supermarket anymore. The school will stop the contract with you. The supermarket owner showed an incredulous expression, and no matter how slow he was, he knew he had kicked the bucket. This student, designated as no ordinary person. The principal drafted the termination contract on the spot to avoid a long night. Hurry up and sign it, to leave you with one last bit of decency. A complex meaning flashed in the boss's eyes. Then he looked at Sui. Young student, can you persuade the principal to spare me this time? I know the mistake. In fact, I did so much because I had no choice. It's because I have a son to raise, and he's from Huacheng. Speaking of which, the boss's chest rose high. Huacheng's? The crowd looked at each other with some surprise. Huacheng is the top school in Daxia. Little student, you're probably going to graduate school. As long as you don't pursue me anymore, I can have my son tutor you. The crowd looked at Sui, and Yushu slowly spoke. Sui, how you want to handle this matter is all up to you. Sui hung his head down, looking lost. Okay then, I'll let it go. The boss's face was happy, counting on your kid's understanding. After all, once you guys leave, the boss is going to take endless revenge on me. How can I, a student, fight him? Boss, when you retaliate in the future, can you go easy on me? Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 100. Clueless value plus 100. UING. The owner was just about to curse, but noticed several angry gazes around him. Yushu spoke in a cold voice. I apologized for considering just now. This contract must be terminated today. The principal also grimaced. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign the words. Well. The boss's breath shook cold. He'd seen students with explosive tempers, and he'd seen those who could fight, but it's a real first for him to beat green tea. Then his hands went limp and his body fell backward. I'm sorry, I can't sign this, because I'm just the acting store manager. The real owner of the supermarket is the manager of the Fu Run Group. Go find him to terminate the contract if you can. The principal took the job contract handed to him by his boss and realized it was really like that. The director frowned deeply looking at the principal. Is this a good thing to do? The principal shook his head. It's a bit difficult. The Fortune Group is a leading enterprise in this city, involved in all walks of life. We also have his investment in this university. 2 of the school buildings were also built with their donations. Yushu narrowed his eyes. Our bureau and the Fortune Group have nothing to do with each other. Shaoli, contact this manager for me. I'll have a good talk with him. Chief, he said he was in a meeting and couldn't answer the phone. What? The director's face suddenly felt unable to hang on, and he sneered in anger. Fine. There's no time. If he doesn't have time today, then he shouldn't have time later. The secretary nodded respectfully from the side. But director, the bureau currently has multiple collaborations with the Fortune Group. Our political achievements this year can be all. Director. Poof. The owner looked at the crowd smugly, then pushed over a copy of the settlement. Young student, you've seen our stone grains. The matter of hitting us can be written off. We can also stay out of each other's way in the future, but only if you sign the settlement and bring the price of the bubbly up to $10. Uncle Yu. Yushu lowered his head, his eyes dodging, not daring to look at Sui. The principal on the sidelines also blushed and fell silent. At the moment, Yushu was under tremendous pressure, and the top had left the matter to him to solve personally. There was already the idea of taking credit for the crime, and if he screwed up again, it's a question of being able to retire comfortably. If we really can't, then let's ask someone from above to take action. Yushu muttered. Sui was also speechless when he saw the silent crowd, thought it was more powerful. System, Is there enough emotion to edit the background once? 500 short. That's good. Suyi's eyes rolled, and he immediately let out a helpless yet spontaneous tone. It's fine to uncle you. You've already helped me enough. At least it gave me a long life noodle. I'm already satisfied. Guilt plus 100. Uncle you. Even if I don't sell instant noodles anymore, I can also pick up used cardboard boxes, plastic bottles and whatnot. I can definitely support myself. Guilt plus 200. Yushu's old face was as red as a monkey's ass and he was close to burying his head under the table. The corner of Suyi's mouth hooked up. Then he looked at the principal. Principal, I want to thank you too. I applied but didn't get a bursary for 3 years. But with a word from you I got it this year. Guilt plus 100. Fellow student Su. You stop talking. Principal, thank you for the free rice and soup. Otherwise I'd still be hungry. Guilt value plus 100. Guilt value plus 100. Really don't say it. To the face. The principal could not wait to find a crack in the ground at this point. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for satisfying the emotional value. You can edit the background once. Chapter 13. Dad, son, I need to talk to your Uncle Lee. Sui looked at the virtual panel and leapt to his feet. With an understanding of the editable range, hands began to maneuver up. Father Su Fan's life and death comrade and best buddy Li Wan. In the garrison defense battle, Li Wan was defended by the enemy. Su Fan rushed to the rescue, and by his own strength, he brought Li Wan to break out, and deflected 2 fatal bullets for Levine. During a battle behind enemy lines, Su Fan died in front of Li Wen's eyes. As a result, Li Wen felt very guilty. He was disheartened and discharged from the army. After being discharged from the army, he inherited the family business, Fortune Industries, and in his hands continued to develop and grow, becoming today's Fortune Group. Editing complete. Are you sure? Okay. Congratulations to the host. The current background implantation was successful. Li Wan. Sui has an impression. Is the uncle who played military boxing in the playground today? No wonder he can just come to school. He's a school manager. In order to increase the slam, Sui also wrote a letter for the system to send over, and now he should have received it. Fortune Group headquarters. Levin gazed at a group photo on the wall for a long time with a complicated expression. It was a group photo of him and Su Fan in uniform together, taken the day before they went to war. At the top of the group photo is a medal, 2nd class. It was the honor of his life. Brother Fan, I met a student at school today who looks like you, especially the bratty character. It's more like you. If you hadn't sacrificed, wouldn't your child be this old? At this time the assistant gently pushed the door in. Mr. Lee, looking at this photo again. Little son, you think this is a time of peace, but it's not. The peace we have now is the result of how many silent and nameless heroes have helped us with their lives. Back then, when Fan took me to break out, the food was cut off. Carrying on hard for days, I thought we were going to starve to death. He found expired instant noodles on the ground. That mouthful of bubbly saved me, and he saved me a second time. By the way, what did you come to see me about? Levine's expression was filled with nostalgia and guilt. Someone sent you a letter. A letter? People still write letters these days? Levin laughed lightly and didn't care. Most likely it's another friendly businessman coming to ask for cooperation. Look at it yourself, little son, and take care of it. Yes, but I don't seem to remember any friends with the last name of Su. Su. Hearing the word Su, Levin touched his heart and reached for the envelope. Forget it, I'll read it myself. Snap. Just as he opened the envelope, a crunch came. That's a medal with blood on it. 1st class. Levin was lost in thought and hastily opened the letter, his eyes sharpening. Sui, Uncle Lee, by the time you receive this letter, I will have already gone to my father. I was struggling to make ends meet at school and had to earn some living expenses by selling instant noodles at the window. The supermarket owner forced me to raise the price of my noodles, so he flipped my window. I went up to them and argued with them, but they said I was an orphan and could be bullied at will. They also said that I had killed my parents, called me a mourner. I said my father was a hero and they threw away my medal, said it was a piece of junk, no use at all. So I'm sending you the medallion. So see if you can get me some money for it? Just enough for a bag of instant noodles. Stillness. Suppressed silence. Levine's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes scarlet. It's a picture falling to the ground. It was a photo of Su Fan and him with a sentence written on the back of the photo. Son, if you need anything, go to Uncle Lee. That's Dad's best brother. He will definitely help you. Levin couldn't control it any longer and cried out piteously. Tears streaked from the corners of his eyes. The assistant cautiously stepped forward, his eyes filled with fear. Mr. Lee, your phone. Asterisk 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 off. No answer. I'm going to kill someone today. It's the troops calling. Levine froze for a moment, then answered. The phone was just placed on the ear, and crackling angry curses came from the other end. Mr. Lee, Boss Lee, You were looking for a relationship to come in. You might as well find another relationship to get out of the army. You might as well be a deserter so that Su Fan might not die either. His son won't be bullied either. These words were tantamount to the last fuse, completely setting Levine off. Toot toot toot. It was followed by an icy busy signal. Liwen slowly raised his head, a murderous aura converging on his brow. Xiao's son, prepare the car, go to school. Inside the cafeteria, the director and principal's faces were red, their expressions guilty as they looked at Sui. The supermarket owner, on the other hand, was full of confidence and stared closely at Sui with a teasing look in his eyes. Sui, it's better to sign. I'm also doing this for your own good, even though you're a good fighter. It's a law and order society now. As long as you sign the papers, I'll let you off the hook for the beating you just did. Sui took a look at the contract and couldn't help but frown. How did the contract change again? The supermarket owner nodded rightfully. Yes. Aren't you making more money by selling the noodles for $10? Why don't you want to? Bang. The director violently and angrily slapped the table. It's simply bullying. Before also promised well. Do not force price increases. Each sell their own. Do not interfere with each other. How come one lap and you're back to the very beginning? The main thing is that I didn't realize that the Fu Run group was so powerful before. Now that I realize that I have such a big background, I naturally have to make good use of it. The director's fists were clenched in a death grip. Do you really think I can't rule you guys? I just don't want to abuse my power. Finished Yushu to the city supervision called. Old Gong busy there is a thing I want to find you to communicate. The crowd on the supermarket side showed a nervous look. Minion, boss, the chief is looking for someone. Can we carry it? It's not clear. Although business doesn't fight with officials, he's only the tiny director of education. I want to take a gamble in case the other party will look at the face of Fortune Group. Good. Yushu's face grew ugly with the length of the call. The tone rose several tones. No, old Gong. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's better to do more than less? This college supermarket is selling instant noodles for $10. Don't you care? Trivial? You call that trivial? What? You're working with the Fortune Group as well? How dare you hang up on me? Yushu put down his cell phone, his face grim. After so many years as the commissioner, today is his dark moment. He has lost face many times, and there is no more of the secretary's compulsion at all. The owner was pleasantly surprised that he had made the right bet. He hurriedly urged, since the director has no choice, then the young student should hurry up and sign this. It's not detrimental to your interests. It's still a windfall. Conscience, you can make more money if you lose it. Sui lowered his eyes and shook his head. I'm not signing. I'd rather cancel this window. Director, principal, I'm sorry. It's my inability. I've caused you all trouble. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. At this time, the assistant on the side suddenly said with delight, Director, the manager of the Fortune Group just suddenly called back. He said he'd be willing to interview you. Great. Chapter 14 Cancellation of Cafeteria Windows. Several other school leaders had joyful looks on their faces. The other side must have been willing to come to the table for the sake of the commissioner. There's nothing that can't be solved when the director steps in. There's hope that the director will get into another movie if he really gets this thing sorted out. There was a lot of ass kissing all around. Yushu didn't say anything, but it was very flattering. On the contrary, the owner's side looked apprehensive. In the end, they were just the school's kiosk. The manager can't possibly offend a commissioner because of a kiosk. Shortly afterward, the manager of the FRC group arrived and called Wang Kong. As usual, Yushu and Wang Kong politely shook hands first. Wang Kong then opened the door and said, Director Wang, I know everything. Although I own this supermarket, the main management is with them. Yushu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I don't have the management, so it's out of my hands what they do. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about this. At these words, the scene fell silent. Yushu is almost angry and laughs. The store is opened by you, but you say that the management right is on the employees. One has no rights. That's just a lie to a 3-year-old. At this time, Sui suddenly said, It doesn't matter. I won't raise the price even if they force me to. He just owns a supermarket. He can't afford to cancel my window. Wang Kong twisted his head to look at his boss. You can't handle such a student? Find someone to intimidate and harass him, won't you? The boss let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Wang, this kid is evil. Very capable of fighting. One person beats several of us. It's a practitioner. Wang Kong shook his head, then stared dead at Sui, his tone flirtatious. See if I can cancel your window. A call was made to him. Do you know who I am? Wang Kong asked. Sui shook his head. I don't know. You're not human anyway. Pust. Negative emotional value plus 50. Well, I hope you'll still be able to get a mouthful out of it later. It didn't take long for a man with a big belly to appear. Mr. Zhang, Can you handle this matter? Can. Then I'm working with your company. Good point. I'll get back to you on that. The principal immediately frowned tightly. Zhang Quan? Why is he here? Zhang Quan looked at Sui and then Wang Kong. Is this the student? Wang Kong nodded. Zhang Quan laughed a little and then took out a document. Classmate, this is the termination contract from the school window. You sign it. Triple liquidated damages. I'll pay you later. Ha! The crowd froze in place. Yushu looked at the principal with a question in his gaze. The principal did have the breathlessness to say, at the time of building the school, our cafeteria was contracted out. Although I have a say in all the school's affairs, big and small, but the cafeteria is the only one that can't. It's all up to him who this window is going to be sold to and who it's not going to be sold to. 2. Wang Kong dejectedly looked at Sui. Now you know who I am, right? You really aren't human. Negative emotional value plus 100. Cut the crap and hurry up and sign. I contracted this cafeteria. I'll rent it to whoever I say. Zhang Quan did not have the good sense to say. Wang Kong snorted coldly. Naive student, do you really think you can fight over capital? Although I'm only the manager of Fu Run Group, the power in my hands and my interpersonal relationships are beyond your imagination. Coldness flashed in Sui's eyes, and looking at their arrogant faces, he pondered whether or not to beat them up. Sui was sure that nothing would happen with a beating, just judging by how much Yushu, the principal and the others had taken an interest in him. The higher-ups had probably noticed him. Fighting them would definitely have an impact on their persona, but not fighting them would be detrimental to the Tao. Just as Sui hesitated, the chief stepped forward. Trembling fingers intended to dial the phone. The top brass gave this matter to him to solve, is to let him take the credit for the crime. Maybe he'll be able to go one step further, but now the matter is beyond his ability, so he can only go and beg the top to step in and solve it. But as long as the top is out of the way, one's job as a director will be over. Hello, leader. The chief's voice was hoarse as he spoke into the phone. Zhang Quan shook his head disdainfully. Bubbles is so farty and still asking for a superior. This director might as well give him the job. It's too petty. Wang Kong couldn't wait and shoved the contract directly into Sui's arms. Hurry up and sign it, or you'll be in for a treat. Sui's chest was heaving violently. He just doesn't want to raise prices against his conscience. And he's being treated like this? Smash the stalls. Forced to sign a contract. Forcibly break the contract and cancel the booth. If he didn't have the system, wouldn't that be the equivalent of destroying the livelihood he depends on? Why should poor students, people with no background, deserve to be bullied, played by the privileged? On the basis of what? Asterisk. Can't stand it. Sui's eyes were scarlet as the unwillingness in his chest was vented. This was followed by a slap to his face, and then by lefts and rights. Snap. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. You, how dare you hit me? You know who I am. Believe it or not, I'll get someone to kill you? Wang Kong roared, but in exchange for a heavier beating. Since you see soft persimmons to pinch, be prepared to have your faces battered by soft persimmons. The supermarket owner and the others were so scared that they hastily shrank towards the back. It was obvious that they were scared by the beating. Zhang Quan coldly looked at the principal. Principal, why do you keep this kind of student if you don't expel him? Openly using violence. Must be expelled. The principal gazed straight at him. What if I don't drive? He's justified in doing so. Who the hell is this student? What's his background? Worthy of you treating him like this? I'm just doing my job as principal. Then it seems like there is no background. Zhang Quan sneered. The whole process of Sui's violence was then filmed, with this video as proof. Even if you're the principal, you can't favor him in a dignified manner. Sui will definitely be expelled. I say, security? What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhang Quan snapped. The group of security guards then reacted and rushed towards Sui. Stop. Not far from the cafeteria, there was a sudden shriek. Levin quickly trotted over. The eyes that looked at Sui were filled with guilt. It's really you. I'm so damned. I should have recognized you in the morning. It's me who's sorry for Brother Fan. Sui stopped the movements in his hands, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Looks like that letter worked. The chairman of the FRC group is steady down there. Wang Kong screamed in pain as he rose from the ground, his hands trembling as he pointed at Sui. You are finished. Offending the Fortune Group. Your life is over. Ha! When you graduate, see what company will want you. The principal explained. Fortune Group is the pillar industry of our city, involving all aspects. If Wang Kong is intent on suppressing it, Sui will be out of a job when he graduates. Seeing this scene, Levin looked at him with murderous intent. What did you say? Chapter 15, Shaoi, it's your uncle. Which one of you is it? Wang Kong said dismissively. Daring, this is Dong. Before the assistant on the side could finish, he was stopped by Levin. He curbed his murderous intent and looked at Sui with a soft gaze. Too much like. There's a shadow of him between his brow bones. Sui felt funny in his heart, but still made management on his expression. You're the uncle who boxed this morning? What are you doing here? Sui was confused. Xiao-yi, I'm your uncle. Uncle? The faces of the people present were odd, and they all looked at Shu in unison. One more uncle. Commissioner, is he really an orphan? Sui revealed an even more puzzled look. I have an uncle. Yeah, well, your father and I are half-brothers. Crowd, I let you suffer before. From today onwards, not a single person in the entire harbor city will dare or be able to bully you. I say so. Li Wen spoke in a domineering manner. I don't care where you come from, uncle. Offend me, you don't want to be good in Hong Kong City. Shu shook his head. It's fine, Sui. Big deal. Come work for the Education Bureau. How many people dream of the establishment? Levin shook his head. Thanks, Director, but this is a family matter, so it's better for me to solve it. Shu? No, buddy, you're stealing my life. Bang. Shu was getting upset when Li Wen had already slapped Wang Kong in the face. You're just a small manager of the Fortune Group. Who allows you to act like a bully out there? You corporate assholes. Did personnel take the wrong drugs and recruit you in? Wang Kong seemed to be frightened by Li Wen's aura, covering his face and backing away. Who the hell are you? Who am I? You ask? Are you qualified to know? Zhang Quan on the side whispered. Mr. Wang, don't be bluffed by him. Where would a poor student get a powerful relative? I suspect he's just bluffing. Yeah. Wang Kong nodded repeatedly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Levin slapped him in the face again. Coming from a military background, he was supposed to be cynical, and it was still his handlers who were committing crimes. Now call your boss and ask who I am? Ask. Thoroughly intimidated by his aura, Wang Kong called the general manager's phone. Hey, brother-in-law, how many times have I told you to call it a position in the company? Plants, what the hell is going on? It's not much of a thing, just a guy asked me to call you. Chen Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer, and was cursing at Wang Kong. Are you a stupid donkey? You call me when people tell you to, and you're told to eat? You take it easy, brother-in-law. The main man is as imposing as a leader. Never mind, ask him what his name is. Wang Kong looked at Levin with some fear. My brother-in-law asked what your name is. Levine. Levine? Seems a bit familiar. Brother-in-law, his name is Levine. Humph. Levin. Only to hear the sound of a chair falling over on the other end of the phone. Isn't that the chairman? You now go to the company's official website to look at the chairman's photo and make a comparison with him. At this moment, Wang Kang's heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. It won't be so unlucky, right? I hope it's not the chairman. He opened the official website quickly, looked at the photo, and then looked in front of him to see that it was Levin. That's great. Hanging on by a thread. Finally dead. Chen Xiao, well, did the comparison come out yet? Well, he's the chairman. Plop. Again the sound of a chair tipping over came from the other end of the line. Chen Xiao with a tone of nervousness and curiosity. What did he ask you to call about? Wang Kong couldn't hold it together any longer and spoke with a sobbing voice. Whoa, brother-in-law, I might pill. I offended someone's nephew to death. Brother-in-law is here to find out what's on my mind and ask for punishment. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. What should I do? Brother-in-law? 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 Haha, it's really all trivial. By the way, what did you say in your last sentence? Brother-in-law, what should I do? I was recruited by you through the back door. You must protect me. Who's your brother-in-law? The old man just planned to get a divorce. Toot toot toot. It was followed by the cold, busy sound of a cell phone. Obviously, the sky is completely falling for Wang Kong, but what had to be faced still had to be faced, and he looked at Levin with a sobbing face. Chairman, I didn't know it was you. Coincidentally, I didn't know it was you either. Chairman, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? I apologize to you and your nephew. I didn't mean to send the lawyer's letter either. Do you believe that? Plop. Wang Kong didn't hold back from going completely limp. It would be too easy for the chairman of FRC to check on an employee. In the past few years he has used the name of the company to take money and make waves. If we go to court, we'll be in jail for life. Mr. Wolf instantly became a jail wolf. Mr. Wang, are you alright? The supermarket boss rushed forward to comfort him. I'll go to hell. Wang Kong didn't hold back and slapped him across the face. I thought you said he was just a poor student. Have you ever seen a poor student whose uncle is the chairman? The supermarket owner looked aggrieved. I didn't know he was so capable of pretending. Who good people have so background? Still go to sell noodles? Neuropathy? Well, this is not. The group of people present were all confused and looked at Sui with strange expressions. With such a big background, why didn't you take it out and use it earlier? They're pretending to be rich. But you're pretending to be poor? What a fetish. And hating on capital. Dude, you're the biggest capital of all. At this moment, the confusion in Suyi's eyes finally cleared up a bit more. You are Uncle Lee? Yeah, it's me. Levin was ecstatic. My dad said to just call you if you're in trouble because you're his best buddy. I thought my dad was lying before. Guilt value plus 100. Suyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems Levine really thinks of my dad as a good brother. Are you satisfied that Uncle Lee sent Wong Kong to jail? Suyi nodded. Satisfied. But, I still have this bubble window cancelled. Zhang Quan was in a cold sweat after hearing this. No, actually, I was coerced by Wong Kong. The cafeteria window is yours to contract. You can take it all. Suyi shook his head. I only need the original instant noodle window. After all, I can't afford to rent the other windows. Selling instant noodles can already keep me fed. Guilt value plus 200. Don't say anything, Xiao Yi. It's all Uncle Lee's fault. You shouldn't keep selling the instant noodles either. This school supermarket is owned by the Fortune Group. Now let's take it back for him. From now on, the supermarket will be managed by you. The profits are all yours. The costs don't need to come out of your pocket. The crowd was envious when they heard it. Isn't it like giving away money for nothing? Unexpectedly, Suyi shook his head. But I've been under a bit of academic pressure lately. I can't take care of the supermarket. Li Wen slapped his head in chagrin. It's my poor consideration. Then I'll find you a few more managers, and you'll be the dumping ground. Who would be good to find? A few of the supermarket owners had expectant eyes and were close to raising their hands. It doesn't matter if Wang Kong goes down. It's not a fight for whoever he's working for. Managing a supermarket is a fat job. Levin pointed his finger at them, and they were delighted in their hearts. Get the hell out of here, you guys. Chapter 16, the supermarket owner prevents his son from taking the civil service exam. No. A few people suddenly hung their heads and were about to roll when they heard Suyi suddenly say, Uncle Lee, don't be so mean to them. Although they smashed my stall and despised me for being an orphan, despising the medals my father left me, but I think it's better to treat people with courtesy. Tension value plus 200. Tension value plus 200. Tension value. Anger value plus 400. A few people instantly sweated. Brother, don't need you to plead for us. Just let us roll away obediently. Levin's eyes were fierce, itching to eat them. Levine then issued a death sentence to them. You have 2 days to move. Move out of Harbor City. 4. Why? The former owner of the supermarket was filled with confusion, because 2 days later, you guys will not be able to hang around in the Harbor City. If you don't believe me, you guys can try. By the way now, spit out all the money you've spent on supermarket kickbacks over the years. 1 point less and I'll make it impossible for you to stay for a day. Pout. Several people all gulped, their expressions fearful, but none of them doubted it. The Fortune Group, indeed, has the power. Mr. Lee, don't be angry. We'll hand it over right now. But they were dumbfounded when they checked their account balance, which was less than $100,000. It's drifted over the years, with all the money going into investments and buying houses. Seeing their reaction, Levin laughed lightly, as if he had anticipated this scene. With that, he waved his hand, and the lawyer in the back immediately took out a document. I'll give you guys a chance to sign this. Go in and do 6 months in jail, and I can do it without your money. The boss was overjoyed. 6 months in jail for a few million. Mr. Lee is really a great benefactor. Are all rich people so heartless? With that, the boss signed his name with a big, dashing hand. 6 months later, I'm still a good man. That's when the child he was so proud of called him, Dad. You know, all my years of hard work was all for the central examination. Now it's just one step away. The top wants to verify 3 generations of our ancestors. Is our family okay with that? The supermarket owner smiled confidently. Haha, don't worry son. No problem. Our grandchildren are all good people. Wait. Suddenly he froze, stunned in place for half a day. I don't seem to be a good citizen just now. He cast an incredulous look at Li Wen. Mr. Lee, you're counting on me? Li Wen's smile was still gentle, but in his eyes it was so cold. Your son's future is over. You picked it. Asterisk. You counted on me. The supermarket owner goes into a frenzy. His son is finished. If his son finds out, he'll hate him forever. Levine. Mr. Lee, I really know I'm wrong. I don't want the money. Let me go. I don't want to go to jail. My child will be ashore soon. Levin shook his head indifferently. Your children are children, but the children in this school are not. Supermarkets are full of expired products. An instant noodle sells for $10. When you suck the blood out of kids, do you ever think they're still just kids? I really know it's wrong. Let me off this time. Drag it out. Send them to the police station to turn themselves in. At Levin's command, 2 big men immediately set him up and headed outside. Hey, why isn't Dad talking? What's wrong? Oh son, I'm sorry, it's Dad who's gotten you into trouble. You should go to graduate school in Huacheng and never return to Hong Kong City. We can't fight Fortune Group. Sun Xiang on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, and his brain worked rapidly, quickly thinking clearly about the causes and consequences. Vice President, the data from this study is still the same as the previous two, and you've been proven right. The investor wants to ask if the product is ready to go into production. Sun Xiang's eyes were ice cold. Stop the matter at hand first. I want you to help me to check a company. Which one? FRC. Especially the opponents. The black history aspect of it, to be checked to the letter. After the assistant left, Sun Xiang was going to make a phone call. President, I promise you that one. A surprised voice came from the other end of the line. You finally figured it out? But I'd like to borrow a little power out of your hands, and I'd like to have a little caprice. No problem. Putting down the phone, Sun Xiang's eyes erupted with killing intent. Fu Run Group. Ever experienced the feeling of a building collapsing overnight? Sui watched from the back and sighed. This uncle of his own is really tough. Underestimated him before. The supermarket owner's eyes were dead set on Sui as he was dragged away. You pretend to be poor. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'd have treated you like a grandpa. You're killing me. Li Wen patted Sui's shoulder hard. Good boy. No one will bully you anymore. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a piercing scream from the front of the cafeteria door. Sui, why don't you reply to me when I send you a message? The crowd looked at the girl with a beautiful face in front of them, and then revealed ambiguous smiles. Boy, you're a lucky man. Being chased by girls asking for messages back. It's great. When I was younger, I chased after girls and begged her to return my messages. Li Wen even revealed an aunt's smile. This is my future nephew-in-law? As soon as his words fell, he heard Suing shout angrily once again. What qualifications do you have to not reply to my messages? Crowd? Levin's face turned cold. Xiao-yi, what's going on? Sui pretended to lose his head and bowed his head. She disliked me for being unproductive and not having much of a future, so she broke up with me. Good man. A director's uncle and a chairman's uncle. You call that a failure? People's words into the workplace. Is your dream of studying hard for more than 10 years? This girl, so ambitious. Before the crowd could be comforted, Suing had already walked up to Sui, and there was an additional boy beside her. Sui, introduce me. This is my suitor, named Shen Wei. His family is working in the Education Bureau. I hear it's also very close to the chief. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd's eyes flicked to the director with a look of amusement. Damn it, how did this involve me again? Chen Wei smiled. His eyes were confident, but his words were shocking. Hello brother ex-husband, I'm Su Ying's suitor. I heard that you're selling instant noodles in the cafeteria, so I'll be frequenting it from now on to take care of your business. No, I'm going to stop selling as of today. Targeted I heard about you. I can only say that you are unlucky brother. Unlike me, I send a message and my parents put a 5-figure allowance on my card. Crowd. Sui lifted his head to look at him, his gaze serious, and said word for word, so your parents didn't covet much? Negative emotional value plus 100. Do you have a lot of green tea at home? How do you know? Some panic appeared in Chen Wei's eyes, but he managed to hide it well. How could it be? My parents have part-time jobs. Yu Shu's gaze turned steeply cold, and his heart was already calculating a good thorough investigation of the bureau. These assholes should all be dragged out to eat seaweed and egg drop soup. No cauliflower soup. Off topic. Brother ex-husband, I came here to ask you a question? What? Chen Wei tenderly took Su Ying's hand with a doting touch. I want to ask you, baby, what are her strengths? Advantages. Sui gave her a disgusted look. Like backwards counts? Negative emotional value plus 50. You make it clear. What do you mean? Honey, don't listen to her. Just literally. She initiated the chase and always craved my body after the relationship. Bastard. We boys are all sweet-smelling kittens. Can't we be touched by her dirty hands? Chapter 17, Ex-girlfriend becomes a disliked man. Chen Wei looked at her incredulously. Didn't you say she chased you? It is, and she still owes me $232.50, and I chase her every day for the debt. Negative emotional value plus 100. Chen Wei's body was trembling. He had thought that Suing was pure and innocent, icy clean. I didn't realize it was a backward-looking thing and they didn't want it. Then I've been chasing her so hard for so long. It's a joke. Honey, don't be angry. I was also confused by beauty at that time. If you're so forthcoming, then why do you resist when I hold your hand? Sui didn't hold back a laugh. Maybe the way she looked at you was too refreshing. Negative emotion value plus 50. You're saying I'm ugly? Chen Wei broke his defense. Really broke his defense. The clown goblin title fell on his head once again. Honey, I don't wear glasses and you're durable looking. Suing comforted. Get out. Sui, and masters? Chen Wei was completely repulsed by Suing. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Suing couldn't hold herself together any longer and cried, Sui, are you trying to ruin me? This is my only chance to land the public examination, and you're going to ruin it too? Are you unable to see the good in others? I'm so blind. Good punch. You're obviously the one who came looking for presents after you dumped someone. Sister, you know, I rarely take the men's side. Brothers, suing your wife. Your wife. Your wife. The group of leaders present all couldn't listen, especially the principal and the director, who only felt that their faces were dishonored. The director's tone was calm, but his gaze was low. Young student, you are wrong about this. Isn't the public examination based on your own strength? Why are you blaming Sui? Where's the old den? I'm Uncle Sui. Good, then you quickly have Sui apologize to me. Yuki was once again silenced by the suing, however, still continued to fire output. Lao dang, so many years you live in vain? I have the opportunity to rely on the public sector. I'm taking the public service examination? People Chen Wei has connections in background. He can easily land me. Can Sui do it? Having just gone to college to see how handsome he is, I would indeed be all for a relationship with him. But this is all about graduation. It's naive to talk about love. It's fine to fall in love with a guy like Sui, but forget about marriage. It'll be a mess after marriage. Yushu was stunned by what was said. Are people so realistic nowadays? It's not that I'm realistic. If Sui also had a background in connections, I definitely wouldn't have abandoned him. Forget it, Uncle Yui have nothing to say to him. Let's just go, Sui said. The group of leaders glanced at Sui with a slightly deeper meaning, then prepared to leave together. However, he was called back by Suing. What are you leaving for? We haven't apologized yet. This woman is invincible, and she's still making a fool of herself even now. If you ask me, she's also clueless. With so many school leaders flanking one guy, can't you really see that he's somebody? It's stupid to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. I'm 160 centimeters, 160 pounds, and people say I'm a bit of a little beauty. Do you guys think I'm worthy of Sui? I think you're fit to be bred. Square warrior? Things are starting to get interesting then. At this time, another silhouette ran over outside the cafeteria, and Sui fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was Yang De. At this time, Yang De had a fawning face. Good brother, I heard that the supermarket boss is going to trouble you, so I've come to help you. Suing froze. Yang De she had an impression. Both parents worked for the school board and were planning to seduce one at the time, but I didn't realize that the other guy was an original Grant, and every day he just starts up and abstracts. But isn't he a snob? The one he despises the most is Sui. How come he's become such a licker now? Unexpectedly, his next sentence directly froze her in place. Chief, you're here too? With that he took out 2 bottles of green tea. You see what happened to my parents. You shoo, harder fists. I'm on the air. You're doing this? You want some purple eggs, don't you, Chief? Su Ying's head was a bit confused. Yan De, what did you just call him? Chief, which director? Definitely the Secretary of Education. You wouldn't have failed to recognize him by now, would you? How can I recognize this? Su Ying was confused. So many school leaders are here with him. Don't you use your head? I don't recognize the school director either. This time Su Ying only felt that the whole person is not good. Just now she called the director Lao Dang, owned to the coveted leader of the examination of the public sector, sticking face to open big? This is not the point. The point is that he is Uncle Sui? In between thoughts, Su Ying looked at Sui anew. Sui, he's your uncle? Why didn't you also tell me that your uncle is the director? Sui frowned. Why should I tell you? You told me we wouldn't break up. We'd still be together forever. After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Sui very enthusiastically, but just as he touched it, he was jerked away by Sui with a look of disgust. Negative emotional value plus 100. Su Ying blinked in confusion. Sui, I know you still like me, now that I'm willing to be with you again. Don't avoid me. Chen Wei only felt like the world had collapsed. Su Ying, what about me? I was just about ready to not dislike you. Sui gave him a blank look. His uncle is the director. Do you have a comparison? What about all the fun times we had together before? Sui, count on your good memory. Negative emotional value plus 100. When Su Ying saw that Sui was helping herself, she was overjoyed and quickly chimed in. Yes, count on your good memory. Unexpectedly, Sui gave her a blank look. I'm talking to him, why are you interrupting? Negative emotional value plus 20. Brother Sui, don't you like me anymore? Are you worthy? Mother version of a kobold. Thump. Su Ying's face turned pale and she took 2 steps back powerlessly. I don't believe it. Then what are all the good memories we had before? Count on your memory. Emotional value plus 100. What's wrong with me just wanting to take the public exam and go ashore? Su Ying said excitedly. Good punch. So wrong and still right. If she does get into public office, all of us are responsible. I'd like to advise everyone here that loving someone should be pure, not about fame and fortune and all that. Without further ado, my girlfriend's 60th birthday has begun. Sui looked at her deeply. One last word of advice. Fall in love with less utilitarianism. Everything depends on yourself. Except for me. Sui added silently in his heart. Negative emotional value plus 30. Ha, Suing, you're here too? An abrupt sound of surprise came at that moment. Xianshang looked at Suing with a strong love in his eyes. It was almost drawn. Sui rolled his eyes. Another receiver? Why you? Suing was a bit surprised. Shanson, she was impressed. Number 1 lickspittle now. Usually when he ran out of money, he would fund it. He has a bit of a pet peeve though. Having stolen her socks before. I've heard people say socks in water for days. It's also the king of licks. It's getting late. You should go eat. Suing just wanted to get rid of him quickly. So have you eaten? Should I get you a bun? Don't. Where's the tofu brain? Want sweet or savory? Sui, please buy me a chocolate flavor. Crowd? Negative emotional value plus 5. Negative emotion value plus 5. Negative emotion value plus 5. Sui looked at the crowd with an odd expression on his face. No, this can still harvest emotional value? Suddenly, it was as if Sui had found a way to open the door to a new world. Shanson, nobody. Who are you? I only accept sweet, savory and spicy bean flakes. Chocolate flavored ones. Get out of Daxia. I'm her ex-boyfriend. What's wrong with an ex-boyfriend? Is that a big deal? I can give you the rundown on her. Righteous father. Not to mention chocolate flavored. You can get the whole thing in umami jam flavor. Crowd. Suing saw that the two were chatting feverishly, ignoring herself as the protagonist to the side. He was furious. Xianshang, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and leave when you're done eating. Goddess, take it easy. I'm waiting for my uncle. Your uncle works in the cafeteria? No, he's the manager of the Fortune Group, and he told me today that he came to the school to clean up an ungrateful student. I don't know how well it's cleaned up. What? It was Su Ying's turn to be surprised. Your uncle is the manager of Fortune Group? Right. Why didn't you say so earlier? And you didn't ask. Wouldn't you have told me we'd be together already? Shanson? Wait. I'm a little confused. What does my uncle have to do with whether or not we can be together? Suing rolled her eyes. Don't be naive. Nowadays, the background is definitely the first choice when it comes to relationships. You really think you can get a girl by spending a little money and licking your chops? Suing hugged Xianshang's arm. Don't you like me? Now I'll give you a chance to confess to me. Xianshang still hadn't slowed down from his daze, and his hands were shaking. So, because of my uncle, the goddess is going to promise me no more stocking milk tea? Before Xianshang could say anything, Suing couldn't wait to show off. Sui, so what if you have a director uncle? Big deal. I won't take the public examination. When I get into the Fortune Group, I'll still be a human being. Chapter 18, Licking Dogs and Dogs at the Table. Looking at the smug Suing, everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't it your lifelong dream to get into public office? Changed so quickly? At this moment, the one who was more confused was still Xianshang. Goddess, you're going to enter the Fu Run Group? That place isn't easy to get into. Honey, aren't there still you then? Suing smiled seductively. Xianshang then reacted to the fact that the goddess was not looking at herself, but was clearly looking at her background. But it didn't matter, for whatever reason, as long as I could talk to the goddess. Okay, I'll contact my uncle to put you in, Xianshang assured. At this, the crowd laughed. Levin in particular smiled even more playfully, looking at them as if they were looking at a pair of clowns. It might not be a good idea to have Wang Kong put her in. Why? Because Wang Kong has been fired by me, and he's probably going to jail. Xianshang blinked in confusion. If you don't believe me, I'll call my uncle now. Tick-tock. Hey, uncle, I heard you got fired. Wang Kang's cries on the other end looked very sad. Woo-woo, even uncle told you, don't ever mess with that Sui. His uncle is Li Wan, chairman of the Fortune Group. With such a big background and still pretending to be poor, uncle is being prosecuted and will probably go to jail later, so planning to run away and go abroad. The sky is the limit. Xianshang nodded his head in a confused plus mute manner, with only one sentence echoing in his head. Sui, his uncle, is the chairman of the board. I've booked a flight to Southeast Asia, so remember to tell your mom. I won't be calling her. By the way, this matter of me running away must be kept strictly confidential. Don't ever tell anyone else, otherwise I'm finished. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as they listened to the phone call, but it was Sui who was a great guy and kindly reminded. Student Qian, your speaker is not turned off. Negative emotional value plus 50. What speakers are left on? Wolfcamp alerted. Sui simply grabbed the phone and explained in person. It's nothing. It's just that your nephew's speaker didn't turn it off, but you can rest assured that we will definitely keep your secret. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 200. The aquanauts in the live room were twitching with laughter. That's right, and we'll keep your secret. I can't imagine there are spring bamboo in this world. You guys go ahead and post your pop-ups. I'm going to go ahead and call the police. Ah, Qian Shang, you bid. I'm going to get you killed. Sui shook his head. Hey, no quality. How can you even scold your own sister? Negative emotional value plus 100. Toot toot toot. There was an icy busy signal on the other end of the line. Sui felt a bit bummed that he hung up too early. Otherwise he could have gleaned some more emotional value down. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Su Ying's face was no better than Qianshang's at the moment. Her voice was almost trembling. Sui, how come you still have a chairman uncle? Damn it, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, there's no way the two of us would have broken up. You're so hypocritical. Crowd, not old sister, to not see what you're talking about. Sui directly lazily ignored her and turned his gaze to Qianshang. That licking dog. Negative emotional value plus 50. Don't call me a licking dog. I'm a war wolf. Do you still want your goddess's ruse? Woof. To be. Sui gave a bad smile. No. Why? It's against the law. Chanson? Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotion value plus 150. It's a ing kind of ripoff. With one sentence, he almost ate up Qianshang's Taoist heart. However, the heart of Chen Weidao on the side has long been broken, standing alone not far away, like a petrified person. This experience had taught him that innocent-looking ones weren't necessarily really innocent. The flowers will wilt? No, that's too dark. Still, Sui underestimated Lickdog's determination and quickly adjusted his mindset. Goddess, although my uncle is going to jail, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't still have me. I can raise you all. Chen Shang patted his chest and said seriously word by word. Suing lost her head. What are you going to support me with? You don't have any background now, but I can work on it. I can get up in the morning and deliver takeouts, then go work the barbershop. On my lunch break, do a few more delivery orders. At night, then work in a restaurant. What kind of an 8-cow horse holy body is this? It's not enough. In the early hours of the morning you can do another night job. Work until 5 a.m. Then sell breakfast until 9 a.m. And then go deliver. There are still a lot of good people. This life has it. As Suing looked at Qianshang's serious appearance, she couldn't help but feel a few ripples within her heart before slowly opening her mouth. Asterisk. Cut it out. What broke? It's my doxology, but I went ahead and bought a famous knife. Chanson, goddess, I could have tried harder. Suing rolled her eyes again. Asterisk. Could it be that I didn't try hard enough? Qianshang lost his mind and muttered. Ugh. Sui sighed. This licking dog was too pitiful. I'm too embarrassed to wool gather him myself anymore. Sui looked down at his phone. Let's go Uncle Lee. It's time for me to go to class. Good. The crowd was a bit underwhelmed. Although both are leaders and have been in high positions for a long time. But Loki who doesn't love to watch. Sui. As she left, Suing called out to Sui once more. This time, Sui didn't return his head. Why? Why can't you give me another chance? You obviously love me. I'm not wrong. I just want a better life. But as if Sui didn't hear him, his footsteps didn't stop and he left the cafeteria completely. Only Suing was left squatting on the ground holding her head and crying. Goddess, don't cry. I'll be heartbroken if you cry again. Asterisk off. Can you go to hell? Chen Wei, who was on the side, laughed coldly and opened his mouth. It really deserved it. A woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Now that I know that one of my uncles is a director and the other is the chairman of the board of directors, I'm starting to regret it. What did you do long ago? Embracing love with a utilitarian heart. People like you don't deserve true love for the rest of your life. I don't need true love. I just need to have a good life. Goddess. I swear I can. Chen Wei kicked Qianshang to the ground in disgust. Where's the licking dog from? Make a table with the dog. Hang the sun bar up for both of you right away. This time, the matter was perfectly resolved, and Yushu was also relieved. It's time to go back to the debriefing below. Whether or not you can score another one yourself depends on the outcome of tonight's game. Yushu cheerfully looked at Sui. Xiaoyi, Yushu has to get busy. I'll leave first. Be sure to call me if there's anything. Good. Sui nodded his head obediently. Chairman, MS. Huang came to our company to discuss cooperation. Li Wen froze for a few seconds, then looked at Sui with reluctance. Xiaoyi, I have to leave first too. I'll come pick you up for dinner tonight, and we'll have a good chat between the two of us. Good. After the two big personalities left, the school leaders came together in front of Sui, starting all sorts of shushing and asking for warmth. He was close to giving Sui a confession. Sui, it doesn't matter if you break up. There are plenty of good girls. I have a daughter. Look. Go go go. Old Zhang. Your daughter doesn't look as good as my female costume. Sui. I have a granddaughter who just turned 18. Disgusting. A bunch of old men who tend to favor one another. Xiaoyi. Add AV. Sui. Sui looked at a bunch of old dengs, desperately trying to sell their daughters. Granddaughters. I didn't reject them. I accepted them all. All added V. These can be good leaks for harvesting emotional value later. Chapter 19, Buddy. You're a substitute teacher and you're calling for someone? When all the old denizens had gone, the ice host politely stepped forward with a sweet smile. Excuse me, Mr. Sui. I wanted to ask what you're going to do later. Although all the leaders are gone, Team Ice Ice intends to follow up. There's only one reason for the ratings. Since airing Sui, the ratings of the entire program have skyrocketed. The retention rate is even higher, reaching a horrific figure of a full 50%. You know that normally a program that reaches 20% is considered very good. Seeing this, the leader took a shot. Keep following Sui. As for the chief of whatever, just kill it. Going to class. Of course. What class? Sui stared at his cell phone for a while, then replied, I don't know yet. Ice? As the camera continued to move down, the crowd got a good look at Sui's cell phone screen. A group of substitute teachers. Sui, 8 classes in the morning in lieu of a 50. Substitute? Bing Bing along with her water friends were all confused. Sui's business is quite extensive. After selling noodles and going to substitute teach, what a cowhorse day. With such a strong background and still working so hard. Really, I'm crying my eyes out. It's so inspirational. It burns. I'm going to try to brush 5 minutes of shakeology first. After Sui waited in place for 5 minutes, there was still no news from the group. Ice asked politely, why isn't it moving? Is the price too high? No, it's that they're still awake. Ice, I'm laughing my ass off. What Sui said is not wrong. Classes are at 8 o'clock, and I usually don't wake up until 7:50. I actually wake up at 7:30, but it takes 20 minutes to squat. The first toss of poop in the morning. Who knows? Branch Booth, East Ocean School District. Anyone need a substitute? Just 30. What about your roles? Sui is going to be 50. Drop by drop. 7:50 p.m. V-mail pop-up alerts. Sui clicked on it. A bunch of groupies at him. My brother is substituting for me, and I want to sleep some more. Bro, can you help me with my dating list? I'm on my other girlfriend's side and I can't get away for a while. Brothers, picking up a pinch hitter? TikTok, what's the fight? Naruto, shovel, fifth, I'll take anything. Someone approached me for a date and I couldn't beat them. Nima, it's this kind of pinch hitter. There's a lot of talent in the group, and there's all kinds of odd messages in there that are even more right. Sui wants to find gold in the garbage. That's when a private message came in. Kool-Aid Cockroach Whiskers Sticky has a message for you. The avatar is also a big cockroach kind of abstract avatar. Ice and the others watched as the corners of their mouths twitched. Was it really right for college students to be in the right state of mind right now? But Sui seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, and clicked on the voice note she sent, which was still laced with pettiness. Xiaoyi, help me substitute a lesson. I'm willing to pay 60 plus buy you a meal. Last night, I played Xiao Xiao with teleportation and ate 3 routes to spray up with my teammates, only allowing others to eat my center route and not me? I center route players have to stand up too. Ice blinks in confusion. Little Joe with teleportation? What netherworld play? Sable Cicada walks the confrontation with teleportation is the most important. After a burst of pleading from the cockroach, Sui agreed. It's 7:55. You guys remember to follow me? What do you mean? The camera crew froze. But then there was a burst of foul language. He only saw Sui running towards the school building as if he was flying. WOJ. Dude, we're carrying camera gear. Slow down. Sorry about that. When you take someone's money, you have to do a good job. And making a client late is not allowed in my code of employment. As soon as the words fell, Sui disappeared in a flash. Ice ran with flushed cheeks, but still rose to the occasion. Come on everyone, 8 o'clock sharp. Just fine. Sui came to the classroom one step ahead of the teacher, and then he found a seat at the back. But what surprised Sui was that most of the classroom were girls, with only a few boys. The key is that these girls are all very beautiful, and there are even a few that can compete with the departmental flowers. At this time, Bing Bing and others also rushed too. In order not to disturb the students in class, they decisively abandoned the large camera equipment. Live cell phone streaming is used. No one else can even notice without looking closely. The boy sitting next to Sui opened his mouth in surprise. Brother, how come I haven't seen you before? It's bad. The stool hasn't even been warmed up yet. And you've been found out? Is this class a paradise? I have a friend who wants to ask how much do I have to pay to substitute for this class. Sui looked at the skeptical boy. Calmly. That's because you don't have a good memory. Did you forget about the $5 I owe you? After saying that, He pulled out $5. The male instantly smiled with joy. Look at my memory. I've eaten too much spelled good food in the past few days, and it's easy to forget things. 6. Is this okay? I wouldn't be able to part with that $5 if I had to. Less pop-ups. It's interfering with me watching my girlfriend. Calm down. Where do you have a girlfriend? You only have a right hand. The teacher came in. So beautiful. Wait, isn't that the... Sui couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought even after seeing his teacher. Unbelievably beautiful. Those students who were comparable to the departmental flower's face value before were simply not enough to fight in front of her. Especially that flat E close to people's chest. National Service Kaiwanji. There is also that elegant and serene temperament that gives you the feeling of staying home alone and enjoying the flowers when it rains in the south of the Yangtze River. He. Pretty, isn't it? This is the goddess of our music department. Yu Shui. She's a special teacher at our school. She's a regular performer. She's famous in the industry. It's rumored that her teacher is also the director of the Capital Conservatory of Music, a top musician. Sui raised his eyebrows. So much? Of course, but she's also very strict in class, the kind that makes students fail classes at the drop of a hat. Iceberg goddess up belongs to Iz. You keep your head down later, but don't let her find out. Good. Sui sighed. It looked like the $60 was going to be less. Yu Shui stood in front of the podium, her cool gaze sweeping downwards, and when she swept over to Sui, she paused for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. The roll call will begin below. Ms. Yu Shui. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's human. I was skipping her class. What were you thinking upstairs? That's a nice voice. I feel like my ears are getting pregnant. There's a cockroach coming out of my ear. Yellow fruit. Yellow fruit. Is the yellow fruit here? Sui, here. No, dude. The boys on the sidelines were wide-eyed. What's a substitute yelling at you to get there? Because I'm good. Help me if you can. Li Gue. Is Li Gue here? Sui, too. Dude, you're still coming. I've changed my voice to not panic. High play. Didn't high play come? Sui, here. Dude. Awesome. Helpful. Ha. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui? Chapter 20. No. Man. You're really good at this. What's with the teacher? What's the point of contributing so much emotion to a roll call? Suddenly, Sui only felt a coldness coming from him, and when he looked up, he realized that Yu Shui was gazing at him. Chen Fu. No one answered for a long time. At this moment, Sui also hated it. You deserve to be single for missing a class that looks this good. Taking advantage of the moment Yu Shui lowered her head, Sui decisively shouted. Negative emotional value plus 100. What's wrong with this woman? Did you find me? Pattering sound. Only Yu Shui slapped the book onto the table with force, then spoke coldly. I got the wrong class schedule. Sui? The boys on the side also made up for it in time. I said, why are these names so unfamiliar? Dude, you're probably pill popping. Better run for it. Ha. Who gets it? I ate my rice up my nose when I laughed. Sui is a character. Yu Shui mustn't explode with anger. Sui nodded and tiptoed toward the back. Stop. Sui twisted his head and realized that Yu Shui was looking at him with a smile on her face, but the coldness in his eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. This student, whole school notification or continue to stay in my class. You choose one. Yu Shui opened her mouth and said, it's not right. It's very wrong. But Sui didn't have time to think about it much, and decisively chose to continue with the class. It's not a big deal to be informed. We're in the principal's good graces now, but it's not good if you involve your clients. He has been subbing at the school for so many years and has gotten 0 bad reviews so far, based on his dedicated attitude. Sui smiled awkwardly, then sat back down. Bro, you're really screwed. Goddess, you turned into a fighting face in seconds and must be thinking about how to screw you later. Sui waved his hand. No need for words. As long as it doesn't affect my clients, feel free to do whatever you want to me. Really dedicated. Brothers at a V in the future. I need to find someone to substitute class to find you. Can you discount? You're going to cost $5 more than anyone else. Negative emotional value plus 20. Yu Shui spoke again. This class has been changed to a midterm quiz, and those who fail will have their grades deferred. Don't goddess. I thought the midterm quiz was supposed to be next week? What's with the surprise check? As long as the quiz can be scheduled for next week, I'd be willing to let me fall in love with goddess you. How do you even eat? The classroom was full of complaints. The smile wouldn't go away. It would only transfer to Yu Shui's face. Sui was also a bit flustered by this vicious woman. It must have been a deliberate attempt to target him by deliberately advancing the quiz. Bro, what are we taking the test for? Sui asked. Didn't you ask when you subbed? We're a piano class, so of course it's a piano quiz. Sui, I've never played the piano. Sui immediately turned on the bombing mode to the cockroach client. telling her to come over for the exam quickly. But you can never wake up someone who doesn't want to go to early 8. Drop. Congratulations to the host who has fulfilled the 10 consecutive draws in the bronze zone. Is it a draw? System. Please let me draw the one about the piano and I'll go a year without playing Protogod. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in all musical instruments. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ladies' underwear. The system is awesome. Instrumental lenses know what that means? Sui cheered inwardly, and soon a large amount of memories came flooding in like a tidal wave. Croon. Little piano test. Take a pinch. Soon, a group of people were heading to the recital room. Yushua looked at Sui rather teasingly. Classmate, the quiz is going to be videotaped in its entirety and put into the file. Then remember to take a handsome picture of me? Sui smiled confidently. Surprise value plus 30. Yushua couldn't help but stare. So confident? Is it hard to believe that he really knows? Heck, it's useless to know how. I'm teaching my teacher's original tune, which her old man gave me especially. Can't pop out of the press without taking my class. Thinking of this, Yushua once again revealed a nice smile. The recital room was large and surrounded by various instruments. Western instruments, domestic traditional instruments, everything is available. And in the middle of it all was a very expensive-looking piano. The previous buddy explained, this piano was bought by Goddess Yu with her own money. I heard it's several $100,000. Ha! Sui's eyes widened in surprise, because the original piano in our school was old and the school refused to buy a new one. In order for all the students to play a good piano, she bought this one with her personal funds. Looks like it's still a rich woman. Have a chance to ask if you need any part-time services, Sui muttered. Shortly afterward, Yushua began to call the students forward to play according to their school numbers. Cameras were set up in the back, recording individually. TCH, this piece is a bit difficult. That student just played 2 wrong notes, so I guess a lot of points will be deducted. Sui commented, dude, you play the piano? The table was a little surprised. Slightly. Then you're still pills. Because it's a tune that's not on the market and the test won't let you read the score. Real men are fearless. AI Xiaoxing. Yushua's gaze went to Sui as she read the name. Sui walked out graciously. Here, negative emotional value plus 50. Your AI Xiaoxing? Yushua smiled skin deep. I've had a cold for the last few days, so my voice sounds a bit male. Negative emotional value plus 200. Ha! Yushua sneered. Then said, don't say I won't give you a chance. If you pass the quiz, I will turn a blind eye. If you don't pass, you'll be notified by the whole school, and AI Xiaoxing will have an extended graduation. Sui nodded slightly, and then elegantly sat down on the chair. Hands pressed piano keys randomly, making a noise. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotional value plus 20. Not bad. Another 60 mood value gained. The table dropped its face impotently. Still really slight. What are you doing? Yushua completely chilled her face. If you're going to insult music, then please get out. Don't get me wrong, teacher. I'm in it for the sense of tuning. Humph, please. Sui raised his hand slightly before dropping them. An elegant note seemed to fly out of the piano, followed by a raging waterfall as if it were a flood. The table's face instantly stiffened. No dude, you really know how to do that. Yushua's pink lips slightly opened. Her large eyes briefly lost in thought for a few seconds. How is that possible? Tinkling or jingling sound. The last note fell, and Yushua stood up fiercely, her flatty's chest floating up and down. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. That's what it feels like. Sui was calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was already having a blast. Pretending is secondary to emotional value. The whole scene was unusually quiet. An unbelievable and unfathomable frustration was on the faces of the crowd of music students. A substitute plays better than he does? There's hanging, isn't there? Why would you? Yushua broke the quiet atmosphere and agitated. I've just heard it so many times. Wouldn't it be reasonable to know it? Sui said reasonably. Chapter 21, Lung Mist, Jailbird. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Do you hear this as a human being? It makes sense to listen to it a few times. Negative emotional value plus 50. To say that the one who was the most angry was Yushua, as the teacher's most honored shut-in disciple. It took me 3 whole days to learn how to play it. At that time, I was praised by my teacher for several days. I don't believe it. Teacher's piece is very difficult, and if you don't practice diligently, you can't play it skillfully at all. You must have watched the class videos before you subbed. The crowd of students all unconsciously nodded their heads. Indeed, I've seen Chen Xiaoxing record lessons before. At the time, It was also my yin and yang was the king of roles. It turned out that no one had her swing. Sui spread his hands. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. That's when several more figures appeared outside the window. The principal and a bunch of other school leaders were standing outside the window while they were being respectful to a grandmother in a white dress. Hiss, this big mom. Very classy. Age never fails a beauty. That's not a bad statement at all. Even if the skin is old, the temperament holds up. Headmaster, you guys don't need to worry about me either. I just came to see my disciple, Yu Shui. Leaving right away. The principal revealed a licking smile. That's not possible. You're the dean of the Capital Conservatory of Music. Being able to condescend to come to our school, naturally we should treat you with courtesy. That student is nice. A few years old? Ryu Kyung pointed to Sui, who was sitting in front of the piano. The principal smiled. It's thanks to Ms. Yu Shui's careful teaching. This student is, negative emotional value plus 20. The moment the principal saw Sui sitting on the chair, his entire body went bad. What are you sitting there for? Live dad? Are you in the music department? You'll just sit? Looking at Lu Qing's expectant gaze, the principal could only reply stiffly. His name is Sui, and he's about to graduate. Sure, don't talk, he's going to start playing. Principal? Only Sui's hands flew rapidly, like residual shadows. Dazzling octaves of wild bees. Let you see the power of the earth. A bag of rice oh carry a few floors. Quick, so quick. Yu Shuelian's steps kept retreating, her chest heaving violently. Countless notes make up the most beautiful movement with passion. It burned until Yu Shui's face paled, revealing a deep sense of frustration. It turns out that all the people were skeptical of Sui just now, and in order to convince them, Sui simply played a song again. Crazy dazzle. Stupid earthlings, you know nothing about hang-ups. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Ryukin excitedly pushed the door open as soon as she could, the resonance from her soul making her forget. But suddenly she stiffened and braced herself. It was only because Sui had rummaged around in the nooks and crannies and found a guzheng. Western musical instruments are residing in the Hall of Fame. Why should my traditional musical instruments of daxia live in a corner? Sui expressed his displeasure on the spot. As a daxia person, national pride is buried in the marrow of the bones. Everyone was stunned. You know the guzheng too? Gongsheng, horns and feathers. It's hard, and the guzheng is classically elegant, which actually doesn't fit well with the current fickle social climate. While the crowd was still skeptical, Sui slung his guzheng around his waist. Crowd, dedication, stirrups, a song of the guardians, straight up dozens of seasons ahead. The crowd stared in disbelief. This is rock and roll? Playing rock and roll on a koto? Boy, you've got your whole life ahead of you. Finally, I can realize what the old patriarch said about the collapse of rites in music. Is there a worse word than ritual collapse? Lycomatosis. Old ancestor, show me how well the culture has been passed on? 6. Just tell me if it was passed down. What's with the inexplicable bandwagon? Good to hear. Can't help but want to dance. Good music governs the rhythm of one's limbs. That's what's happening right now. And despite everyone's best efforts at restraint, fingers are quietly tapping a beat. Sui looked at everyone's reactions and nodded with satisfaction. Koto play rock was a risky move, but he made the right one. After this song, Sui believes that everyone will be able to regain their interest in the guzheng, a traditional musical instrument. The song ended. Lu Qing is still constantly reminiscing. The principal of a group of people waited for a long time. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. Straight to the point, he said, which master does this child study under? The principal and others looked at each other. No, I don't know. Principal Wang, there's a national caliber music student at your school. You don't know? State level? The principal was so confused he could barely speak. Ryukin shook his head, then pushed the door open. Teacher, you're here, Yu Shui said in surprise. But in the next second, Lu Qing directly crossed over Yu Shui and came to Sui, excitedly holding his hand. Grievance value plus 100. Son, were those two songs just now your originals? No, I'm just the mover of the tunes. Modest, I've heard all the popular, gold-weighted tunes in this world, but I've never heard this one of yours. To be able to create such a difficult tune at such a young age, your future is unlimited. Lu Qing did not mince words in his praise. Harm, just playing with my hands and improvising, Sui said without a red face. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Feeling the extremely furtive gazes cast by the crowd, Sui intended to be a little more modest. Isn't the creative thing for people who study music to have their hands full? There can't really be someone who's been learning for over a decade and doesn't have a single original, can there? Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. That's definitely impossible. Child, who is your teacher? The style sounds like a master from the German side. Sui pondered for a while, and then replied, I don't have a teacher. I'm just usually bored and have nothing to do but self-study for fun. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Alas, jealousy makes one furious. Listening to the beeps that kept coming from the system, Sui's heart was so cool that it flew. Now Lu Qing was completely surprised. Self-taught? You haven't studied systematically? The principal at the side explained. Elder Lu, he really isn't from the music department. It was only today that I realized that this kid can also play an instrument. One sentence completely silenced Lu Qing gone. The old lady froze for a long time, and the whole person seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Self-taught. Ha ha ha, self-taught. At this time, Yu Shui suddenly said, Teacher, self-study is good. You can take him as a disciple. Ah. Lu Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at Sui expectantly. Child, are you willing to worship me as your master? I will use all my resources to push you, let you go international. With your talent and strength, in the future, not to say that you will remain famous in history, you will surely be a master who can stir up the world. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked enviously at Sui. You've made it big. Man, people have the will to rush to the sky, and they can't get through unless they are lucky. Even if a person tries harder, it's not as good as one precious person lifting him up. But to everyone's surprise, Sui shook his head and refused. Forget it, music is just a little hobby of mine. Don't want to develop in this field in the future. My ambition is not here. Negative emotional value plus 100. 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 Unsurprisingly for Sui, just rejecting it triggered a series of blows. Combat. Cool. No brother. If you don't want this chance you can give it to me. You've abandoned my years of dreaming with one ambition that's not here. The crowd was on the verge of tears. That's why it is said that people are not connected to each other's sorrows and joys. Ugh. Ryukin sighed, but didn't say much. If you change your mind, you can always call me. Okay. Hey mister. You, am I qualified? Yu Shui nodded feebly. Qualified. Then I'll go. Wait. Ha? Yu Shui moved with some haste, but still pulled out her cell phone. Add a friend? We can exchange music sometime. Born ah. I didn't get to friend goddess you for 4 years of college. What gives you the right? After Sui added his friends, he looked over at the boys in the class in a beatdown-like manner. Why is this concrete road so flat? The boys froze. What do you mean? There's no stone grains. Negative emotional value plus 100. Smoke in your lungs. Lung fog. Negative emotional value plus 100. The water friends watching the live broadcast at this time also hated it. How come I just realized that this Sui is so beat up? I'm the same. At first I only felt sorry for him when I looked at him. Wasted. Sui's persona has collapsed. Sui, I'll give you 3 minutes to regain that pathetic look. I can kind of see that Sui will only pretend to be pitiful in front of the kind of leader who cares about him. Pure green tea. Chapter 22 Because he is good. Looking at Sui's back, he completely disappeared behind the corridor. Yu Shui mysteriously came to Lu Qing. Teacher, I recorded the tune Sui just played, but there are some parts one don't understand. Can you play it? Ryu Kyung gave a bitter laugh. I can't play it either. What? Even you? Sensei, it's old age and osteoporosis. So I'm leaving? What should I do? That tune is something I really want to learn. I really want to peel open that guy Sui's brain to see what it's made of. After hesitating for half a day, Yu Shui still blushed and clicked on the dialogue box with Sui. Typed and deleted. Deleted and typed. On the side, Lu Qing showed a smile of a man who had been there before. Some regrets are the result of a lack of an ounce of courage. Like, missing the right person. The right thing. Ah, it's over. It's over. Why didn't you call me about the midterm today? Sui rolled his eyes and continued to deduct words. Big sister, don't you see how many messages I sent you? Who's to blame for your own death and sleep? Wasted. According to Yu Bingshan's character, I'm sure I'll have to extend my graduation. Boss, don't worry about me. Pass the quiz with full marks. Chen Xiaoxing deducted 3 question marks before not replying again. Sui didn't bother to explain any further, believing that it wouldn't be long before Sister Cockroach would have to come and thank herself. Ding ding, Sui, are you going to take your own class next? Not on, keep taking orders and making money. But Mr. Su, making money is important, but studies are more important. I'm ahead of schedule on my credits. What else am I on? Ice was all silent, but it was hard to say anything else. But she's live. It was supposed to be a positive program, but it turns out that live college students are now subbing everywhere. Doesn't that teach elementary school kids? At this time, Sui received an add friend notification. Brother, I'm not kidding. Can you take the call? You set the price. I'm dying. Help. Ice's eyelids twitched, clearly implying, Fighting doesn't seem like a good idea. What fight? How can you call what's going on with the readers a fight? It's called both deciding life and death as well as dividing high and low. Feng Yu Xiao. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui decisively agreed with his best friend. Then send him over a list of pinch-hitting prices. Kindergarten, 50. Elementary school students, 100. Junior high school students, 200. High school students, skimmed. College students, skimmed. Older than 70 years old, 300. The other party is in the middle of typing. The other party is typing. No, why is this person typing so slowly? Sui spat out in dissatisfaction. Is it possible that the other side is speechless? For he interjected with good ice. Sure enough, the next second, the other party sent a series of ellipses. After a few minutes, the other person sent again. Come find me. Sui was not happy at once. You begged me to do something. You don't even need your word. And still let me come to you? You're thinking about fart eating. Transfer $50, remarks, errand fee. Master Bell. Greetings to you. Both sides soon met above. The opponents are small, fat, and seemingly jovial. Dude, just call me Fatty. Say, who to hit. Speak in advance. I will not fight anyone over 15, for he is good. Below 70 I will not fight, for I am good. Sound of escaping laughter. Ice didn't hold back and burst out laughing. The water boys laughed along. My master says this Sui is a character. Sui is better than me, and I won't fight anything over 10. Actually, you can't touch anything above 60. And version T0 was not messing with you. No kidding. Earlier I went to help a grandpa, but after taking a look at me, he asked me to lie down with him. What's going on? Give a clear explanation of the causes and consequences, and I'll consider whether or not to take the order. Sui finally regained his serious demeanor. Little Fatty revealed a pained expression. My girlfriend and I are from the martial arts transmission club. Later, those beasts came to our door to provoke us, mocking our martial arts transmission as a flower show. It's not useful to look at. My girlfriend was so angry that she went up to them and argued with them. As a result, your girlfriend was injured by them? Sui asked. What a crappy plot. No, my girlfriend ran off with them. Now she's hooked up with the president of one of the taekwondo clubs. Sui, no need to spray. What a novel plot. The hatred of taking my wife cannot go unrewarded. So you went for revenge? Nope, I can't beat it, so I pay for a substitute. 6. Sui asked again. You trust me that much? What if I can't beat it? Then I'll say I don't know you. Sui had to look high at the little fat a few eyes. This meat did not grow in vain. All hard eyes filled. How about taking this order? Whether I can beat it or not, I'll give you $1,000 deposit first. Sui's eyebrows trembled with some intent. That's a lot of money for him for $1,000. Yes, I promise. It's just the Taekwondo club in college, and MMA proficiency should do the trick, right? Just get help from the system again if you can't. But to be on the safe side, Sui decided to go to the Taekwondo club with Fatty first, to probe the bottom. Chapter 23, Buddy, this dog can't get enough to eat in your house, can it? Just as I arrived at the Taekwondo club, I heard all sorts of haha sounds coming from inside. Occasionally, a few pouting noises could be heard that were uniquely girlish. Wow, the battles in here are strangely intense. Sui marveled. Fatty, however, clenched his fists tightly. That's my girlfriend's voice. Damn it. These beasts. Aside from the fact that his entire body was trembling violently, it could be seen that he was truly angry. It's okay, Bulldog Fatty. It's just a girlfriend being pried away. Although people are in sports and have physical endurance beyond the norm, you can't afford to ride the bike people stand up and pedal. Negative emotional value plus 50. Stop it. I'm even more sad. I'm having a hard time phasing out now when I think of that image. I'm trying to comfort you. Are you that comforting? Think on the bright side. At least your girlfriend suffered pain too. That bike was stood up and pedaled. How can it still be good? Negative emotional value plus 100. Fatty completely breaks defense. The water boys, however, were happy. Sui is known to comfort people and knows what language sounds the most painful. You're all laughing and I'm the only one crying. I have a friend who has actually been in this situation and my heart goes out to him. Woohoo! If I become a gangster in middle school, a sportsman in high school, a rapper in college, a conscript for 2 years after graduation, and then an instructor in the army, and then a TV campaigner after I can't do it anymore, will I be able to find a girlfriend? Can I find a girlfriend that way? All I can say is dude, you have too much life. Don't worry about getting a girlfriend. Worry more about your big waist. Oh, if I go to tanning and speak fluent English again and meet a girl and say your eyes are as beautiful as stars, how would your honor respond? Can't compare. This one really can't. Sui persuaded Bullhead Fatty for several more minutes, making sure that the other party had completely broken his defense before pulling him into the Taekwondo club. Why does he have to be allowed to break defense? Of course it is to turn grief into strength. the better to launch fierce revenge on the Minotaur army. With Fatty's tonnage, even if he didn't practice martial arts, he could still beat several of them with one. The mane is still too weak, but a little more masculine, a little more courage. The girlfriend will not run. What? You said I was in it for the emotional value. Say that again? Husky pointing at human JPG. It's you? As soon as the two sides met, swords were drawn and fireworks were exchanged. But Fatty's slightly trembling legs still betrayed him. Damn Fatso, what are you doing here? Haven't been beaten enough times. Much. Enough. Sui a hole, foreigner's slapface JPG. Man, be spirited, don't lose face. Sui encouraged. But there's a lot of them, and besides, you're the pinch hitter I hired. Shouldn't you be on? Sui shook his head and intoned. It's easy for me to beat them. A matter of a minute. A minute to get knocked out by them? Fatty asked rhetorically. Shut up. It's easy for me to beat them, and I'm doing it so that you can actually stand up and beat your mind. All you have to do is show your girlfriend your dominant side, and she won't come back on her ass. Will she? Really? Really? Red bean mash. Girls are moo strong. You're so weak in strength. Who's with you? Listening to Suyi's brainwashing, Fatty's eyes shifted into unrivaled determination. Yes, just let me be brave one more time. Just for the sake of love. Then Fatty faced the crowd with fierce eyes. Listen up, all of you. I've come to get back all that I've lost. What a middle of the road line. Give me back my girlfriend. Quietly, the whole room is silent. A crowd of Taekwondo club members turned to him with pity, and as if they were looking at him, the leading president said helplessly, Dude, it's not that I don't want to give it back to you, but your girlfriend is like a dog's skin. You can't get rid of her. Sure enough, the girl looked like that nymphomaniac, with her hands wrapped around that president's arm. Bullfat? Lily, I don't believe it. Did you compel her? It must be some evil magic you used to keep her from leaving. Jean Wang sighed. It really doesn't. You don't underestimate a man in sage mode, alright. Negative emotional value plus 200. Fatty started to disbelieve his ears. You guys? Well, used. Average. Fatty was as cold as ice. He could feel a flock of sheep bleating above his head. Jean Wang, you don't believe me? See for yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jean Wang slapped Lily across the face. Get lost. I'm tired of you. It just so happens that your boyfriend came over to look for you. Go back with him. Lily swept a glance at Fatty, her eyes showing undisguised disgust. He was my ex-boyfriend a long time ago. You're my boyfriend, brother. Asterisk 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 off. I haven't said I'll give you a name. Don't recognize the relationship. Jean Wang glanced at him disdainfully. Look, it's not my fault. I can't even shake it off. Man, this dog can't get enough to eat at your house. You. Fatty gas shaking cold. Words cannot speak well. One time of bravery for a lifetime of guilt. Animal. Sui can't even look at it. What did my fat brother do wrong? To insult him like that. Is it really not enough to eat? Hey, I just happen to have a little homemade remedy here. The corners of Jean Wang's mouth hooked up into a playful smile. Hurry up if you have nothing else to do. Transmission martial arts waste. Those who practice transmission martial arts are indeed waste as well. Rounding up equals. Practicing transmission martial arts people will be wasted. Ha 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 ha. The other members of the community burst out laughing maniacally. All you up. Those words were the last spark that completely ignited Fatty's powder keg. Without anyone expecting it, he charged towards Jean Wang as if he were a mad bull. Sound of escaping laughter. Jin Wang was defenseless and was knocked to the ground. Fatty's whole body pressed up, barely giving him poop. The other members of the community rushed forward to help, moving Fatty out of the way and getting him under control. Yuck. Jean Wang no longer had his previous mockery. His face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce as he looked at the Sui duo. Close the door. If you two make it out of this gate today standing, I'll take your name. Fatty laughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Brother, you are right. Some of the demons of the heart still need to be resolved on their own. It was so cool just now, but sorry to get you involved. I'll try to draw fire later. You take advantage of the chaos to escape. I'll call you when I get out with that $2,000 deposit. Sui smiled and didn't say anything, but reached out a hand to pull him up. Part-time job code number 1. Number 0 bad reviews. And be conscientious about the tasks your boss gives you. Fatty froze, but retorted. Don't. What's the point of playing dead for just $2,000? I'll add another 500. Jean Wang gasped and laughed. Fine. I can let one of you run out today. I'm this. He held up a pinky. I've also practiced transmission martial arts, so it really annoys me that you're belittling transmission martial arts so much. Sui spoke coldly. Yo, you've practiced too? Then come and fight one-on-one and give you a chance to prove transmission of martial arts. Jean Wang said disdainfully. Lily on the side revealed a look of contempt. Transmission of martial arts will not want to touch Taekwondo. I practiced for so many years is really a waste of youth. Now it's time for me to practice taekwondo, which is when I realized that Korean wave is the most popular. Sui didn't bother to listen to her beeping, and backhandedly dialed a phone number. Jean Wang, what? You can't fight and call someone? But to disappoint you, in the entire school, our taekwondo club is the pinnacle of combat power. Chapter 24, Principal. I miss my father again. Is that so? Sui smiled playfully, followed by serious communication with the person on the other end of the phone. Principal, I miss my father again. When the principal heard Sui's words, he immediately tightened his chrysanthemums and said nervously, what's going on? Did someone bully you, Xiaoyi? There weren't many bullies, just a dozen. A dozen. The principal just felt like the sky was falling. They came with the determination to get me killed. It just so happens that I get to see my father, too, which is nice. Sui, Xiaoyi you send a locator. The principal will be here soon. Don't be afraid. It's the principal who should be afraid now. By the way, it's enough to tell me about this, so don't bother your uncle you. Uncle Lee. Good. The principal hung up the phone, not daring to stop for one. A random assistant drove towards the location. How about it, kid? Choose who you want to go one-on-one with yet. Jean Wang asked. Wait a little longer. I'll be here soon if I shake it. Sui didn't panic. Laugh your ass off. How many of them come as a break? Fatty looked worried. Brother, can the people you called fight? Can't. Ha? Then isn't calling him here a disservice to others? But at the very least, it'll help me share half the damage. A group of taekwondo club members began to warm up, perhaps intending to show off. Jin Wang had the target held up to the height of 2 men, then jumped up and kicked it off with one jump. Well, can you block this leg with 20 years of power? This was followed by a 720 degrees spinning kick and all sorts of fancy tricks. Sui twisted his head to look at Fatty. Fighting taekwondo is still quite dangerous. Jin Won, that's right. The match hasn't even started yet, and the opponent has to pay out 20,000 to the other guy. Negative emotional value plus 50. Ha 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 ha. Fatty didn't hold back from letting out a loud laugh. You seek death. Jin Wan's expression was sinister. And I won't give you time to pick. Xiao. You go beat him. Put some force into it, so that he can't get out of bed. Holler President. He had just taken a step forward when the door was violently kicked in. Principal, stop it all. Headmaster? Jin Yang froze for a moment, then jogged forward at a furious trot. Principal, what brings you here? Don't worry. This time our taekwondo club will represent the school and will definitely get a place. The principal gave him a cold look, his tone morose. I heard you were going to beat him up? Jin Wang froze, then replied, no, it's just a normal sparring session to meet friends with martial arts. The principal didn't say anything but walked around the pavilion twice. The fire protection is not satisfactory. From now on the business will be suspended for reorganization. Resumption time will wait for notification from above. Jin Wan? Jin Wang was anxious. No principal. We just bought a fire extinguisher online. It will arrive in a couple days. Give it a chance. The principal glanced at him, so go ahead and stand by the door. Jin Wang farted to the door. I can't believe you stepped out of the gate left foot first. Your taekwondo club is cancelled. Before the crowd could react from their confusion, the principal had already arrived in front of Sui. Xiaoyi, do you see the result of this treatment as satisfactory? Thank you, principal. The principal burst into a contented smile. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 50. No buddy, you're so powerful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sui came to Jin Wan's front and looked down on him condescendingly. What's the point of knowing how to fight? Coming out will be about background and strength. Jin Wang nodded confusedly. Yes, brother. I just spoke too loudly to you. I'm sorry. Sui smiled. One-on-one? How childish is that? Who in the world of adults fights you one-on-one and crushes you with your background first? I never take the subway. You know why? Jinwon, why? Because it's crowded. Machine. Jailbird. There's only one lotus flower left out of 10 in the lotus pond back there. Pick a lotus. Jindi. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Jin Wang swore he had never wanted to hit someone so badly. And Sui was the first. But people are too powerful. Not worthy. Tears of envy. Why don't I have a background? I've been hanging and smoking my good buddy for 2 days and 2 nights and he still won't admit he has a background. Isn't Sui a bit arrogant and bossy? If I had a background like Sui's, I wouldn't eat beef directly. At this moment, little Fatty was looking at Sui with a serious and worshipful look in his eyes. Brother, you didn't say you had this background either. Harm, it's all just a bit of wind. You can go get your girlfriend back now. Bullhead fat. However, wore an expression of universal disgust. No, I'm a clean freak. Could be. So you just did it? It was a fight for my honor. Not because of a woman. Hear the applause. Although Sui said on his lips that he was fine, the principal was still uneasy and cleared his throat as he continued to speak. Who is your coach? Let him come over. The coach is Kim Debbie. The principal froze. That's the national sports team? Aha. Then hurry up and get him over here too. Whether he's hauling bananas or fixing cars now. Ha, why did I say that? It is fair to say that college presidents still have quite a bit of power. With just one phone call, Jean de Biao rushed over in a hurry. What is it, principal? I've been so busy with international competitions these past 2 that I've neglected to keep an eye on the students. The principal looked at Jean Wang and then at Sui. Fire protection is substandard and there are major hygiene issues. Aging electrical circuits are a safety hazard. Jean de listened to the principal's speech in confusion. It wasn't obvious that he was trying to target their taekwondo club. What's going on? Jean Wang scowled. We just offended the principal's relatives. Big guts. Jean de Biao was furious. I have instructed 1,000 times. Before competing with someone, do a background check. All of you as a wind in the ears? Remember our taekwondo gym's mind tricks? Jean Wang hung his head low. Remember. Memorize it. Come on. You have to keep your eyes peeled for a match. Those with money don't compete. Those with backgrounds don't compete. Because they can't fight. Those who are sick should not compete because they will be blackmailed. Strong ones don't compete because they can't be beaten. The mouthy ones don't compare because they'll get cyberstormed. Weak ones don't compare either, because there's no point in fighting. The fairies don't compare either, because they'll get a confession wall. Jean de Biao sighed again. Why do you still want to compete in martial arts when you know all that? Coach, we were wrong. Don't. It's time to compete. Otherwise wouldn't martial arts be pointless? Where's the brat who's teaching me how to do my job? Coach, he's that principal relative. You're right. Sui, that Zhao Xiao. Let's compete. Fatty hastily pulled him back. Don't brother, isn't it all over? What's the point of having a martial arts competition? I'm taking a pinch hitting order. How can I do it without hitting it? Using the background as an outlier that I don't usually move. Brother, it's good enough to do this, and I appreciate it. No. Sui waved his hand. $2,500 for a phone call? I can't make money against my conscience. I have to pinch hit today. Fatty was on the verge of tears. Brother, don't mess with the new number. If you bump into anything, the principal will have to skin me. Sui, however, turned into an extremely serious expression. They were only forced by my lustful authority, but not convinced. Don't you want to prove Chuan Wu? Chapter 25, Teaching Then I'm cracking up. Fatty froze and also replied extremely seriously. I want to, but I'd rather not die. Sui, it's all redundant. Zhao Xiao, come to the competition quickly. General Su Flying Kick, have been waiting for you for a long time. Brother, I'm graduating soon. Are there any spots left in the fall recruitment? You can't. The education doesn't match. We only want college or less. You're all redundant. Zhao Xiao hesitantly looked to Jean de Biao and then to the principal. Coach, should I say yes? Principal, should he say yes? Sui, did he say yes or no? Sui, I'm serious. Make him say yes. Good. Before going on the field, Jean de Biao said in a serious tone, to fight later to really fight. Really hit on him you don't have to graduate. Joe Small? You mean you want me to act half-heartedly to make the young master happy? Still too young. I have experience with this. Listen carefully. It won't work to just feed the moves. The young master will think you're really noob. You have to start off with a few kills, then start letting off steam and say that the young master just now intentionally made me really humble. You see, when you get serious, even we professionals are no match for you. It's an honor to compete with the young master. It's best to shout it out loud so that all the onlookers can hear you, and you have to win a few narrow victories from time to time, while shouting that you're giving way to me, so that I don't lose too badly. Seeing that the young master's stamina is running low, take the initiative to let the young master explode and kill you, and hasten to say that you can't do it anymore and want to admit defeat. Zhao Xiao listened in awe. Coach, how do you know so much? It's just a bit of frost. Just learn, there's plenty of stuff. You remember, a tournament is not a fight, it's a human affair. Zhao Xiao revealed a dazed expression. Okay, the time to test acting skills has come. Come on, Zhao Xiao, you can do it. Ice was also intrigued and had a close-up of the two in the training gym. Quick, give this live broadcast a title. Let's write about the battle between Daxia Chuanwu and Stick Country Taekwondo. Ice is going to take the title. As soon as this ambivalent topic is covered, many netizens are all drawn in. And then looking at the two men's stations in the live broadcast, it really was as if they were dueling masters. The interest was immediately captured. The number of people in the live room rubbed off. I bet $10 that Taekwondo will lose. Why? I've been touched by Taekwondo and paid him tens of thousands of dollars. I think Taekwondo can win. I've seen a TV show before. The guy's name was something like Hayakuso, and his kicks were old and ferocious. He also has a spinning triple kick. Isn't Chuanwu for strengthening the body? Our grandpa and grandma downstairs play Tai Chi there every day. New netizens, I'm afraid you guys don't know how good of a fighter Sui is? That Taekwondo must lose. As the internet debate rages on, the contest begins. Zhao Zhao's mouth constantly mumbled the words that his coach had just taught him. First kill the move, then release the water. I'm a left square stomp, and then, no more. Sui's figure was quick, and after punching and kicking his 2 acupoints, Zhao Xiao fell straight to the ground. Negative emotional value plus 100. Everyone was confused by this result. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is this if not shady? With those 2 light blows, Taekwondo laid down 2? That's too much. Are you not satisfied with the money the other party gave you? Acting so badly? I only want half the price, and I promise I'll be better than him in the role. Cows and horses get out. The current work environment is spoiled by you cow horses. Coach Jean sighed with even more hatred. Zhao Xiao, you didn't grasp the opportunity to enter the ministry. Acting so fake will not make young master happy. Zhao Xiao grunted in pain. Teach Nian ah. Teach Nian, my whole body is about to tear. Teach Nian. Shut up, don't give me this dead end. Zhao Xiao shook his head as he was slapped. Teach Nian, I haven't acted yet. This young master is really capable of fighting. Before I could react, I was lying on the ground. Now that's good acting. What were you doing earlier? No, I'm really not acting. But unfortunately, no matter how Zhao Xiao explained, no one believed him. Fatty, brother, did the opposite side release water? Sui, putting in a fart of water. It's clearly because I'm too strong. Looking at the skeptical gazes of Fatty, the principal, and even Bing Bing, Sui felt that there was going to be another fight between high and low. The 2,500 is guaranteed to make the owner feel like he's getting his money's worth. Sui, let's go up another one. The one just now was too weak. Teach Nan put me on. I'm super good at acting. Teach Nan, I have a lot of fat and my hands won't hurt when young master hits me, so it's better to let me go. Jean Wang pondered for a moment. Coach, it's better if I do it. Jean de Biao couldn't help but look satisfied as he looked at the eyes of the crowd thirsting to enter the ministry. The president, in particular, is a front runner. That drive is a lot like he was back then. Little Jean, you didn't catch my kick just now, but you'll have to catch the next burden. Amidst the netizens' crusade, Jean Yang made his appearance. Just came on stage with a set of fancy leg kicks. Wow, so handsome. Male flexibility is still so good. I wish my girlfriend's flexibility was this good. Laughing. What's the use of this kind of legwork? It's not useful. Before the fight even starts, your own legs cramp up first. I heard from someone in the know that it's the president who's on this time. There shouldn't be any watering down, right? Jean Wang's eyes were sharp and his feet kept bouncing as he mastered his rhythm. First the shutout, then the release. Xiao, Sui, I'm not going to let you off the hook like Zhao Xiao. Next, I'll start with a downward chop, then a spinning kick, then a whip kick. 3 moves to KO you. Coach Kim nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Put down a tough word before the match. Zhao Xiao, learn it all live. Jean Wang also swept his eyes towards Zhao Xiao. Lung Misty Joe is small and can't even act. Start of match. I a downward chopping leg. Sui, however, was faster than him, and before he could see clearly, the sole of Sui's shoe had already come into sight. Jean Wang's pupils contracted violently and he hastily blocked with his hand. Unexpectedly, Sui's calf violently and weirdly twisted, aiming at the bridge of his nose. Is this a change of line kick? You are really good at this. Sui blinked and seemed to realize something as well. Nope, I need to beat him with transmuker. Sui fiercely retracted his foot, and a set of rigid Xingyi Quan was unleashed. Bang. In just 3 rounds, Jean Wang flew off with a bruised nose. Negative emotional value plus 200. This newly paved concrete road is just flat. What's the point? There's no stone pellets. The Waterboys were once again talking. Something's not right. There's something else about this martial arts transmission contestant. The wine poetry. Too good to be a poet, we are saved. Chuanwu, this kid more or less practiced a little bit, but it is impossible to defeat people in 3 moves. More or less. It's a bit fake. Bounced check. Bounced check. In bounced checks, openly playing a fake match. Chuanwu's face has been disgraced by you. Teach Nan, my body feels like it's going to crack. Teach Nan, I feel like I'm going to fly from the pain. What's with all this? Jean de Biao sighed. He was serious about teaching, but his students didn't seem to be very talented. It's true that the business of acting is too deep for you to grasp. Let uncle do it. Jean Wang grabbed his hand. Coach, don't take it lightly. He's really practiced and is very powerful. It feels like it's not below you. Chapter 26, this one won't even act. Then he can't act me either. Jean de Biao's entire body was very confident. The disciples are too green to act, but he's a veteran actor. Definitely not the kind of plotting scene where you get kicked in the face twice. He had a feeling that he would be fighting the young master back and forth. Eventually, he lost when both sides were physically exhausted. From then on, he was appreciated by the young master. But coach, Jin Yang called out from behind him. But this one is live, and if you lose again, Taekwondo will really be a laughingstock. Didn't you used to love Taekwondo the most? Didn't you treat it like your life? Jin De Biao showed a moving expression, and between his eyebrows he seemed to be thinking, nostalgically, yeah, but that was before. But isn't Taekwondo your dream? Isn't your dream to carry it forward? Have you forgotten the reason you learned Taekwondo in the first place? Teach Nim. Jin De Biao stopped dead in his tracks, his body trembling. Dreams? Probably long forgotten. Tortured by reality has long since lost its beginnings. Yeah, I lost my beginnings a long time ago. Jin De Biao smiled to himself. What a hot line that just was. It's giving me a whole lot of excitement. Jin Wang's expression was pleased. So you're not going to act, coach? Well, I intend to flesh out my dreams and beginnings and improve on them. Feeling up, Jin Wang clenched his fists tightly. So what's your dream now? Let Taekwondo carry me forward. The first step is to please the young master. Jin Wang? I'm just full of, aren't I? How much is a dream worth? Don't be naive, jailbird. Coach, I'm on. Ice and the others were once again energized, having recorded for so long that they were just yawning. The water boys are once again discussing it. It's been played for 2 innings, so I don't think I'll play this one. I've heard it said that this is a coach and has participated in various international competitions. This surely won't be an act. It's a matter of honor. He definitely won't act. Everyone thinks Taekwondo is acting? It's obvious that Sui is very strong. Okay, it's true that outsiders can see what's going on, but only insiders can see what's going on. As a veteran actor, Jin De Biao showed his mastery as soon as he took the stage. Not a word of trash talk, sharp eyes, fighting style to hide the kill. The highest level of licking is when you can't tell that the other person is licking, but they always poke at the point that makes you come. Battle. Jin De Biao came up with all the killing moves, the same as he taught his students. He is not hiding anything at all and is a good coach. Sui nodded. This was indeed much stronger than the 2 lung fogs just now, but it's still lung fog. Each of his kicks seemed to be very powerful, but in the eyes of fighting master Sui, it was riddled with cracks. In the end, Sui found a break and used the wild horse splitting mane of Taijiquan to push him out. Another cloud hand threw him off. Jin De Biao only felt an irreversible strong force coming at him, and in coming back to his senses, he was already in the sky. I have a right stomping foot. Kim De Pio went flying. Negative emotional value plus 400. The water boys collectively rolled their eyes. Asterisk. This one is even more desperate. Directly acting, not even acting. Acting a halberd handle. I'm a layman can see. Clearly is Taijiquan real damage. Those who think it's acting can watch the slow motion replay. I can't say acting. I can only say he's too good at it. This one is more of a lung fog of lung fogs. Kim Diakpyo. You lung fog. Gold derby. No touch in the last inning. Jin De Biao had been lying on the ground for a long time, but his entire body was still in a daze. No, this young master is really good at fighting? You won't even act? The path of the old showman was cut off before it even began. Teach none. Don't ask me to teach none. I'm not worthy. At this moment, Jin De Biao finally realized. There wasn't just a gap in background between himself and He Chen. Shucks, there was even more of a gap in strength between himself and the young master. What about the sudden realization that you're such a loser? Then boil a kettle of water so you're not the only boiling thing in the room. At this time there was also Fatty who was equally shocked. The water boys suspected it was being staged because it was too over the top, and the other reason was that the angle was unclear. Naturally, you can't see the details of the fight, but Fatty was there for the whole thing. It's like making an action movie. Brother, you're so good at this. Sui nodded. Remember, Hua Lu is the most important. Well, was it worth the money? Worth it, so worth it. Drop. $2,500 in Microsoft transfers. I salute you. Thoughtster. Lily, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines for a long time, got up on shaky legs. Strong, too strong. Sui deeply conquered her. Her XP is that she only likes boys who are strong in battle. That's the real men. Kids. Lily carefully walked up to Sui. Can I get to know you? Fatty blushed. Sui, sip. Why don't ES wag their tails? Negative emotional value plus 200. Bitch, get outta here. As soon as Jin De Biao's 3 little actors pushed Lily aside, they came in front of Sui. Brother, are you really transmitting martial arts? Packed. Jin Wang apologized with a straight-up bow. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted Chuan Wu. I'm a lung mist. JD, can I ask you something? So let me ask you a question first. Do you know what Confucius said to 3001 disciples? What? No apprentices. Negative emotional value plus 200. The principal cheerfully came to Sui. Xiao Yi, I can't imagine you're so capable of fighting. Suyi's smile quickly disappeared from his face and was replaced by extreme grief. All called to me by my father before he died. Principal, I miss my first-class father, my first-class brother, and my mother who was an angel against the flow. The principal a whole scalp. From now on, tell the principal anything, and I'm sure you'll get it sorted out. So this taekwondo club. All the members of the taekwondo club all looked at the principal and Suyi with bated breath. Brother, have mercy. Anyway, you've beaten up all the big ones and the little ones, so it's time to get over it. Suyi waved his hand not as a refusal, but without the need to say anything more. Principal, I miss my father again. The taekwondo club is cancelled from now on. If you can't even beat a culture student, why keep it? The principal snorted coldly. A single word determines the life or death of an association. All the members of the community all lost their minds. Jean de Biao is like a walking corpse. He feels that life seems to have no hope and meaning. After all, the coaching position is really lucrative. It's faster money than a race. Teach none, I am not willing. Jean Wang said viciously. I'm not happy about it either. Then why don't we? Speaking here, Jean Wang revealed his killing intent. Might as well go into the factory and hit the screws. Chapter 27. Did Zhang De go in for tea? Ha, cat clueless emoji JPG. Jean de Biao sneered. You don't still want to take revenge on young master, do you? What kind of strength do you have? Jailbird? So it's really just going to go away? You've seen how Taekwondo pulls its crotch in front of Chuanwu. Why don't you switch to Chuanwu while the base is still there? There are quite a few transmission martial arts clubs in the school anyway. It seems so. Jin Wu nodded, already having plans in his heart. Hua Lu is the most important one. That's throwing in the towel. On the other side, the principal looked at Sui with eyes full of deep meaning. Xiao Yi, you're such a good fighter. Do you want to participate in the competition instead of the school? Sui gave a blank look. Then I can still play the zither. Are you going to let me compete as well? Makes sense. Going or not? Sui, I'm sorry headmaster. I don't aspire to this. Sui politely refused. But competitions can make your life resume richer. Am I not rich enough now? The principal froze dumbfounded for a moment. It seems so. Then call me if you want to enter the contest. Good. The principal had just left, and the beautiful Bing Bing came to Sui in a flurry of excitement. Sui, you're on fire. Our team just sliced and diced you then style live and now it's exploding all over the internet. Sui waved his sleeve. Does everyone worship me for being a good fighter? No, everyone is speculating about your identity, whether you're an official or a rich brother. Sui, who played me? It's obvious that those three lung mists don't take a beating, right? Can't they see the look on those three's faces? Hate to tear themselves apart. Sui was speechless for a while. I thought I was going to be able to put on a good show, but I ended up being the clown. After this, Sui is not in the mood to be with Fatty again. After the two of them blew off some awesome for a while, Sui went back to the dormitory. Dorms are my mecca. Ah, with a little trickery, the emotional value can come crashing in. Come and all have to give me a second-hand smoke money. Sui? Wang Liang was a bit surprised. Will I now have learned to use Su Daoxiao to deceive me? Sui looked around the dormitory for a while. Where's Yang Dae? Invited to tea by the disciplinary committee. After that incident in the dormitory earlier, his parents are being investigated, and along with him, they're going to be investigated. As far as I know, the intensity is very strict this time. Yang, who is already missing, is not expected to come back. Wang Liang smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, and then very politely spit into a plastic bag to bind it, and then sighed. Harma would have thought that Lao Yan was the first of the four of us to get an iron rice bowl. I don't know if he'll be able to see my fan in jail. Sui was a bit lost, so he could only say that the director was confused. Why don't you do it later? With one less leak. The progress of harvesting emotional values is quite a bit slower, and yonder is a big taxpayer. No more chit-chat. I have to be busy preparing my job application materials. Wang Liang suddenly said, applying for a job? You're not going to graduate school? Sui opened his mouth in surprise. Nah, degrees depreciate faster than even my snake. Might as well go into society early as a cowhorse. Luyu, yes, it's clear that you can't get into the exam and you're blaming it on the environment. It's because you can't do it and the road is uneven. Sui pointed at Luyu. So you're going to graduate school? I'm not taking the test either. Sui, well, none of them are taking the test, so I won't take it either. Which company are you going to go to? Luyu asked. Asking this, Wang Liang revealed a smug smile. Decided. Go to Fortune Group. What? Brother, how many do you drink in the morning? I'd rather believe that you'll make it to the top of the public exams than believe that you'll make it into the Fortune Group. The cleaning lady in there is paid over 6,000 a month. Wang Liang smiled. Coincidentally, I was applying for a job as a security guard. Other people become security guards at 50. I went at 20. Rounding up, I've traveled 30 years less, Sui blinked. You don't deserve security guards either, right? Negative emotional value plus 50. I got a good connection. The HR manager is a throwback friend of my mom's. He'll put me in. Not buddy. Big sock. Are you speaking Chinese here? Wang Liang is open-minded. Adults, playflowers is normal. Sui, even your mom has a throwing friend, but you don't. Little Chu Nan. Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Liang instantly red-warmed, but still stiff-lipped. Young Master Su, you're afraid you don't know that my girlfriend has cried many times. Little Chunan has quite the imagination for a corner fight. Negative emotional value plus 200. Broken defense, really broken defense. Well, also with brothers blow on powerful. The bed every day a bunch of artifacts. Buddies see through not to tell the truth. After Wang Liang was exposed, he simply lost his face and continued. Young Master Su, you're not like us anymore. You have a director uncle. You'll be able to go ashore upon graduation. We're not the same. We might have to be cattle and horses for the rest of our lives. Sui scratched his head. I'm not going to take the public examination either? Ha! The two of them were dumbfounded. You don't take the public examination with such a unique condition? By coincidence, I'm also planning to join the FRC. Wang Liang was instantly happy, once again resuming his previous untamed appearance. Xiao Su, why don't you hang out with me? I have connections in the Fortune Group. If my mom moves her back, she can make the two of us go through many fewer detours. Chapter 28, Director. The version has been updated. That's not necessary. I'm afraid Auntie won't be able to handle it. Oops. You're welcome. We're all buddies. There's no need. I can casually enter the Fortune Group. Sui could only explain again. Yoo-hoo. Wang Liang and Liu stared at the same time. Young mister. Su is quite mad. Just go ahead and enter, yin and yang. Sui shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain too much. Jailbait kids, you know nothing about my background. That's good. It's another wave of emotional value when you know about it later. Just as Sui began to think about how to glean the emotional value from the two, the dormitory door was pushed open. Director? Why are you here? The director swept a glance at Sui, then looked at the Wang Liang duo. Still chatting? The Fortune Group came to the school to hold a job fair. The group has given our school more than 50 internal places. More than 50? Both of them simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't think that 50 or so is less. The competitiveness of the FRC group can say that out of 10,000 applicants, only one may be hired. So 50 internal places is definitely a special favor to the school. The director nodded. Yeah, I don't know why Fortune Group is taking extra care of our school this year. In previous years, they only gave 5 or 6. Sui couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. It was obvious that it was because of him that Li Wen was being extra generous. Indeed, Levine's sudden message verified this. Li Wen, Xiaoyi, I've asked the general manager of the HR department to recruit at your school. The principal has promised to let you bail out of graduate school unconditionally. You're familiar with the school, so you can help the manager screen the employees. It's kind of like forming your team in advance. Young Master Su, stop playing with your cell phone and hurry up. Any later and the spots should be snatched up. Wang Liang urged. Good. Sui had just reached the door, but the director stopped him with a cross arm. You won't have to go. You're nothing but handsome. It's useless to go. Sui frowned. The two Wang Liangs were also stunned. That's considered extremely high praise for the boys. Is the director praising him or undermining him? The director continued. So why don't you stay and clean the dormitory? Then catch up on your studies and prepare for the exam. Understand. The director was deliberately targeting him. The two men looked at each other, seeing dismay in each other's eyes. Is the director's head that hard? Don't you know what kind of background Mr. Su has? Director Ye. The principal has to be respectful when he comes. In fact, the director didn't really know, because he was not of sufficient rank. Those who came with the director's inspections at that time were leaders at the vice principal level or above. Sui also spoke at this time. I won't bother the director with this. I must go to this job fair. What if I say no? The director's face sank. The atmosphere was tense. Wang Liang hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation. Director. According to Suyi's background, he can completely lie down. Yet he actively participated in the job fair. That's very inspirational. Wang Liang's words had amounted to an explicit statement, but our head Taihua sneered. Okay, I know you guys are close. He's the only one who still lays flat? It's bad enough not to pose. Director. You. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, as if he had found the opportunity to be able to soar into the sky. So his voice steepened. Director, you're going too far. How can you talk about student Sui like that? Wang Liang looked at Lu Yu, instantly understood all. You dog. I can't believe I let you get one step ahead of me. That's right. Director, I demand that you apologize to Sui. Even if Wang Liang keeps up with the output, how can you take the credit alone? The director looked at the duo with some confusion. It's not right. I'm surprised these two pussies didn't fall in line with it. Something's wrong, but did not wait for him to think. Sui direct big move sudden face. Director, I do not report you force students to buy books. Buy quilts these. Cut off your financial road. Why are you so deliberately targeting me? You, the director. Red Wing. Wang Liang continued to fill in. Hey director, you don't want the principal to know about the kickbacks, do you? Inverted Big Dipper. The director's face turned completely grim and his tone was morose. You guys don't want to go to graduate school? You don't want to graduate? Wang Liang and Lu Yu were instantly dumbfounded. Even if they wanted to lick young Master Su no matter how much they wanted to, they had to consider their own strength. Obviously, they don't have the grains of stone to go to the hard anal director yet. Both hung their heads at the same time, not uttering a word. Disrespectful and threatening a teacher. This reason is enough to keep the three of you from graduating. But director, I'm nice and will only give you a very light punishment. It's to sit with me in the dormitory all afternoon and give you a talk and find out what's going on with the students. After saying that, he closed the dormitory door and sat himself on Wang Liang's bed. Why are there still paper balls? Wang Liang, you people hygiene to pay attention to. What flavor? Chewing, vomiting. So let me ask you, as a man, is this a strange smell? You're reacting like that? Who are you pretending to be pure for? Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui. Wang Liang. The book picks up where it left off. Fire Records. Fire Wu Xian Ho Uchiha. Weasel Family. So let's say Uchiha Weasel. What kind of title and posthumous name should he have? It's hard to comment on that. Although, he prevented civil unrest in the country. But, negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui. Yes chief? We're talking about history. Negative emotional value plus 50. Is that a historical record? Wang Liang raised his head and met the director's angry face. Director, let's sit in the dormitory for an afternoon. Then the job fair will be over. I know. Wang Liang's fists clenched tightly. Director, this is a chance to change my life. Please hold your hand high. What's that got to do with me? I'm only responsible for my work. Sui's expression was calm. Director, are you sure you want to lock us up for the afternoon? It's called talking to you guys, so watch your language. But I must go to the job fair. You're full of crap. All of us seniors feel like we have to go to the job fair. No, I mean the job fair can't be done without me. I'm one of the people in charge of recruiting. Just you? The director froze for a few seconds, then laughed as if he had heard some joke. I am the first emperor of Qin. Vini 50. Help me achieve greatness. Sui shrugged. Suit yourself. It won't end well if the HR manager comes to me later. Laugh your ass off. Think you can bluff me like that? As soon as school started, I checked all the students' backgrounds. Yonder's background is kind of the biggest among you guys. Wang Liang and Lu Yu both looked at each other. No wonder the head is ironic, but the version hasn't been updated yet. Yang De becomes the jailhouse hero, and next on the scene is the version T0. Su De Shao. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, there was a knock on the door. The four of them looked up at the same time, their expressions varying in complexity. Chapter 29, Just a Microwave. A hint of panic appeared in the director's eyes, and after glancing at Sui, he immediately opened the door. Hello, put together a good meal takeout. Remember to give me a 5-star review. The delivery boy looked towards the door. He wasn't sure why the atmosphere inside was so weird, but still, for the life of me, I begged for a 5-star review. The director sighed in relief. Who ordered takeout? Wang Liang held out his hand. Mine. Lu Yu, Walla days with buddies crying poor. The result also ordered takeout, or the national tide. The director frowned. Eat less. Takeout is unhygienic and unhealthy. Isn't it good to eat more from the cafeteria? The delivery man had just gotten halfway there when he heard this and immediately turned around. Brother, I'm not happy when you say that. Although the boss and I don't have much to do with each other, but I still want to say a few words for the owner. His store is clean and hygienic. I can't believe the store stove isn't dirty and the pots are brushed. Then you're really wrong. There's no pots and pans in that store. Much less a stovetop, only a microwave. Where is the environment worse? Director. Wang Liang's hand shook and the rice buckled on the table. But then I thought about the nine pairs of spelling and drove them back with chopsticks. After the outfitter had left completely, the director opened up the conversation with the three again. The three of you may not graduate. Please don't ask me why. Sometimes look for your own reasons. All these years, have you worked hard? Have your credits gone up? Have you been studying hard? School is hard. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was another knock at the door. Thud. No. Who ordered takeout again? What did you order this time? Spell good milk? Bang. Before he could go to open it this time, the door was violently pushed open. Big guts, gradually whispering, "Principal, hey, what brings you here, Principal? This dormitory is well managed by me. You don't need to spot check. You can rest assured." The director turned into a dog-licking face for a second, and the maneuver took the crowd's breath away. "Look at them. You know why you're a director?" Unexpectedly, the principal's face was ice cold, and angry words were slowly squeezed out between his teeth. "Lee, Principal, run. What are you doing?" "Ha?" Director Lee was a bit confused and looked around awkwardly. The HR manager standing behind the principal came to Sue and said in a respectful tone, "Young Sue, we didn't expect this to happen either. I'm sorry. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Everyone instantly raised their heads. "Young Sue?" The director even had a black question mark on his face. Sue Xiao, the principal explained. "This manager's son is the manager of the personnel department of Fortune Group, responsible for coming to our school to recruit." "Then how come it came to our dormitory?" The director already had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still refused to believe it. "Wasn't it you who locked up Sui? Manager's son was late waiting for someone, so he approached me." Negative emotional value plus 100. Rolling. This news is no less than a thunderbolt, exploding the son manager outside. "No, buddy, you really are. What can you do?" The principal shook his head inside. "Director Lee, you're in trouble. You're in a big mess." Plop. Director Lee, not standing still for one moment, sat down on the bed. The principal, however, didn't even look at him, instead casting a soft gaze on Sui. "Xiao, have you been wronged? Speak to the principal." "Principal, I miss my father again." Negative emotional value plus 50. The principal's scalp instantly tingled. "Lee Pickpocket, look what you've done. Stop it. Stop it. It's already sweaty." "It's okay, D. It's okay, da." "Principal, don't blame Director Lee. He didn't know that my uncle is the chairman of the Fortune Group." "What? Chairman?" Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Director Lee's face instantly turned pale. If there was just a throw of fear just now, it was now endless fear. After all, that chairman is one of the school board members. Isn't firing yourself a matter of minutes? "No, man, why didn't you tell me you had such a great background? What's the point of having an orphan in the background? Playing with the netherworld, isn't it?" At this time, there were also the two young guys, Wang Liang and Lu Yu, who were equally confused. Shocked. "The prince is actually beside me. The thought is terrifying. The housemate who is an orphan is actually the crown prince of Fortune Group. Unbeatable. Orphaned housemate Uncle Super." Had ha. Wang Liang gave a dry laugh. "Young Master Su, why do you have another uncle? I didn't know until today either." "Ha." The two sneered. "You're fooling around. You just found out today that there's an uncle who's the chairman of the board? My mom's friend is the head of the security team. I knew that on the first day." Sui looked at the time. "I have to go and take charge of recruitment first. Then, Mr. Su, what do you think about me going to your company as a security guard?" Wang Liang took out 8 nukes of milk. "There's a case that needs you to top it. Negative emotional value plus 100. Asterisk 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 can't even give a gift. The first rule of gift giving is to give what the other person needs. Giving away a nuke milk is a reminder that it's time to replenish your brain." After Lu Yu secretly mocked, he then handed over a note. "Young Master Su, permanent member. Then you're very stoned and know how to live." Sui gave a compliment. Yes, but is Mr. Su not such a person? Send you to be a close-in nuclear blast spotter." Negative emotional value plus 100. After harvesting a wave of emotional value beautifully, Sui followed the manager out the door. "Oh, right." Sui twisted his head to look at the principal. "Headmaster, Director Lee's words today were deafening and made me miss my father. Big guts." The principal's face was morose, and he immediately realized what to do. "Director Lee, you've taken a lot of kickbacks over the years, haven't you?" Plop. Director Lee collapsed to the floor and looked up incredulously. "Principal, you knew all that?" I've given you chance after chance, but it's a pity that you still don't know how to repent. In fact, where's the chance of that? It's just something you don't say on purpose, so that one day when you don't listen, you'll bring out the evidence and hammer it home. This jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's all about people. Just learn it. If you mess with Mr. Su, then you can't stay." Director Lee had completely broken his defenses now. The worst he thought before was that he was going to be fired, but he didn't realize that now he was going to be a jailhouse hero. He grabbed the principal's pant leg as if it were a lifesaver. "Headmaster, what can I do to spare me? Sui isn't in a good mood." Director Lee understood in a second and hurriedly got up to chase towards Sui. "Young Master Su, I've come to apologize to you." Director Lee licked his lips and followed Sui all the way to the venue and was still following. "Sui, Director knows it's wrong. It's not that you know it's wrong, it's that you know you're going to be finished. All the same, I've saved up quite a bit of money over the years. Chapter 30 How to Respond to Your Leader with Emotional Intelligence. Sui stopped in his tracks. We'll talk about this later, so come into the meeting with me first. Help me fight. Director Lee's face lit up with joy. Holler. At this point the entire venue was in an uproar, and the students were all complaining. I don't understand. Manhwa sound. Why hasn't the recruiter arrived yet? Is the rack that big? I heard through the grapevine that a person in charge had locked up inside the dormitory. That's what delayed it. Then he's a real douchebag. It's a shame that IQ doesn't go into the factory to change dogs' diapers. Recruitment? What recruitment? Dude, what are you doing at the conference without knowing anything? I don't know. The instructor told me to come. Said extra credit. Director. The director said that he had never heard such a big malicious word in his life. College students fight. I recognize that. After seeing Sui walking towards the stage, the students were confused. What's up? Is this dude going to be a clown? I'm guessing it's the outstanding student representative. That S got him stepping on it. This is Great God. Sui is the great god. At that time, he played an original and his skills amazed the audience. Now it's exploding with heat on the internet. Sui faced the crowd of students, never imagining that one day he would be able to face the crowd. It's really poignant. Rise. Crashing sound. The students rose sparsely. Sui looked around and nodded. I don't know who stood up, but I remember exactly who didn't. The student sitting in the chair at this point hangs back with disdain. You're calling the shots here? Which one of you? You really think you're a halberd handle? You just say stand. Great, it's the poet. We're saved. Manager Sun then went up to the stage and stood respectfully on Sui's right side, picking up the microphone. Students, this is the main person in charge of this job fair for Fortune Group. Sui. Crashing sound. All students who were not standing before stood up. Yes, sir. Dude, if you had said you were in charge, wouldn't I have stood up earlier? I've always hated low-key people in my life, because the minute you don't pay attention, you're offended. Sui, alright, everyone sit down. I'm still a student at this school as well, so everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Student favorability +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Everyone mustn't be rusty to me just because I'm the main person in charge. The nephew of the chairman of the Fu Run Group. I'm still the same. Sui hasn't changed at all. My other uncle, the head of the Education Bureau, told me to always be helpful. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Negative emotional value +30. Sui closed his eyes in enjoyment. Cool. Just this wave just now. It gained close to 5,000 emotion values, belonging to a wave of riches. In the future, you'll have to pretend, scratch that, and speak in front of large crowds more often. Work on your communication skills and reflexes. At this point, not only the students underneath, but also the water friends in the live broadcast room are also spitting. Too able to pretend. Can't help it. I want to beat him up when I see it. You wouldn't like it if I really beat you up. It was only later that I realized that my mayor father had not deliberately left me out, but that there were more important vanguards for him to guard. Full marks for this essay, which is recommended to be recited throughout the school. After Sui finished pretending, he resolutely hid behind the stage. Leave the professional stuff to the professionals, and it's none of your business back there. With that, Sui excitedly took out his cell phone and the original god activated it. I'm just kidding. Sui is ready to help the Han Dynasty, and the Prime Minister is still waiting for him to save it. I don't know how long it took, and I don't know what Manager Sun said. Just know that this time the applause went on for a long time. Manager Sun pulled out a list. Young Su, this is the list of those who meet the recruitment requirements for this job fair. Sui roughly swept a glance. To his surprise, Wang Liang and Lu Yu are also inside. Manager Sun, what positions are this Lu Yu and Wang Liang going to be placed in? Wang Liang applied for the security squad leader and Lu Yu applied for the PR department. PR? Sui brain immediately floated. Lu Yu said, Willa that face. If he really goes to the PR department, it's purely to discredit Fortune Group. Client, oops, old age doesn't matter. Lu Yu, you wear old. With me fighting you still tender. Sui, put this one in the security department as well. And the cleaning department is fine. The PR department can't have him. Manager Sun nodded. Did the two of them offend you in any way? I didn't mean that. Manager Sun hastened to explain, but realized that the more he described, the darker he got. Sui could understand. After all, letting a student be the main person in charge, whoever it is will have something to look down on. Sui said bluntly, the two of them are my roommates. Oh, ha. You guys should be close then, right? What about another one? Why don't we put him in the security team as well? No, he's off being a jailhouse hero. In order for Manager Sun not to look down on his ability to read people, Sui specially called in Lu Yu. Lu Yu, this is manager's son. Introduced to you. Lu Yu instantly casts a grateful gaze. Good brother. For life. I really didn't lick you wrong. Manager's son, we've called you in for an on-site interview. Ah, Lu Yu cast a puzzled look. Don't worry. It's just a simple interview. Just play casually. Sui gave an okay gesture. Only then did Lu Yu reveal a smile. Not worthy of being his brother. Just rigorous. That way no one can say he's backdoor. Manager's son, suppose you play ball with your leader and you win. But he says that people are old and useless. How should you reply with high emotional intelligence? Lu Yu, do not even think. First of all, we must take stock of the situation. Timely detection of the mood of the leadership. Step forward to probe and ask anxious. Secondly, to give the leader face, proving that the leader still has the power to ask in time this. Next, to calm the leader's mood, so that the leader to get a sense of participation. And he said, you win it. Lastly, let the leader get a sense of accomplishment from other aspects, and say, the level is average, but the temper is quite big. Manager's son. Seeing that manager's son was silent for a long time, Lu Yu asked, is this answer unsatisfactory? Is this really normal play for you? I can be superb as well. Then you play to see. Go up to his ear and say to him, watch out for my high-spirited reply to you. Ha ha ha. Sui didn't hold his tongue and burst out laughing on the spot. It only left manager's son with a black line on his face. Still can't? I've got a little more bossy recovery here. Damn little thing. I won't allow you to deny yourself like that. A little two-spined salamander would be fine. Stupid leader. Even if I lose, I'll always like you. There. Manager's son hurriedly called a halt. He could no longer tell if this Lu Yu was low on emotion or playing with abstractions. But either way, if you do get into PR, that's certainly the sky falling. Lu Yu still had an expectant look on his face. Did I pass the interview here? Chapter 31 really broke the defense. Well, you passed. Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Yu received the document with a confused look on his face. No, why would I want to go to security? I'm applying for PR. Son manager's mouth corner twitched. Jail brother, you into the public relations department that shall not blow up the sky. But being the highly emotional manager's son surely wouldn't say that. As a jailbird leader, he starts by outlining his future ambitions and draws a big picture of the refrigerator. Lu Yu happily ate it and left satisfied. At this moment, manager's son put away his previous contempt, and his eyes revealed a hint of genuine respect. This young master is not simple. You're a good judge of character. As a cow horse, you work as well as you can, but as a leader, man up. Not only do you have to be competent, you have to be able to read people. Rounding up, the leader is the more bitter cow horse. Sui continued to scan the list again. With that, he took out a black pen and crossed a few names off of it. Are these guys also incapable? Manager's son wondered. That's right, virtue is not a good thing. Some of them are from the student union, abusing their power. Will come to the company as also assholes. Some are from well-off families but apply for grants. They are insatiable and will be company assholes in the future. And then there are those who are not competent, but will make fake data. Manager's son nodded, constantly casting admiring glances at Sui. Having a little power at this age without abusing it. Fair and square. No selfishness. That's good. Manager's son, can you add 10 more hiring positions? Manager's son's breath hitched. I'll have to ask Mr. Lee for instructions. Sui also did not hold much hope. After all, 50 recruitment amount is already a great preferential treatment. But after all, Sui had spent 4 years in college with his classmates. Many of his classmates had unleashed their kindness on him. The disgusting ones were only in the minority after all. Most students are still very simple and kind, like selling instant noodles. Most students know him and choose to patronize his window. Order a sausage and an egg. The overall price is almost catching up with beef noodles. Most people were as cold as he was, empty of ability, but no opportunity. 12 years of hard work and finally reduced to being one of the many bulls and horses that became the answer to the high school's own pen. The location has the advantage of having a large pool of cheap labor. Now that there was a little bit of small grains of stone, Sui naturally wanted to help. It was also considered to be helping his former self, a chivalrous man who was willing to help others. To Sui's delight, Li Wen agreed and added 10 more positions. Sui then found Ai Xiaoxing's name again. The boss who had previously approached him for a substitute lesson was extremely abstract girl just by her name. The position she applied for was a tuning, voice-over. That counts as a professional match. But every music student's dream should be to go on stage. Okay, no more questions. Turn in with Uncle Lee. Good. With nothing to worry about for the rest of his life, Sui walked off the stage. At that moment a bunch of students looked at him with burning eyes. Sui, Mr. Su, this list thing. After January, the results. The company will send a message to your cell phones, so pay attention to check. Sui snorted over. The others were a little disappointed not to hear the answer they wanted to hear, but didn't dare say anything. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, Sui was already different from them. The class of the two has been turned upside down. Director Lee pestered Sui again. Young Master Su, look at my business. Sui put up his hand. Hey, I have a good idea. You alone will divide the army into two and surround the U. Director Lee, a gentleman loves money and takes what he can get. How much money you swallowed before? Spit it all out to the students. Most of the students are too poor to spend any money. Parents' hard-earned money is hard to come by. It's even harder to ask for their money because one will feel deeply guilty and remorseful by their words, Sui said somberly. Director Lee grimaced and clenched his teeth, but nodded. Yes, I'm on it. When the director left, Sui smiled icily. Oh really returned, I will not let you go. I'll write my last name backwards if I don't make you Vanna cellmate. Many students have been surprised to find extra money in their accounts over the past 2 days. Elbow. Love rises with the wind, and the bell stops. Boss, add bells. There's money to be made, so I can arrange skins for my goddesses again. Naruto player, that's a lot of money. God would cower at the sight of me, wouldn't he? A Matt Rice, a certain 4-letter gamer, I'm the dog of. A pesticide player, this skin still eats too much operation and maneuver. Any recommendations for cheaper and better looking skins? Sui once again returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed. Just turned on my phone and it's 99 plus. A bunch of groups at and all sorts of people he hadn't talked to in centuries approached him for a private chat. But he didn't have time for private chats. The priority was to make money. All men with systems, so making a small goal a day wasn't too much to ask, was it? It's not too much to ask to be the capital of everyone's scorn, is it? The first step to getting rich is to accumulate seed money. This money Sui was not going to ask for towards Lee one. The sentimentality thing is used a little less. After all, it is not a close relative. Sui cannot grasp the Lee one actually can do their best to what extent. So the smartest move now is to capitalize on the momentum. Furthermore, Sui has been an orphan for many years and is used to being self-reliant, not in the habit of reaching out to people for money. So how should this seed money be obtained? I'm not going to be able to get a part-time job. It is impossible to work part-time. With the system still go to be a cowhorse, not lack of heart. Steeply, Sui thought of the multiple sets of ladies' underwear within the system space. If they all sold out, that wouldn't make much money. Just as Sui was still pondering, another large string of message alerts rang out. Cockroach whiskers dip poop, awesome. Buddy, why are you still substituting when you have that kind of power? Cockroach whiskers and poop, dude, you don't know. You've become a god in our music department. A lot of pretty girls are writing you love letters. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, dude, are you there? Buddy, it's been a whole day, and Yu Shui has been practicing that song, but she just can't do it. Laughing my ass off. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, got a minute buddy? I'd like to buy you dinner. Sui twitched the corner of his mouth, a mouthful of buddies. Who'd eat with an abstract girl? With this netherworld avatar and screen name, there's no desire to chat at all. With that, Sui began to reply. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer, no time bro, graduating soon and busy. Cockroach whiskers dip poop, also, that's a bother. I'll find someone else to substitute for me from now on then. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer, don't. I'm not free for dinner, but I'm free for substitute teaching. Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop, husky pointing at people, JPG. Ah, on the other end of the phone, the female with the perfect face clenched her silver teeth in anger. Meow. It's obvious that they don't want to have dinner with me. A bunch of people are dying to beg me to have dinner with them. At that moment there was an additional courteous man in a suit in front of her, who handed over a bouquet of flowers. AI Xiaoxing took it without hesitation. The man in the suit was delighted. Schoolgirl AI, it's almost graduation, but there's something I've never had the courage to say. I like you. Here's a love letter I wrote for you in Mandarin. AI Xiaoxing reached into the belly of the table and took out a thick pile of love letters from it. Then the love letters were divided into 4 tall stacks. Let's put your love letters in the middle pile. The man in the suit was dumbfounded, only to see that the 4 stacks were, respectively, love letters written in Mandarin, love letters written in chemical formulas, love letters written in English, and love letters written in Japanese. I always thought my love letters were special. It's special, but there are a lot of people and a lot of things that are even more niche. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. AI Xiaoxing asked. Schoolgirl, if you please, what would you say is the best way for a girl to ask another guy out to dinner to get him to agree? Plop, plop. Is the schoolgirl hinting at me? Heart is beating so fast. Calm down. Must calm down. Ahem. He cleared his throat and used his bubbly voice. Schoolgirl AI. I think the most important thing about inviting someone to dinner is to let them see your sincerity. Sincerity? Right. So how about some sincerity? Money. Spending money is cheesy, but it shows sincerity the most. My one. For example, cost 255. AI Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Right, thank you. So when are we going to eat? You can leave if it's okay. Suit guy? Cockroach whiskers dipped in poop. Sui. Taking orders? The list of accompanying food. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer. Catch. Damn it. The man in the suit really broke his defense. Using my means to please another man? The schoolgirl is right. She can't be wrong. What's wrong with a hot man? Who is he? Chapter 32. How did my goddess fall for Brother Fu? After the man in the suit left, AI Xiaoxing put the flowers at the back of the classroom. At this point there is a whole row stacked full of flowers in the back, competing for attention. Master, the flowers are full again today, so you can come. In the middle of the day, a security guard who was nearly 50 years old but had a full head of gray hair approached. I made a deal with the owner of the flower store to recycle it at half price, so you can go straight over there without having to negotiate the price. I estimate that this time I can at 2,000 or so. Thank you, girl. You're very kind. You're welcome. Auntie will get better. Ahalon looked away. She is going to go. I also follow is. The suit man lost his mind and went back. The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became. What kind of dogman wants the schoolgirl to initiate a date? What's with the big face? I'm not convinced. When he finished speaking his expression turned fiercely fierce, opening the campus confession wall, his fingers continuously snapping the keyboard. Setters, who gets it? Today, I met a shrimp head guy who even asked AI schoolgirl to take the initiative to ask him out. It's true that when men get teared up, there's nothing for women. A small essay by the man in the suit was posted, and it was instantly hotly debated. Many students have even put out bounties. The reward amount has also gone from the beginning of a bag of chili fries and a bag of instant noodles to a whopping $1,000. Everyone has one thing in mind. Find out the hot guy and bash him hard. The schoolgirl that everyone hasn't asked out in 4 years turns around and asks you out? Who can stand it? But at this time, Sui did not know that he was already at the tip of the storm. After receiving a red packet from AI Xiaoxing, he became a farm lot. Teammate, Lao Deng, why don't you put out the electric knife? Eels can also kill, the electric knife is dead. Charging. Teammate, then you buy a witch. Eels can also kill, washed and not dried. Teammate, we're playing with a wild cow. Eels can also kill, where are the bison? Teammate, ugh boring. Sui sighed and experimented several times. As it turned out, you don't get sentiment values online. Money is hard to make and is hard to eat. Sui was ready to go out and go to dinner with the abstract girl. At this time, Wang Liang excitedly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. AI schoolgirl took the initiative to ask a strange man to dinner? Luyu, will I also let other girls take the initiative? This is still a man? Sui blinked. What's going on? Although beauty was like a floating cloud to him, she still knew more or less about AI schoolgirl. Ice clear, elegant and versatile. Not only the goddess of the music department, but also the school's top flower. Very much alive, so to speak. Of course these were all things he had heard. Sui had never met her and had only seen her picture on the confession wall. However, Sui was still a bit surprised that he was close to graduation and engaged in this outing. You're not going to take on the persona? You're not even going to act? Why didn't I see her at the substitute class today? Is she on vacation? Wang Liang violently smashed the $10 keyboard. Dog meat, which rich brother is robbing the goddess from us again? Sui, what if it's not a robbery? What if the schoolgirl is just simply backstabbing? Negative emotional value plus 50. Luyu, envious. The school flower appeared in front of me and I didn't even dare to look up at her. Brother Fu even dined with her. Wang Liang, don't let me catch that Fu. Otherwise, I'm sure to be ruthless. On my knees. I lick. Lick. Sui reveals the subway elderly emoticon. These two talents simply have no eyes. Then Sui comforted. Calm down, don't lose face. What's there to lick? It's not like you're a jailer. Luyu froze. Sui, aren't you angry? What am I angry about? If there is no woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Also, you're also considered a prince. You're not like us anymore long ago. Luyu sighed, his expression a little melancholy. Everyone's relationships have changed now. I missed 2 years ago. If only I could turn back time, I would have licked Sui hard. Be his #1 follower. Blame it on licking the wrong guy at the time. Is yonder a halberd? Licked it for so long and ended up a jailhouse hero. Without further ado brothers, I'm going to continue working part-time. Sui said. The two of them had known about Sui's part-time job for a long time, so they didn't ask much. Just think of it as a pet peeve of the young master. After this order, I went to dinner with Uncle Lee in the evening. Sui had just reached the door when the message alert rang again. Surprisingly, it was sent by Yu Shui. This surprised Sui. You know that Yu Shui is the recognized iceberg in the school. Cold to everything else but the music, an icy face to the boys, to the girls, and even to the school leaders. Her screen name is much more normal than that abstract woman. Flames now, in? Jerk-licking cockroach jailer? Flames now, inviting you to dinner. ING? Sui took a deep breath. What was the situation with these women? The mannequins aren't even acting? Sui then replied decisively without the slightest hesitation. Jerk-licking cockroach jailer, not coming. Flames now, why? If you don't come, you don't come. What's the reason? Although Sui thought so, he didn't dare to send it out like this. Slam-lick cockroach jailer, teacher, I'm busy. It's graduation time and I don't have time. Still have several papers to write. Porky Pig writing a horse JPG. Do you dare to look directly at the sun? Flames now, so when do you have time? It doesn't end there. Is this woman that low? Don't know that in the adult world, no outright consent is a refusal? Mighty lick cockroach jailer, teacher, I'll definitely find you for dinner when I'm done with my thesis. Oh, everything is up to me whether I finish writing or not. I'm up and down a couple bucks a minute, and you want to have dinner with me without placing an order? You're looking for a fart. After sending the message, Sui simply didn't look at what the other party had replied. As soon as his cell phone was off, he set off towards the school gates. When he got to the school gate, he realized that no one was there. He's used to it. It's normal for girls to be slow. Makeup for an hour. Change of clothes for half an hour. It was then that Sui suddenly noticed that the people at the entrance of the school had become very large. A whole bunch of boys hovered purposefully at the school's entrance, eyes darting everywhere. Sui was instantly energized, his bloodline as a Daxia person awakening on the spot. There's hilarity. Elbow. Dude, what kind of melon? I'm curious. West's melon. Ha, you think you're funny? No melon. So what are you guys doing gathered here? The schoolgirl is at the entrance of the school. Didn't you see the confession wall? She's waiting for that guy to go to dinner with her. We were really curious and waited here early. Let's see who that dogman really is. Are you guys that bored? Sui couldn't help but spit out. Hey, then you don't know how beautiful the school's flower is. Just standing there makes you pleasing to the eyes. Bunch of lickspittles. Hopeless. Sui sighed. When will the licking dog stand up? You guys just watch. Dude's having dinner with the boss. Sui had just chanted afterward when he felt the corner of his coat being tugged behind him. Sui twisted his head to see that it was a very clean-cut girl. At this moment, she had a shy face and lowered her head, her little mouth pouting. Senior Sui. Then elbow it and eat. Surprise value plus 10. Ha, eating. Is Senior Sui so proactive? But I haven't put on any makeup yet. I'm not ready. Sui was speechless. No, you call chicken hair aw? You asked me to come out to dinner, and it turns out you weren't prepared. Hearing Sui say that, Jai's eyes were on the verge of tears. I didn't call you. It's fine if I don't wear makeup then. Sui froze. You're not the one who called me out for dinner? No. Sui. A pleasant voice came. Ai Xiaoxing gasped and clenched her silver teeth. I'm waiting hard for you in the cold wind at the entrance. You turn your head and go pick up chicks. Scumbag. Swish. 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 Immediately afterward, countless gazes from the surrounding area were cast towards Sui. Slowly. Chapter 33, Schoolgirl, brother, why are you more abstract than me? Sui was even more bewildered plus confused. Looking at Ai Xiaoxing, her tone was tentative. Are you a cockroach shell dip? Negative emotion value plus 50. Ai Xiaoxing's pretty face suddenly appeared red. Don't be so loud. To face. You're really Ai Xiaoxing. Ai schoolgirl? Geez, I'm just an ordinary guy, not a schoolgirl. Sui froze in place without reacting. At this moment he had not reacted. After holding his tongue for half a day, Sui slowly said, Schoolgirl Ai, you're quite the contrarian. Negative emotional value plus 100. Shocked. The icy clean schoolgirl is this kind of person online? Stunningly beautiful and named the all-boys White Moon schoolgirl. She was actually an abstract girl. Cockroaches must be stained with. That's a lot of life. Negative emotional value plus 100. Listening to Sui's crumbs, Ai Xiaoxing's entire body red warmed up, itching to find a crack in the ground. Geez, come on, don't talk about it. Let's hurry and go eat. Perhaps because it was too much of a social death, Ai Xiaoxing even took the initiative to pick up Sui's cuffs and tug them towards the main door. Wait a minute, I seem to have forgotten something. Oh, yeah, wasn't I the dogman who cursed all day on the confession wall? I'll go. At this point, Wang Yanbing crossed out. Sui, this is deeply realized. As expected, Sui only slightly raised his head and saw countless gazes as if they were slashing knives being thrown towards him. That gaze was not like looking at a love rival, but rather like looking at an enemy. The immortal kind. Not good pills. Sui's face changed. He couldn't guarantee that the lickspittles wouldn't do something radical for love. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to meet in front of the school. It's too much hate. How can you be an escort and risk your life? Students, listen to me explain. I single scared. I am a relationship. I dare not talk about. I don't even dare to flirt with the school flower. Who put the schoolgirl in my bed? Negative emotional value plus 30. 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 Sui couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he listened to the constantly ringing system beeps. A look of surprise was revealed. Immediately afterward, his eyebrows were raised. But then again, so what? So let me ask you, the schoolgirl asked me for a dinner date. So what? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Listen carefully, it's the sound of the crowd's back teeth crunching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want to him up so bad. What's with the beat up face? Is it something to be proud of that the schoolgirl asked for a dinner date? I'm proud of it. Though, I'm so jealous my back teeth are drying up. Is there any outlier who's going to beat him up first? Isn't this Prince Su? Brothers, don't be impulsive. This is the crown prince of the Fu Run group. Don't get excited. I've heard that Fortune Group is willing to give us 50 places, all because of Sui. He's also the one who applied for the 20 extra positions at the back. Hearing these words, many people eased their expressions. The fierce gaze was mixed with a little touch and gratitude, but that still didn't stop them from wanting to beat Sui to death. Mr. Sui, why are you leading me around the school entrance as much as you can? Sure, don't talk, just a few more spins. AI Xiaoxing, keep tugging on my sleeve. Don't let go. Stay close to me. Hey yeah, that's it. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui felt the constant influx of emotional values, not to mention how energized he was. He seems to have found a new way to play the system. Fun, just a little dangerous. Sui continued to lead her in circles, and in the cold wind, AI Xiaoxing had already sneezed several times in a row, but Sui continued to pull her around as if nothing was wrong. No, what's wrong with this guy? You think she's a donkey? Pulling a mill. You don't go to dinner, you just go around here. How it feels more abstract than it is. AI Xiaoxing rolled her eyes furiously and kept spitting in her heart, but for some purpose, it was hard to hold back from having a fit. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui was slightly surprised when he glanced at the schoolgirl, and there was suddenly an extra 100 in the 30 emotional value. You don't have to think about it to know that the schoolgirl contributed. What's wrong with you? Are you that angry? The face looks pretty calm. Is that a contrast? Equally speechless at this point were the group of students. Okay, I know you're having a dinner date with the schoolgirl, so don't fool around. What? Is the schoolgirl the fish you caught? It's been showing off for 20 minutes. Brother, please transfer more. I'm still looking at the schoolgirl a few more times. Sui looked at everyone's deteriorating faces and knew it was time to stop. It couldn't be played off. The leaks are cut one by one. You're hungry, aren't you? Schoolgirl AI? Sui asked. What do you say? It's okay, not hungry. AI Xiaoxing had a light pearly swirl on her face. 2 more turns then? Negative emotional value plus 100. Little fellow, I still can't play with you. Sui laughed in his heart. AI Xiaoxing's smile visibly stiffened for a moment. It's getting late. Why don't we just go eat? That's fine. Let's go for hot pot. Just to warm you up. Good. AI Xiaoxing originally did not want to eat hot pot. They are new clothes, when the time comes to stain all the smell. But after being exposed to the cold for so long, the body is more solid than the brain. Watching the school flower being completely taken out of the gate by Sui, the students contributed another vicious wave of emotional value. Save up some more money and you can edit your new identity again. Looking forward to it. Netflix. One against the left window and one against the right. The atmosphere was unusually awkward. Inside AI Xiaoxing, dead mouth. Say something. Where's the abstract energy on the internet gone? I'm still begging people. Sui inwardly, how should I continue to glean the schoolgirl's emotional value? At this point, the driver took the initiative to speak up and break the subdued atmosphere. Your students? AI Xiaoxing was instantly relieved and threw a grateful glance at the driver's back. Yeah. AI Xiaoxing replied in a hurry. Master, what do you do for a living? The car was precipitously quiet for a moment. The schoolgirl's face went red with shame and she buried her head into her chest. The master smiled awkwardly, then continued. Are you guys going on a date? No, just a normal relationship, having dinner together. The schoolgirl hurriedly explained, taking the time to glance at Sui, and after realizing that he didn't react in the slightest, she once again retracted her body back. Oh, ordinary relationship. Watching you two is like a period of ambiguity. If you're on and off, you're constantly pulling. Sui instantly became energized upon hearing this. Master, it seems like you're an old driver. Hey, old drivers don't dare to be, but the cars I've driven are many. Drove new cars, drove used cars, drove headlight cars too. All in all a lot of cars and each one brought me a different experience. Used car has a loose throttle and good fit. New cars have a tight throttle and a soothing experience. This back strain of mine is caused by driving too much, but that's not the point. You know what's most important no matter what you drive? What? Keep the car keys firmly in your own hands. Give it to someone else to drive. And if the gas is picked loose or the car is dirty, the heartache is still yours. Good good good. Sui couldn't help but give him a round of applause. Word for word, not car. Sui glanced at schoolgirl AI, and happened to notice the corner of her mouth pulling a smile if anything. The eyes had an even more unreadable look in them. This kind of eyes Sui had seen before, back in high school, that tainted Demon King girl at the back table. It's the same expression when you're telling a segment. Case solved. The woman must have heard it all. Rounding up, schoolmarm AI is an old driver. It's true that abstract women can't be judged by their appearance alone. Haha, it's been so conversational talking to you guys. It's almost like you're on the same page. I want to keep talking. The driver laughed a few times. Then that's no reason for you to take a detour. Negative emotional value plus 50. Chapter 34, Brothers, listen to me first. Realizing that his little mind had been seen through, the driver could only smile awkwardly, and for a moment fell into silence. Sui was also happy to be quiet, and there were no words along the way. The two attracted a bunch of sideways glances just as they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sui wasn't in a hurry to be seated, and led AI xiaoxing around the room. It pissed the customers off to the point where their noses were turned up. I'm knocking. You kids are showing off with me, aren't you? Don't turn around. I know your girlfriend is pretty, okay? What kind of stone do you have? Jindy? You deserve to have such a good-looking girl eat with you? A bunch of big men were shabu-shabuing while their eyes darted towards this. When you're caught, you immediately squeeze out the right eyes and pretend to be dumbfounded. Sui scanned the crowd with contempt. That's a little out of the ordinary. A look like you've never seen the world. Only when the emotional value was almost collected did Sui take his seat. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 2. And the masters? Sui glanced at the schoolgirl and realized that her expression remained the same. Oh, schoolgirl is really a master at pretending to be confused. Boss, order. The boss came over with a small notebook, and after pretending to look at the schoolgirl twice without thinking, he took out his pen with satisfaction. Sui, see what you want to eat and order whatever you want. Boss, do you have marinated chicken feet at your place? No. Does that rake beef have any? And no. So, any hand-beaten shrimp sliders yet? Yes, this one does. Then ask for a fresh cut of beef. Negative emotional value plus 20. More tender sliced pork, crispy pork, duck intestines, tripe, yellow throat. Sui reported the names of more than 20 dishes in one breath. Is this enough for MS? AI? That's enough. We can't eat that much. It's not good to waste it. Here's what I'm having. Order what you want. Negative emotional value plus 50. It can be said that AI shushing is extremely cultured, and Sui saw her two small fists clenched, but still smiling and speaking to the boss in a warm voice. This kind is what qualifies him to be his top one big sister. The schoolgirl was silent, just offering up mood values one way or the other. Hot pot to eat down. The two people's conversation box also gradually open. Sui, schoolgirl AI, why do you talk so little? It's not like you're still maintaining your cool persona in school. Don't pretend. I know you're abstract. The internet is a mouthful of buddies that will say more. Negative emotional value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing's ears were already red and her heart was anxious. Dead mouth. Speak up. Don't ever let him look down on you. Actually, I don't know what to say. Pretend. It's like a chatterbox on Vmail. You're not trying to brew a big wave, are you? AI Xiaoxing had a whole lot of trouble sitting still, and the shrimp sliders in her mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Damn it. Being pressurized again. AI Xiaoxing, you have to say something to prove yourself? I'm actually abstract on the internet and still shy in reality. Oh, why did you say that? That's not what I had in mind. Looking at AI Xiaoxing's behavior, Suyi's heart was clear. Schoolgirl AI is the innate contrast Saint Badia, but so many people are like that these days, abstract online, but in reality they're shivering quail, but they still have the abstract gene etched in their bones, they just don't have the guts to show it. Thinking of this, Sui told the boss to bring 2 bottles of beer. Sui, the great Mr. Lu Sun once said that beer is the bridge of human communication. AI Xiaoxing looked at Sui warily. She wouldn't dare drink with just any boy, especially outside. Sui explained. Actually, you're abstract, but you're too shy right now, and the intensity that should be there isn't being utilized. The wine is strong, so drink up and maybe you'll be back in the abstract. Kind of makes sense, but why does it feel like you're scolding me? But it's wine, yeah. What? You're not a little party girl, are you? You can't get drunk on a bottle of 4-degree beer. Of course not. Who are you looking down on? AI Xiaoxing dryly lifted the cap of the bottle and poured herself a full glass. Sui had a point. A bottle of beer is just a bottle of beer. It's similar to a drink. It's just a tool to open the conversation. It's not a good thing to be embarrassed to ask for something when you still have a favor to ask. But the scene was watched by other men, who gnashed their teeth in anger. We're both men. I don't know what you're up to. Fooling around with such a good-looking girl in a hot pot restaurant, haha beer? It's outrageous. If it were me, I'd have to go up to a fancy restaurant to eat on my own. Western food with red wine is her style. Gobble, gobble, gobble. The schoolgirl finished her glass of beer dry and smacked her lips. This wine is a bit bitter. Not as good as milk tea. With that, he poured himself a second glass and downed another with a couple of quail eggs. The beer is too low. Enough to open the conversation. Third glass down. Dude, you keep fish? What? You're on your fourth cup. The schoolgirl casually ate a few bites of beef, and soon the fourth cup was down. Don't you say anything? Just listen to me for a second. Just listen to me. Buddy. Sui. MS. AI. Why don't we stop drinking? What's the word? Is the little platter undrinkable? As he spoke, AI Xiaoxing down another fifth glass. Brother, what do you think people really want in this life? Sixth glass down. Dude, let me borrow your lipstick. What? You don't use lipstick. Huh? This chili is red too. Seventh glass down. Dude, I'm not blowing it with you. I'm a man. With intensity. Eighth glass down. Damn it. Abstract girls deserve to die? Why should everyone call me a schoolgirl and expect so much from me? I just want to simply play abstract. Sui. Schoolmaster AI. AI Xiaoxing, why don't you stop drinking? You're all jacked up. Don't. I didn't drink from my mouth. I think you really need to learn about the relationship between Daxia and the ugly kingdom. I'll tell you. Ninth glass down. AI Xiaoxing's entire face was red and looked adorable. AI Xiaoxing, dude, I'm really not drunk telling you this. 10th cup down. What's wrong with abstraction? They say funny women don't have love. Laughing. I need love? Why does everyone have to go by appearance to define me and what I should be like? Sui shook his head and said with a serious face, don't care about other people's eyes. It's best to be true to yourself. So you really licked the cockroach jailer? Sui. AI Xiaoxing, not a brother. I'm pouring my heart out to you and you're playing with my brain? Is it hiding alcohol? The 11th cup goes down. Oh man, this isn't the life I wanted at all. It's too damn hard. Next life. Looking at the snotty and tearful AI Xiaoxing, Sui only felt his scalp tingle. The thing I regretted most today was persuading her to drink. What to do with this mess? Don't you say beer is a drink? AI Xiaoxing was drunk and revealed a silly smile. Brother, I actually have something I want to ask for your help in finding you for a drink today. Sui froze. What is it? Chapter 35 Yu Shui. I seem to be out of touch with society. But when Sui looked again, he realized that the schoolgirl had already fallen asleep. The men around her cast envious and lewd glances. Envy. Gonna have to eat tonight, bro. Sui was already too lazy to care about these lickspittles. He was having a headache on how to get the schoolgirl back. It's not good to send her to a hotel or carry her back. He himself is a fragrant, soft and icy little boy. If there's a rumor, it's not good for your reputation. At this moment, Sui saw a beautiful figure appear at the door. Yuki, why is the world so small? If we leave now, we shouldn't be noticed, right? Sui was a bit confused and was thinking about how not to be discovered when he suddenly reacted. Why should I hide? Why don't you avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. He himself had lied to her, but only in good faith. How disrespectful to refuse outright. So close, almost became a licking dog. Thinking of this, Sui breathed a sigh of relief and then took the initiative to greet him. Mister, you're here too. Sui, why are you here? I thought you were busy. Yeah, busy earning money. Negative emotional value plus 50. Yu Shui glanced at AI Xiaoxing, who was sleeping on the table, and her breath caught. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing, you two are a couple? It's just a normal meal. Don't get me wrong. Yu Shui's flatty closed chest, once again up and down. Sui is really a heavenly grimace to her, and every time they meet, they get a bellyful of anger. Yu Shui raised her willow eyebrows and said vigilantly, if you two aren't a couple, why did you get her drunk? Sui touched the bridge of his nose with a great headache. Do you believe me when I say she intoxicated herself? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm her teacher. I can't understand AI Xiaoxing's usual personality? As the words left her mouth, AI Xiaoxing sat up headfirst. Dude, just had a dream about you raising fish. So born. Keep drinking. Little party dish. Ha, why is Yu Bingshan here? Get up fierce. Seeing Yu Bingshan. I'm not really drunk, am I? You iceberg. I've put up with you for a long time. Give me back my credits. Yu Shui. When she finished she took another drink before the two could respond. Extra spicy seaweed. Do the gods also fear me? Amat rice. Yi Fan is enough. Drink my emperor's blood and stop killing. After she said a bunch of inexplicable things, she slumped down on the table again and huffed and puffed. Sui, Yue froze in place as a whole, clearly not having slowed down from the abstraction of the schoolgirl. Is she really AI xiaoxing? Packed. I have a very powerful master here. Why don't I have him check if she's following something dirty on her body? Sui was somewhat speechless. You're a musician and you believe that? There's only one kind of ghost in the world, and that's you drop. Musical family? Superstition I scoff at, and I kneel long in the temple of wealth. Listening to the schoolgirl's abstract language and Sui's mumbling, Yue had the illusion of being out of touch with the times. Have I stayed home too long? Mr. Yu, why don't you sit down and eat something together? Sui extended an invitation. Yue glanced at AI Xiaoxing, then nodded and found a seat. Then he picked up a piece of beef for himself. Sui was stunned. You really eat it? Desert Eagle JPG? Sui was a bit speechless. Nowadays, aren't all beautiful women's brain circuits not too normal? That's obviously just being polite. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Negative emotional value plus 30. Feeling the emotional values that were once again pouring in from all around him, Sui was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Bunch of lickspittles. Two beautiful women make you so jealous? The big pink slip ode to Northeastern sister Haru smoked. 45-yard kick in the face and you're honest. At this point around angry teeth. Damn it. Why should he get to eat with two extremely beautiful women? Jailer, do you understand this meal? Just eat. I don't know how long it took, but Yue finally ate her fill. Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. Only after putting down her chopsticks completely did she begin to speak. Sui, are you really unwilling to develop in the music field? Teacher, I really don't aspire to this. Teachers used to talk about you a lot after you left. Sui tugged down the corners of his mouth. Then I'll pay a visit to Elder Lu one day. Really? Yue said in surprise. Really? Yue laughed. Suddenly sunny. A number of the men around them froze their gaze. Only Sui let out a disdainful cold snort. A bunch of dirtbags. Don't even look at who she's smiling at? Suddenly Yue was a bit embarrassed. Sui, I've been replicating the two pieces you played before for quite a while, but there have been many flaws. Can you write me a score? Laugh it up. When have I ever written a tune with this hand? Except for playing sheet music New York. Mr. You know I'm very busy. I've recently graduated soon. Negative emotional value plus 100. Just thinking about the word very busy made Yue stomach burn. What's wrong with me if I choose her over me? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is more or less a climber. If Sui knew what she was thinking, he would have laughed on the spot. Have you paid your money? Just dare to compare yourself to my VIP customers? However, Yue's words made Sui freeze on the spot. Don't worry, I'll pay you. I will pay for knowledge, and respect the fruits of your labor. I'm the one with the small frame. Not bad for a good teacher with a flat E. Sui immediately smiled. Mr. Yu, talking about money is out of the ordinary. Music has no boundaries. I'm honored that you appreciate my music. How much can you pay me? Yue held up a finger. 100? A bit less, but acceptable. 10,000. Sound of escaping laughter. Sui's mouthful of soy milk almost spewed out. A fortune from heaven. Now I'm also a man who makes over $10,000 a day. Fortune is always reserved for the industrious. After receiving a transfer of $10,000, Sui asked the boss for paper and pen and wrote the score on the spot. With instrument proficiency, writing music is a snap. Done. Sui let out a long breath. Teacher Yu, I have some things to do next so I'll leave first. Schoolgirl AI is counting on you. Yue was completely mesmerized by the score at this point, and had no response to Sui's words, only nodding her head. Sui didn't care and turned his head away. This maneuver stunned the men around them. Not buddy, just leave? Two beautiful women are here. Not allowed to have a bite? Birth is not as good as ah. By the time Yue had memorized all of the score, she realized that it was already late. She immediately carried AI Xiaoxing and prepared to find a hotel to make do for the night. The boss looked at the two women's backs and sighed continuously. Today was definitely the best day for business at his hot pot restaurant. Thought it would have closed long ago at this hour, but there were customers lined up outside today. What Yue doesn't know is that this act of going to the hotel has caused many students in the school to mourn for her. The latest information from the confession wall. The schoolgirl hasn't come back yet. Again, Sui didn't come back. Science. Wait a little longer. Curfews. Let's not wait. There's no way the two of them are coming back. Born. Slow down, please. Wearing it doesn't count as giving it. The schoolgirl is still my goddess. Wang Liang and Lu Yu looked at the empty beds and tears of jealousy flowed from the corners of their eyes. Obviously we all Halbert are buddies. How come you're suddenly the man of the hour? I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. And the man on top of the man they were talking about at that moment was playing 10. Chapter 36, Touched? The 9 Gates of Jail. Don't get me wrong, he's really hitting 10 out of 10. Sui himself was confused. Uncle Lee had just brought him to the parking lot. As a result, a dozen big men suddenly popped up, smashed the surveillance and went up to gank them. If he hadn't gained fighting mastery, Sui would have had to explain himself here. Levine was worthy of having been on the battlefield, making moves that were sure to kill, but not really fatal. After resolving 5 or 6 people, he came back to help Sui with the rest. Sui was slightly lost in thought as he looked at the strong men who were wailing and rolling all over the ground. Despite fighting proficiency, strength is hard. Quite literally, the hardware can't keep up with the software. Looks like I'm going to start working out and drinking protein powder tomorrow. Better get 2 more stitches and fly up to Planet Steroids soon. The bodybuilding circle is silent. Just a stream of bad news. Yat, you're not hurt, are you? Nope. A guilty expression flashed across Li Wen's face. Uncle is sorry for you. I wanted to take you to eat something good, but ended up making you deeply affected by the dangerous Forbidden Land. If your dad finds out, he'll have to scold me. Guilt value plus 300. Sui couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It's alright Uncle Lee. You've forgotten that I'm very capable of fighting. Yes, the father of the tiger. Sui's eyes narrowed as he turned his head and asked, Uncle Lee, why are these people beating you? Li Wen shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be relaxed. Alas, get used to it. After becoming an old boss, there are always competitors who use this dirty routine. No, you don't have bodyguards deployed around you, which means this kind of thing doesn't happen often. Levin froze and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he had underestimated this nephew. And yeah, it's Van's kid. Can't be bad. Vaguely, Li Wen once again saw Su Fan's shadow from Sui. Just ask. Sui looked down on the leading punk from above, his heel crushing on his fingertips. Negative emotional value plus 100. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sui's tone was morose. Who sent you guys? The cameras here just happened to be destroyed by you guys. If you don't speak, you know the consequences. The leader was in a cold sweat, looking at Sui's icy smile like he was watching the final countdown of his life. I'll say, it was Boss G, Boss Gu, and Boss Shin, who together funded us to come. What is the purpose? Knock Levine out and load him into the van and take him to their company. Levin's face was grim as water, and he finished a cigarette in 2 puffs. These 3s, they still don't die. They want to fish to death, so I don't have to show any mercy. As he spoke, wisps of killing intent burst out. Sui nodded. Does Uncle Lee need my help? No need. If anything really happens to you, I really can't explain it to Brother Fan. Uncle Lee will contact you when this matter is resolved. Sui nodded helplessly. This involved a capital war. He's really not much use as a student. Mixed martial arts mastery? What's the point of knowing how to fight? Sui clenched his fists. He still needed to hurry up and become even stronger to do so. Uncle Lee, I'll leave first. I'll just take a taxi. Sui turned around, and his pupils instantly shrank, only to see the man in the suit behind Levine at some point. He was holding up a gun right at the back of Levine's head. Before Sui could react, there was a coldness at the back of his own head, and the blackened muzzle of a gun blocked it. The man in the suit took a comfortable drag on his cigarette, his tone contemptuous. You two are quite capable of fighting, but within 10 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. Living up to his reputation of having gone to war, Li Wen still maintained his composure at this time. What exactly do you want? Don't worry, Mr. Lee, the two of us just want to take you somewhere. Please take the trouble to come with us, then release my nephew. Sorry, this is your soft spot and it needs to come along for the ride. The two were taken to the van. Guilt value plus 50, guilt value plus 50, guilt value plus 50. Although Levin's mouth was taped up, the system beeps didn't stop along the way. Boss G, we've brought the people. G. Bowen looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. Who told you guys to tie someone up? Boss G, weren't you the one who said you'd invite the people here no matter what? ING said please, can't you understand a word? We're all big old men, so we don't know anything about this. Just use whatever method is easy. Li Bowen took a deep breath and held back his desire to violently beat the two hearts. Kidnapping is against the law, don't you know? No violence was used. Don't worry, it's all civilized. That's good. It just came with a gun against it. You guys still have guns? Li Bowen's hands were shaking, and at the moment he was 10,000 times more remorseful for letting the two punks go on their errands. He's just trying to make money, not Acacia anymore. Don't worry boss, that gun is a 1-to-1 analog replica simulation. Kipling was relieved, but was still going to call the police. Send these two pussies in when we're done with business. Stay by yourself. Sooner or later you're going to get a thunderbolt. G. Bowen then apologized nicely to Li Wen and Sui before leading the two to the conference room. G. Bowen, Mr. Lee, I'm really sorry. I really don't know what those two think. When the meeting is over, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Levin's eyes are still cold. Whether it's your problem or not, your men commit a crime. You take the blame. Let's walk faster. Don't keep MS. Huang waiting. she has to rush back to Magic City soon. Li Wen was surprised and opened his mouth. Ms. Huang is also here? Yes, Mr. Li, what a great face you have. You can still get Ms. Huang from Magic City to work with you. Levin grunted coldly and didn't say anything. Only his fists were clenched in death. Having just stepped into the conference room, Sui was slightly disoriented. Because this Ms. Huang is so beautiful. A Chonsam outlines an amazing arc. Just sitting there, you can feel a noble, elegant aura. It was the aura of a worldly family. A nobility that could only be cultivated from a young age. Kibawo, a mid-denier, also looked completely lost. Only Levin scanned the conference room with a tight sweep, pondering how to escape if a fight breaks out. Upon seeing Li Wen's 3 people come, the remaining 3 people all stood up. It was just that mess. Huang slightly frowned her willow eyebrows when she saw the extra Sui, but didn't say anything. Ji Bowen curtly was looking towards Ms. Huang. Mr. Huang, everyone is here. You see, it's ready to go. Ji Bowen, Mr. Li, I invited you here today because I want to talk to you about entering the stock market. Gu Feng, yeah, I've always wanted to talk to you before, but I never had the chance. I finally invited you here today. Shinshur, this is also thanks to Mr. Ji. When Ji Bowen heard this, he wiped the cold sweat from his head without a trace. Touched. Jail 9 doors for a change. Li Wen coldly snorted. Don't be hypocritical, all of you. Quickly step into the main topic. After the 3 of them exchanged glances, they looked at Ms. Huang at the same time. Mr. Huang, you first. Ms. Huang's pink lips were slightly open. Her voice was warm, making people listen to it with an indescribable comfort. Mr. Li, I still have the same request as before. The piece of land southwest of the city. Sell it to me. No way. Levin looked her straight in the eye and refused categorically. Why? The price I offered can be twice as much as when you tendered. Now it's even 30% higher than the market price. You should be able to feel my sincerity. Chapter 37, Li Wen, I want to leave the group to Shaoi. Levin shook his head. It's not a matter of sincerity. That piece of land I need to build a school. We have a lot of outbound workers in our port city, and a good part of the reason is education. As an important industry in the city, it is natural for FRC to contribute to the city. The crowd listened with a slight stunned look, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Either that or he's back from the military. The pattern is just high. Ms. Huang was silent for a while and continued. How about this? My company in Magic City will fund the construction of a school elsewhere in the city. Your piece of land will be sold to me. The 3 bosses have helped. Just say yes. Mr. Li, Ms. Huang has already made a big concession. This is a good condition. A win-win situation for both sides. Quickly agree. Li Wen, you have to take it when Ms. Huang gives you face. You can't afford to take the wrath from the Magic City. Sui couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he watched the 2 sides sing a double act. Sure enough, the world is one giant straw man. He really expected a passionate business battle. To everyone's surprise, Levine shook his head, his tone still firm. No, the Southwest City has good transportation and easy access for kids to get to school. Also our city's education, the city can do it itself. No need for Mordor to give a helping hand. The lifeblood has to be in your hands. Ms. Huang, then the school we joint venture shareholding. You take the lion's share. That won't work either. Ms. Huang closed her eyes and didn't say another word. The remaining 3 had unusually ugly faces. To put it bluntly, the 3 of them were using Ms. Huang's identity to fox around. Now that Levin didn't even give her face, was there any hope for the next negotiations? Shinshur slammed the table with force. Li Wen, don't give your face away. You should be clear that although you are the leading company in this city, but if Ms. Huang really wants to deal with you, it's as simple as crushing an ant. I know, but I'm not afraid. You, Gu Feng, you're marvelous. You're noble. If you don't do it for yourself, then you have to think about your nephew. Oh, that's right too. Gu Feng laughed softly twice. After all, there is no blood relationship, so you didn't think to consider the future for him. Don't you dare stir up trouble. Levin was furious and stood up on the spot. Oh, I'm not saying it right. Shaoi, I'm sorry said Li Wen, looking towards Sui, his face filled with guilt. His nails were set deep into his flesh, and his heart was fighting a great struggle. Brother Van, will you blame me for this? Sui naturally saw Li Wen struggle and thoughtfully comforted him. It's okay, Uncle Li, you've already done enough for me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still have to skip classes and work part-time every day. Escape? Levin clenched his fists tighter. Levin, you might as well be a deserter. If you need anything, go to your Uncle Li. He's Dad's best buddy. That's nice. Van took a bullet for you and entrusted his son to you. He must be doing well, right? Numerous voices echoed in Levin's mind, and with each play, his face grew paler. Guild value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Sui stared blankly in confusion. What the hell? I just made a casual comment to comfort you. Why are you feeling guilty? Enough! Levin suddenly yelled, startling the crowd. I've done enough for them. Xiao-yi, this time Uncle Lee is only doing it for you. Sui, what the hell happened? I'm totally overwhelmed by the sudden depth of feeling that's coming my way. Li Wen continued. Xiao-yi, in the future, I will hand over Fortune Group to you. What happened? Men. Sui was confused. How somehow he had to take over the group. Uncle Lee, are you that big-hearted? Your son isn't your own, is he? No son. Excuse me, MS. Huang, I can promise. Uncle Lee. Before Li Wen could finish his sentence, he was called out by Sui. Uncle Lee, there's no rush to agree. Listen to what Hua Chang, crossed out, and the three of them have to say. Ji Bowen sneered. The three of us would be very debatable. Our three groups are going to take a stake in Fortune Group, each buying 15% of the shares. Sui couldn't help but snort. You guys are thinking about fart eating. 45% of the shares. You guys simply want that chairman position. Ji Bowen was furious. Why didn't he realize that this young man's mouth was so indebted before? Where's the brat? Cool it. Levine, his word is my word. Negative emotional value plus 50. Don't even think about buying shares. Fortune Group only needs my voice alone. Undeterred, Ji Bowen continued. Then we'll both give up one step each, and our family will only buy 10%. No. 8%. No. 7%. No. Can't we go 30% above market price? No. A few no's from Levine gave them a whole break in defense. Why? Sure, Li Wen. Although Fortune Group is the pillar of industry, it has long been shaken by the storm, right? It is in a very dangerous period. From what I understand, the 3 hospitals and 1 building under the umbrella alone have all gone out of business, I believe. Sui couldn't help but look at Li Wen. What? It's been a long time coming? It's amazing that there's no news from the outside world at all. Levine wasn't hiding anything. Yeah, it's very likely that FRC will go bankrupt. So what? Now sell your shares to the 3 of us. Wouldn't it be good for the 3 of us to help you fight the risks and tide you over? All hands on deck is better than one person behind closed doors. Levon nodded. It does, but it still doesn't work. The 3 of them came to a simultaneous MMP in their hearts. Why? Kipling asked patiently. Because I'm going to leave the Fortune Group to Xiaoyi. If you 3 interfere, I'm sure Xiaoyi will be fooled by you. I can't pass on any hint of risk to Yoshi. All 3 of them were exasperated and laughed. You're really wired in the head. Are you really going to pass the group on to an unrelated kid? You fart. Van is my half-brother. At that moment, Lone Wind issued a fatal question. And what if the company suddenly goes bankrupt? You're going to leave this little kid with a monstrous debt? A flicker of nervousness flashed in Levin's eyes, but it was quickly covered up. This is not for you to worry about. The group will naturally tide over the difficulties. Oh funny. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Sui as if they wanted to eat people. If their eyes could kill, Sui would have died 10,000 times earlier. Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 3. Sui also cried and laughed at this time. He is obviously a poor student, mistakenly into the high-end bureau. What a thing to be the center of the vortex before you even do anything. But everything is covered by the system. So who's afraid? The negotiations had been deadlocked, and the 3 men looked at each other and decided to lay down their last great trick. Chapter 38, Editing Backgrounds Again. Miss Magic City is my sister. Drops. Congratulations to the host's emotional value exceeding 100,000 for the first time. Is it editing a new identity? Want. Sui's eyes lit up. 100,000 emotional value. I've never fought such a rich war in my 8 lives. Sui looked at the system's virtual panel, and it was true that every penny counted. The backgrounds in the 100,000 range are at the worst at the director level, and there are even directors. Of course this is all at the municipal level. There are all kinds of tycoons and group bosses. Sui smacked his lips. Curiosity drove him to transfer to the provincial level and find out how much emotional value the provincial party secretary needed. It's nothing to call the shots at school. If you become the crown prince of a province, that's the pinnacle of life. Thanks. I was the one who overstepped. Sui looked at the number as long as 1 followed by 7 zeros and only felt his scalp tingle. But there's always the dream of. Decided to earn enough emotional value to be the provincial prince. See how much mood value is needed for the central background? Drops. You're not authorized to access. Sui, am I poor? Then I'll go? Feeling the increasingly intense atmosphere, Sui knew that he couldn't delay any longer. After weighing the pros and cons, and glancing at Ms. Huang, who was sitting in the main seat, like a poetic picture, he began to edit the dog-eared, crossed-out, cool storyline. Huang Lu, the second young lady of a century-old family in Magic City. was stolen by a rival of the Huang family when she was a child. Various coincidences brought her to the Hong Kong City orphanage. Here she meets Sui. Sui protects her at every turn, and Huang Lu sees Sui as her only family member. The two of them have lived together for more than a decade. Until the age of 16, the orphanage suffered a fire. Sui defied life and death to save Huang Lu, thus leaving a permanent scar on his wrist. This matter alarmed the top management, and Huang Lu was thus discovered by the Huang family and brought back to the Magic City. On the day of parting, Huang Lu split the jade pendant she wore since childhood into two halves and gave it to Sui as a token. At the time of parting, Huang Lu cried her heart out. The two are not related by blood, but the depth of their emotions trumps everything else. The jade pendant has been sent to the host's pocket. Just finished editing. Sui dusty in the mind for many years of memories, such as a tidal wave like a gush. That's the brilliance of the system. It's not a raw and sudden insertion of memories. Rather, it's a way of making what you already had, just temporarily forgotten. Mr. Lee, Fortune Group's main industries are education, healthcare and home appliances. Right now, your group is in trouble both internally and externally, and it's in turmoil. What if the three of us take advantage of the situation and fall on our swords? Ji Bowen's eyes flickered, his tone revealing a strong threat. You guys are worthy, Levin murmured. We may not have been worthy in the past, but now with the Fortune Group, we can still speak up, and with MS Huang supporting the three of us, we've long since soared to the heavens. Li Wen clenched his fists in death and glared menacingly at Ji Bowen, but he didn't care, and a smug smile filled his face. Gu Feng, Mr. Li, if you don't agree, the Fortune Group will collapse. If you don't do it for yourself, you have to think about your nephew and the thousands of laborers. Do you want them to lose their jobs? Sure, so a family giving 10% shares, and the collapse of Fortune Group. I think Mr. Li should be able to make the right choice. You seek death. Look, another rush. Levin suddenly looked like he had let out his last breath and collapsed helplessly into his chair. MS Huang, if we cooperate with you, can you step in to help Fortune Group tide over its difficulties? Li Wen asked with a hint of hope. Huang Lu's face was cold and detached. I'm sorry, I can't. It would damage my company greatly, far more than the benefits that would result from a partnership between us. I can only promise not to fall on my sword and to compensate your company as much as possible. Got it. Understand. Levin closed his eyes in despair. Hearing Huang Lu's words, the three people who had just been nervous let out a sigh of relief, then laughed arrogantly. Xiao Su, if you want to blame it on your bad luck, you'll only be able to inherit a company that's been divided up in the future. Assistant, quickly go prepare the contract. What a bit of eyesight. Don't make Mr. Li wait and get anxious. The three of them are so ugly that they don't even act. Suddenly, Li Wen ghostly asked, MS Huang, I would like to ask you why you must have the Southwest City District? That piece has long been deserted and has not been developed so far. Huang Lu's eyelids lifted, but no emotion could still be seen on her face. To wait for someone. Waiting for someone? The crowd looked at each other. Well, he and I were separated in Southwest City at the time. I went there many times to look for him, but never found him. But I'm sure he'll come back one day sooner or later. For him to find me and me to find him. That's why I want to buy that land. The crowd listened with question marks, looking at the unearthly Miss Huang. And this past. What kind of obsessive persona is this? Not to make money, but to wait in the ruins for your return. Tough guy. At this moment, no one noticed Suyi's eyelashes fluttering continuously. MS Huang, I agree to your cooperation. I hope you do what you promised before. Add another campus to the harbor city. Good. Huang Lu nodded slightly, a hint of brightness finally appearing on her face. But immediately afterward, she looked at Sui, her eyes deep. So familiar. Is it an illusion? Congratulations to MS Huang for reaching her heart's desire. Levin, it's our turn to sign the contract. As the words fell, 4 contracts appeared in front of Levine. Levin stared at the contract in a daze, his face filled with frustration. After fuming for a minute or so, he sighed and then picked up his pen. Xiao, Uncle Li is sorry for you. Brother Fan, I am sorry. Watching the tip of the pen touch the paper, the three of them smiled greedily at the same time. Uncle Li, don't sign yet. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. 3? What's wrong, Xiaoi? Li Wen looked at Sui in surprise. Don't sign. Even if the Fortune Group closes down, I don't want the three of them to have their way. Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 3. What if there's still hope for a flip? Upon hearing Suyi's words, the three of them immediately became upset, and their gazes towards Sui were filled with anger. Get lost, little boy. You don't get to talk here. Do you really think you're the owner of the Fu Run Group? No big deal. What are you? Just wait, kid. Before you inherit the company, we'll divide it up, leave you with a huge foreign debt. Hearing these words, Li Wen instantly stormed out. Insulting him was fine. Insulting his nephew was not. Huang Lu's long eyelashes fluttered continuously, and her fists clenched involuntarily. For some reason, hearing Sui being scolded made her angry. Even the three of them had abhorrent faces. You seek death. Levine swings his fists, but is positioned by a couple of arriving security guards. Knowing that the emotions were almost brewing, Sui shouted, "Don't touch my Uncle Li. Have the guts to get me killed. Little brat, think I wouldn't dare?" Sui twisted his head to look at Huang Lu. "Ms. Huang, can you help me with something?" Ji Bowen disdainfully mocked. "Don't think about flattering Ms. Huang. She has a lot of work to do. How can she have time to pay attention to you?" Huang Lu, as a businessman, wanted to refuse, but feeling Sui's gaze, the words of refusal were slow to come out. A final gentle nod. "What is it? Gibberish? Can you help me find my sister? She was separated from me at the orphanage in the southwest city. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sister?" Chapter 39, Recognizing Miss Mordor's Family. "What sister?" Huang Lu finally got emotional, her expression changing instantly, her eyes glaring at Sui. The three people, including Levin, looked confused. "It's the first time I've seen Ms. Wang in such a mood." 3. But what's with the bad feeling in your heart? Sui took out the mutilated jade pendant, and although a long time had passed, it was still pearly and moist. "It's only worn constantly close to the body. The system is treacherous but really sweet. This is surprise value plus 400. Huang Lu's pupils contracted violently. She then violently grabbed Sui's collar despite the gazes of the bystanders. "Where did this jade pendant come from? Tell me." Sui's face revealed a strong sadness. "At that time, when we parted, my sister smashed her jade pendant for me." Huang Lu's figure shook for a split second after hearing this. Then he seemed to have thought of something and directly tugged on Sui's sleeve. A scar came into view. Surprise value plus 1000. "Brother, you're the older brother. Brother, I finally found you." Snap, snap. A tear dripped down onto the scar on Sui's wrist. Sui pretended that he didn't hear her and continued to say to himself, "It's me who's useless as a brother. I haven't been able to find her. Now that I'm about to die, she's the one I'm most worried about." Guilt value plus 1000. The three who were still watching the show suddenly winced. "Sister, where the hell have you been? Why can't brother find you all? Are you disgusted with brother's poverty and purposely hiding?" Guilt value plus 1000. "There's no chance of finding it again in this life, only in the next. But Ms. Huang is beautiful and kind and will help me keep looking for you." Guilt value plus 1000. Listening to these monologues of Sui, the guilt in Huang Lu's heart was higher than a mountain. "Brother, it's me. I'm a sister." Clueless value plus 500. Clueless value plus 500. The four men were bewildered plus shocked. "What the hell? Just a few words. How did Miss Mordor become your sister?" Sui let out a bitter smile. "Ms. Huang, don't seek to make fun of me. My sister's name is Huang Tianyi. I've since changed my name. Don't believe me, look at this." Saying that, Huang Lu quickly took out half of the jade pendant. The two were put together and combined to form a complete pattern. Huang Lu wept with joy. "Sister, you're really my sister." Sui also erupted in ecstatic sounds. "Sister, I finally found you. Gibberman, don't recognize your relatives. Can you two care about how the three of us feel?" Sui's laughter suddenly came to an abrupt end. "Sister, it's good to find you before I die. I have no regrets." Huang Lu's face turned cold, and her icy gaze seemed as if she wanted to kill someone. "Brother, with me here, no one will dare touch you." With that, her head shot up. "You're the ones who tried to kill my brother?" "No, no. Fighting is just giving each other a hard time. We're not going to do it. Who told you to talk tough to my brother?" Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 3. IING. The three of them went numb as a whole. "I know he's your brother, right? It's all down to the wire. Letting this kid turn the tide against the wind. You're lucky. Prisoners, our elbows." The three of them had just reached the door when they were stopped by the bodyguards beside Huang Lu. The three of them immediately showed a panicked look, but forced themselves to stay calm. "Missy, what are you doing? You are not allowed to leave. For the sake of brother Sui's safety, you guys should stay. Killing is against the law. Even if you're the eldest lady of Mordor, you can't defy the law." "I don't care. You want to kill brother Sui, then I'll kill you first." 3. Silence is tonight's cornbridge. The three men were completely flustered and in a cold sweat, but Huang Lu had already taken out his knife. Other people give tough words. She really takes the knife and does it. Sis. Sui also panicked and hastened to stop it. He hadn't expected this sister to be so tigerish. "It's against the law to kill people. We don't do that, so you're just going to let them go? What if they try to hurt you next time?" Plop. The three of them could no longer care about the modesty of the company's president and directly knelt down to Huang Lu. "We wouldn't dare. Who dares to kill Missy's brother? It was our eyes that were not open just now. We know we were wrong. Seeing that Huang Lu's expression eased a bit, Sui slowly took away the knife in her hand. Brother, I'll listen to you then. How should I punish them? Sui was incomparably emotional inside. That's the context. Uncle Li is a sitting duck for his enemies, but Huang Lu controls life and death at will. Sui looked at Li Wen. Uncle Li, what should we do with them? Uncle Li. Uncle Li? Levin slowed down from his shock and pondered his response in just a few dozen seconds. Split up the three of their companies and then have the FRC group eat them up little by little. Shen Shi was furious and yelled. Surname Li, you don't go too far. How can we live if you eat the company? It's better to just kill us. As the words fell, Huang Lu once again took back the knife she had just used. Shen Shi. Gufeng's begging gaze shot to Huang Lu. Missy, is there a compromise? We can't afford this punishment. Huang Lu looked at Sui. Brother, what do you think? Sui, I'll listen to Uncle Li. Levin, I defer to MS. Wong. Triple, what about you guys playing handkerchief toss? Sui said decisively, just do what Uncle Li said and eat the three people's companies, lest you have the strength to still think about retaliating against me. Ji Bowen was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Little, you are so greedy, so young, yet you're even more ruthless than Li Wen. A cold light flashed in Huang Lu's eyes. Still dare to scold my brother? Open your mouth. The bodyguard at the bottom executed the order with an expressionless face. For popping sound. The entire conference room was left with the crunching sound of slaps. The force was so vicious that even the gold teeth slapped two of them away. The other two were silenced when they saw this scene. I am informing the three of you, not discussing. Since brother has decided, you guys don't have a choice. Take the initiative to give up the company, or let Mordor intervene. Take your pick. Heartache and resentment flowed from the eyes of the three, but looking at the nearby slap, they could only nod their heads with heartache. Paralyzed, that was close. How come this bid recognizes his relatives every day? Didn't you say you were an orphan? How come there are more relatives than my family? At this point, the resentment the three had towards Sui could feed 10 evil sword immortals. Missy, can we go now? You stay. Sui pointed at Ji Bowen. Sister, we both have him to thank for recognizing each other today to him bringing me here. Ji Bowen was instantly moved to tears. Good boy to know. I was wrong about you just now. Touched value plus 30. We certainly wouldn't have come if he hadn't had his men come over here with guns pointed at the back of our heads. Good thing the gun didn't go off or I wouldn't have seen you. Huang Lu's willow eyebrows went up and she couldn't control herself from drawing her sword again. You really did try to kill my brother. Fight me. Negative emotional value plus 500. Kibble, Sui, Chapter 40 Li Wen, the clown is myself. Still dare to curse. Keep hitting. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 4. The emotional value of Kipling didn't stop during the beating. This also left Sui speechless for a while. It was someone else who hit you, but you blame me? You deserve to die. Nor did Kipling know how long he had been beaten, only that he had fainted 4 times. Each time he was woken up with a splash of cold water and the beating continued. Before each fainting spell, a demonic murmur came to his ears. Sister, he's about to faint again. He looks so pitiful. In order to avoid his sudden death, let's refresh him with ice water. Brother, you're just too kind. You'll be bullied by others that way. I am kind to you. This time he was honest and switched to cursing angrily in his mind. In fact, mouth rage was unlikely. The front row of teeth were all knocked out. Half an hour later, as he watched the marshal walk in, Kipling shed a tear called hope for the first time in his life. Sir, help, my life is over. The vigilantes were also taken aback by Kibowo's tragic appearance. Meng Xiang just wanted to go forward to ask, but he was blocked by Huang Lu. Sir, we were the ones who called the police. This man kidnapped my brother at gunpoint. Arrest him. Meng Xiang frowned. We'll investigate the exact reason. Did you guys beat him up like this? Huang Lu once again resumed her previous indifferent expression, her tone cold. No, he fell by himself. Well, Meng Xiang was exasperated and laughed. This was treating him like a little cutie. What about fooling around? Why don't you all come with me to the police station and sit in there for a while and then you'll be willing to tell the truth? I advise you not to. It's for your own good. You threaten me? That's a threat to a police officer. Huang Lu didn't say anything, just looked at him calmly. 3, 2, what are you doing? Meng Xiang was confused. As soon as the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. Hello Chief? Captain Meng, bring Ji Bowen back for interrogation and leave everyone else alone. But Chief, I suspect they lynched. Come on, are my words no good anymore? Why? Meng Xiang said a little unconvinced. I'm trying to save you. You should understand the seriousness of the matter if you've been called off personally from above. Okay. Meng Xiang powerlessly put down his cell phone, and after giving Huang Lu a resigned look, he led Ji Bowen away. Sui couldn't help but smack his lips. Was this the benefit of being rich and powerful? Hit him and he'll be the one sentenced at the end of the day. Wonderful. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence after everyone was completely gone. Xiaoyi, what's going on here? You and MS. Huang. I've been with her at the orphanage for over 10 years, and she's my long-lost sister. Guild value plus 200. Xiaoyi, it's all Uncle Li's fault. Guild value plus 200. Brother, it's my fault I didn't get to you sooner. The sudden onset of guilt caught Sui off guard. This isn't the place to chat. Let's find a restaurant to eat and chat, Sui suggested. Earlier at the hot pot restaurant, he was messed up by the abstract schoolgirl and didn't eat much. And then Yushui came to directly steal food from him, causing him to not even eat. Into Sui Wan Hin, famous Chinese restaurant, the only 5-star hotel in the city of Hong Kong. The diamond box that hadn't been opened in January was now being used by the 3 Sui people. The manager himself entertained, with 3 clean, pretty girls, standing by the wall ready to serve. After Sui chucked a piece of tofu, his eyes lit up. This tofu was good. How did you make it? The waiter immediately said respectfully. This is tofu made from the meat of Alaskan king crab and French blue lobster ground into a puree and extruded. And this lion's head? A lion's head rubbed with emerald abalone, black gold abalone, Koryo ginseng, white truffle, and ginseng, and a broth base of a dozen or so mountain products and wild rhubarb fish simmered in a clear broth. Sui didn't say anything and just feasted on his food. Huang Lu gazed at Sui from the side, her eyes deep in love. After drinking and eating, Sui opened the conversation. Sister, are you good at solving the crisis of the fortune group? Li Wen's hand holding the chopsticks trembled as his eyes kept hinting at Sui. Xiaoyi, you don't understand businessmen. Uncle has begged before, to no avail. Even though she's your sister, don't make it difficult for people. But in the next second, Huang Lu happily agreed. No problem. I'll do it even if brother doesn't say so. You look happy, because my brother asked me to help, and I'm happy. Lavine, so I'm leaving? This is going to cost your company a lot of money. You agreed to this without even thinking about it, and you're happy about it? I sat up in my deathbed, and the clown was me. I'm still an amateur when it comes to business. Looking at Huang Lu's well-behaved appearance in front of him, Sui didn't hold back and touched her head just like when she was a child. On the sidelines, Levin tensed up again. Nephew, you can't touch a girl's head. It's still the head of Miss Mordor. Unexpectedly, Huang Lu closed her eyes in enjoyment with a mesmerized expression. Sure enough, I'm the redundant one. This time Levin was sensible enough to find an excuse to leave the table after finishing the last bite of sashimi. When he got outside, he lit a cigarette and the depression in his eyes was so thick it couldn't be melted. This awesome uncle of his, he hadn't even done anything properly for Xiaoyi yet, but it turned out that Xiaoyi turned his head and recognized his even more awesome sister. Brother Fan, I'm so ashamed. I didn't give anything for Xiaoyi, but he helped me solve the crisis first, as was the case with you back then. Brother Fan, looking at this situation, it seems like Xiaoyi is going to eat soft food. Should I try to persuade him? Forget it, Xiaoyi is so handsome. It's reasonable to eat soft food. Box, in a theater or concert hall. Huang Lu kept on giving dishes to Sui, and every time she looked up, she looked like a baby waiting for a compliment. It made the bodyguard in the back look dumbfounded. Is this the same cold, unappetizing Missy from before? No buddy, you chimera. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Sui swept a glance at the bodyguards behind him. Oddly enough, what's so shocking about this? It's not like you've grown up without a girl ever giving you food, is it? No way. No way. I hear you're going back to Magic City tonight? No, now that I've found my brother, I'll return in a few days. Sui nodded. By the way brother, are you graduating? Sui was surprised. How did you know? I've been counting. When we parted ways and you were just a freshman in high school. Is that the detail? That's so nice. It warms the cockles of my corpse to hear it. Brother, I heard it's not good for students to find jobs after graduation. Sui once again touched her head. Don't worry, your brother is so capable. He'll definitely be able to find a job. I mean, why don't I buy a company and run it for you? Tears of jealousy ran down the corners of the mouths of the bodyguards in the back. Listen, is this human language? If you're afraid you won't find a job, buy a company too. Decided. Go home. This will hang mom and dad on the beams and ask if there is a long-lost sister. The company is not necessary. I don't want to think about it that much for the time being. Sui politely refused. Well, I just bought a Stallion 4S to give you as a gift. Sui's eyelids fluttered. That's the limousine company? Well, I bought their distribution rights in Port City. Chapter 41, I'm a poet. 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 Sui pondered for a little while, then still shook his head. Forget it. I have my own things I want to do after graduation and selling cars isn't really for me. Okay. Huang Lu was a bit lost, but then added, if brother wants it, he can take it any time. Good. The two talked all night. In the end, she couldn't hold out any longer, so Huang Lu reluctantly separated from Sui. Now Sui was filled with catching up on sleep, so he returned to the dormitory in a daze. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Listening to the constant beeps coming from the system, Sui felt so harsh for the first time. He struggled to open his eyes to look at the Wang Liang duo. No, what's wrong with you two? Negative emotional value plus 50. Wang Liang, young Master Su, did you really go out to dinner with the school girl yesterday? Yeah. Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 4. Damn it. The two men had expressions of grief and indignation, and tears of jealousy streamed from the corners of their mouths. No more. I'm exhausted from being up all night last night. Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 2. Born. The white moonlight in the hearts of two people. The goddess. In Sui but so miserable. It hurts to think about it. That saying is true. The bike you can't afford to pedal, someone else gets up and pedals. Inside a luxury hotel, Ai Xiaoxing stretched out, her white feet sticking out of the quilt, and then she sat up violently with an incredulous expression. What did I do yesterday? Though she'd drunk herself out of her mind, a few fragments remained in her mind. I almost made friends with Sui, crying about not wanting to be human. Spit on you iceberg to his face. Good society death. Abstract female ushers in a dark moment. On the other hand, Sui's alarm clock sounded. It's another awesome background, but the part-time job can't be broken. The purpose of a part-time job is not to make money, but for the emotional value. Opportunities are reserved for the hardworking. After pulling his car keys out of his suitcase and dealing with a random bite, he headed out of the school. But I didn't expect to meet Team Ice Ice. Bing Bing still had that same sweet smile. Student Sui, there's something our program team would like to talk to you about. What is it? Oftentimes, our team isn't able to follow up on shoots in a timely manner, and some locations are even more inconvenient. You've noticed that in the past 2 days. Sui nodded. Indeed, he hadn't seen them for the past 2 days. But what does it have to do with yourself? That's why our team wants you to go live and broadcast it to TV. Sui frowned in displeasure. Part-time job is enough. You still want me to be a cow or a horse? We'll pay you $4 million for the broadcast and all the gifts from the live broadcast will go to you. How much? 4 million. I'm willing to be this cow horse, Sui said decisively, seemingly anticipating Sui's reply. Bing Bing took out a set of valuable live broadcasting equipment. It's a gift from the TV station. Sui looked at Bing Bing in surprise. Wait, I have a question. I'm a vegetarian at best. Why would the TV station treat me so well? $4 million in pretenses. And the gifts are all mine. What kind of money is so hard to launder? Ice shook her head blankly. I don't know the exact reason, but I heard that it was a request from the higher-ups to the TV station. Sui understood in a second, guessing that the top had noticed him long ago. This was also considered a disguised compensation for Su Fan. For him. For this reason, the only bit of guilt Su Fan felt disappeared. After Sui got on the car, he immediately opened the live broadcast, because there are a few live slices on the internet bursting into flames. Not more than half an hour. The live room has 5,000 plus. Sui is also getting better, and has even started broadcasting live. It won't be long before Sui is supposed to bring the goods, right? There are people I eat at this point. What's the anchor going to do? Sui, this is my other part-time job. Online taxi driver. Without further ado, brothers please get in. How many part-time jobs does Sui have? I thought I was cowhorse enough until I saw the anchor. Just 2 minutes after opening the order, Sui received the first order of the day. When I arrived at the place where I got into the car, I found a female white-collar worker in professional formal dress. She was about 30 years old. Upon seeing Sui's Santana, the female white-collar worker obviously rolled her eyes a few times and said in a conspiratorial manner, "How come it's a Santana? How dare you take orders in a car like that?" Sui, sip 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 sip. The white woman froze. What are you doing? Do you not understand the native language? Negative emotional value plus 50. The female white-collar worker just wanted to scold back, but after seeing Sui's face, she hesitated a little and got on the car. A little handsome, but alas. Driver, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Don't rush as soon as you get in the car. What's the last number of your cell phone? 137. Sui was silent. I'm talking about the cell phone tail number. 137. The last 4 digits of the cell phone. No tail number. Don't ask. Sui silently clenched his fists. Come. The society has to be somewhat tolerant of people with disabilities. The cell phone tail number is the last 4 digits of your cell phone number. The female white-collar worker sounded impatient. Just did not come to the text message. Where is the 4-digit number? Sui, I'm talking about cell phone numbers. Big sister, what's a cell phone number? What's a cell phone number? Harder fists. Sui took a deep breath again. Just report your cell phone number. 137 asterisk asterisk. 9657. Case solved. It's 9657. Big sister. In the future, if you take a taxi again and someone says your cell phone's tail number, just tell him it's 9657, Sui kindly reminded. Unexpectedly, the white woman rolled her eyes. It's so simple. You're messing with it for half a day? Broken defense. It had always been Sui who had allowed others to break their defenses, and for the first time, he had allowed others to break their defenses. The boomerang of the day shot itself with unerring precision. I am a poet, and this halberd puts wine in poetry sand avoidance. I'm an architect and this is the pillar. At this point, Sui started with a kick of the gas, but the female white collar obviously did not want to let Sui go. Why did you just pull a half a dozen on me? Sui popped up a black question mark. Big sister, do you want to see what you're talking about? I have a boyfriend. Sui, what are you looking at? What the hell are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman? Sui was completely speechless, slammed on the brakes and snapped. Get out of the car. Anxious? You're getting antsy because I'm poking at you? How many times have you glanced in the rearview mirror while driving? I told you I have a boyfriend. Sui was exasperated and laughed. I was watching the road. Have you ever driven a car? Humph. It's always my boyfriend who drives me around in his steed. How could I ever need to drive? Chapter 42. It's true that you can't sleep in the same bed. This gave Sui a whole laugh. If he hadn't been on the air, he would have been high and low enough to let the woman feel what it was like to have two unprotected parents. Old woman, get your ass out of the car and get out of the car. Don't make me kick you down with the soles of my big 45s. The white collar woman revealed an incredulous look. You're letting me out of the car? Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. Whatever. You don't count as a man when you leave me randomly on the road. You haven't tried it. How do you know? Really? Can I really try? The female white-collar worker was a little heartened. Roll. Sui was instantly struck by a vicious chill. It's cheap to have a boyfriend and still crave my body. The woman is just having her nose numbed, and it's either an itchy nose or no numbness. For those who say girls are pure, go to Shake Shack and read the comments in the fitness guy's video. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Have your boyfriend pick you up? I am not available to drive you. A chunbutsu who shows his superiority all the time. The white woman, after being rejected, breaks down her defenses and snarls. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Your master? Negative emotional value plus 100. Just wait. I'm going to call your boyfriend right now. Wait to die you. The white-collar woman turned the phone upside down and listened to the Waterboys in a state of confusion. Finally all anyone heard was a roar from the phone. What? You put that kid on the phone? Humph. My boyfriend told you to answer the phone. Now you regret it. The female white-collar worker said smugly. Sui smiled bashfully. You two are halberd put in the field of dirty words. He has not served anyone. He took the phone and was just about to turn the live broadcast off when the boy on the other side whispered. Brother, there were a lot of people just now. I'll apologize to you. No buddy, how can I scold you when you're so qualified? Brother, my girlfriend is a shrew. Don't bother with her. She's not right in the head. Negative emotional value plus 50. The white woman froze in place. Her expression frozen. She couldn't believe it was coming from her boyfriend. Sui raised his eyebrows and teased. Oh, why isn't she quite normal? She watches all these female power videos like Young Asa, Soul Fu, and My Lin, every day. That really isn't normal. Case solved. Mom said she wouldn't let me talk to the cutie. Count on it. The caller continued. Brother, listening to your voice you should be quite young and driven. Want to take an order? All but the original gods pick up. Can we arrange a car accident and just run her over? We'll split the insurance we get. These words directly gave Sui a whole won't. It's not buddy. It's this ing punchline. It's against the law bro. Sui reminded. What are you afraid of? No one knows. Remember to keep my secret. Well, all 10,000 of us waterbenders will keep your secret. Suddenly I feel a little sympathy for the white woman. I'd like to ask everyone what to do with a 105-pound pig after it's killed. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Bro, why do you want to kill her so badly? Sui asked. The caller asked rhetorically. Did you just make a killing attempt on her? Moving. That doesn't make it so. What a pithy response. Dude, do you know what I'm going through with all this? She bit his conch-flavored beetle nut. How's that for consideration? Is this order taken? Sui twisted his head to look at the female white-collar worker. Your boyfriend is asking me. Will this order be taken or not? Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 5. The female white-collar worker did not say anything, just shedding tears, and contributing emotional values. The tears and the white powder on her face mixed into a rice paste and looked very spooky. Female ghosts aren't even this scary. Female white-collar suddenly crazy screaming, grabbed the phone tearing cry. Luong, I love you so sincerely, but you want my life. I called the police. Scum, give me death. A nervous voice came from the other end of the line. Dude, did she hear all that just now? I hear you. No, how can I hear it? She's on speaker. Brothers take orders? The extermination order. Sui, can't put it out. I'm still live. It's a big order. Can't afford it. No, I'm just watching a live stream and someone's trying to kill me? Uncle sir, I'm scared. Oh you guys, are you going to wind up alone? Sui was a bit speechless. It's true that you can't sleep in a bed with two kinds of people. This couple is not normal in the brain. Of course the internet is not quite normal. After hanging up the phone, the woman leaned against the car window and cried her eyes out. Sui glanced at the rearview mirror and revealed a heartbroken look. Hey, don't lean on the car window. I don't call hello. Driver, you don't have to feel sorry for me. Let me cry a little. Don't get my window dirty. It's full of white powder and hard to wash. Negative emotional value plus 100. I'm more upset. Are you the devil? Put. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. This time the woman cried even louder and was dead set on not leaving. Sui sighed and could only choose to step on the gas to send her to her destination. Master, why do I keep meeting scum? Because you're a conch-flavored beetle nut. Negative emotional value plus 100. Master, am I unattractive? Sui revealed a sunny big boy smile. No, you're very suitable to play the female lead. The woman lifted her head and forced a small smile. Really? What heroine? Female zombie falls in love with Godzilla. Negative emotional value plus 100. Can't you comfort me? It's okay, you won't meet many scumbags in the future. Why? You're over 30 and can't meet many guys. Negative emotional value plus 100. Along the way, the white woman's emotional value didn't stop. This is almost catching up with you Shui. From now on, she would be Suyi's big brother on the list. Here we are. Hurry up and get off. The white-collar woman looked at her cell phone and then looked around. This is not my destination. I was driving according to the navigation. There's no mistaking it. It's my address that's wrong. So you can send me to the Stallion Sales Center. Sui gave her a blank look. Get lost. Believe it or not, I'll really let your ex-boyfriend get the insurance. Negative emotional value plus 100. Big deal. I'll pay you extra. Sui immediately stepped on the gas. You finally did something. The white woman kept her head down and didn't say anything. Yoo-hoo. I can't believe there's no mood value. Looks like the resistance has improved. But why does this Stallion Sales Center sound familiar? Sui slammed the steering wheel and remembered. This was a gift that the lovely yellow sister was going to give her. Sui immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, You work there? That's right. I'm an executive in it. Envious? Well. You're still in the company tomorrow. You're the one. Thumbs up. Sui shook his head. This company was bought by someone else to give to me, but I didn't care to take it. After all, a man has to have his own business. Chapter 43. Don't bully honest people. Die laughing. It's just the fantasy of a netizen before he starves to death. Stupid women who don't believe it when they tell the truth. Sui threw her a look of contempt. This kind of a little bit of superiority to be taken out to show off the people Sui most despise. One of my uncles is the director. One is the chairman. And my sister is Miss Magic City. Did I say anything? Here it is. Ma'am, give me the money. 150 total. Zhangyu lowered her head and fiddled with her cell phone a few times before looking at Sui. Is there a job for a freight hauler you'd like to do? $1,000. We'll settle it together then. You're kidding. I just got $4 million on my card. You still need $1,000? I'll do it. Sui's mouth was too big for his body. That's how raw startup capital is slowly built up. The white-collar woman grunted, raised her head high, and entered the company. Cargo pullers don't have heavy jobs. They are just responsible for pulling cargo. Sui did it all in an hour and a half. This store is decorated really well. Sui entered the store and looked around. Upon entering the office area, he saw the white woman sitting with 3 other white women, leisurely drinking afternoon tea. Because he was too far away, Sui could only vaguely hear a few words. Shrimp head guy steals a glance at me. Bio dad. Freedom to dress. Can't be defined. Undefined. Indescribable. Unobservable. Anchor. Better run. You've entered the Cthulhu lair. 5-star critic MacArthur said I was like a newbie in front of them. Sui smacked his lips as he watched the pop-ups, which was so exaggerated. With that he politely pushed the door open. It's done. Settle your money. 1,150 total. Zhang Yu, however, continued to drink his tea as if he hadn't heard. You hear me? Check out. Playing deaf? You're not going to be a scoundrel, are you? Negative emotional value plus 20. Sister, you owe him money? Another white woman asked. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. Don't mind the shrimp head guy. It's just a means to try to chase me. The 3 female white-collar workers understood everything at once, and when they wanted to renege on their debts, they would use this excuse. And what does he do? Sister? Netflix driver. As soon as the words left her mouth, the three women simultaneously revealed a look of contempt. That's it? How dare you go after my sister? You're thinking about fart eating. Sui was exasperated and laughed, walking straight up, picking up a glass of water and splashing it on Zhang Yu's face. Gu, what are you doing? Sui sneered. Take a good look in the mirror. The white powder on your face is thicker than my latex paint. A geisha would have to call you grandmaster to come here. How dare you slander me? Hurry up and pay. No. Zhang Yu revealed a hideous expression. I only agreed with you verbally. It doesn't count. If you have the ability, go sue me. In the next second, Sui received a bad review alert. Not only will I not pay you, I'll give you a bad review. Back. Immediately after that, the three white collars disgusted Sui with their flesh to the door and then closed the door. Don't come dipping your toe in the water. You can't afford to pay for the cars here if you get them dirty. Sui's eyes were icy cold, and for the first time, he was so angry. Open the door. Are you sure you don't want to pay me? We have boyfriends. Well, don't you guys regret it? Sui walked towards the car. Inside the office, the four girls were still gloating over the victory they had just won. Sister, the shrimp-headed man is gone. You can't keep using that excuse. How about sexual harassment next time? Sneak peeks? Great idea. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Last time, there was a uremic driver who asked for money from us, laughing to death. In the end, his account was banned and he didn't ask for any money. We're sure to make a lot of money over the course of the year. The other side. Sui killed the steering wheel and turned the car around to the gate. The water boys sat up in shock. Anchor, what are you doing? Be calm. Hit it. If you lose money, the brothers will crowdfund you. We boys are fragrant, soft kittens, and the more you hurt him, the gentler he becomes. But on the contrary, if you treat him badly, he will become the king of the forest. Upstairs is even more sugarless. Shoo away. The engine began to roar violently, and Sui pressed the gas pedal to death. The metallic painted front end looked so bright at the moment. Sui firmly believes that violence can solve most of the world's problems, but most people just lack the ability to be able to handle the follow-up. As it happens, there is no shortage of Sui. Bang. The next second, the front of the car violently hit the tempered glass door. The glass was in pieces, changing into countless shards. It was a moment when the world seemed to go silent. The four white collars revealed disbelief, their pupils dilating. The car didn't stop. It continued to lurch forward. It stopped until it was about a meter away from the four women. Plop. The four women collapsed to the floor in shock and weakness. In that instant just now, death was only one step away from them. Sui condescended to look down on them, his eyes glowing grimly, with a final foot on Zhang Yu's chest and a big hand. Pay back. You're crazy, Zhang Yu shouted as she broke down. Bang. Negative emotional value plus 400. Sui slapped her face down and her face quickly swelled up high. Pay back. You. Bang. Negative emotional value plus 500. Pay back. 2 slaps went down, and Zhang Yu's eyes cleared completely. 2 palms to break the old scoundrel's soul. Sir, I am the poor man. Dropping. Your account arrived at $1. 150. Sui suddenly bloomed into a smile. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? At the moment, in Zhang Yu's eyes, Sui was the devil. You're just a crazy person. You're killing people and going to jail. Zhang Yu was honest, but the other 3 weren't. Open your mouth and start outputting. Sui is happy. He hasn't found an excuse to beat you guys yet, and ended up putting his face on it himself. For popping sound. Negative emotional value plus 400 * 6. The whole scene was reduced to the sound of crisp slaps. Don't fight. We won't dare talk too much anymore. Sui looked at them sinisterly. Remember, don't bully honest people anymore. Are you an honest man? It's not easy for them to live, and you guys still want to bully them. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? When the time comes to really piss them off and turn on the knife fight, you guys will be honest. The 4 didn't dare to retort and just nodded their heads. As soon as this asshole is gone, immediately call the police. It's not like we don't have anyone at the station. Suddenly, there was an angry growl from the doorway. Where did the unruly people come from? Quickly release them. The 4 girls immediately shed heartbreaking tears. Manager, you're finally here. If you don't come now, you're going to get the beat out of you by him. Lu Wei was unusually hideous at this time. These 4 women had long ago discussed life with him, normally regarded as forbidden. Bikes have to be ridden gently. As a result, the 4 of them are now as good as pigs. This is stallion sales. You can't just come in here whenever you want and hit people. I'm going to make you pay. Sui twisted his head to look at him, his eyes teasing. Oh, like what? Deception. Security. Where's the security guard? Waste him before sending him to the police station. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Sui swept a contemptuous glance at them, then dialed the phone. Uncle Yu, I miss my father. Uncle Lee, I might have to go see my father. I didn't guard that first-class medal. I'm sorry. Sister, the one thing I can't let go of in this life is you. In my next life, I still want to be your brother. Chapter 44, There's a limit to pretending to be poor. This maneuver gave the 5 people in front of them a good look. Are they all so self-conscious now? When you get into trouble, you take it upon yourself to give a good account of your last words. Lu Wei gave the 4 girls an angry look. Are you guys bullying honest people again? Nowadays society is hostile to everyone. You guys will regret it the day you actually meet a 1-for-4 tough guy. Lu Wei cleared his throat. In front of the 4 women, the pussy that should be pretending is one that cannot fall. Little brother, although you took the initiative to explain your last words to your family, but the punishment that should be received should not be reduced at all. Sui gave him a blank look. Who asked you? Negative emotion value plus 50. And despise me. Get him. Getting the order. The security guards were like hungry tigers pouncing on each other, grabbing towards Sui. Despite being bottom feeders, they love to bully bottom feeders. Be a security guard by day and stop the takeout guy. Be a takeaway man at night and berate the security guards. This life has it. Stop. A roar came from outside the door. Yu Shu walked over with a face full of astonishment, carefully observed from head to toe, and sighed with relief after making sure that Sui was not injured. After discussion from above, it has been decided to take him a step further. It is currently under examination. It was reasonable to say that with his current abilities, there was little hope of pressing on. It would be nice to have a smooth retirement. It could be said that Sui was his nobleman, but if anything happened to Sui, not to mention whether he could enter the ministry or not, his own conscience would be severely condemned. Uncle Yu, what brings you here? Are you okay? Did they hit you? Did they get scared? Negative emotional value plus 50 * 4. Chapter Rain, you should ask us that question. Looking at Yu Shu in his executive jacket, he couldn't help but be a little wary and ask, who are you? Brother Wei, it's this poor boy's uncle, so he must be poor too. What's there to ask? Stupid woman. Executive jacket. Thermos. Know the gold content of those 2 things? Yu Shu looked at them with cold eyes. It's against the law to hit someone. You know? Old Deng, hurry up and get lost. It's none of your business, or else I'll even beat you together later. Another female white-collar worker said with a high mouth. Hey, I'd like to see you guys dare. You really think you're an official when you wear a tie jacket? As soon as the words left his mouth, the assistant beside Yu Shu took the initiative to take out his documents. I'm the director of education of Port City. Are you sure you dare to hit me? At that exact moment, the TV set on the wall plays a video of Yu Shu's visit to various schools to offer his condolences. The face on it perfectly overlapped with the Yu Shu in front of him. Shock value plus 100 * 5. The crowd was completely in a daze. The many security guards all unconsciously stepped back. This is a big official. Can't afford to mess with it. Lu Wei twisted his head and looked angrily at Zhang Yu, saying with some displeasure, what's in your head? The director's nephew you go and bully? Zhang Yu took a few steps back at a loss. I didn't know. I thought he was just a broken internet car driver. Negative emotional value plus 200. Zhang Yu looked at Sui with some resentment. What's in your head? Your uncle is a director and you still come out to drive an online car? I know a director. Even the village dog became a police dog. Lu Wei changed his previous arrogant appearance, fawningly handed cigarettes to Yu Shu, poured tea, poured water, but all were indifferently rejected. Lu Wei, I a director. It's all a misunderstanding. Since he's your nephew, I'll let it go, as long as he can compensate for the damage to the store. Yu Shu didn't utter a word, instead leaving the decision to Sui. Sui sneered, compensate your mom. You deserved it when I ran you over, and you still want me to pay for it? Hurry up and settle the 1150 for me. Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Wei's face was ugly, especially when he was scolded in front of the 4 girls. He felt that his face had fallen off. Have you gone too far? Even if your uncle is the director, you can't be so arrogant. Chief, don't blame me for reporting you if you misuse your privileges in broad daylight. Yu Shu's face had a hint of movement, but he remained silent. I'll leave it all to Sui to decide. Sui was not polite and slapped him on the head. Sure, you don't want to settle that 1150 for me? No, not. And you're going to have to pay our store a large sum of money in damages, as well as their moral damages. So what if it's the director? We little people aren't made of clay. Looking at his righteousness, Sui almost felt like giving him a round of applause. Boy, it's letting you take the moral high ground, but you're naive to think that's all I have to offer. Hopefully you'll still have that untamed look later. The atmosphere was at a standstill for a while, and Yu Shu's expression was a bit difficult. Lu Wei was right. His status was a convenience, but it was also a limitation. A bunch of people are staring at his seat. Picking a booger without first docking the left side might even report you a bit. Lu Wei, let's do it this way. we both take a step back. You compensate us for the damage to the store, and I'll give you the $11.50. Are you thinking about fart food? Sui smiled. It's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars in damages. You're taking advantage of everything, is that right? So there's no deal? No compensation. I will not move you today on the face of the secretary, and we will proceed to court. Our company is from Mordor. Are you sure you dare to offend? As soon as the words left his mouth, a man once again appeared in the doorway. Same as Yushu's reaction. Sui's body was first carefully scanned. It was a relief to make sure it was intact. Loveen wiped the sweat from his head. Thank you, Director. Xiaoyi, Uncle Lee is late. Luckily there's nothing going on, or else I wouldn't be able to explain to Brother Fan. It's okay Uncle Lee, I just missed my father too much. Guilt value plus 100. Aggrieved, right? Uncle Lee will take it out for you. Levin turned and faced them. The aura of superiority was once again on his body. What the hell is going on here? Who bullied my nephew? Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 5. Zhang Yu was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. Who was bullying who? Can't you see a car this big parked in the house? My legs are still shaking. But although she spat this out in her heart, her entire body was still abashedly hiding behind Lu Wei. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. Who are you again? I'm his uncle. Zhang Yu, Brother Wei, leave him alone. He's a director's uncle at best, or else he wouldn't be driving an online car. My name is Li Wen, and I'm the chairman of the Fu Run Group. My nephew will be the next chairman. It's all on the official website, so you guys can check it out. Shock value plus 200 asterisk 5. Bang. A crunchy slap came. Lu Wei's merciless iron hand pumped on Zhang Yu. How many times have I told you not to call me Viagra? How unpleasant. Why? Bang. And Halberd puts the call. Negative emotional value plus 100. Zhang Yu was again casting a resentful gaze at Sui. Your uncle is the chairman of the Fortune Group. You're driving a ING car? Is there a disease in your heart? There's a limit to pretending to be poor. Lu Wei's hands were numb at this time, and his person was even more numb. He regretted rushing into this mess for the millionth time. I thought that the other side of the poor boy, but it turned out that the background of one is more than one against the sky. He's not even a fart in front of the chairman of the Fortune Group. Chapter 45, Brother, why are all the young ladies your relatives? Yat, what's going on? Sui lowered his head with an aggrieved face. I work for them, but they won't pay me and they laugh at me. Said I was an orphan. Guilt value plus 100. Zhang Yu? When did I say that? Lu Wei looked at Zhang Yu with a look. Levin was filled with rage. Damn, that's too much. Who wouldn't pay? The three female white-collar workers and Lu Wei coincidentally pointed at Zhang Yu. Bang. Li Wen has a violent temper, and without saying anything, he slapped her a few times, giving her a starry eye. It could be said that Li Wen's current scales were the matter of Sui being an orphan. The crowd didn't dare to fart. Lu Wei smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Li, you fought all the fights. Let's just let this go. No way, Mr. Li, your nephew crashed his car and we're not taking advantage of anyone. Levon, it's too much. Yes, it is indeed excessive. Lu Wei nodded his head with great approval. What exactly did you guys humiliate him with to make him lose his mind like that? It's simply excessive. I feel suffocated just listening to the behavior. Lovey, brother, do you want to see what you're talking about? Sui sneered. Reasoning? You're a little fart to reason with the chairman? Jailbird, that's funny. Give Xiaoyi the money he deserves, and everyone apologize to him again, and this will be over. And the damage to our store. You're thinking about fart eating. Negative emotional value plus 200. Lu Wen's face was unsightly. Apologizing was fine. Tolerate it and get over it. After all, face is worthless. But the damage is a different story. Initial estimates are $50,000 or $60,000. If you don't pay, then I'm liable. Who can stand that? So Reuben shook his head decisively after a 10-second hesitation. No way. I have to get to the compensation. I will definitely apologize to him when the compensation is paid. Li Wen's face was cold and his tone was filled with a strong sense of oppression. I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your language. I want compensation. Mr. Li, it's not true that Fortune Group is powerful, but we are also a company in Magic City. If we really have to fight a lawsuit, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Levin gasped and laughed. Fine. Use Mordor to pressure me? I'm just being honest. Zhang Yu looked at Lu Wei with an extremely worshipful gaze. Brother Wei, you are so powerful, O chairman of the Fortune Group. All of them can have a hard anus. It's too stoned. Just kidding. I'm super brave, okay? Feeling the adoring gazes constantly thrown by the four girls, Lu Wei's waist was quite straightened up. Zhang Yu is even braver. Mr. Li, the store has surveillance. We will see you in court. Sui kicked her to the ground with a general flying kick. And the court see? Hell, see can't even. negative emotional value plus 100. Chapter Rain, speak up for me. But no one cares about Zhang Yu anymore. The atmosphere at this point was in a tense, anxious state. Each side refused to take a step back, but Levin had already moved to kill. Regardless of the outcome today, they will not be able to stay in the harbor city. At that moment a pleasant voice came from the doorway. How are you doing, brother? Is everything okay? Unsurprisingly for Sui, Huang Lu also carefully checked around Sui's body. Snow White, soft little hands were squeezing and rubbing all over her body. Luckily there are no bruises. Nope, most likely internal injuries. Sui, negative emotional value plus 50, shock value plus 500. Lu Wei in the back had his mouth open and his pupils were constantly contracting. Great miss. What brings you here? Bang. A crunching sound came and the entire hall fell into silence. Lu Wei covered his face and shivered at Huang Lu's icy eyes. You're the ones who bullied my brother. Lu Wei desperately shook his head, his eyes terrified. No. How dare I bully your brother? Damn how come Missy is your sister? Why are all the powerful people your relatives? No dude, your father is God. Lu Wei's heart was trembling madly, and in his heart, he had already cursed the 4 stupid women half to death. 1 second he was gloating about the company being Magic Cities, the next he was slapped in the face by Miss Magic City. It's a hard life. Shock value 400 by 4. The 4 white women in the back were no better than Lu Wei, especially Zhang Yu. His brain was down and his eyes were dull. Turns out what he said before was true. This company, literally, was bought and given to him. But you don't want it? Going to make money running an internet car. Nuts. Seeing how cold and silent the atmosphere was, Sui immediately stepped forward to round off the conversation. It's okay sis, they didn't bully me much, they just made me explain my last words, and said something like I'm not good enough for my own sister. Negative emotional value plus 400, negative emotional value plus 400, 5 for all. When did we say that? Is it appropriate for you to have such a green tea background? Sister, just forgive them, at least I'm not dead. Brother, please stop the green tea. If the tea goes on, we'll lose our little lives. At this time, Huang Lu's pretty face was plated with a layer of frost. Her silver teeth clenched. Waste them for me. The bodyguards at the back immediately carried out their orders, striking hard and causing a lot of pain but no fatal injuries. Obviously these bodyguards were professionally trained. Sui looked at their aura. 80% were retired special forces. The only thing left on the scene were the heartbreaking screams of a few people. Spare a thought for Sui as he watched. However, Huang Lu's expression never changed, and the killing intent between her eyebrows never receded. This sister of his seems to be more ruthless than expected. Sister, make them stop. It feels like they're going to be killed. Brother, you're just too nice. You'll get bullied that way. At that time in the orphanage, I was bullied by other kids. It was you who stood in front of me and fought with them. So even though I was the skinniest in the orphanage, no one ever dared to bully me. Brother, it's my turn to protect you after this. Sui took a deep breath. Which man can resist not eating this soft rice? Who doesn't have a soft spot for a decent man? Stop. My brother kindly intends to spare you. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 5. The 5 were silent, just contributing their emotion values. Don't even dare to give a look of resentment. Sui nodded. I'm still too kind. Don't worry guys, although your body hurts, it hasn't broken any bones and bones. You'll be fine after a few days of reprieve. A few people looked bitter. I thank you. That's when the sirens went off outside the door. Huang Lu raised her eyebrows. You guys called the police? Lu Wei nodded in fear. When the car crashed in, I was momentarily scared so I called the police. Levin's gaze was threatening. What to say later and what not to say. Understand? Got it. Monsieur got out of the police car. The last time he was pressured by his superiors, which led to the release of 2 criminals, made him depressed. There's no use saying anything this time. Evil must be brought to justice ruthlessly and without fear of force. My name is Ironwood. What's yours? Just as he walked through the doorway, he was shocked by what he saw inside. Chapter 46, Meng Xiang, Abominable Capital, Abominable Soft Rice Man. A car was sprawled across the hall, broken glass everywhere and a few spots of blood on the floor. 4 women and a man were looking at themselves with pitying eyes, and they were covered in bruises and swollen noses. There must have been violent abuse before. It's solved. It's definitely a big, bad case. Also a second-class piece of work. It's a new year and it's very bah humbug to punch a score. Who did this? Sir, it's me. Sui took a step forward. Immediately after, Huang Lu tugged on Sui's arm. And me. Meng Xiang's pupils shrank as he looked at the Sui duo and then at Li Wen, his eyes steeply cold. It's the 3 of you again. You're really the wrong side of the tracks. Let's see how you guys can run this time. Take them all away. Yushu crossed in front of the 3. Little comrade, Are you going to take people away without knowing the specifics? What else is there to know? The facts are right in front of us. Say hello to your director Lu with me. It's been a while since I've had a drink with him. Meng Xiang froze and looked at Yushu in shock. You know our director? I'm Yushu, the director of education. Negative emotional value plus 100. In the next second, Meng Xiang's eyes seemed like they were about to spit out fire. Damn rich people, looking for connections have found their way to the chief here. But it's no use. It's not a system. I don't scare you. Director you. I'll remember your words. Everyone, come with me to the bureau for tea. Yushu's face immediately grimaced. Your little comrade's awareness is not high. Bureau you. I represent is justice. Sui suddenly asked. Sir, you arrested us at the drop of a hat. May I ask where we broke the law? Did you crash this car in? Yeah. Malicious damage to another person's property is not a crime, but the store belongs to my sister. Huang Lu nodded. Yes, it's my store. Negative emotional value plus 100. The rich man of all evils. So, then you guys even hit people. Look at these 5 people with swollen noses. Sui laughed and turned his head to look at the 5 with a threatening gaze. Did I hit you guys? The 5 shook their heads like rattlesnakes. No. It was the 5 of us beating each other up ourselves. Negative emotional value plus 100. Ah, sir, you've seen it too. These 5 people are employees of the store, and they had a small conflict today. Meng Xiang's face became very ugly, but he still looked at the 5 with an encouraging gaze. Don't be afraid. Speak out boldly. I promise to bring the bad guys to justice. Lu Wei looked at Huang Lu's icy face and immediately shivered. Ah, sir, it's really the conflict between the 5 of us, which has currently been reconciled under the mediation of Mr. Su. Negative emotional value plus 100. The capital of all evil. Justice lost. From today, my name is not Tilin. Please call me Gichanju. Meng Xiang left and went back with reluctance and the regret of not being able to get a second-class merit. Yushu shook his head. This young comrade's awareness is not very high. He will definitely suffer in the future. Sui nodded. He was not bad, but he wanted to progress too much. You see, again, the rush. After making sure that the police car was far away, the 5 were close to kneeling down and apologizing to Sui, and the 5 of them put together $10,000 to compensate Sui. The question is about lost wages and emotional distress. Even though they did this, Huang Lu still fired them. You want to run away after offending the abbot? Afterwards, Huang Lu called the cleaning and maintenance workers to clean up the scene, and Sui followed them to clean up. After all, the trouble was self-inflicted. The heart is more or less guilty, but this broke Huang Lu's heart. Brother, don't get busy first. I ordered some boxed lunches to eat. That's fine. Just got a little hungry. Huang Lu wanted to call Yushu and Li Wan to eat with him, but both said they had something to do. Say hello and leave. Brother, I'm condemning you to eat a boxed lunch with me. Sui opened the boxed lunch and smiled. I'm still missing the boxed lunch. A mouthful of shrimp goes into your mouth, bursting with fresh flavor and juice. Wagyu beef melts in your mouth and is full of creamy flavor. Sui raised his eyebrows. This boxed lunch is good. Where did you order it? The same hotel we ate at before. 5-star hotel. Chui Yun Xian? Right. Sui looked at the bill. A box costs more than 1,000. Excuse me. This box of food is worth my living expenses for the month of January. It seems like I'm still a long way from capitalizing and have to work harder to do so. First of all, this mindset has to change. To change the bad habit of not eating staples as well as being able to eat. After eating and drinking, Sui was ready to continue working part-time. But when I got in the car, I was dumbfounded that the airbag had popped out at some point. Brother, why don't you just take the sales store? It was originally bought for you. I don't have much time to take care of it either. Huang Lu saw Sui's predicament and thoughtfully said. Sui sighed. There is always someone handing you soft food to your mouth to disintegrate your willpower. Sometimes it really doesn't want to try anymore. In the end, under Huang Lu's many soft words, Sui reluctantly agreed. Brother, take this car and drive it. Porsche 911. It's not worth much, and it's only over $4 million. Sis, if you keep this up, brother doesn't want to make an effort. 2 dyes of redness appeared on Huang Lu's stunningly beautiful face. It's alright, brother. I can support you for the rest of your life. Who said this girl was cold? This girl is awesome. At this time, the water friends who just entered the live room saw this opening storm, and tears of jealousy welled up at the corners of their mouths. Give me a break. Why do you have to be a soft touch when you're both men? Get out of the way. Do you understand this soft rice? Just eat. Let me do it. I hung my sister up and smoked her for 3 days and nights, but she still refused to say she was a rich woman. Okay sis, I'm going to keep running the netbook. See you next time. Huang Lu looked at Sui reluctantly. Brother, you really don't have to put up such a fight. I just wasn't joking. Sui touched her head, and the little girl instantly revealed an expression of enjoyment. The body unconsciously leaned on Sui, soft and tender, with a fragrant breeze. Sis, we all grew up in an orphanage, and it wasn't easy reaching for food. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Huang Lu froze in place. Then with an apology, she said, I'm sorry brother, it's because I didn't think things through. I don't blame you. It's not a buddy, you're a softie, aren't you? Kneel down as a dog JPG, brother. There were so many people just now. How the hell did you do that? This is something I really want to learn. At this time, Suyi's cell phone rang, and the note was Sister Cockroach. Hey, Sister Abstract, why are you calling me? I'm a good friend. The schoolgirl on the other end of the phone blushed and showed an expression of social death. 10 toes like onion white satin wrapped in white stockings, clenched tightly together. I'll stand here today and see who dares. Hate to snap a castle to the air. Dude, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. You're still drinking. Sui, negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 15. Sui, the sister was alone next to her, so the emotional value of that. Sis, what's wrong with you? Huang Lu's pink fists clenched tightly, her face a little pale. Brother, who is she? My one thief abstract female classmate. Negative emotional value plus 20. Is that a good relationship? That's about it. Met once. Chapter 47. I sold a song for $1 million. The schoolgirl praised me. Exhale. Huang Lu breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye. Then sister, I'm leaving. Oh. Huang Lu looked at him reluctantly. Go brother. Be careful on the road. Sui sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche 911. Not to mention, a penny for a penny. The comfort is unbeatable. With that, the throttle was pressed and the engine roared wildly as it rode away. Huang Lu looked in the direction the car left and was briefly lost in thought. Brother, how many more times can I see you? A sheet of medical records was torn to shreds. Anchor, driving a Porsche to run an online car. You're really something. Anchor, can you take me for a ride? I'm a student. You are useless. Anchor, it's better not to broadcast live while driving. Rebus was blocked from driving live last night. Sui could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this pop-up. This super tube head is really iron. The major shareholders are sealed. That's when Sui received a private message from Netflix. Master, can you please hurry up? It's been overtime for how long? Sui looked at the time. 7 minutes overtime. Sorry, there's a bit of traffic. Be right there. A few strings of ellipses were sent across the room. Within a few minutes, the passengers simply called and urged. Master, how much longer? Now that society is so rolled up, can you get a raise if you don't work hard? Look at my salary of $15,000. Am I proud of it? I work overtime until 11 p.m. As usual. Sui kept frowning. Don't rush. I'm here. Where? Honking is. The other side was silent for over 10 seconds, then let out a pop. Shock value plus 100. Porsche 911. Make a fuss and get in the car. Dude, why are you running an internet car in a Porsche? Because Ferraris I'm not used to driving. 6. Negative emotional value plus 50. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in the car, said Sui with a speechless face. Just now, I've been rushing around, and now that the bus is here, I've been nagging to get on the bus. You're here to make trouble, aren't you? Brother, can I ride in this car? Is it really okay? Nonsense, it's just a walker. The man got into the car trembling like a blind man's massage. Brother, how come you're so rich? Share some tips on how to make money. Sui revealed a bad smile. It's easy to make money. The unused cars are rented out, and the vacant houses are rented out. Negative emotion value plus 150. Brother, stop it. We're not from the same world. Sui laughed again. Certain unscrupulous experts in his previous life had said the same thing. It feels different again now that I've said it myself, and it's extraordinarily soothing to my body. After picking up a few more internet rides and harvesting a sum of emotional value, Sui hurriedly rushed to his appointment with Sister Abstract. As expected of an abstract sister, she chose a different location than the norm, an old baying restaurant. Sister Abstract. All the other girls choose coffee shops, Western restaurants. These places. Why did you choose this place? Sui said curiously. Ai Xiaoxing seemed to be dissatisfied with the title Sui had given her, and gave an angry blank look, which appeared to be infinite in flavor to outsiders. What's so great about that place? It's pretentious and not very cost-effective. Not as affordable as this. Sui continued to look at her without speaking. Negative emotional value plus 20. Well, today I swiped on the Master King accent and thought it was so funny. Master Kyung's accent? After her last drunken experience, Ai Xiaoxing seemed to have let herself go a bit. The face, though still red and looking a little rushed, mimicked it with a flourish. We old Beiping people have to drink kanji in a circle. That's what makes it authentic. Sui, Big sock, do you know what you're talking about? Live water friends are buckling up a screen full of question marks. Guess what? I woke up. Who says this schoolgirl has a hard life? This schoolgirl is too sugary. Looking at Suyi's strange expression, AI Xiaoxing flashed her big innocent eyes. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? No, you're this, thumbs up. Suyi, I'll treat you to whatever you're eating. Suyi waved his hand. Don't invite me first, settle the money first. Suyi pulled up the collection code. You were drunk at the last fondue and I ended up paying for it. There's also the money for this chaperone dinner, and the lost wages from my part-time job. It's a total of $500, so you can just give me $550. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 3. The schoolgirl was silent, just spewing out her emotional value furiously. How is this still 50 more? It's crazy Thursday. I'm 50. Negative emotional value plus 200. I'm the schoolgirl, yeah. People are lining up to have dinner with me, but that happened to be the point of attraction for her. As a schoolgirl, she had seen too much dog licking, and had long ago become bored beyond belief. You are born neither. Sigma men. Do not fall into the trap of women. Really convinced. AI Xiaoxing rolled her eyes furiously. Suyi received the transfer and smiled with satisfaction. Say, what's it to me? Drinking it in a circle still tastes the same. Suyi, families who understand with the schoolgirl in addition to dinner, hard speechless twice. Don't parody the internet terriers in the future. Why? Well, what is it that you want from me, anyway? AI Xiaoxing wiped her mouth and sat upright. Very formal. You're so talented. Write a song for me. What for? You're going out on the road. It's about the same. My dream is to be a singer, but my parents never agreed, so I wanted a chance to prove myself. And you, Suyi, are my chance. Suyi laughed twice as numerous golden songs from his previous life on Earth flashed in his head, but he shook his head. Who am I to write for you? Wouldn't want to whore me out for nothing just because of 2 meals. AI Xiaoxing blushed a few more shades of red and murmured in a small voice. I didn't intend to whore myself out. Yu Bingshan looked for me to write a score and both gave me this amount. Suyi stretched out a finger. Okay, 1 million I promise. Suyi stumbled and almost didn't sit still. When did rich women become so plentiful? Suyi is a bit remorseful. Promised so dry. Is not a bit to be less? At this moment, AI Xiaoxing was touched inwardly. Suyi seemed stingy, but he was still generous to her at critical moments. $1 million for a song. What's the difference between that and just giving it to her? Sister Abstract, I want to ask if your family has a mine? Suyi curiously said. Well, digging for all kinds of ores in the African region, and on the Shanxi side as well. By the way, how did you know? It's really mined. Damn it, I'm really missing out on this money. AI Xiaozhou said later. Suyi, what song are you going to write for me? How many days will it take to complete? Finish writing for you now. Shock value plus 50. AI Xiaoxing, Chapter 48 Big Brother in the military comes to the municipal party committee. Visit Suyi? AI Xiaoxing was filled with incredulity. You can write a song right now? And also the lyrics. The tune? Suyi nodded rightfully. What's the problem? AI Xiaoxing froze in place, unable to say a word for a long time. After all, many of the golden songs she knew had taken months or even years to fully create. Suyi, there's no need to rush. Quality is most important. Suyi laughed. After all this, you're afraid that the quality I create won't work. No, it isn't. Don't blah blah blah. When I create it, I'll punch you in the face properly. Negative emotional value plus 50. The schoolgirl really didn't say anything, quietly watching Suyi compose the lyrics and music. It was said that men were most handsome when they were serious, and the schoolgirl had scoffed at it before. Looking at Suyi now he couldn't help but recognize it a little. Long eyelashes, high nose, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. More have a kind of extreme spontaneity, open and confident temperament. The schoolgirl gradually looked a little smitten. Why do you keep staring at me? I have flowers on my face. No, I was just gawking and happened to look your way. Schoolgirl AI quickly lowered her head. Oh, 80% jealous of my beauty. Lowlife. Negative emotional value plus 100. After Suyi's face writing output, AI Xiaoxing settled down quite a bit. However, it still looked at Suyi intentionally or unintentionally. Municipal office building. Hello secretary. The secretary worked hard. Fong Tang smiled broadly, responding one by one to the employees who pretended to be passing by, but actually came to say hello on purpose. He waited until he reached the office door before curling his mouth and removing his glasses, pinching the tip of his nose tiredly. They say this is a good location, but who can appreciate the hard work involved? Maybe the only way to not be so tired is to climb further up the hill. Being a city clerk, there are a lot of things that suck in a day, but the only thing that gave him some comfort was that his child's essay won first prize. My city council father. The last sentence, in particular, was especially comforting to him. Later I realized that secretary is not just a title, but a responsibility. He has to guard not only our small family, but also the lights of the whole city. The moment he pushed the door in, he was confused for a moment and his mind went blank, for the chair that had belonged to him was at that moment occupied by a man. The disciplinary committee is here? Who put the money in my refrigerator? No, there's no money in the fridge. Or not. I'm not greedy. Why am I nervous? Fong Tang had 1,000 thoughts in his head, and finally slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and took a step in, preparing to deal with it calmly. But when he got close enough to find a military uniform, he was confused. The army? What's he doing here? Little Fong you're here. The voice was slightly old, but it was full of vigor. Fong Tang's gaze was dead set on the 3 stars on the shoulder badge, his pupils quaking. You didn't greet me in advance when you came to my place so that I could receive you. No need. Just came here to see one of the kids in my hand soldiers. Fong Tang understood in a second that this was coming to stand up for that kid. It would be nice to keep promoting him if his abilities are passable. After all, being able to hook up with the military would also help with future progress. May I ask Elder Zhang which department that boy is currently serving in? No tenure. He's still a student. Fong Tang couldn't help but stare. Inwardly he couldn't help but sigh. The big brother's foresight was just high. Still a student. And you're thinking about paving the way for your child. Zhang Mu seemed to see through his thoughts and slowly said, don't misunderstand what the child wants to do in the future. I, an old man, have no right to ask. I heard he wasn't doing so well, so I made the trip over to see him. After all, the child's father sacrificed himself. We can't let a hero bleed and shed tears, can we? Fong Tang smiled and agreed, but it was more or less hard to feel in his heart. Why don't you just go and watch the kids? Why did you come to my office? That's obviously something in the words. However, he still assured, please rest assured, Elder Zhang, we will not let the son of a hero suffer, especially during my time in office. How old is the boy now? What school is he in? What's his name? I'll have someone organize condolences. Zhang Mu shook his head. There's no need to trouble you guys to make a trip. That kid is live streaming. We can both check his recent situation from here. Fong Tang froze again, but looking at Zhang Mu who had already taken out his military cell phone, he couldn't say anything else. But just after opening the screen, both of them froze, only to see a pair of handsome men and women sitting together. Both of their face value is enough to hang a bunch of stars. What are those two doing? Sui is writing songs for girls. Ha, this kid is so talented? Fong Tang was slightly surprised. Zhang Mu laughed genuinely for the first time. That's for sure. And I don't look at whose soldier's child. Zhang Mu's expression instantly fell. This child really looks like him. Sui put down his pen and moved his wrist a few times. Done. The schoolgirl put down the old Peking chicken roll and wiped her mouth, her gaze tinged with skepticism. That fast? Can you really write a song? When she picked up the paper and scrutinized it, she stiffened in place on the spot. The eyes were slow to move. Star and Moon Myth? What a beautiful name. The best view of my life was meeting you, gazing quietly at you in a sea of people, strange and familiar. Where will you be in 1,000 years and what kind of scenery will you have around you? Our story isn't exactly beautiful, but it's so hard to forget. Would it have ended differently if we had been brave enough to get together? Ai Xiaoxing covered her mouth as her pupils continued to contract. Good, beautiful lyrics. What a B-story. For just one song, I can actually see a love story in it that spans thousands of years. The schoolgirl's petite body trembled slightly, and drops of clear tears traced across her delicate face. It's clear that she was impressed by the lyrics. After all, people are always sexy. Sui, ha, you're kinda out of practice if you don't call me buddy. Are you a genius? Sui shook his head. I didn't actually write this song. Ha, Sui took a deep breath, intending to confess. After all, he still had a conscience. Actually, this was written by my second personality. With that he suddenly covered his right eye and his voice was cold. A Matt Rice. Sound of escaping laughter. Ai Xiaoxing laughed out steeply, and the others in the diner looked lost in thought. Sui, you're so childish. Look at that. She's smiling. Come on, cry. A beautiful woman is smiling at a boy. Immediately afterward, Ai Xiaoxing braced her hands upward. Earth exploding star. Sui, abstract sister is abstracting on again. School marm. Negative emotional value plus 100. Is the anchor some kind of romantic insulator? I just used the anchor method to get a laugh out of May too, but May called me a clown. Woohoo. If schoolgirl AI does it abstract, her face value could go up another 5 points. Zhang Mu looked at Fong Tang with a confused look. What is this Emma Tesla? The corner of Fong Tang's mouth twitched. How could he understand the things of young people? Elder Fong. I guess it's the name of some tram. Of course it could be an electric car. Chapter 49. No way. Young master. Sui is getting more and more popular. This tune is best accompanied by a bamboo flute, Sui reminded. I'll go borrow a bamboo flute from the boss and listen to the accompaniment for you. The schoolgirl was a little surprised. You even know how to play the bamboo flute? Slightly. Then how did you know the boss had a bamboo flute? There are certificates of honor hanging on the wall. A moment later, Sui borrowed the flute and placed it in his hands to familiarize himself with it. Listen carefully to the accompaniment and see if it suits you to sing. Good. The schoolgirl's beautiful eyes curved out into a nice crescent moon, her expression expectant. In the next second a very fairy-like immortal sword was blown out. Schoolgirl? The lyrics are love sad, aren't they? This song doesn't seem appropriate. Sui was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, this is another song. Shock value plus 50. You have another original? Slightly. Sui blew again. A sense of ancient brokenness came over him. AI Xiaoxing's eyes widened. What's this tune again? It makes me unable to stop my sweat from rising. Meow. How did it blow up into the desolate Emperor March? Just a moment. Let me recall. There are so many tunes that it's a little easy to get mixed up and remembering them all at once. Immediately after that, Hiyaj was blown out. Greetings to the Ealing ancestor. Still not right. Try again. As if dreaming. Border area. Meow. What's with the lanting sequence still out? Next, Sui blew a dozen or so tunes one after another, and each of the preludes was an existence that made the schoolgirl's heart and mind shake for it. But none of it is the star and moon myth. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. The schoolgirl's pink lips were slightly open. Her expression was dumbfounded, and she exuded a strong sense of disbelief. This, Sui, are these your originals? What? You want to learn? AI Xiaoxing instantly became excited. Is it really possible? Let's learn the star and moon mythos first. You can't chew too much greed. AI Xiaoxing looked a little lost. But you haven't played its tune yet. It didn't occur to me for a while, but it doesn't matter. Let's go to the studio first. Maybe it'll come back to me. Ha, so soon. AI Xiaoxing looked at the man in front of her with admiration. A man who loves music can't be far behind. But the schoolgirl was obviously overthinking it, and Sui's eyes were full of desire for $1 million. At this time, watching the live broadcast of the military and political, two big men took a deep breath, from each other's eyes to watch the appreciation and surprise. Fong Tang sighed. This child's talent is incomparably amazing, and is second to none when looking at the entire entertainment industry. A proud look appeared in Zhang Mu's eyes. That must be. His father was my best soldier. If it wasn't for that change of heart, I'm afraid he'd be a regimental commander by now. Fong Tang nodded. I can place him in the radio and television when he graduates. Are you kid trying to steal someone from me? It's better for him to come to the army with this talent. Fong Tang was a bit silent, not knowing who said he had no right to interfere with his development. Sure enough, bigots are double standard too. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Where did you get all that emotional value? Sui looked at the schoolgirl and realized that she was so happy that she hugged the lyrics and just carried them. Sui looked at the store owner again, who was frying tomatoes with tomatoes. It couldn't have been him either. Sui looked out the window and realized that there was a Ferrari parked at the entrance at some point. Seeing Sui looking at him, the car window quickly closed. Sui, oh I see. So it's a little licking dog. Zheng Qian in the car had a grimace on his face and slammed both fists on the steering wheel. Asterisk. Where is the dirtbag from who dares to pick up the woman I have my eye on? Butler, what do you think should be done? The butler's face showed a fierce look. How about clicking him? Zheng Qian threw a slap on the butler's head. Click your ass. I'll click you first. Now is the rule of law society do not know? How horrible the self-media influence is. Then, young master, let's find someone to threaten him with a beating? If that kid doesn't submit, beat him up again. There are people at the police station anyway. It's all about the rule of law. This kid is a piece of. Why is the school flower still smiling at him? Woo, she didn't even say a few words to me. What then? Young master? TM got a nose. The school flower even applauded. Butler, find someone to kill him. Tell old Mo that I want to eat fish. Young master, this is a society of law and order. For popping or snapping. Another 2 slaps on the butler's head. I'm the young master. You're the young master? Zhang Qian revealed a vicious look. If you dare to tease the woman I have my eye on, you must die. Housekeeper, check him out for me. I'm going to pick out his black material and cyberstorm him ruthlessly. Good. The butler wasn't smart, but he was very efficient, and a few phone calls were made. Sui's information appeared in his cell phone. How about the butler? Did he pick up any black material? The butler's eyeballs were bulging out as he stared stupidly at the screen and stammered. No way. Young master, the more you pick at it, the redder it gets. Ha! Zheng Qian snatched the cell phone, looked at the screen, and suddenly his expression froze. Father first-class hero, Mother angel against the current, brother narcotics hero, red, too red, and my yellow brain just made a sacred flag. Young master, they're coming out, follow them later. Sui, you even bought a car? Porsche 911. The schoolgirl was slightly surprised. Sui did not have the slightest concealment, said, this is my sister bought me. She also sent a 4S store to me. When I said no, she wasn't happy about it. This sister of mine can be too rebellious. School marm, not this sister. You give it to me. Sui kicked the gas and ejected to start. Sui looked in the rearview mirror, and the Ferrari started to start up as well. The corner of Sui's mouth curled into a playful smile. He wanted to see what this licking dog wanted to do. Sui, has the recording studio not arrived yet? You've been circling around for an hour. There's no rush. Let's juggle that car back there first. After Ai Xiaoxing saw the Ferrari in the back, a wave of anger surfaced on her pretty face. How come it's this Sharpay again? The ghost is still there. You know him? Well, a clown. Comes around harassing me all the time for nothing, and does whatever he wants because his family has a little bit of stinking money. Sui smiled. Dare I say it was still the second generation of the rich. Dude, you remember, the goddess you can't even dream of, paid me to have dinner with her. 1 hour later. Negative emotional value plus 50*4. Sui had reaped a considerable amount of emotional value just by taking him for a ride. Zheng Qian was furious and honked furiously. Young master, it seems like he's walking us on purpose, yeah. Damn, I can't tell, can I? I'm going to make you look good. Immediately behind them, the Ferrari's lights flashed. Ai Xiaoxing was a bit nervous. Sui, he seems to be overtaking. Let him be, I guess he's out of patience. In the next second, only the Ferrari arrogantly honked its horn, followed by the body constantly approaching the Porsche. Sui shook his head and gave it room, but it got the better of it and kept pushing Sui towards the guardrail. The schoolgirl nervously clutched Sui's sleeve. Sui, what should we do? No panic, I'll find a way to shake him off. At this point, a curve appeared ahead. Sui accelerated with a kick of the gas, but the Ferrari followed suit, its rear end close to the front of Sui's car. If Sui made a turn at this time, the two would definitely tailgate. Sui laughed coldly. You're purposely trying to drive apart, aren't you? Chapter 50 can't remember. I really can't remember. Zheng Qian in the front smiled smugly and coldly. Dirt dog, let's see what you're going to do. As soon as the words fell, a powerful impact came. Immediately afterward the sky spun around, and the shadow of death enveloped the whole body at this moment. The Ferrari rolled over and the airbags were momentarily ejected. The powerful impact shook the brain to its core. Nearly fainted. At this moment, Zheng Qian's face was full of panic, and there was only one thought in his mind. How dare he? How dare this hyena? He is the owner of the honorable Ferrari, who dares not actively stay away on the road, afraid that one more look would explode. How dare he? A Porsche, come to the bumper. The butler's weak voice came from the rear. Young master, we're being tailgate. I know, this hyena is finished, and I'm going to lose him everything. Negative emotional value plus 500*8. Negative emotional value plus 500*8. At this time, Sui calmly sat in the car, the emotional value received flying. However, his eyes are still cold. Dare not to don't lousy, directly let you fly. To the side, Ai Xiaoxing's eyes were a mix of excitement and worry. Man, this is awesome. You did something I've always been afraid to do. Maliciously aliasing a car is the birth of births. But Sui, they should be fine, right? Shouldn't have passed away. Sui was really afraid of making a scene and got out of the car to check it out himself. Opened the car door to see an old man and a young man, maintaining an extremely strange position. Both of them only suffered a little trauma. Sui opened his mouth with a king bomb. You two didn't get run over, did you? Really? Why are you so careless? Negative emotional value plus 500*4. Zheng Qian growled in anger. Dirt dog, dare to bump into me. I'm not done with you, believe it or not. I'll make you sit through the bottom of the jail. Malicious aliasing is full responsibility. Sui sneered contemptuously. Is that what the butler did? That's right, young master. Negative emotional value plus 500. Why didn't you warn me before? You told me to shut up. Grass. Butler, when I go out I'll be the first to have the bodyguards kill you before him. Zheng Qian was so angry that he broke his defense and cursed angrily. Ai Xiaoxing looked at him coldly, her eyes hiding a ghetto how do you do disgust. Didn't surname Zhang tell you not to bother me? Xiaoxing, let me explain. Don't call me Dawnstar, you make me sick. He didn't cry when the car rolled over, and he wasn't available when he was said to be solely responsible. But he was called disgusting by the schoolgirl. He couldn't clam up anymore, and his tears collapsed as if they were pearls on a broken string. Ooh-hoo, Xiaoxing, what is it about me that I'm not better than him? You smile so brightly at him and you hate me so much. Ai Xiaoxing remained cold. do you know what you look like now? What? The evergreen and dog-licking, the top dog in Joker McDonald's mascot, Zheng Qian. You don't say. You're the busiest in Gotham City's big head circus. You're the craziest in Gotham City. You stand guard in front of McDonald's, size king in poker. Oh, I beg you really don't say it. The defense is broken. It's really broken. Zheng Qian's tears flowed again without argument. No guy would want the girl he's liked for years to see him in a sorry state, and even fewer guys would tolerate a girl's outright mockery of him. Sui knew this well, so he realized that now was a good opportunity to earn emotion value. He immediately took a step and looked up 45 degrees into the sky. Mr. Lu Sun once wrote that I couldn't sleep horizontally and read the original text carefully for half the night before I could make out 2 words between the lines. Cannibalism? Joker. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, I don't share the same fate as you. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Sound of escaping laughter. Ai Xiaoxing didn't hold back and instantly burst out laughing. Even the butler was holding back his laughter so hard that his shoulders were shrugging and his face was red from holding it in. Butler, what are you laughing at? Zheng Qian's gaze was scarlet and his expression was hideous as he looked at the housekeeper. The butler pursed his lips. I don't have a young master. So what are you shaking? I'm in too much pain. Young master. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move right now, High and Low would have to give the butler a General Zhang flying kick. Ding dong. Ding dong. The police car finally arrived. Dealing with things in the middle of the year is something that people get annoyed about, but after seeing that it was 2 luxury cars that had collided, there was quite a bit of excitement. After a careful look at the car recorder, identified as Zheng Qian full responsibility, Zheng Qian said unconvincingly, do you know who I am? It's not like my family doesn't have anyone inside. I advise you to think it over and rejudge the outcome. The traffic cop rolled his eyes. The Porsche that the other guy is driving isn't bad either. You don't need to show your superiority in front of us ordinary people either. Asterisk 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 arrogance. I'll give you money. Is $1 million enough? The 2 traffic policemen looked at each other. Sir, just now the law enforcement recorder has already recorded the process of your bribe. Zheng Qian, how did you guys get so strange? The traffic police sneered and laughed themselves to death. This case was specifically looked after by the higher-ups. A satiating and filling meal. Cootie. All know what to pick. Dirt dog. I'm not finished with you. I'll run you over someday. Sui's face was cold. How dare the dog bark? Send it. The faces of the 2 bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast at this time were not very good. Fong Tang, in particular, was almost scared to death. Just made a special call to the traffic brigade under the pretext of peeing. Otherwise there's no telling what might happen. Zhang Mu remained in the same posture as before, but his tone became majestic, an aura that could only be cultivated after long years in a high position. This Zheng Qian is arrogant. What does his family do? Fong Tang lowered his head slightly. His family runs an entertainment company, called China Resources Entertainment. Good. Good enough. Arrogant and domineering. Flouting the law just because you have a bit of money. Fong Tang was stunned. CR Entertainment. It was indeed time for a good hammering. You don't know what's going on until you've broken a bone and had a hemorrhage. After Sui made his statement, he flew with Ai Xiaoxing to the recording studio. This recording studio is top-notch equipped and costs over $100,000 just to rent for a day. Dude, does the tune ring a bell? Not yet. Why don't you try DJ? Negative emotional value plus 50. Of course Sui was only joking. His brain was now racing. Countless golden songs jumped out. And then a Sakura porcelain suddenly took the high ground. The brain starts a single song cycle. Brain, think fast. It was close. Just close. Ha ha ha. I can't remember. I really can't. Looking at Sui as if he was about to go crazy, the schoolgirl clenched her palms nervously. Sui, why don't we think about it tomorrow? I'm actually not in a hurry. It was close. Just close. Master Dao, I'm almost done. 3 flowers in a row. Yuck. 3 flowers of evaporated milk. South Heavenly Gate. South Heavenly. Men. Dead brain. What were you thinking again? Chapter 51. Preparing to edit a new background. At that moment a figure walked over with a surprised voice. Xiaoxing. What a coincidence. Why are you here? By the way, my new album was released. Have you listened to it? Ai Xiaoxing smiled awkwardly. Brother Fan, you're here too? Yeah, I'm here to record my next album. You know, it's the time for my career to take off. So naturally I want to be productive. Then you go for it. Ai Xiaoxing casually made a few perfunctory remarks, and then put her head down to play with her cell phone. Obviously, not willing to communicate with him anymore, but Li Fan didn't seem to notice and continued to chatter. Did you listen to my album? How did it feel? What are you doing here? Not here to record an album too. I remember you haven't graduated yet, right? Isn't it too early to record an album? Even though I debuted when I was 16, I think it's best if you don't get too ambitious. Brother Fan, My friend is thinking of a tune. Can you keep your voice down? AI Xiaoxing's beautiful eyes revealed displeasure. Xiaoxing, why don't you get back to me? Although it's too early for you to make an album, you're inexperienced and useless, but I can give you a chance to work with me. No, thanks. After working with me, you can rely on my talent and rub off on me. In half a year's time at the most, you'll definitely burst into flames. No need. AI Xiaoxing began, clenching her fists. If you agree, I'll book a hotel tonight and have a nice chat about your album and how I'm going to make you a star in the future. Li Fan, laborer Xu Daoshan, climb up in front of my eyes right now. Stop barking in front of me. If you want to find presents, hurry up and apply for a job over at Pan Hong's side, and let him feed you a meal of fire dragon fruit. AI Xiaoxing angrily yelled. Li Fan was stunned in place. His face was ugly, but he still tried to restrain himself and put on a polite smile. Xiaoxing, what's wrong with you? Getting so mad? Send it. Keep your mouth shut. I've been told you're disturbing my friend. He's helping me work on a tune, so crawl away and don't disturb him. Li Fan's face began to contort, and after turning his head to look at Sui, he immediately found a vent for his emotions. Bro, I see you're just a vegetarian. Right, are you sure you can help AI Xiaoxing make a good album? Don't you hold people back. Ha ha ha, it's a done deal. Master Dao, I've made it. Sui exclaimed excitedly. Just now, he finally remembered the melody of the Star and Moon myth. Negative emotional value plus 50. Li Fan suddenly felt that none of these two were normal. They were both so upside down. But for the sake of tonight's happiness, he held back his patience and continued. Dude, I'm talking to you. Sui turned back and narrowed his eyes. You're, Li Fan? Livan's eyes lit up. You're a fan of mine too? No, I'm Blackie. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui's complexion instantly turned cold. Grass mud horse. The only scent in your house is grave grass photosynthesizing. Thou hast halberd to put wine and poetry to chorus. And beautiful butterflies and beautiful eyes. Great, it's a poet. We're saved. Negative emotional value plus 500. Ah, Li Fan was angry and red warm on the spot. Believe it or not, I'll lawyer up and warn you. Sui rolled his eyes. Shrimp head man, don't come and get involved. Negative emotional value plus 100. The two bigwigs who were watching the live stream looked at each other, confused. This Sui just said a few inexplicable words. How did the other side break the defense? But that didn't stop the two from watching with interest. Of course the secretary Fong Tang's cell phone has been pinched in the hand. As long as the slightest thing is not right, immediately phone shaking people. At this moment, the school flower was looking at Sui with a face of adoration. Dude, it's too rocky. You let Li Fan break the great defense with a few easy words. Sure enough, effort is worthless in front of talent. I still need to work harder. Sui bristled. Don't learn abstraction. Produce good works. I've been waiting for you to come up with a tune. Already thought of one. Now I'll blow you one. Li Fan snorted disdainfully from the side. What good work could a student produce? Who can compete with him but a rapper? By the time AI Xiaoxing finished listening, she knew who to choose. Young girls are always deceived by flowery words and go on to ignore the strengths of the guys. It's all understandable, as long as it comes around in the end and you know who's best. Suddenly, the sound of soul-stirring music started. There is only one flute sound, but it is still mesmerizing. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Li Fan closed his eyes and the side face of his first love kept coming back to his mind. At that time, how could I have dared to mistake a beautiful woman when I had two sleeves in the breeze? Levan, why did you break up with me? I have nothing now and will only make you live a hard life. When I'm successful, I'll come back for you. But when you're really successful, your first love has become a hornet's nest. He would never forget the last time he saw her again. She took the abortifacient and sat on a yellow-haired ghostfire. Why? Take off the ring. Honey, that's a watch. Since then the heart of the Wei has been broken and sunk in the ocean of desire. Li Fan felt that his face was a bit itchy, and when he wiped it with his hand, he realized that they were tears. AI Xiaoxing also wiped her tears with paper. Although she had never been in love, she had seen pigs run. Naturally, she could also empathize. Abstract sister, hurry up and learn this song, and try to record it tonight. Yes. Li Fan hurriedly stepped forward and blocked AI Xiaoxing, his eyes flashing with a fine light. Talk it over. How about selling me this song? He had a feeling that if he could get the rights to this song, his curiosity would be promoted to the top, become a generation of kings. Sui gave a blank look. You now immediately go to East 100, ask Sister Ching to buy a few bundles of vermicelli seeds without sweet potatoes, and then let her whip you properly, and then kick you in the head with a 45-yard kick, and then lie down into the quilt and wait for the stewed farts to arrive and warm the entire quilt. Then you can realize that you're actually thinking about fart eating. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Fan's face was green and red with anger. He had heard a lot of dirty words, but never in his life had he heard such insulting words, and his anger showed in his throat. Do you know who I am? If you offend me, believe it or not, you can be shut down with a single word. I'll shed another tear, and my group of fans make churning you guys never have any peace. Make it impossible for you to stay in Dasha. Dropping. Congratulations to the host's emotional value is full. Is it editing the identity? Sui's heart was so happy that he didn't even bother to dislike Li Fan, and his consciousness immediately plunged into the system's virtual space. This time, the sentiment value was only 60,000 or so, and it was impossible to edit it for hall-level bigwigs and above. But it doesn't matter. Light intensity is useless. It has to be adapted to work, because the next step might involve the entertainment industry. Sui directly entered the entertainment keyword. After some careful selection, Sui's eyes were sharp, and he clicked OK on the female president of China Resources Entertainment. Chapter 52, Editor's New Background. Female president of the group. Please ask the host to begin editing the background on their own, without having to be reminded by the system. Sui's hands had long been snapping words on the virtual panel at a rapid pace. Xiangji, female president of China Resources Entertainment, started from scratch and single-handedly created China Resources Entertainment. Absolute holding. Just when she thought she had nothing to worry about in her life, the disease broke out and she unfortunately became one of the first infected. Her life was on the line, with one foot in the grave. At that time, she deeply realized that money could not buy her life. Just in time of despair, Sui's mother, Su Xin, comes against the current and becomes the light that comes to her rescue. A day and night of fighting to resuscitate her. When she was fully cured, she planned to go and thank Su Xin, but when she arrived at the hospital, she received the news that she had sacrificed herself due to infection. Xiongji takes it upon herself to take all the blame, believing that Su Xin was sacrificed for saving her. From then on she harbored a guilt that became a knot that could not be dissolved. By the time the words were typed, Sui's eyes were already moist. Every word edited becomes a memory that floods into his mind and becomes a part of his life. Mom, also sacrificed. If there was a 1% chance, Sui also wanted to keep his mother alive, but he was an orphan to begin with. Sui, are you alright? AI Xiaoxing said with concern. Whenever she had a big mood swing, the term of endearment would change from buddy to Sui. Li Fan laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, is this why you're scared and crying by me? A student's guts are just small. I'm fine, just blinded by the sand. Negative emotional value plus 100. Who are you calling a sand shelter? Li Fan immediately chilled his face. Sui pointed mockingly, Donnie Yen pointed JPG. See, he's right on the money without me having to say it. The schoolgirl covered her mouth and smiled. Memorizing the words deep in her heart and disliking people in the future she disliked them the same way. Li Fan was so angry that he broke his defense and roared. Do you really think I'm joking? AI Xiaoxing, I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to accompany me tonight? With my resources to make you famous, it's just a matter of words. Instead I can shut you down completely with a single word. AI Xiaoxing's pretty face was red. It was angry. This was followed by an Iron Mountain lean that sent Li Fan flying out. Li Fan, whose body had been emptied by alcohol and sex for years, was not her match at all. Sui's eyes widened in surprise. A girl with a top-notch face value, making a killing move like Iron Mountain leaning in front of you, and knocking a man off. It was a real visual shock. You've practiced Baji Quan here? Sui raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. What Baji fist? This is Koan fist. Usually I love to imitate my brother's dancing, and over I learned this move. It's unexpectedly good. The water boys covered their stomachs with laughter. Pure deer nuts. Do you eat oil cakes? Mud-catching horses? Hey duck hornless sheep, shrimp head. It's been around for years, and you guys are still playing with it. Plum civet. It turns out that martial arts novels are all true, and you can tell what school it is from the moves as soon as they are made. This is the only sect that is still going strong with the patriarchon. How dare you hit me? Li Fan's face was completely hideous. Being knocked out by a woman had shattered his dignity as a man. He instantly lost his mind and lunged towards the schoolgirl. Sui's eyes narrowed slightly as his figure flashed and Li Fan flew out once again. Negative emotional value plus 500. Bear growling JPG. AI Xiaoxing, you won't be able to make it in this life. The schoolgirl grimaced. Whether I can debut or not depends entirely on whether I want to or not. Are you worthy of telling me what to do? Sui couldn't help but look at her. He was sure that this wasn't blowing off awesome. After all, the person who casually took out $1 million must be more or less stoned. Li Fan's body trembled with anger. You guys wait for me, I'm going to cyberstorm you to death. There are a lot of people who have been forced to commit suicide because of cyber violence over the years. You guys will follow in their footsteps. Are you sure they can trust you? Ha ha ha. Li Fan laughed with a strong mockery. You guys know nothing about brainwashed fans. Even if I asked them to observe a nuclear bomb explosion up close, they would still go over there on their asses. Sui nodded and opened his mouth wide. Is it that outrageous? Sure, there was a fan before. I told her I liked dogs and she started learning to eat. That fan is a character. So much life. So now you two apologize to me and let me have those 2 strokes back. AI Xiaoxing will come back to keep me company at night. I can consider letting you guys go. Li Fan smiled smugly, but Sui directly ignored him and looked at his cell phone with a focused expression. Hey, I'm talking to you. Secondly, my name is not Hey, my name is 8 handles. 8? Hey. Negative emotional value plus 200. You seek death. Thank you Li Fan for wanting to be the rocket sent by old Kwai. Sui suddenly laughed out loud. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Fan's expression instantly stiffened, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead. What did you just say? Relax. I'm just on the air. Shoo away. The word live was like a sick-in-shock elbow strike and then loudly whispered in his ear. Men. The brain was shocked into blankness. Negative emotional value plus 500. You're on the air? I don't believe you. Why didn't you have your cell phone the whole time? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's normal that you can't see the portable camera that I use. Li Fan didn't believe it and immediately opened his cell phone. I just turned on Shakeology and swiped myself live. This is really being broadcast live. Then everything that just happened, you broadcasted it out live? Sui nodded seriously. Aha. You should be caving in. You're the first one to publicly call a fan a brain-dead person. Sui gave him a thumbs up. Honestly, he rarely admired people in his life. Levon counts for 1. He's a character. Plop. Li Fan completely lost all his strength and means and fell to the ground. Live streaming he didn't dare to go watch. The netizens were too dirty with their cursing. In a matter of seconds, both parents were lost. No, there's still hope. He can still save me. Ha ha ha. A flash of light appeared in Li Fan's eyes, and he then laughed out loud. I almost forgot I'm not afraid of collapsing houses because I'm supposed to be ruins. Sui nodded, agreeing with him on a rare occasion. A lot of scandals have broken about him before, always doing all these birth things, but so far it's not blocked, and the resources are in hand. Even though I can't cyberstorm you guys anymore, I'm not talking about so many resources when I'm a big shot. My strongest background, my good big brother, is the Crown Prince of the China Resources Group. Sui raised his eyebrows. The Crown Prince of China Resources Group? This is a bit too coincidental. System, did you do it on purpose or by accident? You 2 pills. Wait, I'll call my good big brother over and get you 2 killed. AI Xiaoxing reminded in a low voice. That prince is the Zheng Qian we bumped into today. Ha, it's that old lickspittle. The schoolgirl's tone teased. How about it? Are you scared yet? This is China Resources Entertainment, one of the several mountains in the entertainment industry. I'm afraid? Even if the boss of the CR group came, he would have to speak to me respectfully. The school flower rolled her eyes. Flavorful, dull a crowd of netizens. Cheat buddy can. Don't fool yourself on the line. Buddy was you cheated really does not matter. Smile on the past. But when you say that, wipe the corners of your eyes so the tears don't fall to the floor. Chapter 53, I'm just aiming the future at the sky. I see you don't believe in me. I'm 50. Look at the strength. That doesn't. Negative emotional value plus 50. Li Fan watched the 2 fight, and the fire of jealousy was about to surge out of his chest. I'm threatening you. Give me a reaction. Aren't you guys scared? Sui shook his head and let out a light laugh. Your family's crown prince may not be able to come. Levon froze. Why? Your prince was hit by me and is probably just now getting out of the station. And that car of his is kind of scrapped. You fart. Dare to curse the prince. Dead you. What a good dog. Li Fan didn't believe it and immediately called Zhang Qian again. Mr. Zhang, may I ask when you're coming? What are you doing? I'm buying a new car. And now I'm trying to decide between a Ferrari and a Bugatti. I'm in the process of buying a new car. And now I'm stuck on whether it's a Ferrari or a Bugatti. Li Fan couldn't help but stare. Didn't you just pick up a new car yesterday? Don't mention it. I was wrecked by a bump today. Don't let me catch him again. High and low to straighten him out. Shock value plus 500. Li Fan looked at Sui in confusion. At this moment, he somewhat regretted why he had gone to provoke him. This BYD is just rash. Head iron wire. The prince has the guts to bump into you. Buddy, you're a character. But then he rolled his eyes. Zhang Xiao, the person who hit you is right next to me right now. I'll hold him off for you. Come on. You boys aren't fooling me. How dare I? Humph. I don't think you'd dare. I still have the video of you getting mesmerized by the rectangular female warrior on my phone. Li Fan's eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. Dog days are not good birds. The best fight is to lose both. Wait. I'll be right there. They're dead. Levon was probably scared of the beating and stopped spewing trash talk. Hiding in the corner, he swiped his jitterbug and waited quietly for Zheng Qian to arrive. Suddenly he swiped on a video about Sui with hundreds of thousands of likes. Curiosity got the better of me and clicked in. We can't let heroes bleed and shed tears. All these bullies should go eat purple eggs. I can't imagine that orphans have this kind of background. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Sui? This one had an intracranial orgasm? Li Fan's face changed drastically, only to feel countless red dots on his body aiming at him. Not good. The pills. Why didn't Bid tell us he had this kind of background? He hurriedly called Zhang Qian, but in despair, the other party simply did not answer. It was obvious that the other side was already on its way. It's over. It's all over. He slumped helplessly to the ground, without Li Fan playing the corner. Sui and the schoolgirl duo recorded the entire song very smoothly. The two worked well together and finished smoothly in a little over an hour. Just wait for a good day to release the song later. Sui, are there any more songs? I want to buy one more song. No bargaining. $1.5 million. Negative emotional value plus 50. What's with the price increase? Because I'm big data. The schoolgirl blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Killing it. In the end, the schoolgirl still paid the money very happily, her eyes full of triumph. Stupid Sui, you really think you've earned it? Actually, I'm the one who's earned it. What type of song do you want? Abstract sister? Ancient style. You play the guzheng so well, you must be great at composing ancient style songs. Sui stroked his chin. If it's an ancient style, the second personality, it's not very good at it. It has to be handed over to the other personalities. The schoolgirl froze. Which personality? Fifth personality. Activated. Negative emotional value plus 50. Harder. Harder fists. How can you play this kind of? Don't talk. I'm grilling. Sui made a gesture of silence, the library of tunes in his head being sifted through on the fly. Ancient style preferred Jay's those classics, but with the schoolgirl's vocal line, the water was too deep for her to grasp. Finally Sui's eyes lit up. I have a good idea. I'll sing a chilling song for you. Wait, I'll tune a piano. At this time Li Fan came over without saying a word. He sells his songs so cheap. Do you guess his songs will have an e-tune? Ai Xiaoxing slapped her face in disgust. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Read too many paragraphs, right? The moment Sui sat on the piano, his entire aura changed. Noble, elegant, unearthly. Even Li Fan, who was accustomed to watching the entertainment industry, looked a little stunned. He had a hunch that if Sui entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely be on fire. If Sui had heard his thoughts, he would have laughed out loud. The old man would have to be capitalized and his brain kicked by a donkey to think about being a cowhorse in the entertainment industry. The play is a fold. The water sleeves rise and fall. Singing sadness and joy singing clutch has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes. The moment Sui opened his mouth, the crowd's eyes changed. Vaguely, they seemed to see an ill-fated playwright. The last moments of his life were spent singing to a group of baka. Baka was mesmerized, but his eyes were full of the joy of impending revenge. The last sound fell and the oil drums ignited. He sang the last note and gave his curtain call performance in the firelight. Ai Xiaoxing touched her scarlet eyes and cried and laughed. Sui, you sang and cried me twice a day. You compensate me for my tears. The water boys helped out. That's right, you pay for my tears. Just now my wife saw me crying and thought it was some vixen outside me who had died. The country's hatred has to be avenged. It's just that the time has not yet come. I'm hungry for the flesh of the captives, and I'm thirsty for the blood of the Huns. The two bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast all involuntarily clenched their fists. Zhang Mu, in particular, had scarlet eyes and a strong murderous aura emanating from his surroundings. Sooner or later, we'll have to settle things with them. Fong Tang nodded, and in his eyes was an unstoppable appreciation. This child's great talent, so much better than his kid who only writes about his city council father. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with a few witticisms and he looked at the secretary behind him. Xiao Sua, notify the Hong Kong Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau to swipe some gifts for Sui's live broadcast. The secretary, though filled with confusion as to why she was swiping a gift for an anchor, did as she was told. Old chief, you don't mind if I do this, do you? Ha 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 you kid. Looks like it wasn't luck that you got to be the city clerk. On the other side, a theater student was holding toilet paper in one hand while the other was constantly looking for material that could be used in a theory class. I've never let my beast loose, just aimed the future at the sky. However, when he swiped to Sui's live broadcast, he was about to cross over, and the moment Sui opened his mouth, he was suddenly jolted and his hairs stood up in sweat. There was no more desire for the jailer in his head, there was only lust for Akira. Then he seemed to think of something, and without putting on his shoes he flew and knocked on the door of the professor's room. Professor, open the door, listen to the tune. Wang Jinlan shook her head. Finding history for me again? Don't think that just because you live in my house, you can do whatever you want. Now that opera has fallen out of favor, many old-fashioned songs are also selling their names and eating gimmicks to strike. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze and his whole body stood up in a mischievous manner. play one fold. Good. That's a great lyric. That's a great tune. Who sang it? A little internet sensation. Supposedly his original singer. Wang Jilan's face turned green after hearing it. Such a good song. Some live like this? It's such a waste. Get in touch with him for me and see if you can connect with him. Oh good. Buzzing. The violent roar of the engine shook the entire studio. Where is that kid? Let's see if I don't screw him over today. Li Fan immediately rushed out the door, losing one of his shoes. That boy is in there, isn't he? Zhang Qian's tone was ferocious, followed by a dozen of well-trained bodyguards. Brother, why don't we just forget about it? He can't fight. Bang. Zhang Qian slapped him in the face. You're teaching me how to do things. Ha, brother, you really can't fight. We will see Donnie Yen. Li Fan was on the verge of tears in his anxiety. Zhang Qian shook off his hand with a face full of disgust. Stand facing backward if you're a wimp, and watch how I'm going to chip him. Chapter 54, Su Xian's arrival. Sui looked at the group of bodyguards with a smiling expression, but his battle intent surged wildly. Are you guys sure you want to hit me? Practitioner. The group of bodyguards looked at each other. What's the point of playing with your life when you get less than 10,000 in January? The bodyguard's heart sank. That makes sense. 5 minutes. Looking at the group of bodyguards who fell to the ground and wailed, Zhang Qian's emotional value surged wildly. No, and no one told me he had such a high battle rating? One man against a dozen trained bodyguards. Just kidding. Wait, this bodyguard just got hit in the leg, so what's the point of covering his stomach? Fine, you guys play me. Zhang Qian was just about to curse when he was knocked away by Sui Kuan's fist. The movements were more standard than what AI Xiaoxing did. Immediately afterward he received Su Yi's inhumane torture. It will fly you straight up. Negative emotional value plus 200. You're the only one who likes to make an impression, aren't you? Get to know the dragon fruit package. Negative emotional value plus 200. AI Xiaoxing looked on with a frown on her face. Ha-ki-yi, you guy, the limelight has gone to you alone. Li Fan, who was on the side, watched Zhang Qian being beaten, but instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Getting hit a few times wouldn't kill you, but if you hit Sui a few times, you wouldn't be far from death. 5 minutes. Sui found a bottle of iodophor from somewhere and carefully and meticulously sterilized his stick. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui raised his eyebrows. Yo-ho, you still dare to have an opinion? Didn't fight to convince you, did you? Negative emotional value plus 200. Zhang Qian quickly conceded and apologized. Brother, I'm really convinced. Don't fight anymore. Negative emotional value plus 100. Sui shook his head. It looks like he's still unconvinced. You know, I hate men with a heart of gold. 5 minutes. Looking at Zhang Qian, who was missing 2 incisors, Sui nodded with satisfaction. The system didn't prompt, so it seems that he really folded into my personality. Sui, he seems to have fainted. For the sake of emotional value, Sui simply splashed him with cold water to wake him up. Negative emotional value plus 200. That's what I'm talking about. That's progressing fast enough to be his big brother on the list one. Feeling the cold drops of water falling into his chest and wetting his pants, the young master could no longer hold back. Loud, painful sobs came. Oh, you're done. I'm going to tell my mom that you bullied me. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched. Where is the pattern of this prince master of yours? Where's the face? I don't want any of it. Call it. It's normal to look for your mom if you can't beat them. That little cutie in my village. It's the same way. Negative emotional value plus 250. Ignoring Su Yi's mockery, Li Fan dialed the number. Uncle 7 Uncle. 4 Umbrella 57. Know it all. Mom, I got beat up. The voice on the other end of the line was female, but unusually authoritative. Have you gotten into trouble again? Mom, but I got beat up. Don't you care about me for a second? It's not a problem. You're resilient. I rate so high in your mind. Ha, 3 birth control pills and 5 abortifacients didn't kill you back then. You said you were tenacious. Even though Su Xin said so, the motherly love was still there. It was also infuriating to see pictures of bruises all over the place. My son may be bad, but he can't be beaten to death. It's been years since my husband died, and it's no longer practical to reopen my trumpet. This is going to be the end of her family. Thinking of this, Su Xian didn't hesitate too much and rushed to the recording studio in her limousine. Zheng Qian hung up the phone and laughed in triumph. You're finished, Earth Dog. My mom herself is coming to clean you up. AI schoolgirl's face became a bit gloomy, and her jade hand kept rubbing her cell phone. Should I send a message to the man? Sui, however, had an indifferent look on his face as he continued to record the song for AI Xiaoxing. Make $5 million in one day. Who else? He's decided that he'll start his own business after saving up $10 million. From there it's goodbye to cattle and horses and on to a life of capital. Ha ha ha, my mom's here. You guys are dead. Hey, Earth Dog, give some reaction. Why so calm? AI Xiaoxing, Sui, I'll find a way to solve this matter. Don't be nervous. When was I nervous? Wait, the accompaniment will be recorded soon. Negative emotional value plus 20. Yu Xiaoxing wasn't talking, and she could understand that. Men, more or less love face, especially in front of girls. She's met a lot of guys before, inexplicably shooting imaginary baskets in front of her, dropping her own friends, and all kinds of fiddling with her bangs. It's understandable that they're trying to be cool, but it's really abstract. Clattering sound. The intensive sound of high heels came. A gorgeous woman walked in, her red trench coat fluttering with her pace, her aura all over the place. Sui glanced at her, and although her appearance had been chopped off by the years, he could still tell that she was very beautiful in her youth. Looking at Zhang Qian's wretched appearance, Su Xian shook her head in disappointment. Zhang Qian, I'll take care of things for you this time. If you cause trouble again in the future, even if you get killed, I won't collect your body for you. Big deal. I'll adopt another one. Zhang Qian shrunk his neck and nodded in fear. There wasn't a bit of the arrogant look from before. Mom, that's the groundhog that hit me. Su Xian looked at Sui and her expression froze. Sui's pair of eyes gradually overlapped with the pair of eyes she remembered. The man who saved her was wearing a mask and had eyes that she'll never forget. Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Xian shook her head in a trance. This knot in her heart had never been untied, and now she was starting to hallucinate. Go back to a psychiatrist this time. Then his eyes turned cold and he opened his mouth. You have to give a statement for hitting my son, right? I'll give you two choices. Voluntarily apologized and made amends. Either that or, have my son fight back, with no lesser injuries than he had. Zhang Qian exclaimed excitedly. Mom, I'll choose the second one. Shut up, the decision is his. For some reason, Su Xian had originally come with a surge of anger, but after seeing Sui's eyes, his heart softened and ghostly gave him two options. Little cutie, all know how to choose. Someone who can afford to drive a Porsche shouldn't care about a few medical bills. But what Su Xian didn't expect was Sui's reply. Auntie, I'll take the second one. The schoolgirl was anxious. No buddy. Sui, what's your special fetish? Pick the first one. Ha ha ha. Earth Dog, you're scared silly, aren't you? Just pick the second one. You can't back out, haha. Sui lowered his head. The corners of his mouth hooked into a hidden smile. How can a bunch of mortals understand the thoughts of a hungman? Let the bullets fly for a while. That way the emotional value can come in waves. Su Xian's brow furrowed. Are you sure? It can be re-elected. Just pick the second one. Mom, why are you giving him another chance? Shut up. I have my own rhythm. Su Xian wanted to signal the bodyguards behind her, but after seeing Sui's eyes, she softened. Can you tell me why you picked the second one? Zhang Qian immediately stopped being cheeky. The situation seems to be a bit off. Mom, why are you being so gentle? I'm your son. 9719-433-57. Chapter 55. Su Xian, how come Sui only hits you and not others? Sui still hung his head deeply down, giving the schoolgirl a blank stare. Not buddy, how come you're still emo? You have to think clearly. Do you really want to choose the second one? Su Xian reconfirmed. Think it over, auntie, and go with the second one. Because I don't have the money to pay for the medical bills either. AI Xiaoxing? No money to pay? Where's my $5 million? Did you spend it on 3 kingdoms? Ha ha, Mom, he still picks the second one. Come on, beat him up and take the heat out of me. Snow Leopard, shut up. Zhang Qian? Mom, why are you still favoring an outsider? I'm your own son. Su Xian waved her hand impatiently, and the bodyguard on the side immediately understood, and a big hand violently covered Zhang Qian's mouth. Zhang Qian, aha, woohoo, don't be afraid, child. I've gagged my son. Now you can speak with confidence and boldness. Sui sighed. Auntie, I really don't have the money to pay for it. Isn't that your Porsche parked outside? It's mine, but my sister gave it to me. Su Xian froze slightly. Are your parents biased? No, I'm an orphan. My sister and I met at the orphanage, but when I was very young, there was an illness outbreak one year. My mom went to support as a doctor. In fact, she obviously didn't have to go, but she volunteered to petition, and then it was all gone. At this time, Su Xian's brain was blank, her feet were weak, and she kept falling backward. How could it be such a coincidence? She had a vague suspicion in her mind. After half a day's reprieve, she suddenly clutched Sui's arm and said excitedly, "Do you have a picture of your mother?" "I'm sorry, I just got so excited." "It didn't hurt you, did it?" Sui shook his head, pretending to be detached as he took a few steps back and reached into his pocket. The next moment there was the touch of a photograph on his fingertips. The system is really sweet, even the photos are ready. Seeing Sui's delay,
Su Xian tried to restrain herself as a gentle smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. Yes? Your mom's picture is important to me. Really important. If there is one, I hope you'll give it to me.
Zheng Qian blinked his big eyes in confusion at the back, and a bunch of dogma plots had already surfaced in his mind. His mother's. It wouldn't be my mom's long-lost sister, would it? So I have a sister-in-law? And a cheaper brother? No, I can't accept. I want the Yankee, scratch that, hyena, dead. At this moment, Sui slowly pulled out the photo from his pocket, and Su Xian took it with trembling hands. The mother in the photo is still dressed as a doctor. White coat, white mask, standing in a clean white hospital room, taking a group photo with a group of nurses. Snap, snap, a drop of fresh tears fell on the photo, and Su Xian panicked and wiped them away with her cuff. It's her, it's her. Those eyes, a pair of eyes filled with the kindness of a healer, one could never forget in one's life. The knot that cannot be dissolved, is completely revealed in the air today, like a hammer chiseling her breath away. Dr. Linley wouldn't have died if it wasn't for herself. Her children won't be orphaned either. It's all my fault. Guilt value plus 100. What is your name, child? Sui. Healthy and comfortable. Good name. But you don't seem to be living comfortably because of me. Sui didn't bother with her murmur, the fingertips of his right hand gently rubbing the photo, water vapor filling his eyes. Mom, I miss you. Guilt value plus 200. Su Xian's body trembled lightly. Sui, it's all Auntie's fault. Sui shook his head. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. Since I chose the second one, just hurry up and beat me to death. I miss my mom and want to see her sooner. Guilt value plus 300. Zheng Qian took advantage of the bodyguard's daze to break free and shouted angrily. Mom, hurry up and do it. Your son's wound still hurts. Yes, Auntie, do it quickly. Don't do it yet. Do you want me to be tortured inside? Guilt value plus 400. Bang. Under the crowd's shocked and dumbfounded gazes, Su Xian slapped Zheng Qian hard in the face. Rebel son, how did I give birth to you? You heartless, white-eyed, cruel, rebellious son. Don't apologize yet. Zheng Qian? He covered his face in disbelief and said, Mom, I'm the one who got hit. Am I your son or not? Why are you still going to favor an outsider? Su Xian's body trembled with anger, and she dared to talk back? Bang. Another slap across his face. How come he hits you and no one else? Don't I know your nature? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui? No dude. You don't blame your mom. You blame me instead. Sui, what kind of ecstasy did you give my mom? Did you drop her head? Sui lowered his head and complained. I'm sorry, I just miss my mom. AI Xiaoxing? Whatever you are, get off of Sui quickly. Bang. Su Xian slapped Zhang Qian in the face again. Why are you talking so loud? Negative emotional value plus 100. Zheng Qian's expression was now as crumbly as that seaweed. That's why I'm the dispensable one. Then I'll go, feeling the crowd's puzzled gaze. Su Xian looked at Sui and explained. It's all because Auntie is bad. I'm sorry. Just now, Auntie shouldn't have been so mean to you. I'll give you 2 more choices. You can choose again. Okay. Zheng Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. It seems that I misunderstood my mom. She turned out to be brewing a big one. Stimulation. Not waiting for Sui to refuse, Su Xian immediately said, the first option. You hit my son again to export your anger. You're such an honest person. You must have been forced by him to do it. The second option. I'll compensate you for medical expenses, moral damages, lost wages, etc. As much as you want. When these words came out, all of them opened their mouths wide in confusion, including the bodyguard who was watching the show from the back. He also had a dumbfounded look on his face. No, dude, you're a chimera? Young lady killer, right? Zheng Qian only felt that the entire world had grayed out, and an arrogant big boy gently shattered. The world isolates me and lets it taunt me. Mom, you finally become a stranger to me. Mom, I'm your son. I got my ass kicked by him. Why are you rewarding him? Su Xian didn't even look at Zheng Qian, always gently looking at Sui. How about choosing a good one? Sui timidly looked up. How can this be good? AI Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. Dude, just pretend. Who can fake it better than you? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's all my son's fault. Zheng Qian, I'm all redundant. So I want both options? Zheng Qian snorted. You're thinking about fart eating? It's okay. Children only make choices. You're already an adult. Su Xian gave her affirmation. A black question mark popped up on Zheng Qian's head. Chapter 56. Zheng Qian, Mom, love me again. Auntie, why are you so nice to me? Sui asked. Su Xian took a deep breath. Auntie is actually selfish. All that was done was just to untie the knot. What heart knot? Sui asked knowingly. Zheng Qian perked up her ears and listened carefully. This was the key to her mom's demonic spell.
The disease broke out then and I became one of the first infected. Your mom died trying to save me. I've lived with the guilt all these years, despite the fact that I've given donation after donation to the hospital where your mom used to be. The knot hasn't been untied a bit. Sui was on the verge of crying when he heard it. Why don't you donate to me? What's the point of donating to a hospital? The knot is so untangled, right? Zheng Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be repaying the favor. Thought it was really confused by Sui. You want a man and not a son. Scare oneself. Su Xian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and organized her expression. Please, give my son a good beating. Out of anger. It's not good, is it? There's nothing wrong with that. My son is resilient. Zheng Qian's expression stagnated. Sacrificing your son for a favor. How selfish you are. He immediately spread his legs and ran, but Su Xian seemed to have expected it. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguard took control of him. You guys let go of me. Are you guys trying to revolt? Sorry, young master. Your mom is the one who pays the salary. Sui, beat up my son to take out the anger. Mom, please love me again. Zheng Qian attempts to awaken Su Xian's little remaining motherly love, but to no avail. Instead, she was slapped again by Su Xian. Son, take this as a lesson for you today, and don't cause any more trouble in the future. Remember, there are some people you can't mess with. No, you're the one who stood him up. You wait for old Den. I'll pull your ventilator for sure when you're old. Stuffing methane in your oxygen tubes and spreading glue on your wheelchair. Laxatives and constipation pills and sleeping pills in the rice. Zheng Qian thought so viciously as Sui slapped him across the face. Don't think about getting back at your mom. She's doing what's best for you. What's wrong with you, man? Sui shook his head. Auntie, Zheng Qian is not a bad kid. It's just a little bit stubborn. Sui, who are you pretending to show? If you have the guts, do it. As long as I still have a breath, I won't let you go in this life. Su Xian closed her eyes in disappointment. The same are all children. How can the gap be so big? He should have been dumped on toilet paper in the first place. Afterward, Sui found 2 stools and chatted hotly with Su Xian. Worthy of being the president of China Resources Entertainment, Pattern Vision Insight, are far beyond ordinary people. Sui benefited greatly. Auntie, you don't have to feel guilty anymore. It's my mom's vocation to save people. She also doesn't want the patients she saved to live in guilt all their lives. Su Xian's eyes moistened again. Really? 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 Although she saved you, resulting in a sacrifice that left me orphaned, homeless, and bullied for 20 years, living a life of not having enough to eat or wear. But my mother and I have never complained about you. Guilt value plus 600. Fate is ingenious. And the fact that the system, scratch that, God has arranged for us to meet means that it's over. Su Xian nodded with a stiff expression. Yes, it's all fate. Though your son almost ran me over with the Ferrari you bought with your money and beat me to death with the bodyguard you hired with your money. You also almost beat me to death. But I never got to die. Instead, I recognized you. In just a few words, I helped Auntie dissolve her heart and guilt, and I feel very happy about it. So Auntie, you shouldn't think too much about it. Guilt value plus 800. For some reason, after Su Yi's thoughtful consolation, the guilt in Su Xian's heart deepened. It's strange. Why is my knot getting bigger and bigger? It's all the fault of that bastard son. Sword in the hand of a loving mother, split in the body of a wandering son. Dang, wait for me. Xiao Yi, are you free? Auntie will take you to dinner. How about Cui Yunxian? Sui was just about to reply when his face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something, and he stood up in a mischievous manner. Auntie doesn't have time for this. I have to rush to the hospital. Su Xian froze. Which hospital? It's the hospital run by Pretty Country Capital, the First People's Hospital of Los Angeles. This hospital was your mother's previous employer and the one I've been donating to. Sui shook his head. It's too late to explain. I have to rush over first. Su Xian picked up her bag. I'll go with you. I just bought shares in that hospital last month, and now I'm the largest shareholder and can speak. And the director of that hospital and I know each other well. Thank you, Auntie. Then Ai Xiaoxing pointed at herself. What about me? Suit yourself. Zheng Qian also pointed at himself. What about me? I'll fix you when I get home. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sui, blaming me again? In the end, schoolgirl Ai chose to go with Sui. After all, he had helped himself so much, and now that there was an emergency, it was only natural to help. Patience. Yat. You guys go ahead. I'll find a place to park first. Good. Sui rushed towards the hospitalization department in a hurry. Ai Xiaoxing said with concern. Sui, what happened? Grandma Li's. What? Why are you yelling at me? Grandma Li's illness has worsened and I'm worried. Who is she? The director of the orphanage when I was a child. And then when it burned down, she converted her home into an orphanage. Raised child after child. Accumulated labor and illness, coupled with old age. A few years ago, His health suddenly collapsed and he was hospitalized. I've been the one supporting her all these years. Ai Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with admiration as she listened with little stars. Who said this Sui is a black sheep? This Sui is fantastic, kind, grateful boys really add up. Just as Sui arrived at the entrance of the hospitalization department, he was stopped by a group of doctors. You're not allowed in here. Go in the back door. Sui froze. Why? I just got word that a big leader from the hospital is coming to the inpatient department. We're just welcoming her. Wouldn't it be a mess if they all entered through the front door? Sui glanced at the red banner behind him. Which read, "Welcome to Mr. Su's visit." Mr. Su Xin? The head doctor raised his eyebrows. What? You know our Mr. Su? Well, she's my aunt. Son, it's not funny. Don't climb on the bandwagon. Just hurry up and enter through the back door. But it's a long way around. So what? Sui clenched his fists at once, and Ai Xiaoxing advised. Right now, Grandma Li's condition is the most important, and the most urgent thing is to communicate with the attending doctor. Let's just go through the back door for now. Good. Sui nodded helplessly. The doctor shook his head, his face showing contempt. A trend like indiscriminate climbing should be banned. Su Xian arrived at the hospitalization department just as Sui left in front of him. The doctor smiled like a chrysanthemum. Welcome, Mr. Su. Our inpatient department welcomes your inspection at any time. Su Xian opened her mouth expressionlessly. Don't organize all this nonsense. I'm asking you, where did that handsome couple go just now? I was with them. The doctor froze, his expression a little tense. That's the one in the black punch bowl? The girl is a skirt. Right. Not good. The pills. The doctor's face changed dramatically. Chapter 57. What I caught are hemorrhoids. Where did they go? Su Xian asked with a frown. They went to the back door. Why go to the back door when there's a front door? The doctor was in a cold sweat. The business queen's aura was too strong. Plus he was at a disadvantage. His mouth couldn't pop out a word in half a day. At that moment, the dean arrived in a hurry. Mr. Su, I'm sorry I'm late. I've just been studying a patient's condition. Su Xian waved her hand. Go about your business. I'm here with someone else. It's not about spot-checking anything. The dean stared slightly. Chaperone? Can let Mr. Su accompany. That person has stone grain Never be offended. That's one of the most ed-up things about the workplace. Spending more energy on human accidents than even your main job. Stephen Hawking had to pass 2 cigarettes when he came. I think I was once a big sunny boy myself, but now I've been ravaged by the workplace to become a preppy teenage Stepford wife. Mr. Su, what's your friend's name? I'm going to summon the chief physician. Sui. Sui? The dean looked to the doctor at the side. Do you know Sui? The doctor called a nurse. Do you know Sui? The nurse was a first-timer and was nervous as she felt the eyes of the bigwigs on her. Sui, I have an impression. His grandmother is covered in chronic illnesses and has been recuperating in the hospitalization unit for the past few years. He has a grandmother? Not an orphan. That's his grandmother from the orphanage. Last name Li. The little nurse replied. Although she had not been here long, she was very conscientious and responsible. The situation of all the patients in hand was probably understood once. The dean smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Su, everything in our hospital is based on the patients. All the doctors are very dedicated to their duties. Your friend's family members can put 1,000,000 hearts at ease when they stay in our hospital. Su Xian's face eased a bit and she nodded gently. Dean was relieved to see the reaction. As Su Xian, who has been donating huge sums of money for years and has become a major shareholder, he has done a lot of strategizing before. Knowing that Su Xian doesn't love to listen to flattery, but instead just loves to hear these noble words, the dean continued to look at the young nurse. Since you know so much, take us there. Which ward is that patient in now? As soon as the words fell, the little nurse's expression steeply became tense. Her little mouth kept opening and closing but she just couldn't speak. The doctor grunted coldly and said in a bad mood, Why are you looking at me? Tell me instead. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? I didn't forget. It's just, if you haven't forgotten, what are you afraid of? Can I still eat you? The little nurse took a deep breath, closed her eyes and said aloud, that Grandma Li doesn't have a room anymore. She's sleeping in the corridor of the hospitalization department now. Doctor? President. Sushin, what? Feeling Su Xian's sharp gaze on herself, the dean was anxious. Don't talk nonsense. We have so many wards. It's not so tight that we need to live in the corridor, right? No nonsense. Her hospital room was taken over by a rich kid. I reacted to the situation with the director, but the director said, overrun is overrun. An old woman is dying anyway, and there's no point in continuing to waste resources. Buzz. Hearing that, Dean just felt like the sky was falling. This is not medical malpractice, but it is far worse. If word got out, It would be a drastic blow to the hospital's reputation. Then he's done as a dean. Nope, been there done that. This is a ing friend of Mr. Su. Mr. Su, listen to my explanation. It's 80% that there's some kind of misunderstanding here. Su Xian's expression was grim, and without saying a word, she turned around and walked into the hospitalization department. Dean sweats and rushes to keep up, leaving only a confused doctor and a small nurse who was at a loss for words. Doctor, family scandal. You said such a bad thing in front of Mr. Su, what's going on in your head? The little nurse was full of grievances. It wasn't you who told me to say it. 7th floor of the inpatient unit. At this point, Sui was already on the verge of going berserk. Grandma Lee, you've been living in the hallway for so many days. Why didn't you tell me? Grandma Lee sat on the cold iron chair with a tired expression. Oops, the corridor is also quite good. Air circulation is still circulating. I'm half in the ground and I don't want to bother you anymore. You've been dragged down hard enough by me these past few years, working several jobs on your own. But you're just a kid, too. Sui shook his head. You are my kin. How can I call it a drag? At this time, a nurse walked over and said expressionlessly, this is a hospital. Please don't make a lot of noise. There are so many patients who need to recuperate. Sui was exasperated and laughed. You also know that patients need to recuperate. So why was my grandmother kicked out of the corridor by you guys? I guess the hospitalization fee has not been paid. Some things more to find their own reasons. So many years of wages rose or not. There is no hard work. Don't blame it all on the hospitals. They're hard. I've paid for a full 4 years of hospitalization and this is only my 3rd year. The nurse blushed, knowing she was in the wrong. I don't know then. I'm just a nurse. Call your director. Grandma Lee hurriedly grabbed Sui's hand. Forget it, shall we? It's better to do more than less. You're still just a student. Don't get yourself into trouble because of me. The nurse sneered. You're not as perceptive as an elderly person. How far can a student go? Our director is too busy to see you. Bang. A crunch resounded throughout the hallway. The nurse covered her face incredulously. How dare you hit me? MS. Nurse, you don't want a few more holes in your body, do you? Hurry up and go call the director. The nurse's face changed again and again as she unconsciously remembered the previous medical incident where a doctor's hand had been nailed to the wall with a knife. Jesus doesn't even have a hole as big as his. So she hesitated for just a few seconds before going to the director. The director is sorry to have to stab you. Director, it's bad. That Grandma Lee's grandson is coming after you. Han Dong snorted. What a fuss. What can an old woman and a poor student count? Besides, that ward is the one that Mordor Xin Shao took the initiative to ask for. How dare he offend people? The nurse froze. What do you mean? Chief, push the pot on Yin Shao. The trouble is over. We can't afford to get stuck with. Wonderful. Worthy of a director, like an old fox. Ha, why aren't they in the hallway anymore? The nurse wondered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a crackling sound from the next ward. Then Mordor Yin Shao flew out the door and fell to the ground, covering his ass and wailing in pain. Ing cut the hemorrhoids Yun Shao. The director immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. He knew that this student was brave, but he did not expect to be so brave. Chapter 58, The 1,000-Year Kill. Young Yin, are you alright? The director rushed to help Yin Kai Yin up. Yin Kai Yin covered his buttocks tightly, his face pale, and he didn't say a word. It hurts. It hurts like a dead mom. The pain was like the feeling of a hellhole being rubbed by a pile of glass. It hurt too much to say a word. Sui slowly walked out of the hospital room. You are the director, aren't you? Before I milked in this ward, then it is still in this ward. I won't bother you to make arrangements. I've already arranged it myself. Negative emotional value plus 300. Sui looked at him with a sneer, really thinking he was a soft target. If it were anyone else, they might actually be stupid enough to wait for the director to come over and mediate. Then the other side was sloppy and confused in various ways, and finally had no choice but to transfer to the hospital. But sorry, he was Sui, and he directly chose to carry on hard to the end. The director grimaced, his tone angry. Kid, do you know who you're throwing at? This is Mordor Yin Shao. Ha, even being born in Mordor can't steal my milk's hospital bed. You, throwing an old man out into the corridor for some ear and nose young master. Where is your medical ethics? What is it if not? Negative emotional value plus 200 asterisk 2. The patients around them crowded around and talked. I heard that this young man just cut a hemorrhoid and drove the old lady down the hospital corridor for days. Medical corruption. This director sees that people are rich and goes to them to flatter them on their knees. What? This young man's hemorrhoids were rotting and the old lady couldn't stand the smell and ran to the hospital corridor. But the director sees that the person has money and goes to lick the hemorrhoids. Have you heard? The director is this rich young master's plaything. The two of them have such strong tastes. Listening to these murmurs was like a magic voice through the ears. The director's face went green and purple for a moment. his fists clenching and unclenching. He was an old man who had lived for over 40 years, and for the first time he had been subjected to a man-made yellow ballad. This kind of powerlessness. Family members, who understands? In Kai-in is no better. He just cut a hemorrhoid. How did he become like this? Looking at the derisive glances coming from the people around him, he was too embarrassed to continue covering his ass. This young man is playing with too much abandon. You can't pocket when you're old. The shower heads in this ward can no longer be used. In Kai-in didn't say anything and just kept trying to get into the hospital room. But Sui blocked the doorway. Is this ward yours? You just enter. In Kai-in's eyes flashed with thick anger, but he still held back his grumpiness and said, Brother, what happened before was my fault. I'm thinking that I'll return this illness to her old man after renting it for a few days. Sui nodded. Then you can rent it in a few days. Negative emotional value plus 200. I'll be out of the hospital in a few days. That's a shame. There's $20,000 in this card, so consider this my apology. Hurry up and let me in. Sui took the card and then slammed it hard on his face. Are you out of your mind? My milk is already lying on the hospital bed. What are you doing in there? There's still a hospital bed here. Sui laughed, but his tone turned cold. Ha ha, you also know that there are still hospital beds, so why did you drive her to the corridor? Negative emotional value plus 100. I like it quieter. My milk likes the quiet, too. Negative emotional value plus 100. Watching Sui not falter in the slightest, In Kai-in's expression violently turned hideous. Kid, I'm giving you a chance by talking to you peacefully now. I come from the Mordor-in family. If you continue to offend me, you won't be able to make it in the entire Dxia. Our In family has the strength to do this. The director, seeing that the atmosphere was tense, rushed forward to help. Kid, stop fighting with In Xiao. Both of you are of different classes. If it weren't for the fact that he's physically inconvenienced right now, he could crush you to death with a single finger. Sui's eyes narrowed. Really? Ha! Although the director is exaggerating a bit, it's really true. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sui kicked In Xiao in the ass. Really? Negative emotional value plus 500. It hurts. It hurts like a dead mom. In Kai-in's face twisted into a ball. Sui kicked up again, and his pants were already crimson. Negative emotional value plus 800. Sui is happy. This kick is still out of the storm. Don't, brother, don't fight. Sui, sin difficult to expand the fall system. What do you mean? 1,000-year kill. Negative emotional value plus 2,000. A heart-rending howl of misery came from throughout the hospital. And then, there was no then. The young master fainted. No one told me the city was so dangerous when I got here. The director's face changed drastically, and it was too late to blame Sui. Rush to arrange In Kai-in into other wards and then perform first aid. This amount of bleeding cotton is no longer useful. Need to use Sophie's stretch fit. Sui coldly watched this. These people are just cheap. Obviously there are other wards and they have to come and bully them. If you really like this ward, then you can take it and just arrange other wards for Lee's milk. It turned out to be a case of rushing down the corridor regardless. So Sui didn't feel that what he did was too much. It was all self-inflicted. Yun Shu, you're awake. Negative emotional value plus 200 * 5. Painkillers? Give me painkillers. Help. A group of bodyguards walked into the hospital room. Young master, why did you change wards? I'll change my balls for a ward. I'm being kicked out. What took you guys so long? Go quickly and get that kid killed for me. In Kai-in carried a strong killing intent. A group of bodyguards look at each other. I don't understand, Manhwa sound, but the young master's words had to be followed, and they came to Sui's hospital room. Are you the one who attacked our young master? Sui snorted. Lazy talk worthy of listening. If you're going to get on, hurry up. I've got to talk to my milk. The group of bodyguards, however, were slow to take action until In Xiao limped and hobbled towards them. It was only then that they fist-pumped and jumped into action. The first rule of the workplace code. Your efforts have to be seen by your boss. It's good to touch the fish when the boss can't see it. The quickness of revenge flashed across In Kai-in's face. Waste this brat for me. Also pull down his pants. I'll let him taste the feeling of a 1,000-year kill. Young master's taste is getting perverted. Hasn't the young master always been straight? Spaghetti is also straight when it doesn't need hot water. After the bodyguards whispered a few words of gossip, they immediately pounced on Sui. Stop. A stern voice came from the rear. Su Xian's face was frosty, and in her eyes was uncontrollable hostility. Dean was sweating. He'd prayed nonstop on the way here that things wouldn't get out of hand. It still turned out to be a scene that made him see his blood rise. Young life. If we were one step later, wouldn't this Mr. Su's friend have been rounded up? Su Xian protected Sui's body and looked coldly at the bodyguards. I'll see who dares to touch him today. Chapter 59 The Clueless Director. Negative emotional value plus 200. Don't think I'll let you off the hook just because you found a young woman. As good as I am at it, this cadre can resist temptation. Pay attention. Don't hurt this sister by mistake. Waste this kid for me. The dean in the back of the room was red warm with anger. Stop it all. Director Lee, what the hell are you doing? Dean? Li Nang then reacted to the fact that the woman was followed by the dean. Something's wrong. Why does this woman look so familiar? Mr. Su, listen to my explanation. I didn't know about all of this. It's all because Li Nang was unauthorized and selfish. Li Nang's eyes widened slightly, remembering that this was Mr. Su, known collectively by the entire hospital as the great benefactor. Ms. Su has increased the salaries of all hospital employees by her own efforts. Even the ama who cleans the toilets has gone up 1,000. Li Nang was just about to say hello when he saw a white jade hand slapping towards his cheek. Mr. Su, you, bang. He looked at Su Xin in a daze, with aggravation in his eyes. Mr. Su, why did you hit me? Su Xin looked at him with cold eyes, as if she could cut him into 1,000 pieces. Were you the one who drove Yat's grandmother down the hospital hallway? Negative emotional value plus 100. Li Nang, I just went out to exchange for a few days, and you even did something so outrageous. Simply no medical ethics. Shameless. Dean made up for it just in time, secretly shifting all the blame in the process. Auntie Su, it's okay, it's all in the past. After all, I'm just a poor student, a humble person. Who in this world would care about my feelings? Sui spoke in a low tone. The schoolgirl on the side rolled her eyes. She knew very well that usually when Sui switched to this green tea form, then he didn't hold his farts. What's a handsome man doing pretending to be a green tea? You're so bad. I love it. Guilt value plus 200. Xiao-yi, it's Auntie's problem. Su Xian lowered her head guiltily. Sui happened to raise his head, his eyes scarlet. Auntie Su, I miss my mom. Guilt value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Li Nang listened to half a day, and only then reacted to the fact that Mr. Su is here to ask for a crime in his heart. His eyes glared at Sui. Not buddy, and you didn't say that your aunt is Mr. Su. Su Xian looked at the dean. Dean, is this kind of scum still going to be kept in your hospital? Immediate dismissal. Li Nang was in a hurry. Wait a minute. I think I can still salvage it. All of this was forced on me by Yin Xiao. I forced it? Yeah, it's not just you. It's your mom who forced it. My mom forced it? Yin Kai-yin, where's my golden desert eagle? Li Nang tried to make his expression look as miserable as possible. I'm just a laborer with no power or influence. How can I fight the young master of Magic City? With his bullying, I was forced to do the same. Xiao Su, it's me who deserves to die. I apologize. Sui couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good man, this is meeting an expert. Then let me ask you, can your green tea pretend to be me? I made a slight move and you blew up. Jailbird. Sui took out his cell phone in no hurry and clicked on the Evil Cheerios soundtrack. Wah-wah, 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 wah-wah. Hong-hong, scratched out. Aunt Su, this really isn't Director Lee's fault. He scolded me and looked down on me before. All kinds of bad words to my grandmother. He doesn't want to, but he can't fight Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao used money to force him. If he did not agree, Yin Xiao could only use money to smash him to death. He has no choice but to. LOL Auntie Su. Don't blame Director Lee either. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotional value plus 500. Li Nang, /_ big grudge. Brother, is this right? You're so full of. Sui, so what? At this time Su Xin gas gnashing teeth. If not for the crowd, high and low to give him a few slaps. Not in his position. Not in his job. People like you are against medical ethics. The dean was cold. Li Nang, you are expelled. I will truthfully report your matter to my superiors. Wait for the disciplinary action. Yun Kai-yin stepped forward unhappily, one hand covering his ass. Dean, Director Lee is quite conscientious, so give me face and keep him. Li Nang's face was touched. Master, if you do not abandon me, I would like to worship you as my father. Dean gave him a sidelong glance. Who are you? Magic City. Yin family, Yin Kai-yin. You should also hurry up and get discharged. Patients like you are not welcome in our hospital. Yun Kai-yin? Is the Yun family dead? When did the Yun family name not work? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack up and go. But I just had my hemorrhoids cut, and now they bleed when I walk. Sui thoughtfully handed up a bottle of white liquid. It's much better when you drop this on. What's this? Corkscrew? No. Ma Inglong? Not really. It's 502. Negative emotional value plus 200. Yin Xiao suddenly stormed out. You bully people too much. My Yin family has never suffered this kind of aggravation in the outside world. The dean looked at Su Xin. Mr. Su, what the hell is the Yin family? Yun Kai-yin. Feelings that you don't know. Now it's kind of clear why so many luxury items are advertised all over the place. It's just easier for the poor to know so the rich can pretend better. In Kai-in slowly walked towards Su Xin, his tone domineering. You look like someone who has seen some worldly experience. Tell him, the strength of the Yin family. Then kick out the old den inside and give me this ward. And then make the boy kneel down and apologize to me for my ultimate millennium kill. Su Xin's face was calm. No emotions could be seen, but the cold aura in her eyes made people shiver. Yin family? Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the little Yakuza. The lineage cannot be insulted. You seek death. The atmosphere was tense. Even if the dean hadn't seen any more, he knew how powerful the Yin family was. He retreated silently behind the crowd without a word. This way neither side is offended. Which is wonderful. Sui stared blankly at the duo. The Yin family. Was it very powerful? I don't know who's a bit better compared to Huang Lu's family. What is your status? Dare to look down on my Magic City Yin family. CR Entertainment. Su Xin. Yin Kai-in laughed. I've heard of this company. It is indeed second to none in Hong Kong City. But it is far from good enough in the Magic City. All of my Yin family's branch families can completely crush you. Su Xin's eyes were deep, and she couldn't see what she was thinking. However, Sui estimated that the probability was that Ansu's CR Entertainment was inferior to the Yin family, but that's nothing to compare it to. However, Sui had already made up his mind that if this Nielma Yin Shao continued to be arrogant, he wouldn't mind using another millennium kill. Let him sing about the chrysanthemums. Cough cough cough. Inside the hospital room, suddenly came the violent coughing of Li Milk. Sui's face changed and rushed in. Chapter 60. Are there so many rich people? Grandma Li, are you alright? Sui cut in with concern. Grandma Li waved her hand. I'm old. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. Dean, the patient's cough is normal. A draining response. In the next second, a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out. Dean, early life. Doctor, who's the attending physician? Grandma Li pointed hard at the door. It's Director Li, but I just heard that commotion, and it seems that he was fired by the dean. President. After all, I was wrong to pay. At this time Li Ning came in hot and anxious. The old lady is sick again? Doctor, this offense seems a bit severe. Don't worry, I've got everything. Director Li looked determined as if he wanted to join the party. The crowd moved slightly. Although Li Neng was indeed born a little, the doctor's sense of responsibility is still there. This one isn't bad either. The characters are also filled out. Dean, Mr. Su, it's fine if Sui wants me to save Milkly. Listen to Yin Shao. Sui will apologize to him first. Then the decision to fire is rescinded. And I'm going to be vice president. With my salary tripled to what it was before. I'll go to Nima's. Not bad for your granddaddy. The birth of a birth. You're a flat character for life. Why are you so selfish? The dean's face was ugly to the extreme. If it wasn't for the critical situation right now, he wouldn't mind letting Li Neng see what a whirling dervish was. Others can heal without you. I'm the one who knows the most about Mrs. Li's condition. I've been observing her for years. Su Xin looked at Sui. Xiaoyi, why don't we transfer to a hospital? There are many famous doctors in Beiping. I even have a way to contact the sage of national medicine. Old Mr. Qiyang. Yin Kai-in snorted disdainfully from the side. Just you? Our Yin family isn't even sure of inviting Elder Qi. So who are you? Hurry up and do what I said before. This old den won't last the moment he's transferred to the hospital. Sui tried to keep himself calm as his consciousness communicated with the system. System, is my emotion value ready for the lottery? The requirement for 10 consecutive draws has been met. Sui took a deep breath. Now he could only take a gamble. If I draw healing mastery I can totally save Li's milk. System, draw. A set of women's underwear. A set of women's underwear. System, don't around. A set of women's underwear. Proficiency in cloud detecting hands. System remarks, nothing can be stolen. A set of women's underwear. Sui, I'll go to Nima's. I want medical skills. Why did you give me thief skills? But it was as if the system had disappeared. No matter how much it was called out, it didn't move. Yin Kai-in's mocking voice once again resounded in his ears. Hurry up. You can afford to wait, but Grandma Li can't. Su Xin looked at him coldly. I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoyi. You? No way. I want myself. It's still good to be rich. You can do whatever you want. Sui slowly raised his head when he heard the word rich. There was a bright flash in his eyes. Rich? Hey, I have a great idea. Sui looked at the dean. Dean, I remember there's that drug that can cure all cancers, right? Dean froze. Yes there is, but it's expensive. It's going to be $2 million, or the minimum price. So is there something like a similar drug? The kind that can cure other diseases? Of course there is. Cancer can be cured, and other diseases are naturally easier. Sui waved his hand. Give me 3 stitches. Yin Kai-in's smile stiffened on his face. You have that much money? Sui slanted his eyes and glanced at him. Poor then. Poverty limits your imagination. You want me to apologize for something that can be solved with 3 shots of medicine? Are you thinking about fart eating? The 2 bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast at this time all burst out laughing uncontrollably. Fong Tang, this Sui is a man of nature. He dares to love and hate. Very good. Zhang Mu smiled cheerfully. That's for sure. After all, he has our military bloodline. In the next second, his eyes sharpened violently. But this Yin family seems to be very arrogant, so I'll pay a visit to Magic City someday. Fong Tang smiled on the surface, but in actuality, he was panicking internally. Is this Big Brother? The Magic City Yin family is going to be in deep. Zhang Mu sipped a mouthful of tea from the table, his tone unhurried. I've heard of this drug as well. It's always been a tight fit. It's just a matter of so many years. I'll play a little caprice of power for once. Consider this medicine a gift from me to Xiaoyi. Consider it also our compensation to him. Fong Tang's face changed, and Sui's level of danger in his heart was pulled up a few more points. The big man is notoriously rigid and incorruptible. Having him use his privileges shows the importance of Sui. The dean put down the phone. His face was quite ugly, and after 5 or 6 more calls, he said in shame, I'm sorry. This drug is too sought after. Our hospital simply doesn't have it in stock. I just trusted my connections to purchase it, but I couldn't get it either. Su Xian raised her eyebrows unexpectedly, then dialed the phone as well, but got the same answer. No, Xiaoyi, don't worry. I'll ask my friend in Beiping. He probably has it there. Sui nodded his head, his heart bursting with moms and dads. A shot of $1.2 million is still sold out. Are there so many rich people? The Waterboys are also talking about it. So everyone is secretly getting rich behind my back? 1.2 million. I don't even have 20,000 in savings. There are still a lot of rich people. We poorer than the rest. We're almost out of the right to even live. It is true that money is everything, including the ability to buy life. Give me face. This drug is sold to the anchor. Yes, I'm a student. Sell me face. Yin Xiao laughed out loud once again, his tone mocking. Do you really think money works? Do you know what's the difference between a family of the world and a mob? The difference is the bottom line. You may not even be able to buy what you want with your money, but we don't spend any money, and someone else will just dutifully deliver that thing. Sui's eyes became ferocious, and he aimed a few hard kicks at his ass. Sophie couldn't even pocket the bleeding. You're the one who talks too much trash, aren't you? You're a rich kid who's just waiting to die, and you're talking to me about a family. Sooner or later, I'll go to Magic City and stir up your Yin family. Sui, the Yin family will never let you go. Even if you beat me anymore, you won't be able to save your milk. As soon as the words fell, a group of SWAT officers suddenly now at the door. Yin Kai-yin laughed triumphantly. Is my Yin family acting so fast? It can still dominate the local SWAT team. That's the kid. Arrest him. Unexpectedly, they didn't even look at Yin Kai-yin. The city clerk's secretary stepped out of the SWAT team with the delicate combination case in her hand. Mr. Sui, I am the secretary of the municipal party secretary. This medicine was entrusted to you by the municipal party secretary. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200. Chapter 61, My sister, you're too honest to be true. What the hell? The city clerk. The faces of the crowd changed again and again. Yin Kai-yin in particular was unusually hideous and mixed with a strong sense of unwillingness. Su Xin, on the other hand, was slightly surprised and opened her mouth wide. Who would have thought that a student would still have a relationship with the city clerk? Are you kids really orphans? Sui didn't pay any attention to the crowd's reaction, and as a result, the box was opened. Inside lay a bottle of medicine that was densely written in English. Dean looked on excitedly. That's right, that's the drug. No, it's not right. The dean's face changed, and his gaze was fixed on the medicine as his expression steeply became shocked. This is the upgraded version of the drug. If the base model is high school, then this is a master's degree. This medicine has a price, and it's no longer something that money can buy. The crowd's faces changed again. The words were already obvious. Sui has a monstrous background. Dean's face was shocked as he said this. He had thought that Sui was just hitching a ride on Mr. Su, but he hadn't expected it to be Su Xin hitching a ride on Sui. Now that's a truly awesome background. Sui smacked his lips and used his brain to realize that it was given to him from above. Looks like the big guy up there has been keeping an eye on me. I just don't know what level that big guy is, but it's safe to assume that Biggie is watching himself live. Otherwise the medication wouldn't have been delivered in time. With that, Sui bowed to the live camera. Thank you, Uncle, for sending me the medicine. I'll be sure to thank you in person when I have time in the future. The two bigwigs in the live room laughed in unison. Fong Tang, he called me uncle, yeah. Zhang Mu, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was clearly called for me. Shock value plus 500 asterisk 5. The crowd's pupils shrunk. So it was uncle. No wonder. AI Xiaoxing, who knew Suyi's situation, was even more confused. Another uncle? How many uncles do you have? Medication injections are given with the dean himself. He's done thousands of surgeries, but his hand still trembles when he holds the needle. This medicine is too precious, but it's good to see that your hand doesn't shake after it's stuck in your skin. The previous shaking was comparable to that of a cafeteria mom. The medication worked quickly, and Lee Milk's face gradually flushed. With that, he snorted and slept peacefully. The secretary nodded at Suyi. Since the medication has produced an effect, I won't bother anymore. It's time to go back and report to the secretary. Okay, bye. Well, we'll see you again. After the secretary left, Suyi looked at Yin Kai-in and Li Nang. There was something grim in his gaze. You're pretty good at spewing trash talk. Yoon, do the World family always look down on people like this? Yin Kai-in nervously backed up, looking flustered. No, it's my personal trash. Director Lee, you're quite good at sitting on your ass. You don't deserve to be a doctor, but you are indeed a qualified businessman. Li Nang also panicked and backed up. I was just overwhelmed by interest. I'm sorry. The dean shook his head. Much ado about nothing. I've called the police. Dean, close the door. The dean walked to the door. Suyi, as the dean I will definitely not allow you to do this when I see it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he immediately walked out the door and thoughtfully brought it with him. Can't I just not see it? I'm such a big smart. Immediately afterward there was a ghastly scream from the ward. Negative emotional value plus 200 * 10. The emotional value of the two never stopped, especially Yoon Shu, already on the verge of becoming a big brother on the list 1. It's just a bit of a tampon waste. It's giving people the whole anemia thing. Thud. Suyi was in the middle of his excitement when there was a hard knock on the door. Immediately after that came Huang Lu's angry voice. Sir Dean, stop it now. If my brother hurts a hair today, my Huang family will be at loggerheads with you. Yin Kai-in lay on the bed and shed 2 lines of tears. The world is so cruel to me. Killing people is also about putting them to death. Did you see me move? Dare you move? Victim guilt theory? Ha, interesting. Suyi opened the door and froze for a moment when he saw Huang Lu. Sis, why are you here? Brother, you're okay. Huang Lu opened her eyes wide and carefully observed Suyi's circumference, making sure there were no injuries before she smiled. I watched the live broadcast and found that you and the Yin family that birthbarred. I was afraid that you would suffer, so I rushed here in a moment of urgency. Brother, where is the loss? Huang Lu quickly walked inside and then froze, only to see a group of bodyguards lying on the ground sideways and motionless. The odds are that it's playing dead. Still, what's the point of playing for 7 or 8 grand a month? Yun Xiao also lies motionless, but probably really dead. The crimson on her ass was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Huang Lu huffed. Brother, what is he? It's okay if your hemorrhoids blow up. Negative emotional value plus 200. I had my hemorrhoids cut out a long time ago. Suyi's tone was unkind. How dare you interrupt? Believe it or not, I'll continue to punish you? Huang Lu's eyes fiercely became strange, and her small fists clenched slightly. Brother, you, what's wrong? Do you have some weird fetish? Suyi blinked. Strange fetish. Does playing the Great Compassion mantra while watching a small movie count? My brain is yellow, but my heart is compassionate. Blessed amen. Amen. After the two of them negotiated and determined that Suyi didn't have any special fetishes, Huang Lu was visibly relieved. With that, he walked over to Yin Kai-in and looked down on him in a condescending manner, his tone full of threats. If you dare to retaliate against my brother back there, your Yin family is finished. Yin Kai-in's body visibly shivered, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. Your Huang family and my Yin family's strengths aren't that far apart. Who are you threatening here? Ha, you could have tried then. Negative emotional value plus 500. Suyi? No buddy, someone else threatened you and you're blaming me instead. Are you cheap or not? Yin Xiao was staring at Suyi with abnormal resentment at the moment. The real reason for the resentment wasn't Suyi's millennium kill, but the fact that this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I put up with Su Xin being your aunt. I put up with the secretary of the municipal party committee being your uncle, and now the little princess of the Huang family is still your sister. How do you expect me to put up with that? What does your dad do to give you so many powerful relatives? You're ing pretending to be a poor student. Why are you so cheap? Of course these were just his heart spewing. He didn't dare to say anything yet. When I go back to Mordor and get well, if I can't retaliate openly, then I'll retaliate behind my back. Anyway, you have to bleed the old man a little, or your heart won't be balanced. After figuring everything out, Yin Xiao's eyes closed, and following the bodyguard's example, he also started to play dead. Huang Lu saw that the other party delayed in replying, and also lost the nature. Turning her head to the other top face in the ward besides her, AI Xiaoxing, she smiled brightly, her eyes warm. Brother, Is this your friend? Negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 20. Negative emotion value plus 25. Sui touched his nose. Sister ah. You this mouth smack body upright ah. Chapter 62. Are you a smiling tiger? Then I'm a child-faced wolf. Negative emotional value plus 15. Negative emotional value plus 15. Brother, why don't you say something? Sui was filled with embarrassment as he felt the constant increase in emotional value. What can I say? That your sister is not right? What if my sister is too possessive? Looking at Huang Lu staring at him for an instant, Sui could only explain stiffly. This is the classmate I told you about, Ai Xiaoxing. She is the goddess of the school's music department and is recognized as the school's flower, surrounded by countless licking dogs. Of course that's just the surface. In reality she's very abstract, also loves to imitate and pursue abstraction. I'd rate her as a hard-working abstract player. Negative emotional value plus 200. Schoolgirl Ai glanced at Sui angrily. What kind of person introduces a friend like a sister? I'm clearly the gifted type. Negative emotional value plus 15 asterisk 5. Huang Lu smiled broadly and enthusiastically stretched out her small white hand. Sister, it's nice to meet you. You're really beautiful. You stunned me at first. Schoolgirl Ai smiled happily. Thank you. You're beautiful too. And I'm happy too. You're rejoicing too soon. Ai Xiaoxing? Who's talking? Huang Lu's mouth didn't move. Ha? Hearing voices? Guess I'll be using my browser less these days. May I ask how old you are? Ai Xiaoxing asked. People just turned 18. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, don't give me this whole dead out. I'm asking a mess. Huang Lu, my brother was right. I just turned 18. I'm 4 years older than you. Why don't I call you my sister like Sui? Stay away from my brother or I'll kill you. Ai Xiaoxing? 9 Heavening Yuan Thunder Sound in Universal Harmonization Heavenly Honors. You evil spirits shall not go on the rampage. Edict. The schoolgirl's face kept changing. Ruling out the possibility of hallucinations, she must have been possessed. The evil spirit was too arrogant, daring to threaten himself in broad daylight. Luckily, he is a Taoist youth. I know you purposely approached my brother for other purposes, with no good intentions. If I knew that you had hurt my brother, I would have killed you. Ai Xiaoxing was completely dumbfounded. His expression stiff as he looked at the extremely beautiful woman in front of him, with a cold temperament like an unearthly fire. Unbelievable that she would say something like that, or use ventriloquism. On the surface of the key she was still smiling very warmly. Damn it, is this the legendary smiling tiger? But I'm not so bad. I'm the child-faced wolf. I'm pretty much this kind of person. Usually I can joke with you very easygoing, but if you touch my scales I will let you know what is the real darkness. This kind of is the child-faced wolf. On the surface simple and naive, but in fact smooth and penetrating. You can't possibly count me out, because you've been set up by me from the beginning. I am the chess player and you are just the pawn. If you defy me, you will know what cruelty and darkness are. I never lack of thunderous means nor lack of bodhisattva heart. I have Buddha and devil in my heart, but I sealed the devil deeply. Only Buddha is left. I would like to face all people with the heart of a bodhisattva, but some people want me to unseal the devil in my heart. Then I would like to ask you, when you are facing the real devil in the present world, are you still able to hold it down? Blackie speaks. Who says I'm the hard-working type? I'm clearly the gifted type. Sui stared closely at Huang Lu's expression and realized that her smile was not adulterated in any way. It was truly a smile from the heart. It made him wonder about himself. Did I misunderstand my sister? Did someone else contribute this mood value? Could it be AI's schoolgirl? Sui's gaze shifted to schoolgirl AI, noticing that her expression was extremely stiff and her eyes fluttered. The heart stuttered. Masaka, schoolgirl, is our friendship going sour? I treat you like a daughter and you try to pick me up. Is it right to be secretly jealous of my sister? Jailbird. Sui instantly decided that he wanted to arrange a proper relationship with the schoolgirl, but suddenly he froze, and vaguely he saw sparks of fire flash where the two girls' eyes met. I'm going to the bathroom. Ai Xiaoxing's eye contact didn't compare, and she was the first to lose, choosing to urinate. Huang Lu looked innocent. Brother, didn't she just finish going to the restroom? Sui smiled and touched Huang Lu's head. Don't mind her, she has weak kidneys and frequent urination, but she's not bad, other than being a bit abstract. She's good, especially generous and willing to pop gold coins. Perhaps you two can become friends. Negative emotional value plus 25. Negative emotional value plus 25. Sui, Ai Xiaoxing has gone and bared her soul, so the familiar emotional value can only be. Sui looked at Huang Lu in horror, but she still had a smiling expression. I'm not sure, try again. AI schoolgirl, she's so pretty. Negative emotional value plus 30. Sis, do you think the schoolgirl looks at me differently? Negative emotional value plus 35. Young life. Sui took a deep breath with a complicated expression. Sister, you can't go bad. We're half brothers and half sisters. Don't play with contrasts like that. Quickly continue to be the unearthly fairy. Wait. Suyi's eyes rolled a few times. What if my sister is simply possessive? Think differently. If I grew up watching and growing up, innocent, pink jade carving, always sweetly shouting brother's sister, suddenly fell in love with dyed yellow hair, wearing tights, beanies, tattooed flower arms, chewing ground nuts, top over the lungs of the boys, then be angry with yourself or not. Absolutely pissed off. When he comes to your house, he has to ask, dang, is it safe to park the ghost fire at your house? Can you hold it together? This is absolutely unacceptable. Erlangshin is the best example. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. The stone was hammered. This was all an AI xiaoxing problem. If she didn't act so abstract, there wouldn't be so much going on. The schoolgirl looking in the mirror in the restroom sneezed violently twice. It must be Sui this Zhongding scolding me. LOL, his sister is a big brother control. That makes it hard for me. Hard to do? Then don't do it. Crow lifts table JPG. Of course it was just her mouth high. The schoolgirl was still very gentle. Abstract as in abstract. Temperament is still mild. But don't think I'm Mr. Nice Guy. I'm hard to get a hold of. Bendy accent. Su Xian saw that Huang Lu and Sui were warmly interacting with each other, so it was not good to disturb them more. Xiao Yi, come to Auntie's house as a guest tomorrow. I'll have the chef cook a good meal for you. Aunt Su, Zheng Xian won't mind if I go over like this, right? Unlike me, I would only be heartbroken. Auntie Su. Aunt Su flashed a look of hatred. If only that kid Zheng Xian knew half as much as you do. It's okay to he'll grow out of it. Hopefully. Su Xian sighed and then hurriedly left. At that moment, schoolgirl AI also happened to walk out. Negative emotional value plus 25 asterisk 5. Sui, I'll be ready to release the song soon. What entertainment company are you signed to? No, I'm going to just post it on Shakeology. Chapter 63, Young Comrade, give more chances to the old comrade. Sui nodded. Shivering was a smart choice. By letting yourself burst into flames early, you can raise your value, and when you sign with an entertainment company again, the initiative is in your own hands. Nowadays, many entertainment companies make profits by sucking blood and bullying newcomers who have no fame and are just starting out. When these companies rely on labor instead of productivity, that's the beginning of the downhill slide. Of course, I'm only talking about entertainment companies. Thinking so, Sui couldn't help but look at AI xiaoxing one more time. Schoolgirls are abstract, but their brains are still there. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, girl, one more look and you'll explode. Sui and Huang Lu took care of Li Milk for a few more hours to make sure there were no problems, and then they were ready to leave the hospital. Looking at their soon-to-be departing backs, a hint of killing intent flashed in Kaiyan's eyes. If I can't handle you, I can't handle this dang? Just watch it when you go. I'll make you regret offending me today. Suyi's footsteps lurched, and he suddenly turned his head violently. You must have just been thinking about how to get back at me, right? No, man, you're a worm, aren't you? Kaiyan swallowed nervously. No, I'm preparing to properly recuperate from my injuries. Suyi's eyes were sharp. You better be honest with me. Yes. Huang Lu couldn't help but smile, her eyes looking adoringly at Sui, really worthy of being her brother. In the magic are arrogant and domineering Yin Xiao, to him in front of the good behavior like a little sheep. Bang. The next second a crisp clang resounded throughout the ward. Immediately followed by Kaiyan's mournful screams. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui, I went to walk my horse. How dare you curse? B. Overdubbed sound effects. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 10. The doodads of scarlet on his pants were proof of Suyi's exertion. Straight away, Yin Xiao's face turned pale and he was about to faint at any moment. AI Xiaoxing, on the other hand, had a strange look in her eyes and surveyed the two with an ambiguous gaze. This is where the scene in the eyes of the abstract woman just isn't the same as the normal one. Huang Lu was applauding from the side. Brother is so great. Negative emotional value plus 500. In the end, Huang Lu threw a diaper on him with a red face at Suyi's behest. My brother has a good heart and can't see the poor man bleed. Sophie can't pocket it anymore. And got the diaper for you specially. Still not quick enough to say thank you. Sound of escaping laughter. Kaiyan spewed out a mouthful of blood in anger, and his last ounce of consciousness was about to subside. I thank you for walking the horses. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, dude, why is your hemorrhoid blood still gushing upwards? Negative emotion value plus 1000. Yun Kai Yin, Wubu understands. Why do you want shrimp and pig's heart? Fengwa sound. Sui nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, successfully promoted into my list one big brother before passing out. Remember to come to my booth more often in the future to draw lucky bags. Elbow. Jailbirds, let's go home. The schoolgirl laughed. Again with these lame stems. Then let me ask you how to say crash in English. See you again. Clueless value plus 20. Huang Lu's big eyes were all confused. Isn't it air crash? Sui gave a thumbs up. This is the true schoolmaster. Then you're really black. The schoolgirl raised her middle finger. He hasn't scored in years and I shouldn't hack it? That's even more of a hell of a thing to say. The water boys are happy. Kids, it's not funny. Funny, it's not children. Jailer, we miss you. Snap a resurrected helicopter pilot. I can never forget the panache of his upside-down hook in front of the goal. And Jindai is definitely the greatest soccer player of all time. You didn't spare him either. Walking out the door, Sui looked at the two women. Why don't we each go back to our own homes and find our own moms? Huang Lu instantly clutched Sui's wrist. Brother, I still want to eat your cooking. I miss it. Sui froze slightly, his mind unconsciously recalling the scene when he had cooked for her at the orphanage. A martyr's orphan. A Miss Magic City. Two people who should never have met. Because of the scrambled eggs with taro poi. Detained in one piece. Tears wetting the yam poop. Numb and spicy and missing her. Brother, even though I've eaten countless mountains of food back in Magic City, it was never as good as your bowl of yam poi. Looking at Huang Lu's pitiful appearance, Sui could not bear to refuse. A final nod of agreement. After so many years of eating well put together meals, I wonder if the craft has gotten rusty. Sister Abstract, should I add a pair of chopsticks for you? Sui asked. This was naturally a little bit of Sui's mind. Affection is eternal, it cannot deteriorate. Negative emotional value plus 50. Huang Lu gaze obviously wanted to knife the schoolgirl. This old woman again wanted to steal his brother from him. The schoolgirl felt Huang Lu's gaze and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was a very sensible woman. No need. Huang Lu, he. I brought my own chopsticks. After saying that, the schoolgirl took out disposable chopsticks from her pocket. Huang Lu's face immediately sank. No he. No dude. Why do you carry chopsticks around with you? Talented players are like that. Don't be surprised. And so two women and a man, each with their own thoughts, went forward to buy groceries. The other end of the market. Near the new year, the Harbor Public Safety Department did a live public service broadcast. The theme is prevention of theft and burglary. It involves the police going to crowded places to steal people's cell phones to test everyone's security awareness. But guess what? Oops. Fire. The higher-ups have asked to continue to do relevant live broadcasts and take the video national. Port City also became the first civilized city this year because of this show. Director, are you really going to personally test the public's security awareness today? Su Xiang asked tentatively. Ma Chang touched the little hair he had left. Of course. Back then, I also started out as a criminal police officer, solving thousands of cases, big and small, and my skills are not old. But Chief, the public's anti-pickpocketing awareness is very high nowadays, and I'm afraid it'll be counterproductive. Ma Chang's face immediately became displeased. Little jail brother, are you questioning me? Even if you are a Yin family flunky, I wonder if I'm going to improve on this episode. As long as this issue is well done and can raise awareness of anti-pickpocketing, it's not a dream for the main office to become a deputy office. Ma Chang pondered for a moment, smiled and said, Comrade Sun, I know that this was your program before, but have to give more opportunities to the old comrades while not. Su Xiang? Dang, are you talking like a human being? Being a director for too long, I also need to respond to the call of my superiors. More into the grassroots. Go to the frontline activities more often. That's why I'm hosting this episode. Captain Sun, this program will still be yours in the future. Don't worry. Sun Xiang's fists were still clenched in death. The old thing. New Year's traffic is so heavy you gave it away. Why are you so selfish? Chapter 64 Director, something flashed just now. But Sun Xiang only dared to whine in his heart. Even if he was a son-in-law of a worldly family, he wouldn't dare to dislike his superior when he met him. After all, it affects his progress. Chief, the crowd is growing. We can start stealing. The officer taking the video warned. Ma Chang corrected his look. What words? The public security thing is not called stealing. That is called reminding. Yes, a reminder. Mackin made a silencing gesture and took a small step forward. A hand quickly reached into a deer-in-the-headlights pocket and with a flick of the wrist, a cell phone alerted out. The chief is great. The chief is so fast. The chief is a goddamn thief. Hey, are you kissing ass? He slandered me. A bunch of police officers flew in and started kissing ass. This made Sun Xiang even more furious. All of this horse's ass clearly belonged to him as the captain. By Pig's Feet Moncler Outlet Online. Face changed. Asterisk. Where is my cell phone? That is still thinking about my cell phone. Geez. The director was all smiles and patted Moncler Outlet Store his shoulder. Moncler Outlet Store? I'll do it all. Cell phones. The Moncler Outlet Store hands on the head movement gave Ma Chang a whole confused. Stealing a cell phone and exploding equipment? The director was delighted in his heart. and immediately said seriously, quickly say, what is the offense? Confession is lenient, resistance is strict. I'm really not to blame for the last time at the massage parlor. That roast chicken smelled so good, I couldn't help myself. Director, shucks, thought it was a second rate. The chief wasn't about to let him off the hook, though, and rushed to contact his family to bail him out. The screen lit up as the director returned his cell phone. It was so white on top that it almost didn't dryblock the live feed. The director tugged at the corner of his mouth and moved on to his next target. Go on, it's decided that it's you. The director instantly recognized the sister-in-law in front of him, who was weighing large vermicelli at the moment. The chief's hand quietly slipped into his pants pocket on live camera. The flower-colored purse is slowly revealed. The moment the older woman turned around, the chief smoothly hid the wallet in his pocket. The Waterboys have been looking happy. Does the director have a record in the bureau? I can't even imagine a young man with this hand speed. The director must be single all the time. I'm a thief. Can I learn from you? This big mom laughed me to death. She's still buying vermicelli. Her wallet's been stolen. At that moment, the officer with the cell phone suddenly exclaimed in shock, Chief, the city council swiped us a gift. The director's body shuddered, and the few remaining hairs on his head began to flutter in the wind. City council, it's done. Ha ha. Chief, I'm going to make it. What's the concept of the city council swiping a gift for themselves? This represents a disguised affirmation that one can definitely get into the ministry. Lee, thank the city council for me, but I'm at work and can't be distracted. The director sold another wave of his persona. At this point, the director was so energized that he only felt that his hands were much faster. Sun Xiang, who witnessed everything, had his back teeth clenched. Damned old thing. It's obvious that it all belongs to me. I'm going to tell my daughter-in-law. Woo-hoo-hoo. Office of the Municipal Committee. Feng Tang was watching Suyi's live stream, but in the stream he saw Ma Cheng's sand monk head. He was instantly interested and turned to Mac and Liv. Zhang Mu looked at Feng Tang with a surprised face. This live broadcast can still swipe gifts? It can be. This director Ma has done a great job, not only raising the awareness of the people, but also beautifying the image of the government. Our port city will be the first civilized city again this year, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. So I thought I'd swipe a gift to show that it's time to set up his posting next. Zhang Mu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I want to brush some for Sui as well. Ha, that brat Sui is actually in the same frame as Director Ma. It's really rare. At this point the chief was still smiling and watching the older woman. Big Mama was watching him too. Thoughtfully, Auntie, have you forgotten? No Moon. Director? I have a husband. Sandy Monk, are you cosplaying? Sound of escaping laughter. A bunch of officers in the back didn't hold back their laughter. They are professionally trained. Unless it's just too much to resist. Auntie is happy to see me. Let's just say that we should tell Big Mom to get on the internet less often. Auntie usually swipes on Little Red Book, right? The chief was all black. Auntie, this is your wallet, right? You stole my cell phone. No, we're on an anti-pickpocket. Why don't you just say you want my contact information? Shrimp head man. In the end, the older woman left a note and hurried away, leaving the chief still in the wind. As I walked away, I kept keying in my cell phone. Gmaze, who gets it? It's another day of Dread Goblins. The director made a silent note to invite the older woman over for tea someday. After adjusting your mindset, go ahead and remind others of your property. Apparently there are still plenty of normal people. 3 more were stolen in quick succession, reaping the rewards of ass-kissing and applause. Suddenly, the chief's eyes lit up. He saw 3 handsome men and women not far away. The 2 girls, in particular, had a figure and temperament that far surpassed even first-tier female stars. A good face is striking no matter what age you are. The director smiled. We've just been testing the middle-aged and elderly. Let's go test the young. A group of police officers chimed in. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Brother, why are you just showing us around and not buying groceries? Sui felt the jealous gazes cast by the people around him and was so cool that he took off. Yeah. Love it when you guys are jealous and afraid to speak up. Sis, I'm comparing the price of food at each house to save money. Huang Lu's eyes lowered. Brother, is this how it's been all these years? Guild value plus 200. As if. Brother, there's no price posted on these dishes either? Then stay out of it. Sui's eyes lit up. There's a lot of people over there. The mood, scratch that. The food must be good. Let's go take a look. With that, Sui grabbed the 2 women and went over. Make way. Make way. It's not very convenient for me to bring 2 girls with me, so I hope everyone understands. Negative emotional value plus 50 asterisk 15. The gazes of the people around us were about to burst into flames. You're really damned. With extreme beauty or 2. It's just grocery shopping. You brought such a beautiful woman to the market? I have to take them to a 5-star hotel for dinner even if I sell my house. Sui was full of contempt. A bunch of old licking dogs. The dowry is as high as it is now. All because you lickspittles are disrupting the market. Brother, I want to eat chicken. Okay, let's make you a chicken then. Boss, take a 3 yellow chicken. How much? All beautiful women. No money. Old lickspittle, don't you want your business? Once the 2 beauties came, all my business at this stall improved, so there's no need for money. The boss happily explained. Traitor, I'll steal 2 quail eggs from you right away with my newly learned cloud-searching hands. Suddenly, Sui only felt a hand sneak into his pocket. With his cloud seeker proficiency, he knew everything. Masaka, could it be meeting a fellow traveler? Hockey stealing, you guy, even from the same line? With a twinkle in his eye, Sui had a grand plan to earn emotion values. Next, Sui's face was as usual, pretending that he didn't know anything, just a little bit of his body facing backward and his hand flashing in passing. The director was in the middle of stealing when he happened to see a stump, but he didn't care. It's normal to get fly-by-night when you're older. The phone was a little bit closer to being completely stolen. The water friends in the live room couldn't help but hold their breath as if they were stealing it themselves. They were ready to mock Sui's intentions. Zhang Mu in the municipal government building frowned in dissatisfaction. Being of military bloodline, it's not good to have only this much alertness. Still have to practice. Chapter 65, Police Officer Science on Pickpocketing, resulting in counter-pickpocketing? This handsome man is so unresponsive that he doesn't even know his cell phone has been stolen. So if I stole those 2 beauties, wouldn't he know about it too? 2 beautiful women accompany themselves every day. If it were me, I'd be slow to react. This one did. Buy a mug when I was young. After 10 days at home, I can go out and get dropped over my shoulder by ants. Just as the water boys were arguing about sarcasm, the chief smirked and stuffed his cell phone into his pocket. Then he patted Sui's shoulder and assumed a preachy stance. Young man, have you realized you're missing something? Sui laughed outright. Then have you realized you're missing something? Confusion value plus 20. However, when Sui turned around, he immediately blushed, and his entire body was bad. When he saw his shoulder patch again, his face changed dramatically. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Uncle, are you really a cop, not cosplaying? Ma Chang seemed to have thought of a bad memory and immediately made a stern face. Nonsense. Do you want to take out your documents and show them to you? No need. Sui looked around at the police officers and knew he wasn't lying. It's just that he's kind of inexplicably nervous right now. No wonder it feels bonkers hard to pull out. So the police are. Why don't you say something, young man? The director wondered. A junior police officer laughed. I guess he's scared silly. After all, the chief is overbearing. Ma Chang shook his head. Don't say things like that. Give people some face. Young man, why don't you go through your pockets again? It's close to the new year now. Anti-pickpocketing awareness has to be done well. Sui shook his head with a bitter smile. No need, chief. I know it's the cell phone that's missing. I noticed it when you first started taking it. Ma Chang froze, then laughed. You young man is a bit interesting. Perceived at that time, why not say it? Suddenly he looked like he was reacting. His smile stiffening on his face as he ran his hands back and forth over his body. Asterisk. Where's my gun? Where's the wallet? He looked at Sui with a sharp gaze. Someone, catch the thief. Sui, chief, let me explain. A couple of the other officers looked confused. What the hell? The chief had something stolen? Are you saying that the chief was conducting an anti-pickpocket science program and ended up getting backstabbed? After the group of police officers stared wide-eyed, they still all rushed towards Sui. Sui dodged them with a few dodges, his arms swaying uncontrollably. And this thief can walk? Don't halberd boast. Let's see if anything's missing. Where are my handcuffs? My handcuffs are gone too. No dude, you stole the king? Sui let out a helpless bitter smile. This dog system was causing a lot of harm. This cloud tantrum hand went straight to muscle memory. I don't want to steal, but I can't help myself. Sui immediately threw the handcuffs on the ground. Sirs, I didn't take it on purpose, so don't come over again. Otherwise, if I take something later, I won't be able to explain it. Negative emotional value plus 100 asterisk 20. How dare you provoke. A group of police officers face black as charcoal. So long ago I have never seen such an arrogant thief. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became, and they all swarmed over it, including the director. Sui had to dodge in a million ways, and without realizing it, he had several more wallets in his hand. Asterisk. My wallet was stolen. Ooh, sometimes I really want to call the police. Sui, huh? This is Morse code? Professional enough. The aquanauts in the live room were also dumbfounded. You're saying that the police officers had a live anti-pickpocket broadcast and ended up getting counter-pickpocketed, or reunited. The public security of Hong Kong will be disgraced all over the country. I'm so happy. It was supposed to be a live broadcast of the general law.
but it turned into a live broadcast of a punch in the face. The two bigwigs in the municipal building at this time were also looking at each other. Zhang Mu blew out his beard in anger. The family is unfortunate. His father was at least a generation of military god. How did he become a generation of god thief? Elder Zhang, don't be anxious. This Sui kid has a good character. He's definitely not that kind of person. This hand speed sent to the military region for training can definitely become the #1 in the military region. Ask him what he thinks someday. Fong Tang's heart trembled immensely after hearing this. With Suyi's personal conditions, plus this layer of background, it's hard to overestimate the top in the future. At that moment, Fong Tang's eyes lit up as a piece of antipodal bone grew out silently next to Zhang Mu. What if we dig Sui into our own city council compound? Wouldn't that be an extremely successful political investment? The other side. The group of officers were panting and red in the face. If there weren't any cracks in the ground, I'm afraid I could drill down immediately. It's so embarrassing. After a lifetime of catching thieves, you end up with nothing left to steal from them. The point is that the thief still stole it in front of himself, in front of a national audience. Rather give some face, big brother. This live it. Sui waved his hand. Sir's misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ma Chang gasped and laughed. You stole all of our police officers and you're telling me about a misunderstanding? Even the god thieves back then didn't have your skill. Quickly give me an honest explanation. Huang Lu immediately blocked in front of Sui. Director Ma, this is really a misunderstanding. Brother, he took you for a thief and was just fighting back at the time. Macken froze. You know me? When you came to Mordor at that time, you waited on my doorstep for 4 hours, and I was the one who finally opened the door. You're from the Huang family? Well, have you forgotten? At the time you wanted. Ma Chang's face was like a monkey's ass. Stop it. Have a face. Misunderstanding? I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Sui was instantly relieved. Explain it clearly. I almost became a criminal. At this time, the police officer on the side excitedly said, Chief, good news. The number of people in our live broadcast room has skyrocketed to 1 million. The director immediately laughed out in relief. Great. It's not in vain that I'm personally involved. It's a good idea to get into the ministry in the coming year. But the bad news is that 700,000 people have come to mock us. Negative emotional value plus 500. Macken stopped being cheeky at that moment. What kind of progress is that? Sui unconsciously leaned back. He always had the feeling that this director was going to jump up and foul himself. Chief, but there's good news. Many local public security officers have given us gifts, disguised as support for us. Ma Chang was moved to tears. Or comrades understand his difficulties. Read. It's all who. Fuzhou Public Security and Chai 9 Lotus sent a rocket. Linan Public Security. Find your own tea set and send it to the sports car. Typhoon Public Security. Our people crowded to send Carnival. Macken? Holy, you think I don't have internet access? Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 10. XUII, thanks to the friendly forces for the assist. Wait, they're the ones who taunted you, and you guys have a grudge against me? Chief, I'm so sorry. I've brought you trouble today. Sui apologized again. Sun Xiang stood out at this time, righteous and bright. Sui, it's you again. I told you that you are a social tumor, now stealing in public. What else do you have to say? Chief, arrest him, it's at least a 2nd degree. Sui, director? Chapter 66, Identity is again revealed. The more it is revealed, the more popular it becomes. Sui's face instantly turned ugly. Sir, I said that these are all misunderstandings, and your director is willing to forgive me. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Sun Xiang's face, and while Sui didn't react, he directly put a handcuff on his wrist. When he reached the other one, Sui immediately began to break free. He yelled in a stern voice, "Don't move or I'll charge you with assault." Seeing that the other hand never succeeded, he looked to the officer beside him. What are you waiting for? Come on and help. Don't you want your second-class honors anymore? Don't want to go further? A group of police officers looked at each other. They naturally knew what kind of character Sun Xiang had. To put it nicely, the scoring maniacs are doing whatever it takes to score some points. Eventually everyone looked at the director in unison. At this time, Ma Chang's face is also a bit untenable. He has not said anything. You are positive on it. It makes me look like I have no real power as a director and have been hollowed out by you. Flunkies are great. The director never replied. Su Xiang gritted his teeth. Director, you have to think clearly. My old man will be promoted again this year. He is short of competent generals under his hand. The crowd's faces changed. This was a blatant bribe plus a threat. Brother, why don't you go to heaven? Huang Lu's face was as frosty as ice. My Huang family isn't a vegetarian either. Whoever dares to touch my brother can come and try. At this time, Ma Chang's face is cloudy. This is live broadcasting. This is to put him on the fire. but one wrong word and he will fall into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms.
Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui? No. You blame him. Why are you blaming me again? Fong Tang in the municipal government building was looking at the screen with a serious face. The internet is a double-edged sword, and it's best exemplified here.
Some things weigh less than 4 taels when they are not on the scale, but when they are on the scale,
they can't stop 1,000 pounds. What is his smooth henchman to say? The director's eyes fell heavily on Sun Xiang. This is something he said was a misunderstanding, but you bit the bullet and said it was a thief. Then you check his background now to see if there are any relevant cases? If so, do as you say. It's time for a sentence. Sui laughed. So you guys haven't checked it out yet. So why did you handcuff me with silver handcuffs? What's the difference between that and making me in public? Sun Xiang roared. Shut your mouth.
Stealing a police officer's wallet and handcuffs in public.
The evidence is overwhelming. Told you it was a misunderstanding. Bull asterisk 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 misunderstanding. You look like a repeat offender.
The police must have a record on you.
Sui's eyes went cold. And what if there isn't one? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And what if it doesn't? Sun Xiang didn't reply,
but took out the laptop he had with him and entered the public security system to start investigating Sui's background.
The cell phone camera moves to the computer screen.
The surrounding crowd of eaters and watermen held their breath in anticipation of the final result.
Did you guys say there's a record?
It's hard not to have a case on him with this maneuver.
I was a thief before, and I've just been released. This brother's technique is much more skillful than our former king of thieves. Information is loading.
The crowd's breathing accelerated involuntarily.
Sun Xiang looked provocatively at Sui. Thank you for the second-class merit you sent me.
Or the individual second-class merit.
Commissioner, cut the crap. The page loaded out.
But the crowd then froze.
Because the page only had a few big red letters. Confidentiality clearance. You are not authorized to view. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50. Shock value plus 50 asterisk 20. Sun Xiang was shocked and backed up, not daring to believe. Impossible. There must be a bug in the webpage.
The police officers cannot help but show contemptuous eyes.
This is the public security intranet. Every day there are national experts to maintain. Shakeology has bugs. It can't even have them.
The director's jaw dropped as he looked at Sui.
Young man, what did you do before? You don't have to say if it's inconvenient. I'm just a student. Students have confidentiality privileges? Did you hand rub fusion in college? In response, Sui could only shake his head in bewilderment, inexplicably pretending to be a pussy. Who in the family understands? Zhang Mu looked at Fong Tang. Did you do this? Fong Tang coughed lightly. Just set it up not long ago. Not bad. You've done well. But it's better to let go of the authority. The son of a hero can't allow others to slander him. If Sui really does anything illegal in the future, I will personally punish him. Yes.
Sun Xiang picked up his cell phone and spoke in a flattering tone.
Hello, wife, it's me. Are you running in flip-flops then? Hubby, I love you. Hubby, I miss you so much. Hubby, I will always love you and never leave you for the rest of my life.
Sun Xiang proudly turned on the speaker.
See, that's a stone pellet.
A word that made Miss Mordor pour out her love for me. But he didn't notice the derisive smiles of the crowd.
Honey, check someone out for me. I don't have enough access here. I'm sending you a brief profile of him. 10 minutes later,
just when Sun Xiang was about to lose his face,
the computer sent a message alert. Sui, so what if you have a confidentiality clearance? My background is bigger than yours. Checking on you is a breeze. Just wait to be exposed and be left to stink for years to come. Sui shrugged. You read it first.
Ha! Sun Xiang clicked on the sealed document and the camera immediately gave a close-up. What came into view was an unusually harsh display of several medals.
2 first-class honors, several second-class honors, countless third-class honors. Father, first-class hero of the border defense. The mother, the angel against the current.
At one point saved the day and lifted up the medical treatment that nearly paralyzed her at the time.
Brother, narcotics hero. Status of the 3, all unreturned. Everyone's heart sank. And anyone with eyes knew what those 4 words meant.
But the word sacrifice just can't be said.
Unreturned. It is the unreturned. Sui, orphan. He was admitted to a university with the assistance of the state and won the first prize for his dissertation several times. Help add hundreds of jobs to the school. The crowd's eyes all changed as they looked at Sui. There is empathy, compassion and reverence. But the silver handcuffs between his wrists were so blinding. It's an insult to everyone. The director and a group of other police officers were staring blankly. Hong Kong City, there was only one police officer with the same surname Su. His exploits are still being circulated in the police department. I can't believe this is his brother. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but look at Sui with more softness and warmth. The brothers really do look like. Ma Chang was in tears at this time. When the news of the failure to return came, he was still only a deputy director. It's a small man's word,
It was his lifelong regret, his lifelong pain. Sun Xiang fell to the ground in disbelief. How is this different than expected? How come it's still getting redder and redder? It's over. I'm afraid it's over this time. It's not going to be purple eggs, is it? He began to sweat. At that moment, he felt countless gazes filled with malice cast at him. How did you do it? Cuffing a hero's kid for a little grade? You're so born. People's backgrounds have been greatly exposed, so you're satisfied. Why don't you take off the handcuffs? Sun Xiang, however, did not move for a second, then his eyes lit up and he dialed the phone again. Hey wife, I'm in a little trouble. Can you help me out? Chapter 67, The Lord of Kings and Lord of Generals. Better to have breeds. Wife, are you still running in slippers? Sun Xiang was confused. When did his wife have such good physical strength? Hubby, I really love you so much. Deadbeat. Shut up, honey, I can't keep quiet. I have an urgent favor to ask you. You tell me. It's just that I offended a student, but his background is a bit special. He's an orphan but full of martyrs. I admit that I have a problem, but I don't want to apologize. Will you see if you can help me out with the person who asked the question? Which is this student? Wife. Sun Xiang was a bit flustered. Wife, this won't be difficult, right? Will you respond to it? Dude, stop yelling. She's gone to gargle. Oh, ha? Sun Xiang's face turned green. Who are you? Why would you take my wife's cell phone? I'm her running buddy. I just ran with her and the exercise got too intense, causing her to have a bad throat and keep foaming at the mouth. So went to gargle. Oh so. Su Chong patted his chest, scaring himself. Thought my wife was out of her mind. Ryo kata. Sakiho dosu. Where's the Japanese? Dude, I'm from Neon. Your wife's here. I'll give you the phone. Good. Have a good run with my wife, huh? A few compliments came from the other end of the phone. Naturally. Yunsang has the slimiest place in Mordor there. Interesting, and a northeastern accent. Sun Xiang chanted and then hung up the phone. He was confident that for such a small thing, his wife would get it done for him. Just don't bother her running anymore. Sun Xiang, don't apologize yet. Ma Chang roared angrily. The officers roared. Apologize? What's the big deal about being a son-in-law? Can a son-in-law do whatever he wants? Ma Chang murmured. Shao Sun your work in the bureau will be handed over to the hands of other comrades first. You go home and rest for a few months. Sun Xiang's face became hideous. One wants halberd handle for what? Just a poor student. Why stand against me? Don't you know I'm backed by the Yun family? What is he capable of? You're going to speak for him? Su Yi's head was buried deeply, while the silver handcuffed one was raised high. You guys don't have to peanut for me. I was the one who was in the wrong. Officer's son is just trying to get credit. He's not at fault. Don't delay your future for me. After all, the Yin family. We bottom feeders can't afford to offend them. AI Xiaoxing instantly revealed the subway old man face. The green tea personality has kicked in again, right? Anger value plus 100. Anger value plus 100 asterisk 10. When these words came out, the anger of the people around them was instantly ignited. Feeling the gaze around him that was like eating people, Sun Xiang was a little panicked in his heart, but when he thought of the strength of the Yin family, still unconsciously straightening his back. I'm right. I'm following the law and it's reasonable. Are you legally illiterate people trying to favor him? Sun Xiang Gaoshang shouted. One of the police officers immediately stood out. According to the criminal law, the first actor illegally wants to take other people's property for himself for the purpose of theft. Sui, he took our things and returned them at the first opportunity. So this article is not valid. Second, to commit theft in secret. This he also failed to establish. In summary, Sui does not constitute theft. Ma Chang grunted coldly. Do you hear me? Quickly take off the handcuffs. Sun Xiang looked sinisterly at that police officer of the PNL. Another guy who doesn't know how to die. Why do you dare to disobey me? Chief, it's not up to him to decide whether it constitutes a theft or not. We have to bring the person to the police station, scrutinize the documents, and check the surveillance before we can define it. It just so happens that my wife knows the secretary of the city's political committee, so we can have him make the determination. Ma Chang's chest was violently heaving with anger, feeling that his face as a director was being ruthlessly trampled on. Sui shook that hand, and the silver handcuffs reflected back out in the light that continued to sear people's souls. Let's all just give up. We can't fight. I'm willing to go with him and punish him as he pleases. I only pray that he doesn't take his anger out on everyone. Touched value plus 100 asterisk 10. Look at that. What a nice young man. It's getting to the point where you're still thinking about us. The crowd was even more determined to feed him peanuts. One of them was so agitated that he rushed straight forward and tried to violently remove the handcuffs. This startled Sui and he rushed to dodge. What do you need a halberd handle for? How am I supposed to brush up on my emotional value now that I've solved it for you? Jindi, just stand aside and feed me peanuts.
Spurred on by the wind, Sui quickly dripped out a tear. Thank you, brother, but I can't implicate you. Then I die of guilt. Look at that. What a great kid. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Brother, let me help you. Huang Lu just wanted to go forward, but she was pulled back by Ai Xiaoxing. Never mind. Your brother's in the abstract. Huang Lu? Ugh, sometimes I just want to fight you talent-level players. Seeing Sui casting an affirmative gaze, Huang Lu silently retreated. As much as she didn't understand it, it was his brother. Unconditional support, and that was the end of it. Sui continued. We are just ants in front of the Yin family. Even if there are more people, it's still a joke to them. People mustn't believe the saying, kings and lords are better than men. Buzz. The rest of Sui's words were already inaudible to the crowd, and the brain automatically picked keywords and triggered the red warmth effect. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. The surrounding melon eaters also started to red warm and stared viciously at Sun Xiang. That's right. Why should people with backgrounds and money be able to do whatever they want? Where is the fairness? Sui is clearly not guilty. Why do you want to impose a charge? Isn't the law meant to serve justice and the people? Why did it turn out that he said forget it? The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Anger value plus 100 asterisk 40. Sui sucked in a breath of cool air. This wave of storm's awe. Looking at everyone who was about to riot, Sui decided to add another wave of fire. Everyone must not be impulsive. He has a key in his hand, also must not rob. This is against the law. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang felt the vicious gazes around him and unconsciously took a few steps back. It felt like I was a lizard dropping into Curryland and getting cold all over. You, what do you want? It's against the law. XUE, yeah, just grabbing a key. He says it's against the law, then you must be guilty. Nima, shut up. Steamed gooseheart with green tea. In the next second, Sun Xiang was drowned by the crowd. Negative emotional value plus 500. Ha, what are you doing? I've got my keys in my hand. Don't touch there. My fingers are going to break. Help, help. A group of police officers had a soothing expression on their faces, having long looked at this pussy with displeasure. It's a bit of revenge today. Chief, this won't kill anyone, will it? No. Is this malpractice on our part as police officers? Mackin smiled. Does your law enforcement recorder have power? The officers laughed. No power. Coincidentally, mine's dead too, but my baton is fully charged. Chapter 68. Why is it more gloomy than stagnant water? Ma Chang was afraid of really making a scene and hurriedly arranged for the police officers to separate the crowd. But how can everyone on the top listen to persuasion? Ma Chang brought a loudspeaker, shouted half a day. The talents slowly dispersed. Sun Xiang has long since lost the appearance of the previous scenery, as if a dead dog lying on the ground, assaulting a police officer. How dare you all assault a police officer? I'm going to take you all in. Ma Chang scoffed. Attacking the police? Comrade Sun, what assault on the police? They hit me. Beat you? Mackin pretended to be puzzled, then looked to the back of the police officer. Someone hit Officer Sun. Did either of you see it? Nope, I didn't see it either. Mackin looked to the crowd again. Did you guys hit him? The older woman carrying the vermicelli looked disgusted. Shrimp head man, come less to touch. Sun Xiang, negative emotional value plus 500. Where's the law enforcement recorder? The battery just died. Officer Sun, you guys. Sun Xian was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood, and for the first time he experienced the feeling of provoking the anger of the crowd. But fear not, after all, he's a Yun family flunky. Sooner or later a bunch of know-nothing assholes will make you pay. Sun Xiang was thinking viciously. A 45-yard Bigfoot suddenly kicked him in the head. His brain was buzzing, straight to the stars. And you dare to assault a police officer? I caught you this time. Wait for jail. Sun Xiang tightly grabbed his ankle. Sorry, I'm only 8. No offense. Who the hell are you bluffing? 45 yards of big feet. Almost catching up with Northeast Sister Cheng, an ID card fell in front of his eyes. Negative emotional value plus 500. He rubbed his eyes incredulously. Is this ING 8? Sui, aren't you guys forgetting something? I'm the main character. You guys are just beating him up. Uncuff me instead. The handcuffs were finally undone after 100 hints from Sui. Ma Chang patted Sui's shoulder, his gaze full of admiration. Good boy. Are you interested in coming to the police station to give us a lesson? Sui froze. Me? Giving you guys lessons? Yeah, how about teaching us stealing techniques? If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. If I learn your godlike stealing skills, then catching thieves in the future will be twice as easy. The crowd cast envious glances. Giving lessons to cops and teaching the art of stealing. That's unthinkable. In fact, one man dared. Who? Yellow Kitchen. Ma Chang, Sun Xiang, are you sure you don't want to apologize? I didn't apologize for anything. Stubborn, That's when Sun Xiang picks up the phone, his cell phone screen covered in cracks. I don't know what son of a just smashed his cell phone. Sun Xiang let out a surprised voice. Wife, have you solved this matter? For the Yun family, it's just a matter of words. Sui are listening to music. The police station is still live, and still dare to be so arrogant. I'm afraid I haven't experienced the beatings of society. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a gasp came from one of the officers. Chief, our live feed is banned. Ma Chang frowned. How is that possible? We've applied for the highest permissions. Can you see if the network is stuck? Chief, the net is fine. It's just blocked. Sui immediately stopped hee-hawing, and it turned out that he was still too naive, and the social venomous beatings were still too little. On the side, Sun Xiang smiled smugly. Just wait, this is just eliminating public opinion. There's a bigger one waiting for you in the back. The director and the others' faces were unsightly, but at the moment, their eyes were filled with deep scorn. A single phone call had blocked the highest official live broadcast privileges, and the strength of the Yim family could be imagined. Chief, our account can't post works. Chief, our account is banned from following. Chief, our avatars have turned white and our names are garbled. Director, the live slices about Sui on the internet have all been reported off the air. The director was silent, just tuning into the bad news. Damn it, how did the Yun family get so powerful? Municipal Committee Building. Fong Tang and Zhang Mu, who were watching the live stream, were incomparably angry. Fong Tang in particular was furious. As Ma Chang's top boss, what the Yin family did was a complete slap in his face. Zhang Mu, the Yin family is stretching their hands too far. Stretching out the red line is to get your hand chopped off. Then you're going to step in. Elder Zhang? Wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet. My appearance now is not conducive to Sui's growth. Sui sneezed twice in a row. He always felt that he had missed some opportunity. But again, he didn't know what it was. Luckily, his live stream wasn't blocked. The next second, the screen flashed the blocked prompt. Sui immediately stared wide-eyed. Not. This ing is the central channel. Ah, how dare they? After a few minutes, the broadcast resumed again. But the number of people in the live room was cut down by a few zeros straight away. Sui was going to be laughed at. Why was the Yin family more cloudy than stagnant water? Even more shady than Deja. Monster, Deja, you're running a red light. Deja, where's your money? Monster, spent it all. Deja, cha. The live room does not dare to seal, but it limits the flow to mess with you. At this time the live room is only pour more than 100 people, and the comments in it are just as good as a human machine. I have gained the power of the Scarlet Stone statue. I have gained the power of the Azure Stone statue. I can Jia opening with its own yellow buff, peek first easily. Sui, where the hell did this come from for me? At this time, Sun Xiang came behind Sui, his tone mocking. Do you know my energy now? Really think public opinion can overwhelm me? Too naive jailbird. With that he pulled out another pair of handcuffs. Are you going to bring it yourself, or do you want me to bring it to you? Today I will bring you to justice for this sin. Huang Lu immediately stood in front of Sui. A Yun family flunky is worthy of touching my brother? Sun Xiang looked at Huang Lu's fairy-like face and did not hide the desire in his eyes at all. So what? What about the flunky? Am I proud? Sui snorted. Your cuckold has made you gain 10 centimeters in height, so you really can't be proud. Big guts. You dare to slander my wife? Count the hours. Sage mode should have passed, and you can call your wife. A flash of panic flashed in Sun Xiang's eyes, but it was well concealed. Ha! I'm not falling for that pickle. My wife must be worrying about me. But tongue-in-cheek, he called it anyway. Honey, why don't you run in a sneaker? Honey, you have to believe that I love you. Sun Xiang laughed. Wife, I love you too. K-hair chicken. Sun Xiang instantly stopped laughing. Why is there a deso sound? Also said K-hair chicken. Wife, say something. Dude, your wife is running. I'm going to go off on a tangent if I talk anymore. So hang up first. Ha pressure cool. It's so pi-ey. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sui rolled his eyes. Your wife has a ghost and you blame me? Are you cheap? Wolf cursing. Sui, that flunky. Why don't you smile anymore? Is it natural not to smile? P.S. I wanted to do 3 more chapters today, but I'm still not in a position to. The author now goes to school in the morning, works part-time at an hourly job in the afternoon, and codes and writes scripts in the evening. For the time being, I can only do 2 more chapters. I'm sorry. There's another company I need to interview for tomorrow, so I hope it works out. Don't want to be a cowhorse. Ugh. Chapter 69, Editor's New Background. Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. But what Sui didn't expect was that Sun Xiang completely pulled himself together after only a few minutes of sadness. He lowered his eyebrows and smiled. It's just some frost. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw, and by the same token, you can't have both status and love. At this point one of the officers wondered, Your wife is already in someone else's shape, so are you going to touch her in the future? Of course not. I'm a clean freak. What about when you want to? Sun Xiang smiled proudly. I'm a horn fighter. My master says this Sun Xiang is a character. This is very much in keeping with porridge etiquette. Coincidentally, I'm also a pipist, and I was moved by his words just now to compose a special poem. Early years have known the hardships, but still allowed to draw paper gun bedside. Once in the cup, it is as firm as iron, and its destiny will not last long. 1,000 choices to get a piece. Angry hair for a good face. Today, the stick points to the way of the past. Superman transcends the earth and the sky. Upstairs has a great life. Sui looked at the pop-up screen and twitched the corners of his mouth. Although there are few water friends, there is a lot of work. This is why AI cannot replace humans. Sun Xiang once again transmitted a sinister voice. My wife said that when public opinion completely subsides, that's when she'll let you die. As soon as the words fell, a handcuff once again appeared on Suyi's wrist. Immediately afterward, Sun Xiang threw the key into the sewer. Head this time even if you're more green tea, there's nothing the crowd can do about it. Sun Xiang, don't go too far. A police officer in the back couldn't look away and stepped forward. Sun Xiang raised his head high. If you dare to say one more word, the iron rice bowl that you have earned by working hard for more than 20 years will be gone. The officer was dumbfounded, and after a mental struggle, weakly stood back in line. Sun Xiang then swept his eyes at the other police officers. Who among you still wants to see that my Yin family is strong? You can come and try. See what you can do. Ma Chang wouldn't even dare to talk to me like that. All of them lowered their heads, their faces suffocatingly red. Ma Chang even gnashed his back teeth. Wimpy, it's so lame, but there's nothing to be done. The account blocking just now showed everyone the power of the Yin family. Even the officials can't do anything about it, let alone their tiny individuals. Guilt value plus 200 * 20. At that instant, everyone all looked apologetically at Sui. I'm sorry brother, but our grains of stone are only the size of grains of stone and can't support the justice in our hearts. Seeing their silence, Sun Xiang smiled triumphantly. That's what I'm talking about. But Sui didn't have the heart to care about that as he used his consciousness to communicate with the system. System, are you sure the Cloud Seeker can steal anything? Okay, the system comes with an after-sales package, so I should be okay with using my right hand to steal the handcuffs from my left hand? The system sent a black question mark emoticon. Who taught you to be so buggy? Sui continued to ask. Then am I still able to steal another girl's heart? Liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. Nothing is stolen anyway. It makes sense to call it a concept meter, doesn't it? But the system didn't bother with Sui anymore, and decisively went offline because it was too speechless. I thought I was going to fall in love by stealing, but it turned out to be a fortune. Why don't you go to Burma? System? Still? The system. The system was slow to reply, and Sui impatiently removed the handcuffs. Waste systems. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sun Xiang, how did you get out of the handcuffs? I'm a king of thieves. Wouldn't it be easy to undo a handcuff? Then Sui put the handcuffs on his hands again in front of the crowd. With a flick of the other hand, the handcuffs were removed. Shock value plus 100 * 15. I can't. Your police department's handcuffs aren't strong. Negative emotional value plus 100 * 10. How the hell did this happen? This anchor is hung up, right? I didn't even see it when I slow played it 8 times. Can the host teach me this? I'm in the middle of a $0 purchase campaign in Pretty Country and need this skill badly. Anchor, your technique is still too operation eating. Is there a simpler and easier means of escape? Suyi's gaze froze. Not good. Triggered the keyword. Can't help but want to say it. Some brothers, some have. There are 9 other jail techniques as strong as this. Just as Shui interacted, a fist hit him squarely in the solar plexus. Without dodging, Sui used the wild horse split sideburns of Taijiquan to defuse the situation. Then he used his splitting tendon hand to dislodge Sun Xiang's arm, and the whole arm looked like a twisted into a ball. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sun Xiang's mournful screams came from the scene. It left a crowd of people looking confused. Worthy of the son of a hero, this is too strong. How dare you assault a police officer? Didn't you attack me first? You unlock the cuffs, then I'll have to take coercive measures. I'm considered self-defense. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang showed a scowl and used a threatening tone. Hurry up and admit that there is still salvation. The only advantage of public opinion. You now have no more? Yes? Sui, is the system still there? I want to consume a wave. In. System, has anyone ever told you you're materialistic? Dropping. 10 in a row is being drawn. Hey, I haven't said how I'm going to spend it. Women's underwear plus 1. Women's underwear plus 1. 9 draws in a row. All of them ladies' underwear. Suyi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a strong suspicion that the system was subtly getting back at him.
Drops. Congratulations to the host for gaining hacker proficiency. Suyi's eyes exploded with light. This was the reward he wanted. The host's remaining emotional value allows for one more background edit. Is it edited? Edit. After Sun seeing such a mess, Suyi understands that the background of money alone does not work, but must also have the right. So he's picking on the power players this time. After half a day of picking and choosing, Suyi determined the target. Han Tao, Secretary of the Hong Kong Municipal Political and Legal Committee, Deputy Director level cadre. His current emotional value only allowed him to choose this level of officer. Damn Sun Xiang, if it wasn't for him, I would have been able to save up my mood value again. You already have a way out. After stabilizing his emotions, Suyi began to edit. Brother Suzhou and Han Tao were classmates and roommates at the police academy, and entered the same police station in the same period after graduation. After working together on dozens of dangerous missions, the two men became blood brothers. One day the superiors assigned Han Tao a mission to the Golden Triangle, but Han Tao suffered a leg injury attack. Suzhou volunteered to replace Han Tao, but I didn't realize that Suzhou was sacrificed in the Golden Triangle. From then on, Han Tao was devastated, spending his days in remorse and guilt. During a dangerous mission, Han Tao wanted to use the opportunity to commit suicide, but did not expect to accidentally complete the mission. He also picked up a rare first-class merit for it, and the brass began to take notice of this brave young hot-blooded police officer. From that moment on, a rocketing path to promotion begins. Congratulations to the host for successful editing. Chapter 70 Invasion. Be highly successful. Just contact this clerk when you have time. Suyi then walked over to a police officer. Sir, lend me the computer. What for? My Shake Shack is stream limited. I'm going to get myself some more traffic. The crowd was aghast. You're paying for traffic? It's useless. The platform intentionally jams your traffic. It's useless to spend as much money as you want. Of course not. I'm going to get myself some traffic. Swipe traffic. Everyone gave a puzzled look and then reacted. That's 80% being scammed by some unscrupulous merchant. Anchor, you have to be calm. This lets you spend money to brush what is a scam you. Back when CF was bursting at the seams, someone cheated me out of $1,000 and said I could swipe the full set of artifacts. I've even swiped the SVIP. Do you guys really brush these boring things? I've been brushing up on Macau members for 30 years. Brother, let's borrow one to talk. Suyi shook his head and explained. Not really. I was planning to go straight into the backstage of Shake It Off and push streams for myself. You're a Shake Shack employee? So how do you get backstage? It's not just a matter of invading in. 6. The crowd was a bit speechless. You might as well say that you paid to brush up your traffic. Teenagers who are suspected to have been crushed by reality and have begun to devote themselves to the world of spiritual fantasy. Sun Xiang, you deserve to die. Sun Xiang couldn't help but snort, his tone mocking. I thought you could come up with some brilliant idea. You end up holding it in and pooping a big one? Invading the backstage of Shakeology. What do you think? But in the next second, his smile came to an abrupt end. Only Suyi's hand speed was like a stump, and countless codes were constantly being typed out. The blue light of the screen reflected off his pupils and flooded them with ghostly depths. Ha! Playing God. If you can really invade, I'll call you Dad. Sequel injection firewall. Over. Suyi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he watched the infiltration tool he had written tear open gaps in the CNC nodes. Son, remember to call Dad in 3 minutes. Che, say it like it's true. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiang once again let out a miserable scream. Guild value plus 200. Suyi twisted his dislocated arm back into place, then twisted it again to the other end. Dislocated, picked up, and dislocated again. The pain is palpable. The crowd looked at it without chrysanthemums. Negative emotional value plus 2000. Suyi, what are you doing with your halberd? Remember this pain, and if you don't call for daddy after 3 minutes, you'll experience it for the rest of your life. Sun Xiang kept trembling his body because of the pain, but still said with a stiff upper lip, a successful 3-minute invasion? Is this a new laugh-holding challenge? Suyi ignored him and continued to strike the keyboard. One of the officers curiously stepped forward, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You're actually a self-built O'Day exploit library? You're serious? The waterfall of code poured over and over on the 6 split screens, and Suyi cocked his head. Not bad. I'm surprised you can read. I used to be a programmer in a big factory and retired as a police officer because I was too rolled up. The conversation between the two men brought those around them to a standstill. Sun Xiang, in particular, revealed a strong sense of incredulity. No dude, you really know how to do that? But it won't help that it's Shakeology. In the next second, the police officer covered his head and exclaimed, this is cracked to the 7th layer of digital certificates? A miracle. Simply a miracle. Ma Chang was filled with confusion. Can you explain, Chief? To put it bluntly, the back end of the recommendation algorithm has been compromised and completed.
That's not possible. This voice resounded in everyone's mind at the same time. But the next second, another officer exclaimed excitedly, "Our account is unblocked." Everyone looked at Sui unanimously. Sui smiled. "There's no need to thank me." A show of hands. Shock value plus 200. Shock value plus 200 asterisk 10. The crowd's faces changed dramatically. You really cracked it? It's a ING Shake Shack. National software. Sun Xian lay on the ground with a pale face without uttering a word. How is that possible? No, this must be a coincidence. It must have happened to be unsealed. Sun Xian hissed. Sui sneered. The good part has only begun. Everyone immediately huddled around the computer, eyes focused. Although they can't read a bit. Chief, isn't it bad for us to just stand by and watch? After all, we are police officers. Macken's Mediterranean hair was blowing in the wind as he made the appearance of a contemplative man on a toilet. Contemplating, he said. Right, Sui hid it from the world. We didn't know about it at all. Not a word? No change. Municipal Committee Building. Fong Tang looked at the screen numbly, his eyes on the verge of glaring out in shock. He knew that Sui's skills weren't small, but he didn't expect it to be so counterintuitive. Even shakeology can be invaded. Elder Zhang, aren't we playing too much? I've got my back on everything. Don't worry. Zhang Mu looked at Sui within the screen and was filled with pride for him. Thinking differently, since Sui was able to invade, it proves that there are still loopholes in Jitterbug. It needs to continue to be improved. If it was invaded from abroad, it would certainly be a disaster. Fong Tang nodded. Then I'll report to the National Security Bureau first and say hello in advance, so that they won't be alarmed. Go ahead. I'll cover everything. Fong Tang nodded, grabbed his briefcase, and led his secretary out the door. Zhang Mu still stared at the screen and muttered, Sui, how many more surprises can you bring me? The crowd gathered in front of the computer stared dead on at the number of people in the upper right corner of the broadcast room. 1,000, 5,000, 100,000, 200,000, a million. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed from 100 to 10,000. What's even scarier is that the numbers are still rapidly skyrocketing. Sui, terrifying as hell. At this moment, Sun Xiang was lying on the ground with his face ashen. Sui kicked him twice as Blackie spoke. You deserve to fight me in a war of public opinion, don't you? Sun Xiang did not say anything, just a message to his wife for help. Jitterbug backstage. Jitterbug operations and maintenance supervisor Wang Ning checks in as usual. When he saw on the monitor screen, an account called Eel Can Also Kill was sucking in followers at a rate of 100,000 per second. The referral pool data stream shows a weird Mandelbrot fractal pattern. His first thought was that his eyes were blurry, and after rubbing them, he was sure that the sky was falling. Early life. He immediately touched the emergency disconnect button, but the engine room suddenly burst again out of the paste odor. 12 load balancers were overloaded at the same time, tripping sparks that ignited the dust filters. He did a double take and almost fell to the ground. He dialed with only his last ounce of strength. Chairman, something big has happened. At this point the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were fast gumming up the entire screen. Brothers, Jitterbug is haunted. Every video I swipe is this anchor. No other videos at all. Is this Shake Shack making a god? What the hell? It's not like I'm going to swipe 10 videos and 9 of them will be him, right? Look at me so angry. That born Sun Xiang? How much is his Jitterbug number? The son of a hero shouldn't be treated like this. Sun Xiang, get out and apologize. Ma Cheng viciously pulled down a small handful of hair. This isn't a dream? The number of people in the live broadcast room, 10 million. P.S. I went to the interview today, wearing a small suit in the cold wind. Came to a big factory branch interview. Headhunter and interviewer introduced me to say, I am writing a novel. Fans are still a lot. Very logical thinking. The interviewer came to a sentence. To so many fans for what? Come to work. I was later successfully brushed off as well, on the grounds that I was too white. Those without any experience were not considered. I'm a college student just out in the community. Where did I get the experience? I'm speechless. Chapter 71, I'll give you a grandson. Sun Xiang looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room that jumped rapidly, and his face was as if he was dead. He couldn't imagine that there was really someone who could use his own power against the power of the lineage. Sui gave him a mocking look. How was it? Convinced? So what? So what if public opinion favors you? You're facing the entire Yin family. As soon as the words fell, Sun Xiang's cell phone rang again. Hey, wife. Who's your wife? Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? My phone is about to be blown up by the Yin family's old man. He scolded me head and shoulders. Why did I look at a loser like you back then? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang only felt that his heart slowed down by half a beat, his voice weakly mixed with a trace of aggression. At that time, you said that it could be easily solved. How dare you talk back? Did you tell me about that kid carefully? What kind of person did you actually offend? Now the whole society is cricketing our family, saying that we forget our roots and hold the strong and weak. All kinds of unpleasant words. The stock has also shrunk substantially. I'm telling you, if you don't get the situation under control, you'll trigger a public outcry when the time comes. The top cleaned up my family the first time. Fear value plus 1000. Sun Xiang's eyes were horrified and he was thoroughly sweating. He knew there would be a series of crises, but he didn't know they would be this big. As strong as the Yun family could fall into the abyss. For a moment, he was as cold as ice. All he has now is from the Yin family, and if the Yin family falls, then he might as well die. Surname Sun, hurry up and apologize to that man. If he doesn't forgive us, then you don't have to live either. Before the Yin family collapses, you'll be the first to die. That's what my grandfather said. Not me. Honey, how is this possible? Toot toot toot. Without waiting for him to finish, an icy busy signal came from the other end of the line. Bang. Sun Xiang smashed his cell phone to smithereens in anger. His gaze scarlet. Dog woman, how dare you be so mean to me when you're out of your mind? It's a big deal if it's the Yun family. When I get ahead in the future, I'll cuckold you in public. Don't you like ghosts? Or ghosts too? Then, with a fierce face, he looked at Sui and roared. Sui ignored him and continued to tap the code. He had just made a big mistake on impulse and was now making up for it. Sui, looking at Sui's delay in responding to him, he came to Sui in anger. Sui, dare you come with me? Don't dare. Negative emotional value plus 500. It's just a few meters away. Come on if you dare. Ma Chengdu gasped and laughed. You have stirred up such a big basket, but still dare to be so arrogant? It really wasn't wrong at all for the Yun family to be destroyed at your hands. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sui, do you really not dare to come with me? It's only a few meters away. Really, said Sun Xiang, who was on the verge of crying out in anxiety. Only then did Sui raise his eyelids. Beg me, what did you say? Without speaking, Sui dropped his eyelids once again and tapped the code. Sun Xiang's fists clenched tightly and said with deep humiliation, please, louder. Negative emotional value plus 500. Please, okay, let's go. Ma Cheng grabbed Sui's arm. Sui, it's best if you don't go over there. It's okay Uncle Ma, I have no problem beating him 20 times with this body. Ma Cheng was still uneasy and carefully searched Sun Xiang's body to make sure that there were no problems before nodding his head with confidence. Sun Xiang, Sun Xiang, have written down today's disgrace. The crowd just laughed at his trash talk. The Yun family is finished. What are you? Sun Xiang brought Sui to a flower garden, and the aroma emanating from it made Sui couldn't help but relax a bit. Say, what's dragging me here? Plop. Sun Xiang fell to his knees, his head level with Sui's feet. There were so many people just now. Sui, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. I'll take whatever punishment you come up with. Seeing that Sui was still slow to reply, Sun Xiang looked up at him. What comes to mind is the cell phone camera. What are you doing? Sui snorted. Film you and hang it on the sun bar. Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang's face was a burst of green and red. This punishment is too heavy. Can we change it? Who the hell is going to punish you when it's some weird game to play? Shrimp head man. Setter who understands Negative emotional value plus 500. Cut it out. Cut it out. Sui, can you stop filming? It's very presumptuous. Pushin' man. Who filmed you? Negative emotional value plus 500. Sun Xiang twisted his head and realized that the surrounding area was full of people at some point. There were police officers, and there were eaters. They were taking a bunch of pictures with their cell phones. This Sun Xiang is a character, kneeling when he says so. Brothers, I'm live on the air. Brush a rocket and I'll go kick Sun Xiang's ass. I knock. Sun Xiang is a traffic code Brothers quickly send a video about him. I sent it out a long time ago and am currently taking advantage of the traffic in live banding. At this time, Sun Xiang can't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. To Nima's social death. He's ruined his whole life. Sui, I've been so humiliated. So please forgive me seeing as I'm so pitiful. Sui's face was full of mockery. You're a songstress, aren't you? Sui, will play you to death little by little. After saying that, Sui went back and continued to fiddle with the computer. Only Sun Xiang was left sitting helplessly on the ground, like a monkey being photographed. That's Sun Xiang, can you burn a little more with this pose? Otherwise there's no traffic. Get out, all of you. Yeah, that's the cussing. I'm coming up in traffic. Sun Xiang. At this moment, he felt sick all over the world. Sui, what are you going to do next? Ma Cheng was concerned. Wait, I'm jousting with a few masters. National Center for Information Security. Minister Li Ting was furious and angrily slapped the table. It's been an hour and still no lock on the location? What exactly is this pretty country trying to do with this invasion of jitterbug? A technician said excitedly. Got the location. Li Ting's gaze became steeply sharp. Where? At Disneyland? Another run to the restroom. Another trip to the beach. Minister. It was a visual trap for him and we fell for it. Bang. Li Ting angry kicked to the side of the stool. An hour. Not to say that not even effective back. Doesn't even know where the other guy is right now. And one guy is playing the whole security department for a fool. Wimpy. Too wimpy. Sees every second. The longer the delay, the more Shakeout loses. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the head of Shakeology called. What did you say? The other side fixed the breach half an hour ago and upgraded your defenses for free? Chapter 72. The vice president of Jitterbug himself comes to recruit. Li Ting was confused. What is the other side doing with this halberd? First you destroy, then you fix. You're nuts. Another safety said. That's acting a lot like the rednecks from a couple years ago. A redneck? Aha. At the time, he alerted a large handful of corporations that there was a loophole in their website. But instead of listening to him, the president of that corporation made a big mockery of him. In a fit of pique, Redditor hacked his site, but an hour later it gave the site back and a free upgrade. Then that old boss, instead of holding him accountable, offered $10 million a year to recruit the red guest in. Li Ting gradually stretched his brows. What happened then? Redditors didn't oblige. Instead, they used other methods and continued to attack other business websites. Almost every big handful of businesses in the world have been attacked and upgraded. The corner of Li Ting's mouth twitched. This was really a strange person. But the starting point is always good. So where is he now? I'll go ask him. It's grown into an organization now, called the League of Rednecks, and it's now semi-official in nature. I happen to have a close friend of his. I'll contact him for you. Yes, please. Within moments, Li Ting contacted him. The Redditor couldn't hide his shock in his tone. What? Jitterbug was invaded by a person? Didn't you do this? How can we afford to do that? We've done it hundreds of times before and failed. Who is that great god? I'm going to pay a visit. Li Ting. Li Ting was silent for a long time and said quietly, don't you know that this is against the law? I know. Knowing that you still attacked hundreds of times? So I'm in prison. But the state treats me well, and there are computers in the prison. For me, home is wherever the computer is. I'm very much at home right now. Li Ting twitched the corners of his mouth, then hung up the phone with a black face. Doesn't look like it's him? Keep tracking. To his surprise, Redcock called. Minister Li, I tracked him down. He's at a food market. Li Ting's mind was shaken. So fast? How did you do it? You really are a talent. Are you interested in coming to my security and information bureau? Actually he's live streaming it, and there's an address on the live feed. Li Ting? So arrogant? Li Ting swore that he had never seen such an arrogant person in his life. It's a huge poke in the eye and it's still live and honest. Minister, he seems to be the live crack. Li Ting, go, come with me to arrest someone. At this time, the person in charge of Jitterbug was already sitting in front of Sui. Sui's expression carried a sincere apology. I'm sorry, what I did brought your company great trouble. Helping you upgrade your system is a small token of my appreciation. The hearts and minds of the people around them were shaken. The head of Shakeology just appeared to himself in a watery way? You know the person in charge now is the second in command of Shakeology. Sui is still too much of a stone pellet, usually unqualified to see people. Sui knocked a few keyboards. People took the initiative to find over. The person in charge, Yang Kuan, had a million tangled expressions. In a way, I should thank you on behalf of Shakeology, because you helped us find the breach, and you helped us upgrade our defenses. To this day, my handful of experts can't figure out the kernel of your system. Sui gently raised his head to meet Yang Kuan's eyes. His eyes were deep, and although he was only in his 40s, his hair was gray. You can tell that he has still been through a lot despite being second in command. There's no need to let them study it. They won't be able to study anything given another year. Negative emotional value plus 200. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The surrounding people had sucked in a breath of cold air, and your words were wild. Especially Ma Chang, for Sui pinched a sweat. Jail brother, people are here to settle scores with you. How do you still dare to be so crazy? Yang Kuan was silent for a long time, then took out his cell phone. Hey, how's the research going? Mr. Yang, there are some clues. The corner of Yang Kuan's mouth immediately hooked out a smile, and then he opened the speakerphone. General Manager Yang, give us another 2 years. We will definitely be able to study this system thoroughly. Yang Kuan silently turned off the speakerphone, a trace of embarrassment surfacing on his face. The system is so ahead of its time. Several versions ahead of its time. The person on the other end of the phone was still boasting. Yang Kuan simply hung up the phone directly. Sui smiled. remaining unassuming. Mr. Yang, let them not have to study it. I'll make an instruction manual for them later. I hope they can read it. Negative emotional value plus 300. Ma Chang's heart jumped as he listened. There is no most crazy, only more crazy. Jailbird, you're too criminal. Your name is Sui. What exactly do you think I should do with you? Although it's true that you helped us discover the loopholes and upgrade the system, but you invaded the back end and still caused us a lot of trouble and incalculable losses. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Is COE going to become a jailbird hero? LOL, this young man. Sun Xiang laughed out loud in triumph. Weren't you quite powerful when you raised your traffic? Why are you dumb now? You're satisfied now that you're done with me. Sui, you're estimated to get life imprisonment for this crime, while I'll be out in 7 years tops. In the end, I still win. Sui just asked if you regret it. Yang Kuan squinted at him. I understand about you. Is he the one who insulted you? Yes. Someone beat him up. As soon as the words left his mouth, several bodyguards rushed out and took control of him. Sun Xiang was alarmed. Mr. Yang, he's invading your jitterbug. In a sense, we are allies. Who's an ally with you? Fight. Negative emotional value plus 500 asterisk 3. It's not me. Yang Kuan beat you up, so you blame me? Bitchy or not? The surrounding people were also not going to be whole by this honeyed operation of Yang Kuan. Only Sui spoke. Let's get straight to the point. I'll be your security consultant for 2 years for Jitterbug. Help you Shake Shack with an all-round upgrade. Yang Kuan instantly clapped his hands in excitement and agreed. Good. Waiting for your words. Welcome great God Su to join Shake. Sun Xiang? So I'm the clown? Countless people were envious of this scene. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person. I went to the company today for an interview, offered me 3,000 a month, and asked me if I would accept overtime. This is Shake Shack, the place of my dreams. Some people can't even find a job with a salary of 5,000 in January after graduation, and some people have been in trouble, and the vice president of other people even came to recruit them personally. The difference in the world. Mr. Su, how did you know we wanted to hire you? Yang Kuan was curious. If you guys really wanted to arrest me, why would you let you, the second in command, come here? It should have been someone from the security bureau who came. Yang Kuan laughed. If you don't agree to come in, maybe we'll actually sue you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bunch of black jackets ran by. Li Ting flashed his credentials. From the National Information Security Department. Sui, please come with us to be investigated. Yang Kuan, would you believe me if I said I was wrongly accused? Chapter 73, The Grandmother Who Sits on the Moon. I sure as hell don't believe it. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui looked at Li Ting. What is it that you are looking for me for? Li Ting did not have the good sense to say. What are you talking about? Invading the background of Shake Shack shows you? Do not know that this is against the law? Sui, why don't I upgrade your DSS system as well? Li Ting twitched the corners of his mouth. Damn. Looking down on who? But what's up with the inexplicable little bit of caution? Don't be playful with me. You'll have something to cry about when you get to national security. Sui shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Yang Kuan stepped forward at this time and said, can we not investigate? We at Jitterbug don't intend to pursue Sui and have already hired him as the top security technologist. Li Ting still had a stern face. No way. You Jitterbugs won't pursue this. At best, you'll reduce the severity of the punishment. Yang Kuan shook his head helplessly. Mr. Su, there's nothing I can do, but I'll contact the boss and try my best to save you out. It's okay. If you can't save me, there are others who can. The crowd was stunned to hear it. This kid is too arrogant. It's at this point, and he's still thinking that someone can save him. To this Li Ting just snorted. Up to now no one has been able to fish someone out of our national security. Look forward to your performance. Come with us first. The leader named you for questioning. Good, kid. Even as spies we jailbirds don't take it this seriously. Let's just say you're this. Li Ting raised his thumb. Ugh. The surrounding people sighed and felt sorry for Sui. It would definitely be a Sharpie hero highlight reel if he doesn't get captured at the end. Just as Sui was being pulled into the car, a high-pitched voice came from not far away. Wait. Ma Chang's pupils contracted slightly. Secretary Han, what brings you here? Li Ting revealed a confused expression. Who is this? Introducing Han Tao, the secretary of the political and legal committee of this city, but is expected to be the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee next year. He's a redneck up there. Li Ting looked over at him. What's your business? Can we not take him away? Or directly interrogate him at the Public Security Bureau in this city? I'm afraid he'll be bullied when he's not familiar with the outside world. Secretary Han, you are the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. What do you think? Han Tao was silent. Then he looked at Sui with deep affection, and his eyes were almost drawn. Sui was given goosebumps by the look. Brother, don't. I'm straight. It's so like him. You two brothers are practically cut from the same mold. Guilt value plus 200. Guilt value plus 200. Yat. I'm sorry for your brother. Xiao-yi, it's me who's useless. I failed to protect your brother. And as a result, I can't even protect you now. Guilt value plus 200 asterisk 5. Sui. Sui was silent. This was the first man he had met. Not yet female T. Self-PUA. It's decided. From now on, you'll be the Peng One big brother. It's not about how much emotional value you contribute. Just your sense of self-rating. It has to be list 1. Of course, Sun Bar tradition cannot be lost. First, make a corner. In line with the Joe ritual. Sui shook his head. Where was he thinking just now? It's supposed to create a persona before taking the opportunity to squeeze the emotional value hard. With that, Sui also looked up, revealing eyes that looked at the dog all godlike while mixed with some confusion. Are you? My name is Han Tao. I'm your brother's comrade in arms. Your brother asked me to take care of you. Sui's eyes instantly lit up, and he uttered a sentence that made Han Tao's Dao heart almost break. So did you take care of it? Guilt value plus 500. I didn't. It's okay D. It's okay. You can't even find me. So naturally you can't take care of me. Han Tao looked slightly eased a little bit. How understanding child ah. Not the slightest complaint, but also comfort himself. After all, you're an official, or no less an official. So it would certainly be a breach of discipline to go and investigate me, wouldn't it? Guilt value plus 600. Han Tao violently clenched his fists. Ashamed. Have I forgotten my beginnings? The crowd also looked wonderful. Good guy. Those who don't know thought you were shading the secretary of the political and legal committee. Wait, are you sure you're not being shady? Sui then stared with big innocent eyes. Brother Han, when is my brother he coming back? You. Han Tao lowered his head deeply, not daring to look directly into Sui's eyes. You don't know how your brother is doing? I don't know. I only received his first-class medal and then never heard from him again. Do you know where he is now? Guilt value plus 800. Han Tao has been on countless battlefields and encountered countless life and death crises, but never have I wanted to fall away so badly as today. Looking at the silent Han Tao, Sui smiled crookedly and continued to comfort. It's alright D. It's alright D. All these years I have not been able to eat or wear warm clothes. I couldn't afford the tuition, but it really made me grow up a lot. For example, the learned delivery. If you encounter a difficult customer, just keep your head down and admit your mistake. Learn to drive an online car. Learn to be a valet. Learn to dry site and plaster cement. Learn to carry a building and how to physically carry 200 pounds with the least amount of effort. Learn how to make deliveries and how to find each resident with precision in a complex neighborhood. Guilt value plus 1000. Han Tao blushed as red as a monkey's ass. Don't talk about it. You'll miss Z-shot if you talk about it. Huang Lu on the side had already cried into tears. Brother, so you've suffered so much all these years. Brother, it's my fault I didn't find you sooner. Sui smiled sagely. It's fine. It's all in the past. It's just a bit of frost. Han Tao lifted his head with difficulty, his voice constantly trembling. Xiao-yi, I'll make it up to you in the future. Okay, Han, but I'm going to jail soon, so when I get out in 10 years, make sure you make it up to me haha. Guilt value plus 2000. Beautiful. A killer. You really strength really can be the list one big brother. The people around them listened and looked at each other. Is someone really such a cow horse? The triathlon didn't let up. If the cow and horse three-piece set is put together again, then there's awe in this life. Han Tao, shall we wait for me? No matter what way I use, I'll definitely be able to save you out. Even if I don't work as an officer anymore. Ma Chang was alarmed. Calm down, Secretary Han. We're live. I mean it, said Han Tao immediately got up and walked away, obviously going to shake people. Li Ting just shook his head. The story was really touching, but he's seen this situation a lot. What's worse than a 55th mechanic? A parent who fell in love early. A divorced sister. A grandfather who went to college and a grandmother who was sitting on the moon. Who is the one who needs him to sympathize? Love rises with the wind, and the clock stops, plus the clock. When this is over, add bells all day. Chapter 74, A villain's brain is better than a fool's brain. Li Ting resumed his serious look. No one should be able to save it this time. Sui shrugged. Who knows? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ting's cell phone rang. What? The Huang family. Which yellow family? Magic Cities. Shock value plus 500. Li Ting glanced at Sui in surprise. What exactly is your kid's status that the Magic City Huang family has to step in to protect you? Can't help it. Too much personality. But it's no use. No one can come today. I've been asked to interrogate you, so I can't mess it up. The next second, the cell phone rang again. Jail de. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. I'll bring the person right away. Negative emotional value plus 800.
Li Ting's eyes were glazed over. What? Release people? Why? Li Ting was silent for a long time, and kept listening to the jailer on the phone talk to him at length. Based on brainstorming, Sui estimated that he could guess a few sentences. Men, have you ever seen Harbor City at 4 a.m.? Municipal Committee Building. Zhang Mu looked at all of this with a smiling face. Sui, I've helped you solve a big problem. How should I make you okay with this kind of favor in the future? Li Ting patted Sui's shoulder, unable to hide his shock. Good boy, there's really something about you. You're the first one who can make the Ministry of State Security take the initiative to release someone. Sui was equally curious. Which big shot from above was helping him so much over and over again? But it's a safe bet that the big guy sure likes to play with behind-the-scenes streams. Sui, I'm curious about your identity now. Can you reveal some of it? Me? I'm just the mediocre poor student. The world is yours and ours. But in the end, it's still ours. Well, the rising sun is right. Ha 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 ha. Without an antagonist, the two quickly hit it off. Sui really did not expect. He looked honest. In fact, is a sultry man. Exactly how stuffy. To use an analogy, you go to wash your feet, but then reverse the Big Dipper and want to wash the technician's feet for him and pay him for it. What's on your mind? A man knows. Sign this agreement and promise not to attack any more websites in the future, and I can account for the mission and go back. Li Ting took out an agreement and said, Is that Reed Station attackable? Li Ting glared. I advise you to mind your own business. What are you going to do with your halberd? Sui, look at the rush. Finally Li Ting drove off. The farce ends in this comical way. As for Sun Xiang, he ran away at the first opportunity. Sui was also too lazy to care about him. According to the Yin family's temperament, he was definitely going to be cool. Yin Kaiyin seems to be from the Yin family as well. I don't know if it's a direct line or a collateral line, but looking at him, the odds are that he's a sidekick. Is his asshole ready? My hands are itching. At this moment, Sui admits that he misses him a little. After all, he is a former List 1 big brother. I miss you, brother. Sui looked at the two extremely beautiful women beside him. Elbow bar just had a bit of a delay. I'm really sorry. Guild value plus 200. Brother, it's all because I'm useless. Didn't do you any favors. Sui gives her a thumbs up. You are the second person in self-PUA. So are we still buying our groceries? Bye. When I say I'll do it for you, I'll do it for you. Yeah. Huang Lu spread a smile. What do you guys want to eat? Feel free to order. I love whatever my brother makes. AI Xiaoxing didn't mind the dirt and picked up 2 chicken claws from the stall. These chicken claws sell well. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Sui, this effort-based play abstraction is just embarrassing. But out of politeness, Sui still applauded her. Sui, I still want to eat open water cabbage. Could be. Huang Lu was a little worried. Will this be too much trouble for brother? Sui waved his hand not as a refusal, but without the need to say anything more. It's okay, Chef Seo can do anything. Then we'll have the squirrel mandarin fish, eel shreds in rattling oil, 1,000 shredded tofu. No problem. Feel free to order. Negative emotional value plus 50. Schoolgirl AI looked at Sui in surprise. No buddy, you really know how to do it. Used to be a part-time chef and studied for a couple of years. Negative emotional value plus 200. Brother, I'm sorry. Sui, sister you so PUA yourself. Brother heart over it In the end, Sui's trio bought a bunch of ingredients, but Sui didn't take them home for no other reason than that boys need to learn to protect themselves. We boys are adorable scented soft kittens that women can't resist jerking off when they move. It's too dangerous, especially when 2 lonely men and 2 women are in the same room together, and they want to do something. They don't even have time to call for help. Sui drove them to Cui Yunxian. The manager had long memorized Sui's appearance, and without much ado, he directly and consciously brought them into the diamond box. AI Xiaoxing scoffed. Aren't you going to cook for yourself? Why are you still coming to the restaurant? The fire in the house is not big, there is no pot gas, and the facilities aren't as good as here. After saying that, Sui rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the back kitchen. Just a moment, I'll make the dishes right away. What? You said guests can't just come in the back kitchen. I'm sorry, but Mr. Su has plenty of money now. Diamond level members. Sui wanted to go up to the roof to pry tiles. The manager had to smile and pass the ladder. Ms. Huang, are you really sure Sui can cook? Huang Lu nodded heavily. I'll believe whatever my brother says. Huang Lu, your uncle spoiled his father. I don't believe it anyway. How can people have that much energy? Huang Lu's face turned steeply cold. If you say anything bad about your brother again, I'll kill you. AI Xiaoxing, sometimes I really want to call the police. Sharing a room with a brotherly plus sickly woman. AI schoolmarm just felt like there were nails in her stool. After a struggle, she stood up. I'll go see how Sui is doing. Bitch, trying to seduce my brother again?
let's see if I give you a chance. With that she took the lead towards the kitchen without a word. When the two of them had just arrived at the door, they saw Sui slicing the ingredients with amazing knife work. Shock value plus 50. No buddy, you really know how to do it. We said we'd get abstract together. Why are you quietly wowing everyone? Sui handed Dishao to the chef who was playing on the side. I have a few other dishes to work on. You'll stir-fry this dish for me first, and then the presentation must be exquisite. Chef, why don't you just let me make it? Sui, let me help you. AI Xiaoxing exclaimed, immediately plunging her white jade hand into the pile of eels. I'll help you wash the eels. Be careful, it's a murder weapon. Not as good as Pinocchio's nose, in my humble opinion. Said handsome people who understand. Meat casually opened the yellow mouth of the girl is really very shrimp head. I'll get you a basin. No, just pour the sink. Stop. Before Sui could stop him, schoolgirl AI had already channeled all the eels into the pool, and then there was no more. The eels follow the drain all the way into the sewer. Sui was exasperated and laughed. If you were Sun Xiang, I might have been in the police station a long time ago. Why? Is it because I'm smart? It's better for a villain to rack his brains than for a stupid person to have a bright idea. Negative emotional value plus 20. Chapter 75 Ladies' Underwear. Sui, what kind of pig talk are you talking about? Ai Xiaoxing was furious and lunged towards Sui with her teeth and claws open. Sui, look at the rush again. But in the next second, the schoolgirl slipped on her feet and fell towards the front. Sui's eyes stared, and with a quick eye, he hurriedly moved the freshly prepared dish to the side. Otherwise she'd have to get pissed off. Negative emotional value plus 100. When he looked again, Sui was taken aback. Directly Ai Xiaoxing was dripping wet. The wet clothes clung to her body, outlining her amazing figure. Snow-white skin was hidden under the light, and it was definitely a blood-curdling scene. Why don't you help me? What will I do with my food if I help you? Ai Xiaoxing gasped. I'm not more important than the dishes? Indeed, I'm hungry. Negative emotional value plus 200. Sister Abstract. You're naked. Sui stared at her body without blinking. Feeling Sui's blazing gaze, Ai Xiaoxing blushed like a peach. Negative emotional value plus 100. As a normal woman, she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, but as an effort player, that kind of detracts from her persona. With that, she tried to remain calm, but her pink fists were clenched tightly and her chest was held high. She pretended to be relaxed. Don't look, the little kitchen boy really hasn't seen much of the world. Indeed, I've never seen it so flat. Negative emotional value plus 100. Yours doesn't even stand up as high as mine. Sui revealed a hint of surprise. Abstract sister intensity gradually grows but it's no use. In my case, you still have to practice. Abstract sister, you're naked. Sure you don't want to cover up? Negative emotional value plus 100. Do I have any clothes? I'll just cover. Ai Xiaoxing was depressed for a while, but still said calmly, leaks are leaks, and I've seen the world. Rather, it's you, little Chunan. Apart from a perfect score in theory, the practice is almost zero, right? Huang Lu's fists hardened long ago. Bitch, you really want to seduce my brother. Brother, your uncle spoils his father. After that she walked over to the refrigerator and pulled off a couple of cabbage leaves to block the naked area in front of her body. Self-finding, I can already go to Veep in this getup. Huang Lu and Sui fell silent at the same time. It feels like AI schoolgirl went off the rails and ended up going the route in order to deliberately pursue abstraction. Sis, we're fairies. Don't be like her haha. Huang Lu nodded heavily. MS. AI. I have a neurologist here. I'm not sick. Then I've got some more high rollers here. Negative emotional value plus 200. My sister taunts you and you blame me? Sir, people are sick these days. Kui Yangchuan, being the highest profile hotel in the city, immediately arranged for someone to go to a luxury store to buy a dress after learning of the client's accident. The hotel manageress respectfully handed over the clothes. I'm sorry Miss AI. It's an oversight in our work. Please forgive us. It's fine thank you. You go out. I'm changing. Good. 20 minutes later, Sui impatiently looked towards the fitting room. Sister Abstract, are you putting on makeup in there? It takes so long to change into a set of clothes. Negative emotional value plus 100. In the middle of the day, the schoolgirl's weak voice came from inside. Sui, this underwear she bought is small. I can't wear it. If you can't wear it then don't. It's still cool. Negative emotional value plus 200. Dropping $1,000 in V-mail. Sui, what are you making me money for? A shy voice came from AI schoolgirl. Can you buy a set of underwear for me? It needs to be 36D. I really didn't see that you had a D. Negative emotional value plus 100. Are you going or not? No go. You let me a big boy buy ladies' underwear. I don't want to lose face Why don't you let my sister go? AI Xiaoxing blushed. She wanted to, but according to his sister's attitude towards her, Hiding razor blades in her underwear was base ing. Please, just go once AI Xiaoxing weakly pouted. At this time, Suyi's eyes lit up, thinking that there were still a bunch of ladies' underwear in the system space. Steeply, he seemed to have found a business opportunity. Don't bother going, I actually have it here. AI Xiaoxing? Why do you have ladies' underwear? Suyi did not explain. Quickly took space from the system out a set of pure white lace underwear and stuffed it towards the bottom of the door. Then the transfer was claimed on the fly. Negative emotional value plus 500. Suyi, I gave you underwear out of the kindness of my heart, and you're blaming me? After coming out, schoolgirl AI's expression was clearly not right, her complexion cold and gloomy. You have an expression like who owes you millions. Suyi said bluntly. Suyi, why are you carrying a lady's underwear? It's also so sexy. Suyi gave her a blank look. What do you care? Che, if you don't say it, don't say it. Who cares to hear it? If you're willing to spend the money and buy a few more sets, I'll consider telling you. AI Xiaoxing looked up in surprise. You have more? Sure, as much as you want. I brought it in wholesale at the time. Still haven't sold it yet. You're kind of my first customer. The schoolgirl's face instantly returned to a clear, joyful smile. Want, I want more. Want, can't have too many. You're only in your 20s. It's not good for your health. But schoolgirl AI obviously didn't keep up with Suyi's speed and still begged for it. Lowly woman, really craving my body. Suyi then walked out of the back kitchen and went to the private room, patiently waiting for the dishes to be served. The 5-star hotel chef's craftsmanship is very high, and in no time the whole box is full of aroma. The schoolgirl and Suyi were fighting over a plate of eel shreds with ringing oil at the same time. Huang Lu, on the other hand, was quietly looking at Suyi. There's no such thing as peace and quiet. It's all because your sister is carrying your weight. Negative emotional value plus 50. Damn skank. Seducing my brother again. Do you like driving Ferraris, brother? Suyi raised his head, joking. I have not even driven. How do I know if I like it or not? I bought you another Ferrari. The Porsche can take that one if you drive it enough. Suyi glanced at the Ferrari keys and rubbed his chin. The odds were that he didn't drive a Ferrari much, because there are too few seats to pull in an online car. That's top cow horse thinking. The hole in the emperor's house must be made of gold, right? If I could split my mind, I'd have 1,000 factories. If I get rich, I'll buy 10,000 acres of land so I'll have more land than I can plow. Brother, after dinner, will you continue to take orders in your online car? Suyi shook his head. Forget it, I'm going to buy a house first. I don't want to live in a dormitory all the time, so I'll buy a villa outside to live in. AI Xiaoxing bristled. Che, you're not going to rely on your sister to buy a house again, are you? What's the word? What's wrong with me eating my sister's ass? Huang Lu also shouted in time. My money is my brother's money. My sister is so understanding. But Suyi was only high on his tongue, and he planned to use his own money to buy a house. Chapter 76 Encountering Old Schoolmates. In Hong Kong City, $7 million can already buy a relatively top-quality house. Sis, I'll take you home after dinner. Then brother, I'm going to buy a house. Huang Lu cocked her head, with a great deal of disbelief in her eyes. Brother, our Huang family is also involved in the real estate business, so if you like peace and quiet, I can buy the whole building for you. Suyi, you don't have to be so generous. Your uncle is also a Hong Kong-style real estate tycoon, and you said a Hong Kong-style house is optional, so why would brother want to go buy a house? Don't worry about that, I have my own rhythm. Of course Suyi would never say that he was used to being poor and hadn't gotten out of his troubled life yet. It is also subconsciously believed that a little bit of economic conditions should be the first to buy a house, to figure out the peace of mind. Still, the most crucial point was that Suyi wanted to spend his own money. Even if the others were deeply attached to them, there was still something uncomfortable in their hearts about using their money in this way. Guilt value plus 200. Brother, I'm sorry, it was my bad tone just now. I didn't care about your feelings. I forgot that you've always been a self-reliant character, and it's not uncommon for you to use other people's money. Suyi, don't you talk nonsense. I'm rare. Brother, then you go ahead and buy a house. I'll just have my bodyguard send me back. I still have a few $100 million left in my pocket money this month, but I know it would be presumptuous to offer it to my brother. So you can tell me if you're in trouble. Brother, it's not presumptuous. It's not presumptuous at all. Suyi opened his mouth as if he had 1,000 words to say. He ended up hating to slap himself. Suyi, why were you so pretentious just now? Schoolgirl AI, take your time. I'm coming with you. Why are you acting like a heel? It's not because you're craving my body. Negative emotional value plus 100. Jime guys who get it. Meet the pushing guy. Suyi was also saying this simply for the sake of whoring out his emotional value. He was still a bit self-aware. Negative emotional value plus 50. No dude, you're going to buy a house and take orders. Just now, Suyi took another order. Sui rolled his eyes. What do you know? That's how money is earned. Never mind. I can't talk to a rich second generation like you. It mostly just happened to be on the way. And I took a look at the passenger destination, which was also a sales office. Shock value plus 50. The passenger looked at the Porsche logo with a dumbfounded look on his face. Dude, you drove a Porsche out to take orders. Yeah, making money to support the family. Negative emotional value plus 50. Suddenly the passenger froze violently. His eyes seemed to be recalling, and his tone was uncertain. You're Sui? You've heard my story? Sui wasn't surprised. Well, at least he was a netizen now. It's normal for someone to recognize him. I'm Qianli, your high school classmate. Even shared a table. Jolie? Sui hung up his brain cells and beat them violently, not even remembering that there was a male classmate named Qianli. I'm sorry, I can't remember you. I have a female classmate who does have the name Qianli. I am Sui. Things change. In high school I was a cute white silk young loafer. 5 years later I'm a thick-haired muscle-bound guy. Sui and AI Xiaoxing listened in confusion. Big sock, are you speaking Chinese? Qianli sat in the back seat and pulled the door closed. It's all a long story of being too disciplined when I was young and letting reason strike through desire. This caused the ovaries to become congested and the cysts to become necrotic over time. Coincidentally, I got breast cancer again. To stay alive, my 2 10-pound big thunders were also cut out. Since all my feminine features were gone, I went straight to the contortionist surgery as soon as I was done. Now people are petite men too. Sui shivered violently. Abstract Sister C. This is the talent level player. Your efforts are a joke to her. AI Xiaoxing rarely retorted and nodded her head with deep conviction. Talented enough indeed. Sui, where have you been recently? Do you see what I'm doing now? I'm sorry, I thought this internet dating was part-time. It's pretty much a part-time job, too, and it's good to make a little extra money. Qianli's eyes were tinged with anticipation. After so many years of not seeing each other, don't you have anything you want to say to me? I have a lot to say to you anyway. Sui nodded. Of course I have. Will you answer? Will. Are you in a relationship with a guy or a girl right now? Qianli. Negative emotional value plus 50. I'm actually okay with all of that. So do you usually play poker as a game of happy beans? Or bullfight? I play them all. But I used to be a girl after all. So I had more joy beans. AI Xiaoxing flashed her big innocent eyes. I'm out of place with you guys because I'm too innocent. Sui then asked, so if your girlfriend gets pregnant, will it be your seed? Negative emotional value plus 300. Sui, I'm a bit seasick. I'll take a nap first. Sui sighed. His old classmate had no patience at all. Didn't know to catch up with me either. The human heart, is still too cold. The water boys were totally happy to hear it. It feels like the anchor's live broadcast style is a Hong Kong style. Hong Kong gate with a little bit of style in it kind of feeling. I'm going to fight talented players like you. I am speechless to my son. I said, if you don't study hard now, what are you going to do when you join the society later? He said, who is society? Your son is also a character. When Sui was mesmerized by the comments, Qianli suddenly spoke. Sui, do you work out? Not healthy. Being petite and manly is still about fitness. Saying that she seemed to be trying to show off in a stock manner, she took off her blouse despite the strange gaze of AI schoolmarm, revealing the large, engorged muscles inside. The veins are thick, as if they were sinuous earthworms. Well, am I not a big muscle buster? Sui slightly opened his mouth. This muscle, wasn't it too exaggerated? It's not like normal people have muscles. So let me ask you, did you sneak on technology? Qianli spoke disdainfully. Who uses that stuff? I practiced it all by hard work. Then why is the top of your head pointy? The bodybuilding circle is silent. Just a stream of bad news. Groups of Brontosaurus dislike each other inwardly, and Scythosaurus fill their arms. Illegal veterinary drugs for dinner. Did you say protein powder? Sorry, I'm all about the muscle-building body wash. Qianli got dressed, having just posed a few times, and was now breathing heavily. That's what happens to newbies. They run out of steam within a few minutes. Without realizing it, the three of them arrived at the sales office. The Porsche pulled up there and instantly attracted the attention of those around it. Which big shot is this to buy a house again? The woman next to him is so beautiful. Where did that King Kong Barbie come from? Chapter 77. What about mother? The sales manager's eyes lit up when he saw the Porsche, and he rushed over to try to wait for the owner to get out of the car. Hello there, may I ask if you're looking for a house? The sales manager warmly greeted Sui, who opened the car door. Joy value plus 50. Sui was just about to get out of the car, but was stopped by the manager. Wait sir, don't get out of the car yet. I'll get a red carpet before I get my shoes dirty. Sui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Well, enough licking, I like it. Finally the joy of being rich. When the manager brought over the red carpet, Qianli opened her mouth. Thank you, Sui, the car skill looks like an old driver. Must give you 5 stars and send a thank you red envelope. The manager's body stiffened for a split second, then jerked into position, spreading the red carpet on the back seat and smiling warmly at Qianli. Please get out of the car. Sui, so material? I'm materialistic? You're not materialistic when you rent a luxury car to pull an Eddie? Load up. Dislike value plus 50. The waterboys began to fight. Whoopsie, got the sales manager loaded didn't you? Such a snob, don't want to spray. General ha. What about her parents when she talks like that? I can make a phone call when I miss my mother, but she can only look at the sky when she misses her mother. The sales manager at this point had turned around and walked over to Qianli. The sales manager was again giving Qianli her bag and bending down to bow, saying with a flattering face, "This beauty. Sir, are you looking to buy a house?" Qianli nodded and said, "Take me to take a look. By the way, Sui, are you going to buy a house? Do you want to go and take a look together?" The sales manager took a disgusted look at Sui and said to Qianli with a smile, "He's just a small online car driver. Why are you calling him? Just take a look at the house with this beautiful lady. Dislike value plus 50. Ai Xiaoxing hurriedly walked next to Sui and said, I didn't come here with this King Kong Barbie. Don't involve me. Negative emotions plus 50. The atmosphere gradually had a hint of awkwardness, and Sui spoke up. It's fine. I happen to be here to buy a house as well, so let's go in together and take a look. Can you afford it? You just buy it? Just look at the house and see the world. Come on, sir, let's go in. The sales manager pointed the way for Qianli in front. Negative emotions plus 100. No, Sui, the manager dared to speak to me like that. Why don't you refute him? We're customers too. Are you still not a man? Negative emotions plus 50. Okay, I'm going to look at the house, so settle down. Sui lifted his leg towards the hall, and Ai Xiaoxing chased after him. Entering the lobby, a girl who looked like she had just graduated came up. Hello sir, are you looking at a house? Sui looked around and said, yes, I want to see if there are any villas. Yes, take a look. I'll pour it for you. Before the girl could finish her words, the manager interrupted her. Xiao Shui, come here quickly. Can't you see I have a customer? Hurry up and pour water for the guests. What are you waiting for? The girl smiled shyly at. Excuse me sir, take a break. I'll get a glass of water. Negative emotions plus 50. Just after saying that, Xiao Shui hurriedly went to pour water and handed it to Qianli. Guest your water. The manager looked at Xiao Shui with disgust. Alright, get lost. Don't bother me to introduce the house to my clients. Sir, you see what kind of house you want. I'll introduce it to you. Negative emotions plus 50. Xiao Shui walked back and handed Sui and Ai Xiaoxing water. You guys drink some water first. Does the gentleman have any other needs other than his request being a villa? By the kind that has several floors. And then there are stairs. The old good looking, but also the kind that is downstairs as a snack street. How nice at night. Ai Xiaoxing said excitedly. Late night poisoning, rice still a small bowl is it? Wait for you to eat into the King Kong Barbie. You first introduce me to it. The requirements I'm thinking about it. No, Sui, what do you mean? Negative emotions plus 50. It doesn't mean anything, does it? I didn't say anything. Stop it. Look at the house. Xiao Shui smiled at the two. Sir, you and your girlfriend are so affectionate. Sui quickly waved his hand. No. I'm not boyfriend and girlfriend with her. There's no relationship whatsoever. Just ordinary classmates. Sui, Ai Xiaoxing huffed and shouted at him. Negative emotions plus 100. Okay, you can introduce me to the house first. Okay sir, take a look at this. It's a typical 3-story villa, centrally located. Xiao Shui was introducing the house to Sui when suddenly the manager interrupted them again. Xiao Shui, don't you know to pour water for the guest when he's finished? And the floor is dirty. Don't you know how to clean it? Sir, sorry, please wait a little longer. Xiao Shui said and hurriedly walked over again. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui, don't you think this manager is a bit too arrogant? Why are you treating us like this? We are customers at least. Ai Xiaoxing said quietly. Don't you think that manager has strange eyes? What happened to his eyes? Didn't see it. Ai Xiaoxing heard Suyi's words and stared at the manager carefully, but she didn't see a thing either. What are you looking at? I don't know what such a good-looking beauty like you was thinking. That you would come together with an online taxi driver. The manager saw that Ai Xiaoxing kept looking at herself and directly exited. Negative emotions plus 50. Isn't it easy to see? His eyes. Sui raised his voice. What do you mean? What's wrong with my eyes? Snobbery. The water friends were amused by Suyi's sudden stunt, laughing my ass off. Worthy of my brother Sui. There's something wrong with the eyes. What is it? Of course it's snobbery. Negative emotions plus 100. No, what do you mean? Look at the room or get out. the manager said in a nonchalant manner. Negative emotions plus 50. Am I the one who doesn't look at houses? Other people introduced me well, and you keep interrupting. Sui said in one word. What's wrong with me asking her to pour water for the guests? The floor has to be swept when it's dirty, so who's going to sweep it if she doesn't? Negative emotions plus 50. Sui laughed and said, that's your guest. You do not pour water but also let her to pour water. Her guest is me. Just pour for me on the line. Right, the ground is dirty, you do not sweep. No hands? Look at you, quite good at talking. The mouth is very flexible. Right, sweeping with the mouth is also good. When this statement was made, the water friends even exploded. Her guest is me just pouring water for me. Bully in love, haha. Froggy fun, and your mouth is flexible too, right? Brother Yat's words are so rough. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. The manager was a bit annoyed by what was said. I'm the manager here. I have the final say. Poor boys like you, letting you come in to see the world even if it's not enough. You still speak out of turn. Why don't you just get the hell back and keep driving your online car? Hurry up and go and take a few more orders. Don't wait and miss so many orders or out of money. Still here to see the house. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui smiled and walked closer and closer towards the manager. What do you want? It's a legal society now. Chapter 78. A villa for $10 million. It's against the law to hit someone. What do you want? Sui slowly put his hands on the manager's shoulders and said with a smile, so it's a bully who is afraid of the Lord. What are you thinking about? So wimpy. The shoulder fell ash. To help you pat. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui turned around and walked back after patting the manager on the shoulder. Just halfway there, he pretended to look over his shoulder again and said to the manager, oh yeah, please call the boss over here for a second. Just wait and let the boss sanction you. The manager picked up his cell phone and made a call. Don't you dare with electricity. At this time, Xianli walked next to Sui. Sui, are you alright? Don't be general with that manager. Sui handed over $1,000, and Xianli's pupils contracted slightly. Say, what do you want me to do again? Martial arts JPG, I'll leave the hardest one to you. Go beat this manager to death. I only said the hardest, and not all of them. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. And at this moment, the water users were all amused by Sui's sentence and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, Yat is as funny as ever. Question, do girls have pointy heads too? Brother Yat has said it's a boy, ha ha ha. What happened? A middle-aged man with a full belly walked over. The manager hurriedly walked over and pointed at Sui. Boss, it's that man, driving an online car, and renting a Porsche to come out and pretend. I thought he was some kind of rich man, and then he kept making trouble. The boss looked at the clothes on Sui, narrowed his eyes and said, alright, I know. The boss walked over to Sui and said, hello, I'm the boss. What can I do for you? Ha, didn't that manager just tell you? I thought he muttered and finished talking to you. Sui said with some confusion. Negative emotions plus 50. The boss was a little embarrassed for a moment and said, I'm sorry, he did tell me all about it just now, but there's nothing to this, no need to get into a fight. Whoa, you mean it's okay for him to lick up when he sees me driving a Porsche, lick someone else when he finds out I'm driving an internet car and keep interrupting me when she's showing me the house, making it a bad experience and talking down to me? Am I not a customer? Sui asked as he looked at the owner with a raised eyebrow. When the boss heard this, he became a little impatient and said, this customer, there is no need to make such a big deal, right? You are a customer, yes, but others are also customers. He must also want to serve others. As for the outbursts, don't you also say it back? What else do you want? Negative emotions plus 50. The water boys laughed at the boss's remark. Whoopsie, is that something a human being could say? Boiled bun. This boss is still too strong. Is there any boss who is weak and reasonable at the same time? Some brothers, some. Negative emotions plus 50. So this is your way of favoring him? The boss said with an increasingly impatient tone. It's not that I'm favoring him, you understand? Have you ever read a book? I think not read should also understand the words. This matter does not need to make a big deal. You apologize for the matter. Not good? Negative emotions plus 50. No, why should we apologize? It's not our fault. Ai Xiaoxing couldn't help but yell at the boss. Negative emotions plus 50. The boss pressed on, ignoring Ai Xiaoxing's words, and instead said to Xiao Shui, that new one, you tell what's going on. Boss, this matter is my fault. I accidentally startled you. I will apologize to you on their behalf to the manager. Let's forget about this matter, said Xiao Shui with her head lowered in a small voice. Negative emotions plus 50. Alright, you heard it too. Don't make any more trouble, okay? The boss signaled Sui. Sui smiled and said, your name is Xiao Shui, right? Xiao Shui nodded. Fine. You introduce me to a luxurious villa, around $10 million. Sui waved his hand and said, When these words came out, not only did Xiao Shui freeze, everyone present froze. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. The manager reacted and laughed. No, you poor boy still want to buy a 10 million villa, and let you load it. Right. Hurry up and wash up and go home, and sleep at night with the pillow a little higher. Just right for daytime. Daydreaming. Qianli also reacted. Sui, you're not really going to buy a $10 million villa, are you? So what else? There's still a fake to buy a house. I don't think we're going to have to fight it now, right? Negative emotions plus 50. Alright, quickly introduce me. Ignore them. Sui greeted Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui froze for a moment and started to explain to Sui. Look at this one. Sir, it's on the beach. The view is great too. And there's also an open-air swimming pool and a private garden. At this point the owner walked up to the manager and asked, what's going on? Didn't you say he was a poor boy? Boss, I don't know about this. No, maybe he's just bluffing us. How can he really buy it? Look at those clothes he's wearing. How cheap. How can he afford a $10 million villa? The boss nodded thoughtfully. You have a point. Speaking of which, the boss walked over again. And at this time, Sui also looked at the villa. Alright, this is the set. Swipe your card. Sui said as he took out a card from his pocket. At this time, the water friends were also waiting for Sui to give them a face. Boil the bag, and blow their faces off. Dare to bully my brother yet? Let's see who's the one with a swollen face in a while. I'm already thinking of their shocked faces. Negative emotions plus 50, the manager said with disdain. Some people don't puff up their faces and swipe their cards, so don't make a big joke of not having any money at the time. The boss nodded and said, yes, young man, you apologize and this matter will be over. If you can't swipe out the money in a while and waste our time, we will ask for damages like you. What are you guys talking about? I'll see if you guys are still talking after you swipe your cards later. AI Xiaoxing shouted. Qianli also whispered. Sui, do you really have 10 million? Don't wait and can't get the money, I can't help you. Sui laughed and said, it's fine, you'll know in a moment if I've swollen my face. Xiao Shui returned the card to Sui after swiping it. The manager laughed and said, how about that? I told you, there's no money at all to have to buy a house and load up. The boss was also about to speak when Xiao Shui opened her mouth and interrupted. This gentleman. The swipe was successful. What? Chapter 79, Singing Everywhere. The manager unbelievably took the swipe machine. How is it possible? How could he swipe the card successfully? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time the boss's face also changed, staring viciously at the manager and said, look at what you've broken. I'll get back to you later. After saying that, he smiled again and said to Sui, this gentleman, come on, let me take you to sign the contract. What happened just now was all our problem. I'm sorry for bringing you an unpleasant experience. Negative emotions plus 50. Although Sui's expression smiled, his gaze was cold. I don't want to hear any unnecessary apologies. I just want an attitude from you. The owner froze. What attitude? You know it's wrong? Got it. What's wrong? Negative emotions plus 50. I shouldn't have indulged my employee. With her nasty attitude I should have fired her in the first place. You're wrong because you can breathe. Boss, it's a big brother client. I'll tolerate it. He took several deep breaths, then smiled and said, sir, this intern has just arrived and doesn't know anything yet, so I'd better do it. Just let her come. She's the one who received me. Let's go and take me to sign the contract. I'll have to visit the villa later. Sui said towards Xiao Shui. The water boys were relieved to see this scene. Let them look down on people. They deserve it. Everyone is equal now. Okay? This boss seems to be a money-losing tiger. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Xiao Shui froze for a moment and hurriedly said, yes sir, this way. The boss and the manager watched straight on as Sui walked away. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Look at what you've done. Letting someone else take such a big client. Boss, I don't know. How did I know that someone would actually drive an online car in a Porsche? I promise I won't do it again. Oh, there's no later. You're fired. After signing the contract, Sui planned to go and take a look at his villa. Looking at AI Xiaoxing, who was still following him, Sui said helplessly, no, schoolgirl AI, I'm going to go look at my own house. Why are you still following me? What's the matter? Can't you go check it out? Can't I go and keep an eye out for you? AI Xiaoxing said as she hugged her chest. Sui didn't say anything, operating something with his cell phone. Not big brother, you go to see the villa and you still take orders? AI Xiaoxing said with a speechless face. Sui still rolled his eyes. Less is more. Do you understand? Forget it. Our kind of laborers really can't talk to rich people like you. You don't mean to say that this destination happens to be near the villa as well? Sui opened the car door. Or else, hurry up and get in. Arrive at the villa after dropping off the guests and enter the front door. Wow, this is too big. And this outdoor swimming pool. And the flowers in this garden are so nice. Sui took a look and expressed his approval of the environment. It's still very good. And you can grow some vegetables or something in the future. No, the garden is all you think about growing vegetables. Ai Xiaoxing expressed that she was very speechless. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui didn't say anything and opened the door of the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Sui felt like he was blinded. A glance at the extremely luxurious hall. Complicated lamps emit cold bright light. 4 high walls cast dark shadows on the soft carpet. Through the spacious but cold corridor, the eyes of celebrities in the famous paintings on both sides seemed to be able to penetrate the hearts of the people. Worthy of a luxury villa. Sui couldn't help but sigh. At this point, the waterboys were also shocked by the scene. Wow, this villa is too grand. The paintings on it are all famous. Thanks to my brother Yat for showing me the world. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Go to the study and take a look. Sui said as he arrived at the study and opened the door. The black marble paved floor, the bright as mirror tiles, the magnificent crystal chandelier, and the pure black spiced wood table, the imported designer cushion chairs, the exquisite finely carved bookcases, and next to it, the valuable leather sofa. The whole room, it's almost indescribable. My God, are all these study rooms this exquisite? Especially Sui, who was used to seeing the scene and knew how luxurious it would probably be, couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw it. After Sui finished looking at the study and then the next bedroom, kitchen and so on, he sighed all the way back to the hall. Right, Sui, I seem to have just seen a girl outside. She should be a neighbor. Ai Xiaoxing said. Oh, go out and see. When the two arrived at the gate of the villa, they saw a girl taking pictures everywhere with her cell phone. Babies, this is the villa next to mine. I heard it was bought today by a man. I am going to have neighbors too. The girl at the moment was live streaming, looking like a female netizen. The girl saw the two walk out, and at the sight of Ai Xiaoxing, her eyes lit up and she walked forward. Hello you guys? My name is Xue Jixue. Do you mind if I go live? Well, how did you know I paid full price for the villa at $10 million? Who asked you? That's right, $10 million a week. Xue Jixue let out an awkward laugh, then looked at Ai Xiaoxing and her eyes lit up. So pretty. Is this beauty your girlfriend? Sui raised his eyebrows. Beauty? Where? Negative emotional value plus 50. Ai Xiaoxing, Sui, I'm going to start a sword fight with you. Who are you looking down on? Xue Jixue pulled the corner of her mouth. The family people who understand just live to see a bunch of upside down male enhancement. You two are so abstract. You must be perfect for each other, right? At this time, the water friends were also amused when they heard Xue Jixue's words. It's not a good match. She's the effort type and I'm the talent type. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotions plus 50. For the first time, Xue Jixue felt out of touch with the times. Forget it. Find an excuse to pee. Can't play with abstract people. Live babies. We're not playing with this smelly man. I'll keep singing for you when we get home. Stinky man? You graduated from XHS. When Xue Jixue opened her mouth to sing the first line, Sui applauded. I finally heard it. You're like a drifting singer. Drifting around. Negative emotional value plus 100. Xue Jixue blankly glanced at Sui turning around and walking towards her house. Okay, I big school girl. I'll give you a ride back. In a while I still have to rest for work tomorrow. And the live stream closed at that point. Just turn it off. Still kind of haven't seen enough of it. Hopefully, Yat will be able to broadcast for a longer time tomorrow. Negative emotions plus 50. Chapter 80, The Capybara. The next day, Sui opened the live broadcast, and then put on his own takeout clothes and went out to deliver takeout. It's part of his part-time job. Of course, it's not about making money, it's about emotional value. He also spent over $1 million on a motorcycle for this purpose. Good morning brothers, another day for the bulls and horses. What am I? A cow or a horse? A halberd handle? That's quite a life. No way. Driving this luxury motorcycle to make a delivery? Brother Yet is going to say again that there's no way to raise a family. Your breadwinner and my breadwinner seem different. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. $1 million super cool motorcycle is just awesome. Driving all the way and attracting a lot of attention. Until a neighborhood stops. At this time, a girl who was also wearing takeout clothes walked in, and she looked at Sui's motorcycle with abnormal envy. A small scented breeze hit him as he passed by Sui. And at this point in the live broadcast, the water friends all got excited the moment they saw the girls. This face is comparable to a national goddess. Is the takeout industry so rolled up now? After some hesitation, the girl plucked up the courage to take the initiative to chat up. Your motorcycle is so handsome. I also like motorcycles, and I've followed many bloggers on Jitterbug. Sui smiled. I've paid a lot of attention too. The girl beamed with joy. Really? What do you like about them? I'm mostly curious when they die. Basically 2 bloggers die a year. I was following 8 bloggers before and now I'm down to 1. Girls, what about the other one? I took it off when he went from big brother to big sister. At this time, Sui curiously said, "You're in good condition. Isn't it a pity to deliver takeaways?" Negative emotions plus 50. The girl lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "It's just a little bit of frost. Do you want to hear my story too?" "Not interested. I'm just curious if you'll be late for your order." Negative emotional value plus 50. "It's okay, I won't be late." The girl didn't seem to see Suyi's impatient expression and told herself, "I just graduated and went to interview for China Resources Entertainment. I thought I could fly high, but I lost to that stinky woman Manhwa." Sui raised an eyebrow. "Her condition is better than yours?" "No, she's the manager's mistress." "Sui, that manager even tried to bag me, and I just put the chats out in the company group, then I was sacked." Sui nodded. This was normal. Beauty plus any card is a king's ransom, but it's an original sin when it's played alone. But Sui was just listening for fun, not expecting to help her. Not even if you're not related and you're pretty. Although his own Aunt Sue was the president of CR Entertainment. "Handsome, thanks for listening to me so much. I'm in a much better mood now. I've figured it out. It's just a triathlon and I can do it." Sui nodded. "It just so happens to be the same neighborhood. Let's go in together." "Good." But the two were stopped by security just as they reached the door. "The neighborhood won't let takeout in. Moncler outlet online, I'll be quick. Just a few minutes." The dedicated Sui admits he's fast in order to get the job done. "Okay, then you go in," the security guard said cheerfully. The girl's eyes lit up. "I'm fast too." Moncler. "No, girl, why? Why should he be able to when I can't? You fast a halberd bully. There have been delivery women like you before, wearing black silk and super short skirts. I ended up going in there for 2 hours and didn't even come out. Then the pornography brigade all came and the leader gave my old man a lecture." Sound of escaping laughter. Sui didn't hold back his laughter on the spot. "Moncler outlet store 80% of the time. I met a takeout hope. I've ordered it and it's average." "Brother, do you still have the contact information?" Next, even if the girls pleaded, Moncler outlet online they never gave an inch. Sui couldn't look away. "Tell you what, I'll wait until I finish delivering this order, then I'll deliver yours." The girl glanced at Sui gratefully. "Thank you, you're really a good person." Drop and refuse the good guy card. "Customer, take out." Open the door. Sui had just put down the phone when the door was opened. A dark shadow enveloped Sui, and his pupils contracted slightly. "Brothers, I met the Cappy Beast." A meat-suited sable is seen taking away the takeout, the horizontal flesh on his face twitching from time to time. She followed it with an unusually sweet voice, like she had slippers in her throat. "You're comparing me to a clip, and you're trying to compare me to green tea. Brother, I can't show my face now. Oh, I have to pass 100,000 subscriptions." Sui couldn't help but get goosebumps. So is anyone really voice activated? The water friends all burst out laughing. If Big Brother Pungjai sees the real face, I'm afraid he'll have to carry the locomotive and run away in the night. "Brothers, I'm a historian and this is history." Rising brothers, the upstairs brother is a character. "Take off the ring." "Honey, that's a watch." "No problem, I'll be on my way, haha." Sui was just about to leave when he was stopped by the Kabi Beast. "What? Why is this cake 5 inches? I clearly ordered a 10-inch one. Did you get the wrong one?" Sui looked at the order. "There's nothing wrong with it. 2 5-inch cakes. Did you order the wrong ones?" The capybara looked furious. "No point in getting it wrong. 2 5-inch cakes. Doesn't that add up to 10 inches? Why don't you order me the 10-inch one?" Sui looked at her with a look. "Big socks, are you speaking Chinese? Or the cake store for you?" Sui obviously did not want to get too entangled with her. The pretty girl at the door was still waiting for herself. Sui was just about to leave, but he was grabbed by the Kabi Beast. "Want to run? Must change back for me. Go talk to the boss. I'm the one in charge of distribution." "No, you have to pay for my damages." "Where can you bully people like that?" Sui laughed at her exasperation and looked at her with cold eyes. "Dare to compare one more sentence. I'll make you fly. Send it." The Kabi Beast was clearly stunned by Sui's aura and immediately closed the door. Silently gave a bad review. Sui didn't spoil her either. Filling the lock with 502 and stuffing it hard. "I just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood and the system beeps didn't stop." Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. Negative emotional value plus 100. "Ha, where's that beautiful person?" Sui looked around at the door and didn't see her figure, thinking that he was impatiently waiting and left. He had just gotten on his motorcycle and was ready to leave when he heard a pleasant sound coming from inside the neighborhood. "Handsome, I'm here." Sui gazed over and saw an iron chain on the snow-white ankle of the pretty girl from before. The other end of the chain was bolted to the post. The girl's entire petite body was trembling violently, and tears continued to well up in her eyes, already on the verge of breaking the bank at any moment. Sui was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Playing with enough flowers. Chapter 81, She's a Human Being. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui looked at the grandpa with a playful smile. Grandpa, you really are old in heart. You're old and still playing so intensely. Take care of your health. The Moncler outlet store angry, blowing his beard and eyes. What are you talking about? Grandpa, I've lived a clean life. And I haven't even married a daughter-in-law until now. So do you keep people's girls on a leash and eat donuts? Then I'm right innocent too. I'm not a rascal. Sui nodded. It's just that I've heard that people who often play horns will have blackened hands. The security guard immediately looked at his hands. You farted. Negative emotional value plus 100. You tricked me. The Moncler outlet store angry turned his back. People are really speechless when they are angry to the extreme. But Sui is still chattering away. Moncler outlet store, this thing you did today reminds me of a surname. What? Chin. The Moncler outlet store didn't understand what it meant. But the netizens who are veteran drivers have already laughed. Bing's high school grades were not good. This is Master Chin, the concierge of the girls' dormitory. Mrs., you don't want your husband to lose his job either, do you? Sometimes too innocent to be in tune with you. I'm a farmer. These halberds put wine poetry yellow potatoes. Lu Qingling flashed her stupidly beautiful big eyes with crystallized teardrops inside. Handsome man, what are you talking to the grandpa? Why can't I understand? Right, can you save me first? Don't call me handsome, just call me Sui. My name is Willow Greenling. Nice to meet you. Sui hadn't wanted to be nosy, but this girl was too polite. It's all that and so gentle. He was embarrassed if Sui didn't care anymore. Sui raised his eyebrows and asked, why are you chained here? In a moment of desperation, I rushed into the neighborhood because my order was about to overrun. As a result, I was caught halfway by the property. Then he scolded Moncler outlet store me and forced him to put me in chains. Sui looked Moncler outlet store at him. Oh, so the main responsibility is not you. Poof. The older man coldly grunted, looking arrogant. Just now I thought you were born. Negative emotional value plus 100. You, but you're still no good. Doing whatever the property tells you to do? This is clearly something that is against the law and against morality. It's a human being. It's a living human being. You're chaining them up. It's a ing person, not a birth. The more Sui said, the more excited. Saliva in the wind sprayed Moncler outlet store all over his face. But Moncler outlet store he did not dare to refute. Lu Qingling said with some urgency, it's not Moncler outlet store's fault. He was also forced to do something, and because of me, he was scolded by the property. It's all my fault. Sui stared at her blankly, his eyes on fire. How can people be so gutless? Don't you know how to be strict with others and lenient with yourself? This kind would be a complete sufferer, being bullied and looking for their own reasons. Sui immediately turned his gun. I said he didn't say anything about you, right? You poet. Stand still to give people a chain. My dog knows how to run when it is bolted. I think you just deserve it. People bullied you, so get back at them, and blame yourself. Negative emotional value plus 100. Lu Qingling froze for a moment, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Did you just curse me? That's right, have the guts to curse back. Lu Qingling fell silent, her small cherry mouth opening and closing, wanting to speak. Finally, it simply lowered its head directly. I'm sorry, I'm the one who gave you trouble. Sui, I'm going to make you fly straight up. You've got to be a role model when you go into Pan Hong's park. Moncler, you still laugh on. Say she did not say you? Just because someone else is sentenced to violate their moral bottom line. You are not a good bird. Negative emotional value plus 50. Moncler outlet store lowering his head. He said guiltily, I'm sorry, my wife is sick. Having children doesn't even help. Then Sui, can you unlock the chains for me first? The grandpa locked it for you. Go find him. Moncler outlet store spread out his hands. There is no way. The key was taken away by the property. Can only take an axe to smash open. Wait a minute. I'll find an axe. Forget it. What a pain in the ass. I'll do it. The guard froze. Do you use a rock? No way. This chain is harder than normal metal. Sui walked to Lu Qingling's side and slowly squatted down. His snow-white jade-like ankles were strangled red, with hidden capillaries emerging. It hurts, doesn't it? She nodded and shook her head. It's okay, don't mind me. Let's get this chain broken as a matter of priority. I have several orders behind me. Sui couldn't help but want to give her a round of applause. It was truly the innate bull and horse sacred body. Immediately after that, Sui flicked his wrist, and in the next second the chain was thrown out by him. Yuck! Bad luck stuff. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Both of them all opened their mouths in unison. How did this happen? Sui, are you a magician? I am a thief. The system rewarded cloud-seeking hands were about to be played out by Sui. What kind of stealing is this? It's a ing concept technique. All you have to do is identify the chain as something to steal, and that instantly steals it. Of course you have to touch it with your hand, otherwise the skill is invincible. Without the chain to hold her, Lu Qingling was happy. Sui, thank you. Although your words sound fierce, you're a good person. Thanks. You're a dumbass. Negative emotional value plus 50. This beauty was not at all useless, and at the very least it could contribute a little bit of mood value. Suddenly, a dog barked in the distance. What for? Who told you to move my lock? Sui's face instantly turned cold. You're the one who chained the man. I can't. It's against the rules of the neighborhood, so I have the right to do it. Do you have a problem with this beauty? Wang Hu glared menacingly at Lu Qingling. This girl was instantly scared and on the verge of crying out, hiding behind Sui like an ostrich. Can you branch out? People keep you on a leash like a dog. Shouldn't you get back at them? Lu Qingling raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing into Sui's eyes as she weakly said, yes. Then curse back first, a small test. Yes. Lu Qingling's body trembled as she stepped forward, intending to face the abyss head on. That. You for being so over the top. So rude. Sui blinked. Go on. Why are you looking at me? Don't do that next time. Okay. Lu Qingling weakly stood back behind Sui again. Sui, silence is tonight's goodbye to Cambridge. I'm asking you to curse. What the are you pouting for? I'm not pouting. Sui gave her a blank look. Watch how I curse. Chapter 82, your hands are so small. Asterisk. Proposed? Who gave you the right to chain people up without authorization? Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu's eyes chilled. That's because my fists are hard enough. You're a sea surface body. You say hard. Look at that pussy of yours. A light-emitting diode is worse than that. All day like a successful man, but in fact it's ing champagne on the prostate. Stinking beggar. Negative emotional value plus 200. Wang Hu's forehead veins bulged. You have the guts. Say that again. I have the balls to say it. You don't have the balls to hear it. Lu Qingling's small hand covered her mouth, her eyes complex, but with a strong sense of surprise. Wobbler. She really didn't understand how people could have the balls to be like that. How did he bite out such vicious words with such snow-white teeth? But what a great feeling. In this moment, her idol was born. It's the rooster era COE. 10 minutes. Sui did not even repeat his dirty words, and Wang Hu's eyes were sprayed with scarlet. No longer Bung Bu Live. Directly towards Sui's hands. Sui's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, waiting for you to be born. As you can see, I'm being passive-aggressive in my defense. With that, Sui directly used his splitting tendon hand and twisted his arm into a twist. Negative emotion value plus 1000. There were heart-rending screams from the scene. Lu Qingling couldn't help but gulp in fear when she saw the bizarre arm. Sui, isn't this too much? Also, I'll get it back then. Cut it out. The bone rubbed violently against the bone, and Sui broke it back hard. Aha! This time Wang Hu screamed even louder. Negative emotion value plus 1000. This kind of pain waterbenders get goosebumps just watching. There's a kind of pain that hurts to look at. Lu Qingling's petite body trembled. Sui, that's not what I meant. Oh, then break it back again. Click, click, click. Aha! Sui, it's not like that. My uncle spoils nay dad. Sui wrenched back again, and this time the screams were quite hoarse. Negative emotional value plus 1500. Wang Hu looked viciously at Lu Qingling. Don't you say anymore. You're a living ing hell, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hu screamed miserably once again. This time his two arms were wrapped together, like a ponytail. You're paralyzed. Stop talking. You're winding me up. Sui frowned at Lu Qingling. So what exactly do you mean? Lu Qingling immediately covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. What? You're going to wring his neck. You're so mean. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui did not dare to play too much. After figuring out the limit of his arm's ability to withstand, and then eventually restored it with the split meridian wrong bone hand, the hospital couldn't find anything wrong with it, but the arm would have to be slowly scrapped in a few years. You guys wait for me, I'll call my big brother to get you killed. Sui smiled. Who's your big brother? Crown Prince of China Resources Entertainment, Zheng Qian. Sui immediately widened his eyes, revealing a full of anticipation. How nice for the prince. This is his former ex-list one big brother coming up. The security master and Lu Qingling, however, were shaken to their core. Young man, run away. That Zheng Qian is used to acting recklessly based on his family's wealth. Lu Qingling followed. Sui, I'm sorry, I'm the one who implicated you. I used to work at China Resources Entertainment. That Zheng Qian is very excessive. So many female artists have been suborned by him. So exciting? Sui gossiped. What about you? Lu Qingling blushed. I didn't. First the manager hit on me. Then Zheng Qian noticed me. I chose to resign on the spur of the moment. I was clean. Sui looked at her simple appearance and said with some surprise, "You wouldn't have been in love yet, would you?" No. What's wrong? Sui was just about to reply when he was interrupted by Wang Hu. "You guys still have the heart to flirt here. When Zheng Qian comes, you'll be waiting to be broken into pieces." Sui leisurely sat back on the motorcycle. "Alright, then I'll wait for him to come. It just so happens that I miss him too." However, Sui wasn't completely careless and immediately chose his restraining hero, Aunt Sue. Surprise came from the other end of the line. "Xiao Yi, is there something you want to see Auntie Sue about?" "Aunt Sue, I miss my mom. Guilt value plus 200. Aunt Sue's tone was suddenly cold. "Did someone bully you?" No. Brother Zheng Qian said it was all in fun with me. He didn't mean to. It's okay for him to hit harder. I've been hit so many times anyway. Got used to this kind of pain a long time ago." Zheng Qian. All Sui heard was an angry growl on the other end of the phone. And then there was no more. Apparently, Aunt Sue is on her way here. As for Zheng Qian, he is about to arrive at the battlefield. The next 20 minutes, Sui directly pulled Lu Qingling with coaxing, sitting on the motorcycle. The two of them pressed together, smelling a very nice little scent. Sui felt that he was a standard Sigma man, but he didn't seem to be in shape today. "Your hands are so small. Why are you so much whiter than me? What perfume are you using? Why does it smell so good? Why are your bones so small too? Come and race me to see whose hands are bigger?" Lu Qingling's face was flushed and her eyes were mesmerized. "I don't know why, but after sitting next to Sui, I was very hot inside. A little out of control." Just as Sui offered to compare hand sizes, she blushed and was ready to agree. "So shy. First time holding hands with a boy. What? You're a female? You?" Sui decisively drew back his hand when he was about to interlock his fingers. Almost a persona collapse. "How dare you mess with my heart? Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword." Sui immediately stood up and silently recited the Purification Sutra 10 times. Only a dumbfounded Lu Qingling was left sitting on the motorcycle. "What have I just been doing?" "Sorry sis, it's not that you're not good enough. I'm just too ambitious. If it is little Nanlian then, he can go to hell." "Zhang Xiao, you're finally here Zhang Xiao." Just a super cool Ferrari parked on the side of the road. Wang Hu smiled fawningly and licked. "Young Zhang, I had already arranged an extremely beautiful woman for you, but that ungrateful thing snatched her away. Just flirted on a motorcycle. It's too much. Zhang Xiao, you must treat them well." "Where are they?" Zheng Qian followed the direction of his finger. The moment was astonishing. "What a great look. It's a heart attack. Bad eyes." Zheng Qian swore that he had never had a heart for anyone in his life. And Sui counted as one. Coe? Sui. Chapter 83, what the? Of course, this heartbeat is not the other heartbeat. It's the very much hated kind of movement. Enemies are not as good as each other. Zheng Qian wasn't even interested in beautiful women anymore as he looked viciously at Sui. "Sui, I'm going to get you killed." Sui looked at him with contempt. "These few bodyguards of yours aren't enough for me to beat. What are you farting about? Whoever young Master Zhang wants to get killed, it's a matter of moving his fingers." "Yeah? Then ask him if he dares." Wang Hu couldn't help but look at Zheng Qian. "Zheng Xiao, of course I dare. Then I'll have to tell on my Aunt Sue. Negative emotional value plus 100. Damn you, are you not a man? Men should settle things between men. What does calling me mom mean?" Wang Hu looked at the two in confusion. "What the hell? Call him mom?" Although Zheng Qian's tone was so rigid, he did wimp out. The feet paused in place, hesitating for a long moment. Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu anxious. "I awesome or blown out. You do not intend to how a thing ah?" He hurriedly fanned the flames on the side. "Zheng Xiao, is he scary? Are you wimpy? Sui, are you a wimp? Bang. Zheng Qian threw a slap on Wang Hu's face. "Don't you wow me. I have my own rhythm." Looking at Suyi's incomparably provocative eyes, his anger value went up another stage. Lu Qingling hurriedly pulled Sui. "Sui, hurry up and run. Everything has turned out like this because of me. I'll make up for it. Security guard, young man, you ghost fire give me a ride later. I need to run away too. Where's your face? Also, it's not ing ghost fire. Bottoms up." Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and stomped the cigarette butt hard under his foot to rub it abusively. "Now hit and run. By the time his mom gets here, he'll be long gone home. When the time comes, even if you are asked, just deny it." After Zhang Dishao made up his mind, he let his bodyguard directly mangled up. The bodyguards are not happy with the tongue-tied kid in front of them. At Zhang Dishao's order, the bodyguards immediately rushed over in great numbers, vowing to tear Sui apart. "Kid, eat my foot." Sui sidestepped and dodged, backhanding a large sinus whip to the face of the bodyguard who bore the brunt of the attack. Bang.
The bodyguard's body traced a graceful arc in the air before landing heavily on the ground.
That's it? If my mother were alive, she'd have more energy than you. I told you to cut it out, but you don't listen, do you? Negative emotions plus 100. Ah, bastard, how dare you mouth high. I'll whip your mouth. The bouncer stormed out, not caring about the raw pain on his face, jumped up and killed again. Sui, you who? It's really a stinky and hard stone in a latrine?
The Buddha says that all beings can be ferried, so I'll just use my big sinuses to properly ferry you today.
Sui tackled the bodyguard's arm,
and then his right hand fell like a raging storm.
For popping sound. Intense slaps resounded all around.
The bodyguard was smacked straight into a pig's head, staggering and sliding down to the ground. The other bodyguards who hadn't had a chance to come forward were stunned.
For heavy things falling down.
The crowd swallowed their saliva.
A group of ferocious bodyguards were surprised to be intimidated by Sui alone. Waste. Bunch of losers. What are you waiting for? Waste him for me. Zheng Qian shouted in anger. He's made the decision to go 6 for 6 and the bodyguard ends up going soft?
Hey, 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 hey.
Sui impatiently waved his hand and sneered.
I would say that the maggots in the thatched pit are not as inked as you guys.
Could it be that you guys are the reincarnation of a strawworm? With a mouth without just? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 300. Negative emotions plus 500.
Sui's words finally caused the group of security guards to become completely furious.
Male next door.
I have to wash your stinking mouth with a toilet brush today.
Kid, you're ing dead.
Brothers, abolish him together.
The last 3 bodyguards swarmed over Sui, vowing to give him a good look. Lu Qingling was frightened enough to shout, "Watch out, handsome." Sui turned around. What's the point of yelling beware? If you're good, you go. If you're not, don't push. Lu Qingling, a grieved face. I'm just trying to warn you. Why do you have to say that? But then again,
the way he just stepped in front of him to protect himself was really
manly. Sui was confused. What the hell? This lung-mist woman who only affects the speed of her sword draws can't even contribute negative emotions? AI.
It's true that people with weak personalities are really uninteresting, except for the fact that they can be loved in bed.
With this thought,
Sui sidestepped and dodged the steel rod in the bodyguard's hand.
He then easily beat all of the several people down,
and with some verbal humiliation, he gained a lot more negative emotions.
Shock value plus 500. Shock value plus 500. Shock value plus 1000. Sui patted the dust on his hand and looked back,
only to see Moncler Outlet Store and Wang Hu and Lu Qingling all staring in shock. The round eyes were as if they had seen a ghost.
He couldn't believe that Sui, an unknown young man, had easily put down 5 bodyguards by himself. You're awesome, handsome.
Lu Qingling's small hand was placed on her chest and bounced excitedly. That appearance was like a star-chasing cerebral palsy fan.
Sui waved his hand in disbelief. Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Grimace.
Zheng Qian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood.
That's a beauty that belongs to you. Now, not only is it not his turn, but it is actually cheaper for Sui this? Not willingly, unwillingly. Negative emotion value plus 1000.
Zheng Qian gritted his teeth in anger as he fiercely looked at Wang Hu and angrily said,
Aren't you letting me on?
The old man's wasted.
It's your turn. Ha!
Wang Hu's face turned green.
He had just almost even had his neck twisted by Sui. He dared to get on. My ass. Come on. Sui walked in front of Zheng Qian,
looked askance at Wang Hu and despised.
This thing is a spawn of a spawn,
with a forced mouth but no guts.
Negative emotional value plus 100. Wang Hu expressed super aggrieved. Creak. At that moment, a black Mercedes Maybach stopped in front of the crowd with a sharp brake. The car door opened, and Su Xin, who was dressed in a professional outfit, came over with an aggressive manner. Mom, how did you get here so fast?
Zheng Qian was like a lamb meeting a wolf and was so scared that he tried to run.
However, Wang Hu pulled him back. Zhang Xiao, what are you running for? Mr. Su has come to definitely stand up for you. Quickly let Mr. Su waste that bang.
Zheng Qian backhandedly slapped Wang Hu's face and angrily said,
I'll go to hell. I need you to teach me how to do my job. That's my mom? That's his mom. Wang Hu was confused. His mom? Isn't this a reversal of the Big Dipper? Su Xian was furious as she looked at Zheng Qian who was holding his head. They're both men in their 20s. How can the gap be so wide? She looked back at Sui,
a burst of motherly love flowing from her eyes.
Crowd, grass. It's pretty awesome. Chapter 84, Brother. You're too green. Zhang Qian, get your ass over here. Su Xian let out a cold shout, and Zhang Qian, who was about to run away in fear,
walked back with his head hanging down.
Say, what the hell is going on? Why are you bullying Xiao Yi again? Zheng Qian is on the verge of tears. The aggravation at the bottom of his heart caused him to break down completely. He cried out, Mom, open your eyes and take a good look. The 4 or 5 bodyguards lying on the ground are all my men. This is not me bullying him. It's clearly him bullying me. Su Xian looked down at the screaming bodyguards with a frown. Yat, what's going on? Not good. Lu Qingling was startled. She seemed to see that something was wrong with Su Xian. With this in mind, without waiting for Su Yi to open his mouth, Lu Qingling hurriedly stepped forward and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Su, don't blame Su Yi. He did it to help me. Su Yi was baffled. What's this busty woman screaming about? He hurriedly took a step forward, pulling Lu Qingling behind him, making a grief-stricken expression, and said in an aggravated manner, Auntie Su, I'm sorry. I admit that this is all my fault. I shouldn't have made a move to injure these bodyguards. I shouldn't have disobeyed my brother. I'm sorry. I know that being a younger brother should fulfill my brother's desires, but looking at Su Yi's grief-stricken expression, the guilt in Su Xian's heart welled up. She rushed forward to take Su Yi into her arms and comforted. Xiao Yi is not aggrieved. Auntie Su knows that your character won't mess around. Tell Auntie Su what's going on. No, I can't say. Su Yi bit his lips and palpitated sadly. Brother is right. The fault is all mine. I was the one who wanted to molest that girl. I was the one who wanted to forcefully female ***** her. My brother was trying to stop me, so he let someone beat me. I'm sorry, Auntie Su. I've let you down. Crowd around? Holy, is this a human being? Isn't this a top-notch green tea whore? Boom! Su Xian's anger shot up to the sky. She rushed towards Zheng Qian in large strides and without saying a word, she threw a slap at him. Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and Su Xian said angrily, Zheng Qian, how could you do such a despicable and nasty thing? Forcibly robbing people's girls? Are you still a human being? No, I'm wrongly accused. Mom, you're my own mother. How can you think of your son like this? Zheng Qian covered his face and cried out in aggravation. Looking at Zheng Qian's appearance, Su Xian was always a bit soft. She knew her son was bad, but she didn't want to believe that her son would be the one to forcefully rob a woman. Could it be something else? She looked at Lu Qingling and asked, Little girl, does this want to molest you? That doesn't really count. Swish, Su Xian's face changed. Could it be that Su Yi lied to himself? It doesn't count. Su Yi's pained voice came out. I am not counting wanting to forcefully female *********. It's just that my friend wanted to use you to browbeat me into sending you to my bed, and I just happened to agree to it. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Auntie Su, hit me if you want to. Scold me if you want to. This matter has nothing to do with brother at all. It's all my fault. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian's nose was crooked with anger. This is clearly making up its own. Su Yi, you shall not die. Yes, brother, you can scold me if you want. It's me who badgered you. No, it's you who saved this girl. It's me who did that evil thing. It's right for you to scold me however you want. I just want you to know, brother, that my brother never wanted to go against you, and that my brother can give everything for my brother, as long as my brother can recognize my brother. That's enough. Su Yi was laughing in his heart, but his face was full of sincerity. I can't even move my little gold medal at the Oscars this year. Saying that, Su Yi lifted his palm and was about to smack himself in the face. No! Su Xian grabbed Su Yi's hand with red eyes. Guilt value plus 200. Auntie Su, let go of me. I'm not a person. I'm not a thing. I've failed you. I've failed my brother. Let me beat myself to death. Yat! Su Xian took Su Yi into her arms as she sobbed. Xiao Yi, Aunt Su forbids you to hurt yourself again. You didn't do anything wrong. It's Auntie Su who's wrong. It's Auntie Su who gave birth to this asshole. Xiao Yi, wait. Auntie Su will seek justice for you. Su Yi was still sobbing, but his eyes were full of bragging rights when he looked at Zheng Qian, as if to say, see, your mom kissed me. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I should have let your dad throw you off the wall back then. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian's eyes were red with anger. Damn you, Zheng Qian, you shall not die. Su Xian instantly had a huge change in color, rushed towards Zheng Qian with big steps, and lifted her hand to slap him down. How dare you insult Xiao Yi? Mom, it's not like that. It's really not like that. Listen to me explain. Listen to me. Negative emotional value plus 200. Negative emotional value plus 500. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian's miserable screams were accompanied by a sea of negativity into the account. He cried miserably, glaring at Su Yi with eyes that were eager to eat him alive. But Su Xian didn't listen to his sophistry at all, yanking his hair with one hand and slapping him furiously with the other hand left and right. Bastard. You. Thanks to me raising you for so many years, you actually managed to do such a despicable and nasty thing as forcibly robbing a woman from the people. Where do you let my old face go? Look at the other, shall we? Not only did he see justice and save the girl, but he was afraid that you would be chastised by me and even took the initiative to solicit this offense. But if you could even compare to a single hair of Xiao Yi's head, I wouldn't be this angry. I'll beat you to death today. You asshole. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were going blind. They had seen a lot of green tea whores, but this green tea man was really the first time they had seen it. They were surprised to find out that compared to the green tea bitch, the green tea guy was the real deal. Okay? People are green tea whores for no other reason than to make your husband love her. But this green tea man straight up makes your mom not love you. Inverted Big Dipper. What an absolute inverted Big Dipper. Lu Qingling was even more shocked that her jaw dropped. Was this still the same aggressive man who had just smacked away a group of bodyguards with a few slaps? This is clearly a calling child. No, don't fight anymore. Please Auntie Sue, don't fight anymore. Sui stepped forward and was about to pull Su Xin. Heartbroken. It will hurt to hit his brother like this. He already knows it's wrong. Please Auntie Sue, stop it. If you're not relieved, hit me with this. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had no idea when Sui had found a wooden stick. Looking at the shape of the stick, it appears to be a broom handle for sweeping the street. Su Xian's hands were already hurting from the beating, and she was worried that she wasn't yet relieved of her anger. The wooden stick can be like a blessing in disguise. She took the wooden stick in one hand. Xiao Yi, you quickly dodge. This rebellious son, if I don't teach him a good lesson today, he'll get me killed sooner or later. The wooden stick landed heavily on Zheng Qian's buttocks, and Zheng Qian burst out screaming directly in pain, about to escape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you dare to run, don't blame me for never recognizing you as my son again. Zheng Qian went numb. If it were anyone else, how could he take this? But in the face of his own mother, Zheng Qian did not dare to disobey even in his anger. If Su Xian breaks his bank card in a fit of rage, then he's wasted. It would be worse than killing him to let him, the brocaded young master, go stumbling through life. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Sui, I hate you. Hate you. Chapter 85. Give me the cell phone. Negative emotion value plus 1000. Zheng Qian's bouts of screams were rewarded with a massive amount of negative emotion values. Sui's mouth was about to twist in laughter. This tool man, not bad yet. It is recommended that it be sent to the Panhandle Red Park for remodeling. After beating him violently for a long time, Su Xian finally stopped, lifting Zheng Qian's ears and flinging him to the car. In the end, it is also his own son. After all, he is also his own son. Little girl, it's Auntie who's sorry for you. There's $1 million in this card. Take it and count it as Auntie's compensation to you. Su Xian took out a card and handed it to Lu Qingling. Lu Qingling was flattered and quickly waved her hand. No, I can't take this money. This money is actually, behave. Su Xian's face sank as she stiffly shoved the card into Lu Qingling's hand. If you don't take this money, Auntie can't bear it in her heart. Su Xian didn't give Lu Qingling a chance to retort. Looking towards Sui guiltily, Xiao Yi, thanks to you today. If it weren't for you, Zheng Qian would have definitely made a big mistake. You're a great person like your mom. How about going to Auntie's house tonight and Auntie herself cooks and thanks you? Sui thought for a moment and shook his head to refuse. Forget it, Auntie Sue. I still have some things to do later. I will definitely pay a visit some other day. Zheng Qian's negativity had been pretty much gripped. Sheep can't catch a grip on a grip, not to mention. Sui is also relatively short of money right now, so he still has to hurry to get money. In that case, said Su Xian regretfully, then Auntie won't force her hand. Auntie will go back first to continue to teach that lesson, so she will go first. Okay, bye Aunt Sue. Seeing Su Xian leave, Sui turned back to Wang Hu and the others. Fear value plus 500, fear value plus 500. When Wang Hu and the others saw Sui, it was like a lamb seeing an old wolf, pulling their legs out and running, leaning north. Young Master Zhang had been taken back by the ear and whipped. How could they dare to play the fool? Especially Wang Hu. He didn't want to experience the feeling of his arm being twisted into a twist again. Thank you, said Lu Qingling as she timidly came to Sui and held the card up in front of him. This money belongs to you. Sui raised his eyebrows at him. This is $1 million? A chance to change your life. You don't want it? A gentleman takes what he loves. Things that don't belong to me, don't take them. Lu Qingling said firmly. Sui couldn't help but give her a round of applause and praised. Good character, no wonder you're poor. Negative emotional value plus 50. Is there such a thing as complimenting someone? Lu Qingling was a little aggravated. My order timed out. Su Yi's order was also overdue, but he didn't care. It wasn't meant to be a delivery. As long as it earns emotional value, Lu Qingling's eyes reddened and she stared blankly at the backstage of the takeout. All overtime and fined $100 each. So that means you didn't make any money today and you're out $500? With that thought, the teardrops came out again. Sui was also embarrassed to get up. After all, it was because of himself. How about I show you how to make money? With any luck, 2,000 a day is no problem. Lu Qingling raised her head and wiped her tears. How do I earn? Here, give me the phone. Sui took the pink bear cell phone case. Operate a pass on it. Here, open your mouth. Shake your head. Nod. There. Sui happily handed over his cell phone. Shock value plus 500. $5,000 arrived. Sui, how did you do it? Lu Qingling's beautiful eyes widened. I just took out a loan for you on my cell phone. $5,000 online at 30% interest. Negative emotional value plus 100 * 10. Lu Qingling didn't say anything, just contributed emotion values one way or the other. $5,000. Wouldn't I have to pay back an extra $1,500? I can't pay you back even if you sold me. Sui's eyes lit up when he heard these words, and he suddenly had evil thoughts in his heart. 15,000 isn't a bad deal. Okay, no kidding. Give me your cell phone. Negative emotional value plus 100. No more giving. I'm not going to help you with online loans this time. Trust me. I'm really helping you make money this time. Really? Truer than pearls. Lu Qingling hesitantly handed her cell phone over. You need to stop helping me with my loans, ha. Don't worry. Sui was a bit emotional. Having lived most of his life, it was the first time he had encountered such a stupid person. Count on your stupidity. Negative emotional value plus 200 * 10. Lu Qingling looked at the extra $100,000. Her small face reddened. Why did you take out another $100,000 in loans? Sui rolled his eyes. That's what I'm transferring to you. Consider it as your reward for accompanying me in the movie. No, I can't take this money. Here, you take it. It's a drop in the bucket for me. $100,000 is too much. I don't deserve it at all. Sui didn't bother to listen to her excuses and got on the motorcycle. I'm going to deliver the order too. Slipping away. Hey! Lu Qingling lowered her head in loss and murmured regretfully, the contact info hasn't been added yet? This is leaving? I'm not done ting yet. It's too vulgar to say. Rather than leave a part of yourself behind in the white wait, I'm opposed to water friends quitting the literary scene. Get on my dear little motorcycle. There are still plenty of good people in the world. Sui went on to deliver several orders of takeout, and the customers were all very nice and didn't make things difficult. Finally Sui came to a luxurious villa. The price of this infinity is at least $20 million or more. It's much more advanced than what you would buy for yourself. Sui looked at the put-together meal order in his hand. Do rich people eat well too? But to his surprise, it was Ai Xiaoxing who opened the door. Sui, I knew you were a rich woman, but I didn't realize it was this rich. Ai Xiaoxing, however, excitedly pulled Sui into the house. Come on, let's drink together. I'm going to drink white today. Pull back, with your drinking. Later, Sui looked at the ad calcium on the table and fell into deep thought. Sui, is there nothing you want to ask? Ai Xiaoxing's gaze revealed complex anticipation. Sui murmured, why do you want to eat spelled good food? Negative emotional value plus 50. Would you believe me when I say that I ordered all the writers around to order you specifically? UNND. Abstract sister, I bring you not thin, right? You so abuse me. Your commission for this single is not even $3. Negative emotional value plus 500. The schoolmarm vowed never to be brave again. You have to use abstract quotes when talking to abstract people. Bravery once for introversion for life. I'm sleepy. Tell me a story and put me to bed. I'm your father. Telling you stories. No story. Dropping. $5,000 in Vmail. Sui looked at his cell phone. Sister Abstract, do you think you can do whatever you want with $5,000? Dropping. $5,000 in Vmail. What does the guest want to hear? Chapter 86, The Anderson Fairy Tales. Whatever. Just be able to put me to sleep. Sui began to think in his head. Then his eyes lit up. Hey, I have a great idea. I'll tell you the story of Iron Cow Beef Noodle. I don't eat beef. Then I'll tell you the story of the Underground Maze Adventure. This is good. The water friends perked up their ears. Let's listen to Sui, deep in the Qinling Mountains. Wu Qi and Old Itchy make a wish on a bronze tree. But the moment the wish comes true, big weird hands reach out from the branches of the tree. February red. Come for medicine. Negative emotional value plus 50. Negative emotional value plus 50. Sui, I asked you to put me to bed and you tell me scary stories? Good to hear. What happened to Wu Wei? Schoolgirl, you don't have to talk yet. I want to keep listening. The schoolmarm brought the quilt from the bedroom and wrapped herself in it. As long as the comforter knot is there, the evil spirits can't hurt me. Then I'll say something else? Good. Then I'll tell you a fairy tale. Once upon a time there was a little girl whose family was desperately poor. In the middle of winter, she carried a nuclear bomb to sell, and asked people, do you want a nuclear bomb? It's super cheap. One bomb for one person. And then a wolf grandmother named Wa Kung came along and asked the little girl, are you Fidelity with this nuke? Little girls say of course it's Fidelity. There was a place where a nuclear bomb was dropped before, and they didn't say a word about the thousands of degrees of heat. Hua Chang asked how much. The little girl said $2 a pound. Hua Chang was instantly offended. Is this nuke made of gold or silver melon balls? With that, Hua Chang pulled out a watermelon knife to stab the little girl into a hornet's nest. The little girl was dying, and before she died she was cold, so she found a place where no one was, and bang set the nuke on fire. At that moment, the whole village saw her to milk. Negative emotional value plus 50. What kind of fairy tale are you? The Anderson fairy tales are also fairy tales. Day password. Refund. The location of the return check is in Afghanistan. Eventually the schoolgirl fell asleep. Suyi's heart couldn't help but beat as he looked at her divine face. It's a shame you can't draw a king's rump with that face. After hesitating, Suyi slowly approached schoolgirl AI. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he noticed that the schoolgirl's eyelashes were fluttering. Tension value plus 100. Suyi? Nima's not sleeping? Suyi violently catapulted backwards, his eyes searching around the room. This isn't going to be a fairy tale, is it? The alarm bells went off in Suyi's heart, and he directly opened the door and slipped away. At the sound of the door closing, schoolgirl AI opened her eyes filled with resentment. Che, what a wimp. When she looked down and saw the black pen on the ground, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth a few times. It's good to be a wimp. It's good to be a wimp. The time is still early. Suyi is ready to deliver another order of takeout. The location of a college. Ah, there are hooligans. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. A giant tank that was 160 by 160 in size then came crashing towards Suyi with a ground-shaking momentum. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pills la. Suyi's face went white with fear. What kind of body is he? If he gets hit by this, he'll fall apart if not die. Not to mention the fact that this thing had grease hanging from the corners of its mouth and smelled like an overnight hot pot. It was comparable to a biochemical mother. Suyi was so scared that he twisted his head and ran. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you fat as crazy? Anger value plus 500. What? What did you say? You call my old lady fat? Are you ing blind? Can't you see that I'm extremely chubby? Even if you born coveting my body, how dare you insult me? The fat woman crossed her waist with one hand, and pointed at Suyi with the other hand to scold angrily. What disgusted Suyi the most was, this thing is actually wearing a JK. That poor oversized JK has suffered pain it shouldn't have to at its age. Such a commotion immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Suyi laughed. You're a fat woman who looks ugly and wants to be beautiful. You don't look as good as Nyonya Shurji, but you have a heart to be a princess. Did not Fish Liang give you the courage? Ha 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 ha. This brother scolded well. What is this woman? She doesn't look at her own virtues, and she dares to say that other little brothers covet her? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that the aura has revived? How can a pig demon become a spirit? What words? I just turned 18. Vomit. Stop it. My lunch. The boys on the sidelines burst into a chorus of contemptuous voices, yet the fairies were silent. Ah, all of you assholes. Shut up. Shut up. Negative emotions plus 500. The fat woman was furious and stepped forward to point at Suyi and chided. How dare you dirty man say that you didn't covet the beauty of my old lady? So what were you doing with your cell phone pointed at me just now? Wasn't that a sneak peek? If you have the guts, open your cell phone album and let me see it to prove your innocence. Suyi? Grass? What's going on? Are you on the subway? Suyi was instantly enraged. Good you pig-nosed onion thing. Do you have any self-knowledge left? At your size, you can drown without worrying about drowning, you know? What do you mean? The fat lady froze. Drowning without drowning? Could he be complimenting his body? Bummer. I'm sure it's coveting someone's beauty. Suyi, because you have a swimming ring. Swimming ring? Obese looked down and became enraged when he saw the greasy skin exposed by the propped-up JK. Damn it! How dare he flirt with himself? Anger value plus 500. Anger value plus 1000. Ah, damn you men. You men are disgusting trash. Lowly creeps. Get your cell phone out for me to inspect, or I'll waste you. On what basis? Suyi asked back with disdain. The fat lady snarled. On the grounds that I suspect you of filming me. Then I suspect you're not a woman. Take it off and let us examine it. Negative emotions plus 500. Negative emotions plus 1000. The fat lady's face turned the color of pig's liver. Ha 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 ha. Relief, too much relief. That's a good dislike. Nowadays, all the fairies are so unaware of themselves? She still dares to come out to touch the porcelain even though she looks like this. Does she really think that all men are blind? I won't deny that men are horny. but we men definitely don't like piggishness. Hey, what do you guys mean? One of the gathered fairies nuzzled. Each to their own. We girls are just dangerous when we go out. What's wrong with being more aware of the dangers around us? Do you know anything about women's safety? That's right. Another fairy immediately chimed in. Women are inherently a noble species superior to men. And you men deserve to be physically castrated and completely exterminated. Empty cave. If he didn't sneak a peek at this sister, how could this sister bite him? Yeah, would we girls use our innocence to falsely accuse someone? Tom tom. A succession of heavy punches, accompanied by a line about innocence being paramount, absolutely killed all the males in the room. The men were dumbfounded by the dislike, as if they were really the ones in the wrong. Asterisk 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 your doggy asses. Sui laughed coldly, and innocence is supreme, but you guys fall back on handsome men, kneeling to lick rich young men. How come you didn't think about innocence is supreme? What? You're so frustrated with being a dog at a rich man's place that you're looking for us honest people to take it out on you? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Negative emotions plus 500. A massive tide of negativity used to. With this wave, Sui had offended all the fairies present. Damn man, how dare you be full of. Sisters, we must check his cell phone today. This beggar's cell phone is definitely not clean. We can't let him go. That's right. If we don't make this stinking man pay today, we women will never be safe again. If society is in chaos, women say so. A host of fairies helped to boost the fat lady's confidence. She immediately took out her cell phone, opened the camera and started shooting at Sui. Sisters, take a good look. Mountain Harbor Medical University girls' dormitory downstairs found a lewd sneak peek man. Caught by me and still do not admit it. Gmail people quickly move the small hand of hair wealth to help forward and expose this stinky rascal. Hurry up and take out your cell phone so I can check it, or I'll post this video on the internet and make you lose your reputation. Chapter 87. Chapter 80, asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of octagonal warrior dares to touch the porcelain now? Brother, don't be afraid. I've already recorded the screen live. I can prove that you were just delivering a takeaway. You didn't do anything. Who isn't a little fairy boy? Let her post it on the internet and see who's the one who loses his reputation. The water boys have long been sitting on their hands, cursing all over the place. It's not uncommon for men and women to be pitted against each other. It's not uncommon to be wrongly accused of stealing photos. But this is all seen online. When did it really happen in real life? What a credulous, upside down mouth. Sui, is your mouth a flush toilet? Open your mouth. Anger value plus 500. Asshole, how dare you be mad? Well, you're just waiting to be killed by the internet. The fat woman aggressively uploaded the video to the school confession wall. Sui didn't even bother to take care of this idiot, mounted his beloved little donkey, turned around and left. You're dead. Dead. The fat woman scratched her ears in anger and was about to go after Sui before tumbling 7 or 8 meters in the guise of a rolling gourd, drawing a burst of laughter. Negative emotion plus 1000. Drop. Congratulations to the host's emotional value has met the conditions for 10 consecutive draws in the silver zone, whether to draw or not. Another raffle? So what are you waiting for? You think I'm a willow? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the girl's original black silk plus 1. Congratulations to the host for getting 1 stock surge prediction. Sui had a black line on his head. This damn system really didn't have a decent one for once. The girl's underwear is fine. What the hell is this girl's original black silk? Is he afraid that he will focus on making money and waste his ancestral craftwork? Prediction. Ding. Prediction successful. Riceline Media stock will skyrocket in 3 hours. Please host buy in immediately. Riceline Media? Why does this name sound so familiar? Sui took out his cell phone and searched for Riceline Media, and then a head of black lines. This line of media is to do animated movies. Financial reports in 3 years ago profit of 1 billion, but 2 years ago and a year ago, the financial report is a serious loss. The stock fell. That is Warren Buffett to come straight shake his head. Only last year was not bad, slightly profitable. Is this thing sure it can skyrocket? Sui had a black line on his head, but he felt sure that the system wouldn't trap him. After thinking for a moment, Sui rode his bike directly to Fortune Group. Uncle Lee, I've come to see you. Sui smiled as he walked through the door of the chairman's office. Xiao, you came just as you came. Why do you still bring something? Seeing that it was Sui who had arrived, Li Wen immediately greeted him with a face full of joy. Is there something you want to do this time? Indeed there is. So what? I would like to borrow money from you. Hey, what are you talking about? Uncle Lee's money is your money. You say how much you want. Uncle Lee will let the finance call you. Sui scratched his head and stretched out 5 fingers. $5 million. What? Li Wen was shocked. It's not that Uncle Li won't give you this money, but it's not a small amount. Can you tell Uncle Li what you want this money for? I want to speculate on stocks, Sui said bluntly. Li Wen instantly showed relief. Great. Xiaoyi, you have the heart to make money. Uncle Li must support it. But $1 million account is not good for you to register yourself. You say which stock you want to buy. Uncle Li will help you buy it. Why don't I just buy it myself? Sui thought about the rice noodle media that had been losing money for years, and was a little embarrassed to open his mouth. Hey, Uncle Li usually plays stocks, so just tell me, if this stock of yours is good, Uncle Li will buy some too. Alright then. Sui nodded and said, I'm going to buy Riceline Media, plus 10 times leverage. Riceline Media? How come I haven't heard of it? Li Wen opened the flush. After rummaging around, then almost a mouthful of old breath did not come up to skim over. Shock value plus 300. Are you sure you want to buy this? This Riceline Media has been losing money year after year, and it hasn't had anything to show for the last 3 years. So if you buy this, I'm afraid you're going to lose a lot of money. Uncle Li, I'm sure. Suyi's eyes were firm. Li Wen said bitterly, since you want a trial and error, 5 million is not impossible. But listen to the uncle, a word of advice from the past. We do not increase leverage, okay? Sui shook his head decisively. No, Uncle Luggage. I've researched Riceline Media, and I guarantee that this stock will definitely make a profit. And it's going to be a big one just a few hours from now. Looking at Suyi's determined look, Li Wen finally swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. Disappointment value plus 500. Li Wen was a little disappointed, but after all, it was the child of the people's savior, and he could not help. Li Wen picked up the phone and let his secretary buy $5 million of Riceline Media stock, and also added 10 times leverage. If this money is lost, then he can lose $50 million. Tom. The main door was suddenly slammed open, and the secretary hurriedly said, Mr. Li, why would you buy this kind of? Shock value plus 300, anger value plus 300. Shut up, do as I say, Levin said angrily. Yes. The secretary glanced at Sui and came to a realization. Shaking his head, he walked out. Time passed by minute. Suyi's face was relaxed, although he was not optimistic about Riceline Media either. He was optimistic about the system. When the system produces a product, it will be a masterpiece. The gold content of this sentence was still rising. 1 hour later, a piece of news that suddenly dominated the major short video headlines. Neza 3 box office exceeds $5 billion. It's expected to become the new hope of Daxia's movie. With this piece of news coming out of nowhere, Levine also violently rushed his chair and bounced up. Bought at 16. Now it's up to 23 and still going up. Still rising. Shock value plus 5,000. Li Wen's hands were shaking with excitement, and he immediately opened the short video platform, which revealed the truth about the explosion of Wangmi Line Media. Neza 3. A phenomenal movie. Riceline Media has made a fortune this time. 3 hours later, the stock increase finally stabilized, and at this time, the price of a single share of Riceline Media has risen from 16 to 34. It's more than tripled. 5 million became 10 million, counting 10 times leverage. That is a full 100 million. Li Wen trembled as he looked towards the relaxed Sui. Xiaoyi, you, how on earth did you do that? Chapter 88, Cyberstorm 2. Wow, I just briefly researched this Riceline Media and thought they had quite a bit of potential. Shock value plus 100. Li Wen looked at Sui incredulously. You just did a simple research and then just concluded that they would turn around and their stocks would soar? Sui spread his hands and said, right. Li Wen looked at Sui with relief. Sui has grown up and now he knows all about business. It's really great. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, the water friends had also seen Suyi's power. Asterisk. Brother Yat is awesome. Stereotypes in the minds of fruitful people are a big mountain. But we, Brother Yat, will push him down. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time on the other side, after the fat lady uploaded the video to the confession wall, she didn't want the comments below to be cursing herself. I watched the live stream and people were clearly not filming. An octagonal warrior, still trying to slander my brother E. The fat lady looked at the comments and raged a bit in anger. What's wrong with these people? Surprisingly, they are still speaking in favor of the man who stole the photos. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Those fans on my shakebox aren't covered. Right, headmaster. I'm going to get headmaster. After that, the fat lady went to the principal's office. What's the matter, classmate? What's the matter? The fat lady handed the video to the principal and said, Principal, I'm going to report him. He secretly filmed me and didn't even admit it. Not only that, he guided the netizens to attack me. Men like him must be sanctioned. When the principal heard this, he was furious. What? How could there be such a person? Which school is he from? I'll go find them. How dare they let such a person of bad character go to school? The fat woman told the principal what she knew about Sui, and after the principal understood, he said, "Okay, I understand all of this. Let me handle this matter." At this time, Sui has just returned to the school, coincidentally bumped into the principal of the school of the fat lady who has just arrived at the school gate, and as soon as the principal saw Sui, he recognized that this was the protagonist in the video given to him by the fat lady. "You, come here." Sui looked around and pointed at himself in confusion. "Me? Right, it's you. Did you secretly film the students in my school today? You're a big man and you're secretly filming girls. Do you deserve to be a man?" Hearing this, Sui understood that the fat woman had sued again and gave the principal a blank look, saying, "Are you myopic? What do you mean? Why else do you have bad eyes and can't even understand the video?" Negative emotions plus 100. "You, let's go. Come with me to see your principal. I'd like to see how you can still talk tough." Principal's office. As soon as the principal saw Sui coming, he hurriedly walked over and asked, "What's up, student Sue? What's the matter? You're the principal of this kid, aren't you? This student secretly filmed a girl from our school, and not only that, he didn't admit it or apologize for it. He even guided someone to cyber violate a female student from our school." Sui cut a sound and said, "There is time to cure the brain. No evidence of things here nonsense. How much did you drink last night? Also, what do you mean I cyber violated her? It was he himself who posted the video on the confession wall, and the netizens knew it was fake before they scolded her, and it's none of my business if she made it on her own." Negative emotions plus 100. "What, no proof? That video is out there. She posted it on the confession wall, and you won't step in and apologize? And continue to let them attack her?" The water friends in the live broadcast room have seen what such a brazen person looks like. Sure enough, the crouching dragon and the phoenix are in one piece. You can't get two kinds of people out of one school, huh? Or else I'll fund the transfer 249 to him. Meaning to forget it. Ha 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 ha. 250 is not even as good as it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, the principal watched the video, and heard this, but also could not bear it. Said, "No, these things are not the problem of Sue students. You this came up to say that he is wrong. Besides, in this video, Sue students did not secretly shoot him. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? You don't want to care?" The principal impatiently interrupted. Okay, this matter, student Sue did not do anything wrong. It's the girls in your school who slandered him. You also hurry to go. Quickly go away, ancestor. Still dare to come to offend Sui. I think you are living impatient, right? You don't drag on me. Negative emotions plus 100. The principal of the fat school saw this and raged a bit in anger, then planned to leave the office. Sui glanced at him lightly and said, "Later, go back and don't take the subway." With a footstep, he looked at Sui with a puzzled expression and asked, "What do you mean? It's crowded, kid." The principal snorted out a laugh and kindly warned, "Man machine." Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys were all amused by the situation. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it is as toxic as ever. Just this dislike is cool. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. After the principal left the school, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This principal is even in a snake and rat's nest with that boy. I'm going to find the Secretary of Education. Let's see how arrogant they can still be. Education Bureau. The principal approached the director, Yu Shu, and said, "Director, I want to report this." What happened? The principal tells Yu Shu about the principal of Suyi's school sneaking around with him. Yu Shu was also a bit angry after hearing this and said, "What? There are even such students now. Not only are they secretly filming and cyberstorming, but their principal is even helping him? Which school are they from? What's that student's name? I'll go and implement it right away." The principal told Yu Shu about Suyi's school. Yu Shu thought to himself, isn't this that school of Suyi's? And what was the boy's name, you remember? Let's see. It seems to be called Suyi. Yu Shu was still angry, but when he heard Suyi's name, his eyes widened. What? Suyi? Yes, this Suyi has bad character and must be sanctioned. There's no way for me to resolve this matter. Don't slander people without evidence. Here's the video, and this webstorm. Chief. Yu Shu watched the video, coldly laughed. This video inside where there is a shot to Suyi's sneak shot, obviously is in the slander. There is also this net violence. She sent to the confession wall above is not trying to go to net violence Sui, while everyone knows the truth. This is called Sui guide net violence? Negative emotions plus 100. Get out of here. Slander without evidence. I don't think you're going to be principal. Negative emotions plus 100. No, Chief. Yu Shu interrupted. Alright, go away. Don't keep going to Suyi's trouble, or your position is really untenable. The principal returned to the school in a muddle. and as soon as the fat lady saw that the principal was back, she immediately walked up and said, "Principal, you're back, how was it?" The principal looked at the fat lady with a complicated expression. What's wrong with doing anything but messing with Sui? Even the director is helping that Sui, so it's obvious that he has a powerful background. Let's forget about this matter. I've taken a closer look and I really didn't sneak a peek at you either. So let's just forget about this matter. After that, the principal left without waiting for the fat lady to speak. Seeing this, the fat woman said viciously, "Damn it, in that case, don't blame me for being rude. I'd like to see how you deal with Netstorm." Chapter 89, I'm the Crown Prince. Day 2. Sui opened the live broadcast as usual. "Brothers, I'm going to take another piece of you today to be a cow or a horse." "Brother Yat, I'm a real cow and horse, and you're a fake cow and horse. The hearts of bulls and horses are like shards of glass." Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Ding. You have a new order. The cell phone came to the takeaway message. Come to live, come to live. Sui put on his clothes and went out. Just after arriving at the merchant's entrance, Sui realized that the people around him were looking at him, accompanied by whispers. "Isn't this the same brother on the internet who steals photos and doesn't admit it? Stinky man, good looking, didn't expect to do such a thing." Sui listened to them talk, faintly opened the phone. Mouth also did not idle. "I thought that randomly follow the wind, haphazardly stand in line, the results of the truth behind the out, and immediately fall back on the follow dog only online. Did not expect the reality is also there." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The two people who just spoke heard what Sui said. Face suddenly felt ashamed and angry. A moment of red temperature. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked by the speed of the two people's red temperature. "It's cooked." Short video. Honestly, there really are people who can instantly red wine. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the video sent by the fat woman on the phone. The content is probably to say that he stole the photo, do not admit it, but also insulted her, cyber violence her. Yoo-hoo, it's still live. Your order is ready. At this time, the takeout order that Sui needed to deliver was ready, and Sui picked up the takeout and left. This address, isn't it her school? What a narrow road. Sui looked at the address on the takeout order, and after a brief thought he rode his bike towards the school where the fat lady was. School. At this point the fat lady is holding her cell phone live. "Babies, I'm on my way to get takeout now, so I'll talk to you over dinner when I get it." "Hello, your takeout. Yo, you're on live." At this time, the fat woman's takeout arrived. Her body shuddered at the familiar voice, and she looked up to see that it was Sui. "Why you?" Sui ignored her and got next to her to take a look. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He was shocked. The Sui in the cell phone directly transformed into an alien after entering the camera. That beauty face, that thin face, proper alien ah. Sui was startled by his own self in the live broadcast and hurriedly walked away. "The beauty face is on so much, or I'll restore your beauty." Negative emotions plus 100. The fat woman was obviously infuriated and said viciously, "What do you mean? What beauty? This is my natural beauty. What do you know? Who do you blame for your own ugliness?" The water friends in the live room laughed themselves silly when they saw this scene. "Ha ha 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 ha. This warrior is killing me with laughter. Not bad for a hexagonal warrior. Original and beautiful, haha." Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. And what kind of attitude is that? You're a delivery guy. Don't you know how to treat your customers with respect? Be careful, I'll give you a bad review. The fat lady said to Sui and then picked up her cell phone and said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, "Babies, I didn't expect that today's delivery man would be the one I told you about. The sneak peek man. It's really too bad luck." The netizens of the live broadcast of the fat woman do not know the truth. Looking at the beauty of the face pulled full of the fat woman claim. Have to fight. Intend to reel Sui. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui smiled and said, "I think you need to eat a little more makeup." The fat woman looked at Sui with a confused face and said, "What do you mean? Eating cosmetics? Are you crazy? Can you eat that stuff? If outer beauty doesn't work, add more inner beauty." Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Personal attack. Attack me right. The babies in the live broadcast room. I'm being personally attacked. People are so sad. Oh, is there anyone who can help me? The fat woman could only find the netizens in the live broadcast room to complain in anger. At that moment, Sui's cell phone rang. "Your name is Sui, isn't it? You're the weed with no parents to teach you. Bullying my sweet baby? I'm telling you, hurry up and apologize to her, okay? Or else I'll make you eat your words." Sui calmly smiled, not expecting this warrior's fans to be a bit useful, and even found out his cell phone number in one go. "Oh, looks like you have a background? Then what else? I am the manager of Fortune Group, do you understand? Kid, Fortune Group is how many people dream of wanting to get in. and I don't want to lay my hands on you. Hurry up and apologize to her. The manager of the Fu Run group. A bit interesting, Sui did not speak, but directly hung up the phone. The fat woman naturally heard their conversation, and looked joyfully at the carnival that the person who just called Sui had brushed her with. Don't hurry up and apologize to me? My big brother is a man of honor. If you don't want to die, hurry up and apologize. Sui gave the fat lady a blank look. You two are quite a match. It seems that the Moon Lord's garbage classification is spot on. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui picked up his cell phone and called Lee 1. Hello, Uncle Lee, I kind of miss my dad. Guilt value plus 100. What's wrong, E? Is someone bullying you? It's not much. It's just that I've been told I'm a weed with no parents to teach me, and suddenly I kind of miss my dad. Guilt value plus 100. What? Who dares to talk about you? That person seems to be the manager of the Fortune Group. Negative emotions plus 100. The manager? Right, I think he's about to be rolling miles. Wait, Xioi, I'll handle this. And at this time the fat woman is with the manager, even microphone complaining about the bidder. Who knows the manager but suddenly disappeared. A few minutes later the manager came back. Big brother, you're back. Let me tell you, just now don't call me big brother. From now on, return all the money I gave you. Do you know who you've offended? That Sui is the crown prince of the Fu Run group. Mud, now it's costing me my job. I'm telling you, hurry up and give me back my money. Negative emotions plus 100. The fat lady suddenly panicked a little. This delivery man, how could he be the prince of the Fortune group? Impossible, it must be a mistake. The fat lady still wanted to say something to the manager. The manager had already left. Negative emotions plus 100. Are you not fooling me? How could you possibly be the crown prince of the Fortune group? Do you know what to look for in a cup of tea, you? The fat lady's brain suddenly stopped thinking. Why are we suddenly talking about drinking tea? Sui looked at the fat lady, shook his head, sighed and said, forget it, see you don't know. At this point, the water friends were probably amused to see the fat lady in this state. Find your own tea set. Ah, the bottom of the cell. What goes around comes around. Take your own innocence and slander people. Serves you right. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Chapter 90, No Power. Jailbird. On the other hand, after AI Xiaoxing got the songs that Sui wrote for her, she immediately sang them and sent both songs out to the fire. Many entertainment companies approached her. This song is only found in heaven, but not on earth. This song just sings to my heart. This word, this song, whoever could write it must be a master. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, Sui was waiting for his new order at the hotel, and the sudden emotional value gave Sui a whole lot of confusion. No, I didn't do anything, did I? How did I suddenly get so much emotional value? Puzzled, Sui opened his phone and saw that his water friends were frantically etching him. Brother Yat Yat, did you see those two songs? Brother Yat, those two songs are really good. I thought of you as soon as I heard them. Pamper yourself, give us a cover. When Sui took a look, it turned out to be the two songs he had written for AI Xiaoxing earlier, which had caught fire after she sang them. Since you guys want to hear it so much, I'll spoil the fans and sing it for you after delivering this order in a while. Anyway, it was written by myself. Can I still not sing it? It was just the right time to use this to gain emotional value. But later on, if you find a venue with a bigger venue and more people, the emotional value should be more. Sui was about to go back to school after delivering takeout when he saw a college student on the side of the road selling songs. Sui parked his car aside and said to the water friends in the live broadcast room, it just so happens that there's a college student here singing, so I'll cover it for you guys now. At this time the water friends heard this, immediately all came to the spirit. Frantic propaganda. And there were a lot of people on the side of the road who were attracted to it. Sui walked up to the college student and said, hello, can I borrow your equipment? The college student took a look at the takeout clothes on Sui and said in a nonchalant manner, do you know how to sing as a delivery boy? Don't break my equipment. So, you know how to sing well? Sui hugged his chest and smiled as he looked at the college student. The college student was full of pride and said, that's for sure. I've studied music, so you can sing those two songs that have been so popular on the internet lately. When the college student heard this, he suddenly looked embarrassed, and Sui laughed and said, wow, you wouldn't know how to sing, would you? Negative emotions plus 100. The college student reddened and said, those two songs, at first glance, are written by masters, and if I want to sing them, they are also sung by those kinds of masters, so I will be able to listen to them a few times. Wow means you can't even sing that. Negative emotions plus 100. I can sing. You do that then. By this time the surrounding area was also filled with people one after another, all of whom were listeners of the previous college students. Sing one for him. Punch him in the face. That's right,
A delivery boy still has the nerve to believe what he says. The college student looked around with some trepidation and finally made up his mind that one song was over. Not only were the people around and Sui silent, even the water users were silent. No, what is this singing? It's like I'm talking in my sleep. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. When the college student saw that no one was saying anything, he thought that he had sung a good song, so he continued to sing a second song. Sui couldn't help himself and said, I want to ask first, did you pick up a bottle of Puffy and use it? The college student was confused. How did you know? Oh, no wonder. What kind of Puffy makes you so confident? It's really gauze wiping your ass and leaking me a hand. I'll take refuge from the lightning. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui glanced at the college student and added, forget it, with your comprehension skills, you won't necessarily understand even if I explain. After saying that, Sui took away the microphone of the college student and directly began to sing cleanly. The people around them heard it and were instantly stunned. Is this what they call an expert in the field? That's not much better than that college kid. After the two songs, there was thunderous applause all around, and the faces of the college students were as colorful as rainbows. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends were also shocked when they heard Sui sing, and then posted the video of Sui singing online to make a big deal out of it. Brother Yat's singing is really good. It feels even better than the original. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui lightly glanced at the college student and said, there's nothing unusual about being able to sing, but you, alas, gold always shines, but you, a glass slag, are always reflecting. Negative emotions plus 100. And at this point, the video of Sui's cover instantly caught fire all over the internet, and although it was well sung, Sui was also slammed. This is plagiarism, right? And it sounds good. What a cover. It's clearly plagiarism. That's right. This kind of person deserves to sing. Doesn't he just have a better voice? As soon as the water users saw someone belittling Sui, they immediately sent out crazy pop-ups. Brother Yat, someone is questioning you. Brother Yat, hide. The garbage collector is coming. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the online comments and did not care much. At this time the live broadcast, more and more netizens came into the Sui's to start cursing. Sui. Suddenly a shout came over. It was AI shouting. Why are you here? I saw that it said you were covering my song here and then a lot of people on the internet were calling you out and I happened to be around and I came over. AI shouting said solemnly. Some people should stop scolding Sui. Both of these songs are sung by him. There is no such thing as plagiarism. And in addition, he does sing very well. The live stream instantly exploded. Whoopsie, some people are getting punched in the face now, aren't they? Does their face hurt? Those who just said yes Baidu may not be able to search you, so Gu should be able to understand? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotion plus 100. At this time, the college student was also shocked by this scene, that he had offended the master of the music industry. Master, shake your head well before you talk to me, and no apprentices haha. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing that there was no more emotional value to glean, Sui intended to ride away. Sui, wait, take me back to school with you. AI Xiaoxing called out to Sui. AI big school girl, I'm not going back to school, you go back by yourself and on. Negative emotion plus 100. Sui rode his bike to Fortune Group. Uncle Li, I came to see you. Xiao Yi, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Li Wen warmly greeted him. Uncle Li, it's like this. I want to start an entertainment company, but I don't have any connections. You know, I don't have a mom and dad, and I don't have any more people to help me. Guild value plus 100. Uncle Li, can you help me? I have money of my own. I have been trying to make money. Guild value plus 100. Xiao Yi, Uncle Li help you. Tell Uncle Li what you need. Chapter 91. How come all the secretaries of the political and legal committee are your relatives? It's alright, Uncle Li, I'm going to try it on my own. I've got some savings, and I came here this time to see you and tell you what I think. Negative emotions plus 100. Xiaoyi, last time the stock matter. I also saw your business talent. Uncle Li believe you, but there are difficulties must tell Uncle Li. No. Sui nodded solemnly, although he could just let Levin help him. He also preferred to rely on his own ability to make money. In the afternoon, Sui began his delivery career again. Just arrived at the store, Sui looked at his phone and found himself on with the fat lady on the hot search. Sui clicked on the fat lady's jitterbug to see. She even cut the conversation between himself and her at that time into his own has been talking about her, and she has been late in the poor persona of crying by herself. She wasn't crying when I left. So good at cutting videos, don't you want to die? At that moment, Sui's takeout order was ready. Little brother, your order is ready.
The boss took the takeout and was just about to hand it to Sui when he saw Sui's face and took it back. "What? You're the man who made my baby cry, aren't you?" the owner said in a no-nonsense manner. Upon hearing this, Sui knew that this boss was once again bitterly attracted by the original beauty of the fat woman. "Boss, you're 2 eggs under these eyebrows, aren't you? Just blinking won't look," Sui said with a blank look at the boss. Negative emotions plus 100. Everyone, come and see this takeaway boy. Stealing photos of girls, abusing girls, girls are made to commit suicide by him. He's good, he's still relaxed. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When the surrounding guests heard this, they all cast contemptuous glances at Sui. Nowadays, in this world, there really are all kinds of people. That's right, as if you've never seen a woman before, just doing all these netherworldly things to ruin our men's reputation. Sui laughed and said, "If you have so much time to talk about people, why don't you wipe your own mouth?" Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean you? Are we wrong? Just you wait. I'll show you your true form in a while. I'll see how you can still pretend to be a gentleman. What do you mean? Saying that your mouth stink. Don't smoke me. Sui pretended to be smoked and fanned his nose. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were getting angry and were greatly pleased by Sui's words. Laughing my ass off. Are they looking for a scolding? They won't McDonald's, will they? Simple. Talk in a simple way. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui grabbed the takeout without any good humor. Don't delay me from making money. It's going to be overtime. After saying this, Sui hurriedly left. After delivering the takeout, Sui looked at the increasingly festering public opinion on the internet and sent a text explaining in detail that he hadn't done any of those things and that he would take measures to protect himself if he was slandered again. The fat woman was instantly infuriated when she saw the article Sui had posted. Negative emotions plus 100. Good you Sui, posting articles wanting to cyber violate me, right? I'll call the police. The fat lady came to the police station. Uncle policeman, I want to report a crime. Someone cyber raped me. What happened? The fat woman took out the video with the article published by Sui and said, Uncle police, this is the man who not only secretly filmed me, but also posted an article intending to cyber violate me. The police let the fat lady go after asking her to leave the relevant information and said they would look into the matter carefully. After the fat lady left, they started investigating the matter and found that both sides were involved in the internet. If you ask me, this Sui didn't steal the movie either? That's right. How can we investigate when the chain of evidence is incomplete? The conversation between the two was overheard by the passing secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Han Tao, who froze when he heard Sui's name and hurriedly asked, You're talking about Sui? What happened? The two policemen hurriedly greeted the secretary of the Political Committee and told him what had just happened. It seems like she even sued Sui, and the lawsuit is tomorrow. On the other side, Sui also received the fat lady's indictment. Sui's face was a bit cold. Fine, I've already warned you. Since you still want to send it, then there's nothing I can do about it. The next day, in front of the courthouse, you secretly filmed me, cursed me, forced away my big brother Pungi, and tried to cyber rape me. So what if you're the prince? I'll see who else can help you this time. What kind of stinky tofu did you eat that makes you smell so good? Negative emotions plus 100. The fat woman froze and let out a breath. Does it taste heavy? That stinky tofu is still. No, are you cursing me again? This lawsuit is taking the form of a live broadcast, so you're just waiting to be scolded to death by the netizens. Inside the court. Okay, now let's have both sides present their cases and witnesses testify and present their evidence. Your Honor, he was filming me secretly and I caught him and he still denied it and verbally abused me and used his power to force my big brother away, and not only that, he tried to cyber violate me. These are my evidence. My witnesses are there. When Sui took a look, the witness turned out to be the same boss from yesterday. I'll testify that he even insulted her yesterday while he was in my store. I heard it all. The judge nodded after hearing this and looked at Sui. Do you have anything to say? Sui calmly said, The first, I did not steal the filming at the time I was live, my fans know. Secondly, many of those videos are her editing is not true. You can find someone to identify. Thirdly, I sent the article as to warn her not to harass me again. The fat lady said disdainfully, Do you think they will believe it? Any evidence? Any witnesses? If you pay me back and apologize to me on your knees, by the way, I can send you a video to forgive you then. The boss chimed in. That's right, you've been given steps, so why don't you hurry up and climb? The two of you, one with a restricted IQ and one single-celled life form, you two don't sing opera. Hurry up and spell out your meals. I've seen those who share charging treasures, but I've never seen those who share brains. Sui said coldly. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. And the water friends in the live broadcast room opened their eyes when they saw such a brazen duo. These two. Lock them up. Lock them up. These two are kind of awesome. They look like they grew up on their own. Wow. You've learned the essence of yat upstairs, haven't you? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. I'm Suyi's witness, the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Han Tao stepped forward. These are the videos that I had authenticated, and these videos are indeed all edited. The fat woman looked at Han Tao and recognized that this was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. You're the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. Why are you here? And helping this surreptitious man testify? Negative emotions plus 100. Han Tao ignored the fat lady. The video can clearly see that Sui didn't steal the picture. And the store's CCTV can also see that it was the boss who picked a fight in the first place. Secretary Han, you can't favor the boys. It's clear that she did the wrong thing in this case. He also wanted to cyberstorm me. Those words were clearly meant to cyber expose me. So how could you help him? This surreptitious boy. Guilt value plus 100. Han Tao looked at Sui with some guilt. His own negligence in caring for him had all but caused him to be cyberstormed. Judge, I request that the results of the trial be announced immediately. The judge looked at the evidence of both sides, nodded and said, okay, we understand. After we decided that the plaintiff's evidence was insufficient and perjured, and the defendant's evidence was sufficient and truthful, I declare in favor of the defendant. Negative emotions plus 100. The fat lady was a bit flustered. Your Honor, how can he win the case? It's clearly his fault. At that moment, a team of police came and were about to take the fat lady away. What for? You can't arrest me. This is clearly not my fault. Negative emotions plus 100. Please cooperate with the investigation. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. I'll delete the video right now. Please spare me, spare me. Sui laughed coldly. If I had known, why would I have bothered? Chapter 92. Han Tao looked at Sui and said amiably, Xiao-yi, are you alright? Sui lowered his head and said, Brother Han, thank you for today. Without you I might have. Guilt value plus 100. Xiao-yi, in the future, if there's anything you want to do, just talk to Brother Han. Han will definitely help you. Thanks Han, I'm fine. Guilt value plus 100. Brother Han, I have to go back to school, so I'll leave first. Sui raised his head and smiled as he spoke to Han Tao. At school, Sui found AI Xiaoxing and said, Schoolgirl AI, how about we work together? What cooperation? I've set up an entertainment company called Yixing Entertainment. Then how about you become an artist in my company? I can write songs for you and send you to the talent show? Okay, fine. AI Xiaoxing agreed without thinking. Pick a day. I'll write you another song right now, then let you build up more popularity and find you another talent show. Come to the recording studio. Sui picked up a pen and began to write, handing it to AI Xiaoxing after he finished. AI Xiaoxing's eyes went wide after reading the lyrics. I lua bean 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 ah. This writing is also too good it. The world is a big place. Why we meet? Could it be fate? Could it be providence? The lyrics, they're really well written. What's the name of the song? In my song, which still suits your vocal range, just so the title of the song can mirror your singing. In your song, Ai Xiaoxing looked at Sui with a starry-eyed look. A boy who could write songs was too handsome, especially such a good song. Look at me for what? I have gold on my face ah. I still have to rely on you to make money. Look at the lyrics ah. A moment to sing all. Negative emotions plus 100. Ai Xiaoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Sui, a nice handsome guy with a long mouth. Sui said to Ai Xiaoxing, who was adjusting her headphones, are you ready? Ai Xiaoxing nodded, and Sui gave an okay gesture towards the recording engineer in the control room. The intro sounded. Sui's fingers bounced on the piano. Ai Xiaoxing swayed her body to the melody, and when she opened her mouth, the entire studio went silent, without a shred of defense or a care in the world. You exist. Deep in my mind. When the two came out, the recording engineer gave them a thumbs up and said, you really are a match made in heaven. The lyrics, the vocals, it really enlightens me. Sui waved his hand and said, calm down, calm down. Geniuses like this. Sometimes too much talent is also a kind of trouble. Laughing my ass off, thanks to all the songs I listened to in my last life on earth. No, you even put on. I sing very well too. Okay, Ai Xiaoxing said. Negative emotions plus 100. The sound engineer froze. Damn it, is this the difference between people? Sui picked up his pen and book and said to Ai Xiaoxing again, but you're a music student and I'm a genius. I'll write you another song and save it for you to use on the preliminary stage of the talent show. You'll definitely explode when you sing this. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. As soon as the recording engineer heard this,
He was even more solidly convinced that he had never studied music and could write such good lyrics. So it was true that a genius was a genius. Writing songs was like playing. Although the water friends in the live broadcast room hadn't just heard the singing that had just taken place, they all understood that Sui must have done something big when they heard their conversation. As soon as I saw this expression on the recording engineer's face, I knew that Yet had definitely brought out his talent again. Recorder, damn. No amount of hard work is better than talent. I'm kind of looking forward to the talent show she's on now. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. AI Xiaoxing posted the new song online, this time specifically labeling that the composer and lyricist were both Sui. As soon as the video was sent out, it rushed to the hot search, and many people saw Sui's musical talent, but some people still questioned it. Brother Yat's business ability carries the day. Cut. Who knows if it's plagiarized? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui, who had just finished writing the song, had inexplicably received a bunch of emotional values, and with a glance at AI Xiaoxing, he knew that the tune he had just written was probably causing another uproar. Alright, here, take a look. Go back and practice more, Sui said as he handed all the dozen or so sheets of paper to AI Xiaoxing. So fast? Although AI Xiaoxing also knew that Sui's talent was there, she was also genuinely shocked by this speed. Keep it simple, alright. Negative emotions plus 100. AI Xiaoxing picked up the lyrics and took a look. I fall in pieces of tears and emotions? Why does that song title sound so deep? Can't read normal jailbait? After all, it was written by a genius. Negative emotions plus 100. Che, let's see the lyrics. Breaking up in the windy season. You wouldn't have fallen out of love. AI Xiaoxing looked at Sui suspiciously. Sui was speechless too. Lost what love? Ah. AI big schoolgirl. Do you understand? Ah. This more can let them into it. The highest state of singing is to be able to listen to the listener into it. Understand? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The recording engineer looked at Sui with a face of adoration. Listen to this. This is really love music. AI Xiaoxing skeptically watched the whole song. From the beginning of doubt to the end of the eyes slightly red. He did not fall in love. How suddenly a little sad. All because of this Sui. Always write such a sad song. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui also waited for her to praise herself. It did not expect to suddenly come to the emotional value. Not big sister. I do not seem to have messed with you. Ah. It will not be shocked by the lyrics of the song. And it is true that it must also be Jilin greatly. At that moment, AI Xiaoxing's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this MS? AI Xiaoxing AI? Yes, please? It's like this. I'm the director of a talent show, Voice of New Stars. I heard the song you just posted and would like to invite you to join our show. Do you think it's okay? Before AI Xiaoxing could say anything, Sui hurriedly said, Yes. I'm her boss. May I ask when the program will start? AI Xiaoxing stared wide-eyed. It's not that I didn't promise. Sui squeezed his eyes at AI Xiaoxing, signaling her to keep quiet. Negative emotions plus 100. Tomorrow. Don't worry. Our program is taken live. It's absolutely fair and impartial. We'll give you $5 million if you participate. How's that? 5 million. Sui hurriedly said. Yes. Then I'll send her there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, AI Xiaoxing complained. Boor, you're just so watery to say yes for me? The audition starts tomorrow and I haven't prepared anything yet. Just did not write the song for your first stage. With this song, your first stage is sure to work. You have to give me a good job. I still have to make money. Negative emotions plus 100. Okay, let's go. I'll walk you. The next day, instead of delivering takeout, Sui was looking to find a good venue for the company, then get everything that he should have ready. While on the other side of the room, the voice of the new star had already begun its audition. Chapter 93, Brain Failure. Hello viewers, I'm the host Lily. The Voice of New Star's talent show has begun. In order to ensure the authenticity of the program, we will take the form of a live broadcast. Now let's welcome the 100 trainees who will participate in the program. It's finally started. I heard that Mo Su and Li Su are both here. And the rap tutor is still Tiger. The director has put a lot of effort into security. Surprisingly, even Huli Ko from Imbu Entertainment has come. No kidding, I just came to see Coco. When AI Xiaoxing came out, the audience suddenly fell silent. Who's this? Yat Sing Entertainment? How come I've never heard of it? Didn't you say that all the people who came were big companies? What's wrong with the director? Wait, this person seems to be that AI Xiaoxing who is very hot these days. I remember. She sings super well. But how did she get into a company she's never heard of before? Don't a lot of entertainment companies sign her? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, Sui had just finished the company's business when he heard the sudden emotional value, and understood that it should be the beginning of the draft. So he took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. Okay, now that our 100 trainees have taken their seats, the next to take the stage are the 3 instructors. The first is our vocal instructor, Mr. Mo Su. The second is our dance instructor, Mr. Lee Su. And the third is our rap instructor, Mr. Hoo Hoo. After the mentor is seated, okay, let's cut the crap and start our first stage. Let's see, who will be the first lucky winner? Hulik of Imbu Entertainment. As soon as Hulik got on stage, cheers from the other trainees rang out from the stage and the crowd was very excited. Coco, our Kiki is the first one. Definitely an A. It feels like the contact students after Hulik are having a hard time, and the mentors are definitely just going to use her as a standard. Huli Ko, why does it feel a bit familiar? Come to think of it, didn't she also imitate the song I wrote before? And turn around and say that I plagiarized and want the 5th imitator to kick in? Sui sneered. And Huliku brought the initial stage, which was a parody of a song written by Sui, only she added dancing to it. And the mentors were not stingy in praising her, and she got to rating A. Coco is so beautiful, and the song is so good. Why do I feel that this song is so familiar? It seems like the one AI Xiaoxing sang before. Sui sent out a pop-up that stood out because it's certified Yat Sing Entertainment. May I ask what it means to copy a song I wrote? Didn't you have the brains to go and borrow it? You want to borrow a song? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. At this time, of course, Huliku cannot see the pop-up screen, but the audience have seen but have been escorting Huliku, who plagiarized. I don't say well. We Coco have strength. What do you have? A small company dares to clamor here. So there really are people with rectal access to their brains. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. That's when the host practiced AI Xiaoxing's name. The next trainee to take the stage is AI Xiaoxing of Yixing Entertainment. The crowd looked at the big screen and began to whisper, Yat Sing Entertainment? I don't think I've heard of it. This AI Xiaoxing seems to be the one that is very hot recently. Singing can be very good. And those words, written to my heart all. The mentors also looked at each other. Didn't the director say that all the people who came this time were from big companies? How come they came from small companies that they didn't recognize? AI Xiaoxing came on stage, bowed to the mentors, and said, Hello mentors, my name is AI Xiaoxing. I'm from Yixing Entertainment, and the song I brought is called I Fell in Tears Emotionally Fragmented. After saying that, AI Xiaoxing began to sing. I don't shed tears and hold back my feelings. I'm in tears, emotionally fragmented. After a song, not only the trainees on the stage were sung and cried, but the netizens in the live broadcast were also sung and cried, and it was as if all of them thought of the teenage girl in their memories. The lyrics are too good to be true. I declare I'm her lickspittle now. Oh, I miss my first love. The true ultimate be aesthetics. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, Huliku looked at AI Xiaoxing. Her face was a bit gloomy. Where in the world did she get so many new songs? She couldn't be compared to her. The mentor also started to rate AI Xiaoxing. Li Su coldly looked at AI Xiaoxing and said, Why is there no dance? This is a talent show, not The Voice. Understand? What are you doing in a talent show if you can't dance? Sure enough, it's a small company that can't afford to send artists to learn dance. Tiger also said in a bad mood, although your tone is very good, but in a song you are all lyrical. No rap at all? This is called a song? Who told you to sing this kind of song? I've never heard it before. Don't plagiarize it. Mo Su was silent for a moment and said, AI Xiaoxing, right? I think you sang this song out of its mood, and your tone is really good, but this song, I haven't heard it before either. Fellow mentors, this song was all composed by my boss, Sui. Li Su interrupted. Your boss? What company I've never heard of? And this kind of person writes songs? Joke. AI Xiaoxing didn't say anything, her eyes a little red. The netizens in the live stream saw this and didn't favor her, laughing my ass off. I was thinking that the lyrics were so well written they made me cry. I didn't realize they were plagiarized. That's right. If you really have that kind of skill, how can you not get into a big company? Into a Yat Sing Entertainment that you've never even heard of. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui coldly called the director. Director, what's going on here? Explain? There's no way around it. It gives the show more heat, and besides, the lyrics in case she's really plagiarizing. I give too much face, do I? Make you think you're acting like a human being, do I? Negative emotions plus 100. The director didn't say anything and just hung up the phone. Inside the live feed, a few minutes later, Tiger took the grading sheet and said, AI Xiaoxing, first stage rating F. Mo Su made a cheering gesture towards AI Xiaoxing and said, It's okay, you're an A in my book. Keep up the good work. AI Xiaoxing nodded. Okay, thank you mentors. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also infuriated when they saw this scene, and they ran to Suyi's live broadcast room to cue him. Brother Yat, your men are being bullied. This tutor has a bubble in her head.
she's obviously singing very well now. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Some dogs bite people without looking at their masters. Engage in shady spelling background right? I'd like to see whose background is hard enough. Chapter 94, You're a Rapper. 2. After Sui finished speaking, he drove towards the location of the program. When Sui arrived, he was stopped by the security guards and was not allowed to enter. No uninvolved persons allowed. There's a live talent show going on here. I'm the owner of Escape Star Entertainment, and I'm looking for your director for something. The two security guards looked at each other in disbelief. Yat Sing Entertainment? Have you heard of it? No. I see that the director's list is almost all big companies. I haven't seen any Ishing Entertainment. If you're going to act like it too. What's the point of pretending to be the owner of the crappy Ishing Entertainment? With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Sui said, Does your family live in the 8 trigrams? Why are you so gloomy? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui took out the WeChat record of his previous communication with the director and gave it to the two security guards. The two security guards wanted to continue saying something, but after seeing the record, they immediately said, Wow, you're AI Xiaoxing's boss. Sorry. We didn't know. Please come in. Sui walked straight towards the director, who was looking at the online pop-ups and didn't care when he saw Sui coming, thinking that it was a staff member, and continued. Cut AI Xiaoxing and who likes first stage into a separate video and send it out, so that public opinion is a little bit bigger so that the program's heat will be even higher, and we have to catch the heat. Wow, right, in a moment, talk to the 3 mentors, let them pay more attention to Huli Ku, their company is our investor after all, and this AI Xiaoxing, so that the mentors don't have to take care of it too much, and in the end, let the contrast between the two people be a little bigger, and public opinion will be a little bigger. It wasn't like this when you told me. Didn't you say that you saw AI Xiaoxing's strength? What's the matter? You're a dead fish, with no memory for 3 seconds. Sui stood in front of the director, looking down at him with a sneer. Negative emotions plus 100. The director glanced at Sui and said, You're that Ishing Entertainment's boss? It can't be helped. If she had gotten into a big company we would have treated her the same as Huli Ku, but who knew she got into an unknown company? The water friends in the live room were also infuriated when they heard the director's words. No, how did he become a director? That's capital, is it? I think this director is better suited to be an actor. I think he's quite good at acting. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Did you grow your brain to make up for your height? Not only do you have no height but you also have no brain. Sui compared the director's height with his hand. Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys laughed at that. Ha. Yat's attacks are as strong as ever. A dwarf? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. You. What's the use of being tall? Do you have money? Do you have power? I'm telling you, don't be ignorant. Black and red is still red. Understand? Besides, other companies are our investors. What are you? A small company still wants to go against others? The director said in no good humor. Ha, preaching about background rights huh? Sui picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello? What's wrong with Xiaoi? Is the entertainment company in some kind of trouble? Uncle Lee, my artist is participating in the Voice of New Stars talent show. But they're giving me all kinds of bad language just because I'm a freshly registered company. What do you think my dad would do if he were still around? Guild value plus 100. Voice of the new star. Right, Xiaoyi, I'm going to go and invest in them in your name now. How dare you engage in this kind of shady business? Uncle Lee, why don't we forget about it? It's not good to keep bothering you. Guild value plus 100. It's okay, Yat. I'll take care of this. Just as he hung up, the director's phone rang. Hello? What? Are you saying that someone invested $100 million in us, and that person said it was invested by Sui? Negative emotions plus 100. Director after receiving the phone staring wide-eyed at Sui, a few seconds later immediately converted into a playful look and said, Su Xiao, is a small have eyes and do not recognize Taishan. Just to intermission. I'll let them come over to tell them to treat your company's artists well. The water boys also marveled at the director's face change when they saw it. 666. Salt is not even salt anymore, or else it says she can be a director. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That's when the 3 mentors came to the back of the room. Director, where is this Yat Sing Entertainment Company from? I've never even heard of it. Li Su said with a puzzled face. That's it? Ha? Who is this person? Tiger said as he looked at Sui strangely. The director hurriedly waved towards the 3. Come over quickly. This is the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment, Su Xiao. Why don't you hurry and say hello? Director, what are you doing? Isn't it just an unknown company? As for being so respectful, Li Su said disdainfully. That's it? And look at him, he doesn't look like a boss. I don't know what AI Xiaoxing thinks. So good looking a person. And the conditions are so good, but we'll enter such a company, Tiger said contemptuously. The director smiled bitterly in his heart. Not you guys are pig teammates? I have so much respect for him, certainly proves that he has a big head. I've read the comments you guys just made, and it's safe to say that human songs are really something that dogs don't understand. Sui didn't even look at them. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Mo Su looked at Sui and said, did you write those songs she sang? How did you write them? What's so hard about writing a song when you have the hands to do it? It comes straight out of your head. The waterbenders were vanquished to hear this. But he's really good at owing it. I hate my guts. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That got you loaded, didn't it? Plagiarizing and pretending you're a musical genius. Who do you think you are? Sue, if you ask me, this kind of person shouldn't be ignored. Tiger gave a middle finger towards Sui. China doesn't allow animals to become sperm. So stop talking. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? How many kilograms of yourself? Even if you can write a few lines of lyrics, marvelous? Do you know rap you? Tiger said furiously. Alright, Tiger, don't get angry with this kind of person. A hot chicken who can only plagiarize is just a hot chicken. Li Su patted Tiger's shoulder. Honestly, are you on the wrong side of the law? What do you mean? Do you have any evidence? You don't slander people. Li Su's face turned red. What's the matter? Didn't you recognize Erlangshan as your master? Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys were amused at their mentor's reaction. Ha 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 ha. This Li Su's face is angry green really. Brother Yat, if this keeps up I'm really going to worship you. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui asked the staff for a piece of paper with a pen and said to Tiger, today I'll show you what it means to be a real rap. Chapter 95, Director of Licking Dogs. Tiger said disdainfully, just you still know rap. I'm afraid you're not going to plagiarize again. Don't copy my song later. Everyone laughed when Tiger said that. Negative emotions plus 100. The director was a bit furious. Really a bunch of pig teammates. Don't drag yourself to death. The director thought in his heart, but his face still looked flattering to Sui. Su Xiao, don't let them know. They don't know. I still don't know you. You must have talent. No, director, why are you fawning over this kind of person? What's so good about him? Li Su did not understand the director's approach and thought that the director had been bewitched. Negative emotions plus 100. Shut up. This is our current investor. Mr. Su, you guys still dare to disrespect him. Do you want to work or not? Be careful of shallowing all of you. The director changed his face and cursed at Li Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What about the investors? Isn't there still Imbu Entertainment? What's wrong with having less of him to invest? Tiger directly just couldn't understand what the director was implying. When Li Su heard Tiger say this, he also echoed, that's right, so what if we invested? Do we have to bow down to capital? Besides, the fact that he plagiarized is enough to get him and his artists abused in the entertainment industry. Sui put away his pen and laughed coldly. It turns out that the dog that only wagged its tail to Ingbu Entertainment isn't the difference between your treatment of who like an AI Xiaoxing just bowing down to capital? What are you pretending now? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Alright, the song is written. Open your doggy eyes and take a look. Sui said as he directly flung the paper at Tiger. Tiger, I'd like to see what you can write and have the nerve to dump it right on me. Tiger picked up the paper and took a look at it, gradually turning from initial disdain to shock. Whose world is it? What if it's number 1? I remember you. Live proudly. Negative emotions plus 100. Did you really write this? No way. How could you possibly write a song like this? It must have been plagiarized somewhere again. Tiger tore the paper off and shouted. The water friends in the live stream saw Tiger tearing the paper off and hugged him. What kind of person is that? Tearing the paper straight away. Are you afraid that people will see it and say that Brother Yet is better than you? Take some time to go eat a fish. I see this Tiger is quite good at picking out the spines. Let's just change the name to Cat, not Tiger. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Your broken IQ is definitely suitable for counting the moon at night and the sun during the day. Sui was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Tiger. Tiger. Negative emotions plus 50. What do you mean? Tiger asked as his brain suddenly went down. At this time, the director really cannot hold back the laughter. Sui's attack is really strong. Worthy of being Su Xiao. The director said while laughing. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao said you have a worrying IQ. It will only be counting one. Ah ha 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 ha. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui glanced at the director and only felt a little amused to be so snobbish. The water friends were laughed at when they saw the director talking like that. Damn. How come the director has learned the essence of Yat as well? Is this the top dog licker? I want to lick Brother Yat too. Brother Yat. Let me lick it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Tiger reddened and said, Director, what are you doing? How can you side with him? Negative emotions plus 100. That's right, Director. Have you been compelled by this Sui? Why are you protecting him so much? Lee Su also chimed in. Negative emotions plus 100. Complex features can't hide your plain intellect. Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Personal attacks. I'm not that beautiful. What's wrong with that? The most important thing is the soul. Don't you understand? Don't look at yourself. I also don't want to judge people by their appearance. I also made an effort to see your soul and as a result, your soul is not more beautiful than your appearance Sui sighed and looked at Lee Su with faint regret and said, Negative emotions plus 100. Lee Su was so angry by Sui that he couldn't speak, and before he could speak, Sui's attack came again. Mosquitoes that bite your face will try to kill themselves. Negative emotions plus 100. Put. At this time, Mo Su, who hadn't said anything, burst out laughing. Mosu, what are you laughing at? You're not helping us and you're still laughing at me? And what's up with the grading today? What kind of a did you give AI Xiaoxing? Deliberately working against us. You want to set up your broken persona, right? Lee Su heard Mo Su laughing and immediately attacked her. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui took a look at Mo Su, along with AI Xiaoxing a bit similar. Remembered the live broadcast she did not too against AI Xiaoxing, but encouraged her. So continued to fire at Lee Su. You look at your 5 features, each long, who was not convinced. Negative emotions plus 100. Lee Su was hard controlled again. Tiger saw that Lee Su didn't speak and couldn't look away. He was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the director. Alright, you guys must ask for clarification, right? Su Xiao is now our biggest investor. Ingbu Entertainment, it counts for nothing. Come on, Mr. Su, you said you're thirsty. Drink water. The director smiled and handed Sui a cup of water. At this point in the live broadcast, the water friends were marveling at the director's ability to lick the dog. Worthy of being a director? This dog licking business is good. Direct fire on friendly forces. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. No, director. How can he be the biggest investor? Isn't it Imbu Entertainment? Tiger was still teetering on the brink of death. Negative emotions plus 100. How much more do I have to tell you to understand? You're really Erlangshan's pet, aren't you? People just invested $100 million. The tens of millions from Ingbu Entertainment is nothing. The director was so angry that he directly jumped up and hit Tiger on the head. Negative emotions plus 100. And the live streamers were dumbfounded by Tiger. Tomorrow's headline. Shocker. Tiger's identity is actually Erlangshan's pet. Stupid aversion offends family members. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. I look at him, and he doesn't look like someone who understands. For future programs, my company's artists, said Sui, looking faintly at the director. Negative emotions plus 100. No, director. The tiger was about to say something when the director immediately interrupted the spell casting. Okay, Tiger, you won't have to come on the later programs. I'll issue a statement stating that you're quitting the program, and I'll find a new mentor for the later rap mentor. Su Xiao, do you think this result is satisfactory? The director coldly gave Tiger an ultimatum and immediately replaced it with a flattering expression towards Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. And this Lee Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Director, you can't make me quit. You promised me before that you would let me stay until the end of the program. You can't go back on your word. Chapter 96, Popularity Rises. The director looked at Sui with difficulty and slowly spoke. Young Su, why don't we forget about Lee Su's words? I'll give her a good warning. And won't people let her make another demon? Yo, she's your lover? Sui said as he looked at the two. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui was also a bit surprised when he heard the increase in emotion value. It was just a casual remark, and it really made him right? Surname Su. Don't think that just because you're the biggest investor, you can spit blood. Lee Su's voice turned louder as if he had been spoken to by Sui. What? Is the dog going to bite? Negative emotions plus 100. The director's face is also no longer fawning before. Some gloomy, he thought for a few minutes, said to Lee Su, okay, you do not talk. You also quit. The default payment I will give you. So it is, Su Xiao. You see this result. Satisfied. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui nodded and said, yes. At that moment, a voice came through. Mr. Lee, you haven't gone to rest yet? Sui looked up to see that it was Hu Liko walking over. Mr. M.O. Mr. Tiger, you're all here. Who is this boy? What are you guys doing? Hu Liko first greeted the three tutors, then saw that several people were surrounding Sui and asked strangely. Sui looked at Hu Like and said with a smile, Hu Like, right. I'm the one you said plagiarized the song it. Let me think about it. You plagiarized the song I wrote and slandered me in return. How is this account going to be settled with you? Negative emotions plus 100. Why are you here? Director, how did you let this kind of person in? Huliko was a bit vain and hurriedly turned to the director for help. Who knew that the director wouldn't even pay attention to her? Those two pigmates just pissed off Sui, and it's not easy for her to deal with it. But this Hulika still wants her to offend Sui again? It's simply impossible. She is now Sui's licking dog, sworn to follow him to the death. Negative emotions plus 100. Hulika saw that the director did not take care of himself, and then looked to Mo Su, who was at the side. Teacher Mo, tell me, who actually plagiarized? And now he's accusing me wrongly. What does he know about music? Mo Su also saw the raps that Sui had just written, and believed in her heart that Sui's talent was able to write those songs, while Hulika was sending out songs after those songs were sent out, and her ability to compose lyrics was really not as strong as Sui's songwriting ability. Sui does have some abilities, and the lyrics he writes are really good, spoke Mo Su slowly. Negative emotions plus 100. Hulika looked at Mo Su with a surprised face. Just now when the selection was made, Mo Su clearly also had doubts about AI Xiaoxing. How now? Teacher Mo, how come you're also on his side? Teacher Hu, look at her. How come she's all biased in favor of him? It's obvious that he's the one who plagiarized. Huliku again looked at Tiger with a pitiful face. Who just saw the rap that Sui wrote. The lyrics, the rhymes all clearly showed Sui's ability to write lyrics, and besides, he himself was just kicked out of the program because he offended Sui. So Huhu just glanced at Huliku indifferently and didn't help her out. Negative emotions plus 100. Huliku looked at them strangely. How come everyone didn't help themselves anymore? Obviously it wasn't like this just now during the live broadcast. Huliku can only continue to look at Li Su. She walked over to gently pull Li Su's hand, said, "Sequence order, teacher? What is the matter with them? How are they not speak? Is it all do not believe in me? Obviously it is my words. Sequence order, teacher, you do not believe in me." Li Su was still sad that she was kicked out of the program, and now she was being harassed by Huliku, thinking that it was because of her that she went to target AI Xiaoxing, which caused the current situation. She was furious, and she directly flung away Huliku's hand. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Sequence, said Huliku, looking at Li Sequence with wide eyes. It's all because of you that Tiger and I went to target AI Xiaoxing, and now that we've offended her boss, we've all been kicked out of the show. So you're satisfied. Negative emotions plus 100. Huliku was shocked. How was this possible? Wasn't she from a small entertainment company? How could she have so much power? Do you know that the way you look right now is very much like the 3-star pile? It's ugly to me. Sui looked at Huliku in amusement. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Mozo and the director both burst out laughing. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live room were laughing at Huliku when they saw this. Hulik, does anyone care about me? Actually 0 people care. Laughing me to death. Suddenly I feel a little pity for Hulik. What to do? At the end of the day, Yat silently makes up for it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Don't be too complacent. I don't know why you used some means to make them all quit the show, but I'm behind Youngblood Entertainment, and besides, I still haven't gotten to you about your plagiarism. Hulika saw that everyone was not helping her, so she planned to break the bank. It seems like you've been the one who's been copying my songs, right? And you're talking about plagiarizing? Being so able to upstage the paste. I'm really afraid that you'll stick to the pot when you're cremated in the future. Sui found it funny to look at Huliku. Negative emotions plus 100. Just you wait. Dare to offend me. I'm going to show you the power of Imbu Entertainment. Let you know the gap between you. Don't talk to me. I'm a clean freak. Negative emotions plus 100. Hulik couldn't dislike it and was so angry that she just ran away. Sui looked at the director and said, "Alright, there's nothing more to do. I'm leaving. Don't make any more shady little moves. Understand?" Understood. The director said playfully to Sui. That night, the director released a statement. Lia Siu and Tiger had withdrawn from the recording of the program due to other reasons, while the new little prince of rap, Ji Gu, would serve as the new rap tutor, and MS. Fu, who was famous in the dance world, would serve as the new dance tutor. Upon this statement, many netizens expressed their dismay at the actions of their director. No, what's the director up to? What's the point of changing tutors when you're doing it properly? It can't be because they targeted AI Xiaoxing, Rough thought Noza family members. It looks like the owner of Yat Sing Entertainment, Sui, has some power. Looking at the online comments, Sui took the certified microblogging to make a statement that if there is any more shady, unfair treatment of the trainees, Yat Sing Entertainment will still step in. The netizens were instantly blown away by this statement. Oh, brother Yat is mighty. Yat Sing has interpreted the word protector to the extreme. Brother Yat, I want to get into Yatsing too. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Suyi's move not only built up more popularity for AI Xiaoxing, but also successfully marketed Yatsing Entertainment. Chapter 97 Expansion. And then the voice of new star was going on as usual, and the director didn't start targeting, letting everyone compete fairly, and AI Xiaoxing's popularity was rising through her own hard work and the songs written by Suyi. On the other hand, Suyi was thinking about how to continue to market Yixing Entertainment so that he could recruit more artists so that he could make money. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also giving Suyi moves. Brother Yat, do you want to check out the acting aspect? Brother Yat. You can see if there are any outstanding ones in the voice of new stars. Let's just dig our feet into the wall and dig her over. Going to sketches to find actors. Now the quality of sketches is old. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Suyi's eyes lit up. Yeah, short dramas are old and hot these days, and they do have a lot of quality actors. Thinking so, Suyi drove like the location where the skit was filmed. Suyi stood outside the set, looking at the busy scene in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he came to the set to pick someone, but the scene in front of him made his heart clog up. The stagehands were shuttling back and forth. The props master was busy setting up the scene, and in an inconspicuous corner, a girl in an ancient costume was kneeling on the ground, letting the assistant of the current goddess of short dramas, Yang Weiwei, splash water on her. Cut! The director shouted impatiently. Su Desire, what's wrong with you? You can't even act out a scene where you're splashed with water? Start over. The girl called Su Lust was soaked to the skin. Her lips were already frozen purple. She had obviously been splashed many times. Suyi noticed that the hem of her costume was still dripping, but she just silently wiped her face and knelt down again. I'm sorry, director. I'll pay attention. Give me another chance. Her voice was light, but it carried a sense of stubbornness. Suyi couldn't help but look at her twice more. The girl wasn't exactly stunning, but there was a unique aura between her eyebrows, especially those eyes, which were still clear and bright even in such a wretched situation. Action! Another pot of cold water was poured down on her, and this time, Su Lust was splashed and stumbled, but she quickly stabilized herself and continued to speak her lines. Suyi noticed that her fingers were pinched tightly into her palms, her knuckles turning white. Card. Still no. The director threw the script at Su Xiao, and Su Xiao, who was already shivering from the cold, was knocked to the ground at once. Su Xiao, can you act or not? If you can't even act in such a simple scene, do you still want to be in the entertainment industry? Yang Weiwei sneered from the side. Director, if you ask me, this kind of small actor with no background should be honed more. Let's do it again. I have plenty of time. The water friends in the live room were hugging each other when they saw the situation. Has this Yang Weiwei drunk too much Windex? And is net talking sarcasm? It's straight up a whole expectoration. And the internet rumors don't match the reality at all. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Suyi looked at Su Desire and thought, it's a good seedling, and also very spiritual. Thinking so, Suyi walked over. Director, this water splashing is too much like a hater. Right, and you need a body double to splash the water? Negative emotions plus 100. The scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Weiwei looked Suyi up and down and snorted. Yo, where's this bear from? Still wanting to play the hero saves beauty routine? The director frowned and said, this gentleman, we are filming, please don't interfere with the shooting. Suyi looked at Yang Weiwei coldly and said, what class are you? Pointing fingers at me? Are you perfect? Negative emotions plus 100. The director took a closer look at Suyi and said, are you that Suyi, the owner of the recently hot Yatsing Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. Yatsing Entertainment? Yang Weiwei suddenly burst out laughing. That's that small company that was just established and doesn't even have a decent artist? A roar of laughter rang out around them. Look at my memory. I'm treating you like a human being again. Negative emotions plus 100. You, what's the matter? You're only good at being clever. Yang Weiwei was just about to make a dirty mouth, but thinking of her image, she held it back. It looks like a QR code, so I don't really know what it is until I scan it. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Su, right? Yang Weiwei stepped closer with her high heels. You're not thinking of signing this Su Desire, are you? I advise you not to waste your time. This kind of 18th line small actor, even if you sign it, it won't be a hit. Suyi laughed and said slowly, I remember. 3 years ago, weren't you also running around in various theater groups? At that time, it seems like you didn't even have an assistant, right? How come you forget who you are now that you're attached to Youngblood Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all clapped their hands when they heard Suyi's words. Yang Weiwei's face has changed. Can't pretend anymore? Can you? Load. Laughing my ass off.
Her greatest fear is that her previous experience will be told and that our brother yet will use a direct magical attack.
Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. You. Yang Weiwei furiously pointed at Sui,
her nail-painted fingers shaking.
Ha, keep your hands off me. Polio? Don't infect me. Looking like a zombie. Negative emotions plus 100. Security. Hurry up and get this person out. Yang Weiwei shouted shrilly. Sui ignored Yang Weiwei,
turned to look at the director and said,
Director, is this how you bully newcomers? When we treat you like a human being, can you please act like one too? Negative emotions plus 100.
That's how the scene was filmed.
Even if you're the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment, you don't have the right to tell me what to do,
the director said in a good-natured manner.
The investor is Imbu Entertainment again, right? You've become Erlangshan's pet too, right? Sui felt the need to investigate Ingbu Entertainment,
or else it would surely get in the way of his fortune in the future.
Negative emotions plus 100. When the director heard this, his beard went askew with anger. Who are you cursing?
Don't think that just because you used some means to get the director of Voice of New Stars to change the mentor and compromise like you did,
I'll be afraid of you. Actually, my name isn't Sui.
The director was frozen by Sui's sudden words.
Wasn't he still arguing? Shouldn't he continue to scold himself? What is this situation? My name is Shangguan Nanbei, and your name is Sima Stuff. Negative emotions plus 100.
The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed when this sentence came out.
Ha 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 ha. Brother Yat is really out of the ordinary. Clueless. This is our brother Yat's regular operation. You can't learn it. Killing and insulting in the extreme. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Security. Get him out of here.
The director's voice broke in anger.
Oh yeah,
I forgot to tell you guys. I'm on the air right now. Osui smiled as he looked at the director and Yang Weiwei.
What? Chapter 98, The Shrimp-Headed Woman. Yang Weiwei's eyes widened as she looked at Sui with an unbelievable face. Sui was even on a live broadcast? Then wouldn't the image of herself just now be seen? No, it's not allowed. Negative emotions plus 100. How can you just open a live broadcast? You're infringing on portrait rights, you know.
Yang Weiwei said as she looked at Sui angrily. She must find a way to make Sui turn off the live broadcast. The director wasn't afraid. He felt that he didn't do anything wrong. He was just a little bit strict when filming. So what's wrong with that?
I don't care if you're live or not. I'm filming the movie well. You came to disturb me, and you still have the nerve to say that? I haven't asked you to pay the lost wages. Negative emotions plus 100. Yang Weiwei hurriedly told the director. Director, if he goes live, my image will be gone. The director patted Yang Weiwei's shoulder and said, Weiwei, isn't it just a live broadcast? When the time comes, let's just issue a statement. After all, he was the one who irritated you first and has been provoking you. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Yang Weiwei instantly lowered her heart, then looked at Sui with a smug expression and said, So what if you're on the air? Just now it's all because you're stimulating me with my previous experience.
The water friends in the live broadcast room also called out bullishly when they saw this cheeky director with Yang Weiwei.
I'd like to put oil in the pan and see if it splashes or they splash. If a tree doesn't want skin, it will die. If a man doesn't have a face, he's invincible. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui smiled, picked up the phone, and called Su Xin. Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Xiaoyi, is the new entertainment company in trouble?
It seems that Su Xin has also seen what's been going on online lately.
Sui whispered, Auntie,
I saw them bullying the newcomers at the location where the skit was filmed.
I just said one thing, and they just kept talking about me. If my mom was still around, she would have done the same thing. Guilt value plus 100. The place where the skit was filmed? I happen to be over here. What part of the country are you in? I'm coming over now. I'd like to see who's so ungrateful. Sui told Su Xin the address, hung up the phone and then looked at the director and Yang Weiwei with a smile. Go lick the toilet if you have an idle mouth. Don't blah 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 here. Sui said to the two with a smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. You're still waving here now, aren't you? And you're not afraid of waving yourself to death and stirring up a fire. Yang Weiwei loudly mocked Sui. Otherwise, I'd say you'll be evening out the big money.
After becoming Erlangshan's pet,
you're not doing anything to get involved with people. Sui looked at Yang Weiwei with amusement, somewhat looking forward to when Su Xin arrived. Would they rely on Ingbu Entertainment? Or would they be more afraid of China Resources Entertainment? Negative emotions plus 100. Good. Still talking tough now, are you? Security guards, kick him out of here like a soccer ball. Yang Weiwei shouted in anger. I'll see who dares. A voice came and everyone looked over. It was Su Xin. As soon as the director saw that it was Su Xin, the president of China Resources Entertainment, he immediately went over with a doggy face and said, Aya, it's Mr. Su,
What brings you here? Your presence here really brings me great honor. The water friends in the live broadcast room were talking as soon as they saw the director's doggy look. This doggy style, as if a deceased person. I recognized their relationship at once. It's true that anyone who is a director has a good acting skill. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. As soon as Yang Weiwei heard the director say it was China Resources Entertainment, she also immediately put away that arrogant and trembling look and hurriedly changed into her usual quiet and pure look. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Yang Weiwei. Su Xian didn't even look at them and walked straight to Sui with a cold face. Director, Mr. Su's face is so cold. Is he going to help us out? That Sui is going to be finished. But also offended Mr. Su, Yixing Entertainment has just opened is going to close down. Yang Weiwei gloated and looked at Sui and said, who knows that Mr. Su suddenly tenderly said to Sui, Xiaoyi, I'm late, let you be aggrieved. I know all the ins and outs of the matter. I'll make the decision for you in this matter. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The director and Yang Weiwei looked at Su's gentle speech to Sui, were shocked. Ilu a good boy. You have this background you even did not say? You also open a new entertainment company? How do we know that you have a relationship with the president of China Resources Entertainment? Thank you, Auntie Su. If my mom was around, she would definitely be like you, not letting me be bullied, said Sui, lowering her head. Guilt value plus 100. No. Just now you are not so talk. How suddenly so tea? Just dislike people so strong with now so tea words. Tea gas is the same person? It's us who should be crying. The director and Yang Weiwei looked at each other speechless. Some want to cry. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian turned around with a cold face and looked at the director and Yang Weiwei, saying, it's you guys, bullying the newcomers. Xiaoyi saw the road and you insulted him? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. It's not like that. It's not like that. Mr. Su, listen to our explanation. I was just being a little more demanding with my acting skills and then slightly more strict. I didn't insult Mr. Su, the director said with a compensating smile. Right, Mr. Su, we were just discussing the true meaning of acting together, studying the scene together, and Mr. Su's acting just bowled us all over. So we were too excited, so our tone was a bit louder. Yang Weiwei also said with a flattering face. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw this side of Yang Weiwei. These two, otherwise you can say one is a director and the other is a popular skit goddess. Too salt. Is this the dogleg to the extreme? The dogleg of dogleg liquors? You guys, it's kind of interesting. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian gently looked at Sui again and said, Xiaoyi, this matter, how do you want to handle it? Auntie Su, I don't dare, or let's just forget it. I'm afraid they'll retaliate against me. Guilt value plus 100. Su Xian looked at Sui guiltily. She clearly knew that Sui had opened an entertainment company, but did not properly give help. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The director and Yang Weiwei looked at Sui with a face of nanping. Hello, we hate green tea, and China does not allow green tea to become a spirit. Thank you. Who dares to offend you now? You guys don't want to shoot this movie. And you, Yang Weiwei, right, you're blocked. Chapter 99. Su Xian coldly said words capable of ending both men's careers. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Su, I can't. This is my first directed play. If I'm not allowed to shoot it, my career will be ruined. You can't be so heartless just because of Mr. Su. The director hurriedly curried favor with Mr. Su, and glared fiercely at Sui, not just talking about him. Besides, it was clearly him who kept scolding us. We didn't do anything, so why should we let our careers be ruined? Please heaven, recognize the loyal and the treacherous. Su Xian coldly looked at the director and said, when you guys bullied Xiaoyi, did you think that he had also just started his company and was abused by you guys like this? The director's heart straightened out that he was really more wrong than sinus. Mr. Su, we know we are wrong. We will give Mr. Su a good apology and make sure there won't be a next time. Besides, this drama of ours, Ingbu Entertainment has invested a lot of money in it, so it's not cost-effective to fight against Ingbu Entertainment for the sake of a Mr. Su, right? Yang Weiwei also said, right, Mr. Su, my acting career has only just begun. It's not easy to get to this point today. If I'm blocked, I'm afraid that Ingbu Entertainment's side. Sui slightly frowned when he heard these words. Coming at this time, the director and Yang Weiwei even dared to threaten Su Xian with Ingbu Entertainment. It seems that Ingbu Entertainment is not to be underestimated. And at this moment, when Su Xian heard this, she also frowned and turned to Sui. Xiaoyi,
Seeing Su Xin looking back at herself, Sui hurriedly said, "It's alright, Auntie Su, it's just being scolded. I can bear it." Guilt value plus 100. When the director and Yang Weiwei saw Sui like this, they understood why some guys couldn't recognize green tea. This is proper green tea. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian immediately turned her head to the director and Yang Weiwei and said, "So what if Ingbu Entertainment? The big deal is to terminate the cooperation with them and work with another company." Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Yang Weiwei and the director looked at Su Xian incredulously. This Sui could make Su Xian go to such lengths for him, even giving up the cooperation with Ingbu Entertainment? These two companies are on equal footing in the entertainment industry, and have always maintained a win-win attitude. And now Su Xian is going to war with Youngblood Entertainment for Sui? What in the world is this kid's origin? Sui saw that Su Xian actually preferred to terminate the contract directly for her own sake, and was also a bit touched. If her mother was still alive, she would definitely be like that too. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw this. CR Entertainment is actually going to fire on Imbu Entertainment. In the little corners where no one cares, R yet still keeps the green tea. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xin added, "Things have come to this, you guys take care of yourselves, and on the side of Ingbu Entertainment, I'll make it clear to them myself. Xiao Yi, do you still want to do anything else now? Let's go for a meal together if you don't want to." Sui came back to his senses, almost forgetting that he was here to recruit an actor. He hurriedly said, "Auntie Su, I still have something to do." Turning to Su Desire on the side again, he said, "Your name is Su Desire, right? I'm sure you know. I'm Sui, the boss of Yi Xing Entertainment. I want to sign you as our company's artist." Before Sui could finish his words, Su Desire said, "I'm willing." Sui froze. This child agreed to agree. It is a good thing, but how does this sound where it feels strange? There is also this look in his eyes. Why is it getting weirder and weirder? Su Lust's eyes were a bit fiery. She herself didn't realize that she had just watched everything. At the time when she was in the most dire straits, this boy stood out to help her, and was planning on signing himself as an artist for the company, so that he could have a job. And with a job, her mother would supposedly be happy, and wouldn't scold her anymore. And after all, she would have money to be able to give to her younger brother. Su Xin said, "In that case, I'll send you back to the company, just in time for you to sign the contract." Sui nodded and shouted at Su Desire, who was suddenly dazed again, to leave. Car. Su Xin received a call from the president of Imbu Entertainment. "Mr. Su, it's not too good for you to just let the drama I invested in be lost and block my artist. Mr. Du, I'm sure you know the cause of the matter." The opposite party was silent for a moment and said, "This matter is we did not do the right thing, did not discipline them well. Some other day I will personally pay a visit to apologize to Sui, but blocking Yang Weiwei this matter on this, let it go. After all, for so many years has been a win-win cooperation. Mr. Su will not give me face, right?" Su Xian glanced at Sui, asking what he meant. Sui nodded in agreement. Guilt value plus 100. Okay. Su Xian felt guilty inside as she watched Sui compromise so that she could continue to cooperate. After hanging up the phone, Sui asked about the doubts in his heart. "Auntie Su, this Imbu Entertainment, can you tell me about it?" Su Xian nodded and said, "Ingbu Entertainment is a company that suddenly burst into flames a few years ago, appearing out of thin air and bursting into flames as soon as it appeared. The president of Ingbu Entertainment, Du Rufeng, is said to seem like he's from the Magic City side, and over the years we've always maintained the basic principle of win-win cooperation." Magic City? Isn't that the same as Huang Lu? Would Huang Lu recognize him? Looks like we have to go find Huang Lu. At this time, the car stopped and Su Xian said, "Xiao Yi, it's time to arrive at your company. Go and get busy. If you have any difficulties you must tell me. Understand?" Sui nodded and said, "I know, thank you, Auntie Su." After Sui signed the contract with Su Desire, Sui said, "Right now, if you do, there happens to be a script that is also of the ancient style genre. I'll give you the script and you can read it." Sulus took the script and realized that it wasn't a skit, but a movie or TV drama, which was mainly about the female lead working hand in hand with the male lead to detect and solve all kinds of bizarre events. "Oh yeah, you play the female lead. I play the female number one. Boss, such an important role, are you comfortable giving it to me?" Sulust was shocked when she heard this. Sui also believed in himself too much. The moment she came up, she was the female number one. Sui nodded lightly and said, "At that time when you were filming the skit, I realized that you were very spiritual and very dedicated to acting. This role is very suitable for you. Prepare yourself well and then get ready for the audition tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Sulust was very touched. This was the first time someone had affirmed himself. Before, he had been denied in all kinds of ways during the filming of the drama. He must work hard before he could do so. I'll work on it. Chapter 100. Hearing this, Sui nodded happily. Must work hard, so I can earn money. Oh yeah, what about our company? It's all inclusive. Here's the key. The building across the street. That's where our company personnel live. Sue desired to look out the window. That is not the rich people specialize in living in the district. Thinking that Sui would be very powerful. Not expecting to be so powerful, Sulus turned her head and looked at Sui with a starry-eyed face. Alright, you go back and read the script first. I still have some things to do. Sui hurriedly sent Sulus away, suddenly looking at himself with starry eyes, scared to death. When the water friends in the live broadcast saw this, they all called out that Sui didn't understand. Brother Yat, people are looking at you like that. How can you bear to drive them away? Brother Yat has only money in his eyes. All the desire for money. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. That's right. I have to go find a few agents and I also need to recruit assistants. With that thought, Sui drove towards the talent market again. Sui arrived at the talent market, and he weaved his way through the bustling crowd, scrutinizing the information on the various recruitment booths. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a conspicuous signboard. Ingbu Entertainment. Ingbu Entertainment would even recruit here? I thought Du Ruffing would arrange for some powerful people to join directly on his own. Just as Sui stopped to watch, a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit came out from behind the Ingbu Entertainment booth, with a manager sign hanging on his chest. He glanced at the male lead, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yo, isn't this the owner of that small company? The manager said mockingly. What? You also want to come here to recruit? What decent agent can you attract with your company's little resources? Sui frowned and responded calmly. I don't seem to recognize you, do I? Who raised you as a dog? Do even dogs know how to surf the internet now? Negative emotions plus 100. The manager snorted and his tone became even more contemptuous. It's not certain who's the dog. A small Yat Sing Entertainment. I'm the manager of Ingbu Entertainment. You have to bow down to me, understand? Besides, with your crappy resources, you don't even have a decent artist and you still want to recruit? Don't disgrace yourselves here. Hurry back and don't waste everyone's time. The brain is a daily necessity. I hope you don't treat it as a decoration. Understand? Sui said without a trace of humor. Negative emotions plus 100. Everyone, come and take a look. This big boss is a marvelous person. A small company with no resources whatsoever, and still dares to come to the talent market to recruit? What a laugh. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Sui, the manager wanted to call out to the people around him to come and laugh at him together. Sui stopped, took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and turned around with a teasing smile on his face. With his hands in his pockets, he said slowly, Geez, manager, are you so loud that you're afraid people won't hear you? But then again, your voice is really quite suitable to go to our company as a shouting artist, guaranteeing that a single voice will be able to shout all the employees of the company next door over to work overtime, saving them from touching the fish every day. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, and the manager's face instantly turned ironic. He clenched his teeth and continued to taunt. Humph, your company doesn't even have a decent artist, and you still dare to talk big here? What a joke. Sui shrugged and said with a smile, Why do I remember? You guys seem to have thrown an olive branch to AI Xiaoxing at that time as well. Right, but she seemed to ignore you guys and entered my company instead. The manager choked on that for a moment, his face reddening. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing this, Sui continued to smile and said, Manager, you don't mind? I'm a person, right, just love to tell the truth. Forget that you love to listen to those flattering falsehoods. Negative emotions plus 100. The manager was so disliked by the male lead that he finally couldn't help but tear off the last of his disguise and directly cursed. What kind of a thing are you? The owner of a small Thai company. How dare you call me out here? I am the manager of Ingbu Entertainment. Believe it or not, I can make you unable to recruit with a single word, said the manager to the surrounding crowd. I'll see who dares to enter his company today. Whoever enters will be blacklisted by our Ingbu Entertainment. When the people around them heard this, they all began to accuse Sui. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Can a small company go away? Don't delay us from getting a job. That's right, still here unknowingly offending Ingbu Entertainment. Are you afraid of keeping your company open for too long? I don't climb or compare. I don't compare beasts. Beasts compare me to birth. Sui scolded everyone with an indifferent face. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all called out wonderfully when they heard Sui say this. Undifferentiated attack. A direct sentence to kill everyone, or else say it's Yat. After watching the live broadcast for so long, I feel like I could drown everyone with a mouthful of spit. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The manager was so enraged that he couldn't speak, and could only point his finger at Sui. What do you mean by pointing? Pointing to dad, how rude. No big no small. Sui looked at the manager with a funny look and said, this manager is also too much to stand up to say it. Ingbu Entertainment, how not to let a bit of eloquent talent recruiting. Really no fun. Negative emotions plus 100. Just then, a young boy suddenly stepped out of the crowd, around his mid-20s, wearing a simple casual outfit and holding a resume. He walked straight to Sui and said with a smile, this boss, I heard the conversation just now. I think you're very interesting and the company has a lot of potential. I wonder if you're still recruiting brokers. I'd like to give it a try. Sui froze for a moment. He just happened to want to recruit an agent, and here he is? Then he revealed a sincere smile. Oh, you're interested in our company? The boy nodded, his eyes firm. Yes, I think a boss who can maintain his humor and poise in such a situation must be a man of style. I believe that following you will definitely have a future. Sui smiled and patted the boy's shoulder. Good, have a vision. Our company is in need of a talent with guts and judgment like you. Come, let's find a quiet place to talk. When the manager saw the situation, he hurriedly shouted, if you go to a small company like theirs, why don't you come to us? Imbu Entertainment. The resources of our company are known to everyone present. Chapter 101. The boy stopped. The manager looked. There is a chance. So he quickly added, look, I just said, if you enter his company, we'll also be pulled into the blacklist by our Ingbu Entertainment. The future road cannot go. Why not come to our Ingbu Entertainment? How about it? Your parents sent you to school in order for you to study more. Don't pull the plug as soon as you break defense. Sui saw that the manager was still trying to snatch someone from him and directly exited. Negative emotions plus 100. People around them were also advising the boys. Young man, don't think about it. That's Imbu Entertainment. How many people dream of wanting to enter? That's right. Following the boss of a small company. What future can there be? The world really is a strange place. Even cows and horses try to taunt humans. Sui continued to fire. First blood. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Eat less salt, you guys, seeing as you're all pretty idle. Double kill. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Also, I'm not a straw boat. Don't send it my way, got it? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Triple kill. All the people were so disliked that they couldn't say a word, and they didn't dare to say anything, afraid of being blown to bits by the cannon. Seeing that no one was talking anymore, Sui said to the boys, let's go. Let's continue to find a quiet place to talk. Wait. At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly came. Sui thought that he was here to look for a scolding again, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw a resume handed to him. Hello, I would also like to join your company. For a new company, an agent may not be enough. I can also be an agent. Do you think it's okay? Sui looked at the girls, nodded and said, alright then, all of you come with me. I'll directly take you to the company first. The manager watched the departure of several people, his face pale. He did not get any benefits, and let him recruit people. Back at the office, Sui briefly told them about the company and then asked them to introduce themselves first. Let's start with your names. The boy spoke. My name is Bailey. The girl chimed in. My name is Wu Shi. Sui nodded and said, good. At the moment, if the company is only 2 artists, there is one, that is, Ai Xiaoxing, who is participating in the Voice of New Stars program. She doesn't need an agent for the time being, and there is another one is a new actor I recruited today, called Su Desire. Wu Shi, you will be her agent first, is that okay? Wu Shi nodded and said, okay, Mr. Su. Oh, right. Su Lust has a female number 1 audition tomorrow afternoon. You just happen to go with her. This key you take it, opposite that building. Su Lust lives next door to you, Sui said as he handed the key to Wu Shi. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Wu Shi looked at the key and froze at once. What is this? The company even packaged housing, and that building across the street is a rich family only live in the neighborhood. Alright, go ahead. I'll explain to Su Lust that you're her manager. I'll WeChat you later within the work. Sui waved his hand and said, negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui heard the increase in emotional value, he was still wondering how he suddenly added so much when he saw Wu Shi return to his senses, took the key, got up and bowed fiercely towards Sui, saying, thank you, Mr. Su. After saying that, she rushed off. Sui was confused by this whole thing and looked at Bailey and said, this, young people, kinda just have vigor. Sui, however, saw Bailey's eyes looking hotly at himself, and hurriedly wrapped up his clothes tightly and said, "I'm not high if you are, brother." The water friends in the live broadcast room were amused when they saw Sui wrapping up his clothes tightly. Laughing my ass off. Our brother Yet is not only a straight man, he's also a nephew man. Not a few high, please. Brother Yet shudders and hugs himself. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. No, brother, Mr. Su, then what do I do? What do I do? I have all the strength and means right now. Bailey laughed and scratched his head and said, at that time, he just thought that Sui was very humorous, and that he must not be so rigid at work, but he didn't think that he would even be assigned a house. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui let out a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his clothes, saying, for now, if you have no artist to take on for the time being, but the company doesn't have any male artists right now, so why don't you come with me for a piece of a male artist first? By the way, this is your key. Negative emotions plus 100. Bailey took the key and nodded his head repeatedly, saying, Mr. Su, you're practically my righteous father. Let's go. Let's go find the male artist now. The water friends in the live room all expressed understanding and great envy when they saw Bailey like this. My boss, please learn more from our brother Yat. Okay, if you do, I'll be happy to be a cow and horse every day. Do you understand what you're living in? Let me live. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui walked with Bailey on the way to interview male artists. The two chatted as they walked, the atmosphere relaxed and happy. Just as they passed a rehearsal room, they heard a heated argument coming from inside. Curious, Bailey pushed open the door and found 6 young men standing inside, all with stony faces and a tense atmosphere. One of the boys, who looked like the captain, was saying out loud, what the hell are you guys doing? You can't learn this and you can't learn that. Why did I ever team up with you guys in the first place? If this keeps up, we'll have to disband. The other boy lowered his head, his voice a little choked. But, we've been working hard too. I'm sorry, we're not trying to get off the back foot. Hearing this, Bailey's heart stirred and he said to Sui, boss, this can be find a regiment at once. As Sui nodded in agreement, Bailey walked forward and said with a smile, gentlemen, excuse me, I heard your conversation just now, and it seems that you've encountered some difficulties? I wonder if you're interested in having a chat. The 5 turned their heads in unison, and the captain looked Bailey and Sui up and down with a slight frown. And you are? Bailey smiled and said, I'm Bailey, the manager of Yat Star Entertainment, and this is our company's boss, Sui. Our company has just been established for a short while, but we're looking for artists with potential. I wonder if you guys are interested in joining us. The captain took the business card, glanced at it, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ishing Entertainment? Never heard of it. What resources does your company have? What support can it give us? Don't tell us that you're just a small company that was just established and doesn't even have a decent project. Chapter 102, Keep Your Dog Under Control. At that moment, a boy who looked like a vice team member tapped the captain's shoulder and said, hello, my name is Guyen. Our captain's name is Li Zi. He might not have been paying attention when he spoke. Sorry, Li Zi said disdainfully. What's there to say to this kind of small company? One look at them, they just don't have much resources. We might as well disband. Bailey still said with a smile on his face, why don't you all come with us to the company for a chat first? It just so happens that the company is nearby. Company. Li Zi looked around, clasped her hands on her chest, and said coldly, it's not that I'm saying, you don't even have a decent practice room in this company. What can we practice here? Don't delay us when the time comes. Sui smiled and responded unhurriedly, you're right, it's true that our company doesn't have a luxurious practice room. However, we have a particularly spacious dream practice room filled with the future and possibilities. Would you like to try it out? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi frowned, obviously not understanding what Sui was saying. What dream practice room? Are you kidding me? Sui shrugged his shoulders and said in a mysterious manner, oh, you don't know? It's the kind of practice room where you don't have to spend money on decoration, but it allows people to practice their real skills. Look, you practiced quite well with that disgusted face just now. Why don't you teach the other players? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face sank and his tone became even sharper. Boss, you don't even have a decent resource in this company. On what basis can you make us believe that you can bring us success? Sui was still smiling. His tone relaxed. That's not true. Although our company doesn't have the resources of a big company, we have superpowers. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi froze. Superpower? What superpower? Sui smiled and said, it's the ability to turn rottenness into magic. You see, that cold-faced captain, smacking teammates look you had just now. Once you wrap it up in our company, you can immediately turn into a high-cooled male god.
And your fans will surely scream and shout that brother Li Z is so handsome. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned blue at the words and said through clenched teeth, I think you just came here to humiliate us on purpose. You're the boss of a small company. How dare you talk to us like that? Let's go. Liz turned to leave, but saw that none of his teammates were moving. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. What's the point of continuing in this hole? Wasting time? Li Z said angrily. Guyan calmly said, Captain, we're about to disband now. If we don't find a company to sign us, we'll really have to disband. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Z glared at them and said, fine, then you guys can go into their company and I'll go. I'll see what you can do without me. You're all a bunch of losers. You guys probably don't know it yet, but Youngblood Entertainment has been looking for me for a long time now, so it's just as well that I can fly solo without having to bring you bunch of losers with me. After saying this, Li Z left, and Sui looked at Li Z walking away. A little strange. How everywhere is Ingbu Entertainment? This guy is with himself? Mr. Su, I'm sorry about our captain, but we do want to be in your company, Guyan said as he walked up to Sui. Sui came back to his senses and said, don't you guys regret it? Your captain has said that Youngblood Entertainment has approached him, and as you know, Youngblood Entertainment is much better than my small company. No regrets, the remaining 5 said in unison. Sui nodded. Good, then you'll be the captain from now on. Guyan, now introduce your troupe. Guyan nodded and said, our group is called Infinite Teenagers. I've just introduced them. This is our lead singer, Bai Yu. This is the dance stretcher, Ling Snapdragon. This is the rapper bearer, Mo Yen, and this is the smallest and all-round, Lu Ran, of our group. Okay, from now on Bai Li will be your manager. Since you are already a boy group, let's arrange some performances for you. Bai Li, you'll arrange it in a while, and then our company will cover the food and lodging. Take these 5 keys. That building across the street is where you live. Let Bai Li take you there. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The 5 people looked at the key in the building across the street, a little confused for a moment. He is not the owner of a small company. This company is not just established? How come it comes with a house delivery? Bailey looked at them and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Shocked. I just started to do the same thing. Let's go. Let's go. I'll take you there now. The water boys in the live stream saw the reaction of the boy band and exclaimed that they wanted it too. I really want this kind of treatment too. Should I say not to say? Yet this looking for a male group, broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs sha up. Calm down upstairs and don't drool on me. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this time, suddenly a person entered the company. Sui looked up and looked over. It was a boy, wearing a suit. From the temperament of his body could tell that he had received an aristocratic level of education. Hello, are you Sui, the boss of Yat Sing Entertainment? The visitor walked straight towards Sui, followed by Li Z who had just walked out. Yo, it seems that this is Li Z finding a backer to come over. Sui nodded and said, Captain Li Z. Oh no, now you're not a captain either. Is this finding your own master to settle the score with me? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The boy smiled and said, Sui, you've got it wrong. I'm the president of Ingbu Entertainment, Du Rufeng. This time I'm here to apologize to you for what happened before. I've just learned about Li Zi's matter. It's because he was a bit reckless. Sui looked at Du Rufeng. So this was the president of Ingbu Entertainment. Call me Mr. Su. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Rufeng was silent for a moment, and continued with a smile. Okay, Mr. Su, what about this card? There is 10 million. It's considered my compensation and apology to you. And in the future, we will maintain the principle of win-win cooperation. What do you think? $10 million Sui results in the card, smiled and said, then I'll pretend that nothing happened before. You can go. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Rufeng watched as Sui quickly took the card, and a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. Mr. Su, what about this time? There's still something I want to discuss with you. Sui heard this, probably understand is to come to rob people with their own, said faintly, sorry, not high if you quickly go. What? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Z couldn't help it and shouted, Surname Su, don't be ungrateful. This is General Manager Du of Ingbu Entertainment. Having something to discuss with you about cooperation is already giving you face. Sui laughed coldly. Where is the dog barking from? Du always. Right. Control your dog. Chapter 103. Li Zi's face was a little green with anger. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, what are you so proud of? This is Mr. Du of Ingbu Entertainment. Do you not want to open a company and think your company is too long in the tooth? Don't you?
Li Zi cursed in a broken voice. When Sui heard this, not only did he not get angry, but instead he laughed. Li Zi, you learned this emotion management from roller coasters, right? You don't even wear a seatbelt when you're on a roller coaster. When you just entered the door, you were as obedient as a dog behind Mr. Do. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was disliked, and before she could react, Sui turned his head to look at Du Ruffing again and said, Mr. Du, you're leading this team quite interestingly. Li Zi's temper is even more difficult to control than Ingbu Entertainment's stock price. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing still kept his smile and said, some fans like this kind of tantrum. Why not consider it another way to open up the entertainment industry? Sui is a bit speechless. Who has nothing to like this kind of violent temper? Masochist? McDonald's? Sui looked at Du Ruffing with a wry smile and said, Mr. Du, you're so good at dumping pots and pans. You've dumped them on your fans. It's a real shame that you're not going to be a cook. Negative emotions plus 100. And if you really can't control your dog, go find a dog trainer and train it, lest you bite people when you see them outside. Sui continued to fire away. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned red with anger as she pointed at Sui's nose and scolded. Don't you dare to be conspiratorial here. Let me tell you, Sui, don't think that you can cover the sky with one hand in the circle. Can you, a tiny boss of Yat Sing Entertainment, compare to us, Ingbu Entertainment? You can't even compare to a finger of some Mr. Do. Sui shrugged his shoulders, still not panicking, and calmly said, covering the sky with one hand? I don't have that kind of ability. At most, I'm just helping you cover up the ugliness. However, Li Zi, your temper is really becoming more and more like a firecracker, blowing up at the slightest point. Do you want me to find you a psychiatrist? Your flammable and explosive constitution needs to be cured quickly. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were making fun of Li Zi when they saw this. Your husbands? Your husbands, come and get them together. Who the hell is liking being a McDonald's? Who wants to be yelled at by Liz? And who dares to like it? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face turned blue with anger and cursed. I think you're the one who needs to see a doctor. What are you so proud of? Our general manager Du personally came to apologize to you. And you still don't know what's good for you. The president of Ingbu Entertainment coming to apologize to you. Telling it is enough for you to brag for the rest of your life. Stinking mud crisps dipped in a bit of seawater. And you really think of yourself as seafood? Sui said without a trace of anger. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was so infuriated that she couldn't say a word, and could only stare dryly at Sui. As if he had thought of something, Sui looked at Li Zi with another smile and asked, do you know what you are? Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Li Zi looked at Sui warily. The experience he just had and his intuition told him that what Sui was going to say next was definitely not something good. Sui snorted and said, you're a salted fish, sour and vegetables have excess. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was so angry that he shouted, what do you have to shout about? Do you know what Yat Sing Entertainment looks like in front of Ingbu Entertainment now? A dog that doesn't have any skills but is still arrogant, waiting to be hit by Ingbu Entertainment in the back and then will honestly wag its tail and beg. Hearing this, Sui ignored Li Zi and looked at Du Ruffing coldly, saying, is this your attitude of apologizing from Ingbu Entertainment? If that's the case, then I don't accept it. If you don't have the strength, don't go and learn how to raise pets like Erlangshen. People have heavenly eyes. What do you have? You have two eyebrows laying eggs. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Du Ruffing. Alright, stop arguing and hurry up to apologize to General Manager Su. Don't let my Ingbu Entertainment be looked down upon. Du Ruffing shouted angrily. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi heard Du Ruffing's words, she could only lower her head in exasperation and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Sui didn't even look at Li Zi and said to Du Ruffing, I kind of didn't hear it yet. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi heard this, she immediately raised her head again and waited for Sui. Sui, don't you give an inch, Sui said with a disinterested expression. Mr. Du, is this how your company apologizes? Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing still maintained a gentlemanly appearance, glanced at Li Zi, then smiled and said to Sui, Mr. Su, what about this matter? It's our fault. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Li Zi. The newcomer doesn't know any better. Sui said disdainfully, a newcomer? You've established a boy group and have been the captain. How can you still be a newcomer? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing face smile a stiff? This Sui, not simple nah, a little difficult to deal with, not the slightest bit of face to their own. Really think that they have China Resources Entertainment behind them, can be lawless in the entertainment industry? Mr. Su, are you taking advantage of the fact that you have CR Entertainment, so you don't have to fear anyone? I think you should have also heard of us, Imbu Entertainment. It's not good for all of us if we play hardball, don't you think so? Du Ruffing resumed his smile and continued. After the water friends in the live broadcast room heard what Du Ruffing said, they all said that this person was not simple. Is this the president of Imbu Entertainment? With these words and this aura, how can you tell that he's forcing Brother Yat to do it? The meaning in that statement gave me goosebumps. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Ruffing. This guy is still a smiling tiger. It is really not simple to be able to bring a company out of thin air and burst into flames. It seems that he has to go to find Huang Lu as early as possible to find out more about it. Thinking this way, Sui still said in a bad mood, I don't understand the dog language. If you want to apologize, take something real. Don't organize these things. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing suddenly felt that there was no way he could communicate with Sui, put away the smile on his face, looked at Sui coldly, and said, it seems that Mr. Su doesn't want to accept our apology today. There's an old saying, negative emotions plus 100. What? Du Ruffing was a little confused by Sui's sudden jump and thinking, money makes the world go round. So what problem can't be solved by money? Chapter 104 Collapse. Du Ruffing's face was a bit twitchy as he looked at Sui. Damn it, he actually felt that he had a point. And Li Zi also looked at Sui with a look of disgust. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. Sui simply stretched out his hand directly in front of Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui, are you falling for money? I just gave you $10 million. Li Zi said as she looked at Sui with disdain. I'm talking to your master. Don't interrupt. Sui didn't share a single glance with Li Zi. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing smiled and took out another card from his pocket, handing it to Sui, saying, in this card, there is still $10 million. Now can Mr. Su accept our apology? Sui took the card and said to Du Ruffing with a smile, wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? Alright, the apology is accepted. There's nothing to do, so hurry up and go. What about my visit this time? By the way, I also have something I want to discuss with you. Du Ruffing didn't go away, still maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. He said. Sui looked at Du Ruffing, and then looked at Li Zi. Probably understood. Said Li Zi how to follow Du Ruffing come together. Dare to want to own infinite teenagers, those 5 people to the Ingbu Entertainment. We don't cooperate with others. I don't want our company's progress to be dragged behind. Sui waved his hand and refused. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing laughed back in anger and said, Mr. Su, do you have any misunderstandings about our Ingbu Entertainment? Don't take advantage of the fact that you have a problem in your head and do whatever you want, okay? Isn't it an obvious problem? I can tell by the people you recruit. Just can't work with your company. I'm bloodthirsty. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room all agreed when they heard Sui's words. It's hard to imagine. If a person like Li Zi is packaged by Imbu Entertainment, he must have to be liked by a lot of people. It's not possible that all of Imbu Entertainment's artists are packaged, right? Didn't Imbu Entertainment explode in the first place because of the appearance of many different types of EGO, and a clear-eyed person can see that they are all packaged? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. With a hint of confidence, Du Ruffing smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Su is also a smart person, and I think he knows that I want you to let infinite teenager to me, and as a reward, I will give you another $50 million. How about it? Do you really want to be a dog? Mr. Du, can't even understand human language? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi glared at Sui and said, Mr. Du has opened his mouth. Why don't you let go? Is Yat Sing Entertainment that overbearing? You don't understand the future of boy bands at all. Sui smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, Li Zi, you want to sign Youngblood Entertainment so badly, just go on your own. Didn't you just say that they can't do it without you? How come now? You can't leave them? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi's face changed, a little vain, and said, don't change the subject. I'm doing it for the sake of the team. Ingbu Entertainment's resources are much better than yours. Sui raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, oh, resources are much stronger? Then why don't you ask the male group members if they want to rely on resources or strength to stand firm? Is it hard to believe that it's because they have strength but you don't? Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was momentarily speechless, and said in a somewhat impatient tone, you are treating a gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Sui looked at Li Zi disdainfully and said,
Li Zi, you're the former captain of the boy group. I do respect your past contributions, but now they are already artists of Yixing Entertainment. So if you think that Yimbu Entertainment is more suitable for you, then you can go by yourself. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was a bit agitated and pointed her finger at the male lead. Don't think you're great just because you're the boss of Yixing Entertainment. Mr. Du has personally asked for it, and you're still not giving face? You're holding back the male group's future. Sui didn't pay any more attention to Li Zi, but looked at Du Ruffing with a smile and said, Mr. Du, where did you find the spokesperson from? The eloquence is good. It's the emotion management that's almost good. Do you want me to recommend a psychiatrist to him? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing smiled faintly and said in a light tone, Li Yuji is just concerned about the team. So don't get me wrong. I also just want to give Infinite Junior a better future. Oh, you can give the future? By packaging other artists the same way you packaged Li Zi? Sui hit the nail on the head when he pointed out Youngblood Entertainment's mind games. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing put away his smile and said with a bit of indifference, so it seems that you are planning to refuse to let them enter Ingbu Entertainment? Sui just opened a company, all have a hot-blooded heart, I understand. I will let you understand the gap between Yixing Entertainment and Ingbu Entertainment. Sui said disdainfully, talking so much, is that more tons than others? Negative emotions plus 100. The iron in your body has impurities, you know? Negative emotions plus 100. What do you mean? Du Ruffing expressed his confusion. Hadn't he just been speaking harsh words? How did it suddenly involve my body? Still have to practice. Jailbait. Sui gave Du Ruffing a blank look and said, Negative emotions plus 100. Either way, I ride faster than you. And you know why? Why? Because you walk, can't, jailbait, go back, learn more. Sui waved his hand and said, Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room clapped their hands when they saw Sui disliking Du Ruffing. It's still yet. See, that's strength. This Du Ruffing is estimated to be dumbfounded, and it looks like someone who has not gone through the poisonous beatings of society. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing smiled faintly, his tone somewhat meaningful. Mr. Su, this sea of the entertainment industry has a lot of wind and waves. Sometimes, the boat is too small to withstand the big storms and waves. Don't you think so? Sui laughed and said, You're right, the wind and waves are indeed not small. Haven't we encountered a brainless wind and waves now? Whoops, no. The wind wave originally had no brain. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing tried to calm down. He had a premonition that if he continued to stay, he would be pissed off by Sui. I'm going to leave the words right here. So take care of yourself, and I hope you'll let me play a little longer and not go out of business in a few days. Chapter 105, Pretending Like the Wind. After Du Ruffing finished speaking, he took Li Zi and left. The water friends in the live broadcast room started cricketing when they saw Du Ruffing and Li Zi leave. See that look on Li Zi's face? Still unconvinced, unable to speak the words he dislikes. Why do you feel as if you're a rat running away? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes at their backs, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Huang Lu. It didn't take long for Huang Lu to arrive at Sui's company. Brother Sui, did something happen? Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at the windy and hurried Huang Lu, afraid that this girl would do something. He quickly said, There's nothing wrong, sister, just want to catch up with you. After all, it's not easy for us to recognize each other. Guild value plus 100. Brother Sui, did something happen? Did they talk about you? No, how does something happen is what happens. Isn't this girl a little too stressed about her own affairs? No, sister, calm down. I just have something I want to ask you. Sui hastily waved his hand and said, Okay, brother Sui, I will definitely tell you whatever you want to ask. Huang Lu said with a sigh of relief. That is, on your side of Mordor, is there one named Du Ruffing that you recognize? Sui asked the question he had buried in his heart. Negative emotions plus 100. I know him, he should be considered my cousin. What's wrong? Did he give brother Sui a hard time? I'll go find someone to beat him to death. Huang Lu angrily took out her cell phone, ready to find someone to beat Du Ruffing up. Sui looked at Huang Lu's movements and hurriedly stopped them, saying, Sis, you calm down a bit. I just want to know who he is. It's a law and order society now. Let's not move and fight. If it was someone else, it might have been really just talk. But if it was Huang Lu, Sui didn't doubt for a second that she really would. Negative emotions plus 100. But I remember that he opened a Ingbu Entertainment. Brother Sui, didn't you recently open a new Yixing Entertainment? What if he trips you up? Might as well settle him earlier. Sister, listen to me.
I just want to find out what kind of person he is, nothing else, Sui said in a hurry. Negative emotions plus 100. Well, Du Ruffing has a very deep mind. I don't like him very much. It feels like he talks with calculations. Huang Lu frowned and said, able to tell that she really didn't like Du Ruffing. It's like this. Ingbu Entertainment was able to appear out of nowhere and suddenly burst into flames. It could definitely show that this Du Ruffing was still a bit strong. Even if Huang Lu was able to deal with Du Ruffing, she couldn't act rashly. After all, in the entertainment industry, the voice of the masses is very important, and now Ingbu Entertainment is among the masses. The reputation is extremely good. Can only first see if you can find a way to bring Ingbu Entertainment down, and then find him to his company. Thinking so, Sui revealed an evil zhang evil smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother Sui, what's wrong with you? He sure did do something to you, didn't he? Huang Lu said with great concern when she saw Sui suddenly reveal an evil smile. Sui came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, it's fine, sister let's go to this restaurant. Let's eat and talk. Kuyangshuan. Sui sat in the box. The table was full of delicacies. Sui took a big bite. He had been busy with the company, but he was starving. Huang Lu, on the other hand, looked at Sui with affection. Right, sister, do you know about Du Ruffing his company? Sui asked while eating with his head down. I don't know much about it, but I can call out to someone to look into it, and as soon as I get the results, I'll let my brother know. At that moment, Sui's phone suddenly rang, and it was Bailey calling. Mr. Su, someone is trying to pry the corner. What's the situation? Who's trying to pry? The other party claimed to be the president of Ingbu Entertainment, surnamed Du. I don't know where he got the infinite teenager's phone number from, and gave each of them a call, which probably meant that they would let them jump ship and go to Ingbu Entertainment, and that the breach of contract would be paid for them. And the rest of the story said that they would let them go to the Kuyangshuan to have a meal and have a face-to-face meeting. Kuyangshuan? Isn't this the place? You couldn't pry the corner openly, but now you want to dig behind the wall? Sui said in a cold voice. Alright, you bring them over. It just so happens that I'm here. Sui hung up the phone after telling Bai Li the box number, looked at Huang Lu and said, sister, can you help me go to China Resources Entertainment to find their president, Su Xin, to come over? Just say that I have something to find her. Huang Lu nodded and said, okay, brother. After Bailey came with the infinite teenagers. Fine, just wait here for Du Ruffing to come, Sui said with a cold face. Boss, don't worry, we definitely won't go to Ingbu Entertainment. At that moment, the door to the box opened and the people who came in were none other than Du Ruffing and Li Zi. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. As soon as Li Zi saw Sui, she exclaimed, Sui, why are you here? Sui didn't even look at Li Zi and said, did you grow your brain to make up for your height? Speaking of which, Gu Yan, why did you guys pick him as captain before, seeing as he has 178 in strength and 178 in face value? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Gu Yan spoke faintly. Boss, Brother Li has taken care of us before. A word also, defaulting to Li Zi's 178. Sui laughed and added, alas, at such a young age, you know how to scare people with your face. Negative emotions plus 100. Li Zi was furious, pointing at Sui and said scolding, you don't understand at all. We want to discuss things. Did we ask you to come? Didn't I say not to tell Sui? How do you work as an agent? Bailey said with a speechless face. I'm not your manager, and my boss isn't you. Do you really think you're an onion? Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Du, don't you want to explain? Sui looked at Du Ruffing coldly and said, negative emotions plus 100. Let me get this straight. Our company is able to have better resources as well as make them top streamers. These are things that you, a small Yat Sing Entertainment, can't do. If you want artists, I can give you our company's other male artists. But infinite teenagers, they have infinite possibilities. They can't be buried in your company. Although Du Ruffing was answering Sui's question, he was speaking while looking at Infinite Jr. Yo, what brand of plastic bag are you? It can hold so much? Chapter 106. Sui said to Du Ruffing with a smile. Negative emotions plus 100. Besides, who wants your company's artists? They're all vases with no power. Just like Li Zi. Is Youngblood Entertainment going out of business? Now you have to rely on trolling to recruit artists too? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing now no longer had the gentlemanly look he had before, and said with a cold face, if your own company doesn't have the strength, do you have to let me pick a fight? What can you give them? The company doesn't even have a decent practice room. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When the infinite teenagers heard this, they instantly thought of the shock they felt when they first entered the room given by Sui. which had a practice room, a recording studio, and was exceptionally soundproofed so that they wouldn't be disturbed at all. Sui didn't get angry and said lightly, "You know what? When you left earlier, I met the goddess and he said 4 words to me." Hearing this, Li Zi laughed disdainfully. "Ha ha ha ha, you still met a god? I think you were struck by Ingbu entertainment and then turned into a little cutie." "Right, people and dogs have different paths." Sui's mouth slowly spat out 4 words. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Looking at the petrified Li Zi, Bailey couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. It's still the boss. The slightest mistake will be disliked. Fortunately I'm on the side with the boss. Worship value plus 100. Listening to this sudden admirer, Sui was dumbfounded. No, what's with this worship value? Turning his head, he saw Bailey looking at himself with a starry-eyed expression. It's too scary. These eyes, I have to protect myself. Sui silently wrapped his clothes tightly. The water friends in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they saw Sui's behavior. Ha 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 ha. Yat silently wraps himself up once more. Hello, I'm a boy. What's your age? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing laughed coldly. Sui, do you really think that you can be lawless just because you have China Resources Entertainment backing you up? It's too arrogant. How dare the owner of a small company look down on us? Ingbu Entertainment? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm simply too lazy to bother with you know what? You want to secretly dig in and warp my family's artists, and you want me to bow down to you? If you want to see me bow down, you'll have to kneel down for me first. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing clenched his hands into fists and tried to maintain his gentle elegance as he said, something that can't be on the stage. Your gaze can only go so far. Keeping on fighting against us won't do you any good at all. Do I have to give up my family's promising artists to you and then you throw those vases at me? Even if it's a favor? I'm dense and phobic. I can't get close to people with a lot of hard eyes, so just stay away from me, Sui said with disgust. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing Du Ruffing's hands clenched in anger and the veins emerging on his forehead, Li Zi hurriedly said, Mr. Du, don't be general with this villain. Aren't we here to sign Unlimited Junior? Touchy-feely, you two take up 2 words. Sui looked at Li Zi and Du Ruffing indifferently and said, Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing finally dropped his gentle demeanor and pointed at Sui's nose and cursed, Who the hell are you? I'm from Mordor, so what if you have CR Entertainment backing you up? I can also directly bankrupt CR Entertainment. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to see eye to eye with you mortals, you would have died long ago, do you understand? As soon as the water friends in the live broadcast room heard Du Ruffing's words, they all sat up. Is this Du Ruffing's head from the moon? It's full of pits. You really think he's being spoiled by all of them? Just like a cyber guy. He's like a cyber god. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. What are you doing? At this time, the compartments suddenly opened, and 2 angry female voices came out. Sui smiled slightly. Here it comes, just in time. Du Ruffing impatiently turned around, just wanting to see which one of the ungrateful ones it was. What he saw at a glance was Su Xin, the president of CR Entertainment, and his nominal cousin, Huang Lu. Negative emotions plus 100. When Li Zi saw Du Ruffing's sudden aura prize down, she was a bit strange and said in a bad mood, Who is it? Can't you see that we are talking about things? A little bit of brain no still trespassing. Oh, negative emotions plus 100. Before Li Zi finished his words, Du Ruffing covered his mouth. Living ancestor you cannot speak. This is my cousin Her strength can be too much greater than his own Brother Sui, are you alright? Did Du Ruffing bully you? I just heard something about dying or something. Did he try to kill you? I'll kill him first. Huang Lu hurriedly ran to Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Du Ruffing instantly felt his neck go cold. If he really let this cousin of his make a move, he was afraid that he would really have to lose his life. Sui was startled and quickly pacified. Sister, let's not fight and kill. This is a society of law and order. We have to speak the law. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Sui with a grateful face. His heart was in tears. In the future, he will never target Sui again. Thank me Mr. Su for saving my life. When Su Xin saw this scene, she was a bit puzzled in her heart. Did Xiaoyi have an ambiguous object? Are you alright? As soon as I heard you were looking for me, I rushed over. Sui smiled and said, Auntie Su, I'm fine. It's just that Mr. Du has been trying to buck me all along, so I wanted to ask you, is Youngblood Entertainment going out of business? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Huang Lu glared at Du Ruffing. This guy, he really made things difficult for Brother Sui. When Su Xin heard this, She coldly looked at Du Ruffing and said, Mr. Du, is this your Ingbu Entertainment's tactics? I remember I've already given you guys face, right? Negative emotions plus 100. Facing Su Xian's words, Du Ruffing could be unafraid, but Huang Lu kept glaring at herself. God damn it, didn't he say that this Sui didn't have anything to do with him? How could he be related to his cousin? Could it be that the brother that my cousin said she found earlier is Sui? Mr. Su, this matter is indeed our fault as well. We will compensate Mr. Su accordingly. Du Ruffing forced himself to be calm and said, Is that so? I just heard you say that you want brother Sui to die. Chapter 107, Cousin. Huang Lu looked at Du Ruffing with a smirk. Negative emotions plus 100. Not good. Feeling to pill. Du Ruffing tried to control his emotions and calmly said, Cousin, you can't favor outsiders, can you? Although grandparents and they love you, they also love me. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian was a bit shocked as she looked at Huang Lu and Sui. This little girl was actually the big miss of Magic City, and was actually falling back on Xiaoyi? Thinking of this, Su Xian felt a tinge of guilt. She hadn't given Xiaoyi any help, and now that Xiaoyi knew the big lady of Mordor, she probably didn't need her help anymore. Guilt value plus 100. Bai Li also looked at his boss with a shocked face. The boss actually knew the cousin of the president of Ingbu Entertainment, and that cousin seems to be siding with the boss at the moment. Worship value plus 100. Gu Yan saw this situation. His face didn't float too much, but inwardly he was incomparably shocked. From the fact that the boss had given everyone a room for no one, he knew that the boss must have some background on him, but he didn't expect that the boss would have a relationship with the Magic City side. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Listening to the sudden worship value, Sui hurriedly turned back to look. Sure enough, saw the eyes of the fiery Bai Li, and silently wrapped tight clothes, and then saw the sight of the infinite teenagers all staring with fiery eyes to see themselves, even more afraid. No, I really can't. I don't want this. What worship value? It's a bit too scary. The water friends in the live broadcast room made fun of Bailey when they saw the look in his eyes with Infinite Teen and Sui's actions. Now it's not just Bailey who wants to go higher. Why does it feel like everyone from Infinite Teen wants to go higher with Brother E? Brother Yet is really still too well-rounded for both men and women. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu had a murderous aura in her eyes as she coldly looked at Du Ruffing and said, You just said that you want Brother Sui to die, so you're trying to go against me. Negative emotions plus 100. There was a hint of coldness in Du Ruffing's eyes as he smiled and said, For the sake of an outsider, are you sure you want to go against me? It doesn't seem to be doing you any favors, and I don't think Grandma and Grandpa would want to see us go against each other like this. Cousin, you say, right? Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui heard this, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Du Ruffing to even be afraid of Huang Lu. It seems that Du Ruffing is also very favored in Magic City. Huang Lu frowned and looked at Du Ruffing coldly, saying, You're threatening me? Brother Sui is also my relative. You are targeting me by targeting him. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing seems to have calmed down, no longer afraid of Huang Lu. After all, he is also considered the young master of Magic City. Thinking this way, Du Ruffing's tone began to become relaxed and comfortable, restoring his previous gentle elegance. Cousin, even if I did target Sui, so what? Negative emotions plus 100. The water friends in the live broadcast room were infuriated when they heard Du Ruffing say this, and they all started attacking Du Ruffing's mouth. Who was the one who was scared to death and covered Li Zi's mouth? It's loaded again. Brother, we'll be honest when we, Brother Yat, tell you about breaking the defense later. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui saw Du Ruffing's bullying face and understood that he couldn't be too hasty. He said, It's okay, sister. I'm used to being bullied, and you know it. I even protected you when I was a kid, even though I accidentally lost you at the back. But it's okay, now that I've found you. And when I'm working hard at trying hard, I'll be able to continue to protect you. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Sui with some surprise, trying to maintain his image and not letting his facial expression crumble away. Is the current Sui of the 82 years of green tea the same person as the previous Sui whose exit was a fine product? A second personality has appeared, right? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian heard Sui said his childhood experience. Some guilty look at Sui. He has never been to understand Sui's childhood. Did not expect him to have suffered so much. Their aunt really is not a little help, but also let Sui suffered so much. Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu was also very guilty after hearing Sui's words. It was not easy for her to recognize her brother Sui. She had been enjoying a rich life, but she still let her brother Sui suffer all the time. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian looked at Sui with firm eyes as if she had made up her mind and said, Xiao Yi, Auntie Su is on your side. I'll fight with you against Youngblood Entertainment. In the future, tell me if you have any difficulties. I'll try my hardest to help you smooth things out. Don't suffer on your own anymore, okay? Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard this, he frowned and said to Su Xian, Mr. Su, are you sure you want to help him? I don't know what magic he has that can make you all turn toward him. Su Xian turned around and looked at Du Ruffing indifferently, saying, Mr. Du, don't think that I don't know about those despicable tricks of your company. Moreover, it was you who first targeted and threatened Xiaoyi in the first place. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing's face was a bit ugly as he looked at the innocent-looking Sui and frowned. He really didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup the Sui had given them. Mr. Su, we've maintained the principle of win-win cooperation for so many years. Are you going to tear your face off with me just for a small yet sing entertainment? Also, Mr. Su, haven't you forgotten that your company still has a lot of cooperation with our company? If you just tear your face off, China Resources Entertainment might have to face huge losses. Mr. Su, you have to think clearly. Du Ruffing looked at Su Xian with a smile and said, Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian's face was a bit ugly. She did have a lot of cooperation with Imbu Entertainment. If she really tore her face off, CR Entertainment would indeed lose a lot of money. But, for Xiaoyi, Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, So what, my CR Entertainment? I'm going to hand it over to Xiaoyi in the future. Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard this, he finally couldn't tense his facial expression and looked at Sui and Su Xian with a surprised expression. Su Xian, do you know what you're saying? You're going to give CR Entertainment to him? He's just a brat with no background and no future. You're killing the future of CR Entertainment. Chapter 108. Du Ruffing never thought that Su Xian would hand over the CR Entertainment that she had worked so hard to bring to life to a stranger just like that, or a person with no background and no future. When Sui heard Su Xian's words, he was also shocked. No, what's wrong with you two? Li Wen wanted to hand over the Fortune Group to him, and now Su Xian wants to hand over China Resources Entertainment to him? I'm a little scared. I'm a bit scared. I still want to see their efforts to eat it. Du Ruffing once again broke his defenses and abandoned his image, shouting, What kind of compulsion did this Sui put on you guys? How dare you want to tear your face off from me for him, and give CR Entertainment to him? Negative emotions plus 100. Huang Lu said somewhat angrily, Du Ruffing, do you know that you are very vocal? Negative emotions plus 100. Yo, the little girl even dislikes people too? Sui also smiled at Du Ruffing and said, That's right, Mr. Du, you're a bit talkative, huh? Sometimes look for your own problems more often. Don't always think that it's me who has put down some kind of bewitching soup, some kind of compulsion. It's a new China now. We have to believe in science. Don't believe in these crooked ways. Mr. Du, you're also an adult. You're almost 3 years old. How can you still be superstitious? Negative emotions plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Hearing the sudden worship value again, Sui realized that it must be that Bailey guy again, so Sui wrapped himself even tighter. When Bailey heard Sui's words, he also immediately worshipped. The boss is so handsome, so good at disliking. Obviously he can eat soft rice, but he still has to use his own efforts to prove himself, and his emotions are so stable. He wants to talk about it. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. And hearing this in Huang Lu and Su Xian's ears, Sui was a very poor child. Even though he was being scolded and threatened by Du Ruffing all the time, Sui was just kindly persuading Du Ruffing to trust science more. Du Ruffing's face was already red with anger. Pointing at Sui, he cursed, What are you pretending here? Who knows what tricks you've used, even if they are all on your side. So what? I'm also the young master of Magic City. What can they do to me? You'll still have to be obediently stepped on by me? At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were immediately unhappy when they heard Du Ruffing talk like this. This Du Ruffing? What do you mean? It's obvious that our brother Yat is the one with the charisma, okay? There is no image of a pig, but there is the temperament of a pig. Brother Yat is a green tea from 1982. Can you compare to you? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At this moment, Su Xian and Huan Lu immediately couldn't sit still when they saw Du Ruffing pointing and cursing at Sui's nose. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing. Du Ruffing was startled by the sudden unison of the two. Su Xian cold face, frowned, said, Du Ruffing, I see that you are the president of Ingbu Entertainment. Respectfully address you as Mr. Du. But now what you have done makes me feel that your title of the president of Ingbu Entertainment doesn't really fit you, and I don't need to give you the so-called honorary title any longer. And in the future, we, CR Entertainment will be breaking off our cooperation with Ingbu Entertainment. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Su Xin with an incredulous expression and said, "You're just going to cut off your cooperation with us? Do you know how much damage this will cause?" Su Xin looked at Du Ruffing with a look of disgust and said, "Do I still need you to tell me? Xiao Yi is right. You are indeed dense with words." Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was still about to say something when Huang Lu interrupted. Du Ruffing, if it wasn't for Brother Su Yi's face, I would have killed you right now. You know. Negative emotions plus 100. When Du Ruffing heard Huang Lu's words, he got goosebumps. He knows how powerful this cousin of his is. If she really wants to kill, then she will definitely kill herself. But then Du Ruffing thought to himself, he is also the young master of Magic City. So what are you afraid of? You killed me? Cousin, have you ever thought that if you really killed me, how are you going to tell your grandparents and the others that you killed your cousin for a guy? Come to your senses. I'm just targeting Sui. What can you do? Looking at Du Ruffing's crazy death act in front of her, Huang Lu took out her knife and approached Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The people present saw Huang Lu took out the knife have been shocked. This Magic City to the Missy. How to move real ah. As soon as Sui saw that something bad was happening, he immediately pulled Huang Lu and said with a smile, Sister, calm down. I just told you, it's a legal society now, right? Surprisingly, it's a legalized society, so we can't just fight and kill without moving. We have to be lawful and reasonable in everything we do," said Sui hurriedly took away the knife in Huang Lu's hand. "My ancestors you do not want to harm me a society based on the rule of law. Are people in the Magic City so simple and brutal?" Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian as soon as he saw Huang Lu took out the knife, also immediately panicked. How this little girl so raw shall we can grasp it? Thinking so, Su Xian nodded as she looked again at the knife Sui had just taken away from her hand. Aha! It seems to be grasping. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was also startled, and when he saw Sui take away the knife, a trace of gratitude actually rose in his heart. Then Brother Sui, what do you think we should do? Huang Lu's face eased a bit as she looked at Sui seriously and said, or else, just give me all of his company's promising artists. After all, he's always wanted to buck me and dig up my artists. Sui thought about it and said, after all, it seems that Du Ruffing has some status in Magic City now, so he can't be broken at once. Negative emotions plus 100. No way. Imbu Entertainment is my heart and soul. I've been operating it painstakingly for the past few years. It's not easy to have decent entertainers. I can't just give it to you. When Du Ruffing heard this, he immediately exploded. This person even wanted his company's artists. When Sui heard this, he smiled and said, Mr. Du is also aware that most of his company are vases? I thought that Mr. Du didn't know that. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was exasperated by what Sui said for a moment, and could only stare dryly at Sui. Huang Lu looked at Du Ruffing indifferently and said, that's it. Give all your company's promising artists to Brother Sui. Du Ruffing's face became more and more ugly as he shouted, Huang Lu, do you really think I will listen to you? I won't give it to the artists. I will tell my grandparents about this matter and see who they favor more. Also, Sui, I will make you regret what you did today. Chapter 109 Art. After saying this, Du Ruffing took Li Zi and left, and at this point in the live broadcast, the water users had been shocked by one serialized drama after another. What's going on? I just went to the restroom and the president of CR Entertainment is about to become brother yet? What is this? That's strength. Jailbirds, let's welcome the king of CR Entertainment and Yatsing Entertainment, Sui Yat. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Ruffing's back, wondering how he should deal with Imbu Entertainment in the future. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother Sui, I'm sorry, I didn't even help you. Huang Lu looked at Sui with a guilty face and said. Sui touched Huang Lu's head and said, it's alright, sister, you've done a good job. Thank you. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian looked at Sui just touching Huang Lu's head. Inwardly she was surprised beyond words. No, this big Miss Magic City just let you touch her head? Sui looked at Su Xian and said, Auntie Su, thank you for today as well, or else I don't know how much I'll be bullied by Du Ruffing. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Xian smiled gently and said to Sui, it's alright, Xiao Yi, these are what Auntie should do. In the future if there's anything don't carry it on your own anymore. Make sure you tell me, okay? Sui nodded vigorously. The next day, Sui opened the live broadcast as usual. Brothers, today I'm going to start my life as a cowhorse again. I'm going to check out the place where Su Desire is going to try out for the theater. Maybe I'll be able to dig up some treasure. When the water friends in the live broadcast room heard Sui say this,
They all said that they were connoted and hated it. Brother Yat, do you still want to call this a cow and horse life? You've got CR Entertainment on your shoulders. Is this the world of the rich? It's true that we're still not rich enough. Brother Yat doesn't want Versailles anymore. You bastard. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui pushed open the door of the audition room, just in time to hear a pop sound. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps and looked in through the half-open doorway. A tall girl was covering her face, her long hair strewn messily over her shoulders, her eyes red but stubbornly biting her lip. Sui was a bit puzzled. Isn't this Su Lust? Where did Wuxi go? Shouldn't the agent be accompanying her? Who do you think you are? Director Wang Mingde sat in his chair with his legs crossed, playing with a fountain pen in his hand. For an 18-line small artist like you, it's already a great gift to be able to give you the chance to audition. The girl raised her head, revealing a delicate but pale face. Lin Shin recognized that this was Su Desire, a newcomer who had recently appeared in a few web series. Director Wang, I really don't understand what you mean. Su Lust's voice shook a little. I just want to audition properly. What's the point of pretending to be noble? Wang Mingde suddenly stood up and grabbed Su Lust's wrist, hanging out in this circle. You don't even know this rule? His other hand had already touched Su Lust's waist. When the water friends in the live room saw this, they all started to eat their melon. Is this going to be a subterfuge? But this director looks so familiar? Upstairs, this man is the famous director of Inbu Entertainment. So many plays are made read by him. I didn't realize he was like this in private and engaged in subterfuge. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. How dare this person bully his company's artist? He even wanted to engage in subterfuge? No, this can't be tolerated. Sui pushed open the door and took a big step in. Director Wang, excuse me. Sui's voice was calm. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde impatiently turned his head and obviously froze for a moment when he saw Sui. Sui was dressed casually today. A white shirt with jeans, looking like a freshly graduated college student. Who are you? Wang Mingde let go of Su Desire and looked Sui up and down. Sui from Yixing Entertainment. Sui walked over to Su Lust and held her back without a trace. I happened to be passing by, and I heard that director Wang was casting, and it just so happened that the audition was for an artist from our company. So I came over to take a look. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde snorted and said, Yat Sing Entertainment? Is that the newly opened small company? I heard that you think you're above the rest just because you've signed the recently hot AI Xiaoxing? He sat back in his chair. What? A small company like yours also wants to come and get a piece of the action? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust gently pulled the corner of Sui's coat behind him and whispered, Boss, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Sui, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard, as he looked straight into Wang Mingde's eyes with a hint of coldness in his eyes and said, Director Wang, the most important thing in casting is the actor's fit with the character. I just watched Su Desire's performance outside, and her temperament and acting skills fit the role perfectly. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face sank. What do you know? This role requires. Before Wang Mingde could finish his words, Sui interrupted. What's needed is a stubborn temperament and innocence. Not the kind of put-on you want. With all due respect, if the casting is based on your criteria, I'm afraid this drama won't even pass the review for webcasting. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face instantly turned iron blue. He stood up violently and pointed at the door. Get out! People from a small company like you are worthy of dictating here? Sui laughed coldly and said, Am I not telling the truth? Did you hide when humans evolved? How did you become a director? Let me do it if you really can't. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde stood up from his chair, his obese body holding his suit taut. He paced in front of Sui, narrowing his eyes as he sized up this young man who didn't know what he was doing. Just you? He snorted, dressed like a delivery boy. You deserve to come and instruct me on casting? Is it true that you, Yat Sing Entertainment, can't even afford formal clothes? Do you want me to donate a few old clothes to you? Sui unhurriedly straightened the cuffs of his shirt, revealing a gentle smile. Our company is indeed poor. Why don't Mr. Wang fund us and give me a few tens of millions? You can't afford it, right? But as poor as we are, we're still better than some people. At least we can afford well-fitting suits. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingde's face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver. He looked down at his taut suit and growled in annoyance. What do you know? This is Italian customized. Sui said in mock surprise. I thought it was children's clothing, but you do have a unique taste. Negative emotions plus 100. You, Wang Mingde was trembling with anger. What does a small company like you know about art? Chapter 110. Do you have a brain? Art? Practicing tofu has a brain, but you don't. What else do you know about art? Sui said without any humor. Just like there's still no art,
then I still know divine art. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda was so enraged that his face turned blue and he was trembling all over, so he could only point his finger at Su Yi and scolded. You, a person from a small company, dare to talk to me like that. Do you know who I am? I'm the famous director of Ingbu Entertainment. Do you know how many people became famous by acting in my plays? Su Yi frowned every day. Why is it Youngblood Entertainment again? It's never ending, is it? Seeing that Su Yi didn't say anything anymore, Wang Mingda thought that he was intimidated by himself, and was a bit pleased with himself, gloating. Intimidated, aren't you? You didn't realize that I'm Youngblood Entertainment, did you? Let me tell you, it's not too late if you apologize to me right now. Negative emotions plus 100. If I let you, Su Lust, stay with me for one more night, I might even consider thinking about letting your company's artists act in my drama. Maybe your company will be on fire. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Su Lust looked at Su Yi with some apprehension, not knowing if his boss would throw himself out for the sake of the company, but judging from his previous actions. Thinking of this, Su Lust began to believe again that Su Yi would not throw him out. His own boss just had an inexplicable sense of security. The netizens in the live broadcast room all expressed deep disgust when they heard what Wang Mingda said. Mom, yeah, is this Wang Mingda so disgusting? My filter on the people of Imbu Entertainment is shattering. I really don't judge people by their appearance, but I really think this Wang Mingda is really an idiot. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui said to Wang Mingda with a cold face and no good manners. You cannot want the face that others give you, but you cannot not want your own face. So what about Ingbu Entertainment? Do you want to ask your boss how much anger he has suffered from me? And how dare the dog underneath him be so arrogant? Negative emotions plus 100. When Wang Mingda heard Su Yi's words, the fire rubbed off on his head, and his entire body was red warm. The water friends in the live broadcast room had been feeling disgusted by Wang Mingda, but now once they heard Su Yi's words, and Wang Mingda's reaction, they were all amused. This Wang Mingda is so red and warm? It's so fast. The top of this head is smoking. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Sui saw Wang Mingda's reaction, he was also amused. He didn't expect this Wang Mingda to be so incapable of saying a few words to break the defense like this. Sui held back his laughter and said, Director Wang, why is there smoke coming out of your head? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda was shaking with anger as he pointed at Sui's nose and cursed. A person from a small company like you, dressed like a delivery boy, is worthy of coming to instruct me? Sui looked down at his white shirt and jeans, revealing an innocent expression. Director Wang, you're wrong. My outfit may be simple, but at least it won't make people misunderstand that I'm here to collect protection money. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Su Desire covered his mouth and his shoulders shook as he stifled his laughter. Wang Mingda's face instantly reddened as he asked, You, what do you mean? Negative emotions plus 100. It doesn't mean much. Sui shrugged his shoulders and said, I just think that your outfit is quite distinctive. Director Wang, this gold chain must weigh half a kilogram, right? Aren't you tired of wearing it? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda subconsciously touched the gold chain around his neck, became irritated and coaxed angrily. What do you know? This is a status symbol. Sui spread his hands and said, What you say is what you say, uglier than talk, handsome than like us can't understand. Negative emotions plus 100. Alright, Su Desire, let's go. This script, we don't want it. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda was trembling with anger. He turned to Su Desire and said viciously, Su Desire, if you dare to go with him today, I guarantee that you won't be able to mix in this circle. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust's face turned white as he subconsciously ducked behind Sui. Sui, however, laughed and said, Director Wang, you're wrong. If Su Lust really hangs out with you, that's what I'd call not being able to hang out. Negative emotions plus 100. You, Wang Mingda pointed at Su Yi's nose. A small company like yours that doesn't even have a decent resources worthy of clamoring with me. Believe it or not, one word from me will make it impossible for you to mix in the entertainment industry. Yes, Sui sighed. Our company is indeed poor. We don't even have any decent resources. But luckily, I seem to be the heir of CR Entertainment. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Su Lust heard this, he looked at Sui with a surprised expression. That was CR Entertainment? Wang Mingda was looking at Sui with an amused expression. I say, are you crazy for fire? And the heir to China Resources Entertainment? Sui didn't answer Wang Mingda's words, but instead looked behind Wang Mingda with a smile and said, Yo, Mr. Du, long time no see? Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda said with a look of displeasure. What are you talking about? Being pissed off, silly you. Wang Mingda, What are you doing? A voice suddenly came from behind Wang Mingda. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda looked back and saw that it was really General Manager Du Ruffing, and immediately changed his expression into a fawning one and said, General Manager Du, I'm picking actors for the company's new drama. The water friends in the live broadcast room spat as soon as they saw Wang Mingda's expression. Are all the directors in the world like this now? It's true that a director is still a director and can really act. This fawning, again, makes me see a certain deceased person. I remember the consequences of that deceased person last time were tragic. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui laughed and said, Mr. Du, your company's employees, they really aren't very good. They don't match up on the surface. They really do have your style, Mr. Du. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Wang Mingda had just tried to speak when he was forced back by Du Ruffing's cold eyes. Du Ruffing had a bit of a headache. How come every day was about this Sui? There was no way for himself to do anything about this Sui right now. Alright, Wang Mingda, you're only going to get into trouble now, aren't you? The company recruited you to be a good director. You don't have to do it anymore. Negative emotions plus 100. Mr. Du, security, take him away. After handling all of this, Du Ruffing smiled and said to Sui, Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the outcome of this? Sui shook his head and extended a finger. Chapter 111, My Mom Doesn't Love Me. Du Ruffing looked at Sui's outstretched finger, snorted, and said, You want $10 million, right? Okay. Sui laughed, shook his head, and said, No, Mr. Du, this is meant to be 100 million. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing looked at Sui with an expression of having eaten Shang, looking at him incredulously, saying, $100 million? Sui, aren't you being a bit too lionistic? Keeping a smile on his face, Sui said, The price of vegetables at the market can go up, so how come I can't? I'm thinking that there's no outbreak of zombie virus, right? How did your brain get eaten? Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing was angry, face is a little ugly, hands pinched into fists, forehead vaguely exposed veins. Du Ruffing forced himself to calm down, the corner of his mouth barely pulled out a smile, said, 100 million is still a little too much. Our company can't take out so much money for a while. So, 50 million, how about it? Not really. Surprisingly, Mr. Du is the young master of Magic City. Surely he has his own property. Surely he doesn't lack this 100 million, right? Besides, doesn't Mr. Du still have Ingbu Entertainment? I'm sure that Mr. Du's Ingbu Entertainment will definitely earn back this 100 million in a minute, right? Sui still maintained his smile as he looked at Du Ruffing and said, The young master of Mordor can't get $100 million? He didn't believe it. This guy must have kept it in his private stash. Negative emotions plus 100. Du Ruffing tried to keep himself calm, took a deep breath and said, Okay, after that, I will knock 100 million down to Mr. Su's account, but at the same time, I also hope that Mr. Su won't always go against us. Youngblood Entertainment. We're good-tempered, but it doesn't mean that we're really good at bullying. After saying that, Du Ruffing walked away with a cold face. The water friends in the live broadcast room all spoke of pain when they saw Du Ruffing get defeated. The effort type can no longer compare to the talent monster. Du Ruffing, you'll just have to submit to it. Frenemies can only be frenemies. Am I the only one who cares about the director in the corner? In the corner where no one cares, he's really the same consequence. It feels like those guys could all be on a team together. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Boss, thank you. Sui looked at Su Lust, shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and said, Speaking of which, why are you auditioning alone? Didn't I ask Wuxi to accompany you for a piece? Where did she go? Negative emotions plus 100. Boss, I'm sorry. Sui smiled and said, Did something else happen? Su Lust's sudden apology gave Sui a whole lot of confusion, and Sui smiled and said, Is something else happening? Negative emotions plus 100. Boss, it was while I was waiting for the audition with Sister Shi. My mom brought my brother to me. The reason why I came out to look for a drama to shoot was because my brother needed money. The last web series was not available, so there has been no money yet. So they came looking for it. When Sui heard Su Lust's words, his heart was a bit complicated. In this day and age, how can there still be people who emphasize sons over daughters? Obviously, they are all their own children. While Sui was thinking about it, what Su Desire said next made Sui even more furious. Negative emotions plus 100. When they came to me, they asked me for money, and I said I didn't have it yet, and they made a scene there, and I begged them not to make a scene here, and I said that this play was very important to me, and that if I succeeded, I would be able to pay them, but they still wanted to make a scene, and Sister C, unable to look at them any longer, said that she'd give them the money, and then stood them off. The water friends in the live streaming room all held for Su Desire when they heard what happened to him. No, is this releasing the Qing dynasty? It's really true that when the forest is big, every bird can be found, and when the country is strong, everything can be fertilized. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust stood opposite Sui, the wind messing up her hair, her eyes slightly red. She lowered her head, her fingers clenching the corner of her coat tightly, her voice slightly trembling. You know what? I've known since I was a child that my mom doesn't like me. Sui, you don't have a mom to love? Negative emotions plus 100. She paused for a moment. Her throat felt like it was clogged with something, and she took a deep breath before continuing. When I was little, when my brother fell, my mom would immediately rush over to hug him, heartbroken. But what about me? I had a fever of 39 degrees. She just coldly said, don't be melodramatic, go drink some hot water yourself. Negative emotions plus 100. Her voice was getting lower and lower, as if she was afraid of being heard, but she couldn't help but confide. Whatever my brother wants, my mom will satisfy him. New toys, new clothes, even if he doesn't want to go to school, my mom will make excuses for him. But what about me? I don't even dare to ask for an extracurricular book for fear that she'll say I'm wasting money. Negative emotions plus 100. Her eyes were moist and her voice was choked. Once, I scored first in my class and ran home in excitement to tell her, but she just took a faint look at the report card and said, what's the use of a girl reading so many books? In the future, it is still not to be married. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust lifted her head, tears finally unable to hold back the tears that slipped down as she sobbed. You know what? I really feel like an outsider sometimes. Everything in the family is my brother's, even my mom's love. I just want her to look at me one more time, even if it's just a glance. Negative emotions plus 100. You know what? I really hate being a girl sometimes. If I were a boy, wouldn't she love me more? Wouldn't she have smiled at me and been as nice to me as she was to my brother? Negative emotions plus 108. Su Lust finally couldn't help herself and squatted down, burying her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her voice almost turned into a murmur, like she was talking to herself. I just want a little bit of love. Just a little bit. Why is it so hard? Negative emotions plus 100. Sui sighed, touched Su Lust's head, and said, so you came out to act, because that's the only way there'll be more money. And you'll have money you can give to them, right? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust held back her tears, raised her head to look at Sui, and said, I thought that as long as I made good money, and then kept giving them money, they would fall in love with me. When she took them away, it happened that the director saw it, and he wanted to submerge me, saying that he'd let me be the lead actress straight away, and that he'd also give me money. Hearing a hint of something wrong, Sui hurriedly asked, so Wuxi hasn't come back since that time? Su Lust froze for a moment, nodded, and said, yes, suffered. Something can't have happened to Sister Shi. It's my fault. I forgot what kind of people they are. Chapter 112, Pay Up. At this time, Su Desire's phone rang. You shameless, hurry up and give us the money. Don't you know your brother is getting married? How dare you cheat us with this woman? I'm telling you, if you don't pay up, this woman will suffer. Negative emotions plus 100. Mom, I think this girl is not bad looking, so it's fine for me to be my daughter-in-law. Negative emotions plus 100. Hearing this, Su Lust hurriedly shouted, what do you want? Kidnapping is against the law. I said I don't have any money now. What more do you guys want? Who are you kidding you? Every time before, you gave money at this time, now where's the money? Sui frowned as he took out his cell phone and started fiddling with it. Alright, let them wait. Sui looked at the red dot on his cell phone and said. Su Lust nodded and hung up the phone after speaking to them. I've got their location. We're going over there now. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust was shocked. His own boss would still do this? The water friends in the live room were saying whether to call the police when they saw this. Should we call the police? This is starting to be a kidnapping. Upstairs, have you forgotten our brother Yat's skill? Did brother Yat just find the location in just a few minutes? Holy. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui rushed to a remote warehouse with Su Desire. As soon as the door was pushed open, he saw Su Desire's mom and brother standing in the middle. Wuxi was tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her face full of panic. As soon as Su Desire's mom saw Su Desire, she immediately screamed in a shrill voice, you shameless thing, how dare you come here? You made so much money and didn't give a single penny to your family. Do you still have a conscience? Su Lust's younger brother also helped out, pointing at Su Lust's nose and scolding, sister, don't pretend to be noble. Now that you're famous, you're looking down on us, aren't you? Hurry up and take the money out, or you won't be able to live with yourself. Sui frowned and blocked in front of Su Lust, looking at them coldly. You are kidnapping. Breaking the law, you know? Hurry up and release the people, or I'll call the police. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. When Sue Lust's mom heard this, she immediately exploded, pointing at the male lead's nose and cursing. Who the hell are you? It's not your turn to meddle in our family's affairs. Sue Desire, this heartless one, doesn't support her family when she earns money. She even found a little white boy to support her. How shameless. Sui raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer, and he said in a relaxed tone, that's just not true. Sue Lust relies on his own skills to make money, not on the resources you give him. Besides, this kidnapping for ransom scene of yours is quite professionally acted. Is it because you usually watch too many TV dramas? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sue Lust's younger brother was so angry that his face turned green and he rushed up to make a move. Don't be so gloomy here. Hurry up and take the money out, or don't blame us for being impolite. Negative emotions plus 100. Seeing his brother trying to make a move, Sue Lust shouted, Su Chang, don't be impulsive. I know you guys want money. As soon as I have money I'll give it to you guys, okay? You guys let Sister She go. Sister She is innocent. Su Chang glared at Sue Lust and said, who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Besides, how can you not have any money? You've got a man here. It's a good idea to ask him for money. I don't care. Give it to me now. This is my boss. You kidnapped an employee of our boss's company before he came over. You've got it all wrong. Sue Lust hurriedly explained. Su Chang looked at Sue Desire with a look of disbelief and said, how can that be? Why would just an employee go through all the trouble of running over here? Sui is not panicked, hands in pockets, smiling at him. Yo, young man, fire is quite big, but your kidnapping technique needs to be practiced again. The rope is not tied tight enough, and the cloth is not stuffed professionally enough. Do you want me to teach you? Negative emotions plus 100. Sue Lust's brother was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rushed up to hit Sui, but his feet slipped and he fell directly into the mud. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked down at him and said with a smile, Goo, young man, are you giving me a big salute? No need to be so polite. I can't afford it. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Chang slowly climbed to his feet. His face was bronzed with anger. His mouth cursed in an unctuous manner. What kind of salute am I giving you? You don't look good either. You're as thin as a bamboo pole. You'll fall down at the slightest blow of the wind, right? Just like you. I can beat two of you by myself. Sui laughed and said, one can fight too? Then the one who just knelt down for me was the one you saluted before you fought? It's still quite a hint, isn't it? Once more? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Chang said angrily, just now it was me who accidentally fell down. If I were to get real with you, you would have already been beaten by me and begged for mercy on your knees by now, you know. Sui heard, did not get angry, but smiled, hands in the pockets, slowly walked to Su Chang, said with a smile, yo, young man, your mouth is quite able to say however, your vision is not good. My body is a standard clothes rack, where what all look good. On the contrary, your stomach is almost as big as a pregnant woman's. Is it because you usually focus on eating and don't have time to exercise? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Chang was so infuriated that he couldn't bear it anymore and directly struck at Sui with his hands. Negative emotions plus 100. Boss, watch out. As soon as Su Lust saw Su Chang copied his fist and slammed it at Sui, he hurriedly exclaimed. Su Chang's body was indeed big and strong. It looked like it was twice the size of his boss. When everyone thought that Sui was going to be miserable, Sui's action stunned them. Sui just shifted away with his head deviated. His right hand made a palm shape and struck towards Su Chang's chest. Su Chang was then directly knocked out 5 meters away and fainted. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust also looked at Sui in shock. His own family boss actually still knows martial arts? He looked like a weak scholar, but he didn't expect to be a scholar in both arts and martial arts. Negative emotions plus 100. When Wuxi saw Sui's operation, she was also shocked and not afraid. How come her boss knows everything? He really did not follow the wrong person. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust's mom hurriedly ran next to Su Chang and said, Son, are you alright? Su Desire, look at what you've done. This is your brother. Sui looked at Su Lust's mother with a speechless face and said, it was your own son who wanted to hit me. I was just defending myself. Who knew he was so unforgiving? Su Lust's mom's eyes reddened with anger and she charged towards Su Lust. Chapter 113, what's the play? Chapter 113, it's too hard to be an actor, isn't it? Seeing that Su Lust's mom was about to rush over, a siren suddenly sounded outside the door, followed by a police officer walking in. And when she saw the officer appear, Su Lust's mom actually bawled immediately. Comrade officer, please help us. Someone here is bullying us. Mother and son. Officer,
This kid robbed my sister and beat me and my mom because he's rich. Su Chang is worthy of being a son. As soon as Su Lust's mom cries, he knows the heart. The two of them sang together and immediately rushed to the police officer to cry, backtracking and falsely accusing Sui. 666. This mother is really good at acting. Why don't you go and act? Surely you can be a movie queen. It's all a piece of flesh that falls off the body. And just because it's a bandwagoner, you don't care about your daughter at all? In my opinion, this mom is more suitable for acting. No need for makeup and mental preparation. Just stand there and be a proper villain. Can't wait to slap her twice. Although Su Lust's mother and son looked miserable, with bruises and blood at the corners of their mouths, there was not a single person who had watched the entire live broadcast who sympathized with them. Sui looked at Su Lust's mother and son hugging each other, aggrieved to the core, and suddenly felt some emotion. No wonder Su Desire had a talent for acting, feeling that this family, all of them were gifted players. You like acting so much? You like pretending to cry so much, don't you? Then I'll make you whole. Thinking of this, Sui waved at Su Desire. Boss, it's all my fault. I've gotten you into trouble. Su Lust said excitedly, and seeing that the police were about to come over, he wanted to stop them and tell Sui to hurry up and run. Negative emotions plus 100. Su Desire, we didn't do anything wrong. Why are we running? Sui glanced at her, and instead of going away, he smiled a bad smile and whispered in her ear, is it really okay? Su Desire was stunned. As he was talking, the police had approached. Su Lust's mom and Su Chang pretended to be pitiful, crying and pointing at Sui. Comrade police officer, it's this guy. For the rich and unkind even hit people. Want to kidnap my sister? You must do it for us. Tension plus 100. The crowd in the live broadcast room almost died of anger when they heard this. They had seen shameless ones, but not this shameless. It's not even enough to make a backhanded accusation. It's also a slander out of thin air. So much so that it even dares to tease the police. You hit someone? The police were not to be fooled. And seeing the chaos of the scene and the rope on the ground, that's when they realized what was going on. This doesn't look like a fight, does it? Why does it look more and more like a kidnapping? Negative emotions plus 100. Su Lust's mom and Su Chang were jittery. Although there was a chance of success for them to pretend to be pathetic, but what if they were found out to be a problem? Moreover, this one called Sui seemed to be the boss. In case he used his tactics, the two of them, the mother and the daughter, were not necessarily opponents. I hit someone with my hands. However, as they were thinking about it, they saw Sui nod his head a face, and said frankly, the moment these words came out, both the crowd present and the crowd in the live broadcast room all froze. What? Why did Sui even admit it voluntarily? Shocked emotion plus 100. Is Sui crazy? How can you admit to such a thing? Confused this kind of thing as long as you don't admit it. Even if you investigate, you can't find out. It all depends on the confession. And he's punked himself by saying it. The live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. The pop-ups were all criticizing Sui. But just then, someone suddenly noticed something. What's your hurry? The first day you look at Sui? Is he that easy to bully? Those guys upstairs are new, aren't they? And don't know the name of old Su's ghost seeker? And Sui will pit? What a laugh. Have you guys ever asked those who were cried out by Sui what they think? If we, Sui, will suffer, I'll eat 3 pounds of. Good lord, here comes another food scam upstairs. The policeman's face changed slightly when he heard Sui's words. Hitting someone with your hands, and the injuries are still so serious. This is punishable by imprisonment. I'll ask you for the last time, did you really hit the person? Sui nodded, not waiting for the policeman to finish, and casually laughed again. I'm the one who hit the man. We're in the middle of a movie. Ask them if you don't believe me. The police were already planning to arrest someone when they heard Sui's words and froze violently. Shocked emotion plus 100. Filming? And the crowd in the live broadcast room, vaguely smelling the oddity, stopped talking at once, and everyone's eyes were glowing with anticipation. They all wanted to see just how Sui was going to turn the tables. Shooting? You guys are shooting? The policeman turned back to Su Lust's mom and Su Chang, who hurriedly waved his hands and covered the wounds on his face with a depressed look. Officer, have you ever seen a shooting like that? I'm getting killed. And he, officer, we're just shooting the... Before the words left his mouth, a scream suddenly rang out from the side. Who's bull asterisk 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 ting? It's a movie, so if it's a real fight, it's still going to beat him to death? Su Chang grimaced anxiously and turned around, but he couldn't help but freeze. He only saw Su Xiu's mom, supported by Su Xiu, was looking at Su Chang with an agitated expression. Mom, are you senile? How are we acting here? Su Chang looked at his mother incredulously. Su Lust's mom, however, nodded desperately, holding Su Lust's hand with an excited face and continuously giving Su Chang a wink. We are just acting. We're both actors in the theater. You're the number 1 male and I'm the number 1 female.
We're shooting a fight scene right now, and we're more important than Sue Lust. Upon hearing this, Su Chang instantly understood, trembling with excitement. Male number one? Number one girl? Is he more important than Sue Lust's position? He's become a big star? Yes, we were just acting, comrade officer. I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding. Su Chang hemmed and hawed and laughed, and did not cry out in pain or aggravation, and took the initiative to come up to Su Yi's hand, said cheaply, Director, do you think I acted well? Do you want to reshoot again? More important than Sue Lust, does not that mean, is higher than Sue Lust's paycheck? This kid, Su Yi, really did admit his weakness. The police looked at both sides suspiciously, always feeling something odd. You said you were filming, so what's your next storyline? We all listen to the boss and act whatever he tells us to act, Su Chang said without hesitation. The police officer turned his gaze to Su Yi again. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? You all listen to me? Boss, we all listen to you. Su Chang hurriedly tugged at Sue Lust's mom and nodded frantically. You've become the main character. Of course you listen to the director. Seeing this, Su Yi shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll tell you about the next episode. After the warehouse fight, the two of you were hit in the head, turned psychotic, became incontinent, ran out into the street and went on a rampage attacking passers-by, and were finally taken away by your police comrades. I was just thinking that this episode was a little too powerful and I didn't know what to tell you too. But since you're both listening to me, let's leave it as it is and follow this episode down the line. You guys better be crazy when you pay attention to your acting. And if you're really shy you can take more laxatives. You have to be incontinent. After saying that, Su Yi was still a bit embarrassed. Also, this is my first time making a movie and I have a limited budget, so everyone will be paid a token dollar for the film. No thanks. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 500. Negative emotions plus 999. Su Chang was filled with shock. Sue Lust's mom was full of stiffness. Sue Lust and Wuxi stayed to the side, forcing a smile. The officer's head was full of question marks, and with a hint of dislike on the outside, he took 2 steps back, looking at Su Chang and Sue Lust's mom with disbelief, and vaguely with more than a hint of admiration. That's an actor? Is this what the protagonist can afford? That's too good, isn't it? Actors are just hard to be. Chapter 114. The officer was speechless before quickly leaving, and seeing the situation, Su Chang and Sue Lust's mom tried to sneak away, but just then, a sorrowful voice sounded behind them. When did I say I'd let you go? You've already agreed to make a movie for me. Even if it's a verbal agreement, it's still an agreement. Do you want to break the agreement? Su Yi frowned, his face showing his displeasure. My paycheck is just $1. Even if I break my contract, the big deal is that I'll pay you that dollar. Su Chang saw that he couldn't leave and didn't think so. A dollar? Su Yi's face showed disdain. A paycheck is a paycheck. A broken contract is a broken contract. You're worth $1. You think my time is as worthless as yours? Saying that, Su Yi extended a finger and wiggled it. So how much do you want? Big deal. I'll add 2 more zeros and pay you $100. $100? The damages for breach of contract are $100 million. Negative emotion plus 100. Ha! Su Chang instantly exploded, almost staring his eyes out. It's not even a matter of $1 for his paycheck, but now that he didn't even get $1, he's turning around and asking for $100 million in compensation? Why would he be a sucker punch and force Sue Lust to give money if he could get $100 million out of it? Can't I just play it? Su Chang said bitterly. He's completely softened. It's already too late. I don't think the plot is exciting enough to rework the script. Shocked emotion plus 200. It's not exciting enough to act psychotic in the street. It's not exciting enough to be incontinent. What could be more exciting? Su Chang's legs were weak and he had completely collapsed. Boss, it's true that it's not exciting enough. The sensory stimulation is there but there's not enough plot flip. Wu Shi nodded approvingly. Plot reversal? That would take a lot of acting. Why don't we find a place to do it for real and hone it first? Su Yi pondered for a moment, thinking. I remember tomorrow is the actors gala hosted by Du Rufeng. Su Chang Yu pretended to be mentally ill, went crazy and attacked the actress. On the surface it was a filming mission to make a farce, but in fact deep down it was a real psychopathic maniac. And you ended up being arrested and sentenced to prison. Is this plot reversed enough? Add 100 to shocked emotions. Shocking clarity plus 100. Negativity plus 999. Su Lust and Wu Shi looked at Su Yi dumbfounded, numbed by Su Yi's bold vision. Su Chang almost cursed. If he didn't think he couldn't beat Su Yi, he would have already gone up to play with his life. The audience in the live broadcast room, moreover, was already going crazy with laughter. Asterisk. This plot is so reversed. Hurry up and shoot it. I'll definitely watch it 3 times in a row when it's made. Director Su, please finish your masterpiece and make sure we see this reversal drama. I'll swipe you 100 tickets if you film it. I live in a movie theater. Upstairs. Was that a movie you wanted to see? You obviously want to see a hot plot. Since it's already so reversed, why don't we reverse it a bit more? Use fireworks to make a smoke bomb. Then pretend to be stimulated to blow yourself up. And finally attract snipers to blockade the scene and kill them on the spot. I think this is even more reversed. Director, do you think I have a talent for screenwriting? Su Chang, who had finally come back to his senses, was completely paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground and frantically kowtowing to Sui. He regrets it. Why did he become a bloodsucker? Why did he force Su Lust to make a movie to earn money to support him? Had he known that he would meet this pervert Sui, he would have preferred to honestly go to a construction site to move bricks. Su Desire, who had come back to his senses, was startled to see Sui with such a serious expression, a look of serious thought about the plot. Sui can't be a real person, right? He's not bluffing? Sui, this plot you made up is so powerful that ordinary people really can't think of it. Su Lust didn't even know what words to use to praise Sui. After so many years of mixing in the showbiz industry, she thought she already had a thick skin, and the words of flattering people in every scene were even more open-mouthed. But he really didn't know what words to use to praise Sui. This guy is too daring to think. No, is he thinking of a plot that a human being could come up with? Mr. Su, I beg you to spare my son. I'll never give preference to sons over daughters again. I'll never force Su Lust again. From now on I'll wash my hands of my life and start over again. I'll be sure to be even with a bowl of water. Su Lust's mom came up trembling, scared out of her wits, as if she was about to be knocked out of her mind in a matter of seconds. She could see clearly that Sui was a person who was cheeky on the surface, but if he really tortured people, it was simply not something that their mother and son could withstand. Geez, what are you so scared of, Auntie? Sui said smilingly, am I a bully? Like me. I'm so kind. I look like a nice person who was very nice to talk to. Yes, Mr. Su looks like a great guy. I knew you wouldn't see eye to eye with us. Su Desire's mom went down the slope and was just about to praise Sui, but then she saw Sui's words change. Let's forget about attacking the actresses, and attack the male actors instead. I've heard that some male actors like to play with contrasts, pretending to be little nanny, obviously a big man, but pretending to be a sissy, and they like to pretend to be young. I think it's more of a contrast to look for little nanny. Negative emotions plus 100. Looking at Sui's serious appearance, Su Lust's mother sucked in a breath of cool air and only felt her eyes darken. Sui didn't seem to be joking. Su Lust's mom rushed to say, Mr. Su, no matter who you attacked, this is disrupting the social order. Even if it's just filming, you still have to pay attention to the impact, don't you? Well said. Social order. Everyone is responsible for it. Guarding a harmonious society is the duty of every citizen. Sui clapped his hands in praise. Su Lust's mother had just wiped her cold sweat, thinking that the mother and son were going to dodge a bullet, when she saw Sui fiercely clapping his hands, and his words turned once again. But you too, in and out of the theater, don't need to care about that at all. Negative emotions plus 500. Su Lust's mom was completely sitting on her hands. It's over. This boss of Su Lust, can't it be that he's the reincarnation of a devil child? How come he's so good at tossing people around? Su Lust and Wu Shi stood to the side holding in their laughter, their face muscles cramping. The ones who just thought that Sui would be aggravated. Do they still dare to bubble up? If you dare to offend Sui, even if the King of Heaven comes, you'll have to crumble a few times. Sui is so good at tossing people around. I can't even begin to think about how much mental stress people who go against him have to be under. A moment of silence for this mother and son, who will live in Sui's shadow for the rest of their lives and have to wake up from their dreams. Sui is so cute. I want to be his girlfriend. Round after round of pop-ups flashed rapidly in the live room. Meanwhile, Sui took a look and harvested a slight glint in his eyes. It's time to redeem things again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the criteria. Rewarded with one Hall of Fame director's artistic master experience. Seeing what the system had given him, Sui's heart blossomed. It's really a case of giving him whatever he wants. This directing experience is much better than giving money and resources. Although he got hundreds of millions of assets from the hands of Du Rufang, but as the saying goes, sitting on the mountain, give more than technology in hand. Don't look at Du Rufang's loss of hundreds of millions of dollars, but money is just money, and if you can't make a hit, the entertainment company will be finished sooner or later. As long as Du Rufang quiets down and does a few pop-up skits a little bit, the advertisement fees can be earned back, not to mention the short-term income. Since we have the resources now, and since we're already planning to make a movie, we might as well actually make one and see what happens. If Wang Mingda can do it, can't he do it? Chapter 115, The Old Cow and Horse. Half a day later, Sui asked Su Xin to use the resources of China Resources Entertainment to arrange a whole studio for him to set up the camera. a variety of top-notch movie shooting equipment, as well as a variety of costumes and props, looked at Sui eye-opening. Why is there a picture of Mr. Kwon on this camera? Did you get a license from Mr. Koon Hing, who's so ambitious that their dream is to become a master photographer like TPH? Coach, I don't want to make movies anymore. I want to make body art. Sui excitedly fiddled with the various props in the shed. He had just gotten the ability of a hallowed master director, and he now had itchy hands. CR Entertainment had been merged into Yixing Entertainment. In other words, Sui was the biggest boss here and could use all the group's resources. As Sui gave one command after another, the photo studio got busy. One by one, the short films are shot. Whether it is light and shadow, story or plot pace, they are all eye-catching and psychological, either hilarious or touching people's heart. The only downside is that is too short. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who were marveling at Suyi's directing ability 1 second, broke into tears the next. Damn, I've been a cowhorse for a day. It's not easy to watch a live broadcast to relax, but I didn't expect to be abused by a 3-minute short movie. 3 or 4 minutes of short film. How can be so touching? Knife death. Strongly requested to adapt the loan. I swore to shave my head with great difficulty and swore not to move my mortal heart in this life. And now after watching a short movie, I want to return to secularism. Sui, you've done a lot of harm. I'm really depressed. This kid is really the first day to touch the camera? How is it that no matter the light and shadow or the story, it's all shot so well, it's simply more moving than those so-called international directors? I'll go. I can't watch other people's stuff anymore. Those trash directors out there are nothing compared to Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Sui sat in the director's seat, looking at the system alerts that kept ringing out, and waved his hand at the crowd on the set. Everyone take a 10-minute break to shoot number 2. The suspense section. As he was talking, Su Desire, dressed in her ancient costume uniform, came to Sui with a plate of personally cut fruits, personally feeding Sui with a small fork and wiping the corners of Sui's mouth. Boss, you're directing so well. Did I just act okay? Average. Still need to work on it. Your acting is still too templated. Your body is too stiff. Come on. I'll personally guide and instruct you. Director, aren't you directing the acting? Why are you touching people's hands? What kind of words are you saying? Do you suspect me of subterfuge? Boss, I'm a decent man. It's obvious that you want to take advantage of boss me. Boss, you see all this? You're so smart. Keep touching. Keep instructing. Boss, people still want your guidance. Su Lust, guidance is guidance. Why are you still putting your hand on the director's my leg? Sui said seriously, and pressed Su Lust's hand into his lap again. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother Guanxi, worthy of being a master of photography, this business is really unfathomable and well worth studying. Su Lust looked at Sui with a grudging look. She had acted so obviously. Why didn't Sui take the initiative? Sui had given her the chance to act, helped her teach her bloodsucker brother and her patriarchal mother a lesson, and now showed such great directing ability that she was willing to do it even if it was upside down. And Su Desire's sultry look, when it fell in the eyes of the crowd in the live broadcast room, instantly drove them crazy. Aha! Asterisk. Ah. The world is simply. Please let me go. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At night, Du Rufeng, who had been busy all day, finally returned to the villa, because he had been pitted by Sui for $100 million, resulting in a serious loss on the company's books. Although he still had money of his own, but with the mentality of saving what he could, he had also started to act as a cowhorse for the company. Imbu Entertainment had been planning an event for the Magic City showbiz scene months earlier, with full sponsorship, but not for nothing. Du Rufeng has a lot of netizens under his command, but he is not the only one who has the say on the real good resources in the acting circle. So it's a plan to organize a party and put your own people out there to see if you can hook up with a big director. Taking advantage of the break, Du Rufeng opened his cell phone to see what popular live broadcasts were available. What is this live stream and why is it so busy? Isn't this Sui's live room? Du Rufeng's information, Huang Lu, who was his cousin, had told Sui a long time ago, so just as Du Rufeng entered the live broadcast room, Sui found out and immediately connected. Sui, is this your live room? What are you up to? Du Rufeng subconsciously asked. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Brother Pengjiai has entered the live broadcast room. Let's give a warm welcome and thank Big Brother Pengjiai for his $100 million filming fund support. Before Du Rufeng's words fell, he heard Suyi's introduction, and immediately took a breath and almost spat out blood. He was the one who was pitched $100 million by Sui, so he couldn't afford to hire more outsourcing companies and exhausted himself to the point of almost vomiting blood. As a result, he's exhausted himself as a cow. but Sui is here serving beautiful women and eating fruits, and using his money as a director for his theater addiction? Negative emotions plus 500. Do Roughing subconsciously took a deep breath before he didn't let himself curse out. Looking at the system reminder, Sui hemmed and hawed and swallowed a piece of fruit handed over by Su Lust. Yummy. Do Shao. Good evening Sui swallowed the fruit and shook his head, and Su Lust immediately brought a tissue and wiped his mouth. Boss, what else do you want to eat? I'll feed it to you? The corners of Do Roofing's mouth twitched. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 100. Is there anything worse than seeing your opponent eat and drink after a long day of working your ass off? There is. That is, every penny the opponent spends is taken from himself. Are you a human being? Knowing that I'm the big brother of Pungwon, it's a poke in the heart to treat the big boss like that, and to have a small actor feed him personally. Why? Why did I click into this live stream and agree to link up with him? Negative emotions plus 100. And Suyi's words had completely triggered the pop-ups in the live broadcast. $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ boss of Imbu Entertainment? He's a competitor with Suyi's Yixing Entertainment. Right, how come he's sponsoring Suyi? Could this be sympathy? After all, not everyone was at the live broadcast every day, and thus didn't know about the conflict between Suyi and Du Ruffing. Looking at the one admiration on the pop-up screen, Du Ruffing was like a ghostly old woman who couldn't wait to slap herself. Instead of linking up with Suyi, he'd rather be a cow. Chapter 116, It's Okay. In just less than 3 minutes, Suyi had gained thousands of negative emotions from Du Ruffing. What is this? This is just great kindness. People are good at being bullied. He was simply sorry for himself if he didn't bully Du Ruffing. After enjoying the tenderness, Suyi saw that the atmosphere was almost over and asked smilingly, Du Xiao, I've had an incredibly comfortable day today. I was just thinking about saying thank you, but I never thought that you'd take the initiative to come to Lianmai. You're happy for me too. I'm spending your money on the right path and using your money to hone my company's actors. What's that called? It's called eating water and digging wells. Su Desire, Gu Yen, come over here and perform a segment, so Big Brother Panyi can see if your acting skills have broken through. Sui said with a smile and called Gu Yen from the Infinite Youth Group over as well. The corners of Du Rufing's mouth twitched. Negative emotions plus 99. Are you happy? I'm not ing happy. Who the hell wants to see your actor act? Thank you? I don't need your thanks. Can you give me back the 100 million? Du Rufing took a deep breath, fearing that he might not be able to hold back his madness, and forced himself to calm down. You'll make nothing but a waste of money and actors. Sui casually turned the camera to the screen and laughed. Waste? It won't be. I'm just a quick learner, especially with the blessing of Brother Guanxia's enlightened equipment. I'm like a godsend. With that, Sui pressed the play button. The 3-minute clip is short but tightly structured with an intriguing plot. Can't get a good shot? What a joke. This is the handiwork of a hallowed movie master. And it's going to come out bad? Du Ruffing looked dumbfounded. Is this really what this kid shot? How is 3 minutes of content better than those international blockbusters? He was simply envious. Negative emotions plus 100. Right at this moment, Sui clapped his hands to mobilize the people at the scene, and also said to the audience in the live broadcast room, everyone get ready. Since we're even on the list, we've got a big brother. We definitely need to make something out of it. I've decided to make a 30-minute, 10-episode, 3-minute skit. A man can't say no. 30 minutes. Can you wait? Mr. Du. Saying that, Sui didn't wait for Du Ruffing to nod his head before he shot himself. The hallowed ability to add to the filming is all over again. No rehearsal at all. It's like rehearsing a play. Du Ruffing, who had always been pretentious, simply looked dumbfounded at this moment. Is this really not a national drama team that you're looking for? This is a freshly minted entertainment company haystack? This kid's talent. It's too demonic, isn't it? Negative emotions plus 100. Damn, I'm so envious. I want such a great talent too. Du Ruffing is so unconvinced that he wants to also gather his staff to open a live broadcast and have a live skit filmed. However, he knew that the group of things under his hand, even his previous most relied on director Wang Mingda, did not have the scene directly scheduling the opening as the proceeds of the ability. And he was so tired tonight. Surfing the internet was meant to ease tired nerves. Why did he feel more mentally tired now? Sui, you deserve to die. Negative emotions plus 999. However, after secretly cursing, Du Ruffing looked at Sui's ability to dispatch on the spot and couldn't help but admire it. This kid, he's a demon. In fact, it wasn't just Du Ruffing. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. Sui filmed this 10-episode 3-minute skit, a 3-minute suspense mystery series. The plot is tight as hell, with a half-minute reversal and a 10-second package that is both hilarious and deep, and crucially, full of suspense, making it a page-turner. I have a ing early shift tomorrow and I have to get up early, but I'm so afraid to sleep in. What do you care if you go to work? I have to get up early tomorrow for my exams. I need to sleep. Close your eyes. Stinky hands, hurry up and turn off the live broadcast for me. Give me an honest review. I don't want to watch anymore. I give up. I want to watch it live. I'm not taking the test. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The number of spectators attracted to the event grew. What is this live room for? And it makes people horny. Why don't I believe it? 10 minutes later. Traffic. I don't have enough traffic. Whatever. I'm going to finish it even if it costs me money. After filming, Sui directly threw the 10 short episodes onto the website. All for free. With a 100 million reward from the first big brother of the list. There's still a load of viewing fees to pay. It took only an hour for the short drama to rush to the top of the charts on all major platforms. And the matter of Du roughing Du Xiao's sponsorship of $100 million spread on the internet. The Great Fortune, or the Great Grudge Seed? Just as Suyi's skit burst into flames, another video also rushed onto the hot search. And the cover of the video was none other than Du Roofing's smelly face. Because of the relationship between the live broadcast, many people are curious about Du Roofing. Special point into the video. Also thought it was to reveal the identity of Du Roofing video. I did not expect to be Du Roofing all kinds of stinky face to cut into a compilation, coupled with brainwashing ghost animal soundtrack quirky video, but I have to say, watching this stink face video with the skit is surprisingly unique. All the viewers who saw it were amused. Big Brother Punji is just different. Not only does he sponsor a huge amount of money, but he also takes the initiative to show his face for program effects. Du Xiao shouldn't have broken his defense, right? Who made this video? And it's so lacking. How did he so happen to screenshot every stinking face? Holy, I want to like this Du Xiao so bad. Who has his contact information? Jen above. I don't suppose your IP is Spice Du. Are you a Tong Nan? Because of some unknown reasons? Du Roofing's popularity in Spice City was significantly higher than in other areas. Hot all a famous same Nan fitness trainer. Direct high-profile isolation is love. Du Xiao. I love you. Du Xiao. You're the one. Du Xiao. How can there be a man as awesome as you in this world? Can you make a trip to Spicy Capital? We would like to associate with you. Those who didn't know thought it was because Du Roofing's popularity was really that high, while those who knew had already started going to a certain specialty hospital in Spice Capital to squat. In just one day, the same heat from the video traveled back to Mordor. Many people who knew Du Roofing also saw the video. Mordor, actors please take your places on the camera crew. The crowd is meeting for the next season of filming. The first season of the show was a good hit, but it wasn't good enough to recoup its costs. Season 2 is on the agenda, and this time it has to be someone with a pop. I don't care what you use. You have to find the man for me. The director slapped the table and kept threatening the crowd. The people looked at each other and lamented bitterly. How can someone like that exist when they have to be competent again, and have traffic, and be explosive? Chapter 117. Boss, that's too much to ask. Boss, you can make as many requests as you want, but you have to be reliable. There's no way this kind of person exists. In the conference room, staff members grumbled. The middle-aged man, however, bit the bullet. Ability is the bottom line, and heat can't be less. Our cast is supposed to be a high-quality program, so if we don't have any explosions and shoot stuff that's not interesting, who's going to watch our show? If you can't dig up vegetarians, get me stars and established directors. Hearing this, the people present became even more depressed. Boss, those famous ones are even worse. Not to mention other things, those fresh meat in the entertainment industry can scream bitterly when they have a fever, and they can toss the kitchen to burn up when they cook a meal. And this kind of 4-branch hard-working and 5 serial thing, who are we going to invite to watch it? How can those who are really capable come to a small program like ours? The owner sniffed and was torn. He also understood that his request was really a bit too much, but what could be done? I'm afraid there won't be a second season at all if the show keeps coming together like this. At that point, let's all go drink the northwest wind. Just as the crowd was screaming, a laugh suddenly rang out in the room. The boss, who had nearly erupted in a volcanic eruption, slammed the table and nearly smashed his glass. Laughing? Who's laughing? Is it so funny that the show won't work? The conference room was depressing. In the dead silence, a young man stood up warily. Boss, I was wrong. The middle-aged man stared at the young man dead in the face. What are you laughing at? Giving the guys a heads up so they can laugh too? Everyone's trying to figure out what to do, and it's okay for you to desert. But how dare you laugh? Seeing that the boss was getting mad, the young man was so scared that he was on the verge of crying. Just then, his eyes suddenly lit up as his gaze swept over the phone. Boss, I'm not deserting. I'm actually trying to figure out what you said. Look at this guy. Saying that, he immediately handed his cell phone over and tapped on Suyi's skit. This person is super awesome. Newbie director's first skit project. And in just one day it already has 2 to 3 million hits and 100,000 retweets. Millions of hits. 100,000 retweets? The middle-aged man was shocked. This was literally higher than the numbers of their best slices in the first season. It's the first skit for a newcomer. That good? As a veteran of the movie and television industry, the middle-aged man knew best the gold content of this business. Whether a person is capable or not, he is able to tell just by looking at them for a few seconds. However, he froze after opening the skit. 3 minutes, and 3 minutes, and 3 minutes. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Light and shadow, the state of the actors, the arrangement of the scene, the depth of the plot, the pace of the story. Every item that can be singled out and said is near flawless. This is the first program for newcomers. Is it really not a Big Brother opening a new number to crash the newbie village? Really? After watching the skit, the middle-aged man suddenly had a bold idea. How could his show not explode if he hired this master to film for him? By that time, he was the hottest variety show producer in Magic City. What are you looking at, boss? Seeing the boss looking mesmerized, the others got curious. By the time they had watched for a few minutes, they were also filled with shock. Is this really something a newcomer could make? Sui, who is this person? Have you heard of him? I think I've heard of him. I remember he's a netizen who's good at fixing jobs. How come he's still doing skits? Simply outrageous. Have you guys seen this actress? She seems to be called Sue Desire. She was an unknown drag queen actress before. How did she develop so well? The half-hour skit was finished in the blink of an eye. It was only then that they realized that the ending of the skit was an open-ended ending, with no big reveal at the end of the suspenseful story, but rather leaving plenty of room for everyone's imagination. In any other story, this would be absolutely divine. Yet to the crowd that had seen the skit, they were scratching their heads, itching to grab Sui, yank off his socks, and scratch the soles of their feet until they died. Damn it! This director called Sui deserves to die. We don't want an open ending. We want a big reveal. Does the main character end up dead or not? Did you keep us awake on purpose by not finishing? The middle-aged man tapped the table and the meeting reconvened. I think I'm old enough to step aside. The organization has decided that he should replace me. Will you vote? Vote? Vote my ass. This program, this company, is all yours alone. Boss, you have spoken. Who dares to vote against it? Isn't it a deliberate attempt to make trouble? It seems I'm still in good standing. I'm very relieved. The middle-aged man collected the dismissal approval form and nodded in satisfaction. After a busy night, the others were still asleep, but Sui woke up a long time ago and was very diligent in going on a takeout run. Sleeping? Sleep my ass off. The youth of the new era must struggle. Sui had just walked out of a bar full of beautiful women when he received a call from the crew that the actors should please get into position. Who is interfering with my struggle? Sui was very angry and picked up the phone to curse. May I ask if you're director Sui? We're the filming crew of actor, please take your place. We'd like to ask if you have a schedule. We'd like to ask you to be the director of our program. Am I so famous that it's only been a day and someone has discovered my talent? Sui's eyes lit up. Running to the theater. Isn't that more fun than going to do Rufangs? Of course I have a slot. Half a day later, with the help of Wu Shi and Su Xin, Sui finally figured out the situation of this theater group that had asked him to be a director. What the heck? It's not a movie or a drama. It's just a show that directs actors for a variety show. This program has been filmed 2 installments. The first is a trial if the filming is good. The third can continue to pull investment. If the filming is not good, each go back to their own home. Each find their own mother. When he heard this, Sui froze. This boss trusts him too much, doesn't he, to give him such an important matter? Actors in position, please. The most important by definition are the actors. But after 2 installments of filming, the middle-aged man realized that what really matters is actually the director. And only if the director arranges it well, can it be a hit? So he fulfilled all aspects of whatever Sui requested. When Sui suggested that Su Lust and Gu Yan and the others join the program as well, he didn't even half hesitate, seeing that the other party was so supportive. What else could Sui say? Dry. Shoot. The effect is a little bit, but it's not satisfactory. By the second issue, into the official period, it had been partially overhauled and made some progress, but it still wasn't great. The third installment, the next part to be filmed, becomes a matter of life and death. 118 Goodbye Lu Qingling. Actors, please take your places in the offices where the camera crew is located. Sui had finally met Boss Su, who had a discerning eye. Director Xiao Su was here. A warm welcome. Boss Su led all the employees of the group to give a warm welcome, and dozens of people applauded fiercely. Snap. Stop. The frequency is too fast. Can't stand it. Sui hurriedly stopped it, his face showing dissatisfaction. What frequency? There's such a thing as frequency in clapping? Sue boss, look at you, this is what you say. Young people energetic do not know moderation even if your age still do not understand the frequency. How can it? 3 times a stop, 9 shallow way. What does clapping have to do with the energetic body? Boss Sue was confused, but when he heard the second half of the paragraph, he violently reflected and stopped the clapping. This brat, mocking his poor health? Negative emotions plus 100. I've been kind enough to teach you the secrets of manhood, but you still don't know how to be nice? At the age of 48, with a 4'8" waist and fat as a bucket, can you be happy without mastering the rhythm of life? Don't know no good people. Sui snorted coldly and entered Boss Sue's office. After some discussion, the details of the cooperation were finalized, and in addition to the actors asked to put in place the director, Sui also got a contract for the theatrical film. However, due to the fact that Sui only has experience in short dramas, Boss Sue only assigned Sui to the low-budget thriller genre. Director Sue, do you want to make a Western plasma movie? I have ready resources here, Boss Sue said. Plasma tablets? Sui sneered at his words. No, what's the age of plasma tablets in the traditional sense? Watching too many plasma movies these days just reminds you of pig blood and duck blood red in a hot pot. Sui looked at the few hairs on Boss Sue's head and revealed a bad smile. When it comes to thrillers, the old country is the ancestor of playing with heart thrillers, and it's miles ahead of those low-grade stuff in the West that's only about visual plasma thrills. Mr. Xiao Su, what are you looking at? Boss Sue subconsciously shrunk and was covered in cold sweat. Is it possible that Director Seo has a hobby with Nan? Is this the Spice City? Negative emotions plus 100. Where's the negativity? Sui woke up from his contemplation and looked at Boss Sue with dissatisfaction. Old man, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm going to subvert you? Oh, my God. You don't even look at your scruffy ass. You're fat and ugly. You don't have to wear chest hair, but you don't even have a beard. That's too much. Do you think all of us in Tong Nam have such a casual eye? We're just differently oriented with Nan. It's not like we don't have an aesthetic. Blah blah blah. Who is the same Nan? Almost took the persona seriously. Boss Sue, things are done talking. Overtime is out of the question for life. Sui finished his speech and directly skipped off. Director Xiao Su? Before Boss Sue had time to react, Sui had already run away in a puff of smoke. Am I that scary? Why are you running so fast? Boss Sue said mournfully. Upon hearing this, the corner of the secretary's mouth twitched. The owner really has no self-awareness. Not being active from work. Is there a major brain disease? Boss, although Director Sue has confirmed his cooperation, he hasn't signed the contract yet. Is he dissatisfied with our share of the contract? The secretary pointed to the papers on the table and reminded. Boss Sue's eyes lit up at his words. That's it. Director Xiao Su is hammering me. Giving 50% to Director Xiao Su is still too little, although the risk is borne entirely by me. But 1,000 gold escapes talent is hard to find. Investing in a talent like Director Xiao Su is an opportunity given to me by God. 50% is still too little. Raise the split for Director Xiao Su to 70%. No, 80%. The secretary sniffed, dumbfounded. My own boss is a super miser nicknamed Gramps. When did he become so generous? It's not possible that he really has a crush on Director Xiao Su, is it? Director Xiao Su is so charming. Outside the hotel, Sui rode a small electric donkey, enjoying the evening breeze, itching to wolf howl fiercely a few times, to pave the way for Yat Sing Entertainment to be formalized so quickly. One was simply too genius, successful in his career, young and talented, but unfortunately there is no beauty around to match. The abstract Huang Lu, the soft Su Desire, and the hot school flower schoolmate. Who should I find to accompany myself to spend this spring night? And so on. Sui suddenly stopped the small electric donkey and looked at a familiar figure on the side of the road. Lu Qingling. It's really true that what you think comes to you. Lu Qingling is actually here. It must be fate from the heavens. God is the biggest in heaven and earth. Let's go for a drink. Hey, there's no chance something will happen tonight. However, why was Lu Qingling sitting on the side of the road in a daze, as if she had suffered a major shock? In all seriousness, Sui thought that he was by no means a scumbag and wouldn't see one and love another, but Lu Qingling was indeed a rare beauty. He walked over quietly. Snap. Lu Qingling, guess who I am? Lu Qingling's body trembled as she slowly turned her head, revealing a miserable panda face that was overly exhausted. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. You're here too? Sui's gaze was frozen. Have you been possessed or are you possessed by a ghost? I'm warning you, this is a new era. Ghosts and monsters are not allowed to become fertilized, much less possessed. Saying that, Sui made a ghostly drawing, flicked his finger and gave Lu Qingling a brain crash. Watch the move. It hurts. Negative emotions plus 100. Lu Qingling covered her head, her panda eyes filled with tears and watering. Sui, I'm not possessed by a ghost. I'm Lu Qingling. I'm so miserable. I haven't slept or eaten all day, and I've been cheated out of all my money. I'm so miserable, and you're bullying me. Sui, I want to take a license and then training to work, but the result was cheated out of money, but also backed up with a loan. I originally wanted to go to work to make money, but the result has now become pay to go to work, but also owed a debt. Sui froze again. Listen to this. Is this human language? Paying to work and being loaned money and in debt? Which one alone? Sui can barely understand. After all, paying money to work is no longer a rare thing, but so many added together. Sui cannot understand. Other people go to work to make money. Lu Qingling goes to work, which is playing with his life? Lu Qingling. Others become oxen and horses in order to not be oxen and horses in the second half of their lives. And you become oxen and horses in order to be oxen and horses in your next life? Sui said. Pust. Lu Qingling covered her neck as if she had been pierced through the heart by an arrow, and her face became even more miserable. Negative emotions plus 200. Sui, I know I'm stupid, so don't mock me. You know you're stupid too, don't you? Sui was speechless. He gave Lu Qingling that $100,000 in the hope that she could get on the right track and live a good life. How could he have thought that this stupid girl would be cheated out of her money? A born laborer. Sui coughed and parked his little electric donkey aside. Lu Qingling, where is that pyramid scheme company? I'll go and get your money back for you. Lu Qingling hurriedly shook her head. No, there are many of them. You are no match for them, and there are fighters among them. You are no match for them. Ooh, how could I have been so stupid? Just leave me alone. I'm to blame for what I'd become, so hurry up and go. I'm afraid I'll infect you with my stupidity. Sui smiled. Rivals? He has the system in his hands. Who is worthy of being his opponent? Chapter 119. Negative emotions plus 25. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 99. I'm so miserable. Lu Qingling refused with her mouth, but she was indeed desperate. Imagine, a poor delivery man. It is hard to get 100,000 horizontal wealth. Thought to be able to rely on this money to change fate. Find a stable job to go to work. The result is not only cheated all the money, but also by the marketing company cheated back all the debt. Misery. It's simply too bad. Pen. Where's my pen? What are you looking for a pen for? I'm going to write misery on your thighs. Sui stared straight at Lu Qingling's long white legs with a serious face. LOL. It's a shame. The weather was a little cooler, and Lu Qingling was not wearing cool clothes, hindering his calligraphy. Don't cry. Give me the address and I'll meet them. Sui said indifferently. Having been interrupted by Sui, Lu Qingling had gotten better. For some reason, as long as Sui had appeared, she immediately felt that she had a backbone and wasn't so desperate. Although she and Sui had met in plain sight and had never known each other in depth, there was a sense of trust that she had met a friend in another country. Moreover, don't look at Sui as a bit of a weirdo, but he's a total good guy. Otherwise, who would be okay with giving someone $100,000? That's 100,000. Stayed in the city for a long time. Lu Qingling found out long ago. Don't look at the city, people are dressed up, but in fact there are not many deposits, are carrying a debt. Their address. Sui remembered the place and looked up, almost out of breath. Good guy. The marketing organization even rented in the center of the city in a luxury office building. High up, the wind and water. Excellent feng shui treasure. You're a pyramid scheme. What's the point of being so grandiose? No wonder Lu Qingling fell for it. Who wouldn't be confused if an ordinary person came to a place like this? The company is my home. You have to love it. The boss is mom and dad. Go to work and make money for mom and dad. 2 eyes open. Start competing. Screaming and screaming. Life is decadent. Our 930 company is the most energetic company, as long as you follow the boss. RV is not a dream. Struggle, 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 struggle. In front of the distribution company, dozens of people roared slogans en masse to the sound of rhythmic music. Looking at this strange scene, Sui realized that he had misunderstood Lu Qingling too much. You do need to pay to work for such a motivated company. Pay up my ass. It's not just paying to go to work, it's burning your life to go to work. Listen, is this human language? The boss is mom and dad. Making money for the boss to spend? Such an outrageous marketing slogan, and no one thinks it's wrong. But instead, they all look like they've had a good time? It was nothing short of a miracle that Lu Qingling was able to wake up and take the bait on her own. Returning to the side of the road, Sui realized that Lu Qingling had already begun to guyu palsy. It's so inelegant. A beautiful woman. How can you be paralyzed? Even if you lie down, you should lie on my lap. Sui dragged up Lu Qingling and directly opened a room nearby. Ignoring the ambiguous gaze of the attendant, Sui took the room card and swiped it into the elevator. Aha! Sui opened the door and looked at the large double bed with pain. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, and the quality of the waiters has gone down so badly. What's wrong? Lu Qingling was puzzled. Looking at the room, it felt like it was all pretty good, with everything you need. Wouldn't they know to arrange for a double bed if I didn't say I wanted one? Wouldn't that force me to be taken advantage of by you? Negative emotions plus 100. I'm the one who should be taken advantage of, right? Lu Qingling blushed slightly. Should be able to change rooms, right? Lu Qingling whispered. She'd been hit so hard earlier that she hadn't even realized she'd been dragged into the hotel. It's a man and a woman. He's not going to do anything, is he? Change rooms? No need. My legs hurt and I can't walk, Sui said, quickly closing the door to the room and hanging a do not disturb sign in the process. Tension plus 50. A few moments later, the bathroom rang with the sound of a shower. Don't get me wrong. Nothing happened or the shower would have been at least an hour or two later. What? Some people say bragging rights. It hasn't been that long? That's pathetic. Time to get some sleeping pills. Of course Sui is talking about naps. Is it shy? Lu Qingling took a shower, wrapped up in her large pajamas, and walked out imperviously. On a hot day, you can't wait to be hot and sweaty, like a stinky salted fish that's been marinated in flavor. Aren't you hot? Sui was speechless. He really has to have some idea what he can do with a torn pajama top. Sui, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done today. I probably would have gone and jumped off a building. Wha? Lu Qingling said, touching the sadness, and cried again. After she left last time, she still thought that when she made money, she must thank Sui properly, but she thought that she hadn't waited for a good day. But first she pitched herself. Sui poured a cup of hot water and pressed her to sit on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Have some hot water and calm down. Lu Qingling nodded, her pretty little lips dipping into the cup of water and sipping the hot water like a kitten. Sui took the opportunity to ask for more details, especially about the marketing company. Don't ask, don't tell. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's a death sentence. Keep letting them get on with it and God knows how much of a mess they'll make. Lu Qingling hugged the cup of water and cried once again as she recalled the experiences of the past few days. Don't be afraid. I'm here, aren't I? Oh, I'm not scared. I'm heartbroken about my $100,000. Sui was silent. This girl really fell into the eye of the money. Can get back a life is good. Why do not know enough? There's plenty of money to go around. So get some rest. Come on, lie down nice and close your eyes. Good boy. You're not going to mess around, are you? Never mind. I can make do if it's you. Lu Qingling said with a slight hint of dishevelment. What's that? What kind of talk is that? Make do? Are you having a good time with me? Sui hummed, taking up the noble temperament of Tong Nan, and did not commit any offense against Lu Qingling in the autumn. Really not a crime? Well, can commit. Only a little bit. Go Changhua Avenue. Bah! Stringing the stage again. After resigning herself to her fate, Lu Qingling was clearly even more adorable, reminding Sui of when he first met her. At that time, Lu Qingling was delivering takeouts and was also so aggrieved, except that at that time, she was chained to the cell railing. Sui, I'm hungry. Lu Qingling suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sui with tearful eyes. Can I get a full meal before I run an errand? It's over. This girl is completely desperate. She'll sell herself out for a meal. You take a nap, and when you wake up, you can have whatever you want. Saying that, Sui forced her to sleep, then turned around and walked outside. It's outrageous. If he doesn't get rid of this pyramid scheme today, his last name won't be Su. This is a wonderful doctrine. Should I change my last name to Huang? Abstract sister Huang Lu shouldn't refuse, right? Chapter 120 Distribution of the Sacred Body of Cow and Horse. Sleeping on the floor every day. I'll pay the boss. Tough. Be strong. Rise up. Rise. Inside the distribution company, ghosts are crying like 100 ghosts walking at night. I'm going. I just entered the live broadcast room and thought I'd seen a ghost. Sui, you have to compensate me for the mental damage. I just finished a ing meal, and before I could eat it, I got spilled at the top of my lungs. The viewers just entered the broadcast room and immediately started trolling. Negative emotions plus 50. Sui glanced at the screen full of pop-ups and was pained. As soon as I saw Lu Qingling, how could I forget to open the live broadcast? And how many points I earned less? Indulging in female sex will really affect the speed of drawing the sword. Sui, you still have to practice. Missed the boat. Brothers, follow in my footsteps as I take you on a mystery tour of the urban legend Mysteryland, the MLM group. Sui said mysteriously, pointing the camera inside the marketing group. It's only been a while. How come the number of people has increased again? Is paid work so addictive these days? I'll go. Exploring a pyramid scheme group. Sui, you're a bit fierce. It's too dangerous to break into a pyramid scheme alone. Should we call the police to report it first? Peanuts and melon seeds and mineral water. Coffin paper money and Swona team. Don't be in a hurry if you are watching the fun. Watch the anchor make a death together. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Sui smiled faintly, unimpressed. Death? It's not clear who died. Sui pushed his way in. You're making so much noise. Do you have any morals? Don't you know that the cows and horses are all working overtime, day and night? Remediation. They must be taught a hard lesson. Supply the boss today. Be the boss tomorrow. Perhaps they were used to being visited. None of the marketing group came to greet Sui. Instead, they shouted slogans more vigorously. Sui walked inside and loitered, incidentally opening the eyes of the crowd in the broadcast room. Am I hearing it wrong? Beating the boss and cursing the boss has been seen. How come there is still supplying the boss? I seem to be mentally deranged. How come they're still calling out for the boss's parents? Damn. The anchor to compensate me for the mental damage. How can a cowhorse thank the boss? I must be crazy. Negative emotions plus 100. It had only just been a few moments of listening before the crowd on the air began to freak out. In response, Sui smiled faintly, unconcerned. You can't take it anymore? Young man, still too young. It was a full 10 minutes later, as the marketing group finished their morning exercises, that someone came to receive Sui. Little brother, looking at your face, are you here to join our challenge as well? A middle-aged man with a loyal-looking face and a few moments of cowhorse fatigue overload came over. Challenge? What challenge? The Hold Your Laughter challenge? Kind of funny, Sui said. It's not a Hold Your Laughter challenge. It's a get-rich challenge, of course. Join us at 9.5 yuan chi. And as long as you can become number 1 on the boss contribution list, you'll be able to cross over the bulls and horses and become the boss directly, enjoying the sustenance of our entire group. Saying that, he skillfully opened his cell phone and took out a points leaderboard, only to see that on the leaderboard, there were several thousand members ranked. Become a member and make a daily contribution. Contribute to the boss by donating every day, and you'll earn points. The higher the ranking, the better the chance to inherit the boss's position. You're like I've joined the company for 2 years, donated a full $2 million, although I owe a loan and work full-time every day from 9 to 8, but our company is very harmonious. As long as you give me 2 more years, I'll be able to successfully challenge my boss's position. Going to work and donating over $2 million, working 9 to 8 every day with no monthly breaks? This is not going to work. This is the holy communion of cows and horses. The first line of self-introduction from the bull-horse sacred body subdued both Sui and the live broadcast audience. Shock value plus 999. The ones who just suspected they were crazy have already started making hospital appointments to get hospitalized. A cowhorse that goes to work and doesn't make money, but instead donates millions to his boss. If the world isn't crazy, he must be crazy himself. Big brother, you have more than $2 million, but also as what cattle and horses. Directly lying flat is not good? Sui, after all, had learned a bit in advance from Lu Qingling, so he quickly recovered. However, upon hearing this, the bull-horse sacred body glared at Sui with both eyes, looking at him with dissatisfaction. What's that supposed to mean? How can a young man not have a dream? A mere $2 million or so to lie flat, can support themselves for a lifetime? When we become the boss, we can easily earn a small goal a year. Only then can we lay flat. Sui looked at his pale face from working too much overtime, and then looked at the points that were far from the first place, and once again, he felt inferior. The thinking of the bull and horse sacred body was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Big brother, why don't you stop thinking about how to become a boss and think about whether your body can carry it? Sui said very seriously. Little brother, thank you for your concern, but we have prepared for this. As long as you join the company now and complete the first medical pen donation task, you will be able to receive sets such as the 6 flavors Heavenly Emperor pill and the Vajra Great Tonic pill for a limited period of time for the impact of being the boss on the scoreboard. What are you waiting for? Nyoma's sacred body turned into a trick, pulled out a few boxes of Dabu pill set, skillfully opened a box, did not even look at the instructions for taking, directly to the bottle blow. 6666. Worthy of being the bull and horse sacred body. According to this supplementation method, real bulls and horses can't carry it, and he even ate it for 3 years and still hasn't died? I'm in tears. I thought having 1 day off a week and working 9 to 8 was cowboy enough, but it turns out I'm nothing more than peanuts. The bull and horse sacred body that cannot be encountered for 10,000 years. To think that I've seen it, is this the gap between mortals and geniuses like me? No good. We've encountered Do Zong Nyoma. Hurry up and invite Do Di Nyoma ancestor. Still looking for what Do Di Nyoma. According to this eating method, Do Di Nyoma is either in the morgue or in the intensive care unit. Marketing really harms people. Shock value plus 100. Sui was also completely unable to carry on. Before entering the door, he was thinking of theorizing with these people to see if he could get their conscience, but now it seems that in front of the real pyramid scheme brainwashers, he was still thinking too simply. Big brother, I'm not actually here to join your company. I just want to talk to you guys about a refund. My friend was cheated by you guys out of $100,000. As long as you guys refund me the money, I won't make a big deal out of it. How about it? Sui said. He didn't want to meddle if he could simply get it over with. These people just like to be cattle and horses, and they haven't done anything to harm the world. How simple and harmless they are. Refund? What kind of dream are you thinking of? The money is in my pocket and you want a refund? If the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take this money away. Seeing that Sui wasn't here to join the group at all, the bullhorse sacred body instantly flushed, reversed his attitude drastically, and began to drive people away. If you don't pay, I'll make a big deal out of it. I advise you to think about the damage. I've got people up there. Sui coldly grunted. Playing the rascal? It's kind of fun. Chapter 121, Sugar. Too much sugar. What can you do if you have people? We're a legitimate company. Feel free to check us out. We're also clearly labeled and legally taxed. So what can you do if you have people? Nyoma's sacred body laughed, did not care, turned his hand and took out a variety of legal formalities and proof of tax completion. Looking at Sui almost tears. Family members, even those who engage in pyramid schemes know to pay taxes legally, but those who make money like the wind, but all kinds of tax evasion. In the end, who is the vermin that victimizes society? Are you going to pay or not? Sui rubbed his fists. The text does not work. Come to the military. He couldn't believe he couldn't wake these people up. Kid, you still want to make trouble? There's a lot of us, so feel free to fight, as long as you can afford the medical bills. The cowhorse sacred body laughed, and lay straight down flat, taking a health insurance policy in his hand. 3,000 for one punch, 10,000 for two punches, $50,000 for injuries, and surgical compensation is separate. It was the first time since Sui had gotten a system that he had been made to lose his temper. I can't talk, I can't scold, and I can't fight. This stuff is like dog poo. If you get it on, you're done. No, it's not just about the Lu Qingling money now. The district is a marketing group, and he doesn't believe that he can't handle it. System, give me the lottery. Received by the system. Detected that the host has plenty of points. Is it possible to open the lucky 10 consecutive draws? Pump. Stockings +1. Cryogenic candle +1. Healing gold source +1. Boudoir whip +1. Lun's system is not search hanging which old driver's secret warehouse. From where to get so many treasures? While Sui was speechless, he silently gave the system a nod. Good stuff. Keep it for now. Maybe we'll need it sometime. Congratulations to the host, who drew a copy of the Grandmaster MLM Master Experience. Finally, on the 10th stroke, Sui finally heard something good. Patriarchal MLM Guru Experience. Sui's eyes were glowing with excitement. MLM Guru tips. Isn't this just a case of think what you want? Whoa, click. Turn the big picture around. Kai. With the added experience, Sui's aura changed, and in the eyes of the bull and horse sacred body, it was as if the great immortal had possessed Sui, and it was as if the entire person had been plucked up a few levels. High. Too high. Several stories high. Cow horse, how about I give you a little cut of the money back for me? Young man, don't you dare try to shake my loyalty to the boss with a little money. No money? A little bit interesting, then I won't hide it. In fact, I am the owner of the Los Angeles 2nd Grandmaster MLM Group, a popular figure in the MLM world. I was just testing you. Congratulations on passing the test and being able to inherit my MLM secrets. A pyramid scheme? Does this kid know what's going on? The bullhorse sacred body's body shook as it looked at Sui with contempt. Kid, feelings you are here to kick? You are really young. Also do not see here is this? Before the words left his mouth, the bullhorse sacred body froze, looking at Sui with disbelief, as if a spell-like hypnotic mantra was coming from his ears. Lizai, we're all holdout boys. We must wear jade tags around our necks. Worship 3 times a day. A few hundred more inside your wallet. Come to wealth. Lai Choi? What kind of slogan is that? At first hearing, it is not at all as hot-blooded as the 5-word slogan, but under careful listening, it is like a magic sound around the ears. Come to the money? Hanging jade plaque. Put. The bullhorse sacred body knelt on the ground in excitement, looking at Sui with a face of adoration. Master, you're really a master. It's me who's blind. Please pass on this MLM secret to me. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly clamored at the sight. That's convincing? What the hell is Lai Zai? Is that slogan so attractive? Hold back the boy. Hang up the jade tablet. Come to the fortune. Master, I am enlightened too. That slogan is so magical. Shock value plus 200. Convinced by this? This is only the introductory heart technique for master. Sui scorned, and his demonic voice rose again as he took out a second set of feats. Milk Dragon's ditty. The stars are shining tonight, I love your heart full. Vomit. Sui had only read the first sentence when he almost vomited. Even with the experience of a patriarch-level distributor in place, Sui was almost revolted. No, this spell is too hard and spicy. Master, what's wrong with you? The bull horse sacred body was shocked. The second set of gongfu, was it so powerful that even a legendary figure like the Grandmaster couldn't bear it after only reciting one sentence? Sugar. Too much sugar. This gong method is a forbidden spell of this sect. Master can't withstand it at all. Sui resisted the urge to vomit and patted the bull horse sacred body's shoulder. But you're different. You have the body of the bull and horse sacred body that you won't come across for 10,000 years. You'll definitely be able to carry forward this sect's mind technique. Remember, the key to this milk dragon secret technique is the last two sentences. Which two sentences, Master? The bull horse sacred body was agitated by Su Yi's fervor. He knew he was on to something big in the MLM world. His family didn't understand. His friends stayed away from him. And even the love of his life for many years abandoned him. The feeling wasn't that he couldn't do it, but that he hadn't learned the right technique. Good thing he held on. The master was really his chance. When he learned the second set of forbidden incantations, he would still be worried about not being number one in the scoreboard. Bucking the bull and becoming a big boss? Seeing that the bull horse sacred body had been pretty much fooled, Sui took a deep breath and spoke the last two lines of the forbidden spell. Wipe your nose before you lift your pants. And from there, take a social step. No sound. The live feed was completely silent. A full 30 seconds passed before the first pop-up appeared on the live stream. Vom. Insulin. Where's my insulin? It's too sugary. Sui, you bastard. You poisoned me into diabetes. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Negative emotions plus 999. Sui wasn't doing well either. But fortunately, he had the experience of a master distributor in place, and forcibly resisted the sugar degree of the milk dragon forbidden spell. Master has already imparted the two great techniques of this sect to you. You must carry this sect forward and become number one on the points list. Grandmaster, how can I thank you for learning your gongfu? The bull horse sacred body said excitedly with tears in its eyes. No thanks, just remember to return that $100. 000, Sui said, thinking that it was still not safe. Although the gong method was imparted, the bull horse sacred body did not have a system to augment it after all. System, edit background. During this recent period, Sui had enough points to directly edit a marketing background for the bull horse sacred body. With the background added, the two forbidden spells of Lai Kai and Milk Dragon added, the district marketing boss is still not easy to take. As for Sui himself, he went downstairs to buy breakfast and medicine for Lu Qingling, and after the bull horse sacred body was empowered by the background, it quickly familiarized itself with the two sets of marketing secrets and found a target to use. In the distribution group, another group of people are shouting slogans and imagining the scene of being the boss in the future. At that moment, a weird voice rang out, instantly breaking the neatly organized slogan. Lizai Lizai, Chapter 122 Commencement of Operations. Inside the office of the owner of the distribution group, the fat boss with 3 layers of skin on his belly is holding a gold brick and looking over the scoreboard list, enjoying the offerings from the cows and horses below. There's no such thing as everyone being the boss. It's just a dream before the sudden death of a cow or a horse. He's the only one who can be the boss and be worshipped by millions. The standings are nothing more than a pie in the neck for the bull and the horse. This guy in the second row. The family has been completely unable to squeeze the oil flour. We have to find a way to get rid of him. No, how can it be to get rid of it? It is to optimize it. It is to export the best talents to the society. Platoon the third, this kid dead not to give parents loans, are out to do pyramid schemes, but also think not to add trouble to the family? What kind of dream is that? Platoon 7, this kid is the best, have donated more than $2 million, and still die to follow me, so willing to be a cow or a horse. I have to send him a donkey grinder. Squeeze his bones dry? The boss was looking at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, suddenly heard a discordant sound, and the sound is getting louder and louder, has been transmitted to the upstairs office. We pyramid scheme boys like to have big money in our heads. Bosses offer their money on the table, and spend it all to get rich. Everyone in the marketing group that was neatly chanting slogans was dancing their asses off when suddenly an unusual sound rang out. Kai, come on Kai, Kai, come on Kai. The bull and horse sacred body, which had inherited the power of Suyi's distribution master and had been empowered by the system, had only just shouted 2 sentences, and its terrifying power had already manifested itself. Combined with the extremely weird and sugar-explosive moves of the Milk Dragon dance, a whole bunch of marketing boys have been brainwashed in just a few moments. What's the commotion? How can you be in my company and not shout the slogan that the boss is mom and dad? Lai Kai? What fortune? I'm the only one who gets rich in this company. Only after listening to a few sentences, the boss's face turned ugly to the extreme and he angrily went downstairs. The slogan, and the horrible music that was so bizarre it raised his blood sugar, and listening to it for a little while longer made him feel like zapping his insulin. In the middle of the hall, the bull horse sacred body led the way. The music is chosen, the movements are set, the little hands are waved, and all kinds of slogans come out of their mouths. Woohoo! That slogan touches us little cowponies so much, the distributors cried out loudly over and over again, while following the movements of the Holy Eucharist of bull and horse, and the whole group had already been breached from within. What are you doing? Want to revolt? The owner saw the situation and immediately screamed, whoever dares to shout slogans again, I'll expel him from the company, so that he can never contribute to the company again, and can never be a boss for the rest of his life. Not being able to be a boss is like stomping a cow or horse for life. In the past, as soon as he shouted out this punishment, the people below cried their eyes out. Now, however, the cowhorse Eucharist led the way in a little sugar explosive dance step that surrounded the boss step by step. Come and cut. Come on, come on. The bullhorse sacred body had been holding back for a full 3 years and had finally found a way to turn the tables. Would it be intimidated by a single word from the fat pig boss? Cowhorse, what do you want? I'm warning you to stay out of trouble. Making a scene? We're just trying to optimize you out. How is that a disturbance? Hearing the words of the bull and horse sacred body, the boss almost vomited blood. Inverted Big Dipper. He's the boss. Is it decent to optimize him out? There's never been anything but optimizing employees out. How can the boss optimize out? You're not convinced? Just get used to it. In a few moments, the fat pig boss had been tied up. When Sui came back again after buying breakfast for Lu Qingling, he saw such a haphazard situation. He had just left the live stream on, so the viewers watched the whole thing in its entirety, wailing and wailing, providing Sui with a lot of emotional value. My eyes are going blind. It's too sugary. I'm going to die if I don't get my insulin. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life? Why did you make me watch this kind of live broadcast? Dead hand. Change the live feed. Why can't I control my hand? Sui glanced at the live broadcast pop-ups, indicating a slight smile. Cannot control this is right. Brain, it's, mouth, shut up. I'll tell you if it's sugar or when I taste it. This is the tactics of a patriarchal master distributor. A full 20 years of power. Who can stand it? Brothers, the anchor is back. Sui picked up his cell phone, ignored the verbal abuse in the live broadcast, and walked directly towards the bull horse sacred body. Nyoma sacred body, how come you haven't become the first of the Zimmers yet? Master, I've taken the man down. Here's your $100,000. Nyoma sacred body said excitedly, taking out $100,000 from the boss's small treasury and respectfully handing it to Sui. Negative emotions plus 100. The audience was dumbfounded. They suffered through the sugar rush and the anchor made $100,000 off the top of his head. The brothers suffered, but you took all the benefits. So you're the one who betrayed them? Master, there's still an old lot of money here. Would you like some more? The bullhorse sacred body rubbed his hands together and said, in the small vault, there are several $1 million, in addition to gold bars, real estate license, luxury car keys and other things. It's all stolen goods, so you can give it all to the police later. Sui casually glanced at it and expressed his disdain. After developing tens of thousands of people and getting this much stuff, you have the nerve to be the boss? Police? Master, aren't we a pyramid scheme? Why are we cooperating with the police? The bullhorse sacred body was a little reluctant to give up. Money, it's money. He's never seen so much money in his life and now he's giving it to the police to seize? Bang! A large hand slapped on his shoulder, and the bullhorse sacred body subconsciously shortened its waist by 3 points, looking at Sui in horror, thinking that his master had become angry. Although this version of Earth OL is very economy eating, how can you achieve great things if you can't resist such a small amount of money? The incantation for coming to wealth and the secret method of milking the dragon that my master has passed on to you are unrivaled tools for brainwashing the world. This money is for you to wear your sins and whitewash your identity. And when the handover is over you'll take your passport and go abroad. Let go of this little pool of water right now so you can embrace the whole ocean. After saying that, Sui picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his cheap big brother. Secretary Han, you may not want the dirty money, but you still have to take the favors. The office of the case brigade had a depressing atmosphere. Once a month at a regular meeting, districts bring up their toughest bones for discussion, and the case at the top of the list is, quite literally, the Big 930 Inc. Pyramid Scheme case. The 930 Pyramid Scheme group is particularly large, the criminals are particularly cunning, and the amount of money involved is particularly large. With each statement, the captain slapped the table hard. The crowd below, not saying a word, was full of suffocation. As crime becomes more and more specialized and highly intelligent, some criminals are so close that they just don't have the evidence to arrest them, and they have to hold their breath and wait. Why doesn't God open his eyes and strike these scourges to death with a thunderbolt? Just when the captain thought that this regular meeting was going to end without end again, his cell phone suddenly rang. Why is Secretary Han calling me? Chapter 123. Still crying to collect you to come. What? The 930 company settled? That can't be possible. No, I'm not questioning what you mean, but the owner of the 9.5 MLM group is an old fox in the international marketing world, and has a knack for controlling his men, and we've tried infiltrating and bribing them, but not a single one of them has betrayed. Your brother's in charge? Secretary, you have a brother who is a criminal police officer. Not a criminal police officer but a netizen? You're sure he's not teasing me about someone who's not in the same league? Secretary, I'm really not questioning you, I just find it unbelievable. Okay, I'll go and arrest someone right away, and I'll report to you afterwards. In the conference room, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the otherwise extremely depressing atmosphere. One team member looked at the captain incredulously. Is this the same calm and capable captain who doesn't change his face when Tarzan is in front of him? Why do you look like an old man who hasn't seen the world? However, they didn't realize that if they had heard the words on the other side of the phone, they were afraid they would have been even more shocked than the captain. Putting down his cell phone, the captain froze in disbelief for a full half-minute before digesting what he'd heard and turning to head out the door. Isn't it a joke that a small webcam solved what the brigade hadn't done for months anyway? Captain, what are you doing there? We're still in a meeting. A member of the team said hastily. It's no joke to have a regular monthly meeting that brings together all the cadre of elite police officers from several large districts. A meeting? What meeting? The protagonist has been captured, and we're still having a silly meeting here. Our faces have simply been disgraced, the captain said with an ugly face, subconsciously rubbing his burning face again. Now that I think about it, this whole thing is still mostly nonsense, but the secretary has always been a man of his word and iron face, and I don't think he would joke about it. What guy got caught? The crowd clamored and looked at each other. Seeing the captain go out, the crowd reacted furiously and rushed after him. A few moments later, the captain led a group of team members to the marketing group building and, without much effort, captured the owner of the marketing group. Everyone hold your heads, don't take any chances of resisting, and come back with us to make your statements. Seeing that there were hundreds of distributors on the scene, the captain was violently startled and said that he had made a mistake. He could know how scary this boss was. The other side's brainwashing tactics are so powerful that it is said that some members would rather sever ties with their families than continue to work for him. In case the marketing boss wants to die, the brigade is really not easy to control this point of people. However, as he was thinking about it, he saw a man covered in bulls and horses come forward. Don't worry, comrade officer, we'll cooperate fully, my master said. Let us take the crime and clean up our act, reform ourselves and start over. No one will make trouble. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 500. Ha, was this still the same marketing group he knew? It wasn't just the captain. Even a bunch of the team members noticed the anomaly. Before they left the house, they only knew that they had come to arrest someone, but how could they have imagined that the scene would be so shocking? The number one felon who's been plaguing the general for months has been taken care of so easily? Not only to explain the crime, and even take the initiative to cooperate with the search for stolen money, returned to the victims of fraud, in addition to the various criminal evidence about the marketing group has done, but also take the initiative to explain. Not even an hour was used, and the big marketing case that had been plaguing the city for months was solved so easily. In the interrogation room, Boss Fatty looked at the information in his hands with disbelief. This is the background of the kid who messed up my group? Negativity plus 999. No, I'm not. What's wrong with him? He had no grievance with him in the distant past. Why did he come to torment him? Boss Fatty has no idea that all of this is because his men cheated some little girl out of $100,000. The captain looked at the marketing boss who was about to collapse, and then glanced at Suyi's profile, sighing, a family with the right roots, such a background, even as a small anchor netizen, to solve a big case of marketing, also seems less unimaginable. A kid raised by this kind of family is nothing compared to a big case. To put it mildly, even I sympathize with you a bit. Why did you mess with this ancestor when you could have messed with anyone else? The captain looked at the marketing boss with a sympathetic face. Negativity plus 100. If you take it for what it's worth and aren't that greedy, even if we know you're running a pyramid scheme, we won't be able to get any evidence to arrest you. But how come you just don't have the good sense to mess with this little ancestor? Negativity plus 200. In these last few months, for your case, our entire district brigade couldn't raise their heads at every regular meeting. Now that we can finally raise our eyebrows, it's your turn to suffer. Negativity plus 999. This brother of the secretary's is a real name, and he was able to oust you, but I'm still curious, aren't you very smart? So arrogant that you dared to open a pyramid scheme building syndicate in the city center, and you've always been very tactful in disciplining your men, so how did it suddenly backfire on you this time? Negativity plus? The marketing boss suddenly let out a miserable scream. It was as if the marketing boss had suffered a huge mental blow. Don't scream, if you have something to say, what are you howling for? The captain was startled and didn't take it well. Luckily, there were no reporters around. Otherwise wouldn't they have mistakenly thought they were torturing them to extract a confession? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. It took me months of suffering with them, and all sorts of tricks to gain their trust and brainwash them. What gives that kid the right to bust up my business empire with just a few slogans? Like I don't understand. I really can't. What is this all about? The fat boss howled and cried a little and laughed a little, as if he were possessed. But in the blink of an eye, Boss Fat Pig returned to normal, only that he couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. You're still aggravated? I'm warning you, don't try to stall. Crying counts as time. Just as the captain was interrogating the flying pig boss, Sui had returned to the hotel. On the way back, he received a call from that cheap big brother, saying that he was going to give him some kind of commendation, with words inviting him to visit the police force, or even hang on as a counselor. Sui was a bit excited at first, but quickly reacted. Counselor? Doesn't that mean free counseling? I think it's a free-for-all. This cheap big brother. He hasn't taken advantage of him yet, but he's thinking of knocking his own bamboo stick first? No kudos, no favors. When you get a commendation, you carry a responsibility on your shoulders, and with that responsibility you can't lie down. Earth this version. Laying flat is the best profession. Sui wouldn't do such a stupid thing, not to leave a big, beautiful, fragrant woman in a hotel room to work as a counselor for a bunch of smoky, sweaty, sour-footed honks. He's got a brain fart to do such a stupid thing. In front of the hotel room door, later did not wait for the cheap opposite side to finish, directly hung up the phone, took out the hotel card, a light swish, drops, veteran driver card, chapter 124, birth of the Sioux animal, drop, student card, drop, senior card, drops, old geezer card. Sui's hand had just pressed on the doorknob, and all the little sullen people in the live broadcast room immediately began to stir. Holy, where's this going for us? Is this even a proper broadcast? Finished. I knew I couldn't eat too much of the spelled good meal. This is great. I can't believe I'm seeing the anchor bringing his brothers to enjoy the blessings. You are really treating the brothers as outsiders. You drive a Land Rover. The brothers really don't envy. The audience watched the ambiguous hotel lights, and before they even entered the room, their blood was already churning and their fists were pumping with excitement. Sui is really treating his brothers as outsiders. Add 100 to the shock value. Add 200 to the shock value. Shock value plus 900. Sui looked at the emotion values that kept drifting by and said that it was all a minor point. The brothers are real givers, and they are real givers of emotional value when it comes to giving them good stuff. 100 is not too little. 200 is not too much. Wait, what's with this 900? It's just the beginning. The excitement hasn't even come yet, so you can't control it. It's not still a baby untouched by society, is it? That's not good. Those are the flowers of the motherland. How can he bring down the kids? I'm sorry, brothers. It's really not that old Sui doesn't know how to share. It's really that it's everyone's responsibility to protect the children. He can't bring down the flowers of our country. Oops, guys, my camera is having a physical tantrum and seems to be out of order. Brothers, I'm so sorry. I was going to show you some benefits, but now I'll have to eat alone. Sui blocked the camera, and the live broadcast screen went black, leaving only Sui's voice. The live broadcast room exploded all of a sudden. Sui, damned bastard. Sui, you immortal. Asterisk. Ah. You are simply ah. I've got tissues, hand cream, and protein powder all ready to go, and you're telling me you're going to eat alone? Ding. Anchor got a good 150% in the animal challenge, so come and try it too. Sui, you are pure big. From now on you will change your name to Sioux Animal. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 500. Even if you are a solo eater. Sui looked at one of the trolls that had brushed across the black screen, indicating that it was nothing more than that, and backhanded the fire a little more. Brothers, I'm coming in the door yo. Beautiful women are waiting for me. His heart was in the right place as his brothers spat on him, but the emotional value contributed by his brothers earned him a lot of money. In the middle of the room, Lu Qingling hadn't slept for a day and a night, and even though she was starving, she couldn't resist the urge to sleep, and was sleeping soundly. Lu Qingling clamped her legs to a large pillow and rolled up the quilt, lying on her side like a prawn roll, breathing quietly. Sleeping like that? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Sui touched his nose and sat on the side of Lu Qingling's bed, carefully patting her face. Well, sleep. I want to sleep, Lu Qingling said tiredly, rolling over slightly like a hibernating sloth. Still not awake? Sui was secretly shocked as he looked at the alarmingly enchanting curves under the cotton blanket. How does this little girl, who works so hard in the wind and sun, raise herself so well? If someone doesn't wake up, I'm going to have a solo dinner by myself, Sui said smilingly. Lu Qingling's eyelids fluttered as if sleep and hunger were fighting. It's so delicious. This soup is so thick. Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 100.
Lu Qingling finally woke up and looked at Sui with a grudging face. Her cheeks slightly puffed up and she looked at Sui with an aggrieved expression.
Sui, I'm hungry. Sui, this milky thick soup of yours looks so delicious. Can you share some with me? While talking, Lu Qingling wrapped the quilt tightly and squirmed toward Sui's side like a caterpillar. Want some? Sui glanced at her. Lu Qingling nodded frantically, his mouth watering furiously. Sui sneered. Lu Qingling, you want to eat when you touch your upper and lower mouth? The landlord's family doesn't have any leftovers either. Did you have to perform some talent? Serve Big Brother Punji happily. I won't just give you food. There are other rewards too. Lu Qingling's mouth pouted as she glared gamely at Sui. Just one meal and you want me to serve you? Am I that spineless? Yo, so you've got a backbone. Ha, so what if I have something else? You have what also you want me. Ah, what's this? Money. How can there be so much money? Am I not dreaming? It was only when Sui took out his money bag that he was pounced on by Lu Qingling in the next second. In just a second, the money went into Lu Qingling's arms, watching Sui sigh. Brothers, a woman's word really can't be trusted. Woman, you flip-flop too fast, but then again it compliments your mouth. After giggling for a long time with the lost and found $100,000, Lu Qingling finally recovered, and pawed like a pug to Sui. Tears began to snap and fall. Those who didn't know thought that Sui was a scumbag who had broken Lu Qingling's heart. Hey, why are you just crying and saying words? Sui couldn't stand women's tears the most and panicked a little. Mom said that a good man should never make a woman cry. Anyone who makes a girl cry is a bad man. Gee, wouldn't it be cool and psychologically free to be a bad guy? Brothers, busted. This version of the Earth OL is really cool to swing for the fences. Thank you. Oh-hoo. Thank you. Sui, no one has ever been this nice to me. Lu Qingling cried with pearly blossoms. Her money was back. This $100,000 was literally her life. She didn't even know how to thank Sui. In the live room, with the black screen, the viewers couldn't see a bit of the scene at all, but the sound didn't get in the way. Su animal, you deserve to die. How could you provoke the little fairy to cry? How do you know it's a fairy? In case it's a stingy one? You lung thing, we're blind but we're not deaf. Such a nice voice. Would it be a stingy man? After a full half hour, Sui finally persuaded Lu Qingling, harvested a wave of emotions, and lifted the black screen mode. Yet by the time the audience had crossed their fingers for a beautiful woman, they realized that the house had been cleaned up by the waiters as if it were the day after a great battle. Ah, Su animal, you are really a little benefit does not give brothers to see. Negative emotions plus 100. Guys, nothing really happened. Sui commiserated. As soon as the words fell, Lu Qingling walked out of the bathroom, looking like she had just freshened up. No sound. Still silent. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. At the moment, emotions mean everything. Brothers, Sui awkwardly explained. In fact, really did not happen. Lu Qingling went to wash because just cried too much. Really not his ability to only half an hour. However, the audience has been killed to believe it. Seeing this, Sui could only play dead and pose until a phone rang, interrupting his silence. Brother, I don't want to be an abstract girl anymore. No. 125 nuns? Sis, you tease the cutie. Can't someone else do it? I'm busy? Brother, I'm serious. I'm not engaging in abstraction. That's no good. It would be a great loss to the abstract world if a player as gifted as you didn't do abstract. Sui glanced at the caller number and said breathlessly, pretending to be miserable. Is it pretending to be miserable? You've come to my brother's house to do some abstract work? He'll fall for it. Brother, you're so good. Why don't you help me think of something? In the middle of the phone call, Huang Lu's voice was unusually depressed. Sui was silent. Sis, it's not that I won't help you, but I'm really not a wish-granting treasure chest. Is the abstract so easy to change? This is a factory setting. How can you change it unless you use a carbon-based life cooler? Don't believe me? Don't believe in letting someone with no abstract cells try to write an abstract paragraph? This is the initial setting. No point added to abstraction. You can't abstract if you want to in this life. Say something. Huang Lu's voice rang out again and began to get on the pressure. Sui was speechless. Wasn't this a force to be reckoned with? But who made Huang Lu his list one little sister? Huang Lu, let's do a test first. If it works, it means you can still be saved. Huang Lu's eyes lit up as she sniffed. An abstract challenge? Kind of interesting. Sui was silent as a bad feeling arose in his heart. Is it already so abstract before it even starts? An abstract challenge? I defy you. We're in. Can I finally show my hidden strength? It's kind of fun.
Dare to engage in an abstract challenge.
Isn't this not taking us, the general public, for granted? In the live room, When they heard the word abstract, they immediately began to swarm. Sui's eyes rolled back in his head as he watched. No, hide your strength, the little netizens, they really don't know what's going on. Please listen to the question. What would you say to the waiter when you see a fly at dinner? Sui came out with the first question. Audience responses. A wide variety. You want me to talk about flies coming out of your dinner? I'll just slap him. I want a waiver. No, I want triple compensation. These are normal claims, but they don't seem abstract, do they? How abstract can it be? I just don't believe there can be any abstract answer. A pop-up screen floated over a query of disbelief. Seeing this, Sui directly pressed the speakerphone, and Huang Lu's reply rang out from his cell phone. Victor, please ask the stewardess to leave for me. Shock value plus 100. No sound. Followed by screaming. Aha! How can people be so terse? How does this tie together? It's too much of a gift, isn't it? This son is indeed the son of abstraction. In just one question, the netizens were overwhelmed. Sui looked at the pop-up compliments and sympathized. You're so excited at this point. What's going on here? Huang Lu is the abstract little sister. Not that he is talking nonsense. This girl's abstraction, really abstract to the bone. Second question. Crash. The program has been changed 10 times. How come it has to be changed again? I can only improvise. Clutching again. Are you sure you're not a cheap rent addict? Shock value plus 200. Third question. My stomach hurts. It's regular vacation. Sweep away hunger and be yourself. Shock value plus 500. Fourth question. Extra spicy seaweed. Don't do it. Brother, I admit it. I'm so abstract. Huang Lu said dully, letting out a giggle and hanging up the phone. Is abstraction bad? Well, this version. Although lying flat is not bad. But the abstract is the SSR card of the son of Qi. And it doesn't depend on origin. It's simply a great status for civilians to turn around. I want to be an abstract genius too. If I could abstract, wouldn't I make a fortune? Ghosts cried out in the live broadcast room. But Sui frowned. What kind of blow did Huang Lu take? Lack of money? No way. The Huang Lu family is simply too authoritative when it comes to the piece of the body. If it's not money, what is it? It can't be someone bullying Huang Lu. Don't kid yourself. This girl can scare the dude who was abroad into peeing his pants. It's even if she doesn't bully others. Who dares to bully her? Sui, can I really be your assistant? On the other side, Lu Qingling saw that Sui had finally hung up the phone and asked again with some uneasiness. She had just been too happy, and now that she had calmed down, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Sui is too good to her, isn't he? Of course. Actors, please take your place on the film crew. Navigate over and tell them that you're my full assistant and tell them to hurry up and speed things up. I'm still waiting for the movie to be made, Sui said. Remembering Huang Lu in his heart and casually explaining a few sentences to Lu Qingling, he immediately left the door. Looking at Sui's back, Lu Qingling's eyes widened. A movie? Sui was actually going to make a movie and become the director's assistant himself? Wow. I can't believe I'm in show business. Is it possible to submarine? Wait a minute. I've heard of subbing actresses. Can a male actor be subbed? Wait a minute. A female director subbing a male actor. Who's taking advantage of whom? Lu Qingling was in a tangle. It wasn't hard to find the location of Huang Lu. A few phone calls from Sui confirmed Huang Lu's location, and she was getting drunk at the bar. Inside the bar, neon flashes and sprites. Huang Lu sat alone in the VIP box, and a dozen empty bottles were placed on the card seat. What a drink! Wait, how is this wah-aha? Good amount of water. Anyway, Sui thinks he can't drink so much wah. Huang Lu leaned against the window with her eyes lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking, and Sui didn't even hear him enter. Sui was beside her, shaking his hands. What are you looking at? Here comes the handsome guy. Don't you know which is the point? What's wrong with you, little sister? Huang Lu turned back to Sui, and before she could speak, tears snapped down her face. Big brother, what do you say I shave my hair and go to a nunnery to become a nun? Huang Lu spoke out of turn. Sui was caught off guard and almost pissed himself. Scared piss off in a physical sense. Little sister, have you been watching Arnold too much? Resulting in your head being sharp and stupid? Let's just play with the storyline. But let's not get carried away and make fun of our hair. Sui hurriedly took a cup of ice water, dipped it towards Huang Lu's forehead a little, and thought that Huang Lu had been hit by an evil spirit. Huang Lu froze and winced, finally coming back to her senses and stopping crying. Negative emotions plus 100. Big brother, even if people are engaged in abstraction, can't you act with them and let them pretend to be a melancholy lady? Doesn't abstraction come with true feelings? Huang Lu was dissatisfied. She was under a lot of stress during the weekdays, and she could only relax and show a little bit of her nature here in Sui. How come Sui was so out of tune? Of course, she didn't want Sui to be in tune. Not worthy, Sui sneered and asserted. I don't believe it, so let me ask you, What would you say if someone confided in you? Thanks to old iron for sending miss, then casually put him up online at. Forget it, it's no fun. Sui coldly grunted and was about to speak when his eyes noticed what Huang Lu was holding in her hand. Invitation? Whose invitation? What's this? Sui asked. With a seemingly casual fling, Huang Lu dropped the invitation to the trash can, speaking out of turn. Someone set me up in a baby marriage, and people are coming to force the marriage. 126th sister. You're wrong about him. Forced marriage? Sui picked up the invitation and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What do you think? Think he's right? Sui said. Brother, you. Huang Lu noticed the change in Sui's tone, looked up, and froze violently. Sui's eyes, unprecedentedly serious, which still had half of the playfulness of the abstract just now. Little sister, if you think it's suitable, brother, raise both hands. Even if the other party is a waste, I will help you to temper into a human master. Sui said, calm to the extreme, but like a thunderstorm. Brother, so what if I don't think it's appropriate, but the other family I simply can't afford to mess with and I can only be forced to agree? Huang Lu looked at Sui's eyes dumbfounded, and for some reason, a trace of the feeling of catching her brother suddenly arose in her heart. It's simple, just leave it to me. Sui smiled faintly and said without hesitation, a cold light crossing his eyes. The connection between him and Huang Lu was written through the system, but since he enjoyed the benefits of having a sister, he wouldn't be an ungrateful asshole. Before the background editing, he and Huang Lu were pals and strangers, but from the moment the background editing was successful and Huang Lu called out to him as his brother, he really had such a sister. Someone dares to force Huang Lu to marry a man she doesn't like? That's good. If he didn't beat the snot out of the other guy wouldn't know why the pisang flower was red. Brother, I knew you would protect me. Huang Lu smiled cheekily and wrapped her arms around Sui, straight into his arms, like a kitten looking for an old cat to pamper. Tell me what's going on. Sister. From the beginning, Sui gently soothed Huang Lu's hair, but his gaze fell on the invitation on the table. Above the invitation, there was only one big hot gold word, Zhao. In Magic City and Hong Kong City, there were no less than 10 prestigious families in the Zhao character alone that he knew of, but there shouldn't be many that can be compared to Huang Lu. Soon, in Huang Lu's narration, Sui knew the whole story. The man is called Zhao Minglu, and Huang Lu the same age, from the Zhao family in Hong Kong City, is also considered a prestigious family. Not to insult Huang Lu's family history, the Huang family is very strong, but the Huang family also needs allies. Several forces involved with each other, decades of contact. There will always be sesame seeds looking at mung beans looking at the right time. One day, Huang Lu's old man drank too much wine, confused at the table and each other to get a doll marriage thing. Afterwards, Huang Lu's old man forgot all about it. Until this morning, the other party suddenly took out the marriage certificate of that year. Signatures, handprints, and even audio and video recordings. The information is so complete that it is impossible for anyone to refute it, and it may even make people suspect that the old man is in such a hurry to get his daughter married off. Or else why did he leave so much evidence? Don't be afraid, sister, I'll back you up. What kind of era is this? Still doing the doll marriage thing? Suyi's chest beat loudly. Brother, don't be impulsive. Zhao Minglu is very powerful. He's not that kind of worldly dude, but a teenage genius. You can't fight him. 3 years earlier, he had a $10 billion fortune and was known as a legendary young investment expert in the Asia Pacific. Ooh, compared to him, I'm just a spiritual little sister who only engages in abstraction. I'd better go shave my hair and become a nun with a pointy head. Huang Lu hugged Suyi's arm and cried and fussed. Sui was expressionless as he pushed Huang Lu away, raising his middle finger in the process. Bump! He is still here, stupid comfort. Feelings of people. Old man is to send a golden son-in-law to the family. $10 billion at a young age. And a reputation on the continent at less than 30? It would not be too much to say that such an outstanding young man is 1 in a million. Not to mention 1 in a million. Brother, what are you pushing me for? I'm afraid if I don't push you away, I'm going to want to punch you. Sui looked at Huang Lu speechlessly. Silly sister. Such a good family. They are willing to follow their elders to consummate the marriage. Are you sure you don't agree? No promise. I want to find a big brother like this. If I can't find one, I'd rather not marry for the rest of my life. Without even thinking, Huang Lu immediately said, bad. This girl is so stupid. Sui, gratified at the same time, suddenly found Huang Lu's head seems really a little sharp. Ha, no way. Is it such a big deal to just play with Arnold's terrain? Since you don't want to marry, I won't try to persuade you where he is. I'll go and push him off for you. Sui said indifferently, as the saying goes, even if there are 1,000 good things, they are not as good as an old man's pleasure. He didn't care what Huang Lu thought, since his own sister wasn't happy about it, he would push it off. It's not really a good idea to be good, too inwardly curled,
and prone to being inwardly consumed by association. Brother, are you serious? Huang Lu still wanted to talk nonsense, but Sui had already raised his hand and made a gesture to hit someone. If you keep talking crap, I'm going to regret it. Huang Lu smiled cheekily and opened the invitation to reveal the appointment address. It's not far, just 2 blocks from the bar. Ming Lu Hotel. This can't be his own property, can it? The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched. Getting a hotel in this land of gold was a bit too rustic, wasn't it? The legendary first micro-merchant in the circle of friends' richest sister Yang Yang. I'm afraid it's just like that. Family members confirmed with Sister Yang Yang that this great young man is really capable of lifting the aircraft carrier. Wait for my good news. After Sui finished speaking, he turned around and left. Brother, don't be in such a hurry. I can go with you. Still not in a hurry? It's weird not to be in a hurry. Sui was worried that if he hesitated for a moment, he would regret it. Men, whose words are spit nails, cannot be held unaccountable. Crossing 2 streets, Sui immediately saw a skyscraper that was dozens of stories high, and when he looked up, he almost snapped his neck right. Boy, top rich people are really different. How many people dream of nothing more than a large flat in their lifetime, and dare not dream too much? And this Ming Lu building is dozens of stories high. Waking up in the morning from a 500,000 square foot bed, taking a plane to the bathroom, taking a high-speed train to the shower. So this really isn't an exaggeration, but a reality for some people? Sui lamented for a long time, tightened the takeout clothes on his body, and took a step towards the inside of the building. That's right. Until now, Sui is still wearing the clothes of a delivery boy. Inside the Minglu mansion, the crowd was crowded, and on the high platform in front of it, a fat man sat on an exaggerated boss chair in the shape of a flying dragon. Impassioned, Sui didn't hear what was said. Not that he was deaf, but, hooray! Applause! Long live Zhao Xiao! Long live! Along with the applause, a rousing stream of music echoed through the building. So hot, hands were out of control and wanted to cheer. It was so blinding in front of my eyes. The person sitting on the dragon chair, why was it so bright? Sui suddenly burst into tears. Little sister, wrong you. You really don't deserve to marry this big young man. This damn is not human at all. Chapter 127 continued editing. Man eats when he is hungry and drinks when he is thirsty. Well said, Mr. Zhao. Men must be male and women must be female. To the point, there's plenty of water in the hydrant, and the second floor is going to be covered over the first. Great discovery. Zhao Xiao's words are the greatest scientific discovery of this century. Within the halls of the group, the applause was thunderous, and grace shone forever. Sui looked at the hall whimpering excited crowd, almost confused. Why is this Ming Lu building more evil than a pyramid scheme? The pyramid scheme is a case of people pretending to understand what's going on here. What is it? A collective obsession? Abstraction. You're playing abstract with him, aren't you? Isn't that ing bull? What part of that is good and wonderful? Dude, why aren't you clapping and supporting? The security guard near the door spotted Sui and alerted him. Ha, why should I applaud? Sui continued to be confused. Did he make a good point? The second floor isn't above the first floor. Where else could it be? And I'm not one of your employees, so I don't have to put on a show with you, do I? Sui tugged at the takeout clothes on his body and continued to doubt the guard's intelligence. But the guard snorted. What do you care? As long as you clap, you get money. If you clap and yell, you'll get at least $500 a day. Don't you want to make money? Sui was silent. He was wrong. He was guilty. He was the one who underestimated Zhao Xiao. Emotionally, he is the cutie pie. Zhao Xiao's favor is greater than heaven. And not only that, 10 in the morning to 4 in the evening, 3 days off a week, 5 insurance and 2 bonuses, monthly bonuses, yearly, long live Zhao Xiao. Sui screamed and burst into tears, then silently opened the livestream. Grace, this is the son of Grace, such a bright son, how can he be tortured? By one person to enjoy. Of course, to drag the brothers of the live broadcast, together to enjoy the son of Grace. Sue Animal, do you have a pissing problem? Why are you live streaming strands and strands? Do you know that this makes it hard for the brothers? Young Mr. Sue, where are you coming from again? It's so gilded. You're not really rich, are you? Sue Animal, you wouldn't really take the Land Rover as a rich man, would you? The brothers are just kidding. Why do you still take it seriously? As soon as the live broadcast room opened, the small netizens immediately flooded into the room and began to verbally attack Sui, especially when he realized that Sui was in a luxurious office building. He was thrown into a frenzy. It's sad when you're not doing well yourself, but it's when your brother is doing well that it's even more maddening. Jealous of the anchor? Attacking the anchor for not peeing enough? Expressing his generosity of heart and not seeing eye to eye with the general public, Sui turned his hand and blocked those pop-ups for 30 seconds. Plugged balls. Brothers, just now someone said let the anchor do not forget the root. To this I want to say,
Brothers, do not worry. I opened the broadcast is to make money. Forget the root is supposed to. Negative emotions plus 100. 666. Sue Animal, you really deserve to die. The brothers just want you to say a few good words to cheat. You don't even play the scene? Ha! Doesn't everyone in life lick a dog to be cheated on by a goddess? I thought everyone had adapted themselves. Get over yourself if you haven't adapted. Negative emotions plus 200. After a heated war of words, the audience was quickly defeated and made a deep review to come up with a unified answer. In this aspect of shamelessness, the shamelessness of Sue Animal had reached a point that was unattainable to ordinary people, and was still continuing to progress. But just when the audience thought that Suey would be shamelessly showing off, they realized that Suey suddenly sighed bitterly, his face showing sadness. Sue Animal, you've been so successful. Why are you still sad? Filling cups? Sue Animal, you're purposely filling cups again, aren't you? The audience sneered. Who would believe someone who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and is still sad? Negative emotions plus 100. I really in the true feelings. How there are emotional harvesting. Is it really as Huang Lu? Engaged in abstraction is not worthy of true feelings? Suey was furious, and the camera panned to the inside of the Minglu mansion. Brothers, it's not that I'm pretending to be a cop, but your eyes are too narrow. Today I'll show you what it means to be the pinnacle of success, the son of grace. Saying that, Suey straightened the folds on his takeout clothes and barged straight into the building. I recognize this place. This seems to be Minglu Mansion, right? The owner of Minglu Group, Zhao Minglu, is less than 30 years old, rumored to be worth tens of billions of dollars, and is the most successful and outstanding young man under the age of 30. Although Sue Animal is an internet celebrity and has a background, it can't be compared to this top broad, can it? There's one way to say it. Animal Sue was going to have a bad time this time. The audience was shocked. Suey is not crazy, usually outside the abstract even if. How dare to come to Ming Lu building to do? Not afraid of being blocked? Looking at the audience's comments, Suey snorted coldly in his heart. This Xiao Minglu, indeed, had some strength, but no matter how strong he was, he shouldn't have forced his little sister to marry him. What of the son of grace? It will go out just the same. Kid, this is Minglu Mansion. You're a delivery boy. Who let you in? Get out. Just as Suey was gagging with the live broadcast audience, the crowd in the building was already free to move around, and the lobby manager stopped Suey with a disdainful look on his face. Here comes the fun. CO Animal is going to be kicked out. There's one thing to say, although Sue Animal is a bit stupid, he's still courageous. If I were to wear a takeout suit, I wouldn't even dare to approach the gate. No takeout workers or dogs allowed. P.S. Except for those who deliver to me. Seeing that Suey had been stopped, the broadcast room bloated, almost one-sidedly believing that Suey was going to be thrown out. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't that they looked down on Suey, it was just that the owner of Minglu Mansion was too powerful. Suey, a small netizen, even if he is more powerful, he is just a mole in front of others. What can he fight with? I'm delivering to the boss. Suey explained. Kid, you don't make up lies without taking a look at what kind of place this is, and who is our boss to eat takeout? The lobby manager sneered, breaking down Suey's lie with a single word. Kid, you're still too young to try to fool me. Get the hell out of here. I've seen a lot of little punks like you trying to hug our boss's thighs day in and day out. Saying that, the lobby manager raised his hand and swung it violently, almost hitting Suey's face. If Suey hadn't dodged quickly, this slap would definitely have knocked out two of his teeth. What are you doing with your hands when you're evicting people? Suey put away his playful smile and asked with a frown. So what if I beat you? I'm the lobby manager of Minglu Group. Isn't beating you like beating a wild dog? The lobby manager sneered again. Suey was furious. Hitting someone first and then cursing them was a complete disregard for him. You're just the lobby manager of the Minglu Group. You're so proud of yourself? Netflix or a small staff? All think he can't do it? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know that there's a world beyond the sky. System. Edit the background. Chapter 128. What to eat. Editorial background. The Loyalty Monitoring Division of the Minglu Group. First supervisor. Edit background used so many times. Suey has long been familiar with. Open mouth. System capability. No doubt about it. The moment the background editing went down, an orange-red nameplate appeared on Suey's chest, with only 1/5 of it having Suey's name written on it, and the rest of the majority of it, only two large words. Loyalty. Sincerity. Look at my nameplate with your doggy eyes and read it. Suey puffed out his chest, and his body was like Apollo's enchantment. Dazzle. The Loyal Apollo edition is so dazzling, it's simply not something a mortal can resist. The lobby manager was looked straight in the eye and instantly turned pale with fear. You can't do anything to me even if you're the head of the Loyalty Monitoring Division. The group is managed in parallel and you have no jurisdiction over me. The lobby manager was obviously flustered, cold sweat oozing from his forehead.
Where was half of the arrogance he had just shown? Under Su Yi's editorship, the loyalty monitoring division that suddenly came up underneath the Minglu Group was by no means an abstract idle department. On the contrary, the loyalty monitoring division was however the boss's right hand and left arm, which could be described as one person under a person and 10,000 people on top of a person. What's the most important thing a group owner can do? Talent? Funds? Technology? Loyalty. Only trust enough to dare to delegate authority to him to do things. With the tens of billions of dollars of group, Zhao Minglu couldn't manage it by herself, and the loyalty monitoring division was exactly responsible for testing the loyalty of its employees. I now question your loyalty and will have to give you a loyalty test. Sui didn't care if he was scared. Wasn't he arrogant just now? Didn't he like to use his status to suppress people? Now comes the present retribution. Answer me. What fruit did you eat yesterday? The orange I ate yesterday. Fail. I'm not convinced. Does my loyalty have anything to do with what fruit I eat? The lobby manager screamed. Of course it matters. Boss's favor to us is as big as the sun. You don't even eat a fruit without a loyal orange. No wonder you can only be a yakuza in the lobby. And you still dare to say that you don't obey? I'm convinced. I was so disloyal to orange. I'm going to reflect on it. I'm going to write it down and recite it silently. The lobby manager wailed, his legs trembling. Convinced? You're just now convinced? Did I tell you to write notes? Did you do all along? You don't have to write this down. Sui was shocked. The lobby manager burst into tears. The surrounding employees, trembling and frightened, are not easy to deal with. The loyalty monitoring service, true to its name. At his young age, Supervisor Su had become the boss's right-hand man, and he was indeed the most loyal. The audience expresses shock, and Sui is dismissive of this. This guy's skin seems to have gotten darker? An employee let out a gasp. Sui glanced over and realized that the lobby manager had really turned a little darker, his face black. Supervisor Su, why are you wearing takeout clothes into the company? The lobby manager, who had failed the loyalty quiz, was like a wild dog that had lost a fight, not daring to breathe as he looked at Sui. Cut the crap and take me to the boss or I'll give you another loyalty quiz. Sui reprimanded, looking at the densely packed floors on the elevator, his scalp tingling. In such a big office building, let him look for it layer by layer. Which year and month will he find Zhao Minglu's office? The lobby manager nodded repeatedly, not daring to ask more questions. The audience was dumbfounded as they watched the lobby manager walking ahead of them. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 500. Shock value plus 999. The dude who just said Sui was going to be unlucky. Is he okay? What kind of fruit is a faithful orange? And what's an enchilada? And how come I've never had one before? There's one thing to be said for anyone who can be loyal to their boss and still actually get ahead. In the elevator, the audience watched the lobby manager, who was as humble as a dog, in continued shock. In the previous second, they had felt that Sui had no hope of flipping the game. For some reason, people have not listened to the music, obviously. Woohoo! So loyal. Minglu Group's top floor office, Graceful Sun's office room. Zhao Minglu, who was regarded as a youth icon, a successful person with countless halos shrouded by the outside public, was sitting on the boss chair, holding a restaurant development report and giving orders. Make the food as salty as you want it to be. Make the table as small as you want it to be. Make the water as expensive as you want it to be. And add as many additives as you want. Boss, nowadays people are focusing on health and dining experience. Will no one come if we do this? You're the boss and I'm the boss? You wouldn't hire a few celebrities to shoot some commercials, get some Netflix name tags, or get a few Fuli chickens to show off their bashfulness? If you can't, you'll go get some anchors and have them shout out their families a few more times. Families are the best to cheat. Zhao Minglu slapped the table. The ashtray smashed directly. The assistant was smashed in the head and rolled away. Zhao Minglu picked up the second option. How come they only work 200 hours of overtime a month? How dare you give them 5 insurance and 1 pension? Are they your dads? You feel so sorry for them? Boss, it's not easy for young people nowadays. They go to school so that their families are under a lot of pressure, and they don't want to gnaw on their old age when they come out to work, and if we don't treat them well, they won't stay. Young people don't come, so you won't recruit middle-aged cows and horses? Middle-aged oxen and horses are the easiest to squeeze. They have old people and young people, so they can just pay some money to make them work, and they'll do whatever they want. The second ashtray slammed over and the assistant screamed in pain at the same time, wiping the first assistant's blood dry and heading out. The third program, hey, what are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Loyalty monitoring service? Zhao Minglu's entire body was reclining on the boss chair, looking at the young man who had newly walked in. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This person, how come he doesn't remember? Boss, I'm Sui from the Loyalty Monitoring Division, here to deliver something to you. Sui stood in the doorway and laughed.
The lobby manager looked at Sui outside the door in shock and not easily. For some reason, he always felt that Sui's smile was a bit eerie. When the few assistants saw the nameplate on Sui's chest, they shrank in fear and rushed out. Sui smiled faintly, and while casually closing the office door behind him, he incidentally blacked out the camera again. Nice. His cell phone is physiological again and won't listen. The next scene is a little less childish. What are you closing the door for? Boss, there are some things you don't want outsiders to know, right? Supervisor Sue. It's still you who understands me. How else am I going to be your first supervisor? In the live room, the screen was blacked out, but the sound didn't get in the way. The audience listens to the sound, and the more they hear it, the more wrong it becomes. This isn't right. 9 out of 12 ain't right. Chapter 129 in the world. Could it be that there's a thing going on? Shock value plus 100. Sui, although we know you're shameless, but you should at least pretend. And now that you're still on live, do you just want to engage in incognito? Anchor, your abstracts are still too hard to learn. Is there any quick way to get rich? Yes, bro, there are ways. Get rich quick positions. Blah, blah, blah. There are at least 9 ways. The live streaming room got weirder and weirder, and Sui almost broke out into a cold sweat when he glanced at the screen quickly. If we keep this up, won't the live feeds be blocked? Sui hurriedly took a few shots of the amazingly wise slogans on the walls to the live broadcast, transforming the topic and blinding the netizens in the process. The cafeteria. It's a place to eat. The restroom. It's a place to vent. A child's age is young and an old man's age is old. Eat with your mouth and always walk with your legs. The president's office, which is as high as 800 square feet, is plastered with signs of Zhao Minglu's astounding wisdom. Sui walked inside from the gate, a few dozen meters away, and watched with tears in his eyes. The sun of grace, the sun of amazing wisdom, the sun of grace simply shines, but this sun is too bright. Is it blinding the eyes of God? Otherwise how can this guy have a $10 billion fortune, and even more touted as the most successful young man on the whole network? If the system can harvest his emotions, Sui must hang a series of plus 999 on his head. But after walking through these dozens of meters to the front and back of Zhao Minglu's boss's table, Sui saw a different banner. On the boss's desk, the same banner was posted, yet in a different style. Squeeze. Squeeze in every possible way. We Zhao family members were born to be human, born to enjoy the offerings of ordinary people. More than 70% of a person's body is water, so no matter how hard you squeeze, there's always oil, so don't be embarrassed, greedy, fierce. Would anyone else cry out for the Son of Grace if they were shown these signs? The most touted successful person on the entire internet? I'm getting high blood pressure. Tens of billions of dollars do not pay 5 insurance and 1 gold for employees? Huang Shiran reincarnated. No wonder the last time I went to the Minglu Hotel to eat so much want to drink water, causing me to think that I have diabetes. Feelings are this dog is not a person. Take the additives as pig feed fed to the old man? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Just a few words like that and the negativity explodes? Sui looked at the screens trolling inside in his heart. You just stood outside the door and listened, and you can't afford to let them see the honored one yet? The small netizens at least followed him live up a lot of world. How can you still make such a fuss? Is it strange that capital is not human? It seems that one is still too merciful, and one should harvest emotions a little more vigorously. Otherwise how will the netizens be able to withstand the shocking waves when they get to the society? The boss's desk. Sui, you're here. Come and help me think about how else I can squeeze the staff? Zhao Minglu laughed out loud, taking a notebook and throwing it to Sui. In the system editor, Sui was his right-hand man, the first supervisor of the loyalty monitoring division, and did not have to worry about exposure at all, and could show his true nature to his heart's content. Sui took the notebook and flipped through it, a thick notebook of several hundred pages, densely packed with thousands of entries. Boss, there are already almost 1,000 entries written on this book. Even if the employees are mahjong, they can't squeeze any more oil out of it, and they still want to continue? Sui lamented. It was said that the best actors were not in show business. He didn't believe it before, but now he finally believed it. Son of Grace? Yuck. This is clearly a total scumbag. Where is this going? When the employees can't be squeezed, they go and squeeze the suppliers, the community and the customers. Zhao Minglu laughed out loud. If I don't squeeze them, where will my $10 billion come from? You don't really think that the secret of our Zhao family's wealth is doing business, do you? Don't kid yourself. The little profit earned from doing business, how can it be enough to support our $10 billion family fortune? Sui can't tense up. This is a pure awe. Compared to Zhao Minglu, he was like a mud baby whose hair hadn't even grown. He harvested some emotional value and had to think about getting some perks for his brothers. Otherwise he felt guilty. And this one here, where's the conscience of a human being? Negative emotions plus 500. Negative emotions plus 999. Negativity plus. Woo woo. I was wrong to call you Sue Animal. Compared to Zhao Minglu, you're practically a saint. My ing veins are going to explode. This is the so-called Zhao family wealth secret? What kind of bull ***** business secrets? It turns out that they all rely on squeezing the lower class to provide for themselves? 666. The beast really doesn't even act. Sui was silent, let alone the netizens. In just a few moments, the live broadcast was already wailing. Seeing that the netizens couldn't stand it as much as he could, Sui was finally relieved. Fortunately, he has a conscience, even though he often plays with abstractions. At this moment, when he thought back to his words with Huang Lu, Sui couldn't wait to slap himself. What's the big deal? Even if it's just a loser, you're giving it a tune-up to be a man of honor? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sui kneeled down 3 times and completely collapsed. Little sister, big brother bragged. Such a scum. He really cannot be adjusted to a man of honor. Not even with a system. Boss, you're already unrivaled in the area of scum, and I definitely can't help you. I came here this time to show you this invitation. Can I withdraw from the marriage? Sui said, opening the invitation. The Zhao family was a behemoth after all, and Sui didn't want to cause trouble if he could just back out of the marriage. Concerning Huang Lu, Sui only wanted to cut the Gordian knot and completely cut off all ties with the Zhao family. However, withdrawal? No way. Zhao Minglu picked up the invitation, casually glanced at it, and directly asserted, I found such a big piece of fat meat with great difficulty. How could I let it go? I've long coveted the assets of the Huang family for a long time, and now that I can make an alliance through marriage, the Huang family will be mine sooner or later. Also, Huang Lu the chick's beauty is simply bubbly. Although old me I don't lack of women, but why would I refuse if I can play with one more? Seeing that Sui didn't add to his beastly booklet and wanted to sabotage the union, Zhao Minglu's face turned ugly. Sui, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're my right-hand man. What's Huang Lu got to do with you that you're speaking for her? Zhao Minglu spat, and when he looked up after finishing, he realized that his left arm, as if possessed by a zombie, had a blue face. Chapter 130, The East Mountain Man's Obsession. I'm her brother. Sui said, Huang Lu is your sister? How come I didn't know the Huang family had someone like you? Not a real sister, right? Zhao Minglu froze slightly, then smiled contemptuously. Sui, you've really let me down. You're my right-hand man. I was going to entrust you with a heavy responsibility, but I can't imagine that you'd dare to defy me for the sake of a woman? Zhao Minglu twisted her meat mountain-like body and tried to slap the table to show her majesty, but in Sui's eyes, it was as if a pig was squirming on the chair. Sister, I'll be damned. I never should have advised you on that one. Shouldn't have thought you were bragging about being chased by a rich boyfriend. This is not a rich boyfriend. It's a fat pig. Zhao Minglu, if you don't want to back out of the marriage, then I'll have no choice but to drip feed you. Sui said indifferently, rolling up his sleeves. The future happiness of Pengjiai's little sister was directly related to his future earnings, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Today, even if he had to poke a hole in the sky, he would admit that he had to take a beating. Shock value plus 100. 666. Sui, you dare to hit Zhao Minglu? You're such a man. Family, I knew old Su was good. I've always looked up to him. Upstairs, you're less of a horse's ass. You're the one who shouts the loudest about Su Animal. Netizens couldn't see the picture, but they heard it inside and out and just felt the heat. As a brother, for the sake of his sister's happiness, not afraid of tens of billions of dollars of wealth, door to withdraw from the marriage. This requires what kind of courage? CO? Rumor mongering. Slander. We didn't shout like that. We always shouted Sui Iron Blood True Man. And seeing that Sui wasn't afraid of anything, Zhao Minglu didn't panic, but instead sat up straight. Kid, you think I'm not guarding against you? We Zhao family members never leave anything to chance. We never trust anyone, even if it's my right-hand man. I'm prepared for the possibility that he'll betray me. Zhao Minglu laughed out loud and gave the handle of the boss chair a hard slap. Snap. The left and right walls suddenly separated. A left and a right violently rushed out 2 people, tiger back and waist, copper and iron bones, like a doorpost giant man. As soon as the 2 appeared, Zhao Minglu's aura rose majestically. Sui, these 2 masters of mine are ace bodyguards that have been sifted out only after 1,000 choices. One can top 100. Zhao Minglu arrogantly looked at Sui, his face full of smugness. If you're scared, now kneel down immediately and send Huang Lu over to me for a good time. I can still spare your life. How about that? When these words came out, in the live broadcast room, there was an uproar. Rush, rush, rush. Surprise, surprise. Although you can't see the picture, little cutie. All knew how terrifying the strength of an ace bodyguard who could make Zhao Minglu, a 10 billionaire, think that he was a killer had to be. I'm afraid that Sui was simply an ant in front of these 2. and could be crushed with a single finger. Are you sure you don't want to back out of the marriage? I'll give you one last chance. Sui looked at Zhao Minglu indifferently. His gaze swept over the two burly men and frowned slightly. 2 meters tall, like a giant bear. In ancient times, he was a great general who was the enemy of 10,000 people. Although he had learned a bit from the system, I'm afraid that when he met these two, he was really no match. Sui, it seems you still can't distinguish the situation. Teach him a lesson for me, but remember not to beat him to death. He's my #1 supervisor, and I want him to be useful. Zhao Minglu sneered and waved his big hand. Sui, you haven't lived in vain to die in front of this Dongshan Dahan. The two burly men were sniffing around and the situation was on the verge of collapse. However, just at this moment, the two men suddenly realized that Sui's aura had changed. His eyes seemed to have a few more points of dissatisfaction, as if he was possessed by an elementary school class teacher. And with just one look, he scared the two strong men to the point that they were shivering. Failing so many exams as a child, they've left a psychological shadow. Dongsan, you're from Dongsan? Sui had already planned to use the system, but when he heard the words Dongshan, he instantly changed his mind. What the hell? So you're from Dongshan? Why didn't you say so? It made him worry for nothing. We're from Dongshan. What's it got to do with you? Just wash your neck and wait for death, a burly man said through gritted teeth, his eyes dodging, still not daring to look Sui in the eye. Damn, how come this kid's eyes look so much like his elementary school homeroom teacher? It was because he was hit too hard by his class teacher in elementary school, leaving a psychological shadow, that he cut off the path of going to the cultural classes and went to the gymnasium instead. More than 10 years of wind and sun, copper-skinned broken beat thought he could come out of the shadow. I did not expect to be surprised by a look and remembered the nightmare of the year. What are you two waiting for? He's a loser. It's not too late to break his legs first, Zhao Minglu urged. Boss can't there is something odd about this kid. I have to ask before I say anything. The two burly men waved their hands back and forth, killing Zhao Minglu's words. Zhao Minglu was furious. What's wrong with these two idiots? Wasn't Sui's eyes just a little scary? How can eyes be as scary as fists? Why can't you just beat the out of someone before you say anything else? Sui looked at the two men with a smirk, a wry sneer at the corner of his mouth. If it had been anyone else, he would have had to use the system, but since it was the people of Dongshan, it was completely unnecessary, because the world knows that the people of East Mountain have an almost perverse obsession with preparation. All Dongshan people do not properly go to the examination for the public examination preparation, but even came to work as a security guard. You do not think that dishonor the family lintel? Sui roared, letting out a cone of questioning, and casually pulled out a glittering medallion. Cheap cousin's advisor. He excused himself, but he left behind the honorary citizenship medal he was issued. You can't have too much of a good thing, in case you need it. See, that's how it works, isn't it? And as soon as the medallion appeared, it immediately hooked the souls of the two Dongshan dudes, their eyes looking straight at the medallion and almost drooling. Like it? Sui tapped the medallion. Love it. The two men nodded like garlic. Like what? Say it louder for me. Love the establishment. We East Hillers want the establishment the most. With a voice that low, and wanting to compose, repeat it for me. We both dreamed of compiling it. It's over if you want it. Why don't you just yell here? Why don't you take the test? Sui growled. We did too poorly in our cultural classes to pass. The two lanky brothers howled as they were poked and prodded. Zhao Minglu on the side looked dumbfounded. What the hell is all this? Is the establishment something very important? A super rich man like him, who was born in Hong Kong City, can't understand it at all. I'll give you guys millions of dollars a year. Luxury cars and houses. You guys get him. Zhao Minglu growled. Luxury cars and houses and $1 million a year? That's awesome. Sui smiled contemptuously and laughed casually. Work for me and I'll staff you. Before the words fell, with a thud, the two burly men instantly fell to their knees at Sui's feet. Righteous Father, we're with you for the rest of our lives. No, 131 money is worthless in front of the establishment. Watching the two Dongshan Dahans kneel down and kowtow to Sui without even thinking about it, Zhao Minglu was so angry that she almost fell off her chair. Are you guys stupid? Or don't you realize how much $1 million is? What's so great about that crappy establishment of yours? How many years will it take to earn enough for $1 million? How many years before you can afford a car or a house? Did you guys think I wouldn't deliver? The large office echoed with Zhao Minglu's pig-killing howls. However, no matter how much he shouted and screamed, even if he took out his checkbook and the keys to his luxury car, the two Dongshan dudes remained unmoved. Family, who knows? How can you meet two lowlife men and rush to be a lickspittle for someone else? Mr. Su, we're willing to work for you as a cow. Can you really get us the establishment? President Zhao Minglu's solicitation. Dongshan Dahan two people love to ignore. Wearing takeout clothes Sui The two people but cited as if they were heavenly beings. Of course, Sui said. Negativity plus 100. Zhao Minglu leaned on the sofa chair. Good leather seat. Usually get a little stain. He was heartbroken, but now scratched all over the scratches. These two experts. But he spent a lot of money to hire martial arts champions, who were not only able to protect his safety on weekdays, but were even able to bring them outside to show off. How many people wanted to pry the corner but couldn't get it done? How come it was fixed by Sui's words? Sui looked at Zhao Minglu, and then at the system reminder that never responded, with dissatisfaction hanging on his face. You licked the dog and defeated the dog's reaction, and brother liked it, but you always failed to provide the emotional value, and brother was disappointed and decided to give you a little military training. What's the point of being abusive when you don't provide emotion values? Is it sadistic? Ha! It's not impossible to be a sadist, just make sure you're an S. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really willing to follow me without the millions of dollars a year and the luxury cars and houses? As soon as Sui's words fell, Zhao Minglu's eyes lit up violently. This kid got a bargain and still has the guts to reconfirm it? Isn't this giving him a chance? I'm giving you additional salaries, doubling each of you to $2 million a year. Zhao Minglu couldn't wait to say. However, before he finished his words, he saw a person quite violently rushing forward, a strong wind whistling, and a large hand violently hitting him in the face. Snap! Zhao Minglu's mountain of flesh tumbled, smashing tables and chairs and knocking over tea tables. Sui was startled, then marveled. What a great move to destroy the parking lot with a tornado. I can't believe that Zhao Minglu is the heir to the Black Tiger Afu, but it's a shame. He was surrounded by two reinforced Jackie Chan. No matter how powerful you are, Black Tiger Afu, it's useless. How dare you hit me? Zhao Minglu climbed up, half of her face swollen high, but it was no match for the heartache. How dare you hit me for an underling? Zhao Minglu tore her heart out. The big man from Dongshan had a cold smile on his face. Assholes, shouldn't they be beaten? If you dare to shake our brother's determination to take the test, who will you beat if not you? Sui was dumbfounded and smelled the flavor of an 8 o'clock dog blood Korean drama. The domineering president, extremely licking dog can, but did not win the heart. Blind cancer heroine love poor boy, caused the president of the defeat of the dog miserable howl. Wait, if you want to put it that way, wouldn't you be the blind heroine with cancer yourself? Sui hurriedly slapped his face, not daring to think any more nonsense. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I don't believe there's anything in this world that money can't buy. I don't believe there's anything better than money in this world. Zhao Minglu was still screaming. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Sui looked at him sympathetically, and was really a bit intolerant. Sui looked at Zhao Minglu and told the truth in one word. At these words, a wave of emotion crossed the pop-up screen. Establishment? Where is the establishment? Dare to shout establishment in front of us Dongshan people. Are you deliberately irritating us? Ooh-hoo, family who understand my annual salary of $500,000. The New Year's dinner unexpectedly cannot get on the table. Only worthy of a toast to the establishment of the little cousin. Upstairs brothers do not say. Our heartbreaking tears I went on a blind date and just said I didn't have a program. And before I had a chance to introduce myself, the girl had already run 8 miles away. Establishment? Is establishment really so powerful in Dongshan? Is it even more powerful than money? Are you rich people of Dongshan not better than the establishment? Money? Money is nothing. In our Dongshan real rich family, is the father of public security, when the teacher's mom, when the doctor's uncle, open funeral parlor's little cousin, the main hitter from life to death, all arranged properly. You have money, what's the use? Originally, there were some netizens who, like Zhao Minglu, couldn't understand the odd thought process of the two Dongshan Dahans, but when the Dongshan netizens explained the circle, everyone fell silent. The establishment, it's so important. Still not convinced? Sui came to Zhao Minglu's face and looked at him lightly. Still no withdrawal? I'm loaded, and I haven't lost yet. Zhao Minglu finished and rolled over to the boss's desk to pull out the drawer. Under the boss's table, there was actually a piece of gold, big and small, dozens of pieces of gold, seemingly dozens of pounds heavy. Get him dead. As long as you get him dead, these 10 pounds of gold, it's all yours. Zhao Minglu screamed. 10 kilograms of gold? That's worth at least a couple hundred, if not $10 million, right? It's over. It's over. Sui has really kicked the bucket this time. There was wailing and gloating in the live stream. Su Animal was beaten up. What a great joy it was. Why can't we see the live footage? Beaten? Flipped? Sui smiled slightly and casually gave the audience a middle finger emoji back. You think you're so rich? Do you know which way the fish head wine goes? Do you know what it's like to be a guest of honor every day? Do you know what it's like to have an organization and be able to train others at will? Sui's set of 5 consecutive questions of the soul only whipped Zhao Minglu's eyes into a daze. Her gaze frozen. Fish head wine. What is that? What's the point of sitting on the guest of honor day after day, moving around in military training others? Although I can't understand it, why do I inexplicably feel so good, so hot, so eager to get compiled? Looking at Zhao Minglu's dumbfounded appearance, Sui stopped at the right time. He believed that his questioning had touched Zhao Minglu's soul. Boss, this dog still wants to bribe us with money? I'm applying to fight him one-on-one. Life and death duel. The big man from Dongshan roared. The air seemed to ring repeatedly with the sound of a slap in the face. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui looked at Zhao Minglu dissatisfied, busy half on the only to give 200 points of emotional value. This is enough who eat ah? Isn't it humiliating enough to let people know that I've earned such a small amount of emotional value? Negative emotions plus 50. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 666. That's enough. It's too much. It's going to overflow. No. 132. Too much fun. Sui had just spat out a sentence when his eyes were filled with the emotional value of the netizens' outbursts. For crying out loud. Is there enough mood value? Do you still want the emotional value? Sui burped, thoroughly impressed by the enthusiasm of the netizens, contributing so much emotional value just by listening to the live sound broadcast. What sense did he have not to give everyone a little benefit? Ding! Congratulations brothers for unlocking the screen. Now you can join the anchor in an exciting adventure. P.S. Those who have just shouted about animals who don't count, keep hacking away. The screen lit up, and the audience instantly saw Zhao Minglu's true face. Sympathy, silence, emotion. Su Animal is really Su Animal. Whoever dares to offend him, no matter who it is, will not have a good ending. Just when the crowd thought that Sui was going to force Zhao Minglu to write a contract and press her handprints to withdraw from the marriage, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Boss, the Whites group is here. Can I push the door open? We come every day. What can't we open the door? Hurry up and open the door. I want to see our honey, but I don't have the money to buy it. She's short of money again. Can you transfer another million or so to her? Before the silhouette could be seen, a voice came in first. The power was so great that a thick-skinned one like Sui couldn't help but tremble a little. The netizens in the live broadcast room immediately shivered and got goosebumps. Families who understand. I just put on a mask and I got goosebumps. Am I allergic? As the audience wailed, the door split left and right and three big, flamboyant waves walked in. Honey, did we come at a bad time? Looking at Zhao Minglu, who had fallen to the ground and half of her face was swollen, and then looking at the two big strong bear-like men, Sui, who was wearing takeout clothes, the three women froze violently, looked at each other for a few moments, and suddenly exclaimed, "No, Savior!" Zhao Minglu said excitedly, full of hot tears, and was just about to reach out to them for help when she saw the three women tremble and take 2 steps back like seeing a ghost. No, we've come at a really bad time. We really can't top this. The three girls were scared out of their wits and turned around just to run, but there was an extra person beside them. Big brother, just let us go. You're much more presentable than us. Why make things difficult for us? Sui looked at the three big waves speechlessly, the hint of concern that had just arisen directly turning into speechlessness. When these three came in, he thought things would get out of hand, and was all set to kidnap Zhao Minglu, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Laughing my ass off. These three women, they actually think that Sui is having an indescribable affair with Zhao Minglu? It's pretty exciting to think about. 2 burly guys and a delivery guy, plus a masochistic boss? Who wouldn't be scared in their place? Sui had already endured for a while and did not intend to pursue the words of the three women, but as a result, he was so dead that he saw the netizens flirting, and his face immediately sank. You can't leave, Sui said through gritted teeth. If this is not explained clearly and publicized, won't his bright and magnificent image be all tarnished? Big brother, just let us go. We'll be sure not to talk about it everywhere. We're tight-lipped, Big Wave said in a pearly voice. So pathetic. The netizens couldn't stand this the most and immediately counted Sui as not knowing how to be compassionate. Sui saw this, but he grunted coldly. Little netizens, or you are still too young. The more a person denies something, the more they like it. The more you say you won't go around talking about it, the more you're bound to end up talking about it. Sui said in an old-fashioned manner, like an old gentleman who has gone through a lot of changes, counting down the naivety of the netizens. I've been taught. It's so touching. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Sui, you're really authoritative and spicy. Sui was so relieved that he was just about to praise the children, but the pop-up screen suddenly drifted over. Anchor, what's with the 3.0 rating? They got the MVP. Anchors are lying dogs. As soon as these words came out, the entire room was suddenly quiet to the extreme, and only the sound of the system's emotional value was left to remind them. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. Sui was furious. Abbott is very vindictive. just cancel the screen benefits and keep listening in the dark. The three beauties in Zhao Minglu were tied together. The two burly men followed Sui with deadly determination. And even after how much the three beauties begged for mercy, they didn't soften their hands in the slightest. I'm sorry, you smell good, but you're not compiling it. No one is going to shake the desire of the people of the Eastern Sierra for establishment. Just die. I won't back out of the marriage. Kill me if you have the guts. The four of us are 4 lives. Things will definitely not be able to be hidden. As long as things get out of hand, you'll have to be buried with them too. Zhao Minglu sneered and played the tough guy. If not for the rope, he would have given Sui a middle finger to show off his heroism. Seeing this, the two strong men of Dongshan wanted to teach a lesson, but Sui waved his hand slightly. You're hard, but I hope you'll still be this hard later. After Sui finished speaking, he turned his head to look like the three beauties. When Zhao Minglu saw this, her heart jumped and she secretly said that it was not good. This kid, is he going to use the estimate again? Wait a minute, these three beauties are all from Mordor, not from Dongshan at all, which means they are immune to the establishment. Thinking of this, Zhao Minglu was all smiles. Don't you dare stray from my people. These three big waves, all of which he knew from nightclubs, are typical gold-digging women who can sell their bodies for any amount of money. As long as one is interested in money, one cannot lose his tens of billions of dollars, even though his assets had exaggerated parts. But Sui, a poor takeaway man, even if his assets had shrunk by 100 times, it was impossible for Sui to compare with him. Zhao Minglu was being complacent, but he saw Sui suddenly shaking his cell phone and said leisurely, "Do you know what this is?" The three beauties were slightly stunned, and before they could regain their senses from the shock, they were disliked by Sui's screen against their faces. Don't get me wrong, the three beauties are just marveling at Sui's live broadcast, wanting more, taking the initiative to go to the corner of the wall to draw circles themselves. No, 133. Is there a lot of money? What a big name anchor, so many followers, such a high heat value. Are you a big internet star? In an instant, it was as if the three beauties had forgotten their dangerous situation and looked at Sui with blushing faces, their pretty faces tantalizing, and their gazes soft as water, as if they had seen their true destiny. Greeting the eyes of the three beauties, Sui retrieved his cell phone and smiled faintly with a cloudy smile. I'm not considered a big anchor. I'm only watched by over 100,000 people per broadcast. As soon as the words fell, the three beauties let out a fierce cry of surprise. Bang, bang, bang. Only hearing the sound of 3 ropes collapsing, the three beauties actually instantly tore off the ropes and rushed in front of Sui. Go get help. Go outside and find someone to save me. Zhao Minglu saw the 3 women get out of the trap, and her heart just rejoiced, and only halfway through her words, she instantly fell silent. The 3 big waves surrounded Sui, birdie-like in the sight of Sui, or he cared about him a glance dead or alive. Good strong man, even the rope can collapse. I'm willing to bow down. Families, is this the weak woman who can't unscrew a bottle cap? Why do I feel so able to wring my neck? Has your excellency heard of Lin Daiyu the burying Rex? Wang Shifeng who pulled the willow upside down, and the daughter king who beat the tiger with 3 fists? While netizens expressed shock, Sui said it was normal. Do you guys want to be internet celebrities? Want to be big anchors and big celebrities? Sui shook his cell phone. The 3 beauties nodded frantically, looking up. Ooh, I want to be Netflix so bad. I've dreamed of being Netflix. I've been practicing hard every day for Subject 3 so that I can be an internet celebrity someday. Can you give me a chance? The 3 men said excitedly. Small point. From today onwards, you are the resident guests of my live broadcast. Now you tell Zhao Minglu, who do you listen to? Sui snapped his fingers. Boss Zhao, although you're very nice, let's not contact each other from now on. We're afraid that Mr. Su will misunderstand. The 3 women didn't even think about it and directly sent Zhao Minglu a good guy card and said they would never contact each other. Collapse. A complete meltdown. Zhao Minglu stared blankly at Sui. Her mind had envisioned 11 million ways for Sui to turn the tables, but she had never imagined that the end of the matter would be so crumbling, so abstract. You 3 idiots. You want to be internet celebrities, don't you want to make money? I can pay you right now. Go outside and call for someone immediately. Zhao Minglu growled violently and gritted his teeth. Money? How much can you give me? A big wave said, clearly loving Netflix. Not enough. 3 million? No, 5 million. Is that much? 5 million? The woman was a bit distracted. This woman, she can be bought by money? Money is finally doing what it's supposed to do. That's the power of money. Zhao Minglu was in hot tears and decided to add another +1. I'll give you another $5 million if you call the man up, Zhao Minglu said excitedly. At these words, the woman fell silent, as if caught in a celestial battle. The next moment, the woman slowly its body and came in front of Zhao Minglu. You give me the check first, or how do I know you'll cash it? You're so abrasive. Would I be worse off than you? Zhou Ming Lu exclaimed, holding her eyes to signal Big Wave to go to the drawer. In the middle of the drawer, a check worth $5 million had been placed. The woman took it. Zhao Minglu was instantly relieved and looked at Sui triumphantly. There's a secret door right next to it, and the code is my birthday. So hurry up and get out there and yell for someone, Zhao Minglu urged, looking at Sui with a sardonic smile on his face, his fat, pig-like body trembling, as if his excitement was hard to contain. Sui, and you two idiots, when my men arrive, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Zhao clan. Wait, why don't you go? The door is over there. A silhouette flashed past Zhao Minglu's face and came straight to Sui, holding a check for 5 million yuan in both hands. Wasn't it the Big Wave who had just taken his check and had been bribed by him? Mr. Su, this is my tuition, so that I can be a netizen thing. Please take more trouble. When people become netizens, they will definitely not forget your great kindness. Big Wave's eyes like water said, voice crispy, do not know how many men can be mesmerized. Thank you, Pungle little sister, for the superbly deluxe big rocket. Under Zhao Minglu's dumbfounded gaze, Sui smiled and collected the check. Negative emotions plus 999. Let me know your account number later. I'll have my brothers go over and support the wave. Yeah. People call it not eating cilantro, struggle GM. Mr. Su, I also want to be an internet celebrity. So why don't you let my brothers give me some attention too? I'm also called not eating cilantro, diet version. And I'm also known as no cilantro, no late night snack version. Gee, there are so many versions of not eating cilantro? Sui was speechless, but did not comment, just a concern plus a like. Netizens were initially disinterested and didn't want to follow Sui's clicks of attention, but when Sui entered the personal accounts of the 3 big waves, they instantly changed their attitudes. Is the white flowery RuneScape chicken something they can watch for free? Who says this is bad without cilantro? It's just awesome and spicy without it. I've decided that from today, I'm going to change my name to not eating cilantro, the King Diamond version, too. I'm going to change my name to favorite cilantro, 8-pack version. Oh, where is this not eating cilantro? This is clearly a female bodhisattva. Sui, you finally have a bit of a conscience, and gave the brothers a wave of benefits. The 3 young ladies looked at the number of followers that had risen, and instantly burst into smiles. The power of the big anchors is awesome. Just less than a minute, the 3 rose more than 100,000 concerns respectively, and the big wave that just gave Sui a reward of 5 million, but also by virtue of a wave of operation, was chosen by Sui as a fixed continuous guest. Fortune beckons, skybreaking traffic is flying in. As long as you catch this wave of traffic, wealth and freedom, big name ads, and even guests at various events, is it not just at your fingertips? The other 2 big waves, gutted. If they had known that it could be operated like this, they would have just pitched Zhao Minglu as well. Pity Zhao Minglu, the sufferer, who has dried up her tears and broken her heart, but can only shrink in her boss chair and cry silently. It is said that only defeated dogs shed tears, but Sui found out today that fat pigs will also shed tears of sadness. Are you still not convinced? Sui brought Dongshan Dahan and the 3 big waves to Zhao Minglu's face and said indifferently. Zhao Minglu looked at the 5 people behind Sui with a dull gaze, muttering continuously. Fake. It's all fake. How can money be useless? How can money not buy people? But if the money worked, why would they betray me? Could it be that the more money there is, the more useless the money is? So more money equals less money, equals uselessness, and more money equals uselessness? Zhao Minglu suddenly laughed out loud, his face as if he was crazy, as if he was in a frenzy. Enlightened. I'm totally enlightened. I'm going to donate all my money. No. 134. Shark fins are chicken wings. Just as Zhao Minglu was coming to her great realization, Huang Lu, in the bar, was trying to play the role of a sad melancholic rich lady, who says abstracts don't deserve to play sentimental. She, Huang Lu, didn't believe in fate. Ms. Huang, this plate of shark's fin is specially made by a chef. The price is more expensive than gold. You should try it quickly, otherwise it won't be fresh. In the box, the bar manager with the waiter carefully looked at the shark's fin on Huang Lu's table, with a miserable look of having made a big trouble. This Ms. Huang in front of them had a very unusual identity, and it was not something they could afford to mess with at all. It was said that Ms. Huang could buy their entire bar with a wave of her hand and a bit of dead skin falling out from her fingernails. I don't want this plate of shark fins. You guys eat, Huang Lu said, a little depressed. Ms. Huang, is this plate of shark's fin not well done? No, that's because the plate of shark fins isn't fresh. Does that mean it's spoiled? The manager just felt dizzy and the sky was falling. And no, you guys just stop asking. Where's all this crap coming from? Huang Lu said with some annoyance. It's true what Big Brother said. Abstract women just don't deserve to play hurt feelings. A big beauty is pretending to be melancholic here. Shouldn't we first ask the beauty why she is melancholic? Why are you asking about shark fins in 2 sentences in a row? Oh, men, indeed, are blind. Seeing that Huang Lu didn't say anything but just fumed, the manager didn't dare to say more and picked up the shark's fins and walked out the door. While turning his back, he secretly picked up the shark's fins and tasted them. It's not bad. Why doesn't Ms. Wang eat? You don't think she can't enjoy it, do you? Yeah, that should be it. It has long been rumored in the circle that although Huang Lu is the jewel of the Huang family, she has been wandering around for more than 10 years, and if she is not lucky enough to be picked up again, how can she be qualified to come to this kind of high-end place to enjoy herself? It was the life of a poor girl. It was normal that she couldn't enjoy such high-end cuisine as shark's fin. It was just cheap for herself. The manager was snickering and was just about to close the door when a voice came from behind him. There's one way to look at it. A chicken wing is actually the armpit of a chicken. And the hairs on a chicken wing are the equivalent of a chicken's cluckers. So does a shark's fin count as the hairs on a fish's cluckers? Then isn't eating shark fins the same as nibbling on a fish's cluck nest? That's too disgusting. Bang! The door to the box closed from the outside, and the lobby manager stood stiffly outside the door. Half an order of shark's fin stuffed in his mouth, neither eating nor spitting. Eating fish? Eating is eating fish cluckers? For some reason, the lobby manager looked at the shark's fin on the plate again and vaguely saw the face of a lewd uncle with stubble all over his face. Vomit! The manager crouched down and vomited furiously, his hand digging into his throat, desperate to pull out his stomach and clean it. Against all odds. How can Huang Lu be so against all odds? Is this the power of Miss Wang? Whoops, I was wrong. I shouldn't have badmouthed Ms. Wang behind her back. Is this retribution for me? Whose staff is this? How can they be so unqualified? Don't you know this is a high-end place? How can you vomit like a wild dog here? Just then, a snarky voice rang out from behind. The lobby manager looked back and his face swished pale, only to see that in the middle of the VIP channel, at some point, a flamboyant beauty walked in. The woman is 18 or 19 years old, dressed like a colorful cockatoo, covered with all kinds of shiny accessories, walking when jingling, banging, ringing non-stop, living like a small commodity peddler. Ms. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm the one who stained your glasses. I'll clean it up right away. Please spare my life. The manager screamed in horror and crouched down on the floor, just to shove back what he had just spit out. The Ms. Chen in front of her, although dressed like a peddler of small goods, was not one to be messed with. Relying on Zhao Minglu's favor, in just a few months' time, she had spent no less than a few $1 million at the bar and had become the most precious diamond member. His job was literally on the line if he messed with this little ancestor. That's disgusting. Blow him away. I don't want to see him again. The woman grunted coldly and waved her hand as 2 burly men stepped forward to repel them. I'm not leaving. Without this job, how can I support my family? Please, Ms. Chen, give me another chance. The manager screamed and tried to kowtow. But what did Miss Chen care about his pleas for mercy? The sound was loud enough to reach the box. The door to the room opened, and Huang Lu walked out with a frown. What are you doing? Ms. Huang, please help me. When the lobby manager saw Huang Lu, she instantly broke down in tears, as if she had seen a savior. Huang Lu took a step back and looked at the lobby manager with a disgusted expression. You can't understand my lady's connotations, and you still want her to save you? Isn't this the shark's fin I returned? Why did it fall on the floor? Are you stealing it? It was as if Huang Lu had discovered a new continent and found a nibbled shark's fin. And for a moment, a point of emotion appeared on her face. Did this guy throw up too? It seems that I'm not that abstract, at least as far as shark fins are concerned. And there are still people who, like myself, can't enjoy this delicacy. Huang Lu, why are you here? I can't imagine that you, Miss Huang clan, can't even give away a serving of shark's fin. Should you be so shabby? Huang Lu was lamenting, but he saw a woman walking over in the corridor, looking at him with a mocking face, full of smugness. Here's the VIP card. Immediately swipe 100 shark fins and give them to everyone who came to play today. Serve them all and I'll let you off the hook today, the flamboyant woman said smugly, waving the diamond and gold card in her hand in a pompous manner. The lobby manager's face was filled with tears, and he just felt like the sky was falling. Miss Chen, although you are generous, can you not be so generous? Even if you treat us to steamed buns, it's better than treating us to shark's fin. Shark's fin. The little one really can't eat it. This is not treating people to a meal. It's clearly a deliberate attempt to disgust everyone. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get the hell out of here? Do you really want me to kick you out? Ms. Chen looked at the lobby manager with dissatisfaction. The quality of service in this bar, it's getting worse and worse. He's so generous, he doesn't even know how to kneel down and thank you? Thank you Ms. Chen. I thank you in advance for your generosity on behalf of all the customers, the manager said bitterly and left with the VIP card. He decided to rot in his stomach what he had just heard and beat it to death without telling anyone. There was no way. Ms. Huang's words were too powerful. If they were set out, not only would it ruin the reputation of the bar, but it might even bring incalculable effects to the shark's fin industry. Ms. Huang is worthy of being a famous family, a lady of the house. I really have eyes but no pearls. Today is really retribution. Huang Lu, are you angry? Very unconvinced? Seeing the lobby manager slinking away, Ms. Chen seemed like a peacock that had won a fight, and said proudly, as she spoke, the accessories on her body, jingling and clanging, lived like a mountain chicken with open wings. No, 135. You're not even worthy of being called an anchor. Who are you? Do I know you? Why should I be angry about eating a broken shark's fin? Huang Lu looked at the woman with a dumbfounded look on her face as the soul asked a trifecta of questions, poking at her heart with every word. The woman froze in place, not daring to look at Huang Lu confidently. You don't recognize me? You don't know who I am? You haven't heard of my great name, Chen Fangyu? Are you good? Why should I know you? Do you owe me money? It doesn't matter. I'm a generous person. Just take it as a ticket to see the monkey show at the zoo. You don't have to pay me back. Huang Lu said seriously. The woman was so full of accessories that she looked like a monkey in a monkey show at the zoo, and it was breathtaking to see how on earth she hung on. Huang Lu, Chen Fangyu was furious and screamed. She had made a fool of herself here for half a day, feeling that Huang Lu didn't even know who she was. So what was she wasting so much emotion for? Huang Lu, don't pretend to me. You stole my fiancé and still say you don't know who I am? Chen Fangyu screamed. Fiancé? Zhao Minglu of the Zhao family? You're talking about Zhao Minglu, right? I'm not interested in him. Huang Lu dawned on him with a lack of interest, intending to go back to his room and continue to study melancholy. Whoever said that abstract women couldn't be melancholy? She was going to change that prejudice. The preconceived notions in a person's mind are a big mountain. And she, Huang Lu, is not a believer in fate. You wait, did I tell you to leave? Chen Fangyu screamed again and blocked the door, gritting her teeth and looking at Huang Lu. Do you know how much personal money Zhao Minglu has? Do you know how scary Minglu Group is? And you're still not interested in Zhao Minglu? Do you dare to say this in front of the live broadcast? Ms. Chen said coldly, casually took out her cell phone, and surprisingly opened the Jitterbug live broadcast. Live? Huang Lu stopped in her tracks. You're an anchor? What anchor? Can you talk or not? People are obviously a netizen. Envious, aren't they? Chen Fangyu shook her head and said in a pompous manner, sending the live broadcast screen to Huang Lu and shaking it. I'm not the same as those anchors who buy traffic. I have 100,000 followers, 700 to 800 online viewers, tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments on any random video. Scared, right? When it comes to live stats, how many of her little sisters are eyeballing her with jealousy? Those big netizens who can easily get tens of millions, or even millions of followers, don't have as much as she does when it comes to real data. She's got real numbers here, all of them big live. Chen Fangyu looked at Huang Lu with an expectant face, wanting to see a hint of panic on Huang Lu's face. However, after looking at it carefully for half a day, Chen Fangyu realized that Huang Lu was speechless and seemed to have a little bit of dislike. You've only got this much data and you dare to call yourself a big internet star? Huang Lu bristled. 100,000 or so followers dare to say they are a big netizen. Then what is the heat Sui detonated all over the net? A big netizen? A few hundred viewers. They dare to say they are popular anchors. Then Sui can't be called an angry anchor when he has more than 100,000 people online at the same time every game, right? But to be reasonable, Big Brother does seem to be quite angry. You don't dare to speak, do you? You don't dare to admit it, do you? In front of hundreds of people on the air. Why don't you dare to repeat yourself again? Chen Fangyu still thought that he had taken hold of Huang Lu, poking through Huang Lu's true colors, and frequently sneered. Snap. Chen Fangyu had only just laughed for less than 2 seconds when a hand slapped her in the face, full of jingles, all of which scattered to the ground. The burst rate is too high. Street vendors, stalls overturned. How dare you hit me? Chen Fangyu covered her face and screamed. Even a man of clay has 3 points of fire, let alone Huang Lu. I'm just hitting you. A small anchor with a mere 100,000 or so dollars dares to call himself a big anchor. Who am I going to hit if not you? Huang Lu said. In the live broadcast room, the sky was falling for Chen Fangyu's fans. The goddess in their eyes was beaten and broken. Is there any justice in this? Sister, what are you doing? Huang Lu was in the middle of a fight when a voice rang out. How many times have I told you not to be so impulsive? How can you just hit someone? Brother, this woman only has a few hundred viewers. How dare she call herself a big anchor and show off in front of me? What? A few hundred people dare to call themselves a big anchor. Get out of the way and let me fight. The siblings joined hands, and Chen Fangyu was beaten and begged for mercy, crying and crying, no longer daring to say that he was a big anchor. A few moments later, in the box, the people resumed their seats. Sui took Dongshan Dahan and the 3 big waves with him, and returned home with a full load. You guys are teaming up to bully people. I'm going to let Zhao Xiao take revenge for me. Chen Fanyu cowering in the corner, covering her slightly bruised cheeks, whimpering. No sooner had she spoken, however, than a large wave appeared in front of her and slapped her across the face. Revenge? Who do you think you are to call for revenge? What do you think you are? A good woman? But you're just like us. You're a mistress. And you're the one who's condescending? Chen Fanyu was dumbfounded when she received a slap and looked at Big Wave dumbfounded. What, Junior? I'm Zhao Minglu's fiancé. He said he would definitely marry me. He said he only loves me. With a sneer on her face, Big Wave beckoned and the 2 sisters came together in front of her. That's something he said to the 3 of us, too, but do you see us taking it seriously? That's just a random rich man's joke, and you're really taking it seriously? Crackle! A bolt from the blue, looking at the 3 flamboyant big beauties in front of him, whether it was their body or appearance, they were completely unbeatable. Chen Fanyu only felt that the sky had collapsed. So she was a plaything all along? So it was her all along? Zhao Minglu had never put her in her eyes before, and she even knew no better than to run in front of her proper fiancé to fight over her jealousy. Just like a clown. I was wrong. Is that the only thing you're wrong about? What else am I wrong about? You only have a few hundred viewers and you dare to call yourself a big anchor. Widen your dog's eyes and see how many viewers Mr. Su has? Huang Lu's brother and himself are peers? Chen Fangyu was slightly stunned, looking at the cell phone screen handed over by Big Wave, and when she realized the number of live viewers in the upper right corner, she fell silent. The live room that Big Wave opened was clearly Suyi's live room, and the number of people in the upper right corner had already broken through 100,000 long ago. The upper limit of the number of people shown in Shakeology is 100,000, whether it's 100,000 or a million. 100,000 is shown. What does it mean to be a big anchor? That's the real big anchor. This woman is pathetic. Her home has been stolen and she's still here fighting over it. Zhao Minglu has already had an epiphany about the empty door and donated all her family's assets. What's the point of her competing for this fiancé? A few of you upstairs. I'm going to have to criticize you guys. Can't people just be in true love? A line of pop-ups floated by, as if a large knife poking at the heart, stabbing Chen Fanyu's body to tremble and her blood to freeze. What? Zhao Minglu has gone into hiding and donated all his family's assets? If he donates all of his family's wealth, won't he become a pauper? And then what's the point of competing for his own favor? A fat pig with no money to give him a fiancé to grab food from the pig trough? Chapter 136, The Conspiracy Emerges. Brother, did you really back out of the marriage? Of course, would a brother lie to you? But I've heard that Zhao Minglu was a fortune hunter. How could he possibly give up when our Huang family is so rich? This brother I dawn reasoning, moving with emotion, awakened Zhao Minglu's true beauty. He not only decided to withdraw from the marriage, and even found the pursuit of the rest of his life. On the sofa of the box, Sui said without changing his face or his heart. Hearing this, Huang Lu instantly showed adoration with stars in her eyes. Brother, you are amazing. I'm so proud to be your sister. It's all small potatoes to brother. No need to make a fuss. Sui hemmed and hawed and smiled in a cloudy manner. Negative emotions plus 100. What's going on? Don't you worship your brother? What's with the negativity? Negative emotions plus 200. Still coming? Are you jealous? Negative emotions plus 500. That's enough. Is it over or not? Wasn't my sister just telling the truth? What's with all the negativity? Sui looked around and finally found the culprit, which turned out to be a cell phone pop-up. The wailing was everywhere in the live room. Families, my ears are not clean anymore. Someone give me an ear that hasn't heard these words. Sue Animal, Sue Animal. How can you bear to deceive such an innocent little girl? Did you awaken the true goodness and beauty? It's obvious that you've lulled someone into a state of ecstasy. There's one thing to say. Zhao Minglu did come to a great realization and donated all the family assets. Upstairs, let me ask you, who did Zhao Minglu donate the family fortune to? Never mind that, he donated it anyway. Sui quickly scanned the pop-ups and was startled, hurriedly putting his phone away for fear of affecting his great image in his sister's mind. Donations do go away. But to whom? How dare you? It's a trade secret. How can you disclose it? Brother, how can I thank you? Huang Lu was moved to say. You must have gone to a lot of trouble to convince Zhao Minglu to back out of the marriage? Ahem. It wasn't really that much effort. And as for thanks, I'm doing something for my sister. Do I need to say something so out of the ordinary? Sui was embarrassed and didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He plays with abstractions, but he also wants a face. He, Mr. Zhao, has already donated most of his family's assets, and he is asking for favors for his sister. Isn't this shamelessness on both sides, inside and out? Brother, you're so nice. Huang Lu was touched and said, thanking God once again for giving her such a good brother. Just then, a big wave came over, holding Chen Fanyu's cell phone in her hand, her face full of anxiety. Mr. Su, it's a big deal. Take a look. Someone is trying to harm you. Sui froze slightly and took Big Wave's cell phone. I don't care what you use. You must break into Sui's crew and find a way to yellow his movie. I've already made arrangements in other areas. As long as you infiltrate the crew, the people I've arranged will come to cooperate with you. I'm not only going to blow the word of mouth on his movie, I'm going to get him in a scandal and in jail. 3 messages lined up in sequence, all from a very familiar number. Sui glanced at the phone and burst out laughing. Who did he think it was? Isn't this an old acquaintance? Mr. Du, yo. Du Di Xiao how so no temperament. Only took him 100 million red packet just, as to hate themselves so much? It's okay, it's just a small problem, Sui said indifferently, throwing his cell phone to Big Wave and walking towards Chen Fangyu. Chen Fangyu was educated and shocked by Sui's live broadcast heat, and was completely convinced. What did Du tell you? Sui asked indifferently, casually turning off the live broadcast on his cell phone. There are some things that are not convenient to say on air. When he found out that you were going to make a movie, he had someone find me and say that he could arrange for me to be in the cast as an actor, and then had me pretend to be knocked out and falsely accused of being taken advantage of by you. The crew is my crew. How can he guarantee that he'll put me in jail? He said he had already paid off the other actors, and when the time comes, someone will falsify the evidence for me, testify for me publicly, and definitely put you in jail. Chen Fanyu knows everything. A cold light flashed in Sui's eyes. His crew hasn't even been set up yet, and Surname Du is blurting out that he's already bought off his people? Does he know what's coming? Mr. Su, do I count this as taking credit for a crime? Chen Fanyu said carefully. What do you want? Mr. Su, I can be an insider for you. I just ask that you support me afterwards and connect with me a few times. I also want to be a big internet celebrity. I also want to have millions of attention and tens of thousands of viewers, Chen Fanyu said excitedly. Sui was speechless. With this version of Earth OL, Netflix is indeed the most worthwhile profession to switch to, but the competition is too fierce, isn't it? One by one, they are really willing to do anything to be a big internet star. Aren't you afraid of being found out by the Surname Du? Even Zhao Minglu is no match for you. What can he turn the tide? Chen Fangyu said in a pandering manner. Listen to what it means to kiss ass. Sui, who was used to listening to the netizens' underhandedness, was suddenly a little teary-eyed. No wonder when the boss all like to listen to people flattering. This good words, really how to listen to how comfortable. Okay, you do a good job, and I'll surely promote you after it's done. Sui patted Chen Fanyu's shoulder and casually drew a big pie for Chen Fanyu. Chen Fanyu ate the big cake drawn by the boss in a beautiful way, as if she had taken advantage of a great advantage. Big brother, do you need me to help you? Huang Lu came forward and said with a fist pump. This kid's surnamed Du. He taught him a lesson once before, but now he's actually being dishonest again. It's fine. What can a mere Yakuza stir up? Not to mention that I already know about his plot. Sui smiled faintly. Turning the day around, Sui headed directly to Boss Su's theater group. Actors are invited to take their place in the show, and most of those invited, except for Sui, a big internet star, are actors who are almost or already out of fashion. There are so many offers on the market, but anyone who has a slot basically won't come to this kind of miscellaneous variety show. Those who can be attracted to this kind of variety show are supposed to be actors who don't have much exposure or who can't get a movie soon. The actors thought that even if it was a small variety show, at least the director should be a professional. However, when they found out that the director was a netizen, they felt that the sky had fallen. Directors, even the worst ones, are at least somewhat professional. Nowadays, when you hire a netizen, even if he has a big flow, does he know how to make a variety show? I'm afraid someone like that can't even set up a light, right? Sui wasn't a cutie either, quickly realized the contempt of these over-the-top actors and was instantly exasperated and laughed. He didn't dislike these old vegetable gangs that were about to expire, and they had the nerve to dislike themselves? Chapter 137, The World is Going Downhill. Boss, how's my technique? Is it appropriate? Actors please take their places on the shooting set. Su Desire was wearing a hanbok of an ancient beauty, looking at Sui with a shy face, her eyes full of shyness. Su Lust, pay attention to your image. At least you're the female lead in my next movie. Can you be a little bit star-conscious? If you let the paparazzi catch you, how big of a scandal will you get? Sui sat in the director's chair, fiddling with the filming instruments while enjoying Su Lust's massage. Boss, it's all thanks to your support that people are where they are today. Just giving you a massage. Who can say anything? Su Lust said delicately, massaging more vigorously. Boss, your shoulders are so hard. It looks like you've been working too hard. There's a full set of massage equipment in their room. Come to their room at night, okay? Simply too good and spicy. In the rest area aside, A bunch of small actors stared angrily at Sue Lust. Blah blah blah. What a shame. It's amazing that you can even say something as shameless as going to your room in order to get a chance. Shameless. It's a real shame that the world is so corrupt and the culture is so corrupted because of the existence of such women. The director definitely won't fall for this woman's tricks. How can such a shallow woman be appreciated by a director? You even have professional massage equipment? Then I have to appreciate it. Sui almost drooled. It wasn't that he had poor resistance. It was really Sue Lust's good intentions that had impressed her. The young actors were silent. Who just said Sue Lust was shallow? Sue Lust was simply fantastic. Everyone looked at Sue Lust with a face of admiration. No wonder people could become heroines. The director is working so hard, carrying the burden of the whole crew on his shoulders. What's wrong with a massage? Negative emotions plus 100. Sue Animal. Ah, Sue Animal. You can't stop the sugar-coated shell so well? Can you act a little more reluctantly? Ding. Congratulations to Sue Animal for getting a good score of 3 seconds in the Quick Shyness Challenge, defeating 0.1% of his opponents. Go forward it to your friends to show it off. Haji Sue, you guy, you'd rather risk being squeezed into dryness than to give your brothers on welfare? Tears. 666. Even Haji Sue is shouting. It's time to invite the great god upstairs in the house. The audience angrily scolded Sui, changing his saliva-soaked pants in the process. Negative emotions plus 100. Who is still not cursed? Sui was enjoying himself beautifully. Let the curses come harder. Relying on his hallowed directing abilities, Sui had already mastered the entire set even though he had only spent half a day on the set. Boss Sue has limited funds and outdated equipment? Not a problem. The young actors in the scene are not professional enough and their performances are particularly easy to get out of character? Not a problem. Lighting logistics a mess? Even less of a problem. After only half a day together, Sui had conquered the staff at the scene. The Netflix director with an abstract aura may look amateurish, but he's actually a professional top guru. Just as everything was in order, Sui heard a cry. Lu Qingling, what's wrong with you, boss? I went to call the actors into position as you instructed, but instead of coming, that Liao Zixing threw boiling water on me, calling me a stinking beggar and telling me to get lost. Lu Qingling covered half of her face and ran over, crying. The staff hurriedly brought the ointment and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they applied the medicine to Lu Qingling. An area from Lu Qingling's forehead to her right eye was reddened beyond recognition by the boiling water. Just by applying the ointment, Lu Qingling screamed loudly in pain. Boss, I'm not going blind, am I? I feel a pain in my right eye. On the set, there was silence. Everyone looked at Sui. Lu Qingling was Suyi's assistant, representing Suyi's face. The director's assistant, who went to yell at the actors to get into position, which is the natural order of things, is now being attacked in public, and may even break his face and go blind. This was no longer just not giving face, it was clearly throwing Suyi's face to the ground. Su Desire, call emergency and immediately arrange for an ambulance to take Lu Qingling to the hospital. Sui said, aha. Without saying a word, Su Desire immediately responded, sister, don't worry, it will be fine, the boss will definitely give you justice. Su Lust gently wrapped his arms around Lu Qingling and said heartily, ever since Sui and boss Su worked together, she's been staying on set to familiarize herself with the environment and practice more in the meantime. Lu Qingling, as Suyi's assistant, came to the site a day early to hand over. When she first met Lu Qingling, Su Desire was still a bit nervous and hostile, worried that she had taken her position. But in just one day, the two were already as close as sisters. Lu Qingling was injured, and Su Desire Cine held her breath. Are big actors allowed to bully people? Can big names just attack people? An injury to an area as delicate as the eye is highly likely to have irreversible effects or even lead to removal of the eyeball. This is just too much. Sui, will the medical bills be high? What if I can't afford it? Ambulance arrived. Lu Qinghurst is still not easy to panic. Lying on a stretcher, a face of restlessness of the bureau model. For the poor, a hospital is never a place to heal the sick and injured, but a hell of money in debt. The poor can only carry on when they are sick, and if they can't, they can only fend for themselves. What's more, she has no insurance at all. Don't worry, you don't have to pay a cent for the healing, Sui said, signaling the emergency vehicle to leave. Mr. Su, our company doesn't have medical insurance, and since Lu Qingling is your person, it's impossible for us to cover all the costs even if we were responsible, the field assistant said with difficulty to call Boss Su. There was a serious accident at the scene that he simply could not handle and had to report upwards. But just then, a hand pressed down on his cell phone. Don't worry, I won't give you a hard time. I'll advance the medical expenses first. But whose problem should it be when there's an injustice? No one can run away. Upon hearing this, the on-site assistant was relieved, but the audience in the live broadcast room, however, instantly boiled over. It's over. It's over. Someone else doesn't want to live. Who is it bad to offend? How dare they offend Animal Sue? Be reasonable. Big name actors bullying small assistants. That's always been the case in show business, right? Sui is still a newcomer, so why make a big deal out of it? Upstairs, are you talking like a human being? If it's always been like this, is it right? If it's always been like this, can't it be pursued? What's the use of just getting angry? I don't believe Sui has the ability to make the other party apologize anyway. Be reasonable. Sui isn't even a newcomer in this circle. The show where the actors are invited to be in place is not a big name hit show. It's Sui who needs these actors, not the actors who need Sui. He may not be able to invite people even if he comes to the door to personally apologize. And now he wants to raise hell? Lu Qingling was bullied in Counter. Has long been transmitted to the network through the live broadcast. A good audience edited into a video. Immediately rushed to the hot search. However, neither the Melon Eaters nor Suyi's hardcore fans held out much hope. Actors in position, please? Never even heard of the crappy program. Even if this Sui is a director, he's still just a small director who doesn't make the grade. And he's still thinking of being the master of the sky for others. Taking himself too seriously, isn't he? Chapter 138, Deliberate or Accidental. A few minutes later, Sui took his cell phone and turned on the live stream. And under the watchful eyes of more than 100,000 viewers, he arrived at the resting area of the big-name actors. No way. Director CO is really planning to have a showdown with the actors? A group of small actors followed behind Sui with shocked faces. It's not that they're making a fuss. It's really because in this small theater group, even big actors who have passed their prime are never to be easily offended. Can't you see that even if Boss Sue has a shortfall in funds, he still has to dedicate an empty area to arrange a rest area for the big actors? Up and down the crew. Apart from Sui, the director, even a few assistant directors didn't have their own separate rooms and could only squeeze into the multi-room. In other words, any one of these big actors taken out at random was no worse than Sui's status. Bang bang bang, the door to the room knocked. Didn't I say I'm in a bad mood today? Let's talk about any problems tomorrow. It won't kill you to keep the director waiting for a day. A grumpy voice rang out, followed by the door to the room pushing open, revealing an unusually hideous face. You're Liao Zixing? Sui looked at Liao Zixing indifferently. In his 40s, with a slightly fat and collapsed body, he can vaguely see the elegance of that year. But more than a decade has passed, still relying on that little bit of heat back then, still immersed in the delusion of big-name actors. Obviously some external strength. What does it matter to you who I am? What are you? Liao Zixing cursed and raised his hand. I'm the director. Liao Zixing froze slightly, and the hand that was about to strike out, let go and snorted coldly. What? Ran off with a little one and came in with a big one? You come to give someone a strong lead? Liao Zixing said cynically. Snap. A large hand jerked violently at his face. You're a good one to talk. I'm just here to step up, Sui said laughingly, leaving a reddish slap mark on his face. How dare you hit me? The man screamed and was just about to do something when he saw a VCR set up right outside the door and the staff was actually filming. What are you doing? Who told you to film? Turn the machine off. Liao Zixing screamed, sensitive to the core. We only listen to the director. We can't stop until the director says stop. The little employee spread his hands with a look of love. Director? Is this kid really a director? So what if you're a director? I'm warning you, I'm the top man hired by your investors. If you dare to hit me, I'll make you suffer. Liao Zixing turned his head towards Sui and roared. Before the words left his mouth, a large hand flung itself over again. Pop, pop, snap, 3 slaps down. Liao Zixing fell down in front of the door. His hair scattered all over the place, revealing a big bare head. No wonder he's so bad-tempered. So he's losing all his hair? Sui laughed, picked up the wig, walked to the camera, and deliberately adjusted the angle to give Liao Zixing's head a big close-up. Saya, the idol boy who was hot at the top of the sky back then. It turns out that he has now become a middle-aged man with a shaved head. So down with his head. The operations team edited the footage they just saw, posted it online, and contacted a few of his fans from back in the day to interview them about how they're feeling now. Hearing this, the crowd present immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Tough. That's a hell of a move. Sui, this is simply digging a grave with a whip. Although Liao Zixing has gone out of fashion, but at least there are still a few influences. Relying on the youth of the point of fervent fans. Show off a little sentiment. At least you can still make a living. When Sui puts this bald and downcast look in front of him, won't the fans instantly explode? This is not retaliation. It is clearly dropping Liao Zixing's rice bowl. You can't do that. I have portrait rights. You can't do that without my permission. Liao Zixing was knocked out by a few slaps, and had just come back to his senses when he heard Sui's words. Punctually scared out of his wits, and not caring about Sui hitting people, he directly went to grab the machine. But just then,
Two shadows loomed over him as if they were two stone pillars, instantly pinning him in the center. Portrait rights, right? Gotta have your permission, huh? The big man from Dongshan rubbed his fists and looked at Liao Zixing with a sardonic smile on his face. It's premature. How can there be two bears in a small crew? How can people grow so tall? Liao Zixing looked at the two men's arms, which were thicker than his own thighs, and instantly fell silent. Family members, the situation is stronger than the people, and portraits can be had, but it seems like they can also be gone. Liao Zixing, let me ask you one more time. Do you still need portrait rights? Sui said. No, I don't want the portrait rights. Fully cooperate with your show. In front of the danger to his life and image, Liao Zixing finally came to his senses and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Negative emotions plus 500. How dare you have a grievance? Sui looked at Liao Zixing with displeasure. This kid, not honest. It seems to want military training. Then get on with the shoot, Sui said indifferently. The staff and the young actors blinked and looked at Sui in confusion. That's it? You just said you want revenge. You just said you want to make Liao Zixing pay, and then you just shoot a ghost clip and call it revenge? That seems a bit thunderous, doesn't it? And they didn't know that at this point in the live broadcast, it had turned into a cluster asterisk. Don't sleep tonight, the big one is coming. Another big one? I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days and nights. I came out of my mother's womb to wait for today, and finally I've got to wait for the big one. I'm not afraid of thieves crying, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking. If you offend Sui and still want to be good, bad luck is still to come. Sui is careful. Who? And who's saying the abbot is being careful? Sui casually glanced at the live broadcast, keen to see the last pop-up. Lightning is not as good as lightning. Instantly banned banning a dragon. Finished patting his hand, satisfied nodded. Daring to say that the abbot is being careful is simply audacious. How can the abbot be careful? The abbot is clearly cynical. The first scene that was filmed as the actors were asked to take their places was the scene of eating a big meal. The dishes were specially brought back from outside by Sui, and they were full of color and flavor. Liao Zixing reluctantly sat on the sofa and was just about to eat the food, but his face instantly changed and he slapped the table. I'm a vegetarian. This is all meat. How can I eat meat? Please give me another one. Vegetables are not available. Then I won't eat it. I can't break my dietary taboos. Liao Zixing snorted coldly, his face showing triumph. You're not prepared. You can't blame me for not eating. Bang! 2 plates of weed, on the table. Eat it. They've just been plucked. They're fresh and pure, still fragrant with dew and earth. The 2 Dongshan dudes grinned and looked at Liao Zixing in a cold sweat. Vegetables. Absolutely vegan. Absolutely natural. And not only natural, but not even used in fertilizer. Only on this grass. How come there is still mud, and there seems to be caterpillars on it? Looking at the colorful meat and the still dirty grass, Liao Zixing silently pushed away the grass and chose to eat the meat. Who said this meat was bad? This meat is fantastic. This meat is pretty good? Liao Zixing marveled. And just then, a voice rang in his ears. It turns out that Mr. Liao Zixing likes to eat large intestines. Go to the restaurant and order 2 more 9 turns of large intestines. Tell them to add more ingredients. Mr. Liao likes to eat 9 turns of large intestines. Chapter 139 Tapyan plot. Large intestines. Are these pig intestines? The scene of the shooting echoed with Liao Zixing's heart-rending screams. 9 turns of large intestine with bright color and attractive aroma. Because of Liao Zixing's delay, everyone had already missed lunch, and watching Liao Zixing eat with a hungry stomach had long since aroused a bellyful of cravings. Liao Zixing was actually hungry. Otherwise he wouldn't have made an exception for meat. But even if you're hungry, there has to be a bottom line, right? I'm a vegetarian, and you're making me eat pork sausage? With a snap, Liao Zixing jumped 2 meters away, clasped his throat and started vomiting. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Disgusting. That's disgusting. He's already dirty. His mouth is unclean. His soul is tainted. Woohoo! This crew is simply too much of a bully. Liao Zixing looked at the crowd, but froze. The crowd at the scene was watching coldly, and not a single person spoke for him. All of the crew, including the actors, stood by and watched coldly. Isolated himself. Is he that bad of a person? Mr. Liao, wipe your mouth. Just then, a staff member stepped forward and handed him a tissue. Liao Zixing instantly became self-absorbed. One's own popularity. It really wasn't that bad. Everything was a problem with the crew. Thank you. You're being bullied by this crew director too, aren't you? It's so hard for us. Liao Zixing looked at the young actor gratefully, wiping his mouth while sighing and trying to pat the young actor's shoulder. The cast and crew side is inappropriate, and it's downright inappropriate to make the young actors dare to speak out. As a senior, he had to back them up. Swish! Liao Zixing's hand that slapped down fell short, as if the little actor was electrocuted. He instantly retreated 2 or 3 steps and looked at Liao Zixing with a speechless face. Mr. Liao,
What are you talking about? Even if someone is bullying me, it's you who is bullying me. I'm the groundskeeper. You tossed the scene into such a mess. I'm the one who cleaned it up. Mr. Liao, there are so many of us waiting for you. Can you have some sense of time? Do you really consider yourself a big shot? It wasn't 20 years ago. And look at those hairs on your head. And you still think you're a millionaire big shot who can toss and turn all you want? The field agent harbors a bellyful of resentment and doesn't leave any stone unturned. Pop, pop, snap. On the set, it was as if one punch in the face after another echoed. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Brothers Ashen. This one is simply Brothers Ashen. You guys, look at Liao Zixing's face. It's already turning into a pig's liver color. It's just killing me with laughter. Did you guys see the look on Liao Zixing's face? He doesn't think he's the aggrieved one, does he? Airing out the entire cast and crew for half a day, and hitting the director's assistant, and now even tossing the scene into a mess. And he's still aggrieved? 666. This old gangster doesn't think he's fresh meat, does he? The audience in Suyi's live broadcast room almost laughed until they convulsed. They'd never seen such a self-absorbed and unaware over-the-top actor. Liao Zixing froze in place. A breeze blew by, and a few hairs on his head fluttered strongly in the wind. A cold sweat seeped from his forehead as he felt the hostile gazes of the people present. Not good. Playing the big game has gone too far and sparked outrage. Everyone, I'm sorry. I admit I wasn't thinking about everyone's feelings, and I'm here to apologize. Liao Zixing hurriedly remedied the situation by making a perfunctory bow, but immediately turned the tables on Suyi again. Surname Su, you're clearly holding a personal vendetta, deliberately using pig intestines to disgust me. If you hadn't deliberately made things difficult for me, how would I have delayed everyone? Liao Zixing looked at Suyi with resentment. Suyi looked at Liao Zixing indifferently. Mr. Liao, isn't pork sausage just meat? Besides, you're the one who said it was delicious. Suyi sat in the director's chair, both hands spread out, his expression innocent to the core. We have the footage here to prove it. You said it yourself. It's not like I'm forcing you, is it? Suyi said, letting someone switch the image to the screen. The outdoor screen flickered slightly and the image of what had just happened appeared. Liao Zixing sat at the long table, his expression exaggerated and rich to the extreme, a face of intoxication. The plate of 9-turn sausage, as if it were a red wine steak of high grade. When I say it's delicious, I'm assuming it's meat. Vomit. Is a large intestine considered meat? Cologne is for poop. Vomit. Liao Zixing had just slowed down, suddenly saw the picture again, immediately felt a wave of regurgitation, vomiting and howling at the same time, hating the gastric juices out of disgust. Mr. Liao, don't throw up first, you've already eaten anyway. Why don't you just finish filming in one breath? Everyone is waiting for you to finish filming and call it a day. Without waiting for Liao Zixing to catch his breath, the groundskeeper rushed up again, the resentment on his face almost turning into obsession. He's just finished wiping, and Liao Zixing threw up again. Is it on purpose? Complained about by the groundskeeper. Liao Zixing almost cried in anger. You took out the large intestine to cheat me to eat. And even if you don't come up to apologize and comfort me, how dare you want me to eat it again? He's just over the hill. He's not dead yet. What's more, a dead man still fights for a stick of incense. Not to mention how he, a big living man, has a few moments of fire. Snap. The 9 revolutions of the large intestine fell to pieces, and Liao Zixing slapped himself up and looked angrily at Suyi. Giving me a large intestine and wanting to keep filming. You guys think too much, don't you? I'm at least a curiosity. I can't take it anymore. I'll go to the Actors Guild and sue you, drag you into the blacklist, and I won't be able to shoot a movie for the rest of my life. After saying that, Liao Zixing flung his sleeves and left, leaving behind only a crowd full of speechless people. We've all worked hard all day, and our feelings are just wasted? Boss, I'll go up there and talk about it, and I'll talk him back? Su Lust said worriedly, although she also wanted to teach Liao Zixing a lesson. But the shooting schedule could not be delayed. If she let Liao Zixing alone affect the entire crew, the person who would end up being affected would be Suyi instead. No, he'll come back of his own accord, Suyi said. Come back voluntarily? Liao Zixing had just almost gone mad. How could he come back of his own accord? Su Lust looked at Suyi suspiciously, thinking that Suyi was not aware of the seriousness of the matter. If Suyi is a famous and big director who has already been recognized by the market, he indeed doesn't have to care about things getting out of hand, let alone worrying about protests from the Actors Guild. However, Suyi was still a newcomer with no work, so if Liao Zixing brought the matter to the Actors Guild, it would definitely cause trouble for Suyi. Boss, you go call for the assistant, Suyi said indifferently. The sky is the limit and the director is the biggest. Sulus looked at Suyi's face and knew that Suyi hadn't taken his words to heart. The on-site assistant was in the rest area right next to him, and when he heard Sui summoning him, he immediately came to follow him. Mr. Su, the shooting cycle is very short. Even if we teach Liao Zixing a lesson, we still have to get through this bout first. Why don't you condescend and go apologize first? Chapter 140, You're on fire, brother. Sui glanced at the field assistant, smiled slightly, and jerked up his middle finger. Apologize? Never in this life. I super love to see other people's stinky faces. Little old brother, you're still too unseen. Let me show you the ropes. The field assistant was flabbergasted. How can Sui still laugh when the shooting schedule is so rushed? We can't continue filming without the lead actor. Who says so? Why don't I just step in? Sui smiled faintly, not waiting for the assistant to finish. He pressed him to the big screen. After a burst of dazzling operation, a very brainwashing and ghostly video appeared in the screen at once. I love braised large intestine, I can't stop eating it, it's simply wonderful top. Accompanied by brainwashing and magical music. The big screen constantly loops Liao Zixing's intoxicated look as he enjoys the pork sausage. The field assistant stared blankly at the screen, the man completely dumbfounded. The person in the picture, is it really Liao Zixing? Is this still the land of the living? Where did Sui get it? Sui looked at Liao Zixing's dazed look and gently patted his shoulder. You've seen it all, haven't you? What's the big deal if there's no eye candy? So what if the actors don't cooperate? Wouldn't it be better to just use the AI tools and ghosting tools and shoot it yourself? All it takes is a picture of Liao Zixing's face, and it directly generates whatever you want to see. Mr. Su, this counts as infringement, right? He's an actor. Who is he to talk about infringement? I'm lucky I didn't ask him for absenteeism. But, no buts. We all have hard-working hands. We cut what the audience wants to see. We dub what the audience wants to hear. The protagonist resists? What is the protagonist? He deserves to have an opinion? Shock value plus 100. The field assistant was shocked that it could be understood that way. Shock value plus 100. The audience was also blown away. Boing boing. What Sui said is simply great. Sui, you really are a genius. You were born to do this. The directing world without you is simply our loss. To be fair, I wasn't at all interested in actor please take your place in Liao Zixing. But after watching this spooky movie, I suddenly want to watch it. Sui glanced at the live broadcast and hemmed and hawed. You see the reaction of the audience. They support me too. The field assistant looked at the screen, utterly speechless. He knew that Sui was very good at fixing jobs. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to have so much attention and fans. But Sui was too good at fixing things, right? According to Sui, so engaged. Where there is still a need for the protagonist, anything, as long as there is a face. What plot can make up their own? But then he thought about it and realized there was nothing wrong with it. If Liao Zixing hadn't played his cards right, today's shoot would have been very triumphant. Liao Zixing can pat himself on the back, but he is accountable to the investors. Liao only cares about his own pleasure. He doesn't even care if he lives or dies. Why should he care about him? When it comes to playing the big game, the assistant has a lot on her mind. Can a bald lewd man who is 20 years past his expiration date look at his own weight and really think he's some kind of big shot? Sui, another way to get an explosive effect of the promo. The network response is so good. Anyway, they are delivering. Liao Zixing is not willing. He counts how old? He had the balls to go to the investors and protest and see if they cared about him. Fellow officers, it's been a hard day's work. I'm treating you to a hot pot and a big red packet tonight. With Sui clapping his hands, amidst the cheers of the staff, the first day of shooting officially ended. In the restroom, all the staff went to eat hot pot, and Liao Zixing was starving in front of his chest, but he couldn't even find a bit of food. Sure, the 9 turns of the sausage were enough, but he just couldn't swallow it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's too much of a bully. You guys are just too much of a bully. Liao Zixing was burning with rage, and when he returned to his room, he frantically brushed his teeth, but he always felt that he was permeated with the smell of large intestine. Just as he was about to bleed his toothbrush, he suddenly received a phone call. Who the hell called? Have a fart, hurry to put. Du Xiao, how come it's you? Did you eat feces in your mouth and it smells so bad when you open it? On the phone, Du Storm's angry voice came. Liao Zixing sniffed, and just as he felt that the taste had lightened up a bit, he immediately had a feeling of regurgitation and nausea again. Du Xiao, how could I possibly eat feces? It's just that when I was shooting today, I ate some pig intestines. Isn't pig colon eating feces? Liao Zixing, I can understand that you're stressed when your hair is bald, but you can't eat feces to abuse yourself, right? Du Ruffing screamed, and it was as if he could see his shocked and disgusted face through the screen. Liao Zixing was in tears. He really doesn't have any particular fetish. He's really screwed. Du Xiao, the large intestine is cleaned, and I'm not eating it raw. I'm eating the famous dish. 9 turns of large intestine. Liao Zixing had to start giving the 9 turns a clean bill of health for the sake of his reputation. I can't do it without an explanation. Otherwise wouldn't it be made true that they like to eat? A few moments later, Liao Zixing finished his explanation, and there was silence across the room. Xiao Du, listen to me, Sui is too bullying. I'm a vegetarian and they trick me into eating the 9 spinning cologne. Liao Zixing screamed. Du Ruffing was silent again. Du Xiao, I'm not interested in knowing about your personal preferences. I just came to call to ask you how your infiltration is going. How many helpers have you found? Du Ruffing said. Love the colon as much as you want. It's a hard generation, especially for ex-idols with idol baggage. It's even more stressful. So what's wrong with a bit of a special fetish? Of course, when we meet again later, we must wear gas masks. Bringing up business, Liao Zixing finally braced himself. Xiao Du, don't worry, Sui didn't suspect me at all. I happened to take the opportunity to make a difficult strike today. He will definitely come to me to beg for forgiveness for the sake of his schedule. At that time, I will take the opportunity to show my goodwill, mix into his side, and will definitely turn all the people around him against him. Liao Zixing hemmed and hawed. Du Ruffing on the other side of the phone sniffed and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Not bad, very good. Yesterday, he learned that Liao Zixing immediately bribed the other party after the actors were asked to take their place in the theater. It's simply not too easy to buy off a small, over-the-top actor. When Liao Zixing breaks into Sui's inner circle, he can use Liao Zixing to cause trouble for Sui, as long as he bribed a few more. When Sui started shooting his new movie, he could strike at the same time and make Sui fall into a bottomless abyss and go to jail. Du Xiao, I've been so cooperative. Do you think I can still repackage myself and take the route of a middle-aged idol uncle? Okay, I'll look into it. Du Ruffing answered with his mouth full and then hung up the phone. Liao Zixing put down his cell phone and was pleasantly surprised. Du Xiao has agreed. His chance has come. Just then, the cell phone rang again. Liao Zixing froze slightly and looked at his cell phone, only to see another message on it. Liao Zixing, look at the Jitterbug hot list. You're on the charts. Chapter 141 conquered by you just like this. Hot search? What an unfamiliar word. How long has it been since he's been on the hot list since he was dropped by his agency back in the day for being bald? Du Ruffing's efficiency is so fast, it's too powerful, isn't it? Liao Zixing's heart was pleasantly surprised to the core. Du Xiao really deserves to be a big shot. I've heard that Mr. Du is generous, but I can't imagine that it's even more exaggerated than the rumors. Liao Zixing hurriedly opened the Shake Entertainment ranking and saw his own video after just a quick scan. 97 on the entertainment charts and over 3 million hits. Jitterbug is truly a national app, with up to several 100 million users in China alone, not to mention abroad, ranging from those in their 80s and 90s to children who can't yet read. Even at the bottom of the rankings, there are millions of plays. Finally, Old Me has finally squeezed into the hot search list again. No, Lao Liao, you can't be satisfied yet. More than 3 million plays and a ranking of 97. Still too little, just 3 short of the level down list. This ranking is too dangerous. I need to add fuel to the fire. Liao Zixing looked at the 3 videos behind himself, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. After 20 years of silence, how could he allow himself to be squeezed off the list when it was so hard to make a splash? Back then, he was also the top stream in the entertainment industry. A sneeze and a fever could attract countless fans to shush him. A random ad endorsement can generate millions in revenue. But since being found bald with hair loss, everything has changed. Fans abandoned, advertisers pulled the plug, and agents snowed in. In less than a few months, he experienced the transition from top stream to trash heap, and the members of the team, who were once stepped on by him, have turned into the top traffic in the entertainment industry by virtue of their funny or acting skills. Jesus Christ, why do I have to lose my hair when I'm so handsome? Why are those assholes so ugly and yet they are easily top streamers? Are the fan audience blind? There are also those fraudulent specialists who claim to be able to cure baldness. Before paying the money, they patted their chests and guaranteed that they could cure baldness. And after taking his millions of dollars of payment, they instantly flipped out, saying that baldness was brought about by life and told him to look away. If I could see the light, what's the point of waiting until today? Nowadays the times are different. Can't go little fresh meat. One can totally go the way of middle-aged melancholic uncle. What's wrong with baldness? Who says baldness can't be idolized? Nowadays, young people like to hunt. They can accept Fu's soul. Who says they can't accept a bald melancholic uncle? Young people have tricky tastes. What if they become one themselves? Broker, immediately buy me traffic and brush up my reviews to top my rankings. Liao Zixing couldn't wait to call his agent. Ha, are you sure? On the other side of the phone, the agent looked at the video of Liao Zixing on the hot list, his face filled with shock. What the hell is Liao Zixing smoking when this kind of video tops it? Until this moment, Liao Zixing hadn't clicked on the video and didn't know what was in the video. Lao Liao, I know that young people nowadays like to hunt for oddities, but hunting so oddly, Are you sure that the audience can accept it? It's hard to tell with young people's tastes, and black and red is still red, so cut the crap and I'll pay for the traffic. Liao Zixing became impatient as he listened to the agent's tirade. Waste of agent. More than 10 years did not help himself to refire. If not for the sake of years of love, he would have kicked this guy away. Liao, don't be so impulsive. The traffic fee is especially expensive now. You already owe a lot of money on your account. Cut the crap. Don't I still have a suite? Mortgage that suite and operationalize it for me immediately. Liao Zixing screamed. In the middle of the call, there was a silence from the agent. Only the constant ringing of the 9-turned surround sound. Damn it, are you hallucinating? Liao Zixing rubbed his ears hard. How come when he answered a phone call, he could hear the brainwashing voice of the 9 turns of the cologne? It's not possible that the agent likes this stuff too, is it? Thinking of the 9 turns of the large intestine, Liao Zixing was so angry that he gritted his teeth even more, and Su Yi's face appeared before his eyes. A small director who had only just joined the industry dared to make a fool of himself. When I'm halfway across the sky, I'll make this Su pay. Since you're so insistent, I'll run it for you, and I hope you don't regret it. The agent took another look at the 9-turn colon in the screen, sighed, and finally compromised. Maybe he's really old and can't keep up with the tastes of today's youth? Magic City Fashion's cutting-edge editorial, by Xiao Shan, who had been sinking in the program for 20 years and had finally become the editor-in-chief, was looking at his editorial department with a face full of emotion. It's not easy being an oxen and horses. It's even harder to be a bullhorn who has risen to the occasion for 20 years and turned over a new leaf. But the good thing is that he has a spiritual support. Whenever he cannot support, he will go to watch the idol CD-ROM to draw strength. And finally made it through. Editor-in-chief, the Shake Entertainment list has been updated. Jitterbug is a national-level app, and the traffic that can squeeze into this list are all popular frying chickens, and all have huge potential for commercial value. Our editorial department's mission is to discover newcomers, grab their endorsement rights before they become famous, and push them to major manufacturers to earn advertising money. Nowadays, the market is highly competitive. Don't just focus on the young people, the old, the middle-aged and the young, but analyze carefully from all angles. Each market has unique preferences. Various manufacturers have prepared hundreds of millions of dollars in endorsement fees, and as long as they can attract traffic and increase product exposure, they won't be cheap. Without further ado, let's begin. With by Xiao Shan's order, the editorial department was busy. The top 10 on the list were skimmed right over, because these are the popular fried chicken who have already proved their commercial value. Although the traffic is huge, but the endorsement has long been taken away. Even if they are forced to snatch it, the interest value is not very big. As time passed by Xiao Shan frowned. The young people nowadays, how can they have the vigor of their own years? It's been 10 minutes, and surprisingly, there is still no one to report. Get your heads together. If you can't sign 3 people today, you're ready to work overtime. White Xiaosalt sent out the whip of a cow or horse to play blessing. With the blessing added, it didn't take long for an editor to send by Xiaoyan a video. The video shows a girl, 18 or 19 years old, dancing. Various styles of dance, handy, sweaty, energetic smiles, won the appreciation of countless comments. Like a tireless lark, she has conquered countless audiences through her energy and smile. My lovebirds are so awesome. Seeing her dance made all my tiredness from the whole day disappear. Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm going to call you all the way. Looking at the screen full of complimentary comments, by Xiao Shan's face did not change at all. An uneducated young man, and this is a conquest? Chapter 142, Brother. What do you think, Editor-in-Chief? Dancing is okay, but unfortunately it's all dancing and no singing. Can't even pass. Not much potential, just throw it away. Without even thinking about it, by Xiao Shan yanked the video straight into the trash. The editor sent a second video. A young white-haired man in a suit, holding a scepter-style microphone, with a perfect singing voice and moving lyrics that reeked of dominance. So handsome. My brother is so handsome. By Xiao Shan casually looked at the video for a few moments, and without waiting for the editor to ask, he simply yanked the video to the trash. What's the use of knowing how to sing? You can't dance, you can't play basketball, and you still want to become a popular friar. It's just delusional. Saying that, Bai Shaoshan glared at the editor who pushed the video. You've been with me for a few years too. Why are you still such an amateur? Editor-in-chief, I think this man is not bad. How dare you be stubborn? This kind of actor deserves to be called nice? The idol I chased 20 years ago could sing and dance better than him. Bai Shaoshan snorted coldly, opened his own cell phone, found a treasured video, and decided to give the editor an eye-opener. Wide open your eyes and give me a good look. That's a brother with power. A group of young people are singing and dancing in the blurry, period-inspired scene. Although the picture quality was blurry, it was clear that a few of the young men in the group had good skills. This seems to be the $10 billion movie star Yang Bing, right? Why is he in this mix? It's not just Yang Bing. Look at the one in the third row. Isn't that Lu Wei, the movie star? He won 3 times in a row. A well-deserved international movie star. And he used to be in this group? I did hear a revelation that Lu Wei and Yang Bing had debuted in an idol group for a few years before they became famous, but they could only serve as accompaniments in green leaves for the captain at that time. They're so powerful. They can only be companions. Who is this captain? How come I've never heard of him? The editorial department was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Bai Shaoshan in shock. The fashion world is updated so quickly that small editors simply don't recognize icons from many years ago, but they were blown away. It's not bad to be the editor-in-chief. Even the vision of choosing an idol is higher than theirs to an unknown extent. Look at the idols back then, and then look at what crooked people they are now. Know how unprofessional the young idols are now. You know why I don't like young people nowadays, right? Every one of them doesn't know how to develop all around, and they still want to eat the bowl of traffic? And the young people nowadays, they don't know what aesthetics means, and without me to give them guidelines, they'll never be able to eat a 4-course meal for the rest of their lives. Bai Shaoshan enjoyed the admiration of the crowd, spitting and talking. It wasn't until the end that he said the name of the main character in the video, Liao Zixin, the captain of the Prince Idol group, and the rightful prince of the group. Liao Zixin, editor-in-chief. Is this the person you're talking about, Liao Zixin? There's also someone named Liao Zixin on the list, and this photo, it seems to be a bit similar to the video. Editor-in-chief, can you see if this is the same person? An editor exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent, and immediately shared the video on the big screen. Nearly a wall of high-definition screens above a large high-definition picture appeared. The picture was divided into red and blue, with Thunderbolt special effects cutting the center of the picture, and on the left side was Bai Shaoyan's familiar Prince Liao Zixin, while on the right side was a somewhat familiar, and somewhat unfamiliar face. His face was blighted and his eyes were slightly caved in, and although he was vaguely recognizable as a handsome young man back then, he was now a middle-aged man in his 40s. For other people, there might be hesitation, but for an Ashgrade fan like Bai Shaoyan, with just one glance, he could tell that these two people in the picture were actually the same person, only that the person on the right was a bit older. My god, is this really my Prince Sama Liao Zixin? He suddenly retired back then, and now he's making a comeback? Back then, when my brother suddenly retired, he must have been suppressed. He must have suffered a lot over the years, and now that I'm the editor-in-chief, I must do my part to help him out, so that he can become top stream again. Bai Shaoshan looked at the screen and was already moved to tears before he even looked at the content. Back then, he entered this circle because he was influenced by Liao Zixin. Liao Zixin was called Prince by them, while they, the fans, called themselves the Prince's Guard Group. He was one of the fanciest of the bunch. Even after 20 years, his passion remains unquenched. As long as I can help my brother, it doesn't matter if I work for nothing. Editor-in-chief, he was so famous back then. How come he suddenly retired? Wasn't there some kind of scandal that got blown out of proportion? An editor suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoshan was instantly thrilled to the core. No way. My brother is clean and the best quality idol. How could there be a scandal? Back then, he must have been unwilling to be squeezed by the capital, so he was suppressed and snowed in. Otherwise, with his ability, he would definitely have accomplished more than the others combined. $10 billion movie star? All-around king of movie and television? It's nothing in front of him. You little guys, you have no idea how hard he works. I'll show you now. My brother's power. Bai Shaoshan gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the little editor who had slandered his brother. Bai Shaoshan admired the beautiful face on the big screen again. Obsessed. But he soon realized the shortcomings. The photo on the left looks impeccable and shows off my brother's stunning face. This photo on the right, however, looks decidedly questionable. Even though my brother is middle-aged, it's amateurish to make him look a little blonde, and the gaze isn't mental enough, and the picture is intentionally incomplete, with just a big brain shot, and the direction of the brain upwards, directly blocked by the special effects. How can you be so inattentive when your brother still looks stunning even after 20 years? Young people nowadays don't know what a true idol is, so it's a good thing Prince Sama is back in the game. Bai Shaoshan was moved to tears, gently pressed the play button, and watched the video with a pilgrimage-like mood. I love braised large sausage, the wonderful taste of large sausage, it's so good. Before the image could appear, a ghostly cry suddenly resounded through the office. The crowd, which had just been in a pilgrimage mood, violently froze in place. Noise. Who's so uncivilized? Going to work is torturous enough. Why are people making noise here? Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 200. Negative emotions plus 300. Sui, who was treating the crew to hot pot at the hot pot restaurant, raised his head sharply and looked out the window in shock. What's going on? He was eating hot pot and singing a song. How come he suddenly harvested a huge wave of emotions? Boss, what's wrong with you? Nothing, it's just pie in the sky. Keep eating everyone. Sui waved his hand and continued to eat the hot pot and sing songs, happy as can be. Chapter 143, How Delicious. On the other side of the editorial board, it was as if it was plunged into an infernal hell. The magic sounds are piercing, the images are powerful, and it's a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Pork sausage is meant to be eaten fresh, especially when made into sausage sashimi, which tastes even better. A bowl of bean juice first thing in the morning, then a piece of sausage sashimi, and finish it off with a bite of wasabi. This little taste is simply the most authentic. This best sausage has to be freshly pulled from the slaughterhouse in the first place. In the picture, Liao Zixing was sitting in front of a big table, holding a knife and fork in his hand, feasting and eating painfully. The more painfully Liao Zixing ate, the more the crowd in the editorial office, the more they felt shocked. Is this the white moonlight that the editor-in-chief has been hiding in his heart for 20 years? Is this the editor-in-chief's definition of an idol? It's horrible. The editor-in-chief's understanding of idols is incredible. Editor-in-chief, can you tell us a little bit about it? We really can't understand the deeper meaning of this idol. A small editor commiserated. The crowd nodded their heads in excitement as they heard the words. How could it be wrong? Mr. Editor-in-chief? It must be that they don't understand the market, fashion, and traffic well enough to understand the intentions of this balding uncle who is gorging on pork sausage and trying to go iconoclastic. Deep meaning? Is there a deep meaning here? Are you mocking me? Bai Xiaoshan froze for a long time and screamed violently, picking up the ashtray and almost smashing the big screen. This is Liao Zixing? How can this be the prince I remember? I don't recognize him as Liao Zixing. My brother is a prince. How can the reason for his retirement be his love of pork sausage? How could he go bald and become a lecherous man? White Less Salt screamed. Dang, Lord Editor-in-Chief. Red warmed up. A small group of editors were too frightened to speak. It's not that they want to see Liao Zixing. It's the editor-in-chief himself who wants to take out Liao Zixing, so that they can get a better understanding of it. How can he still break the defense? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just ordered a good meal and almost threw it on the ground. It's bad enough that I'm eating a good meal. I just want to find a video for my meal. Why are you showing me this kind of thing? Eating a good meal isn't enough to torture me? I swear on 10 years of veteran watching experience. This video is so good. I must forward it to my BFFs. I can't be left alone with blindness. Who the hell is this Liao Zixing guy? How bad of a life is it that he has to make this kind of video to disgust us? Be reasonable. The person who made this kind of video is good enough for a purple elixir, and it should be decapitated and executed over and over again. The comments section of Liao Zixing's video is filled with wailing and screaming. As the number of trolls grew, so did the interactive heat in video plays, which shot the video straight to the top of the trending charts. In a crowd of handsome and beautiful star faces, Liao Zixing is looking so special and odd. I know the winds of the market are shifting fast, and audiences are getting harder and harder to guess, and their tastes are getting more and more tricky, but this one is a little too tricky for their tastes, isn't it? A group of market specialists in an office of a research flow watched the video and got confused with the research material on hand. Experience told them that this video was just pure, but this amount of airplay and heat, in turn, disproved all their past experiences. Could it be that young people nowadays like to see their idols make fools of themselves and like to scrutinize them? Then what are the dozens of handsome men and women we launched this year? What is the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on image building? What do we count as money with no place to burn it? In the office of some artist factory, the boss looks at the new investment budget and hears his heart breaking. I worked day and night on the dance, on the vocals, and spent countless hours sweating to make this video, and the heat isn't as high as a pig sausage maker? Goodness, you're not kidding me, right? A flow lover, with an 4 drip and a high fever, looks at the ranking video on the hot list and has a complete meltdown. Outside, they all scolded the flow of love beans to make money like picking up money, but only they themselves know how hard it is. Maintaining an image and keeping the heat on is not an easy task either. Years and years of dieting, weight control, physical weakness while working intensely, being driven to depression, yet still maintaining a smile and sunshine. Is it easy? As a result, he is now being told that they have suffered in vain, and that the market is no longer in favor of this set, but rather in favor of aesthetic ugliness? All it takes is to take a bald, fat, pig-eating pork sausage and market it to get tons of traffic? In the office, Bai Xiao Salt, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Unacceptable. Beat him to death and he couldn't accept it. They made fools of themselves to support it for 20 years, and it turned out that the secret of Liao Zixing's retirement was not suppression or being snowed in, but because he liked to eat pork sausage, and pork sausage sashimi at that? The prince who had haunted them back then was now such a heavy-set, balding middle-aged man? The video played out and the image changed back to the cover, but it created an unforgettable lifelong shadow for the crowd. It was only after looking at the cover again that Bai Xiaoshan finally understood the deeper meaning. For the portrait on the right, why is the area from the head upwards covered? If you don't block your head, the fact that you're bald, doesn't that give it away? Editor-in-chief, look at the publisher of this video. It's not Liao Zixing himself or his studio, but a film crew that called actors please take your place. An editor noticed the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyan's eyes lit up violently, as if he had grasped the last straw. I know, it's all hype. This is a video that the show's crew intentionally released to scandalize my prince in order to create a contrast, when in fact, my prince is not bald at all, and he doesn't even like pork sausage. It's just too much. For the sake of the program's effect, for the sake of traffic, to take my brother and make such a disgusting video, I'm going to call their director right now to protest. Bai Xiaoshan said, couldn't wait to find out the address book, and quickly found the phone number of the film crew where the actors were asked to take their places. On the other hand, Sui had just finished inviting guests. The cast and crew, who had been working all day, each ate with a happy face. Rest well, everyone, and I'll have to trouble you all to work with me tomorrow. Don't worry, director, we'll do whatever you say. No questions asked. The staff members left successively, and just then, Su Desire walked over with a phone in his hand and a nervous face. Boss, an industry insider claiming to be a fan of Liao Zixing has come to protest, saying that you scandalized Liao Zixing, and that you must clarify, or else it will be published in the newspaper. Upon hearing this, a small smile appeared on Su Yi's face. Good lord, is the video so powerful that it's only just been out for half a day and it's already getting results? Chapter 144, too bad. Don't mind them, the more they make a scene the better. Sui said, no way, boss, this person says he's the chief editor of the fashion and entertainment industry, and if we don't take down Liao Zixing's video, he'll mobilize the circle's influence to boycott us. Su Desire said anxiously. Sui was slightly surprised when he heard this. An idol who's been out of fashion for 20 years and still has die-hard fans? Hello, this is Sui. Actors please take your place, director of the filming crew. I don't care who you are, I just have one thing to say. Are you going to take down the video or not, and apologize to my prince or not? It was only when Sui picked up the phone and didn't even say 2 sentences that a scream immediately rang out from the opposite side. Sui skimmed his mouth. Is the older woman menopausal, getting angry so easily? Auntie, as an actor, Liao Zixing, it's proper to cooperate with the effects of the program. You, who are you calling an auntie? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, one word from me and I can shut down your entire program? A little editor-in-chief who came out of nowhere, and he dares to threaten himself? Do you really think you're a soft touch? Sui was enraged as he listened to the noise on the phone. I'm the director. I can toss Liao Zixing around as much as I want. It's your turn to tell me what to do. You old monster, if you dare to call and make trouble again. Do you believe I'll make him sweep the toilet for the whole program? Does he really think he's easy to bully if he doesn't make a move? You can't bully my brother like that. Hearing Su Yi's angry shout, Bai Xiaoshan cried out in fear. Brother, my brother-in-law is so miserable. He was jointly blocked 20 years ago, and now that he's finally making a comeback, he's still being screwed by an unscrupulous program. Is there any justice in this world? Bai Xiaoshan was simply heartbroken. Actually, I don't hold it against him. It's not like I can't give him a chance as long as he knows he's wrong, Sui said as he listened to the opposite side soften. Seeing as the other party had persisted for so many years, Sui had gone soft in the end. To be able to love someone for 20 years, even if the other person eats pork sausage, even if the other person conveniently becomes a shaven-headed lewd man, but still does not change the passion. This is not chasing a star, it is clearly chasing a spiritual idol. Who says there is no true love in this world? Isn't that true love? Negative emotions plus 100. Ugly, how dare you call my brother ugly? Sui was in the middle of moving himself when he suddenly heard a scream. Are your eyes blind? My brother's face value is definitely second to none, and can turn you into dregs. Snap, the cell phone hung up, and only the dumbfounded Sui, and the shocked Su Desire remained in the same spot. Not only was Sui shocked, but even the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Holy, did I just hear it right? If Liao Zixing is the most beautiful man, then what am I? The reincarnation of Hikari? I'm guilty. I shouldn't have skipped class today to watch the live broadcast. First my eyes were polluted by a pig sausage, and now my ears are polluted by a cerebral palsy. Ah, why did I skip class? Is this God's punishment for me? Lousy wants to curse. Liao Zixing counts handsome. Then what does lousy count? In the live broadcast room, because of Bai Xiaosalt's words, it instantly attracted countless trolls, which in turn brushed Sui with a lot of negativity. Meanwhile, in the editorial office of Bai Xiaoshan, information is being collected. Editor-in-chief, I found the information on this crew. The actors are invited to take their places on the show, which has filmed a few installments so far, but the response has been mediocre, with each installment receiving no more than 1 million plays. The investor is a boss surnamed Sue. Nothing famous. The reason why I chose this person called Sue to be the director is only because he used to be in Edison. I want to rub a little bit of his heat and see if I can save some publicity costs. Sue's profile appeared on the screen. On one side is a beautiful photo of Liao Zixing 20 years ago, and on the other side is his current balding middle-aged appearance. A photo of Sue, sandwiched between the two. By Xiao Shan looked to the left, then to the right, and finally to Sue in the center, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Outrageous. It is simply outrageous. My brother was so handsome 20 years ago. Even if there are many changes in the world, he can't have become so ugly. It must be that this director intentionally scandalized my brother's image. He's just jealous that my brother is more handsome than him. That's why he put makeup on my brother to make him look like an ugly man. This is all special effects ugliness. Never my brother's real appearance. Mobilize the editorial department's traffic matrix. Immediately go to the bottom of the video to brush the brother is too handsome comment. I want to let everyone know that my brother is the most handsome. Never let this trash director's scheme succeed. I know the request is a bit odd, but it's a request he made himself, and he's willing to cover the cost of the traffic, so you guys just do what he says. Yes, 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 use this $2 million property as collateral, and if you can't pay it back afterward, the suite is yours. On the other side, Liao Zixing's manager put down the phone and took another look at the video with a lot of emotions. He does seem to be a bit behind the times. Such a heavy-flavored video had actually rushed up the hit list, and looking at the trend, it could at least make it into the top 30. Jingle bells. A cell phone rang and the agent froze slightly. So soon? Data scrubbing done? What the hell is going on here? Which video did you swipe exactly? A scream rang in his ears and the agent nearly perforated his eardrums. Liao Zixing, how come it's you? What do you mean what's going on? Wasn't it you who told me to top the video to the list? The agent asked, rubbing his ears and looking confused. I asked you to publicize my idol video. Who asked you to publicize the video of me eating pork sausage? How can I still be a middle-aged idol when you brush this kind of video? How can I still rely on my face value to reap my fans' money? In the middle of the phone, Liao Zixing broke down and roared, and even if he only listened to his voice, he could feel his almost frantic sense of collapse. There's no such thing as an idol video. It's just this one video from start to finish, and this is what you sent me. The agent was completely confused. Is Liao Zixing so confused that he can't distinguish between dream and reality? He reconfirmed that the video that Liao Zixing had sent over was this one of eating pig intestines. On the other side, Liao Zixing stared blankly at the video he had shared in the past and instantly fell silent. In retrospect, he was so focused on the popular statistics that he didn't even click on the video content. I thought it was Du Xiao. I fell for that kid's scheme. Liao Zixing howled. It's over. It's completely over. By letting this video rush to the top of the hit list, his path to becoming a middle-aged idol was completely cut short. Even if he's famous, he'll just be a complete clown. By the way, you haven't had anyone swipe my data yet, have you? I still have my house, right? After crying, Liao Zixing fiercely remembered his last bit of property and hurriedly asked. That house is the last bit of equity he has left, and if it's gone, he's really out of pocket. On the other side of the phone, after a moment of silence, a slightly embarrassed voice rang out. The house is mortgaged. Chapter 145, The Shadow. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Ming, who had been going to school for a week in a row, returned home with a backpack and a lot of excitement. Because of the intensity and pressure of school and extracurricular study classes, Ming only has 1 day a week to play on his cell phone and surf the internet. Fridays, those 2 hours before dinner, were the time he looked forward to the most each week, swiping through Jitterbug, browsing through the hot internet stems of the past week, and watching all the fun videos that the silly internet users were following were the most relaxing time of his week. Cell phones, let me conk out what fun things happened last week. Current news? Not interested. Hot music. How come it's the same as what was popular last week? What's this video? It's even new content that was just released today, and it's already ranked in the top 50 on the heat list? Ming stopped swiping, his eyes looking straight at a video with a surprised face, because the internet at home is not very good. So Xiaoming habitually will read the comments first, if the comments are well received, and then watch the video content. My brother is so handsome. Oh my god, why is my brother so good looking? Girlfriends, it's a treasure of a video. Everyone must watch it all. Watching your video made me realize that I haven't lived my life in vain. How in the world can there be someone as good looking as you? Ooh, come check it out everyone. My brother is simply gorgeous. Looking at the comments in the comments section one by one, Xiao Ming captured the key words. Cool, The subject of this review is handsome. Just how handsome is it that you can punch your way up the video hit list on just the word handsome? Hey, come on, let me see how handsome it is. Is it more handsome than my koan?
Ming couldn't wait to rub his tiny hands together, like a flower skeleton desperately trying to draw nourishment,
and clicked on the video. Braised large intestine. I like it.
Such a wonderful taste, so awesome.
Magic sound through the ears. Xiao Ming, who had just been looking forward to it, violently froze in place. With a snap, the phone fell to the floor.
Tears welled up in Xiao Ming's eyes,
and the ugly face in the video directly made him cry. It's too bullying. It's downright bullying. He works so hard every week to go to school and is so stressed about his studies just to watch a video to relax. Why is God doing this to him? He only gets 2 hours a week to relax. So why pollute his brain with videos like this? Ooh, these assholes in the comments section. Why did they lie to him? We meet each other in plain sight. We are only netizens. How big is the grudge? Outside the room. The parents are making small talk. Xiao Ming's studying is too stressful. Should we take him to an amusement park? No need, right?
The child's mind is quite normal and his academic performance is stable.
What's the point of going to a place like that? It's a waste of money. That's true. Our kid is so optimistic.
Surely he's not the kind of kid to get depressed,
the parents said,
smiling at each other with a hint of amusement on their faces. One of them has a PhD and the other is an education specialist, always very proud of the education and character development of our own children. Their education is evident in the wall full of awards and trophies from various competitions.
Suddenly a scream rang out from the room.
The two parents shuddered so violently that they almost fell to the floor in shock.
What's going on? What the hell is that? The sound is coming from the kid's house. Ming, what's wrong with you? The parents exclaimed instantly and stormed into the room.
Before Ming could react from the shadow of the video,
he saw his mom and dad appear in front of him. What's wrong with you? Is it too much stress? Don't be afraid, child. Mommy is here. Talk to mommy. Who bullied you?
Ming looked at his parents and tears came to his eyes.
Mom, I'll never play with my phone again. A cell phone? Is someone bullying you on your cell phone? Mom, nobody bullies me. Listening to Kodamine's narration,
his mother was so relieved that she couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Kids are kids.
How can you scare yourself with just one video?
It's so fragile. Baby, be good. Mom and dad are here. Let mom and dad see what kind of video is it that can make my baby cry? The two parents laughed, unimpressed,
and picked up their cell phones and pressed play.
Braised large sausage. A ghostly cry rang out, and the mother's hand shook so violently that the phone fell to the floor again. What the hell? Why are there such ugly people? After a long time, the mother finally recovered,
and then looked at a frightened Xiao Ming. Her heart was on fire and she was furious.
Is this asshole sick? How dare he come out to sing when he looks so ugly? Isn't this revenge on society?
She opened the comments section and just wanted to research the identity of the other party. When she saw a screen full of comments praising her brother for his good singing and good looks,
she was so angry that she was trembling. Bullying. It's just too much of a bully. This guy looks so ugly and sings so badly. Aren't these online games just eyes wide open? Don't fall for it, everyone.
It's all fake positive reviews brushed up by Traffic Matrix.
This video is just disgusting. Exasperated, the parents left a comment, threw away their cell phones, and took the kids to the playground. Not to mention the kids, they're almost psychologically scarred. Must go to the playground. Feeling bad about spending money? If they don't go to the playground, they'll have to go to a mental institution for psychiatric treatment. And just as Ming went to the playground, something similar, at the same time, happened in the comments section. Who the hell is this Liao Zixing person? Don't let me know where he is, or I'll smash his face. Is this Liao Zixing sick? Taking the idolatrous route and not looking at how ugly he looks? Does he think he can eat this bowl of rice? I don't think so, but I can't resist the fact that some people are too self-absorbed. I'll kill him, all night long.
The sound of emotional harvesting kept ringing in Sui's ears,
and until the next morning,
the system voice was still ringing. It's so much that it's overflowing.
It's just a ghost video. Is it that powerful? Sui himself opened the hot list, looked at that face of Liao Zixing, was silent for a moment,
and silently went to the bathroom to vomit.
Sorry, the power is indeed too much. This night, Sui was in pain and happy.
It hurt because the system alerted him, causing him to not sleep much all night.
Happily, because the ghost video was so powerful, it actually directly drove the heat value of the actor request bit, so that the program, which was originally almost a small transparency, actually reached the jitterbug trend list. Director Xiao Su, you are simply amazing. While eating breakfast,
Boss Su came directly to the scene and shook Sui's hand.
Excited. Chapter 146, You Know Food. Boss Su is polite. Director Xiao Su is modest. It's still Boss Su who's high. No. It has to be Director Xiao Su hard. No arguments. May our program be tall again. And hard. In the early morning hours, many staff members were too sleepy to open their eyes, and when they looked up, they found Soo-ee and Boss Soo talking and laughing, and they were instantly startled, thinking that they hadn't woken up. What's the situation? Is this still the same Boss Soo who has a bad face all day long and curses dogs passing by? How can he be made to feel so much like a spring breeze? The Iron Lion also laughs. Is it possible that the sun has come out of the west? And it's not just the staff who are shocked. Shock value plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. I have a bean. Soo Animal is not a poor buddy. How can you still business blow each other up? Guys, this high-end game. Seriously learn. No way, no way. I'm not the only poor buddy, am I? College students, this is high-end business talk. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and learn it. Early in the morning live broadcast, the dogs are not even up yet. College students have rushed into the live broadcast room, and they are trying to scold Soo-ee twice to refresh themselves, which thought they were shocked by Soo-ee. Looking at the emotion values that kept drifting past, Soo-ee smiled faintly, secretly saying that it was just micromanipulation. What was there to be shocked about? Just a few nice words from your boss and you're satisfied so easily? It's true that simple-minded, stupid to the point of being adorable college students are satisfied with just eating the pie painted by their bosses. Xiao Su, I hope you keep up the good work. I have other things. Seeing that the pretty words were almost done, Boss Su planned to withdraw. Yet right at that moment, a large hand pressed on his shoulder. Boss Su, are you playing dumb with me? Other people at least bring a few boxed lunches for their visits, but you're just going to say a few nice words and leave? Soo-ee dodged and blocked directly in front of Boss Su's car. Then with a wave of his hand, he dragged a group of staff members in front of Boss Su. You want to run away after you've played hard to get? How can it be that easy? Here's the cost of the catering for yesterday's treat, and the cost of the drinks. Negative emotions plus 100. Here's the overtime pay for yesterday's overtime. Negative emotions plus 200. It's PR money for asking me out and rubbing my nose in my traffic. Negative emotions plus 500. Every time Soo-ee said one, Boss Su's face stiffened. Yo yo yo, how dare you have a temper? Soo-ee directly pulled out the killer weapon. Boss Su, if you don't give more funding, I don't think this program needs to be filmed. Negative emotions plus 900. Boss Su wailed in his heart, but his legs went soft and he almost knelt for Soo-ee. Director Xiao Su, stop it. Can't I just make an additional investment? You tell me how much you need. I'll chase you even if I have to sell everything. Boss Su wanted to cry and could not wait to slap himself twice. This one, Su, looks young, but he's not easy to fool. He thought that with a few random pretty words, he'd be able to hold this kid up as a cowboy for himself. What did he expect? This kid had a set of silky smooth combos that almost blew out his coffin book. 666. I've only seen bosses threatening their employees. It's the first time I've seen a boss kneeling to an employee. Inverted Big Dipper. This is definitely the inverted Big Dipper. There's one thing to be said. Soo Animal's request isn't too much to ask for. Before this program had no existence whatsoever, since Soo Animal took over. Regardless of whether it is a good or bad influence, at least let people pay attention to it. This time not additional investment can still endure? Ha! What kind of investment guru is this that is so discerning that he thinks of the same places as himself? Soo-ee took the time to scan the pop-up screen and was almost moved to tears. Everyone else thought he was greedy for money, but only this brother saw his true intentions. Money? He's at least a billionaire rich brother. Would he look at that kind of money? Director Xiao Su, here's 3 million. It's really my bottomless money. 3 million? Dogweed's rich people are really too powerful and hot. One should never have been polite to him. Soo-ee was silent and casually collected the check. Director Xiao Su, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Boss Su shivered and never wanted to linger another minute. Boss Su, be happy. Now invest money sooner or later there is a time to earn it back. The potential of the program is very big. Don't believe you look at my live room. I'm in this live room. Are the most qualified and most promising viewers? They like it. The public must like it even more. How can you cry about it when you've invested all your money? Give the old man a laugh. Soo-ee remained in front of the car, not allowing Boss Su to leave. Kidding aside, he's a newcomer to the entertainment industry and needs connections more than money. This Boss Su is a treasure. Will he let go until he squeezes the last drop of value out of him? Boss Su was pestered by Soo-ee and had no choice but to look at Soo-ee's live broadcast as he didn't dare to say harsh words. Ditching Soo-ee, even kissing the brothers' asses. The brothers must tear him down. We can't let him have his way. Who's a brother to you? We're all quality college students. The sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I think Livestock Sue is right. This program has great potential, and the future prospects, greatly, 150 cents. Brackets deleted. A cold sweat oozed from Boss Su's forehead. Abstractions. It's simply too abstract. Is this the most qualified audience? Expecting a young man like this, with his program, to really pull in advertisers? I can't believe you guys are splitting up. Looking at the pop-ups in an uproar, Sui coldly grunted. Little water boy, how dare you tear him down? You really don't know what's in store for you. What's wrong with tearing you down? Who told you not to show us benefits before? You don't even give the brothers any benefits, and you still want them to help? Sui, just dream on. The water boys hemmed and hawed. This Su boss, at first glance, has not experienced the baptism of the internet? See them so abstract, not to mention the increased investment. I am afraid that even the previous investment are destroyed to the intestines green. The brothers are still suffering, but Sui has gone to become a damn rich man. How can this be? However, as he watched the crowd dismantle the stage, Sui smiled faintly and made a direct move. Tofu brains must be sweet, dumplings must be salty, hoisin soup must be spiked with NutriFast, fishy herbs must be grown nationwide, and cilantro must be chucked into the bowl. Shock value plus 100, shock value plus 200, shock value plus 999. With a short sentence, the pop-up screen was instantly silent, and then countless screams erupted. Gutters Sui, how can tofu brain be sweet? It has to be salty. Why should tofu brain be salty? And dumplings have to be sweet. Upstairs, isn't that southern? Downstairs, must be from the north. Boss Su was completely confused. What's going on here? Just now it was just in abstract. Why are we fighting now? If we don't talk some sense into it, are we going to get into a fight? Chapter 147 Warning Letter from Council. Boss Su, they're only good for lip service. They don't dare to fight at all. That's one of the most amazing things about my live show. The pure oral high, the ultimate mouth stench, and unadulterated geography of any worldly desires. Everyone by sacrificing both parents and 7 aunts and aunts. Fair mouths stinking every stranger. Little mouths like they're laced with arsenic, and the blood of the people who listen to them, and their hearts are hot with cursing. This is the biggest feature of our live broadcast. As long as we attract them, they can become our free traffic propaganda mouthpiece, pushing our program to every age group and every corner. Listening to Su Yi's original narration, Boss Su fell silent, and then his knees softened, almost kneeling down for Sui. It's so original. This insight is simply unique. Vote for money. He's going to keep throwing money at it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brothers don't have a foul mouth. We're being used by Sui. Sui, you really deserve to die. The brothers were just trying to tear you down, but you want to treat the brothers like cattle and horses? Can't beat it. We really can't beat Su Animala. This kid is a real. We no longer how to toss our plate in the palm of his hand. Negative emotions plus 999. The water boys were completely devastated. So you're convinced? Sui looked at the wailing of the netizens and skimmed his mouth breathlessly. With this level of fire, it was childish to try to tear him down on the air. Boss Su, you're finally here. You must make a decision for me. A murderous howl rang out violently. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with black eyes and a swollen, emaciated face to the extreme rushed out and pounced in front of Boss Su. Ghosts? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How in the world can there be such an ugly person? I just ordered a spellbinding meal and almost threw it on the floor in fear of this guy. The live stream was filled with resentment. Boss Su was also startled, but immediately recognized the person in front of him. Not an evil spirit, but Liao Zisheng. Liao Zisheng, you are at least a public figure. Can you pay attention to your image? Boss Su said with dissatisfaction. Even though the actors were asked to be in place, it was just a small show with little popularity, but at least he had spent real money to fix it up. Sui had managed to toss up a bit of a storm, and he didn't want Liao Zisheng, a rat turd, to spoil a pot of good soup. Boss Su, I'm here to film a program for you, not to be a clown here. How can you let him force me to eat pig intestines? Boss Su's reprimand. Liao Zisheng turned a deaf ear, tugged on Boss Su's arm, and began to complain about his grievances with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. 20 years ago, I was at least an iconoclast, although now that I'm over middle-aged, my hair is a little less and my body is a little fatter, but with a little bit of dressing up, I can still go the way of the middle-aged melancholic uncle. How am I going to be in show business? How am I going to make money in the traffic circle if you let him get away with this? I'm going to sue him. I'm going to sue him. Liao Zisheng became more and more agitated. Between yesterday and now, he has literally experienced the ups and downs of his life. At first, he thought that he could soar to the top and return to the peak of the year after he fell in love with Du Ruffing. What to think that this is just a beautiful misunderstanding, the beginning of a nightmare. The only home worth millions of dollars was mortgaged, and after years of dreaming of being on the hot list, he finally appeared on the list. However, it was with the image of eating pork sausage that he was exposed to the public eye. The house is gone and the reputation is ruined. The most hateful thing is that he has obviously asked his agent to terminate the traffic matrix, but I don't know which asshole. Even in the comments section for him to brush the data, saying things like brother is too handsome, attracting countless face value fans who do not know the truth. When they finished watching it, these face value fans who had been tricked into coming in, immediately verbally attacked him, and in one night's time, the number of comments scolding him had exceeded 100,000. Comments, 100,000. How many people don't get past 100,000 likes in their entire lives? Arching fire, is this arching fire? Mockery, that's outright mockery. Is he handsome? Doesn't he know? Old Liao Ah, you are at least a public figure, just being teased a little. How can you be so furious? Boss Su consoled a couple of sentences. Very perfunctory. You're part of the show now. What's wrong with a little ego sacrifice? You can't be that selfish. At the same time, perfunctory, Boss Su gave Liao Zixing's heart, stabbed 2 knives. One knife is called self-sacrifice and the other is called don't be insensitive. Where is anyone but me to give you a movie deal right now? If you keep this nonsense up, I'd like to see who still cares about you. After 3 words, Boss Su's attitude towards Liao Zixing could not be more obvious. For the sake of the program, you have to suffer even the greatest aggravation. Bully, Boss Su, you bully me too. Liao Zixing howled and broke down. Am I fooling around? Do I have no spirit of sacrifice? If it was you who was nicknamed Old Man Piggy Gut, would you be able to put up with it? Pork sausage old man? The corners of Boss Su's mouth twitched as he looked at Liao Zixing sympathetically. If he was the one getting screwed like that, he'd be devastated too. But there's no way around it. Who made him the boss? The more fire Sui made, the happier he was. He had just invested an additional $3 million, which was his coffin money. Just bear with it a little longer. Being called the old pork sausage ancestor shows that you've opened up the alternative market. So maybe there will be a lot of pork manufacturers looking for you to work with? Boss Su patted Liao Zixing's shoulder. Hearing this, Liao Zixing gritted his teeth in hatred. Is this something to be very happy about? As he had originally envisioned, he was able to receive a wide variety of popular advertisements that lifted his commercial image and value. And now, he can only be linked to the pork sausage. Nope, it might even be tied to pig manure later on. If you don't withdraw the ghost video, I'll sue your program. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, Liao Zixing completely tore his face off. Boss Su frowned. Liao Zixing, let's talk nicely. Even if we can't be friends, it's still a relationship in the circle. Do you really want to tear your face off with me? Do I still have the cheek? If we keep this up, you'll be the boss, and you'll surely make a lot of money. But old me, my reputation is finished, Liao Zixing said through gritted teeth. Boss Su stared coldly at Liao Zixing, his eyes flickering. Liao Zixing forced himself to hold on, but he had to insist. Boss Su wasn't as tough as he appeared to be. The show had managed to make some sparks, and this was the time when the biggest fear was that something would go wrong. And as Liao Zixing was the main guest of the next program, if he tore his face off, it would definitely bring devastation to the show. But asking him to pull the ghost video is a no-brainer. Tell you what, I'll give you another $3 million as private compensation. Boss Su gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed to compensate. Liao Zixing's eyes lit up. $3 million is not much, but at least it's a good way to earn and win back his most important property. Just as Liao Zixing was about to get the check, a hand snatched it away. Boss Su, I'll take this money. I'll solve your problem. Chapter 148, Jade Disease. Sui, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you rob me? Do you believe I'll sue you now? Liao Zixing screamed. When Sui heard this, he shrugged, then stuffed the check into his pocket and smiled faintly. Go ahead and press charges. We'll broadcast it live then. Play all the evidence over the live channel. Are you sure you still want to press charges? Live? And play the ghost video again in public? Holy, isn't this a public execution? Are you still suing? Do you need me to contact a lawyer for you now? Then I will drop the lawsuit. Liao Zixing held back half a day. Wimpy said, turned around and grayed out. 666. What a laugh. When he heard that he had to publicly broadcast the evidence, he not only withdrew the case, but also ran away without even daring to ask for the money that came to him. So how big a psychological shadow did Sui create for him in the end? Family members, why can't I see it? Didn't he just want to press charges? Why did he suddenly run away in fear? And Sui didn't say anything, did he? Look everyone, there's a munchkin here. Let's get him. The little munchkin upstairs is called Paint Black Dragon King. Seems to be a middle-aged little munchkin. Ah, you don't understand. Big brother to ask you, if one day someone offends you, as long as you publicly broadcast your own friend circle's middle-aged speech, you can teach him a lesson. Will you make it public? Aha, absolutely not. Even if I die, I can't publicize my circle of friends. I'll take them to my grave. A little middle child, a Matt Rice. It's been put on the internet and it's already attracting a lot of complaints. Played out in public in a court of law. This is a direct sentence for social death. Even the lazy people who considered themselves abstracted to the bone, slightly brought into Liao Zixing's perspective, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Miserable, just miserable.
but not a single person sympathized with Liao Zixing. If Liao Zixing hadn't played a big game himself, how would Sui have tossed him? Moreover, that injured little assistant is still lying in the hospital, and Liao Zixing didn't even say half a word of apology. With their understanding of Sui, as long as Sui remains as the director of this program for one day, and as long as Liao Zixing remains as an actor in the program for one day, the days of misery will still be long. It can't be helped. The abbot is a careful man. You want to run away after offending him? Director Xiao Su, if there's nothing else, I really have to go this time, and I really can't get any money. Boss Su was first fooled by Sui 3 million, and then tossed by Liao Zixing, before and after the ride into the 6 million. This visit, simply expensive out of the sky. Good day, Mr. Su, how often will you come back? Sui took the 2 checks and waved them off, full of reluctance. Looking at the huge check waving in Sui's hand, the water friends were simply in pain. Gutters Sui, we're all obviously engaged in abstraction. Why are we poor and you're eating out of the palm of your hand? Negative emotions plus 100. Although we all engage in abstraction, can the level be the same? Sui patted the 2 checks with a smug look on his face. Little watermen are still too shallow to grasp the essence of abstraction. Brothers, the anchor just made $6 million with just a slight trick. Later on I plan to add a meal with more chicken legs. What do you eat in the morning? We generally suffer in the morning, and if nothing else, we continue to suffer at noon and in the evening. Negative emotions plus 100. The water boys are bursting with resentment. Ha! Chicken legs for yourself and bitterness for your brothers? That's a lot of food. Sui hurriedly changed his words. Brothers, don't be so pessimistic. I heard that cars are hot right now. Later I'll take the brothers to the car show to open their eyes and have some fun. Congratulations to Mr. Su on his luxury car. Unlike me in 03, driving a 04 charade and living in a broken residential building in 05. Miserable, really miserable. Sui couldn't even hold back his tears. Why are you guys so hard to serve? He wasn't trying to harvest emotions either. Why are they all so forthcoming? Anchor, you're so good at making money. Is there any way to teach us? Yes, brother, yes. There are 8 ways to make money in this version of EarthOL that are suitable for abstractionists. Seeing a saving comment, Sui hurriedly switched topics. Anchor, I'm a guy. I like to mess around with abstracts. What's the right thing to get rich in? Man, if you're a man, street begging is on the sports side, and on-air begging is on the business side. Anchor, can an abstractionist only beg for food? Is there no more decent way to get rich? Yes, brother, there is. If you look handsome, you can still eat soft rice, but you need to point the natural skill. Golden wall does not fall in resistance to steel wire ball. If you can't carry it, then it's still street begging, a little more appropriate. Anchor, this is all male, not suitable for us girls. Women like to engage in abstraction and look good. So how to get rich? Sisters, the anchor is a man. It's not convenient to talk about women, but seeing as it's all family, the anchor decided to risk his life to reveal a little bit today. That is, not eating cilantro is biased towards business, and gummy bears are biased towards sports. Shock value plus 666. After a while of being a good teacher, the live broadcast was completely conquered by Sui. Because Liao Zixing didn't dare to make a scene for the time being, the next day's shooting was done very quickly. After filming, Sui looked at the Jitterbug hot list again. Because of the heat of the ghost video, the actors Please Take Their Places program has successfully appeared in the Shake Shack related words, although not yet promoted to the trend words, but it is already good. After all, before Sui took over, the actor Please in Place is a little transparent, and now after only one issue, it's already in the public eye. After filming, Sui rushed to the hospital. In the hospital room, Lu Qingling was lying on the bed and feeling sorry for herself. Sui, what brings you here? Look at you. Why can't I come? Sui stood at the door and was just about to enter when he saw a small nurse walk over and block him with a serious face. You're her friend, aren't you? And I'm warning you to keep your mouth shut. Your friend is mentally unstable and has a tendency to depression, so you must pay close attention. Depression? Sui was startled when he heard this, and an object fell to the ground. Snap. Oops. No good. I just got $10,000 and dropped it on the floor. Snap. Oops. Not good again. I just made $100,000 and dropped it on the floor. Snap. What fell to the ground wasn't money anymore. It was Lu Qingling's knee. Boss, don't be bad. I'm not depressed. I've never been depressed in my life and I'm ready to go to work anytime. Lu Qingling hugged Suyi's thigh and giggled. The little nurse was dumbfounded. You have money, cannot. Forget it. I do not talk about you. You love to do as you like. Remember to go to pay the fee on the line. The little nurse said glumly, feeling like she was going to get depressed if she didn't leave. Damn rich people. Is he or she one of their prey? No. 149 Doctor. In the hospital hall,
After arranging for Lu Qingling to properly recuperate, Sui put on a jacket with him and went to the hall to pay the money. He came in too fast, still wearing his takeout clothes, and worried he'd be kicked out if he didn't change. "Young man, are you a doctor?" Sui had only just arrived at the payment hall, and before he could find which window to go to queue up to pay, he was stopped by a mysterious older woman. The older woman was in her 40s, with a round disc face and a bucket waist, highlighting a well-rounded and impeccable development. But unlike normal older women, this is an SSR rarity. With just a casual sweep, Sui saw multiple mysterious accessories on the older woman's body. Buddha beads enlightened by the great immortal, a jade talisman blessed by the Taoist ancestor, a large cross on his chest, and faith beads stuck in an unknown nook or cranny on his head. Sui was touched. In this age of evil hearts and careful eyes everywhere, how can you meet such a fraternal person? Other family a god, cannot believe. This big woman hate to Zhou Tian Laozu all wear on the body. This heart must be how broad-minded. Ah, ma'am, you think I look like a doctor too? Sui revealed a smile that wasn't embarrassed and took the initiative to straighten his chest. Shoo Sui, you're really getting out of your league. You're making it look like you're a doctor. But then again, even if it's good to talk about it, the principle can't be changed. Sui boarded his face and uttered 5 words. Auntie, I'm not looking for a scalper. Young man, look what you're saying. Do you think Auntie is the one who does such things? At a glance, you are a blessed one. Surely you wouldn't do something as unethical as scalping. The older woman didn't admit it, and Sui casually cupped and skimmed again. Pretending? Are you pretending with him? What kind of scalper puts "I am a scalper" on his head? Do you know that this is the age of efficiency? If you want to sell quickly. Can't you see that everyone is busy? If you sell a little bit of bitterness, won't I take care of the business by the way? A sick dad, an old mom, an uneducated brother, a broken home. It's all coming out of your mouth, isn't it? However, after Sui had waited for a long time, the older woman was only talking about things, with no intention of opening her mouth. The hospital halls were busy as hell. In this age of efficiency, the average person is not even entitled to rest if they are sick. Leaving work 10 minutes early with a bad attitude, taking a half-day sick leave early. This young man was delicious when he finished. Call in sick a day early? What? You're so sick you have to explain your affairs? Hospitals are really no place for people. The older woman said. Who would be okay with coming to the hospital if there wasn't something wrong with their body? Sui froze slightly and casually made a perfunctory remark. The older woman continued. Sometimes I wonder, if this young man has time to come to the hospital, why doesn't he have time to go to a temple? Taoist temple or church to burn incense and worship Buddha to accumulate a little blessing for himself? Yeah, ha? Sui nodded out of habit and froze violently. Wait, don't be right yet. Is there something wrong with this woman's words? Auntie, ordinary people don't even have time to get sick. How can they afford to burn incense and worship Buddha? That's why lads like you are just so visionless. If you don't seek God to accumulate blessings on weekdays, when you use them, even if you go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha again, it's already too late. The older woman looked at Sui with a face of hatred, her eyes filled with worry for the young man. Ha, Auntie, do you think that the gods and goddesses of this heavenly body are also concerned about personal relationships? Aren't they beyond the world, their 6 roots pure? Sui asked with a confused look on his face. Are times moving too fast, or is the older woman too odd for him to keep up with? This day and age is moving so fast that there is no place in your heart for something to believe in, and that's completely free, as long as one isn't too addicted. Having a spiritual outlet can only make one's life happier. But he listened to the older woman as if that wasn't the case. Young man, if I were to say you've seen little, never seen a god, haven't you heard the old saying? You don't care about money. Money doesn't care about you. You have to have more dealings with money. And the gods and goddesses in the sky don't have to have more dealings with each other? It's the same thing. Look at me. I worship Buddha in the morning before dinner, Taoist ancestors at noon before dinner, and Jesus at night before dinner. According to my blessings, I can live to be at least 120 years old. It's not an exaggeration, right? The older woman looked a little proud as she spoke with excitement. Sui looked at the older woman's somewhat deflated black eyes and malnourished face, and was somewhat silent. Speak up, young man. Are you stumped by what I've said? Auntie, you're not greedy. How can this be considered greedy? There are Yuaning ancestors who live to be 360 years old in all the pretty countries, and you're only asking to live for 120 years. You're simply too modest, Sui hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the older woman laughed. The one of more than 300 years old is definitely a fake, but this 120 years old of mine is definitely real. You see, I'm not sick. I'm still alive and kicking at my age. I'm too blessed. The older woman seemed like she hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, and when she saw how cooperative Sui was, she immediately added, deep, simply deep. Sui said, Just by worshipping the Buddha every day, reciting the sutras, and donating some money to charity, you can make your family complete. This is a good deal, isn't it? The older woman was so excited that she couldn't wait to grab Suyi's hand. Know yourself. It's almost like a confidant. A bargain. Simply a bargain. Auntie, just talk. Don't move your hands. It's not good for people to see you in public. Looking at the older woman's hand that was about to reach out, Suyi avoided it like a snake. It's not. Chatting is chatting. Why are you trying to take advantage of people? He is not a casual man, even though he is a jade. Young man, where have you been thinking? My blessings are inexhaustible. I share my blessings with you. Why don't you know how to be grateful? The older woman is sad. I am mama, so I misunderstood you. Auntie, you are so fraternal. If you ask me, you don't even have to beg God to worship Buddha. You can erect a statue of yourself and worship yourself every day. Suyi was moved and took 2 more steps back. Although he thought the older woman was a bit crazy, she was doing it out of the goodness of her heart after all. In this day and age, a little personal hobby is acceptable, even if it is not understood, as long as you are not doing anything harmful. People, how can we not have fun for the rest of our lives? Young man, you agree with me, but how come so many people don't accept me? In a city this big, how come so many people don't understand me and have to beat me up? The older woman was chagrined, and seemed a little tempted to burst into tears at the sadness of the words. The older woman was a little disappointed. Is it because no one on this earth is worthy of salvation or blessing? Chapter 150. I want to be a good guy this time. Young man, I see that you are also a man of wisdom. Then let me ask you, if you're like me, praying to God and Buddha every day, accumulating blessings, and one day you suddenly get a little sick, would you rather let Auntie me hug you and give you a little bit of blessing to eliminate the disaster, or are you planning to go to the hospital to get some medicine? The older woman looked at Suyi with an expectant face. What the hell kind of question is that? Suyi was a bit confused. Is it possible that one's head is pointy? Then I must be going to the hospital. Looking to you for a blessing? I don't have a pointy head. Why would I ask you for this? Don't say it's a free gift. I don't care even if you pay for it. Besides, even if I'm looking for someone to enlighten me to ask for blessings, I'm going to look for a young and pretty young lady to hug me. Looking for you, an old demon, to hug me? What am I trying to do? Trying to sleep at night without having nightmares? Suyi's set of rejection triplets, coupled with the face blow, directly confused the older woman. Negative emotions plus 100, shock value plus 200, negative emotions plus 500. Not only the older woman, but the viewers of the live broadcast were also confused. Holy crap, anchors are too bold to say that, aren't they? Suyi, you're really not a human being. I want to feed you chicken soup for the soul, but you even gave me arsenic for the soul. There's one way to put it, and I want Missy's blessing too. Upstairs you're cheap. You're just craving Missy. If you have something to say, is it Missy's blessings that you like? It's clearly that you like Missy's embrace. Can't you sell your blessings when you're older? Is it not tempting to be older? Where is your spirit of honoring the old and the young? Well said upstairs. It seems you must like the old baby. I suggest you pack it up and take it with you. Every day let the older woman add blessings to you. Living to 120 years old is not a dream. Does the old babe have a grudge against you? We're just online friends. No grudges. Why are you trying to harm me? Baby? I'm blind. Where's the baby please? Is this the Fooly Chicken live room? The water boys made wonderful remarks and all sorts of jokes, and soon hit it off, but none of them turned toward the older woman. When you get sick, you don't go to the hospital to worship God? Are you in your right mind? The hospital spends more money, and what it pulls out is only the pocket of money. If you really believe in this so-called old treasure, don't think about the blessing first, and go check whether the top of your head has become pointy or not. Suyi looked at the older woman speechlessly and simply wanted to laugh. How dumb and stupid does one have to be to believe that? If it was a Fooly chicken, Suyi would still be able to at least deal with it for the sake of the free benefits. But this older woman's waist is almost thicker than a bucket, and anyone who still believes in that is surely in for the rest of his life. Young man, why do you speak so harshly? I'm going to call the police to arrest you. The older woman held her tongue for half a day before finally saying something. In his left hand he had Buddha beads, in his right hand he had a jade talisman, and he was chanting under his breath. What is this? The left brain attacks the right brain and Tip starts thinking. Arnold possessed? Auntie, I didn't hit you or scold you. What kind of police report did you make? Besides, I'm just lining up here to pay a fee. You're the one who took the initiative to come up here. I didn't even ask the security guards to arrest you, and you're still aggravated? As soon as Suyi finished speaking, a system voice rang in his ears. Negative emotions plus 50. Suyi had an innocent look on his face. He's just being honest. What's wrong with that? Reasonably speaking, isn't it enough for cows and horses to enjoy the 996 blessings every day? Feeling like you have to go to work to be blessed, and you have to leave work to be blessed, and you have to pay money to enjoy that blessing? He just wanted to replace this fat ant with a slightly more eye-catching young lady. How could this request be considered excessive? Cut the useless talk. If you don't pay me today, I'm sticking around and not leaving. You think if you don't hit me you'll be fine? I can't report it to the police. I can still file a complaint with the hospital. I'll complain that you molested me, post you on the internet and cyberstorm you, so you can't be a doctor for the rest of your life. Auntie, let's not talk about whether I'm a doctor or not. Do we have a grudge? There was no enmity before, but now there is if you don't buy my blessings, the older woman said through gritted teeth, both eyes filled with the smugness of a successful plot. The blessings come to you and you dare to turn them away? Not knowing how to carry on. Shock value plus 100. The water friends looked at the older woman, shocked and completely speechless. Auntie, I've been blessed enough. I have money and women when I want them. Please keep them for your own enjoyment. Besides, even if you complained about me, I'd still have to go to the hospital if I got sick, and I don't want to have a pointy head. Sui was speechless to be honest. You have money and women if you don't buy my blessings? Shucks, why don't I believe it? The older woman was furious, yelling and standing in the hall haunted. Don't believe me? Here's my account balance. Can you see the zeros if you're blind? Sui took out his cell phone and opened his mobile banking, and a series of eye-popping zeros appeared in front of the older woman's eyes. Is this me blinking? The corners of the older woman's mouth twitched as she stared hard at the cell phone screen for a long time and sucked in a breath of cold air. For God's sake, this kid's cell phone account balance is 100 times 1,000 times greater than the blessings she's earned by worshipping the gods and goddesses? Does money make you great? Does money make you blessed? Can you buy true feelings with money? The older woman remained stiff-lipped. Woman? Sui smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Boss, what do you want? The cell phone video opened, and Su Desire, dressed in ancient clothes, appeared in the screen, gentle to the extreme. Older brother, why are you in the hospital? Messing with abstracts to get yourself into a mental hospital? Huang Lu was valiantly wearing a racing suit and holding a bear lollipop. Stinker, how long has it been since you contacted me? Did you forget about me? AI schoolgirl was wearing a bachelor's degree, and she was a celandine. Shock value plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. Brat, you're God's bastard, aren't you? How else would you be so blessed? The older woman stared blankly at Sui. Auntie, thanks for the compliment haha, but I have a name. Sui is also. Sui waved his sleeve and handed over his money. It's exciting to pretend and then leave. The older woman looked at Sui's back and opened her mouth several times, but ended up in tears. Family, who understands? I met an EarthOL private player today and was abused in the old days. The older woman was just about to leave when she was accompanied by two older men in uniform. Ma'am, are you a blessing seller? An older man asked. A chest recorder aimed at the older woman's face. What are you guys doing? Buying my blessings? The older woman's eyes lit up. Surely there were still people who knew what they were talking about, and surely her blessings could still be sold. Snap! A silver bracelet was fastened to the older woman's wrist, and two uniformed men held batons, their faces cold. This is a place for healing and saving people. You old liar, don't even look at what this place is. How dare you cheat people in public here? Come with us. Go where? Aren't you selling blessings? Our detention center is full of bitter people who have taken the wrong path in life. Go sell blessings to them. Ha? Detention center? Sir, I'm not selling, okay? You let me go? The woman was in tears. It's over. She's got the silver bracelet, and the gods and goddesses can't protect her anymore. Chapter 151, then I'll ask you. The older woman walked away without a hint of hesitation, without waving her sleeves, more dashing than Sui, and even generously gifted Sui with a hit of emotional value. Negative emotions plus 999. As she was pressed into the police car, the older woman saw the person who had called 911. Sui, putting down his cell phone. Sui, who had just been a sunrise crowd, burped with satisfaction. So much emotional value. Auntie is so generous. Sui looked at the direction of the older woman's departure, waving his hand and shedding tears, touched to the core. The older woman is a good person yet. She knows what he lacks, so she thinks of ways to provide him with emotional value. Even when he left, he gave him a big red envelope. In this instant, Sui was a little embarrassed. Be reasonable. The older woman is still too out of touch with the times. Even if you're ugly, even if you're bucket-wasted, even if you want to be beautiful, what's the point? As long as the beauty face pulls full, skin grinding, whitening and slimming a dragon, and then a voice changer, not to mention more than 40 years old, even if it is more than 70 years old, you can pretend to be a teenage girl. Luo, really cannot, can also set a skin, get Fooly Chicken to help sleep, and then directly set a skin as a virtual idol. Meng people like virtual idol meow. Sui muttered for a while,
The live broadcast room smelled as if it had exploded. Negativity plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Please uncle must fix auntie ruthlessly. It's best not to let her out again in this life. Sui, you're a real miscreant. You don't think of your brothers, but you're full of bad ideas, so I'm going to fight you. What's wrong with munchkins meow? Do munchkins deserve to die meow? Excuse me, is this Tuffy live meow? Please follow Tuffy meow. Thank you meow. Sui, you care so much about old babies. Is there an old baby in your family to provide for? Cut the crap. The old baby defecated on the bed and is waiting to be served. Guys, all joking aside, don't make fun of the old baby. This stuff really isn't for the faint of heart. Sui sighed as he watched his water friends swarm with demons. It's over. The live room is getting more and more abstract, and it's getting harder and harder to explode the gold coins of the water friends. But what does that have to do with him? It's not like he wants money. Boss, it's a big deal. Someone in the crew tried to jump off a building. Sui had just finished paying Lu Qingling when his cell phone suddenly received a call from Su Lust. He's only been gone for less than half a day. What's this all about? Sui rushed into the car in a flash, and after an hour's drive, he rushed back to the shooting base in only 20 minutes, only to see that a group of staff members were crowding around in the shooting base, and above the 5-meter scaffolding, a woman was bawling, seemingly greatly aggrieved. What's the point of me living in this world? If I don't get it today, I won't live. The woman looked down at the raging crowd below and became so emotional that she was about to jump off the scaffolding. Sisters, don't jump. Cut me a slice of Samido first. Sui rushed into the crowd just in time to see Su Lust. Why don't you guys stop someone from going up and jumping off a building, and let so many people watch? Boss, we don't want people to crowd around us either, but we can't stop people from wanting to perform, and she's been standing up there for 3 hours, so people can't even think about not noticing. Standing for 3 hours, not even jumping, and with this much energy? Are you sure this isn't a Spider-Man dress-up game? Bro, that woman is your wife, right? Why don't you say anything for half a day? After finishing with Su Desire, Sui noticed the uncle next to him. Everyone else stood around watching the action, except for a plaid shirt guy who stood in the middle of the crowd in the open space with a face so full of decay that it was hard not to notice. Scumbag? Cheating? My woman? Maybe? The older man seemed to have suffered a great blow and looked at Sui with a dumbfounded expression. Ha, is it your woman? You don't know? Su Desire, are you sure this old brother is the one involved? Sui looked at Su Desire. I'm sure. They came to the theater together at the time to apply for the job, and it was written as husband and wife. Su Lust fought the urge to nod her head. Sui was suspicious. This old man, he's not doing it on purpose, is he? Want to force your wife to die and get another one? Good man, to be so vicious. No way. Now that he has seen it, he must do justice to heaven. Young man, what do you think is the point of living? Lao said suddenly, his eyes empty, a picture of not wanting to live. Ha! Sui froze. Young man, when I was a child I felt that school was especially good, and when I went to school I felt that society was especially good, and now that I'm in society, why do I feel that it's not as good as when I was a child? Uncle muttered. What? Sui's head was full of questions. This old brother is here to discuss his life with himself? Older brother, your daughter-in-law is still up there about to jump off the building. Can we explore life to save the person first? Don't worry, if she wanted to jump, she would have done it 10 years ago, month after month, year after year, more punctual than her great-aunt. I got used to it a long time ago. Old man, we may be a crew here, but we don't role-play haha. You can't treat us like we're a part of your gameplay. Alas, brother, hard work. The uncle patted Sui's shoulder, and it was obvious that he wasn't an irresponsible bad guy, but instead suppressed countless grievances. Brother, why is sister-in-law jumping off the building today? She wanted the house changed to her name. I didn't agree and she climbed the scaffolding. Uncle scratched his head. Older brother, you just said that your sister-in-law has been with you for 10 years. How many 10 years are there in life? It's not too much to add your name to the real estate license, right? But she's not my wife. Ha, we were together for 10 years, but in those 10 years she ate me and used me and wore me and never agreed to let me touch her. No, big brother, I'm a little confused. You're not a couple. Why do you need to put couple on your crew relationship? She said she wanted to come to the theater to get some excitement, but I doubt it. She just wants to find handsome guys. I sometimes wonder. I'm not just a spare tire, am I? Sui was silent. A spare tire? You think too highly of yourself. Old man, the spare tire is even worse. At least it's kept in the car for emergencies. A car with 4 tires but only 1 spare tire. How rare is that? Older brother looked at Sui dumbfounded and gave a thumbs up. You have a point, but why do I kind of want to punch you? Negative emotions plus 100. Sui was full of innocence. He has a point. Shouldn't he be rewarded? Just reward a big punch?
Older brother. You are not even a spare tire. Then what does her dead or alive have to do with you? Is she not just a stranger to you? What drama do you still accompany her? Go to sing, go to eat, go to travel, go to bungee jumping, go to massage. Which is not better than staying here? Crackle. A word to the wise. Older brother stared blankly at Sui. The sadness at the corner of his mouth gradually loosened, and he seemed to begin to smile. Chapter 152, Benefactor. Looking at the smile on his oldest brother's face, Sui perked up. Wasn't it just a dog licker? With his abstraction feats, it was really easy to take it down. Negative emotions plus 100. What? A series of question marks flashed above Sui's head. Negative emotions? Not quite right? What's wrong with him? Why are you giving back negative emotional values? I'm doing good. What's with the negativity? Sui took another look at the smile on his oldest brother's face. Brother, didn't you laugh yourself? Is it possible that you are arrogant and have a foul mouth? Pride has long since retired from the environment. Sui looked at his old brother speechlessly. What kind of arrogant attributes are you engaging in as a big, black-haired strong man? You like to hear the opposite, don't you? Seriously advise you. You give negativity, right? Then I'll curse you to death. Big brother, don't laugh yet. You can't be a spare tire. You can only be a licking dog. When the licking dog good wow. Every day whimpering and whimpering to earn a little money. The goddess a little hook hand. Wagging tail all the tribute. While you are eating chaff every day and working hard. The goddess takes your money and eats barbecue with yellow hairs. Stays in hotels and soaks in hot springs. Yes, they are living comfortably. But it's not like you're not missing out on anything, right? For example, when you have a headache or a fever. For example, when it's a New Year's festival. And then when you work overtime and get so tired that you vomit blood. Although the goddess won't care about you, but for the sake of the money you give, she will still take a few seconds to send you a little soybean love emoji. Yes, that little expression doesn't do much, but it's a goddess giving you attention. Can it mean anything in general to a licking dog? Of course, those of us who aren't proper lickers certainly can't understand it. We make money, drink good wine and smoke good cigarettes, nothing to wash your feet, bored with a top-of-the-line computer, playing black hello, really feel empty and lonely, but also about a few accompanied by the game. And miss to have a sweet virtual love. Sui spat and fired. Don't you like arrogance? Don't you like to be straight? Don't you give me negativity? Since you want to be a lickspill, go ahead and be a lickspill for the rest of your life. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui laughed as he said it, but soon realized that something was wrong. What's going on? The smile on Big Brother's face. Why is it getting brighter? Just now the Big Brother was still sad. A licking dog spare tire humble look. Now the waist straightened. Eyebrows do not wrinkle. Even the eyes have become more God. It's as if the flip-flop is on the line and suddenly buddies are on the line. Boss, it's not even if you don't save the people. Why are you still shady and adding fuel to the fire here? Sue Desire said anxiously. How am I not saving lives? I'm not trying to drive Big Brother? Sui was dissatisfied. Are you blind? Is Sue Desire blind? Big Brother had been coaxed into laughing to the back of his head, and had obviously been persuaded to be happy. So wasn't this saving the day? Boss, it's not Big Brother who's going to jump off the building. It's that big sister. What's the use of persuading Big Brother? It's not like he's seeking death. I'm ing. Sui looked up sharply and finally realized that something was wrong. The woman on the scaffolding was staring at him dead in the face, her eyes filled with rushing hatred. Negative emotions plus 100. Negative emotions plus 100. The emotional value was like the wail of a severe ghost, constantly echoing in Sui's ears. Sui was fiercely embarrassed. Turns out, he misunderstood Big Brother. Big Brother isn't arrogant. He's really gotten a kick out of his scolding and has really thought it through. This negativity, feelings were all given to him by that woman? Brother, can I take back what I just said? Sui said carefully. Before the words left his mouth, his big brother pressed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, thank you. Thanks for scolding me and waking me up. If you hadn't scolded me so hard, I wouldn't have known how stupid I was. No, I'm really not. There's nothing to say. If you hadn't woken me up by scolding me, I really wouldn't have found my worth. Don't you value it yet? If I don't save the people, I'll lose all my money. Sui wanted to cry. He woke up his big brother by scolding him, and that woman will still go crazy. A wholehearted dog licker like Big Brother, an SSROF the highest rarity. Where is he going to find another one for a woman? If that woman really jumps off the building, will he still be a director? No more being a lickspittle. I earn money to spend on myself. Instead of being a licking dog, I'm going to wash my feet every day. Dude, are you going or not? Lau was immersed in his own world, his face filled with excitement. Boss, think of something. That woman is really going to jump off. You can see she's unhooked the safety rope. Sue wanted to urge. Sui sniffed with both hands, completely lying flat. It's easy enough to get him to revive a lickspittle, but asking him to break a normal person into licking dogs is a bit too much to ask, isn't it? Licking dogs, is it that easy to raise? Without day-to-day PUA, coupled with a bit of unique talent, even with a system to add to it, he wouldn't dare to say that he could succeed. In this version of Earth OL, lickspittle is a hidden profession that is harder to transfer than abstraction. Dude, let's make a deal. Why don't you see if you can pretend to be a lickspittle again? No, you don't say so. Absolute. We are now saving people. You will first aggravate. Sui cried. He's persuading people. Why is he still persuading them? Why hadn't he realized before that he was so capable of persuading people? Brother, is she aggrieved? Am I not aggrieved? I've kind of realized that people will keep holding back and being a ninja turtle for the rest of their lives as long as they want to. I've suffered for so long that if I seek death, I'm the one who should seek death. And I should have died dozens of times. I haven't bought any clothes, smoked any good cigarettes, drank any good wine, or even eaten a good meal in the past few years to please her. Brother, you didn't just scold me and wake me up. You saved me. You are my great benefactor. Older brother directly knelt down and kowtowed to Sui. Sui hurriedly dragged his oldest brother. The gift is too heavy. I can't afford it. Big brother, what kind of gift is this? I haven't invited you to wash your feet yet. Whenever you're free, I'll take you to wash the Emperor package. Guarantee that you'll go in standing up and come out paralyzed. Your bones won't stop until they're crispy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, you come for real? Sui looked at his big brother and was completely in tears. He's not big brother's benefactor. Big brother is his benefactor. I'm still a big brother who knows how to play. Imperial package. Never even heard of playing it. Boss, can you still do something serious? People are dying up there. Can you stop stimulating her? Su Desire was completely speechless. Before the boss didn't come, that woman might just want to put on a show. But after letting Sui stimulate her so much, I'm afraid that now she really wants to seek death. However, none of the people present sympathized with the woman, but instead gloated and began to coo. Not only the staff at the scene, but even the water friends in the livestream were lopsidedly mocking the woman. Sui, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my flowers? Sui, you really deserve to be a. Sui glanced at the screen, his heart aggrieved. How is he wrong to persuade people not to lick dogs? Chapter 153, Inverting the Big Dipper. Sui, you are simply not a human being yet. For the sake of your Emperor package, you even watched a great life disappear in front of your eyes? 666. Is it easy for the girl? It's not easy for her to come across such a superb absolute licking dog, and she was also scolded by you to wake up. What are you going to compensate her with? Ooh, I'm a lickspittle too. Any ladies for private chat? Upstairs. Stop pretending. I can smell that you're not a licking dog from 800 miles away. How dare you try to pretend to be a licking dog and lie about Missy's contact information? A mere licking dog. Sui only needs to make a slight move to refine it in an instant. Don't get abstract. You guys, that woman is really close to jumping off a building. You can't really let her kill herself, can you? Be reasonable. If she wants to die herself, who can stop her? If she doesn't want to die, then it doesn't matter if we talk about it. We are only spectators in the first place. What else can we do but watch? Respect the destiny of others. The Waterboys almost went crazy with laughter. Other people jump. Bad luck is Sui's business, but the laughs are their ah. Su Animal has just made a few $1 million and it's time to break the bank. Besides, this ground has long been placed on the buffer bag, even if the woman really jumped down, but also cannot hurt life. At most a few broken bones only. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui glanced at the pop-up screen again, the corners of his mouth twitching. The Waterboys are really watching the action. He really wanted to save the people in the beginning. Only halfway through, he realized that he had saved the wrong one. And could he be blamed for that? Big brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm really not blessed to enjoy the Emperor's package. What? Brother, you do not believe me. You think I have no money? I'm tens of thousands of dollars a month. Now I'm not a licking dog. Will not be able to spare this amount of money? Big brother, it's good to have money, but you have to save it. Don't ruin your body. After so many years of being a licking dog and almost turning yourself into a turtle, you still can't enjoy yourself? Sui really cannot persuade. The man twisted his head and left. The interest is high. The Imperial package. Here he comes. Being a lickspittle gets you killed. Look what it's done to my brother. But even if you're holding back hard, you have to know how to exercise moderation. And if you can't, take the 6-bit D Huang pills. Looking at his old brother's back, Sui muttered, Boss, look, that woman is coming down. She's coming at you. Sui was still lamenting the quickness of his oldest brother's transformation when he suddenly heard Su Lust's horrified voice. Boss, why don't you take shelter for a while? You've talked her lickspittle out of it, and I'm afraid she even wants to kill you. Su Desire tugged at Sui, making a gesture to persuade him away. Sue Desire. I'm not even afraid of bloodsuckers like your mom and your brother. What can a mere little grudge holder do to me? Sui patted Sue Desire's small hand, feeling that she was making a fuss. The woman's not jumping anymore. She's shutting down? Isn't that a good thing? Sui turned his head to look, and instantly saw a frightened face full of hideousness and hatred. I Lua Bean. Which family's temple door is not closed tightly? Put you a female ghost to let out? Sui was startled. Negative emotions plus 100. Who are you calling a female ghost? I'm going to fight you. The licking dog that I raised with great difficulty was gotten rid of by you in a few words. And you are still shading me. Have you bullied a woman like this? Pay up. You have to pay me back or I'm done with you. The woman screamed and lunged at Sui with her teeth and claws open. Splat! Before the words left his mouth, a large hand smacked the woman's face. How dare you hit me? You dare hit a woman? The woman covered her face and looked at Sui with disbelief. Stop it, big sister. Which hand did you see me hit? I was just hitting a mosquito. You have something to say. Does being loud make you reasonable? Do you think anyone is your licking dog to be spoiled? Sui looked at the woman with a headache, simply speechless. How dare this woman ask for damages? It's a good thing he didn't fall back on women for money. The scaffolding on the set, which was meant for filming, was tossed around so much by the woman, not to mention the need to check and maintain it for an extra fee, but just the chaos caused by the scene. I don't know how much effort was delayed. Keep in mind that filming sites are not free, and every extra minute of delay costs more extra rent. At this time in the live broadcast room, looking at the woman's hideous face, the water friends once again gloated. There is a say 1. This kind of cool-oriented woman is the worst to be messed with. No reason can say 3. Now at least occupy some reason. Do not care is the right reason, crooked reason. Sui is sure to be bad luck. If you ask me, Animal Sue shouldn't have minded his own business. Licking dog went to wash his feet happily. Instead he's going to have bad luck. Sue Animal, hurry up and take some money to break the bank. Remember the lesson and don't get involved in this kind of thing in the future. The pop-ups gloated, all telling Sui to hurry up and pay money to avoid disaster, thinking that he couldn't solve the trouble at hand. However, Sui just glanced at the screen and let out a cold snort. Stress monster? It's not certain who stresses who. Only Sui gently waved his hand, commanding Sue Desire to focus the camera on himself and the woman, and then opened fire. Hajime, what are you looking for me to take the piss out of? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself when your licking dog runs away? On a regular basis. Have you ever done your best for licking dogs or not? Have you ever understood the inner needs of dog lickers? Have you ever written a dog licking summary? In this day and age, it's all about multiplying, and working cows and horses know to keep a side job. So how can you just keep a lick spill? With a resource as scarce as dog licking, wouldn't you have an empty window if someone pried it away? No wonder you cried, jumped twice and 3 times, put in the goddess circle. You can't even enter the stream, and still have the face to find me here to ask for compensation. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to ask for it. Sui spat and fired, saying that the woman was instantly confused. Sue Desire, who was behind the camera, froze in place and thought he had seen a ghost. What's going on here? There are business metrics for being a lickspill, and a competitive ranking for being a lickspittle? This is too much, isn't it? The woman looked at Sui and almost suffocated herself when a mouthful of expletives didn't come out. If it weren't for the camera recording, she would have immediately unleashed the bummer spell. If you don't listen to it, the wanker reads the scriptures and just spills his guts. But now, the tree still needs layers of skin. She is at least a pretentious goddess. How can she have some face, right? The water friends in the live broadcast, however, instantly laughed and jerked. It's over. Sui has started military training others again. Ooh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that someone could pressure Sui. This guy is truly abstract to the point of being inappropriate. Brothers, just be glad. Fortunately Sui is a man. If he was a woman, all the licking dogs here would be in the dark. A sentence floated through the pop-up screen, and the waterbenders were instantly silenced. What if CO Animal is a woman? Sexual transformation plus an abstract version of Sue Animal? It's terrible, isn't it? Luckily God made him a man. Or else how can old brothers still hang out? Chapter 154, Licking Dog. You're the female. You're the sex change. Looking at the words of the pop-up water friends, Sui was instantly aggravated. All walks of life are on a roll and the dog-licking circuit is no exception. I just want her to be a little crisis-aware and not feel so high and mighty with dog-licking holding her back. Am I wrong? Crisis awareness. Do you understand? Think you can rest easy with a few lickspittles? Asshole. Don't underestimate the extent of men's philandering. So what if it's a beautiful woman? Strong as Fu Li Ji? Hasn't it been replaced by old drivers one after another? A new generation is a new generation. If you don't think about how to capture the hearts of the new generation of lickspittles, won't you have to be left behind? Sue Lust, do you think I'm right? Are you under any pressure? Sui dragged Su Desire to his side and asked with an aggrieved face. Su Lust nodded his head repeatedly and said nervously, "Boss, you're right. I'm especially stressed. I'm afraid you'll replace me and make someone else the leading lady." Sui looked at the woman with a smile. "Loaded? Are you still pretending?" Negative emotions plus 100. The woman glared fiercely at Su Desire. "Indisputable little girl. You are so beautiful, what are you afraid of? She's just a little girl. What's so convincing about her words? Does she know how to seduce a man? How to keep a man's appetite? How to cheat money out of a man's pocket?" The woman said in a conspiratorial voice. "How can this kind of little girl compare to my Dao? Are you trying to laugh me to death by using her as an example? You don't think this is the only little girl you can use, do you? Who wouldn't say that? And if you can you show me other women? You don't think you can't, do you? What woman would be a lickspittle for you with your crooked ass?" Saying that, the woman straightened her two papayas and radish legs and posed with a smug look on her face. "Youngster, don't think that just because you're a little internet star who took over a crappy program as a little director, you think you're a human being. You didn't meet me in advance. Otherwise I could have hooked your soul with just a casual hook of my little hand and cried out to give me all the money." The woman's words caused a violent reaction on the air. God has eyes. Finally someone has seen Suyi's true nature. He's just a big licking dog in deep hiding. There's one thing to be said for every man who has a dog licking heart in his bones. It's just that he hasn't met the one he likes. Don't you have a thing to say? Sui has so many women around him. I don't believe he'll be taken down by this woman. To be reasonable, although Sui has a lot of women around him, he's a ram with a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. Otherwise how come he hasn't taken one down for so long? No? You're saying I can't do it? While others could tolerate it, Sui couldn't even tolerate it. Watch a leg. Sui picked up his cell phone and sent a message to schoolgirl AI. Sui sent it dryly, and the schoolgirl returned it even more dryly. "Get out." A single word roll was both simple and competent. As if he could see AI's schoolgirl in her high heels through the screen, her face full of disgust. Why do I suddenly feel a little excited? Did the waterboy really get it right? That deep in every man's heart, there is a heart to be a lickspittle? What? Don't you know a big beautiful woman? Why don't they send you a picture? Are they bragging about it? The woman gloated as she looked at Sui. Inside and outside the live room, there was an air of rapture. God had an eye. Finally they had met a ruthless character who could ruthlessly make Sui suffer. "Why don't you say anything? Weren't you a bully just now?" Seeing that Sui never said anything, the woman was even more pleased. Dig Netflix? Thought it was so great, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Later on, she would edit this recording and post it on the internet, so that Sui would be subjected to ridicule. Lost a licking dog, but gained a chance to be famous, and may be able to step on Sui to become the new big netizen and earn a lot of money. The thought made the woman happy. "Auntie, can you stop giggling? You're drooling all over me. It's disgusting." Just then, Suyi's voice rang out. Negative emotions plus 100. "What are you talking about? Brat, do you believe I'll report you for personal attack?" Woman screaming. "Do I need to personally attack you when you already stink?" Sui said breathlessly, not waiting for the woman to speak again, and resent a message. "Please meow. Give a picture meow." Looking at the content of the letter Sui sent, the woman simply laughed her ass off. "I can't believe this person is a second timer and begs for a photo with just this kind of glancing clownish content. Boy, are you being funny? Even a secondary like you is equipped with a dog licker. Drip." Without waiting for the woman to finish her words, a sound suddenly rang out from Sui's cell phone. Someone wrote back. "What did you just say?" Sui looked at the woman. The woman's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding welled up in her mind. This kid, he can't really ask for a picture, can he? It can't be. With such a clownish persona, it's impossible for a goddess to like him even if he's rich. Don't get cocky yet. Who knows if it's a random one sent to you? Women are the hardest. Sui smiled faintly and casually opened the message. So white. What a big white carrot. Wait, how can a person have legs that white? Drip. Without waiting for the woman to react, Sui received another photo. AI schoolgirl, umbrella in hand, stood at the poolside. Just one movement mesmerized the women's eyes. So beautiful, almost prettier than those top stream stars, with a better body. Such a woman. Sui even just sends him a bunch of pretty pictures by just sending a random sentence? What a waste. Does this woman, or does she not, understand how scarce her resources are? Even if you find those top-rate rich kids, it's just like that. How can you cheapen this kid? Just as the woman sputtered, the live feed had blown up first. Nobody stop me. I'm going to be a lickspittle for a girl like that. Goddess. This is a real goddess. Ooh, it's me who was too naive to think that Sui didn't know the goddess. Sui, you're simply a god. Being reasonable. It's only strange if Sui doesn't know any girls, right? With his origin and wealth. Even if it explodes that some top-tier star is his honey. It's not strange, right? Many of the viewers were new to the show, but there were still some veteran viewers who recognized the person in the photo as AI Xiaoxing. This is a real schoolgirl, how can she not be pretty? Instead, the woman noticed the pop-up. Out of the family? Does this kid have a great pedigree? The woman immediately took out her cell phone and searched for Sui. Inside Jitterbug. Sui's profile has not been a secret for a long time. The woman only glanced at Sui's profile and froze completely. The hero's dad, the martyr's mom, the big brother with deep pockets, and the little sister whose money goes to heaven. What kind of passable cool home is this? How dare she be fighting with this kind of person? Looking for death? Chapter 155, It's Too Hard. Director, is it too late for me to admit my mistake? Putting down her cell phone, the woman's legs trembled slightly as she asked cautiously, admit you're wrong? Conspiracy. Is there a conspiracy? This woman, wasn't she arrogant just now? Why did she suddenly recognize her mistake now? There must be a scam. What a cunning woman. How could she back off and try to admit her mistake to lure him in? Sui was greatly alerted and directly pulled out the system draw. System, 10 in a row. Ding. Rewarded with a set of hanging hole stockings. Ding. Rewarded with a bag of rags. Ding. Rewarded with a set of rare rags. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Rewarded with a set of super rare rags. Isn't a rare rag still a rag? Sui was speechless, suspecting that the system was fooling himself while withholding his system rewards. System, if you give me any more rags, do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a set of PUA cheats. After using them you can use PUA brainwashing on the opposite sex. Do you want to use them? Isn't that what goddesses use on dog lickers? Good lord. The system is really useful. System, use the PUA cheat. Sui immediately ordered. Instantly felt a bunch of extra things in his head, as if he was possessed by a great cleverness, and instantly a grieved hung on his face. What's wrong with you? What's wrong is me, Sui said. The woman froze. This line, a bit familiar but how is Sui said? Should not let her say it? No, I'm the one at fault. I really know I'm wrong. You're wrong? And what are you wrong about? More than 3 seconds of hesitation and you have the nerve to say you were wrong. You really aren't serious about apologizing. No, I'm really wrong. Director, I'm truly repentant. I don't see where you're sincere. You have to think of a reason to apologize. You don't seem to be seriously repentant, Sui said again. Under the PUA avatar, the woman's mind instantly exploded and she screamed. Enough. When I say I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. Why are you more difficult and troublesome than a woman? I'll kneel and kowtow to you. So that's always serious, right? Bang, 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 the woman said, directly kneeling down and kowtowing, her eyes tearful with pain. She's on her knees, her scalp is bleeding. She should be serious, right? It's just an apology. How serious can it be? The heart of a man is in his stomach. Should she cut it out? She just wants to apologize. Why is it so hard? However, when she looked up at Sui, she saw him staring at her with a face full of shock. You yell at me? Baby. Bah. Director. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just in the heat of the moment. You're yelling at me and you have the nerve to say you're seriously apologizing? Listening to Suyi's words, the woman's heart felt like death, and she had a feeling that she wanted to go crazy. Oh, woman. Oh, licking dog. I'm so stupid. I repent. How I messed with a torturing pervert like you. The woman was completely devastated, and together with the feeling of devastation, there are also the water friends in the live broadcast. Abstract. So abstract. I can't believe I saw a man PUA a woman. I'm a top lazy man. Paying attention. You're all looking at the fun and I'm the only one looking in the mirror. Right or wrong doesn't mean anything anymore when the words you yell at me come up. Am I too epileptic? Or has this society moved too fast? I've discovered dog licking is a state of being that is not at all male or female. It's only about the level of the segment. Fellow water users, just take a look. Don't try it. Sui looks harmless, but he's actually at a terribly high segment. A bad embryo of a king pretending to be a bronze. Looking at the woman who was about to go crazy from the torture, Sui shrugged his shoulders and turned his head to look at Su Lust with an innocent expression. Am I going overboard? It's not really excessive, is it, boss? Isn't that too much? Su Desire looked at Sui speechlessly. This woman's mind is all screwed up. Isn't that too much? It's a pity that I've only just used the first stance of this PUA avatar. There are still 2 more stances behind it that I haven't used, and she can't hold on anymore. What a lung thing. Sui was not happy. Boss, that's just the first move. What are the next 2? Su Desire was shocked. Then you'll have to cooperate with me. Sui casually switched the PUA object to Su Lust. Su Desire instantly shivered as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell is going on here? This girl was fine just now. Why is she suddenly getting a bit of a damned look on her face? The aquanauts in the livestream were instantly curious. And soon enough, They paid the price for their curiosity. What the hell do you want from me? Will you stop being irrational? Irrational? I've only said a few words about you and you're annoyed? Oh, women are really mouthy. How can I talk out of my ass? I'll even give you my life. What else don't you believe? Is your life worth much? Besides, what's the use of me wanting your life? I just want an attitude from you now. How can I trust you when you don't even give me an attitude? Sue Desire's body trembled when she heard a sentence, and after just 2 sentences, her tears had already stopped in aggravation. Cold violence. This is cold violence. Woohoo! How can you say something so cold and harsh when it's obviously all 36 degrees in your mouth? Sue Lust was only shedding tears, and the reaction wasn't exaggerated. While in the live broadcast room, there was already a lot of wailing. Anchor, what's my grudge against you? I'm just here to watch a live broadcast. Are you going to stab me in the heart like that or not? Why do I feel like I've been slapped twice by the anchor through the screen? Who can give the anchor 2 slaps for me? Where are the people who didn't believe in Suyi's strength after his sexual transformation just now? Come out and shout again. Do you still dare to be tough? Ooh-hoo, I was wrong. I thought I was the Sea King. The segment was high enough, but compared to Suyi, I'm just a raw egg. He plays me like a dog. Negativity plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Suyi was completely speechless as he listened to the system rewards in his ears. Is it that much of a stretch? He only slightly used PUA, and the small water friends could not bear it. It is true that life is still less bitter to eat. Boss, that big sister sneaked away. Do we have to chase her back? While Suyi was looking at his cell phone, Sulust suddenly realized that the woman had disappeared and immediately reminded. Forget it, leave her alone. Suyi waved his hand, not bothering to pursue the matter. He is not idle. As long as that woman does not jump here in the theater group, wherever she goes to fool around, Suyi is too lazy to care. If you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. Always take the threat of jumping off a building. Once or twice is fine. Time is long. Sooner or later one day we'll really meet the king of the living hell. Until then, even if you cry out that you still want to live, but it is already too late. Stress monsters and dog licking, both rare attributes. How can they always be ordered on a man? If it blows up, this woman will surely suffer. Keep filming. Sulust, you edit the footage later. Make it a bit more programmatic and post it online to see if we can get a bit more traffic for our program. Suyi clapped his hands and continued shooting. Chapter 156 Rights and Music in Tatters. The heat from the previous 9 turns of the large intestine was still there, so Suyi planned to take advantage of the heat to get the latter program out. Sulust resurfaced the footage and was initially a little worried that he wasn't competent enough to make the show work. However, when she watched it, she realized that the boss's ability was too horrible. A random sentence is the effect of the program, which still use her to do editing. A frame does not need to be edited, just send it out directly. Just as Sue Desire posted the video up, DU announced the latest production of the skit. A diva joins the cast, a whopping 8-figure production fee, and $1 million cost theme song. As soon as the news came out, after only half an hour, the short drama was on the top 30 of the Shake Shack hot search list, steadily suppressing the heat of the show in which the actors please take their places. With a great victory, Du Ruffing swept away many days of gloom, as if revitalizing his strength, and immediately convened a celebration banquet. I said in vain, the company can be today. In addition to the efforts of all of you, the main thing is that I have good discipline. Our skit is on fire. But can we be complacent when the skit is on fire? Are there no problems? That's what the problem is. But we need you all to look into it again. Du Ruffing sat in the boss's chair and talked loudly, and the people below listened to the boss's nonsense literature, drowsy and resentful. The boss says it's good, but you might as well stop talking about it for now. The boss has good intentions for a celebration party, but you're better off without them. Bang bang bang. Du Ruffing knocked hard on the boss table. Look at how lazy you all are. What's the matter with you? Would you have gotten such a bright result without me leading the team? You guys think my money comes from the wind? If I don't make any money this time, you guys won't be able to get a dime of pay either. Seeing the crowd's lack of interest, Du Ruffing suddenly snorted coldly. Hearing about the paycheck, the crowd finally came to their senses. Boss, now that there are many companies doing short dramas, the pressure of competition is particularly high, and being able to rush within the 30th place is already far beyond the industry standard. I don't care. You guys have to do something. Du Ruffing spread his 2 hands, the pressure monster possessed, and directly pressurized his employees. You don't care? You don't care about your grandma's leg. You don't care. Why don't you pay me? The cows and horses cursed secretly and could only think of another way with bitter faces. Boss, why don't we add more funding and hire a few more famous singers to sing the interludes to add a wave of heat? No money. Boss, then why don't we ask our actors to make a few quirky segments and break the circle to harvest a wave of traffic? Nobody. Boss, Then why don't you personally appear in the movie? Come with a wave of contrasting persona. Now it is popular for rich people to pretend to be poor. You go to the door of the supermarket to pick up garbage and sell your misery. Surely it can be fire. No way. No money. No people. And they refuse to lose face by making a fool of themselves. How else is this going to create an effect and attract traffic? The audience doesn't owe you anything. Why should they give you traffic? The employees were completely speechless. Look at this brain of yours. I just don't pay you. I don't give you people. You don't have any other way? Those Netflix anchors, just with a mouth, not also still fire a mess. Why don't you learn from them? Do Ruffing slapped the table to shake the sky, and the more he looked at the employees, the more unpleasant they became. The employee sat coyly on the ground floor and cursed again. Netflix anchors? Can they compete with Netflix anchors? If they had that kind of skill, why would they need to be fostered and suffer here? I would have given Do Ruffing a big mouthful long ago. I knew you guys couldn't do it, or I'd have to figure it out. This company can do without anyone, but not without me, Do Ruffing said triumphantly. The employees were in tears. How can they become as shameless as Do Ruffing? First you do this, then that. Do Ruffing made a flurry of maneuvers, casually shot a few videos that he thought were handsome, and let people go down to push the stream. A wave of push streams later, it stuck right at the top of the day's Shake Shack Heat settlement list. There are many different kinds of Shake Shack Heat lists, including hourly lists, same-day lists, and weekly and monthly lists. And of these, the hourly list is the most competitive. Countless entertainment companies and vegetarians, and even regular users, have the potential to make this list. The competition is so big that it can be bloody. But in Do Ruffing's opinion, it was nothing at all. With his status as the owner of the company and the super-rich aura added, it's not a handful to rush into the hourly list. Boss, the hourly list has been settled. Just then, the assistant walked in. Where did I rank? Did it shoot up to number 1 as soon as it was released? Do Ruffing said. The assistant shook his head. If it's not number 1, then is it number 2? If it's not second, it can't be third, 5th, 10th. It's not like we're even going to get in 10th, is it? What is it with people nowadays and their lack of taste? Do Ruffing roared, unable to sit still. Is the audience now blind? Woohoo! This society is so full of malice towards the rich. Boss, you'd better see for yourself. Nonsense. Of course I have to see for myself. Don't I have eyes? I'd like to see what the audience really likes to see now. Do Ruffing snatched the tablet? At the top of the list would be high art, right? If it's not high art, should it at least be a pop element? A diva? Tired of watching divas, so it should be well-produced skits or dances, right? Asterisk. What the hell is a 9:::? And what the hell is a dog-licking military training goddess? How come 3 of the top 10 are all Sui? What the hell is that? I didn't even make it into the top 30? Is the audience now blind? Do they have no aesthetics? Do they have no brains? Do Ruffing cursed and spat at the same time, almost pumping over in anger. Finally, after he turned 3 pages in a row, he saw his video at the end of the hourly list. I have to say, the billionaire's aura is still useful. Even if a rich person farts, there will be a bunch of people to hold their stinky feet. Not to mention Do Ruffing's video, even if it's worse, it's better than farting at least. Looks like there are some viewers who know what they're doing. Let me see my review. Do Ruffing glanced at the employees present. His old face was finally not lost, and he couldn't wait to open the comments section. The number 1 hit should be complimenting me for being handsome and a good dancer. Simply a model of a male god, right? It's not a guy. It should also mean that I'm in great shape and simply the best boyfriend. Not the best boyfriend? Being envied and hated by other men is fine. And I'm not picky. What do you mean the anchor is twisted and dances uglier than the monkey system? What do you mean my second uncle from the coffin board haunted corpse stiff popped out to twist a few times also better than I dance? Do you guys have to understand what it means to be a manly man and what it means to have upper class charm? It's good enough to dance for you, and you're picking and choosing? Do Ruffing completely broke his defense, especially when he opened a few videos at the top of the hourly list and looked at the screen full of comments praising Sui. He was even more mentally broken. What's wrong with this society? It's still ritually broken. Chapter 157 Abstraction. Am I blinking? A guy taking up 3 positions in the top 10? It's so abstract that I can't believe I'm seeing men pressurized not to eat cilantro, and PUAs not to eat cilantro? It's not going to be a script, is it? It's all trained like a grandson. Which script can act so real? 666. This is meeting a true god. Sui, from today onwards, I'm going to upgrade you from Sue Animal to Sue Director. You're simply my life mentor, my life idol. Do Ruffing looked at the comments section on both sides of the screen and hated it. In his comments section, there were few people who even complimented him on being handsome, while in Sui's comments section, saying handsome was no longer considered a compliment. It had been upgraded to a life coach. No, It's that abstract thing. What gives him the right? There are questions. There must be something shady going on here. What are you guys waiting for? What the hell are you looking at? Don't you have any mouths? Do Ruffing roared. How? The employees in the room looked at each other in disbelief. They sat and stood and looked, squinted and cocked their heads. Don't care how you look at it. The boss was abused to the core. The fact that people can be in the top 10 and dominate several positions is relied on by the effects of the show. How dare the PUA think of not eating cilantro? Those who can join Do Roofing's company are not dry. At least they all have 2 brushes and have created a lot of explosive models. But even talents such as theirs were completely overwhelmed. As far as the scene in Suyi's video is concerned, they have only appeared in the love apartment. But even if they are as strong as Liu Xiaobu, they can't stop Ifei's bullet of flash. Boss, people's segment is too high. It's useless for us to analyze it. It's not capable enough. It's obvious, the employee said bitterly. Bull asterisk. You guys don't know what he is, don't I know? This kid is a soft-eating punk. I don't believe this. I'm going to try, or pass away. The employee's mouth twitched. Is there any point in trying? There's no point, is there? Sui gritted his teeth, switched accounts, entered the comments section, and keyed in. Have you guys never seen a handsome guy before? Or have you never eaten good pork? This guy is handsome my ass. If you ask me, it's still Do Ruffing who's handsome. Pure passerby. Have a say. My brother is much more handsome than Sui. Families, it's not a hard promotion. It's just that I do feel my conscience and say Do Ruffing is much more handsome than Sui. Do Ruffing swiped underneath Sui's video. Whose wild dog is off its leash and comes barking in here? You're ugly and you don't realize it. Do you really think people haven't eaten good pork? Looking at the feedback that chased after the curses all over the screen, Do Ruffing cried. Ooh, is it so hard for him to just want to be fair? There is still too much ill will towards the rich in this society. After finishing the day's shooting, Sui directly stayed in the cruise hotel, with the system on, the clan-level directing ability attached, and no one playing a big game. Sui easily completed this installment of the show, only waiting for Boss Su to watch and review it before it was officially released. The first time he became a director, Sui was still a little excited. Lying on the hotel bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he lies to the left. Negative emotions plus 100. He lies to the right. Negative emotions plus 100. He sent a letter to. Negative emotions plus 500. That's a lot of lying. Sui got up fiercely, looked down at the executive luxury Pro Max Ultra Luxury king-size bed equipped by the hotel, and fell into a deep self-doubt. This bed, is it sick? It's just as well that he's being called abstract by waterboys and disliked by cilantro lovers. A mere bed is too much for him? How dirty is he that he adds hundreds of negatives to a rollover? So what? You are a broken bed, born to be laid, on which can lie others, but not me? Am I still wronging you? You dare to dislike, dare not speak? Pretending to be dead. Is pretending to be dead useful? Now that you know how to play dead, does it work? Let's hang you up, and wait to be cyberstormed. The big bed was silent, just adding to the negativity. Still coming? Sui directly took a picture of the bed and sent it to his live group. Who in the family understands? I just want to get a good night's sleep, and the hotel beds resent me. Because of Suyi's heat, many water friends would keep chatting and teasing in the live group even if they were not on air. As soon as the photo was posted, it instantly drew a huge wave of attention. Just when they thought it was opening news, they saw that the only thing in the photo was an exaggerated to the point of exaggeration king-sized bed. Guys, I feel like I'm being abstract enough, but I still kind of can't understand director Su's thought process. How the hell does this bed disgust him? This is normal analysis. I can only say that those who understand understand. Those who do not understand said in vain. Things are such a thing. Understand their own no on the line. Do not understand, do not ask more questions. Be careful to get into trouble. It's the type where the left brain attacks the right brain and spikes instead of thinking. Gutters, you guys really analyzed it? This kid is just showing off. He sleeps alone in such a big bed. Can you guys believe it? Sue Animal, you in the end hit a few do not eat cilantro. Is it to 5 groups to open black eat alone? It's the can't eat cilantro goes crazy type. 5 groups of hackers? I'm a thief on the upper road. Take me one. As for this, what type is no longer important. Several meters into the brain, the family will have to hire high people. Showing off. What's there to show off? Sui scoffed as he looked at the water users' comments. A mere 5 regiments are worth bragging about? Hundreds of people have no problem starting a group. What? You're saying the king can only get 5 kills? No way to start a group with 100 people? I'm sorry, Director Su is playing Operation Wasteland. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang. A call from Huang Lu. Brother, are you busy? I have something I want to ask you a favor. Huang Lu said worriedly. Maisie, you wait, brother, and bed dry up. First wait a while. On the other side of the phone, Huang Lu froze as she listened to the busy tone on her cell phone and looked back at the sister beside her in shock. What did your brother say? Is he willing to help? Said the cute girl with the double ponytails, big eyes, long eyelashes, her little hands clenched and sweaty, nervous as hell. He hung up the phone. Ha, didn't you say your brother loves you? Why did he hang up on you? Well, I don't think he did it on purpose. He's got business to attend to. What business is more important than having your own sister in trouble? That's a lot. Like, with the bed? The cute girl looked at Huang Lu in awe, greatly shocked. Fighting with the bed. How? Huang Lu's face burned and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Abstractions. It's too abstract. Brother, your abstraction makes your sister lose face. You know? No. 158 is a terrible scolding. Brothers, the anchor gives you a whole mean job. Live bed breaking. Why did you tear him down when you had a good bed? This brother asks a good question. I also want to ask it why. I just laid down on it to take a nap, and it even cursed me, and it cursed me like a thief. Sui in the hotel, left hand screw right hand wrench, full of murderous anger. A screen full of question marks drifted across the broadcast room. The waterbenders unable to comprehend, but greatly shocked. Ilua tease. Has the anchor eaten too many mushrooms and his left and right brains have been attacked by spikes? Otherwise how could he come up with such an abstract job? Good lord. Still the townspeople know how to have fun. I thought fighting with the bed was an abstract whole job, but I think it's a real fight with the bed? This can be really good at the whole job. No wonder the top 10 can dominate the 3-body position. With the bed dry fight this kind of work, who can think of it? Stupid. Really stupid. How can there be such a stupid anchor and so many people still want to watch? Is this abstract? It's just pretending to be stupid. That's what young people do to their brains. Du Ruffing is the most handsome. Du Ruffing is the most handsome in the world. Numerous pop-ups were interspersed with little splashes of someone flopping around, seemingly aggravated. Are we done yet? Just finished not eating cilantro, and now there's a fight with the bed. This kid's work is not finished? Sui looked at the pop-ups that had been swiped across the live broadcast, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stupid? No way. No way? We all know it's fake. We're all playing Terpsichorean abstracts to entertain ourselves as much as possible. It's not like anyone is really taking it seriously and thinking they're superior, is it? It's someone who gives negativity, not the bed. Doesn't Sui know that? Knowing that COE is being funny to amuse everyone. Don't the waterbenders know that? Sui harvested the heat, the water friends harvested the happiness. Only certain people, furious and at the same time also, lost the quality. After teasing his water friends for a while, Sui felt a bit tired and planned to order a takeaway to refresh himself. Guys, I'm wearing a certain group's takeout clothes but I'm using Hungry Service. Is that forgetting my roots? I don't think it can be counted because the brothers who run the takeout are suffering. If I use a certain group, isn't it the same as squeezing the brothers in disguise? Anchor, according to you, is it not better to be hungry than the writer? Hungry at writer also better, but brother I yellow robe. In ancient times, even if not the emperor, but also have to be counted a yellow coat, who see not shouted master? Yo, haven't seen you for a few days. Su Animal has changed into Master Su. Good luck to you. Master Su is just ordering a takeout to enjoy himself. What's wrong with that? Master Su, right? Yellow robe, right? We're registering hungry writers here. Adding little spices to your takeout. Add a pinch of salt. Add some vinegar. Put some chili. Hey, here are 2 more cigarette butts. Sui looked at the increasingly enthusiastic water friends and was so moved that he almost cried. The water boys are really too damaged to see their brother enjoy a little blessing. If this is the way it is, then no one will have a good time. Today's lobster is for sure. Brother. Sui was in the middle of pulling out each other's pockets with his water friends to see who was more detrimental when suddenly his cell phone rang and he received a photo. In the photo, a cute girl in a cool and energetic swimsuit, standing on the beach, youthful and energetic. Below the photo, there's a voiceover. Hello brother, this is my picture. Can you help me? The voice is sweet and lovely. Sui looked at the photo and listened back and forth a few more times, and was almost moved to tears. They say the inner role is bad, but what's wrong with it? If you ask me, this inner role is fantastic. Do even crooks roll in such high quality anymore? Thanks internet. Brother don't read for nothing. Brother give you credit. By the way, I'll blackball you. Good luck getting back on track. Sui reluctant to give up. By hand the other party's cell phone number pulled black, but retained the picture. What's that saying? The gift of a rose in the hand. It doesn't matter if it's a lingering fragrance or not. Sui just likes to see something that's pleasant to the mood. Sui, what are you gabbing about? What with the high quality of the girls and their voices? Are you boys eating out of the palm of your hand? Sui, you can be careful. This year's scammers old powerful, with fully set avatar is just, and even use voice changer pretend cute girl. The actual backer stingy man. As long as you turn the money, they immediately pull black. Upstairs, you're so experienced. Have you been scammed before? Internet scams. You have to be on guard. Internet scam or not. Let's share the photos first so the brothers can get their fill. Looking at how enthusiastic his water friends were, Sui could only nod his head. He's a man with a good heart who can't see his brothers holding back. Photos are shared on the public screen. Holy, where did you find this web map? It's so fake, isn't it? 10 dusk, out of 10. I'm going to give it 10 dusk nah. Be reasonable. Don't scammers nowadays understand that there is psychology? How can you find a girl so pretty that she's fake at first glance? Doesn't that make people feel inferior? Is there a possibility that people aren't liars? The small netizen upstairs is still too naive. There really is such a beautiful girl. What's the point of being a liar? Once the live broadcast room is open and the brother shouts, which man can stand it? Seeing the color and forgetting the meaning. With a girl, the focus of the water users immediately shifted, and not a single person paid attention to Sui anymore. Many waterbenders argued. Some people think it's fake, but there's still a small percentage of people who think, what if it's real? Such a beautiful girl. Even if it's only a 1 in a million chance, there's nothing to lose by trying. Sui sighed as he watched. These little water boys, they really can't stand up to the test. You just said you'd never fall for it, and now you can't resist trying it? And even if it's true, what does it have to do with them? With him around, the girls are really good looking and it's still the water boy's turn? Brothers don't argue. Listen to me. Are you sure you want me to try? With my face value as an anchor, it's simply the 36 plans of beauty for women. No woman can withstand the test. A test? A stifling laughter test? Kind of funny. Sue animal less nonsense. Hurry to send a message. If not, we can take off. Sui was speechless. Look at you guys. You're so anxious after just a few words. When it comes to the real thing, how can you rely on this? Sui had just unlocked the blacklist and hadn't sent a message to the other party when the phone call suddenly came. Yo, in such a hurry. It's true that a dude's face and charm can't be stopped. Sui grinned and picked up the phone. Sister, brother wanted to let you off the hook. Why are you still not relenting? Do you really want to see brother's strength? Sui said. Brother, what the hell are you on? Are you greasing the skids? I begged you and didn't give you face. So be it, but a sister can't give you welfare? What? Are you really turning into a homo? On the phone, came Huan Lu's frantic voice. The smile on Suyi's face suddenly froze. What's going on? Across the street. How come it's really my sister's voice? Chapter 159, Unforgiving for Sins. Sis, misunderstanding. I just thought it was a scam call. Sui explained. The misunderstanding was quickly cleared up, and Huan Lu got down to business. A few moments later, Sui finally understood the reason why Huan Lu called. It turned out to be begging him to do justice and help his little girlfriend to recover her hard-earned money. The little munchkin is a model, and one of the top models in the country. A few years ago to catch up with the internet wind mouth. Hard to earn a big pile of rice. According to the said enough to shamelessly lay flat, but she just do not believe in the evil. To engage in investment. The results of their own efforts. A vivid image of the proof of two things. The first thing is that it's not always pigs that fly in the wind, but also calves and horses that struggle. The second thing is that if you want to suffer, there is no end to suffering. Brother, you must help my little sister. She's really in too much trouble. She's lost all the $20 million she's saved up over the years, and she's got millions in debt. The most crucial thing is that the person who lied to her has not been punished until now. Not only is he still at large, but he also harasses and taunts her every day. I took her to seek justice, but the other party, instead of paying back the money, said that unless she worked for him as a secretary for a year, she wouldn't get a penny back. In the middle of the phone call, Huan Lu spoke through gritted teeth, and there was a suppressed cry in the background sound, which seemed to be that little sister. Sui turned on the external playback. He hadn't indicated it yet, and the water friends had already listened to it foolishly. Making tens of millions of dollars and still going into investment? 666. Which investment guru is this under? These days you're not afraid of rich kids lying down. You're afraid of rich kids working hard. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard. That's not much of a loss, is it? She could have made tens of millions of dollars in the first few years. Wouldn't it have taken a few more years to earn it back? A few tens of millions isn't much? Capitalists want to shed tears when they hear that. Do they really think money comes from the wind? These days, you can't even get one C stupid to come and make money. And ordinary people want to make tens of millions more? You and I, the water boys, have told the hard truths of the times. Brothers, something's wrong. Why hasn't Sui said anything until now? Director Sue, this isn't like you? Normally when you encounter something like this, wouldn't you be the first to rush up? The water friends remembered Sui. However, Sui didn't say a word and his face was serious. Brother, why don't you say something? Help or not? Give us your opinion. Huang Lu urged. sis, it's okay to help, but there's one thing brother has to say first, Sui said. Brother, say it. Huang Lu was excited. Was brother finally going to help? The water friends are also uplifted. Su Animal is finally going to make a move. There is a good show again? Sis, the thing that brother has to say is, brother is really not Tong Nan. Sui spoke in one word. Bang! On the other side of the phone, there seemed to be the sound of a water glass hitting the floor. Negative emotions plus 100. Brother, is that what you've been brewing up to say? Huang Lu said, almost frantic. Maisie, what do you mean? You've been brewing for half a day and you're only talking about this? This is the most important thing, okay? It's about my lifelong happiness. Sui said seriously, a little aggravated. Cut the crap, the address was sent to you. Hurry up and get over here. Huang Lu freaked out and added another 50 to his negativity. Brothers, what's wrong with me? I'm not wrong. What's the difference between calling a man a Tongnan and calling him a eunuch? Sui didn't get any support from his little sister and turned his head to the live broadcast, begging for comfort. The water friends in the live broadcast room looked at Sui and became even more frantic. Aggrieved? You're not even complaining? You're aggrieved my ass. Negativity plus 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 99. I've waited half a day for a cool wave. And you're telling me this? What's the difference between this and taking a big in public? It's like having dinner, a bag, a movie, and even a little hat ready. And then you tell me your relatives are here? You're looking for a metaphor. You've got a lot of ing time on your hands, don't you? I just want to give him a slam dunk. Sui, if you don't show the brothers a good time today, the brothers will start a rumor all over the internet that you're Tong Nan, so you won't be able to explain yourself all over the internet. Ha! Looking at the last pop-up, Sui instantly shivered. It's the girl who was cheated out of her money. What's it got to do with you? What does it have to do with these water boys? As for threatening his life's happiness, don't worry brothers, I don't share the same fate as the crooks. I'll be right there to uphold justice and do justice. Sui yelled, not even sleeping, turned around and left the hotel, riding on his little electric donkey. He's not in league with sin. Anchor lesson number 1. Justice. 30 minutes later, Sui rushed to the address given by Huang Lu and looked up, his eyes beaming. Building up to 38 floors, each layer of 38 tenants, each unit, each room, is a small network of several thousand, known as the Magic City Spectacle. It is said that a lot of old animal husbandry buddies who don't state that they are in the business of breeding the chicken and duck will definitely be associated with this place. Worthy of being a little sister. Not saying anything on your lips, but in your heart you have been thinking about your brother's lifelong affairs for a long time. Such a big building, at least there are thousands of girls. This shall not take off. Here's the question. How do I let these sisters know that brother I'm charitable and a hothead? Sui stood downstairs in the Netflix mansion, looking at the passing warblers, his face serious to the core. The good news is that by coming here, the rumors that he is Tong Nam will go away. Bad news, if he walks out the next day holding his back, he'll be told again that his brother can't do it, regardless of whether he's oriented to a man or a woman. Saying that a brother can't do it is nothing less than a hard slap in the face. Even with the system's support, Sui was still worried that he wouldn't be able to carry it off. The enemy is so powerful and we're all alone. We can't handle it, can we? Little sister, you've really given your brother a hard time. Brother, what took you so long? In a large flat on the 38th floor, Huang Lu had only pushed open the door when Sui saw a pure and pretty girl. Early 20s, white skin, big eyes and twin ponytails, adorable. At this moment, the budding girl was hanging on to the look of icy pity, and at a glance, she had suffered a great deal of aggravation. Good news, the girl is very good looking. Bad news, the girl looked at him completely unguarded, as if she was looking at a Tong Nan. To put it bluntly, it is no different from looking at a eunuch. Brother, you, sis, once again, brother is really not Tong Nan. Okay, we can get down to business. 3 times, now you're convinced he's not Tong Nam? Sui clarified once again, then went straight to the point, looking at the cute girl in his heart with amusement. And so on. What kind of expression is this on the cute girl's face? Why is she still looking at him with a harmless face? Do you still think he's Tong Nam? It shouldn't. Chapter 160 Investments. Sister, brother, don't explain. Explaining is a cover-up. No, I'm really not Tong Nan. Brother, let me ask you this. What good man's first words when he sees a sister are to say that he is not a Tong Nan? At the door of the room, Sui was still undeterred, making a final struggle. I don't believe it. There are so many men in the world. How do you know no one says that? Sui was unconvinced. Huang Lu and Meng Mei looked at Sui sympathetically while opening their private messages, revealing hundreds of harassing messages. Hundreds of men, surprisingly uniform. Sis, date, how much, sister? Hundreds of messages. Never mind if they were harassment. and not one of them introduced themselves as the same Nan. Sui was silent, feeling like he had received a 100,000 point blitz. Let's talk about getting ripped off on an investment. Sui gritted his teeth. Killing. Explanations pale in comparison. It's all the fault of this gang of scammers. Without these assholes, would he not have been able to take off his Tong Nam hat? In the room, Huang Lu poured a cup of tea for Sui, and the little munchkin stood accompanied by her, shedding tears while talking about the sad past. As he listened, Sui stood in awe. That's a bit of a bandmaster. Sister, you're such an investment ghostwriter. Sui lamented. It's okay, right? Is it really that bad? The little munchkin was embarrassed. Okay? You're so modest. The corners of Sui's mouth twitched. Investing in virtual coins, buying at the highs, dumping at the lows, losing $5 million. Invest in the big stock market. 2 million entry, 13 million exit. For the country to protect the model. One item at a time. Sui lamented while exclaiming that he had gained a great deal of knowledge. I've heard of the industry's meditation lamps, but this is the first time I've seen the power of them. $20 to $30 million. Lost in just a few months, with less than 5 million left. Wait, didn't you have a little over $5 million left? How did the books go negative? Sui put down the information, his brows furrowed as he stared suspiciously at the cute girl. If you invest in the lanterns, you can't even add or subtract simple numbers, can you? Is this girl adding points to her face and body? Brother, that's what I was going to say. Huang Lu interjected at the right time, a hint of embarrassment on her face. The remaining 5 million, plus another 5 million borrowed, for a total of $10 million, is invested in the restaurant market. Sui looked at Huang Lu's embarrassed expression and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. It can't be. This investment has something to do with Huang Lu, right? Quite possibly. Doubtful. Wow. Catering market is so good to get into the game? With Mo Girl this investment meditation lamp stupid brain. I'm afraid I don't even dare to think about this aspect. If there was no big smart guide, the budding girl probably wouldn't have jumped into this pit. At least there would be some coffin money left. Brother, don't you ask. Sis, stop. You just say which 2 projects you invested in. The corners of Sui's mouth twitched as he hurriedly reached out, not wanting to hear any more and not daring to do so. Huang Lu's embarrassment was slightly reduced in her heart and her face was filled with emotion. She knew her brother wouldn't embarrass her. Mr. Su, Lulu asked me to vote for Shanghai roasted woman in cassoulet, the cute girl said. Bang! The teacup in Sui's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, along with Sui's heart that wanted to vomit. What's the point of voting for Shanghai roasted woman in cassoulet? He's going to apologize to Mo. It's not the turn of a cute girl to invest in the underworld lamp. Virtual coins are not easy to grasp. Buy and sell money is normal. The world's richest man has looked away. Big a stock market. Financial giants come in, but also inevitably for the country to protect the plate. Not to mention the district's small girl, but investing in Hushabye barbecue women in cassoulet? Food and beverage industry category thousands of millions. Not to choose the king of snow in Dasha County is just, how can you accurately step on the 2 popped a big mine? Brother, speak up? Huang Lu saw that Sui didn't say anything for a long time and prodded. Sui raised his eyelids, his dead fish eyes possessed. What do you want me to say? Sis, do you know what the most vicious curse is on the internet these days? Curse someone's dead parents? This breaks one's defenses? The curse that really makes Nyoma break the defense is to eat cassoulet chicken for dinner, milk tea and Shanghai roasted women. Nyoma worked overtime for a day, so it was hard to eat a good meal to treat himself. But then he turned on Jitterbug, and the sky collapsed. Cassoulet national storm thunder. Huyao women completely rotten finish. Cattle and horses are left to eat and drink this hobby. The result is also poisoned finish. This is worse than being cursed a lifetime cannot get rich, Sui said. Seeing that although Huang Lu was aware of the seriousness, she still didn't seem to recognize how serious it was, and directly opened the live broadcast. The water boys in the live room had broken their defenses and cried into a frenzy. Hold your tongue. Hold your tongue. Ooh, I just wanted to come online to have some fun. Why are you hurting me? A little girl who loved cassoulet, gently broken. Damn treacherous businessman. I only have this bit of health left, but as a result, the boss is not a proper person. Even ordering a cassoulet and drinking a milk tea to persecute me. Negative emotions plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. One cry. There was no need for Sui to explain anything further. Huang Lu directly looked fidgety. Mr. Su, it's not Lulu's fault. It's all that crook. We didn't think of investing in these 2 projects in the beginning. It's him who said that these 2 projects have a future. The cute girl hurriedly said, helping to excuse Huang Lu. You're a girl with a good heart. Sui sighed. Huang Lu worshipped him, but Sui himself knew that he was no investment bandmaster. But he was at least yellow and a delivery boy, and he was aware of the recent hotspots in the restaurant world. Again, catering,
The overnight lemonade exposure sealed the deal straight away. The cassoulet and the Shanghai roasted women, on the other hand, completely sucked to finish. What's the worst? 3 benefits and 5 later opens a cassoulet that is recognized as the most abstract business of all time. It's so sad that it creates a sense of abstract absurdity that is laughable. Brother, isn't it okay that I'm wrong? I'm not looking for you to think of a remedy? Huang Lu said, aggrieved to the core. Hold your tongue. Where's that crook? I'll meet him, Sui said. In the end, how much hatred and grudges. Even let investors vote cassoulet and Shanghai burning women. This is not just losing money. It is simply to seek money and kill again. Such a tumor must be eradicated. Since the matter had something to do with Huang Lu, he said he couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, stuck in this stall to invest in cassoulet, to say that the other side is not intentionally pit the money of the cute girl, killed Sui do not believe. Things are too coincidental. Brother Su, you're so nice. Surprised, the cute girl jumped to Sui's side, intimate to the extreme. The distance was so close that Sui could even smell a fragrance. Sui stared at the cute girl's face, serious to the core. Men and women are not close. Sister, I'm on live. Pay attention. Don't let people get the wrong idea. Brother Su, it's okay, you're Tong Nan. People won't misunderstand. That hat is kind of impossible to take off. Chapter 161 Happiness. Saying goodbye to Huang Lu and the budding girl, Sui mounted the small electric donkey and left the city in 7 turns, diving headlong into the deep forest, happy as a crazy monkey. Ah, freedom. Ah, the wilderness. Ah, flying bird. Blah blah blah. Who the took a? The monkey is honest. Accompanied by bird poop along the way, Sui finally rushed before the small electric donkey ran out of power and sank to the location that Huang Lu and the budding girl had said. Abandoned old factory. Dilapidated. The doorhead hangs entrepreneurial investment Gaga cattle base, because no one to take care of. The signboard hanging full of dust. Sui once only see the 4 big words of the Oxford base. Greatly shocked. It seems a little more difficult to be able to find this place than to be lied to. Sui looked at the Oxford base and was powerless to spit. This far outskirts of the broken factory, the map may not be able to show. Huang Lu and the budding girl in the end how to find out, and also willing to take out tens of millions of investment. This is not the brain was kicked by a donkey? Entrepreneurial investment. Even if you say you're bullish, you're also gaga bullish? Doesn't this look like a fraud at first glance? Sui opened the live stream and aimed the image at the broken signboard of the Oxford base. Truthfully, no, I don't think so. Where are the 2 barflies from? Housekeeping seal it. Such obvious crooks. Why do you still use your brain to think? I know they're crooks even if I think with my ass. Be reasonable. This environment is a bit shabby and the location is a bit remote. But since it dares to call itself Gaga Cow, it must have some skills, right? It was only a few words before the water boys were arguing again. Seeing the futility of counting on his water friends, Sui shrugged his shoulders and walked straight into the door. And at the sight of this scene, the water friends stopped bickering and started exclaiming in shock. No, Sui, are you playing with your life? We're asking you to teach the crooks a lesson, but we're not asking you to play with your life and get yourself killed. Sui, this is a crook's lair. It's not a place for jokes. You'd better call out for some more people before you come. The water boys were shocked. They know that Sui is usually big-headed, likes to engage in some abstraction, and likes the whole show effect. But then again, the show effect can't take their own lives to joke, right? What is this place right now? Gaga Bullseye Base, Liar's Lair. The middle of nowhere isn't quite the same, but it's still a remote and unpopulated place. If something really happened here, even if they called the police, they wouldn't be able to help anytime soon. Brothers, don't worry. I'm yellow-robed and invulnerable to all poisons. A few small crooks in the district are my match? Sui smiled faintly and walked into the compound. However, only after walking through the door, Sui was shocked again for a moment. Startup investing starts with going crazy, and you can succeed without going crazy? You want to win by throwing in 2 lousy bucks? The god of fortune isn't a 250. Empty the house and be able to drive a Land Rover. Invest money and honor your ancestors. 4 banners, hanging in the middle of the courtyard, fluttering in the wind. Dozens of people sitting in the courtyard, a few groups of people. High talk but not investment business experience. But spit cutie, too much. Crooks have to work overtime complaining words. I didn't even fool around much. I just gave him a few slogans and he cried out and gave me all his family money to invest. Dude, how much money did you make? Not much. The last few months only made a few million. Earned our hard money. When I first took the right path as a cow and horse, I cannot imagine to take the wrong way to do crooks or as a cow. Really hell. The 4 people who were leaning against the side of the door turned back to look at Sui with a curious expression on their faces as they spoke. What a rarity. In their remote place with no village in front and no store at the back, there would be a selling boy coming? Who's in charge here? Being stared at by dozens of people,
Sui was fearless and opened the door directly. "Kid, who let you in here? Don't you know we're a private place?" A man walked up and looked at the takeout clothes on Sui with a look of disgust. "Private place? It's private places we break into with our deliveries," Sui said, raising his hand and giving the man a mouthful. "Private place, right? Liar. Ha, you're looking for a fight, aren't you?" The strong man was instantly dumbfounded by the slap and looked at Sui with disbelief. "Are delivery men so arrogant these days? Kid, how dare you hit me? Pop, do you believe I'll give you a bad review right now? Pop, brother, please don't fight. I'm kneeling down for you. What is your problem? I'll do it for you now." The man covered the left and right sides of his face and nearly fell to his knees. The water friends in the live room looked dumbfounded. The fellow crooks in the yard were instantly speechless. "This kid is too much of a loser, right? He looks like a big guy, but he can't take a beating?" But how could they know what the strong man was feeling at that moment? Although Sui had only slapped him twice, he felt like he had circled around the ghost gate. With the system's added strength, even if Sui had intentionally collected his strength, he had almost hit the strong man with a concussion. Sui looked at the man with a smile. "I'm not looking for anyone. I'm looking for you." On the way here he'd thought of a quick fix, but wouldn't he catch a crook and squeeze him hard? How could the great director Su, who had a whole crew waiting for him to shoot a program tomorrow and a movie in the future, have the time to waste with a few small-time crooks? Upon hearing what Sui said, the strong man cried out, "He's such a... What's he doing up here of his own accord? Can't he just stay back and brag?" Crying counts as time. "Do you know why I have come to you?" Sui said. The strong man was just about to play dumb, but when he saw Sui raise his hand again, he was so scared that he hurriedly nodded his head. "Big brother, is it possible that our people here are not open-minded and have tricked your family into investing? Count your blessings." Sui smiled faintly, his hand dropping, just as the strong man was breathing a sigh of relief. Thinking that he had received one less major beating, he saw Sui raise his hand again. Pop! On the strong man's face, there was suddenly another reddish palm print. "Didn't I answer correctly? Why are you still hitting me?" "Nonsense, now that you know what I'm here for, why don't you hurry up and give me the money?" Sui said with displeasure. Hearing this, the strong man aggrieved straight to tears. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room are a bit for the strong man aggrieved, although they are here to collect a debt, but the so-called wrongdoing has its own owner. This strong man just came up to strike up a conversation. Is that such a big offense? A few slaps before and after, and look at the way he's beaten him. He's almost turned into a grandson. "How much money do you want? Let's have a talk. As long as you don't beat me up, I'll do anything you want." The burly man commiserated. So cooperative? Even if Sui wanted to have a quick battle, he was a bit embarrassed. Is he or she squeezing too much? If you had just been so cooperative, wouldn't I have stopped hitting you? Negative emotions plus 100. Why didn't you say so? The burly man looked at Sui speechlessly. Has he ever said a single uncooperative word since he was first slapped? It was clearly Sui's own itchy hand that wanted to beat someone up. How can you blame him for that? 162. Let's see what we've got. "Brother, how much do you really want?" the burly man asked cautiously. "Are you sure you can make the call?" Sui asked again, looking at the courtyard full of dozens of people. This burly man may be big and strong, but he doesn't seem to have any special status here, does he? "Brother, don't look at the place where we stay is not good, but we are all worth a lot of money. And we've made a lot of money these past few years by fooling others into investing. Just don't worry, I'm sure I can pay you back," the burly man rushed to say, his chest thumping. "Isn't it just money? He's got plenty." Seeing this scene, the water users were furious and gnashing their teeth. Liars make such good money, and it's not because of cuties. Too much? Like I. Hajime said to such a person to come to wealth. The family is really need to invite the Hajime god of wealth to exorcise the evil spirits. Sui, you'd better think long and hard, right? This is the crook's lair. If you really push them, you won't necessarily be their match. This brother is right. Let's think long and hard. Can't you call the police? Water friends in the live chat hot. Sui one by one to see in the eyes, but laughed it off. Do we have to think long and hard about dealing with such small-time crooks? You want to call the police and waste public resources? Think long and hard. My ass. He has the system. No, deep blue. Plus points. No, it should be the system. 10 in a row. I don't need much money, so let's start with $100,000 and see what you're made of. Sui casually said a number. When he heard the figure, the burly man laughed. Brother, just $100,000. Do you have to come to the door and give me 2 slaps? I thought how much? I'll give you $200,000. No, I'll give you $500,000. The strong man was broad and bold, and with a wave of his hand, he directly gave Sui a card with $500,000 in it. At the sight of this, the audience once again clamored, their teeth itching with viciousness. $500,000? I go out to save money. Tossing 10 years may not be able to save $500,000. He casually waved his hand and took it out? Negative emotions plus 100. There's no justice in this world. Negative emotions plus 100. Sui only needs 100. 000. He's giving 500. 000. How lucrative must it be to be a crook? Negative emotions plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Sui held the bank card with mixed feelings. I'm touched. Tears. Emotional. Don't get me wrong. Sui wasn't so shocked by the scammers yet. He was touched by the generosity of his water friends. What a great group of water buddies. Don't even need him to actively create the effect of the show to know that he's being given emotional value. What does he want? Isn't it just a staple of a penny not earned and constant emotion? As for the $500,000 from the scammers, it might as well be a roadside strip. Don't come in for a dip. Does he need this much money? Wouldn't he go and hug AI's schoolgirl and sister if he was short of money? You're rich. Ha! You're rich for nothing. You little punk. Sui casually put the card in his pocket and turned his head to give the strong man another slap. Negative emotions plus 100. The burly man was dumbfounded. After a long while, he came back to his senses and glared at Sui with an angry face. He asked for money. He gave it, and he gave more. Why beat him up? Brother, you've gone too far, haven't you? You asked for 100. 000. I gave you 500. 000. I gave you a full 400. 000 more. Why are you still hitting me? The burly man said, actually leaving 2 lines of aggrieved tears in his eyes. Bullying. This is bullying to no end. Just now, he was also distressed that Sui tossed a trip only to ask for 100. 000 yuan. Not enough to go back and forth the road fee, so he gave an additional 400. 000 yuan. He's so considerate of Sui. Why did he beat him after giving him money? You give money and I have to appreciate it? What kind of reasoning is it that if you give money, you will not be beaten? I now suspect that you are using money to hit me. In using money to insult my character, do you think you should be beaten? How dare you talk back? A big slap on the mouth. Sui said, raising his hand to strike again. Stop hitting me. Why do you keep staring at me alone? This yard is full of crooks. Why don't you hit them? The burly man wailed and clutched his head, no longer daring to call himself a tough guy, twisting his head and running into the crowd. Dozens of people stared straight at Sui, all watching the show, none of them coming up to help. They didn't care when Sui entered. They cared even less when Sui beat up the strong man. Even now, even if the burly man was beaten until his head exploded and rattled, they were equally unconcerned. Boss, help me. The burly man crawled over to a man. The man was in his 30s or 40s, tall and thin, seemed to have little force, and wore glasses that made him look svelte, but with an occasional frown. He immediately had a fury. You're useless, you piece of, you can't handle this little thing? The man said, kicking the burly man to the ground. Boss, you don't know this kid's tricks. He's as strong as an ox. I really can't stand up to him. The strong man was aggrieved, and feeling even more aggrieved when he finished, he added another sentence. Even if you were, you wouldn't be able to carry it. The strong man had only finished speaking when the man rose violently and kicked the strong man out of the room. He's just a delivery boy. What kind of strength can he have? Wearing a delivery suit, he really thinks he's a 9-to-5, and he's lucky to be able to smoke licoon. Hearing something else, Sui could still be indifferent. Yet being able to hear this sentence, his heart was on fire and he rolled up his sleeves. It can't be tolerated. It simply can't be tolerated. If you can't smoke 9-to-5, you can't smoke 9-to-5, and you can't smoke Riku? That's too insulting. Kid, I don't care how much money you've been cheated out of, as long as it's in our pockets, you won't want to take a penny back. Get lost if you know what's good for you, the man said, rising and raising his hand as the room rose. There was a clanging and clattering as dozens of crooks came up at the same time. None of them empty-handed. The one with the tea bowl, the one with the ashtray, and the one with the wooden stick are not to be mentioned. They seem useless, but at least they do the job. But there are a few more. The one with the apple core, the one with the half-pulled cucumber, the one with the cigarette butt. The forests are of varying quality, but because of the large number of people, they seem to have a bit of momentum. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the water users who had just had no faith in Sui were suddenly in their throats. Sui, you were high-minded when you were beating people up. But when you were surrounded, I think you're going to live or die. Sue Animal, Director Sue, you're just too high-minded. Or are you a young man who hasn't suffered and floated up? Upstairs, just say Sui. What's all this talk about not having suffered? I was born to enjoy happiness. I want to be sweet for the rest of my life, so I won't suffer. You youngsters, you just don't know the heights of heaven. This kid is an example. With so many people surrounding him, he'll live or die today. The water users are mostly watching in cold feet, but there are still many who are worried about Sui and plan to take the initiative to call the police. No. 163 Shudao Mountain. For the water friends who wanted to call the police, Sui immediately stopped them. Thank you brothers for worrying, but a brother's words are true. We were born to be sweet. Sweet, sweet. Running away? What am I here for? You're telling me to run? Dangerous? It's worth any danger to give the water friends the whole program effect. Send a big rocket to send a yacht? See who of you dare to send. Who dares to send gifts? Room tube seal a bit. Small red flowers are not allowed to send. The anchor is a person who wants money? Sui muttered to himself with his cell phone, and the courtyard full of crooks burst into tears. Feelings which are peer-to-peer. Family. This is real family. They say family members. Investing in their family members for their welfare. Taking are fake. In fact, aiming at other people's pockets. This one is good. Do not seek wealth and profit. Just ask the old iron to say. The family is really powerful. While the crooks were flaunting their skills, Sui had already looked over the drawings of his water friends, while also focusing on the remaining points. Don't look at the water friends, do not spend a penny. But the emotional value does pull full, not to mention 10 consecutive draws. Even if another 10 times 10 consecutive draws, he can afford to pay. How could he let down his water friends when they were giving him so much face? System, get the hell out of there. 10 in a row. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of sweet honey little leather bands. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of hot and seductive little whips. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of perverted hot little whips. 10 in a row. Without exception, only 10 whips were given. What a flavorful hot little whip. What a perverted and powerful little whip. And even a Thai-style gasoline and spicy little whip. Sui's people looked dumbfounded. So there are so many types of a whip? 10 consecutive draws gave you this pile of crap? System, get your ass out here. Don't you play dead. Pit handicraft 10 consecutive draw also no to give a guaranteed it. You just give the old man a bunch of rags. Believe it or not, I'm complaining about you? Sui was furious. The system kneels. Ding. No congratulations to the host. Obtaining 10 consecutive guarantees, and the secret skill of Shudoshan's small leather whip has become a great success. After the system finished, it disappeared without a trace and went off on a little mood. Sui clutched the secret book and was dumbfounded. MT. Shudo? The one from my old man's Shudo mountain? The world knows that the old man of Sichuan is not afraid of the world, but only born with a Shudao mountain of the curse. Under the spell of this Shu Road 3, Sichuan old man is not scared. Obediently go home. The only old man in the world who has been able to break free from the secret spell of Shudao Mountain is so far only Yi Strong Emperor. The secret book of Shudao Mountain? Looks like the system is really good for something. System, don't blame me for stressing you out. There's good stuff you're really hiding. If you have such a good thing, don't you hurry up and take it out and wait to have little ones in the nest? Sui selected the Shudao Mountain small leather whip secret method and instantly felt enlightened. Take away. Master Tao. I've come to my senses. The little whippet spell is a done deal. Boss, how come this kid suddenly has a pointy head and is fighting with his right and left hands? It couldn't be Arnold possessing him, could it? Sui was being touched when a liar's voice suddenly rang in his ears, instantly sobering up and glaring angrily at him. Who says I have a pointy head? I call this enlightenment. You're the one possessed by Arnold. Your whole family is possessed by Arnold. As the words fell, Sui flung his hands behind him, and 2 small leather whips instantly appeared, firing left and right. Says I have a pointy head, doesn't it? Says I'm Arnold possessed, doesn't it? Still say no? Shudao Mountain small leather whip added. Sui hands simply danced into a flower, instantly knocked the gang of crooks dumbfounded. You're not moral when you hit someone in the face. My old man's loins are cracked. Who said anything about a pointy head? You find him. It's not like we said anything. All beings are equal under the lash. 1 whip goes down. The skin is broken. 2 whips go down. Crying father and mother. After 3 lashes, nothing moral is recognized. I'm the one who said it. Please don't fight. A crook was paralyzed on the floor, wailing and begging for mercy. He was beaten the worst. A full 3 lashes. Skin and flesh at the same time, but also nearly urinating and defecating free running. Seeing someone admit it, the others were always relieved. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Causing the brothers to be dragged down with you? What did you say when you first became sworn brothers? To enjoy the blessings together, and to bear the sufferings by ourselves. That's loyalty. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? Let the brothers suffer with you? The scammers are talking to each other and instantly beating the man to a pulp. The man struggled and wailed and howled. It's not that I didn't say anything. I wanted to say it already when I got the first lash, but it just hurt too much to catch my breath. And then I got 3 more lashes. Upon hearing this sentence, everyone in the room fell silent. They were wrong about the brothers. Brother, misunderstood you. Get up. The leader of the crooks was embarrassed on his face and rushed to assist him, while the little crook was like seeing a ghost, rolling and crawling to pounce on Sui, hugging his thighs. He cried loudly, Big brother, I'm willing to confess. I'm willing to hand over all my money. Please, for the sake of my active cooperation, spare my life. Get the back here. Didn't I say I misunderstood you? Is that a misunderstanding? I'm about to be killed by you. I might as well confess. The little liar hugged Sui's thighs to death and wouldn't go back. Sui froze. The crooks in the room froze. Even the water boys froze.
Negative emotions plus 100 plus 100 plus 100.
Shock value plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. What the hell is going on here? Sui small whip to play the flowers. It is just how the liar also took the initiative to surrender. You know, although Sui fought lively, but only a few people were injured. The crooks gang there are still dozens of people it clearly occupy the advantage. How come he's already giving up on himself? Sui, quickly tell me if you've used any demonic magic. This kid was beaten with 2 lashes and even turned around and surrendered. Are you guys acting? This must be scripted. Old Sue, you're good at whipping. When did you learn that?
Looking at his brothers not believing in his personality and turning to the script,
Sui was instantly offended. Brothers, the anchor has told you that the anchor is charming, and you still don't believe me? Don't say it's a man, even if it's a woman. The anchor sends it up with a hook. Negative emotions plus 50. The waterbenders don't say anything.
They just post bumpy middle finger emojis. Thought,
I'll give you one last chance. Come over here. There are so many of us. Can we still be afraid of him?
The leader of the crooks roared.
Little Fatty waved his hand repeatedly with a bitter face. Boss, I advise you to surrender as well. This kid's whip is really not for the faint of heart. I just felt like my soul was broken. Sui heard the words, holding a whip with both hands behind his back. An inscrutable image. Instantly subdued a lot of people. Gutsy is as Gutsy does. And why don't I believe you when you talk about your soul being broken?
The liar's head Bell grunted coldly and threw out a bunch of cards with a big wave of his hand.
Great whips? Is having money awesome? No.
164 3 lashes to shatter a hero's dream. The leader of the crooks throws his cards like garbage.
With great bravado.
There's $10 million on the card. Just recently swindled from 2 stupid girls.
Whoever finishes this kid off will get a share of this 10 million. Money strengthens the bears.
And the gang of crooks instantly went crazy when they heard there was a huge sum of $10 million.
Along with the madness, there were also the water friends in the live broadcast room. Holy, this boss is too bold to be a boss, isn't he?
$10 million for beating up a guy.
Oh, I want to be his little brother too. Still dreaming? This $10 million, if it's really so good to take, this old crook will be willing to give it away? Besides, if a liar says he'll give it to you, you're too good to be fooled, right? What if?
Looking at the unbelieving water friends that were still there,
Sui suddenly felt a bit speechless. No wonder the liar said cutie. There's so much of it. Even the liar has to be 996 as a bullhorn. And what if? In case you pay?
It's in case you don't get cheated clean and rush to give people money.
Right? There's no such thing as a what if. This money can't be there. And it's better to trust him than to trust the anchor.
Sui couldn't even care less about his little hobby of cracking the whip and distracted himself with a reminder.
But this waterboy still doesn't believe it. If he lies to outsiders, will he lie to his family? Sui, you have thick skin anyway. Why don't you just let him hit you twice and give it a try? The stupid waterbender posted 2 pop-ups in a row,
which caused an instant uproar.
You're so stupid yourself that you let others step in the hole for you? This one who spoke. Is it a case of the Jin mom exploding and eating too many zombie brains to have a brain fart? How else could he say such words? Shock value plus 100. The brainless speech didn't just leave Sui speechless.
It shocked all the water friends in the live broadcast room.
They've seen stupid, but not stupid in bad.
It's just as well that he fell for it himself.
But to have someone else step in the hole for him? How could he have the nerve to say such a thing? Brother, it's okay for you to make demands. At least brush a big rocket, right? Not brush a big rocket, but also at least brush a sports car or something. Anchor so a big living person for you to take a beating. Not to mention the hard work fee. You at least have to give some medical expenses, right? A waterbender looked away and immediately said, brush gifts?
I watch the live broadcast, never spend money.
To the dog brush will not brush to the anchor. Ah, this is not pure idiot? The stupid water boy said again. After he said that, he added 2 emoticons of teeth-bearing soybean smiles in what he thought was humor. Family, aren't I funny? Shock value increased by 500. Once again, the watermen were blown away. Funny? You want to get your ass kicked, don't you? Dime a dozen iron roosters don't really think their speeches are funny, do they? Family, who gets it? There's a real moron here who thinks of being indebted as funny. Who's the idiot? Everyone thought that Sui would be angry, yet when they looked at him, they realized that he was extremely calm. Not to mention getting angry. Sui didn't even glare. Angry? Stop it. Getting angry with idiots proves that there's still less people watching. Instead of being angry, Sui was touched. Society has really progressed.
Idiots can grow up in peace and still have the means to go online and watch live streams and post pop-ups. What is this not progress? So much for heaven. Attention house manager. Seal the idiot. Sui said casually, taking the initiative to block the stupid water user, and immediately won the recognition of all water users. Granted, the water boys are family, but this kind of idiocy, obviously, can't be considered in the realm of family. I just saw a couple of water boys who believed the scammers would pay, so I'll ask one last time. Does anyone else believe that? Sui looked at the rabble across the street and finally asked. The water user who had just been tough-talking immediately apologized and voluntarily admitted his mistake. They are simply damned, simply larded. Otherwise how could they believe the words of a liar? Most of all, they had to draw a line in the sand with the idiot that had just been there. What's that saying? The power of the enemy is certainly despairing, but the existence of pig teammates is what makes it even more painful. Without that stupid waterbender as a teammate just now, they could still feel like they were all drunk and awake alone. But with the stupid waterbender's speech, they finally realized something. They're not smart, they're overly smart, and can be labeled as great smarts. Overwhelmingly great smarts. Boss, are you okay? If you can't handle it, why don't we run away first? Dozens of crooks surrounded them, and the small crooks who had fallen back on Sui once again faltered, looking at Sui with an uneasy expression. Who's your boss? Did I say I'd take you as my little brother? Speechless, Sui kicked the little liar to the side, double whips in hand and a sneer on his face. A couple dozen rabble-rousers aren't trash? Waist huggers are big waist. Families, little sunflower class is in session. Sui let out a strange laugh and rushed into the crowd. Marshmallow Hill Whiplash. Activate. Thai-style extra spicy little whip. Start. Add hemp and spice to the little leather whip and start it up. Yuan Shun. Kai. I should say. VA schoolmates go schoolmates and start up. Double whip plus is simply a pair of group jewels. Before a group of crooks could rush up, they were directly beaten by Sui into zoo monkeys, jumping around and baring their teeth. How dare you cheat again? Don't dare. Never again. With a voice that low, it looks like I'm going to have to military train you. I really don't dare to cheat anymore. Please don't military train me. Really changed? Too true to be true. Then go over there and kneel upside down. In the face of Suyi's military training, the liar just wanted to obey and go over, but he instantly froze. Negative emotions plus 100. Inverted is inverted. Why are you kneeling when you're inverted? Isn't that hard to do? Without waiting for him to turn his head and ask again, a strange cry suddenly sounded beside him. Kneel upside down. I'll kneel upside down in a minute. It hurts. The small whip on the body. The pain is not only meat, it is simply with the skin and flesh clamped with nerves, together to the brain. It hurts. It just hurts so much. It hurt more than the wicker fry my mom and dad put on when I was a kid. Jesus, it's just a small whip. How can it hurt so much? It doesn't make sense. It can't be. Does it really hurt that much? The leader of the crooks stood at the back of the crowd, watching dozens of his men dog jumping and barking, and suddenly became numb and clawed. It's just a whipping and frying. How much can it hurt? This group of losers, who usually followed themselves to eat and drink, thoroughly couldn't stand the suffering. Get out of the way, all of you, and let me try, the leader of the crooks said, pushing aside a few of his men and aggressively pouncing on Sui. 2 small whips in the district, and let's see him take it straight. He braved the border back in the day. What kind of suffering and what kind of crime hadn't he suffered? Getting hit a couple times. What can that be? Snap. 3 lashes shattered the hero's dream. Old brother, spare my life. I concede. The leader of the crooks very simply knelt on the ground, his face full of tears, and directly kowtowed to Sui, directly making the others look dumbfounded. Is this still the same sinister and limitless boss who concedes so easily? 165th live whole job. Brother, I was wrong. Weren't you just being tough? I'm usually a little flustered and a big talker and bragger. The leader of the crooks pulled at his face and made himself do a grin that was worse than a cry. I can't help but laugh. But I can't. It really hurts too much. This whip, it wouldn't have been soaked in chili oil, would it? Or else how could it hurt people to twitch all over? There's nothing wrong with being a braggart, is there? Sui stroked his chin. The leader of the crooks was moved to tears at the words. I don't blame people for their yellow robes. They just speak well and are understanding. Big brother, you said it so well. Bragging is indeed not against the law, huh? So what's with this pile of cards? Then, Suyi's whip flicked. The Shudao mountain whip technique was added, and a dozen or so more cards suddenly appeared on the ground. Why does this card look familiar? Isn't this the $10 million bounty he just handed out to put on a show? The leader of the crooks was dumbfounded. Just now I could explain it by bragging. How should I explain this one? I love to spend a little money in addition to bragging, the leader of the crooks said dryly. Can this reason be said? Can it be believed? Spending a little money doesn't seem like a sin, huh? Sui said. Big brother believed. Big brother is so understanding.
the leader of the crooks was moved. Snap! A whip struck the leader of the crooks on the head, nearly knocking him out. Big brother, didn't you say it wasn't too much? Why are you still hitting me? I did say it wasn't too much, but when did I say I wouldn't hit you? Sui said again. Double whips added fire. The whole field sounded the BGM of Li Hong. Snap! All guns blazing. The others were instantly stunned as they watched their boss being beaten and rolled around. Big brother is understanding. But big brother being understanding seems a bit unlikely. Brothers, do I give a? At the same time that Sui is fighting a hot battle, his cheap big brother, Han Tao, is participating in an issue of fraud prevention themed debriefing. The participants are all heavyweights, and the content of today's report serves as a showcase of milestones that will not only be communicated to the nation, but also published in rankings, reward excellence and criticize lagging behind. Participants 30 or 40 people, each with a serious expression. Han Tao sat among them, solemn face, looks calm, but the apprehension, only he knows. Han Tao, I heard there have been a lot of fraud cases in your area lately. Did you catch anyone? Just as Han Tao was secretly screaming, a voice rang out from the side. Han Tao looked back, his face unchanged, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. The one who spoke was not an outsider. It was none other than his competitive rival, Wei Dongfeng. The two men were of similar age and seniority, and were still in the same position in their sister city. On weekdays, they all smile when they look up, but when they compete, they never let each other off lightly. Is the complexity of the fraud situation such an easy fix? Han Tao coldly grunted, and when he saw Wei Dongfeng immediately reveal a smile, he became even more irritated. If I can't, are you better than me? Neither can we, but just get in front of you. Wei Dongfeng grinned and touched the sparse bits of hair on his head. When Han Tao saw this, he hated the situation and could do nothing about it. Cases of fraud are complex and difficult to deal with, and crucially, there is also the possibility that the victim may not cooperate. Many colleagues working on the case have to bear great psychological pressure and are also tortured by the victims. Where's the justification for this? With all the difficulties added, detection has been troublesome and is considered one of the most difficult types of cases to handle. Han Tao also wants to bring up the detection of fraud cases, but the problem cannot be shifted by human emotions. It's time to start summarizing the rankings. Just as Han Tao was lost in thought, the meeting came to an end. Han Tao was instantly apprehensive. On the other hand, Wei Dongfeng on the side had a smug look on his face, and from time to time, he even gloated and laughed twice. Anyway, the results were already out, and no amount of apprehension would change the facts, so he simply lay down in a salty manner. As long as he has Han Tao to back him up and doesn't come in last place, he won't be nationally notified. Throwing his face to the whole country, he is not blessed to enjoy such things. He can only let Han Tao enjoy it. Han Tao, I heard that you also have a brother who is in Edison. If you really feel ashamed, let him pull votes for you? Probably not feeling good enough. Wei Dongfeng began to be gloomy again. If you're talking about me, why are you bringing my brother into this? Han Tao frowned. Your temper is rising, isn't it? Why don't you solve cases more vigorously? Why are you behind me? Wei Dongfeng continued to be gloomy. Wei Dongfeng, don't go too far. The brothers have done their best to solve the case, and we will definitely catch it. Today is just a stage report, not a conclusion. Don't use the topic to insult people. Han Tao shot up and instantly drew the attention of the room. Han Tao, what are you doing? This is a fraud debriefing, not your home to just yell. The old-timer presiding over the meeting glared at Han Tao. Han Tao sniffed and gritted his teeth. The old-timer who spoke had saved his life and was considered half of his teacher, so he couldn't throw his temper on the old-timer. Right. Han Tao, why are you so bad-tempered? Why weren't you so passionate when you solved the case? Wei Dongfeng gloated and continued to insert knives. The old-timer frowned, also feeling that Wei Dongfeng had gone a bit too far, but did not help out. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that Han Tao really didn't do a good job. Wei Dongfeng, you also calm down a bit. Did you get good grades on your side? The old-timer tapped the table. Old-timer, my grades aren't good, but at least they're better than Han Tao, right? Wei Dongfeng spread his two hands and didn't care. As soon as the words fell, Han Tao's cell phone rang. Secretary, turn on the live stream. Your brother is on fire again. The following person sent a message. Han Tao frowned when he saw this. I'm in a meeting. Don't you know? How do I have time to watch live? Secretary, it's not just any live broadcast. Your brother broke into a den of fraud and is broadcasting live to teach the fraudsters a lesson. Ha? Teaching fraudsters? Is my little brother so fierce now? Looking at the message, Han Tao was instantly blinded. Old-timer, you still help Han Tao to speak. You see this attitude of his, ranked in the last place and still watch the live broadcast, but also casually play with the phone. This has an attitude of admitting fault? When Wei Dongfeng saw Han Tao playing with his cell phone, he immediately began to be gloomy again. Han Tao, what are you up to? Is the cell phone that good looking? Let us all take a look too. The old-timer immediately frowned. Han Tao is a little excessive. Directly let the staff grab Han Tao's cell phone, connected to the big screen. Han Tao, you didn't just lose face today. Get ready to write a review. Wei Dongfeng laughed strangely. The next instant, however, he suddenly froze, only to see that Han Tao was not angry or apprehensive, but instead carried a bit of eccentricity. Review? Yes, someone is going to write it, but the person who is going to write the review may not be me. Chapter 166. I was briefed. Did you guys hear that? Han Tao even said I'm the one who got briefed. Wei Dongfeng laughed loudly, pointing at Han Tao in a conspiratorial manner. I also want to be informed but unfortunately I did not rank last. On the contrary, it is someone, obviously ranked at the end of the old nonetheless unrepentant, but also secretly watching the live broadcast. What's so good live? Entertainment live? Funny live? Old Han, you're not watching a beauty live stream, are you? Wei Dongfeng said, sneaking a glance at the old-timer in front of him, and instantly snickered. The old senior grimaced and didn't say a word, obviously having been furious to the extreme. Hanto, is there nothing you want to say? The old-timer asked coldly, looking at the past sphere. He finally left a trace of face for Han Tao. As long as Han Tao admitted his mistake, he would return the phone to him, sort of giving him a step up from disgracing himself within the system. I don't have much to say. If anything, I'd just like to say that I'm worthy of my conscience, of the uniform I'm wearing, and even more so, of the public's trust in me. Saying that, Han Tao slowly closed his eyes, a pleased smile crossing the corner of his mouth. That kid, what a brother to that guy. He hadn't been in touch with him, and he'd thought the boy would go astray with less discipline, but now it seemed he'd been completely overly concerned. Come to think of it, a family of heroes and martyrs, no matter how asshole and unprotected, how can they be unprotected to where? Shuzhou, you really have a good brother. Elders, seniors, fellow colleagues, you've seen Han Tao's attitude and you've heard his words. People like him just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. On his attitude, no wonder in the bottom of the first. I suggest immediately record the scene, not only to notify the whole country, but also internal serious criticism, so that all comrades will see how thick skin Han Tao have to have. Wei Dongfeng slapped the table to lend a hand, spitting and almost roaring with excitement. Finally, he caught a chance to fall on his sword. Ever since Han Tao came to power, he has been crushed by Han Tao in every way. Just last month, his big sister had a birthday and was merely drunk and bumped into a passerby. So what's the big deal? People aren't dead. It's a big deal to lose some money. And the result? Just because the incident occurred in the jurisdiction of Han Tao did not show any mercy, and directly let his sister arrested, and is still in the detention center. How to suffer? We don't see each other's heads. Is it necessary to make things so desperate? Han Tao is clearly getting back at him. Connect your cell phone. The old-timer took one last look at Han Tao and waved his hand for the screening. The screen flickered and everyone held their breath, staring at the screen. Funny live? Selling goods live? Is it really a beauty broadcast? Get out of the way and let me record it. Wei Dongfeng violently pushed away from the wayward edge and personally took charge of the machine, not allowing a single image to be missed. However, he had only just turned the machine on when a strange shriek rang out in his face, almost causing him to shudder and nearly drop the machine in his hand to the floor. What's going on? Haunted? You watch Haunted live? Wei Dongfeng glared. For Wei Dongfeng to be looking for trouble over nothing, Han Tao was simply lazy and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Don't think it's alright if you don't watch a beautiful woman live. You'll see that the haunting is of a much worse nature. Wei Dongfeng snorted coldly and continued to shoot. There was no way to adjust the screen because it was relayed from Sui's live broadcast, so the crowd could only be patient and continue to watch. The scene was chaotic, with dozens of people howling and dancing around. I know, it's Haunted live. Wei Dongfeng was excited. Got the shot. Finally got the shot. The crowd sat up straight and stared. Where was the ghost? Was the evidence overwhelming? The scene shifts again, and a dozen men are kneeling upside down in the corner. Is this a ghost? Your ghost looks like this? Wait. I know. This isn't a haunted live show. It's a circus live show. Wei Dongfeng screamed and spoke. Live circus? It's a little better in nature than pretending to be a god, but it's still bad in nature to see this kind of stuff live at a meeting. The crowd straightened up again. Is the evidence conclusive? The screen shifted again, and a man appeared on the screen, sitting in a big horse on a sofa in the center of the courtyard, with dozens of people kneeling at his feet, crying like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. What's this? Didn't we say the circus was live? This live room how abstract. A second to switch 3 styles. Tired? Wei Dongfeng's forehead was sweating. Dead brain. Spin it. The top of his head, which was already small, overused his brain and saw that he would not be able to keep his hair. I know again and again and again. This isn't a screw-up or a circus. This is, is this live? Wei Dongfeng was confused. His limited vocabulary couldn't keep up with the level of abstraction in the live room. The crowd was spectral. Where's the promised proof? When the hell is the big one coming? How long do people have to hold their backs? Hold on everyone, let me think again. This live feed is too abstract. Noticing the complaining gazes of the crowd, Wei Dongfeng's heart trembled. You've got to get your head out of your ass. What the hell is this live? A cluster asterisk 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 asterisk? Why so abstract? Han Tao, this kid, who looks quite traditional on a regular basis. How come he likes to read such abstract things? Touching fish and looking at this kind of thing. Is it directed at yourself? This is a too hard move. You'd better not think about it. Wait, I'm about to find the evidence. Can't you guys just give me a little more patience? Wei Dongfeng looked at the crowd, his face aggravated. Now it's the trial of Han Tao. Don't people love to throw stones? Why did you tell him not to say anything? Chance? Didn't we give you 3 chances? Who made you useless? Han Tao, what the hell is going on? Tell me yourself. The old-timer tapped the table, patience exhausted. He can see that Wei Dongfeng, this pig brain, simply cannot see anything. The crowd looked at Han Tao. Han Tao was still old and relaxed with his eyes closed. Han Tao, you don't dare to speak. Are you weak-minded? Wei Dongfeng was conspiratorial and still not dead. Han Tao finally opened his eyes, first scanning the crowd present, and finally looking at Wei Dongfeng, revealing a hint of mockery, slamming the table, and opening fire. I'm weak-minded? I'm just lazy. You stupid pig. Just screamed half a dozen times. What do you see? You don't know the people on the air. You always read the words, right? Haunted live? Circus live? Why don't you say it's your mom blowing up? Live from your house hearth? Clueless. Wei Dongfeng was confused. Everyone was flabbergasted. Everyone was dumbfounded by Han Tao's scolding. Only the old-timer had a smile on his face. This is Han Tao. This is the temper of the Han Tao who has been trained from fire and blood. Han Tao straightened his wind-disciplined buckle, then looked at the old-timer and spoke the riddle. Old senior, to report to you, this live broadcast is a fraud den, and the one sitting in the chair teaching the fraudster a lesson is no one else but my brother Sui. Chapter 167. Sui? The people present were slightly stunned, not having any memory of the name. Han Tao, when did you have a brother? Is he your real brother? Someone asked. Han Tao shook his head and nodded again. He's not my real brother, but he's closer than my real brother. For him, I would lay down my life. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned, but they quickly returned to normal. They had heard something, but they weren't going to dig deeper. They were more concerned about something else than this brother who had come out of nowhere. This kid, he's so fierce, isn't he? Oh boy, a person in death fraud nest, ruthless military training a bunch of fraudsters, and not only successful, but also a bunch of vicious fraudsters, to the training of the circus monkeys kneeling down to do a handstand? This is too much. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, shock and disbelief filling their eyes. It said that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son, but when it comes to Han Tao, it's become a tiger's brother without a dog's brother? Let's not talk about how cunning and hard to find the fraudsters are, but how much effort does it take for one person to dare to go deep into the tiger's den and still subdue this gang of criminals? No way. That's never going to happen. Wei Dongfeng screamed, glaring deathly at Han Tao. Han Tao, you're really bold. In order to get out of last place being notified, you even found a bunch of people to put on a show to fool us? I said, can you take your acting a little more seriously? Do you think I'm an idiot? One man storms into a fraud den, teaches dozens of people a lesson, and treats them like monkeys? If this is true, I'll kneel on the ground and learn to bark at dogs. If this matter is true, the credit for this gang of scammers will surely go to Han Tao. Won't he become the bottom one? The real one has to be fake too. No, it's a fake. The crowd looked at Wei Dongfeng. You kid, playing so big? Barking like a dog in public is no joke. What's the occasion here? Once it's recorded, it's a national notification. Seeing that the crowd was looking at him, Wei Dongfeng instantly looked smug, thinking that everyone was willing to support him, and added another sentence. It's not just me. I'm sure all my brothers are just as willing to learn how to bark as I am. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't want to. Wei Dongfeng, you don't want to be human. Don't drag us into it. Why would I want to be a dog when I'm not a good person? Wei Dongfeng, how much do you hate me? The crowd rose to their feet and stared angrily at each other. Seeing this, Wei Dongfeng waved his hand with a smug expression. What are you guys afraid of? How can something so glance fake be real? If you don't believe me, you let him live. Connect. I don't believe that this kid is really his brother. I don't believe that all these people are real frauds. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately looked at the old-timer. Things have come to a point where it's important to confirm the truth. The old-timer considered slightly and stared at Han Tao seriously. Han Tao, you can be responsible for what you said. Make sure that this brawl in the live broadcast room is an arrest of a fraudster, not a brawl, not a rehearsed act. Having said that, the old-timer is still a little selfish. He trusted Han Tao, but still wanted to be on the safe side. What if it's a fake? And this whole thing is so over the top. It's a comical-looking broadcast, but a little eye candy, and there are dozens of them. No matter how strong a person was, how could he be a match for so many people? Did he drink vigorously? Even if he drank vigorously, I'm afraid he's not capable of that. Don't worry, senior. This is absolutely true. And, don't you find the name Sui familiar? Han Tao smiled mysteriously and said faintly, familiar?
The crowd once again froze and hurriedly looked at the old-timer.
Could it be that the old-timer knew this kid? What the hell is this kid?
And upon hearing Han Tao's words, the old-timer's face changed violently,
and his mind instantly recalled someone. Dusty memories opened up,
and the old-timer looked at the screen, staring dead on at the face in the picture. His eyes couldn't help but redden.
Like, it really is too much like. How did I forget about that kid? I see. No wonder you trust the boy so much. It all makes sense. He has the blood of a hero,
not to mention living up to the title of hero.
Not right. How can you let him go on a mission alone? If anything happens to him, how do you expect me to stand up to his parents? His brother? Are you letting me live in guilt for the rest of my life? As the old-timer spoke, he even began to lose control of his emotions and even nearly burst into tears. The people present all looked dumbfounded. Even Wei Dongfeng could not help but freeze. Who is this kid? Why did the old-timer react so violently? You know, in their eyes, no matter what happened,
the old-timer was as stable as MT. Tai. A few years ago there was a major upheaval,
and even when a knife was held to his neck,
the old-timer remained as steady as a mountain, attacking the terrorists in a few words, with no fluctuation in his emotions.
Now that you're this excited after hearing just one name, what kind of magic does this kid have? Elder, I only just found out about this, and isn't this kid still alive and kicking? Don't be angry, let's just hurry up and connect. Han Tao laughed bitterly in succession. He also felt that it was outrageous, but things had already come to this point. What could be done? When this is over, you must write me a 10,000 word review. Hurry up and make the call. No, confirm the location first, and send everyone over to me to make sure this kid is safe. If he hurts the slightest hair, I'll let you squat on a cold bench for the rest of your life. No, I'll let you guard the fish pond. Never want to come back for the rest of your life. The old-timer said. What is this all about? Aren't we talking about fraudsters?
Why do you feel that this kid is not Han Tao's younger brother,
but rather like the old-timer's own son? No, I'm afraid even my own son doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? Everyone's minds were clouded, while Han Tao had already dialed Suyi's phone. Big brother, why do you have time to call me?
Suyi's voice rang out on the phone, surrounded by the sounds of the fraudsters wailing and screaming.
All of you be quiet. Can't you hear me talking to my big brother on the phone? If you scream again, I'll punish you to kneel with your limbs hanging in the air, and I'll break the arms of anyone who can't do it. Han Tao turned on the external playback, and the sound went straight to everyone's ears. What a scandal. This is simply unseemly. This kid is practically a gangster. He must not be spared.
Wei Dongfeng criticized and looked at the old-timer,
wanting to drop eye drops. Young people are still energetic and thoughtful.
The old-timer said smilingly,
a sentence that silenced Wei Dongfeng. It's not right. Very much 12% off. Old-timer, you weren't this lenient with us back then. Even a little bit of procedural non-compliance. Have to write tens of thousands of words of review. How this kid live in public military training cursing, but also be praised? Sui, pay attention. I'm at a fraudster seminar right now, surrounded by big shots. Han Tao coughed, reminding Sui not to talk nonsense. The phone suddenly fell silent. Just when Han Tao thought that Sui had listened in,
another strange cry suddenly rang out from the live broadcast room.
Families, hurry up and buckle up 666. The anchor is going to be on the Law and Order News. No. 168. Blow up the sky. Bullseye base.
The crooks looked at Sui with a dumbfounded look on their faces and almost cried out.
A seminar on fraud? Isn't that what the seminar is about? Feeling beaten up and treated like a monkey isn't the worst outcome. There's jail time waiting? Influence? Big brother, you don't even know how detestable these swindlers are. How many people have lost their homes because of them? If I teach them a lesson, it's like sweating for society.
Sui was first startled when he heard Han Tao's words, but he immediately reacted. What does he have to be afraid of? With Han Tao as his cheap big brother,
he still can't protect him? Besides, it's not like he's doing anything wrong. Do you have to be afraid to punish evil and do good? If the crooks knew, they'd laugh at his lack of strength. Pay attention to the impact? Note the impact on an egg. You don't like it? You have to hold it in. Even if they are at fault, you can't hit people. How badly they were beaten by Yuna. How heartbreaking it is for the family parents to see it now. A voice rang out, almost causing Sui's anger to subside. Yo, after all these years on the internet, this is where you run into the real Madonna? Instead of looking out for the good guys, you feel sorry for the families of fraudsters? Brother, why is there a dog talking on your side? Who are you calling a dog? I am Wei Dongfeng. Han Tao, you tell your brother to pay attention. So the dog's name is Wei Dongfeng. Negative emotions plus 100. Wei Dongfeng stormed out, slapping the table and roaring. Indiscretion. Do you know who I am? I'm your brother's equal. You still have the face to mention rank? How come you didn't catch these fraudsters when you were so high in rank? Do you know how many people they've cheated and how many families they've victimized? The camera pans out as Sui reaches out and grips a scammer and slaps him a few times. Big brother, stop training me. I'm honest. Why do you still beat me? Besides, it's not like I'm the one who messed with you. You go hit that kid across the street. The swindler wailed, 2 lines of hot tears sliding down his swollen, pig-headed face, as aggrieved as he could be. He's really more than a sinus. It's your problem if I hit you. It's still your problem if I don't. How dare you have a problem with that? Sui couldn't help but open his arms left and right with 2 more slaps. Hit in one person, pain in dozens of hearts. All fraudsters shudder. The office was dumbfounded. Who's the criminal? Han Tao's brother. So arrogant? If Han Tao hadn't taken the initiative to introduce them, they would have thought it was a black-on-black infighting. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. This is a live broadcast. Han Tao, you're just watching here, not saying a word? Wei Dongfeng was shaking with anger. He'd only said 2 sentences, and the kid hated to curse him 800 times, and it had gotten worse. It was like rubbing his face under his feet. My brother's business. Even if it's in my hands, it's my hands. No need for you to talk about it. Han Tao said indifferently. Considering the impact, he still advised Sui twice. Sui, this is a live broadcast after all. The impact is too great. You should restrain yourself a little. Big brother, it's not that I want to tighten up. If you knew what they've done, you'd be angrier than I am. Sui said, casually pointed. Did not wait for him to do it again. The fraudster poured beans generally began to take the initiative to confess. 4 months ago, defrauded laid-off workers of $2 million in pension money in the Northeast. 3 months ago, forged a doctor's note and defrauded the parents of a toddler with cancer of $700,000 in life-saving money. 2.5 months ago, the creation of the Empty Package Company, swindling freshly graduated college students living expenses of $500,000, but also caused them millions of loan sharks. After the incident caused more than a dozen college students jumped off a building and committed suicide. A month and a half ago, behind one article, one pile of fraud is the nightmare of countless broken families and countless people who should be happy but are headed for despair. In the office, straight from the booth, everyone was silent. So it is. No wonder Sui gave these scammers a hard military training. No wonder even when he was stopped, even when he was on the legal news, Sui taught these assholes a hard lesson. Turns out these scumbags did something so bad. This child's methods are a bit intense, but his heart is not bad. The old-timer said, Han Tao, you have a good brother. It's his own fight. It has nothing to do with me. I'm ashamed to be a big brother. Han Tao smiled bitterly, not daring to take credit. He had been busy with his work since he put on this outfit, and he didn't dare to face Sui. How could he have imagined that this child had grown to be so outstanding? Knowing the deficit, you will make more amends in the future, the old-timer said with a smile. Han Tao nodded and was just about to say more when a yin and yang suddenly sounded in his ears. Yo, really powerful so many fraud cases, who knows whether it is true? Empty talk so say, you still take it seriously. There is no this case still do not know it, Wei Dongfeng said in a conspiratorial manner. Han Tao's face sank violently. Surname Wei, this is a live broadcast. So many people are listening. The scope of influence is so large. You suspect my brother of lying? I'm just questioning it normally. No? I see your questioning is fake and your revenge is real. Han Tao rose angrily, his eyes showing a fierce light. Sui was Suzhou's younger brother, which was tantamount to being his younger brother, and as an elder brother was like a father. He would not allow anyone to slander Sui. Wei Dongfeng was startled, not expecting Han Tao to be so angry. Don't argue, is it true? See what the audience says is not finished. This live room are 100,000 people watching. Is true surely someone has heard of it. The old-timer tapped the table and stopped Han Tao. Han Tao glared fiercely at Wei Dongfeng and sat down for the time being. Wei Dongfeng was not happy. Why are you so angry? It's just a few small cases of cheating? So what if it's fake? So what if it's real? Just then, the screen jumped to the pop-up section, and a pop-up caught the attention of the crowd. This thing about scamming laid-off workers. They actually did it? I'm a local, and several elderly people have been hospitalized with gas after this happened. Cancer parents this thing, a while ago also on the hot search it is said that this pair of parents hard to save hundreds of thousands of dollars, was thinking of giving the child surgery, but the results were cheated out of all the money, but also missed the child's best rescue time. The whole family jumped off the building. College students this, it's definitely true because one of the jumpers is none other than my best buddy from one of the dorms. He's a great guy. One by one, the cases were confirmed, and Suyi's popularity quickly rebounded. Those who had just felt that Suyi had gone too far immediately began to apologize. Suyi, I was wrong about you. There's one thing to be said for that. Just now, even though I was watching the show, I kind of complained that Suyi was too heavy-handed. I'm really not a thing. Suyi, you're so handsome. You're Laozi's male god. Suyi, I'm sorry. I want to say sorry to you and ask you to forgive me. Also, you're good. You should teach these genocidal liar scum a hard lesson. A station-wide pop-up crossed the line with tens of thousands of dollars worth of live gifts that could command the anchor to do anything. But at this point it's become a way for the waterboy to apologize. Nothing was demanded. Nothing commanded. Only apologies. Thank you brother for your support, Suyi said with a smile, then rewarded a dragon. Refund of gifts and a 30-day ban. Chapter 169, Who else can be bullied? ******** The anchor banned Big Brother. 666. Suyi, you're really my man god. The pop-ups began to gag once again, and the lively atmosphere was restored. Suyi said smilingly, Anchor said he doesn't accept gifts. He just doesn't accept them. Whoever gives money again is still banned. In the office, the smile on Han Tao's mouth never stopped. This little brother, he is so good at what he does. Being too righteous. Doing good, not for fame or fortune, but for a fight against blackness and evil. The old-timer also nodded repeatedly. Not bad for coming from a family of heroes. Wei Dongfeng, on the other hand, seemed to have eaten, and his entire body was depressed. This kid doesn't want money or profit. So what's the live feed for? The whole job? Suyi, it's fine for you to punish evil, but make sure you're safe. Send me the address. I'll send someone to control the scene and make sure you're safe, Han Tao said, looking up at the old-timer with a thick smile on his face. How's that? My brother didn't let you down, did he? Old Xianbei stroked his beard and smiled, relieved. Fake. This is just so fake. Why can't I believe that he can clean up so many fraudsters by himself? Wei Dongfeng couldn't figure it out and simply didn't think about it. How can people be so selfless? This must be a fake. Bang! Han Tao slammed the table and looked at Wei Dongfeng dead on. Wei Dongfeng, if you have an opinion, just say it out loud. Don't be so gloomy there. Han Tao drank coldly. I can't even talk about it? Besides, you're a bottom-ranked one. What qualifications do you have to show off here? Wei Dongfeng's head shrank in fear, conscious that he had lost face, and immediately took the ranking again. I'm at the bottom of the rankings? My brother captured this wave. I'd like to see who's ranked at the bottom. Han Tao coldly hummed. Suyi said, Suyi, my brother has been wronged over here. What do you think? Woohoo! Brother is aggrieved. Brother, help brother. Getting help from your brother? What's wrong with you? Laying down the dog. Damn lying dogs. What's the point of relying on your brother? Why don't you go down yourself if you've got the guts? Wei Dongfeng was shocked by Han Tao's shamelessness, hating his teeth, yet his eyes were red with envy. If this thing is true, father, mother, how come you guys didn't give me a brother who's so competitive? On the other side of the phone, Suyi instantly frowned. Big Brother's being bullied. What's wrong with that? Although Han Tao was a cheap Big Brother edited by the system, as long as the editing was successful, it was the same as him actually having the relationship and memories. Brothers, someone is bullying my Big Brother. What do you think should be done? The water friends in the live room had long since been dumbfounded. This live stream today is a great value, isn't it? Marshmallow Hill Whip Act, making a big mess of the fraud den. 3 whips interrupt the loyal and righteous souls, and each one shouts, Brother, I am a good man. This side is already enjoyable enough. I did not expect another big one, but even on the news of the rule of law. Ooh, I'm going to burn paper for my old man to report the seat, and I've made a name for myself. I've even made it onto the news about the rule of law. No, why don't you guys get the point? Is this the time to talk about being on the news? Shouldn't we be concerned about who bullied Suyi's Big Brother? What's there to discuss? With Suyi's ability to protect his calf and live whole, who can bully him? Be reasonable. When Iron Pants' crotch came, I was worried about him getting his crotch pulled out twice by Suyi, let alone a little Yakuza. Cut the crap. I only believe in face value. Suyi is so handsome. Whatever he says is right. Asterisk. Suyi even have face value powder. Collect money. A few cents apiece. Bring brothers together to get rich. Negative emotions +1+1+1+1. Looking at the water friend's wonderful trolling, Wei Dongfeng's teeth ached with hatred. A small anchor, Who even wanted to step on his head, was simply inverting the Big Dipper. And the one who says he's a little yakuza, dare to give his name, he's going to make a house call. Finally, the one that Wei Dongfeng couldn't tolerate the most was the one who said that Sui had a high face value. What's so handsome about this kid? What's he got against him? Old senior. The nature of this live broadcast is too bad. I'm applying to block his live content. Fighting and brawling, spreading bad influences, and openly insulting me. I'm applying for a blocking order to be issued immediately. Blocking his live broadcasts all over the internet, so that he can never appear under the public camera again. After Wei Dongfeng finished speaking, he coldly looked at Han Tao with more than a hint of sinister in his eyes. Didn't you want to turn the tables on your brother? I'll just block your brother and see how you turn around. Want to beg for mercy? Ask for forgiveness and get down on your knees. Han Tao, what's your opinion? The old-timer looked at Han Tao. Do as he pleases, as long as he's good enough, he can just seal the deal, Han Tao said faintly. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze for a moment, while Wei Dongfeng was even more secretly delighted. Is this kid stupid? My own brother was blocked and didn't even say a word, so it's not like he really got a bunch of actors and actresses to do fake live broadcasts, is it? Wei Dongfeng struck while the iron was hot and immediately issued a blocking order. 1 minute, 2 minutes, a full 10 minutes passed. Seeing as the guards are rushing to the fraud den, they don't see the live stream being blocked. What the hell are you guys doing? Did you send the blocking order or not? Wei Dongfeng questioned. Supervisor, just after you finished speaking, I immediately looked for them to communicate. Don't believe me? Look here, there is still a record of the call. The henchman commiserated, handing over his cell phone. Rubbish, you can't even handle this little thing. I'll get it, Wei Dongfeng said, violently pushing away his men and directly dialing the other party's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and a formulaic customer service voice rang out from inside. Hello sir, how may I help you? I'm Wei Dongfeng, from the anti-fraud turn team, and I'm ordering you to immediately close the live broadcast of a man named Sui. Wei Dongfeng said in a chaste manner. I'm warning you, my identity is not simple. If you don't do what I say, you beware you won't be able to deliver. The phone was silent for a few seconds, seemingly inquiring, and after a few moments, the voice of customer service rang out again. Sir, are you sure that it's Sui Live that you want to block? Customer service asked. Nice, then I can tell you straight away that we don't have the authority. What? Do you even know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you right now. You love to go where to complain. In addition, I'm not afraid to tell you one more point. Really, if according to what you say, blocked this Mr. Su, we really can't give the public to the community to deliver. As for your background, comparing your background to Mr. Su's, you deserve it? The phone hung up. Wei Dongfeng froze in place with his cell phone, not knowing what to do. Is customer service, nowadays, so fierce? He used his official name to block the little anchor, and this customer service dared to stink up his ass? What an inversion of the Big Dipper. Outrageous. Han Tao looked down on him. His friends looked down on him, and now even a little customer service guy is looking down on him? Who else could he bully? Chapter 170, To Die When You Say So. Just as Wei Dongfeng hung up the phone, Sui suddenly realized that his live account received a station warning. Received the request of the fraud team. Wei Dongfeng named the whole network to block Mr. Su. Your live broadcast by the live team audit did not meet the standard of blocking. Do not cooperate, but please pay attention to the impact of the user. The other side of the deep background. Please avoid being caught in the handle. SuperTube warning? Wei Dongfeng wants to block my live broadcast? Looking at the station letter of the super management rectification, Sui was simply angry and laughed. He doesn't use his background to pressure people, but someone is trying to use it to pressure him? Just now, Han Tao said someone was bullying him. This is the guy, right? You bullied Han Tao, and you're still here to bully him? More than background, right? You've got a background on him, don't you? Well, let's see who has the thicker background. System, edit the background. A few months ago, Han Tao sensed that the fraudulent forces were getting more and more arrogant, so he specially launched a secret plan, letting me, as an outsider, secretly investigate and prevent the internal leakage of information. And after a few months of hard work, he finally detected the fraudulent nest today, and cracked it in one fell swoop. The relevant plans are stored in Han Tao's safe, and no one else knows about them except for a few people at the upper peak. The fraud den is fixed, precisely under the command of Han Tao, and the relevant grades are counted on him. With a broad stroke of the pen, Sui directly gave Han Tao all the official credit for the fraud den. He is not mixed in the system. To be these originally useless, to Han Tao is considered waste utilization. Moreover, with the system added, Han Tao looked at him not as simple as an ordinary brother, but as someone he could trust with his life. Even if he sacrificed himself for Sui, Han Tao wouldn't even frown. Edit successful. Relevant details populated. The system voice sounded. Under the powerful system function. In Han Tao's safe, a series of secret documents immediately appeared, including applications for secret programs, copies of evidence of secret communication with Sui, and various secret documents applied for with the higher-ups. In the meantime, in the office, Han Tao and the old-timer froze at the same time, and many more memories instantly appeared in their minds. Han Tao found that the fraudulent forces arrogantly ventured. The old-timer's special approval program, fraudulent dens related details, one by one, item by item, like thousands of threads crocheted at once. They instantly hooked up a chain of interlocking evidence. Fraud den busted. Sui is a meritocracy and must be rewarded, but he is a zealous citizen, so rewarding him is another story. Han Tao was the initiator of the scheme, and the accomplishments of the fraudulent den are rightly all on him. He's not last. He should be first. And before the meeting, the old-timers had already revealed to all of you that only Wei Dongfeng, because of his uneasy relationship with Han Tao, didn't participate in this regular pre-meeting rendezvous at all. In other words, he's the only one who really thinks he's the penultimate in line above Han Tao. There's a problem. There's a problem with this live broadcast. Don't hold this meeting. Don't organize the live broadcast. I'm going to report it to the top. I just don't believe it. With my identity and background, I can't even block a small anchor? Who is he to compare with me? Does he deserve to compare with me? Unable to figure it out, Wei Dongfeng simply didn't think about it. You're just a small anchor? So what if he's backed by Han Tao? I'm going to say whatever it takes to get this kid killed today. Wei Dongfeng, how long are you going to make a scene? This is not your place to talk. Han Tao frowned. I want one word. What can you do? My ranking is higher than yours. Who are you to talk to me? You deserve it? Wei Dongfeng growled and pointed at the leaderboard on the wall. Even if his grades were worse, he was still one place higher than Han Tao, and with only this one place difference, he wouldn't have been informed of the nation and faced disciplinary action. When the disciplinary action comes down, it's still a toss-up whether Han Tao's position can be kept. At that time, one can pinch the two brothers as much as one wants, etc. How come Han Tao is above me? Didn't he come in last? How can this ranking still be floating? There's something fishy going on. Old-timer, I told you there was a problem and you still don't believe me. Look at this ranking. Han Tao is ranked in front of me. Is the statistics clerk a waste? Even the small matter of transcribing the ranking will be wrong? Wei Dongfeng seemed to have discovered some heavenly secret. Pointing to the charts and spitting, his face was hiding red with excitement. The old-timer doesn't speak. The others didn't say anything. Only Han Tao looked at him faintly, like he was looking at an idiot. What are you guys looking at me for? Am I wrong? Wei Dongfeng, calm down and sit down to think carefully. A fellow officer looked away and gave a comforting reminder. I'm calm my ass. I can't be calm. You're so calm. Don't you just want to watch the show? What kind of nice guy do you think you are? Wei Dongfeng did not listen to the advice. Backhandedly smashed over an ashtray, almost injuring the person who urged the fight. You crazy, uneducated man. I don't care if you live or die. Han Tao, things have come to this point, so stop teasing him and hurry up and get this crazy person out of here. Don't make us suffer anymore. The one who advised the fight was the only one who sympathized with Wei Dongfeng. After all, if there was no Sui, just from the results table, Han Tao was the one who ranked in front of Wei Dongfeng. He wanted to say a few words of justice, but he didn't expect to come close to being injured by the madman. Crazy? You're calling me crazy? Old-timer, these people have all been paid off by Han Tao and are working together to target me. So say something, Wei Dongfeng screamed. The old-timer silently looked at Wei Dongfeng and waited for more than 10 seconds before finally sighing leisurely. Wei Dongfeng, you're too emotional. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. But you're right about one thing. There is indeed a problem with Han Tao's ranking. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Wei Dongfeng's heart cooled halfway, but when he heard the end, he was instantly surprised. Even the old-timers recognized themselves. How could this be false? The old-timer took extra care of Han Tao, and was even half of Han Tao's teacher, but even the old-timer had to support himself. So what did that mean? It shows that everything on the air is a farce. What with the bull scammers and the lone wolf breaking into the scam den? It's all fake. Even that phone call just now could have been a fake. How else could a little customer service guy say something so retarded? His background is no better than a small-time crook? Han Tao, come and move yourself, the old-timer said, as if capping off the farce to end it once and for all. Han Tao got up at his words and only took 2 steps when there was suddenly an extra person beside him. What are you following me for? I'm going to watch you move your position back and see you die. Wei Dongfeng gloated. After hearing this, Han Tao was slightly stunned and smiled. You're still weirdly nice. Wish me a long life. Thanks for the well wishes. What nonsense are you talking about? I wish you a long life? You're not sick, are you? Wei Dongfeng coldly grunted, unable to understand Han Tao's words. Wei Dongfeng, have you ever thought about Han Tao's ranking, in case it's really in front of you? A fellow officer, still unable to resist the flood of sanctimoniousness, added a final word. I can't help it. It is not that he wants to help Wei Dongfeng, it is really that Wei Dongfeng is too clownish and sad. We all see what we understand. Wei Dongfeng surprisingly still cannot figure out, and even take the initiative to jump into the fire pit. We're all colleagues at least, they can't just see them die, can they? The colleague was well-intentioned, but unfortunately Wei Dongfeng didn't care about this, and had his heart set on going into the fire pit. He's on top of me? If he gets on top of me, I'll die here in a crunch. No kidding, say die. Die with a crunch. Chapter 171. Wei Dongfeng gas shakes cold. What the hell is wrong with this one? Why didn't I realize that Han Tao was so well liked before? And so on. Isn't saying he's well liked an admission that he's poorly liked? Blah blah blah. How come I didn't realize these guys were blind before? A few of his fellow officers looked at each other silently and gave up completely. Love it or leave it. LOL. It's hopeless. It's not like they're the ones jumping into the fire anyway. They've really done their best. The most exciting moment, before the leaderboards, has finally arrived. Wei Dongfeng once again picked up the video camera to record the moment. Han Tao, your kid is finally stepped underneath by me. Are you holding back? Wait, the last place is underneath. What are you doing with your hand up? You don't know how to count or you don't know the difference? Wei Dongfeng was taunting and froze violently. Han Tao took his name tag and popped it up one frame at a time. 8th place. 7th place. Why are you still putting it up? 2nd place? No. Not 2nd place. 1st place. Nope. No way. How is he in 1st place? Wei Dongfeng panicked. Several colleagues looked at Wei Dongfeng sympathetically, only now realized that the ranking is not right. Is it stupid? Of course he's in 1st place, a fellow officer said. Wei Dongfeng's bloodstain was halved. Negative emotions plus 100. There's no problem with this broadcast. There's no problem with catching the fraudsters. Not only are the procedures legal, they were even reported in advance. We all met in advance. You're the only one who didn't attend the rendezvous. Another fellow soldier added to the mix, causing a bludgeon. Wei Dongfeng's bloodstain bottomed out. Negative emotions plus 999. I just reminded you that Han Tao is not the last place. You're the last place. It's you who didn't listen. So hurry up and think about how you're going to write a review and how you're going to face the whole country's public. Wei Dongfeng's face was pale and shaky. Negativity plus? It's not fair. Wei Dongfeng howled. You think he's the one who's embarrassed after all the work he's done? Still not fair? Other people's brother personally charge. 2 brothers a command a scene. The nail on the iron case. What's not fair? The fellow officers were speechless. If this ranking is not fair, is there any justice? Wei Dongfeng's body trembled, swayed, and collapsed to the ground, startling the crowd. Really crunchy to die here? A few moments later, the ambulance arrived and gave Wei Dongfeng a pass and pulled him to the hospital. Good news. The man's not dead. Bad news. Might as well be dead. The thought that he had to do a review in front of the whole country, but also to accept internal punishment. Wei Dongfeng heart dripping blood. Want to die heart. Sui is so handsome. Just then, a name that gave him nightmares rang out. Wei Dongfeng trembled. Sui? Where's Sui? That kid was in the ambulance? He struggled hastily, but looked up to find the little nurse who had accompanied him, watching the live feed with fascination. In the live broadcast, it was clearly Suyi's big face. Ah, it's all because of this kid. Without him, he wouldn't be so humiliated. Not allowed to watch him live. Sister Lu, this guy's body is twitching. Is he going crazy? It's okay, probably irritated. You take a shot to sleep peacefully. I'm still watching the live broadcast. This Sui is really powerful. Crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Wei Dongfeng struggled, but could not resist the power of sleeping peacefully and fell into a deep sleep. Negative emotions plus 100. Bullseye base. Looking at the emotion values that kept pouring in, Suyi's mouth was about to sour with laughter. Yo, so much emotional value. This is a gem. It's a treasure to be so emotionally unstable and to look like you haven't endured the abstractions of the internet. I hope nothing happens to you, and feel free to keep hassling me when you get out. Yo, half an hour later, the vigilantes took over the fraud den and put all the fraudsters in police cars. It is said that at this point, there will be no more things for Sui next. After all, Suyi's identity is even more special, but also a good citizen. The various details about the fraud case. It is not possible to open up with Sui, but Han Tao called out to Sui. Sui, how did you find out about this fraud den? As I recall, didn't you find out the exact location before? How did you find it straight away? Han Tao said. The only details that the system fills in are the various formalities. Details about the investigation, which are obviously missing. In the office, the crowd dropped what they were doing and made to listen. Han Tao's question was what the others wanted to know. Such a big fraud den, and in such a hidden location. Their work team spent so much effort not found. How let Sui found? It must have taken a lot of effort? Is it a matter of breaking into an internal intelligence group? It's okay if we don't talk about it. It's all top secret. We have to protect our informants. We can understand that. The crowd said. Reasonable. Sui looked at their serious looks and was suddenly a little embarrassed. That, you guys don't be so serious. Is there such a possibility that the crooks are also human beings? And human beings have to eat. So it's a big business. And it's a business that has people pretending to invest in scamming money. So it's not outrageous to check out crooks through Cassoulet? Sui said, staring at the people present with wide eyes. It's human to eat, and liars are no exception. Who says Cassoulet is bad? This Cassoulet is simply wonderful. The crowd was silent, silently taking out ear spoons and pulling out their ears. Strange, did they just hear something overpowering, or why else would their ears ring? The crowd looked at Han Tao. Han Tao, this is your brother. Is it true? What my brother said. Of course it's true. Cassoulet. How can't a Cassoulet solve a crime? Han Tao held back his red face. You can't go wrong with a brother. Sui was right about everything. Cassoulet. Damn. How the hell did this vicious liar check out with a bowl of Cassoulet? Watching the crowd fail to understand, Sui sighed and took out his cell phone. Big brother, no matter how busy you guys are in your weekdays, you can't stop looking at the internet. A bowl of Cassoulet is of course nothing, but is this a bowl of rice? Do you guys want to see how influential the Cassoulet incident is? In the live broadcast room, because of the talk of Cassoulet, touched the sad past of many cow-horse water friends. Even just looking at the comments, can feel their heartache. Food hygiene, no matter how small, is a big deal. Do these assholes still have a conscience in order to make money? How dare they pay so little attention to hygiene even for things that are imported? What the hell is the group of people in charge of food hygiene for? How can this kind of thing happen? They must be punished severely. Punish them to death. The crowd gnashed their teeth in anger, but after they got angry, they got depressed. They are checking for fraud. Food hygiene is not under their control. Even if they are angry, they can't help. Sui looked at the crowd, his gaze landing on the gloomy faces of the old-timer and Han Tao. Brother, this is not a small matter, is it? It's true that it's not a small matter, but food hygiene is not under our control. What if I said I had a way to manage it? Would you guys be willing to help me out? As soon as Sui's words fell, a dozen gazes instantly landed on his body. They can't even control it? Can Sui control it? Chapter 172, The Three Companies. Sui can manage Cassoulet, but it's a bit unlikely that Sui can manage Cassoulet. Sui, brother, is very capable, but not omnipotent. Han Tao asked with some embarrassment. Brother, don't be so self-absorbed. I just asked you for a small favor. Did I say I wanted you to cover my ass? Sui said, coming up with a plan. I'm not shooting a variety show, thinking to expose the bad traders through the program and traffic. You guys help me make a cooperation, together with the whole program effect, to rectify them, okay? If Sui started to live broadcast, the water friends will definitely scold Sui heat dog. In addition to rubbing the heat, a little live will not be whole. But what could Sui do? He was desperate too. The program effect should be engaged. The live should be whole. But Boss Su is too wasteful. The program funds are too little. Can't afford to hire big name stars as just. Even can't afford to buy the water army. How can we live without rubbing the heat? Look in my eyes. Tell me why. This time to pop up a Cassoulet event. Not only closely related to people's lives, but also the heat of the strange. Do not rub as people? Dabbing in the heat. It has to be rubbed hard. Sui admitted it. He is the heat dog. After a little discussion, Han Tao and the others realized that it was not against the rules and that they could work with it. Is fraud prevention important, but not food safety? Besides, who says that fighting crooked businessmen is not fighting fraud? Playing workers, cattle and horses for a day. Just want to eat something good to treat themselves. But the result is that the meat is moldy, the vegetables are rotten, but the money is spent on the full amount, which is not a proper fraud. Don't look at a bowl of Cassoulet as only $10 or $20, but at least tens of thousands of stores across the country. Even if 1% of them are crooks, there are hundreds of stores, 2 meals a day down. How many victims? Sui, you have a good idea. I'll make a statement first. Go ahead and do it. We'll help what we can on our side. And if we can't, we'll help if we can find a way. Be as bold as you want to be. And give me a hard crackdown on crooks. And of course, it would be nice to publicize anti-fraud along the way. The old-timer clapped his hands and directly represented everyone's opinion. Feeling the trust of the old-timer, Sui burst into tears. It's still the old man who knows how to be heartfelt. In just 3 short sentences, he spoke in his mind. Woo hoo 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 hoo. Holmes, and the anchor is getting his shanghaied sword. After discussing the relevant details, it was already the early hours of the night, and even if Sui was ironclad, he really couldn't carry on. He returned to the hotel in a daze and fell back to sleep, but somehow felt that he had left something behind. In the apartment, the little budding girl looked at the two big steamed buns in her hand that were so hard that they fell off, and silently and wordlessly shed 2 lines of tears. Ooh, I'm not going to get scammed again, am I? Early the next morning, Sui had only just woken up when Boss Su barged through the door bear hugging and yelling. Sui, your video has rushed onto the hot search again. Sui, you're my lucky star. Sui, I must kowtow to you. Sui even took out the little Thai-style leather whip with the intention of beating the wolf, only to find out that the old pervert was actually Boss Su. As he watched Boss Su clank his head to himself, Sui couldn't tense up at once. Old Su, what are you smoking? Sui hurriedly dragged Boss Su to his feet. Sui, have you seen the shake hour list? You made it to the top again. Why do you live so much? Boss Su said excitedly, opening his cell phone and disliking the screen in front of Sui. Jitterbug's 24-hour list, refreshed after midnight, and it's only less than 7 in the morning, and Sui has appeared on the hourly list again. In the top 50, Sui took up a full 3 positions. It doesn't seem as high as yesterday's rankings, but keep in mind that this is back-to-back chart domination, or multiple videos in a row. The video at the top of the list is Double Whip vs. Scam Den. The comment section is full of old iron 6666, on a rocket and then send 100 consecutive draw. The second video is Sui military training fraud leader kneeling upside down. The most common comment in the comment section is I said why can't I see the good monkeys in Shinling Mountain? The feelings have all come to the anchor here. The third video is a video of Sui following the police guard in the car and walking away. This video everyone is honest, but the water friends in the comment section, but began to tell the cause and effect of Sui looking for fraudsters. The most frequent word is Kasale. Instead, it was a group called Yellowstone that got the most 8s at S. Old Su, what is this Yellowstone group? Sui looked at the comment section and asked, you don't even know about Yellowstone group? He's the largest food group in the country, and Kasale is their exclusive product. Boss Su looked surprised. You don't even know that? Hasn't Sui ever eaten? When Sui heard this, he was firstly shocked, and secondly absurd. The Kasale is theirs? Isn't that the old ancestral dish? When did it become theirs? That can't be helped. People have registered trademarks, got patents, and the biggest legal team, so if you want to eat this you have to go to them for a license and pay to set up store. Boss Su shrugged his shoulders. Sui looked at the comment section again and suddenly his teeth itched with anger. Without checking, he was nearly shocked. This Yellowstone group, it's just a matter of robbing the old ancestral dish, but it's not even a domestic company, but a foreign capital. Foreigners run to the country to seize the note of the cuisine, and then also earn the money of the people of the country, poisoning the health of the people of the country with substandard side dishes, and in the end, it is the reputation of the old ancestors that is tarnished. Take all the good and leave all the bad. What the hell is this? Old Su, have a meeting immediately. I want to announce the production of the next installment of the program. Sui immediately ordered. A few minutes later, everyone arrived. Sui moved the Kasale news and video comment section, followed by the filming of the rectification of the adulterers. What's on everyone's mind? The people in the audience heard this, looked left and right, and raised their hands in favor of it. What can people think? What's not to do? As long as the show has heat, they agree. And hearing that there is no need for additional costs, Mr. Su is even more hands in favor. Excited tears. God knows how poor he is now. The big boss has started to rub off on the hotel's free breakfast buffet. If he hadn't been so thin-skinned, he would have even wanted to take it with him. Woohoo! He is literally penniless. Everything was going well on the show's side, but it wasn't long before the production details of the show were sent out, and then something went wrong on the other side. Director Su, the guest said he wants to cancel his contract and cancel the next shooting schedule. The program assistant said, negative emotions plus 50. Boss, the sponsors that had been negotiated have suddenly broken their contracts. The economic assistant said, negative emotions plus 100. Director Su, the equipment company side suddenly called. They want to pull all the lighting and video equipment away and won't rent it to us. Negative emotions plus 999. Every call into the phone. Su boss face is ugly 1 point. And see the equipment company people really began to move the equipment. Su boss feel the sky has collapsed. Chapter 173, don't live. It's gone. Everything's gone. There's nothing left. It's over. Now I can't even eat at the hotel buffet. Ooh, I'm never talking about hotel breakfasts again. The dog won't eat them. The dog won't eat me. At the conference table, Boss Su howled. Before and after hitching a small tens of millions of dollars, it was not easy to usher in a hot turnaround. He simply could not figure out how everyone suddenly broke the contract. Only Sui, his face still calm, looked at the washout comments that suddenly appeared in the comments section. How well informed, huh? I haven't even done this show yet and the warning is already down. What a handful, huh? Sui looked at the empty scene and smiled. No guests, no sponsorships, even the equipment is being pulled away. It's pushing people to the brink. Sui, are you saying that someone is playing a trick? Hearing Sui's words, Boss Su was violently startled. Or what? Sui looked at Boss Su speechlessly. Why wouldn't he come to a small flow that has been mucking around for several lifetimes and I don't know how many lines of traffic, who can't easily catch a chance to catch an invitation to a show with a hot streak, and who is willing to go on it for money, let alone a free invitation? Maybe he has better options? Boss Su, his face tangled, brought up another possibility, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he was being treated like a monkey. The broken traffic that has been glued for more than a decade has long been a curb line, so where is anyone else to invite? Giving someone a backdrop is too conspicuous and not transparent enough. It can't be. I haven't offended anyone on a regular basis, and now I'm just filming a program. It's not like I'm being pushed to my death, right? Boss Su's face struggled, still refusing to believe in reality. There are still a few scales on a dead pig, targeting him from all sides. Is the other side really not afraid of him biting back in a desperate attempt to die? Boss, you're actually not that well liked, huh? A lot of people leaving the company have called you a son of a... Shock value plus 10. Boss, we're not following you because you're well liked, just because we have no other path to choose. Shock value plus 20. Boss Su was still trying to shake off his fat and show off his strength, but he was casually stabbed in the heart by 2 words from his men. It's too late. This is really not treating him as a human being. Sui, judge me. Am I that bad? Boss Su looked at Sui. Reasoning? What's the point? Sui stabbed 2 more times, directly drying out Boss Su's autism. You're not bad. You're just poor, stupid, and incompetent. You want to shoot for traffic and you don't have the money. Where's the traffic if you don't rub it in? How can you get traffic if you don't rub it in? How can you rub it in without risk? If you can't even handle this, who will die if you don't? Shock value plus 100. Watching Boss Su's entire body shrivel up, Sui's face remained unchanged. You can't even take this blow, and you still want to make a hit. Do you really think the money is so easy to make? Silence. Continued silence, followed by an outburst. Dry. If you don't want me to live, then nobody. Boss Su shouted, his virility revitalized and his face full of madness. Sui, go ahead and do it. I'll carry whatever pressure the program team has. It's just death. If you dare to mess with me then let's see who's tough. Looking at the re-energized Boss Su, Sui immediately smiled. It's okay, it's a pig, but at least it's still a little warm. Not that it can't be salvaged. We can now officially talk about the shooting schedule. After Lao Su had regained his vigor, he asked 3 questions. Where do you find the guests? Where's the equipment, Su? Where do I get advertising sponsorships? Sui, this guest won't work. I'm afraid the other guests won't work either. I'm afraid not many people would dare to rub the Yellowstone group's heat. We can't look for pure vegetarians, can we? Old Su opened the artist contact book and directly reported the base price of each artist to Sui. The guest who had previously refused to appear in the movie was already an artist at the bottom of the 18th line. Called an entertainer to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, the dog's appearance fee was more than his. Give the dog a boxed lunch. There is also the possibility of being said by dog lovers as ungrateful father. How can you feed people food? At least the royal dog food. And when you get someone like that to shoot, you don't even have to prepare a boxed lunch. And maybe the other person has to hitch a ride on a couple of bottles of water to get there. Guests? What kind of guest? To Boss Su's headache to the extreme. Sui didn't even think about it, and directly threw the booklet away with both hands. We've even rubbed off on him. Why do we need a guest? If he's famous, it's the same as stealing the spotlight of our program. And if he's not famous, it's the same as rubbing off on our program. So isn't this like finding a father? Can still be interpreted that way? Boss Su just wanted to retort, but his eyes snapped open. Sui has a point. Sui, let's not look for a guest. You'll even direct and act in the whole package. Boss Su said excitedly. Directing and acting. Boss Seo had a good point, but he'd better not say anything. It's great to be a director and an actor at the same time. Working 2 jobs for the same money. Wonderful my ass. He's not a recent college graduate who'd do something like that and cry goodbye when he's been sold. Sui raised his hand and gave Boss Su a middle finger, then immediately dialed Huang Lu's phone. Hey, brother, you finally remembered me? On the phone, Huang Lu's voice filled with sorrow rang out, and there seemed to be bleak BGM in the background. What are these words? Whoever I forget, I won't forget you. Little sister, then why didn't you return our calls yesterday? Yesterday my brother fought a fraudster for 300 rounds and was seriously injured. Sui casually blew 2 sentences. In short, is the process of thrilling? The middle of the dangerous, but he is too brave. Wisdom and courage. one by one to solve the difficulties, and ultimately successfully deal with the fraudster. The first time to the little sister to report peace. As for the matter of forgetting to call his little sister last night because he was sleeping, there was no way Sui would ever admit it. Shock value plus 100. Ooh, brother, I was wrong about you. You've worked hard. Huang Lu instantly withdrew her brother's really bad card and burst into tears. Brother forgives you. By the way, where is that little munchkin? I'm looking for her for something. Sui generously forgave Huang Lu and brought up business. Brother Su, what are you looking for me for? Is it to help me get my money back? The little munchkin asked excitedly as she picked up the phone. The money thing? It's not that easy, but I can offer you a filming job and with a bit of luck a huge wave of traffic. Would you like to take it? Sui said. No money, but a job and traffic? Catch. I'll take anything, as long as I can make money, even if it means being a dog. I'm willing. The little munchkin was excited. When the traffic is there, doesn't it make for endorsements and commercial value? Doesn't that equal money? Brother Su is so nice. The little munchkin was so excited that it made Sui embarrassed to say the latter words instead. This is going up against big money and exposing blackmail. The traffic is there, but there may not be money. That's what you said. You can't go back on your word. Never back out. The little munchkin said seriously, completely unaware that she had jumped into the fire. Chapter 174, Pressing the Heat. When the little munchkin comes, the host has it. The little munchkins are here. Even the sponsors. Lack of money? Why bother my brother for such a small matter? Tell me how much you guys need. Here's the check. Press a few zeros yourself. Following the little munchkin was Huang Lu, who heard that the program group was still short of funds, and without saying a word, directly pulled out his card. Boss Su looked at Huang Lu's childish face and was somewhat amused. Little girl, don't be ridiculous. How much can your little pocket money be? I have tens of millions of dollars in my fortune and business. Do you know what the concept is? Only a few tens of millions? Not bad. Less limited than my pet dog's allowance. Huang Lu said, dashingly waving her hand and leaving 8 digits directly on the check. MS. Wong, do you still need a dog? I'm particularly good at woofing. Boss Su held the check in both hands, tearing up while snapping his face. MS. Huang, I was the one who had no eyes just now. Ooh-hoo, so that's what rich people do. So this is what it feels like to be hit in the face by a rich man. Funds are in place. Boss Su suddenly has a bottom line. Everyone, don't just stand there. Get to work now. After getting back on his feet, Sui's waist wasn't sore and his legs weren't tired, so he clapped his hands and urged everyone to get to work. With regard to his own little sister's tactics, Sui had already seen it all before and had long been numb to it. Sui is really talented. As he watched Sui leave, Boss Su had just sighed with emotion when he suddenly felt a cold chill around him. Wait, why is everyone following Sui? It's not right, is it? He's the boss. Why is everyone surrounding Sui? The crowd resettled at the conference table, energized. The money was there, and the face of the starring role was there, but when Sui asked how the program was going to be done, the crowd was silent once again. The opposite side is a restaurant giant with tens of thousands of stores. Even if they had more guts, they wouldn't dare to lay hands on such a group. Only the little munchkin and Huang Lu were staring at Sui with big, curious eyes. Brother Su, you're planning to cooperate with Yellowstone Group? You're too good, aren't you? I remember Yellowstone Group is one of the top 3 fast food giants in the country. You'll definitely be able to make a lot of money by cooperating with them. The little munchkin was adoring, looking at Sui with 2 glowing eyes. Sui smiled without saying anything, but the crowd listened but the corners of their mouths twitched. This silly girl looks pretty, but how she feels a bit dumb. If rubbing it in can be called a collaboration, then they do barely qualify as a collaboration. Of course, don't even think about earning people's money. It's good enough not to have a legal case. Tell me what you think. Little sister, Sui asked with a smile. Brother, you're a big anchor. What can you ask here? If you want me to say, directly mobilize the water friends in the live broadcast room. Huang Lu doesn't have any ideas either, but she's fearless and a bit abstract. Abstract people, they don't always make things happen, but if they give bad ideas for bad things, aren't they just a bunch of them? Hearing this, Sui's eyes lit up. Little sister has a point. In terms of chicken making, we are definitely no match for the Yellowstone Group, but in terms of abstraction, even if the Yellowstone Group is 100 times more powerful, it is still no match for us. Abstract? Aren't we going to torture the crooks? Don't we have to be serious? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of people would want to watch it if it's serious? The only way to eat traffic is to get abstract. Sui's big hand directly set the tone. Open the phone is going to scroll through the comments section to find inspiration. However, he had only just turned on his cell phone when he suddenly froze. No, where's the old video? Where are those popular videos on the charts? Why are they all gone? Is it hard to get blocked? After some searching, the crowd finally found Sui's video. The good news is that it wasn't blocked. The bad news is that the data is crushed. There's an insider. There's an insider. Boss Sue screamed, gnashing his teeth in anger. I remember it clearly. It had at least 2 million plays this morning. And now that it's a couple hours later and still at the top of the charts, it should have at least 5 million hits. How come it's less than 100,000 now? Not only is the playback being suppressed, but even the likes and comments are being banned. How did my follow get cancelled? I can't possibly take my brother off? Ha, how come I can't refollow my brother? A cry of alarm echoed through the office as the crowd suddenly reacted. There really are insiders. Press play, block popularity status, and even screw around and ban attention. It's clear that someone is up to no good. Brother, this must be the Yellowstone group's doing. I'll call home and ask them to back you up, Huang Lu said, her small face red with anger. Bullying people to her. This Yellowstone group really does not want to mix. What's the hurry, little sister? First you wash your hands, then you block the video. It's so calculated. Sui retracted his gaze and looked at the room full of people who were filled with righteous indignation and smiled faintly. Guys, it's just a video. Just reshoot another one. Ha, still shooting? They're still blocked, aren't they? When someone raised a question, Sui didn't say anything, but instead sent a message to Han Tao. Brother, are you free? Do me a favor. 10 o'clock at night. In the surveillance room of the Yellowstone group, 2 employees who were responsible for monitoring corporate public opinion were working on touching the fish and discussing the takeaway in a tangled manner. It's been an hour. What are we going to eat? Say something. Why are you still so torn up over a meal? What's your hurry? There's still plenty of cassoulet in the kitchen. If you can't hold out, go eat that. Let me eat those cassoulets. Are you trying to poison me? I'd rather starve. I won't eat those things even if I starve to death. The two were breathlessly discussing it when the system suddenly sounded an alarm. The two hurriedly checked, only to realize that on the leaderboards, Sui's video had appeared again. Only 2 complaints were filed during the day. Why are they popping up again at night? Let me see what they are about. An unsolicited invitation to report a tip, a live broadcast of the show's backroom, and a soul torture of the unscrupulous and adulterous owner? This kid is still posting videos? Is he really planning to fight with our Huang group? In the video, Sui was sitting at a conference table with a speech in his hand, and behind him were Huang Lu's little munchkin and the others. Actors, please take their places in the 3rd installment of the program, which is being prepared. But the actors in this installment are not traffic stars, but unscrupulous adulterers from the cassoulet incident, and I will question their conscience with the camera. Brothers, you are welcome to report clues to submit evidence, whether you are diners, or practitioners who still have a conscience, or victims who have eaten out of the problem. As long as you dare to send clues, I dare to go to expose the treacherous businessmen. Also, those sailors who wash the ground in my comment section. You wash the ground so diligently. Have you ever asked your boss if you can settle the sailor fees for you? In addition, a certain stone group, you can give me 1 video to buy Shake Minus. Can you give me 100,000 videos to buy Shake Minus? From today onwards, any revelation video about Yellowstone Group's subsidiary, I free promotion and free cooperation. Welcome certain stone group to continue to vote for Shake Minus. Simply a video without any whole living or program effects. But the heat is horrible. Chapter 175, The Big Picture. The 2 men in the room looked at each other in disbelief as they watched the video, which was released less than an hour ago. Good lord, in just less than an hour, the likes and comments have already broken 20,000. The figures have jumped up too quickly, haven't they? How much resentment has built up in the hearts of the people? If this goes on, it won't just affect the reputation. I'm afraid even the company's stock price will be affected. Hurry up and report it. Making notes. One of them thought about it and added one more sentence to the annotation. Just watch the fun. Don't take it too seriously. What? You think he's just rubbing it in and won't really mess with us? His video is not a low heat. Can't take it too lightly, right? No matter how powerful he is, he's just a small internet celebrity. What can he do with a few videos? Besides, he's going to do the program. If he offends us, does he still want to be sponsored? So this is a video blackmail to tell us to hurry up and pay to sponsor them? The man said with a slight pause, suddenly smiling bitterly. I read the comment section that although this kid is a whole living blogger, but his character is not bad. I thought he is really a lord for the people, but I feel that he is also a money-minded thing? For the people? Come on, who doesn't love money these days? The other man laughed coldly, sneering in his mind. Working together for so many years, used to seeing dirty and stinky water, he thought that the other party, like himself, had long been disappointed in human nature, but he did not expect to have such a childish side. The man didn't say a word, just flipped through the comment section with one eye, and the screen that kept sliding by suddenly settled on a comment as if he'd seen a ghost. Look at this, he responded to his fans in the comment section. He actually wants to go against us. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he do that? Who does he think he is? The man grunted, unimpressed, and glanced away. After a glance, he suddenly froze, wide-eyed, unbelievable expression, with increasingly rapid breathing. All prove one thing, really living ghosts? If you don't know, you'll think he's having an epileptic fit. Are you so shocked? But instead of feeling exaggerated, his companion was very understanding of how he had to behave at that moment. What had him so out of sorts and in shock was nothing more than a comment in the comments section. In the comments of the video calling for clues, there was a question from a fan that had just been topped. Sui, are you rubbing it in or are you just being funny? Sui replied, it's rubbing heat, it's also a whole job. Who let me be the anchor? Not a whole job, sorry for my fans. But who said a whole job rubbing heat? Can't do something serious? In recent days, everyone has been discussing the problems with cassoulet. But does anyone know that the problem is actually with the cassoulet chain under the Yellowstone group? Who knows that the traditional dish of cassoulet has been bought out by a foreign group? Isn't it ridiculous that we, the people, want to eat cassoulet in a restaurant and still have to pay money to a foreign company? Is it normal that nowadays the ones who get scolded are their own family members and their own food, but the ones who really make money and are not responsible for it are still lying back counting the money and watching the fun, without any punishment at all? Being held up by everyone. I have a little bit of influence, so I seriously thought about it for a night and decided to do something practical for everyone. Since other people don't dare to poke this layer of shady secrets, it's up to the anchor to be the first one to poke this layer of shady secrets. This is the end of the comments, but the two people in the house, still shocked, long speechless. At this moment, they rewatched Sui's video again and suddenly had another feeling. In the hotel, the little munchkin looked at Sui with apprehension, only feeling that the sky was falling. Fooled myself again. That's not cooperation, it's just screwing the other side to death. A small program against a large group. Isn't that a fire pit? Woohoo! Is it too late to quit? Sui, do you really want to go against the Yellowstone group? The little munchkin asked, trembling with fear. How much guts does a whole life anchor have to go against capital? What size is the Yellowstone group? Thousands and thousands of stores across the country. Such a large food group. It seems to open only fast food brands, but in reality, it has long been a tree in the sky. Not to mention the entire group. I'm afraid that even a regional agent can press Sui to death with a little mention. In fact, it wasn't just the little munchkin. Until now, there were quite a few people on the team who were apprehensive. On the contrary, Boss Sue, who was crying and very broken at first, now supports Sui instead. I think this matter can be engaged. The heat is so high, the matter is so big. It has long since developed into a social event. The Yellowstone group is no longer powerful. Can he block an account? Can he still block the mouths of all the public? Huang Lu looked at Sui from the side, her eyes glowing like a little fangirl, and she didn't forget to comfort the little munchkin. Girlfriend, don't worry, what my brother wants to do, there's nothing he can't do. What's a Yellowstone group? He has the means, don't we? Speaking of this, Huang Lu suddenly sneered. In business, it's just a matter of attitude, and if they really dare to misbehave, it's a matter of sweeping away the darkness. The little munchkin blinked and blinked with wide eyes in fear. What's this about sweeping up gangs? Could it be that this not-so-reliable-looking Big Brother Sue has a more powerful background than the Yellowstone group? The little munchkin was about to say something else when Sui suddenly raised his hand. You guys don't need to talk about it anymore. You have time to question it here. Why don't you check the comments section? Comments section? Didn't you just respond to the query, and you have feedback so soon? Or is the video blocked again? The crowd rushed to open the video, but were immediately startled. Holy, how is it that after only a few minutes, the play comment numbers have doubled again? How many people has Yellowstone offended? The dish has pretty much stunk since the cassoulet debacle at Trinity Fifth broke. In the past, when it comes to lunch and dinner, the first choice of many people is cassoulet, with meat, vegetables, staples, meat and vegetables, very nutritious. But now, even just passing by the side of the road makes you sick to your stomach. Despite the fact that a number of businesses say they have no problems, even playing up the fact that they have open kitchens and stoves, sampling the food themselves, and running live streams to prove it, more problems have been blown out of proportion. Once the questioning becomes entangled, it creates a chain of suspicion that simply cannot be eliminated anytime soon. Coupled with the Yellowstone group's overbearing behavior, as soon as others send out videos to complain, they are immediately silenced or even sent a lawyer's letter, and they have long been complaining about it. It was at this point that Sui publicly came out to crack down on the crooked traders, and everyone immediately used him as a cathartic outlet. The program hasn't even aired yet, and just a video of the announcement has already made Sui a hot topic. But even so, there were many who were pessimistic about Sui's move. In their opinion, Sui was just shooting 2 videos and firing up the heat.
and it was impossible to hold off the Yellowstone Group's retaliation. To put it bluntly, Sui is not a big entrepreneur, but just a small anchor of the whole abstract life. After 2 days of fervor, when the Yellowstone Group reacted, not to mention this program group, even this little anchor would have to be banned from the entire network and disappear into the waves. However, just then, an unexpected helper appeared in the comments section of Sui's video. Chapter 176. XX Police Force, XX Official, XX Hotspot, XX Inspector's Office. A series of official accounts, surprisingly, appeared at the same time to leave messages in the comments section of Sui's video, and the replies were extremely uniform. Stay tuned. Focused observation. Sustained tracking. The audience was in an uproar as they watched official groups from all over the world come here. What's going on? This is something that has alarmed officials everywhere? Coincidence? Or account private use? But soon, Sui pulled out a new piece of evidence that dispelled everyone's doubts. A photo. Sui sat in the middle of his office, baring his teeth and grinning widely, while beside him, Han Tao, the old-timers, and all the bigwigs who had met Sui that day stood behind him in unison. So many great gods. Where the hell is this kid from? A photo that instantly put to rest all the voices questioning Sui's insouciance. Those who had just wanted to report Sui, or even mock Sui's hot dog, instantly dismissed the idea and hurriedly and secretly deleted their comments, wiping a cold sweat in the process, chilled with fear. Holy, can't afford to mess with it. With so many great gods, it would be a big deal to invite one of them, but this kid even invited a large number of them in unison. Who dares to hack him here? This kid may engage in abstraction, but those people standing behind him can be a handful of people who will make the current earthquake tremble 3 times if they stomp their feet. With these bigwigs backing him up, this kid might actually make some noise? There's one thing to say, although Sui engages in abstraction, you guys don't really think he's an ordinary person, do you? The Yellowstone Group is powerful, but even more powerful is just having too bad money. Before you guys taunt Sui, can you check his background a little? Director Su has sent a video to say that he is concerned. Yellowstone Group does not hurry to send an announcement to seriously rectify the situation, and even think of sealing his video and pressurizing his traffic. This is not looking for death themselves? Finally, someone has come out to fix the Yellowstone Group. I have long said that it is not the cassowary that has gone wrong, but these unscrupulous and treacherous businessmen with the Yellowstone Group included. The waterbenders who knew Sui's identity hadn't worried at all that Sui wouldn't be able to mess with the Yellowstone Group. Just kidding. Is Sui an ordinary person? Don't look at Sui in the live broadcast room and water friends every day fighting to make abstract. But everyone understands one thing. Don't care how human-like you are in reality. In Sui's live broadcast, it's all the same. More than money? How can you be richer than his sister? Compare to background? How can you compare your background to someone else's? Seeing that Sui was going to play for real, the viewers attracted by the Cassoulet incident were excited and left messages. Sui, you don't need to go to great lengths to find clues. It's not much use to go to the stores to check. Yellowstone Group can still shrug it off and say that it's the franchise's own mismanagement. I know the addresses of Yellowstone Group's suppliers. I suggest you sneak into the factory directly to investigate. It's not just the chicken that has problems. You think the food is okay? You think the sauce is okay? Shallow. You guys are still shallow. Do you know that the Yellowstone Group has no quarantine and sterilization at all to save costs? It's all about coping with things. How delicious the cassoulet used to be. It was all stewed with little stupid chickens. Now the cassoulet. Is that still chicken? It should be called cassoulet. Sui, it's a waste of talent for you to film the program. I think you should get a team dedicated to fixing these unscrupulous crooks. Still whole what bad traitors. If you ask me, we should establish our own cassoulet brand. They say that the bad conscience is foreign capital. What's the use of just talking about it? You have to come up with practical skills to drive them away. As more and more people were drawn in, the discussion became more and more outrageous. Building a team? Build a factory? Or even build a cassoulet brand? At 2 o'clock in the morning, Sui released the video, and as a result, when he waited until 6 o'clock in the morning, the comments and likes had already exceeded 150,000. The rankings were even higher, all the way up from 50 at the end. 40 names, 30, 20 names, top 10. Entering the top 10, every rise in rankings was a chasm that was hard to cross, but it was as if Sui's videos were magic again. With one refresh, the rankings went up by 1 place. This was no longer rubbing it in. It should be said that Sui himself was the heat. By the time the members of the Yellowstone Group's public opinion monitoring team got to work with a cup of coffee, the video had already shot to number 1 on the hourly list. Even, a lot of people didn't deliberately look at the charts. They just casually clicked on the hotspots and were pushed straight to the front. Asterisk 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 what's going on? Is someone finally going to mess with the Yellowstone Group? Didn't Yellowstone just release a warning video saying that all those videos on the internet are smears, suing the people who released them?
and stiff upper lip about pressing the food safety issue? You believe everything Yellowstone says. The family will have to hire Hajime. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. This comments section laughed me to death. Then the background. Right, the Yellowstone group has also mentioned the iron plate. Deserved food issues, naturally, carry universal attributes. Don't see that a bowl of cassoulet is not worth a lot of money. It's not a delicacy, not to mention something high-end, but that's exactly why it's basically impossible for any working cow or horse not to have eaten cassoulet. Who's to say that the portion you eat is sanitary? Sui released the video remediation, and resisted the first wave of the second wave of banning. Directly gave the public the bottom. Gradually, even some celebrities began to praise and recommend and even down to support Sui. After all, even if it's just as famous, as long as it's still a human being, who dares to guarantee that they don't have times when they want to eat a bowl of cassoulet? Support remediation. Exposure in torture. Message from the owner of a certain Rice Krispie 7. Just you want to fix the cassoulet and torture the Yellowstone group. Ha! A certain Sun Bar National Idol message. So I'll ask you how you want to be tortured. Then I'll ask you again if you want to work out with me since you're so great. Then I'll have to ask you if you want to have a pointy head? A certain left brain right brain intertwined dabbler speaks. Among the countless supporters, there were of course some mongrel speeches interspersed. Laughable. A bunch of bottom feeding that can only afford cassoulet. They really think their rights are important, don't they? Can't afford to eat, don't eat. A bowl of broken cassoulet have to eat is good. Still think about food safety? Can you, the bottom of the country, stop making trouble and be honestly bullied no more? When these statements came out, they were immediately mobbed. And the ones who attacked them the hardest were not Sui's fans and victims, but instead the practitioners of cassoulet. Over the years, the Yellowstone group has hijacked the brand of cassoulet, leading to many old craftsmen not daring to explicitly write it out in their own restaurants even if they know how to make cassoulet. Now the cassoulet stinks. They didn't make any money, but they took the blame. Sui stood out and spoke to them, so of course they raised their hands in favor of it. Chapter 177, Adulterous Merchants. The financial center of the Magic City inch by inch. The strategic headquarters of the Yellowstone Group. As the country's premier fast food group with tens of thousands of franchises, it dominates all aspects of people's 3 meals a day. In addition to the fast casual brand, Yellowstone Group is a major promoter of prepared dishes. 20 to 30 years ago, the Yellowstone Group was a small, obscure company. At that time, the country's people were not very aware of property rights and there were many legal loopholes. The Yellowstone Group relied on exploiting the loopholes and bought out the patents of the dish cassoulet directly. Relying on a rogue-level legal team, the Yellowstone Group didn't make much money in the restaurant industry but blackmailed a lot of money with their baguettes. It is said that if someone is more serious, the Yellowstone Group cannot develop at all. But the people in those days, generally not strong legal awareness, and open a small restaurant. How can they fight the baguette team? One way or another. The Yellowstone Group has monopolized the cassoulet dish. Any restaurant that wants to make cassoulet has to buy a license from them, and even the ingredients have to be from their house. Tightly relying on these types of authorizations and bullying tactics to hijack the supply chain, the Yellowstone Group has billions of dollars in assets. But after earning a mountain of gold, the Yellowstone Group is not satisfied, and not grateful to the country's tolerance of him, but feel that the country's people are so bullying, the profits are too small. More oppressive franchisees and factories, even as early as a decade ago, took the initiative to put forward a series of prefabricated dishes. In the intervening years, the Yellowstone Group has been on a buying spree of prepared vegetable factories around the world, completing its integration, and was just about to harvest another wave with prepared vegetables when Trinity 5 reported on cassoulet. After the food hygiene incident, the Yellowstone Group's share price instantly evaporated by 10%, and the business volume even instantly dropped to the lowest this year, attracting a lot of netizens to crusade. Any social media outlet can be filled with outbursts from victims and insiders. This caught the Yellowstone Group off guard, but after they met and discussed it, they didn't think it was a big deal. Is it a big deal that there are food safety issues every year? Fast food brands of consumers are some of the working cattle and horses? False feelings of low head to admit a mistake, and then open a conference, casually said that will certainly change, and find a few scapegoats up to be scolded. This matter will not take long to pass. Compensation? Are you kidding me? Dang Huangshire Group, tens of billions of dollars, bowing his head to the cows and horses to admit a mistake. It's already good, but also think of pulling out real money from Master Huang, dreaming without waking up, right? No reparations? So the boycott continues? Stop it. These little cowpokes, how do they have time to boycott? In a few days, when the mood dies down, you'll still have to eat their crappy cassoulet with no change in the soup. When another period of time passes, even the evaporated share price will go back up, and even the factories that were shut down are just randomly replaced with a new signboard. Huang Xingren, the CEO of Yellowstone Group, thinks and does just that. In the conference room on the 28th floor of the group building, Huang Xingren enjoyed the massage of his beautiful assistant while drinking tea and laughing with all the executives without any pressure. On the big screen, Suyi's video was playing, and the comments section was full of supportive Suyi voices. It's the same old method. First let the legal affairs send a lawyer's letter to warn him that he must take down the video and voluntarily apologize. Otherwise he will face a huge amount of compensation. Then find a few suppliers who won't accept the price-cutting strategy. Find a few hardcore people from within, and blame them for all the problems. Finally, use the company's name to donate a sum of money to my charity fund. Just say that the money is going to be used to save disabled children. Right. After the money arrives, go ahead and book a yacht for me. I want to go out on the sea for a ride recently. Huang Xingren said. The following people recorded. The whole room. None of them looked at the screen. And even more so, none of them took Suyi seriously. A crappy goon show. An anchor who can't get on the air. And the internet really takes him seriously? It's just a bowl of cassoulet that doesn't make the grade. It's good to have something to eat. Without us expanding our scale and keeping our costs down, would the cows and horses be able to eat so cheaply? Besides, what's the point of this little group of cowpokes supporting remediation? The remediation is done. The stores are closed. The cost of food goes up. And in the end, we still have to cry and beg so that we can open the stores back up? The meeting ended and Huang Xingren returned to the president's office amidst the stars. He is a mainlander by birth, who studied abroad in his early years and has lived abroad for nearly 3 decades. Although his hometown is in China, he boasts that he is a foreign elite. During these years abroad, he has been bar hopping, drinking, and screwing around, just not studying much. And the reason why he was able to become the executive president was not based on the so-called real talent, but on one word: money. Save your company money and make money for your shareholders. It seemed to him that it was too slow to make money efficiently by relying on the trifle of the calves and horses for their meals. To make money, you have to make money from your suppliers, from your factories. If a chicken costs $20, no, cut it in half to $10 first. That's not enough. $9, $8, $7, $50. Costs too low to guarantee quality? Then fudge it. Too much fudging and worrying about the consumer's conscience if they eat it and harm their health? No way. No way? What do you care about conscience when you've got the money? Since Huang Xingren took power, the Yellowstone Group's profits have risen by a full 2 times or more. But the price for consumers at the stores, instead of falling, has risen by more than 30%. Eat suppliers, eat factories, eat stores, and finally eat consumers. Huang Xingren is the real culprit behind the 3/15 cassoulet incident. But since the incident was reported, Huang Xingren has never appeared in any of the reports, nor has he been condemned once. No, it's actually been reported. For example, how much money has been donated to so-and-so's activities and how many fundraising activities have been organized by Wang Hingyan's charities, and how much goodwill has been brought to the community. President, a media outlet wants to interview you, asking when you're free? I'm too busy drinking, socializing, and even picking up chicks to do an interview, so let them book it for one day when I'm in the mood. Huang Xingren took the red wine, put his arm around his little assistant, and wanted to go to the lounge. Just then, however, the office door was slammed open and an assistant barged in with a face full of ghosts. President, it's not good. That kid has actually officially started the broadcast. On the air? Didn't they already send a letter from their lawyers asking for it to be taken down? Isn't he afraid of the legal team? How much money does he have to pay? Huang Xingren froze, opened the screen, and before he could actively search, the popular video directly disliked the face. Actors, please take your places for the third special. Torturing the traitor is officially on. Anchor, how dare you do this? You are really not afraid to die. Seeing the banner of the opening shot floating in the screen, Huang Xingren's mouth was crooked with anger. Negative emotions plus 100. A small anchor who still thinks about torturing him is simply unaware of his fate. Let the wind control department keep an eye on him. By some water army to scold him to death. The shareholders meeting is about to be held. Whether I can become a director or not depends on this time. Don't allow any problems to appear. Chapter 178, Funny. Old industrial camping area in Mountain River. Thick state-run food factory. 20 years ago, the scene of 10,000 people is still in sight. The autumn wind together. The falling leaves withered. The collapsed side of the factory yard wall. The shapeless gate. The weed-covered courtyard. Plus the old, sick and disabled workers. The food company, which at its peak employed tens of thousands of people and contributed half of the local tax revenue, is on the verge of collapse at this point. The old factory manager toasted 3 times on the way to begging, suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and is still in a coma. The small plant manager, who had just graduated from college and couldn't even recognize all the factory operations, was elected to the stage. facing the devastated old factory. Song Ching-hwan had 10,000 grievances in his heart that he couldn't say. Little factory manager, hurry up and get an idea. If we can't come up with a solution today, we'll have to be acquired by Yellowstone Group. Uncle Sam, who had worked in the factory all his life, said, no way, even if I die, I can't sell the factory to them. Isn't this harming people? Song Ching-hwan clenched his teeth, and there was unstoppable anger in his eyes. Being in the food industry, no matter how much costs are kept down, a minimum of hygiene must be ensured. It's because of the bottom line that Thick Food Factory sticks to that there are a lot of regular customers who have been eating there for more than a decade and don't leave. But since the Yellowstone Group arrived, everything has changed. Malicious competition, rumor and slander, low-price monopoly, a good food industry by the Yellowstone Group made a mess. What happened to fast food? Who says fast food can't be nice and clean? But the channel is blocked. No stores dare to use their goods. Song Ching-hwan is also helpless. Fast food industry is different from other. Are ready to sell, at best, can be refrigerated with cold storage for a few days, and then more time, even if you can still eat. Song Ching-hwan will be worried about the impact of the reputation. Choose to destroy. In just a few months, the factory lost tens of millions of dollars. First you sell the car, then the seller, and finally you're close to going for blood. Ching-hwan, although I'm not your real uncle, I've watched you grow up. You really can't go on like this. Let's not have this factory, okay? I didn't take care of your father when he had his accident, so I can't let you get tired too, right? Uncle Sam begged bitterly. The factory is important and has cost 2 generations of the Song family, but the factory is no more important than it is vital. Food people with a bottom line and a conscience just can't with the unscrupulous adulterers. No, I don't believe there is no justice in this world. I don't believe there is no justice in this world. Song Ching-hwan hammered the table, his hatred hard to dispel. On the day of his surgery, his father had briefly come to his senses and pressed his hand and told him that he must keep the factory going. How could he let his father down? But what's the use of just having ideas? Under the Yellowstone Group's all-encompassing suppression, not to mention Song Ching-hwan, even if the old factory director personally took the helm, it was useless. Just then, a little girl walked in from outside the house. Big brother, take a look at this. There's a big netizen exposing the Yellowstone Group's problems and promising to help publicize the conscientious brand for free. Our family fits right in. Older sister, you at least went to college. How can you even believe the words of this netizen scammer? Song Ching-hwan just casually glanced at it and immediately sneered. A small anchor, and trying to fight adulterers. Isn't that nonsense? Brother, you haven't watched it yet. How do you know it's fake? And this anchor is not an ordinary person. He has a lot of fans. The girl said again, still undeterred. Don't we have no sales? It's just waiting anyway. Why don't you let Mr. Sue give it a try? Didn't you say our ingredients are the best in the world? Listening to his little sister's words, Song Ching-hwan was slightly moved, but immediately shook his head again. Of course our ingredients are the best in the world. Inexpensive and nutritionally balanced, but why should they help us? Sister he combats the Yellowstone Group is fake. Rubbing the hot spot of food safety is real. You see how hot his video is? This is obviously rubbing the hot spot. After Yellowstone Group seeks him out for public relations and gets a few $100 million in public relations fees, do you believe he'll turn around and praise Yellowstone Group and scold us? The small workshops? There's no need to talk about this matter anymore. Sui is a liar, a small anchor. Instead of thinking about how to live a whole life funny, turn to be the angel of the fight against adulterers. Is it possible? Is he worthy? As the incident festered, people like Song Ching-hwan, who were unaware of the truth and had never known Sui, were generally skeptical. With the development of the internet, is there any shortage of things for anchors to rub off on their personas and fake? When you rub it in, you're talking about family. It's the family that spends the money when it's time to cash in. Who the hell is your family when something goes wrong after the sale? Below the video of the official opening of Sui's program, the wave of skepticism grew higher and higher, and the comments that ranked in the top few were even mocking Sui for being unself-conscious. 6666. These days the number is easy to catch a hotspot casually rubbing a rub. Less than 2 days to earn hundreds of thousands of attention. This has to realize how much money the water friends really remember to eat and not remember to fight Simply better than the leeks in the leek field to cut. One crop after another cannot be finished. There's one thing to say. The problem cassoulet has been eaten for a few years. Has there been a little change? If the Yellowstone Group admits defeat, I'll be upside down live to wash my head with chicken soup, and call out to Sui as my father. The old water friends in the live broadcast room are aware of Sui's nature. As long as Sui does something, there is nothing that can't be done. However, as the situation has become more and more serious, many people are also drumming in their hearts. The Yellowstone Group is not like the old small-time ones. In the past, Sui, The people he offended were no more than rich second generation or small bosses. But this one is different. Opposite is a large group worth billions of dollars, and also involved in food safety. This is Sui can touch the issue? Moreover, there are quite a few rhythmic ones in the comment section, opening and closing their mouths to say how many thousands of fans Sui has gained again. And there are even people who openly rumorize about the P picture, so close to explicitly saying that Sui is being paid to be a dog. Just as this was winding down, a video suddenly circulated on the internet. Guess where I saw Sui? Downstairs at the Yellowstone Group's headquarters. The video was just published and instantly washed up on the hit list. A mediocre video. Just because it gathered the two elements of Yellowstone Group and Sui, it directly rushed to the top 10 of the hourly list. The video was obviously taken by a passerby as Sui got out of a black sedan and walked into the Yellowstone Group's building, only to say a few words in front of the door before turning around and leaving. The netizens were instantly in an uproar when they saw this scene. Many of the blacks were in tears of laughter. Sui, when are you going to reveal the dark secrets? You won't even be able to get past the building security, right? Sui, you have such a tough mouth. Why are you such a wimp when it comes to doing things? Sui, who had just finished issuing an ultimatum to the Yellowstone Group, suddenly froze as a burst of negative emotional reminders rang in his ears. What's going on? Who's cursing him behind his back? Thanks boss for the big emotional rocket. Chapter 179. Early in the morning, after posting a video of the show's opening shot, Boss Sue reminded Sui that it would be best to send an informational letter to the Yellowstone Group. This is to go through the process, is considered to be informed in advance, so as not to be used later by the Yellowstone Group to pull the rug out from under them. Sui thought it made sense, so he personally came to the old Yellowstone Group to make a trip. Brother, look at the internet. You're being called out for not being able to hold your head up. Back to the hotel. Sui head on to see Huang Lu is holding the keyboard fire. Key fairy mode start. 1 second 3 spray. A good woman. Sister, is not it normal to be scolded? The more scolded the more red. Beating is pro, scolding is love. But they also say you can't. Asterisk 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 me. Who says I can't do it? Dare you touch the national highway? I'll drive a 100-ton king. Let him know if I'm tough. Sui breaks defense and snatches his cell phone to hastily flip through the comments. Holy, the video has only been posted for less than half a day, but it has already had millions of plays, and the comments and likes have broken through an all-time high. No. Are the netizens okay? Don't we say that we all work days as cowboys and horses? Why are we all groping in painting videos? Sui even saw a person send a dozen or so curses at him in a row, and all of them were not the same. You don't have time to rest, so you have time to scold him? Brother Sue, are you alright? Seeing Sui staring at the screen in death, the little munchkin stood by and worried. Sui won't break the defense, right? So many people scolded him, he won't be depressed, right? Of course it's fine, it's just a couple of scoldings. It doesn't hurt. What's the matter? Sui raised his head and looked at the little munchkin with a surprised face. Doesn't it bother you that so many people are scolding you? The little munchkin froze and looked at Sui dumbfounded, as if she was looking at an alien. Why should it be hard? Sui's question mark intensified. Ha! The little munchkin was stopped by a direct rhetorical question. Why is it hard? Is that something a human being could ask? That's a hell of a lot of cursing. Mustn't it be so internalized as to be self-doubtful? How many little sisters were scolded by dozens of people? The internal consumption of light life. Sui, how still light-hearted? Come stump, come stump, come stump. Sui looked at the comment section and simply laughed crookedly. He couldn't understand the little munchkin's internalized ego, much less have time to grieve, being too busy harvesting his emotions, being scolded by a bot and paid for mercenary, suspected by passers-by, being coaxed into creating a persona to make black money. Curse more, don't stop, ding. System reminder, points detection anomaly, the upper limit has been reached today. The system voice rang out, and Sui immediately skimmed his lips. System, are you unable to play? How can you say abnormal when I was scolded by my ability? The system doesn't respond, it just plays dead all the time. Sui gave the middle finger. Negative feelings -1 -1 -1 -1. Why is the system deducting points? Sui stopped tossing the system and turned to arranging tasks for the following. How are the clues collected? There is a suitable direct arrangement for people to shoot, in addition to pay attention to the video of the peers, to see if there is a conscience cassoulet supplier. Hearing the first, the following could still be understood, but hearing the latter, they couldn't help but be filled with questions. Director Sue, what are you looking for the suppliers for? To contact them about advertising business? Talking about advertising business, of course I bought it and did it myself. What? I'm not worthy of being a chicken? Looking at Sui's face full of seriousness, the people below were directly blinded. Director Sue, we are filming the program. Do chicken. Bah, do cassoulet this kind of thing? Is the food industry, We do not know anything. Besides, where do we get the money? Sui shook his cell phone. If you can't get through, can't the netizens get through? As for money, do you despise me or my sister? Huang Lu walked up at the right time and didn't say a word, but just kept pulling out cards and checks. Money? What money? Isn't it just scrap paper? The assistant walked away without a word, his mind broken. I've seen rich, but not this rich. Shooting programs do not want sponsors as just a matter of feelings but also take the initiative to spread the money. This is simply scattering money, children. Brother, are you really going to get into the food business? When the men left, Huang Lu asked curiously. Or what? Is it just exposure? How effective can that be? Sui said indifferently, looking at the black people in the comments section and smiling a little. He went to the Yellowstone group to deliver the informational letter, and it was supposed to be that even if the top management didn't come to meet with him, a publicist or manager should come to meet him and chat about whether there was a misunderstanding. And the result? Hearing his coming, the security guard stopped him without even thinking. The other side didn't take this crisis seriously at all. There is a saying, some people apologize, not because they know it hurts, but because they know they're dying. It's unrealistic to expect traffic to make them change. It's just as well he has the money. It's just as well he has the system. It's just as well he can harvest emotions along the way. Yellowstone Group, see who can who. With Huang Lu's financial support and word of mouth in the comments section, one conscientious store owner or industry insider was unearthed. And even though they chose to keep it a secret, some people still noticed the anomaly. Asterisk. Just now a self-proclaimed actor please in place of the film crew to send me an email. Ask me if I would like to negotiate cooperation. I just want to say it is a liar. The other party directly hit me $100,000. Too luxurious, right? Director Sue. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought you were rubbing off on me. I'm also in the industry. I'm also a food person with a conscience and perseverance. I'm begging for a reward in cooperation. A few upstairs are too exaggerated. Right, this kid is an anchor. Not just rubbing off on the heat to shoot a program. How come he's still cooperating on it? Does he still plan to enter the food industry and compete with the Yellowstone Group? As more news emerged, many realized that things seemed to be going in a direction that could not be understood. Upstairs is also two passerby. You don't know the power of Sue Animal is just fine. How can you not even know how rich Director Sue is? I've long said that Yellowstone Group has kicked the bucket, and you guys still don't believe me. Look at it. Director Sue's big hand is going to start to make an impact. In the food factory in the old industrial area of Shanha, under the dim light, Song Qinghuan stared dead at the comment section. Brother, this person has also received 100,000 red envelopes. How many is this already? Sui is not rubbing off on us. He is really supporting us with real money and fighting against the crooks. What are you waiting for? My little sister said eagerly. Slap. The sound of the clock turning seemed like a slap in the face. Song Qinghuan was slapped in the face, but he wasn't upset at all. It's true. Sui is really going against the Yellowstone Group. There are already more than 24 conscientious peers found in the comments section alone. Little sister, drive immediately. Let's go directly to the film crew to meet Director Sue and beg for cooperation. After Song Qinghuan finished speaking, he turned around and ran, so excited that he nearly fell. Opportunity. The opportunity that I've waited so many years for has finally come. Sui is here. Qing Tian has it. Sui is here. There's a chance. Chapter 180, The Sky is Falling. At 8 a.m. On weekend mornings, the crew site is vacated and display cases are set up. By the time the watermen came in, they thought they'd stumbled into the farmer's bazaar by mistake. Sui was wearing a dress with a printed cassoulet, and it looked like the cassoulet spirit had manifested itself. Sui, what are you doing? Selling your family's belongings? Sui, aren't you rich? How come you started selling goods and pretending to be miserable? Wouldn't it be because you were fined by the Yellowstone Group and lost all your money? 666. Really not even acting. Haven't even rubbed off on them for a few days yet. And they're planning to pretend to be miserable and harvest their families? The first wave of spectators that flooded in were all hilarious. And when they saw Sui dressed like this, they immediately began to mock. What did I say? This kid only has the guts to rub it in. No heart to do anything at all. Now let me get it right? The avatar named Happy and Beautiful Family said, full of old age, commenting on Sui and hoping for a reaction. Sui was indifferent. If you ask me, these youngsters nowadays just don't know the evils of the world. It's good that such a big group doesn't offend, and they still take the initiative to look for trouble. Isn't this looking for death? The happy-go-lucky family continued. A little disgruntled. Was the boy a log? Sui shrugged his shoulders, not caring. Surname Sue, you're just toughing it out right now. Hurry up and shut down your account and apologize for quitting the internet. The happy family breaks down their defenses and spends $1.
$000s of dollars to get on the mic and spew their anger and hysteria. Thanks for the big rockets and the show results old iron. The anchor blocked you first, ha. Sui's eyes lit up. Negative emotions plus 100. Somewhere in a family group, the shrill wails of a happy and contented family were heard, while the live broadcast was filled with laughter. As time passed, the number of people in the live broadcast room once again broke through 100,000, and the scene was no longer chaotic. Dozens of display tables were set up with all kinds of things. Hit the eye are all kinds of food and drink, and not surprisingly, are labeled with the Yellowstone Group's label. Sui, you're not really going to expose the Yellowstone Group, are you? I've never convinced anyone else in my life, but I'll still say this. Sui, I'm damn convinced of you. Watching it, the water friends were gradually dumbfounded. Is this kid really planning to ignore the Yellowstone Group's warning threat and go to the end with them? A perfect smile flashed across the corners of Sui's mouth before he nodded. Everyone is here, so let's start our live broadcast. There's only one theme today, uncovering the true colors of Yellowstone Group's $10 billion empire. The Yellowstone Group office, because of Sui's sentence, directly exploded. Asterisk. Did he just smile? He really dares to go against us. What's the legal department doing? Didn't you send him a lawyer's letter? Hundreds of lawyer letters have been sent out and people just treat them as waste paper. What can we do? Lawyer letter does not work. Hurry to complain to the live official. We are not to the official paid several million brand maintenance fee, but also cannot seal a small anchor? Do you need to use your horse's hindquarters here? As early as 800 years ago, I submitted a banning request, but it's weird to say that the official reply didn't have the authority to block this live broadcast. Lawyer's letter is not afraid. The live broadcast cannot be blocked. This kid also does not ask for a reward. Then he live in the end what? Purely looking for fun? I'm really speechless. Our tens of billions of dollars in size of the big group. Let this kid hard rub. Take him no way? The Yellowstone Group Crisis Management Office was like an explosion as Sui started the broadcast. On weekdays, the executives and legal affairs of the self-proclaimed elite high and mighty. But at this time, they can do nothing with Sui's live broadcast, and they can only watch Sui take out one piece of evidence after another, hammering the Yellowstone Group to death. The sky is falling for the cassoulet-loving brothers on the air. On the display table, there are a dozen cassoulet products. Despite the different brands and origins, without exception, they are all products of the Yellowstone Group. There are high and low prices, and the brothers who previously comforted themselves by not eating fast food but only fine food, immediately felt that the cassoulet in their hands did not smell good, and even wanted to smack themselves twice. Fast food cassoulet more than $10 a copy. Boutique cassoulet big tens of hundreds of a copy. Feelings in addition to the portion size. Safety standards are not at all the same. All the stuff that comes off the same production line? So what's this boutique? Boutique-sized cuteness. Spend more money than you should and eat more dirt? So they're not only the wrongdoers, they're also the big fat pigs? Negative emotions plus 100. Laughing my ass off. Where are the guys who just jumped on their faces and said fast food doesn't work? If fast food doesn't work, do you think your stuff will? If you ask me, Yellowstone Group at least did one thing right. No matter if you have money or not, you are all equally dirty. Southern waterman bloat. It's a good thing I don't eat cassoulet, and it's not popular in southern areas like ours. The Southern Waterboys were just having fun, couldn't empathize, and almost laughed themselves to tears. Just when they thought they could pull themselves away from the matter, Sui suddenly unveiled the second tier of the showcase. If you don't eat cassoulet, you're fine? Who says it's okay? Did you ask the Yellowstone Group? Rice noodles, intestinal noodles, crab buns, and even pig's feet with rice. The Southern waterbenders who had just drawn themselves away from the matter, sneering, fell silent. At the same time, a bad feeling came over him. Brothers who don't eat cassoulet, you think you can escape the clutches of the Yellowstone Group? Brothers from the south and north of the sky, as long as you can say up, I can find anything, Sui said indifferently, casually picking up a piece of hot pot butter base, no less than throwing a shocking thunderbolt. Asterisk. Isn't this brand our old local brand? It's been eaten for 20 years, and it's even owned by the Yellowstone Group? My sky has collapsed, and I'm still foolishly mocking the Northern Water friends here, feeling that we are also the victims of the Yellowstone Group? Impossible. This sausage noodle is our small local brand. My great aunt is still the co-founder? How can it be a Yellowstone Group product? Sui, are you mistaken? In the midst of the crowd's uproar, a waterbender's comment caught the attention of others while ticking off a hint of a fluke. Could Sui have made a mistake? Is Sui playing the claptrap? Deliberately stirring up the crisis of things to attract heat? I can't be wrong. And if you don't believe me, this waterboy can contact your relatives and find out who the sign really belongs to, Sui said indifferently, allowing this water friend to connect the mic. The other immediately accepted the invitation and said, wait for me to make a call. 1 minute.
The waterman called right away and didn't wait a minute. Just a dozen seconds later, he got his answer. Sui is right. My Grey-Tance brand, 4 years ago, was maliciously acquired by the Yellowstone Group, and since then it has replaced production lines, used low-priced ingredients, and chopped health management. The sky fell on the southern watermen when they heard the waterman tell of it. Negative emotions plus 100. If you can't eat cassoulet, forget it. No intestinal noodles, no rice noodles, no pickled fish, not even hot pot seasoning, has not escaped the clutches of the Yellowstone Group. What else is there to eat? Chapter 181. In the crisis office, there was dead silence. The Yellowstone executives looked at each other without saying a word. What are you waiting for? One by one. Don't they all study to be elites? Why are they dumbfounded now? The crisis director said, gritting his teeth and looking at the crowd. Before the broadcast, each and every one of them did not put Sui in their eyes, saying that he is a clown. The grasshopper cannot jump for a few days after the fall. And the result? The broadcast just started. Everyone was caught off guard, and now their faces are swollen. But they have no temper? Supervisor, isn't there anything you can do? Seeing that the supervisor was vigorously shirking his responsibility and skimming himself off the top, an employee looked at it and said conspiratorially, yesterday Sui came to deliver the informational letter. Obviously there was a chance to communicate and mediate. It was you who threw the informational letter into the trash can, saying that he was just a little piece of trash. Have you forgotten? At these words, the supervisor immediately turned red, as if he had been holding a monkey that hadn't gone to the toilet for 3 days, and screamed, I'm asking you for a solution now, not for you to tear me down. If you can't come up with a solution today, your year-end awards will all be deducted. No, don't have your year-end awards either. Don't even think about getting your paycheck. In normal times, this statement would definitely scare all of the colleagues. However, right now, they just wimped out their shoulders, not caring about anyone. When things are not handled well, the responsibility is first on the supervisor and second on them, the minor players. If they can't get it right, can the superintendent get it right? Supervisor, it's no big deal if you ask me. He's only able to expose it. It's not like he can shut down the factory. He's just a small anchor. Besides creating a bit of a storm on the internet, what other impact can he have? One of the executives said lightly, unimpressed. The live feed has broken 100,000 people, and there's still the impact of the Trinity 5 report. Are you sure it's okay? The supervisor sniffed and couldn't help but ask. The live feed was a mass of curses. If it was a live broadcast site, so many excited people will certainly form a rowdy storm. Good thing it is the internet. Everyone can only key the keyboard and type. There are so many hotspots on the internet, and netizens' memory is poor. Besides, it's not like there haven't been food safety problems before. Have there been any big problems? We do public opinion. There was no need to make a fuss. Just admit a mistake on the surface. Ignore them and they will forget about it themselves. The executive said again. The supervisor was relieved to hear this. When you think about it, that's really what happened. The movement of the live broadcast room is no more than a small anchor. What is the use of a big voice, and does not hold the power of law enforcement? He was just thinking about it when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm ringing out around him. Supervisor, look at the screen. What happened to the screen? Hearing the voice, the supervisor subconsciously looked up, but froze instantly. In the big screen, at some point, a large curtain was set up, which was broadcasting a live seizure. 7 factories in Dongfeng Township, with all kinds of hygiene problems seized, as well as 5,000 pounds of problem yellow beef. 4 factories in West First Township seized 50,000 pounds of questionable chicken nuggets and 2,000 cases of questionable seasonings. Special Firefighting Activity Month, hidden chamber discovered during investigation. 3,000 boxes of expired raw materials seized. A live report that touches the heart. Hundreds of tons of beef, thousands of boxes of seasonings, and countless other raw materials. The amounts, big and small, I am afraid, have exceeded hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not over. As the story unfolded, calls rained down on the crisis office's internal hotline. Hello, Manager Chen? We have an accident here. Please do something. Is Manager Chen here? 100,000 urgency. You hurry to think of a solution, or else this side of the thousands of boxes of products will be deducted. We are penalized, and the company's share price will also be affected. Manager Chen, say something? On the phone, the heads of the various factories yelled and screamed, and some of the timid ones burst into tears as they watched the silver bracelets being snapped at them. The manager took the phone. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not care at this time. The ever-echoing sound of the phone seemed like a magic voice through the ears. What to do? What to do? He's a crisis manager, but he's not a god. 1 or 2 problems can be solved, but what can he do if so many factories have problems at the same time? Manager Chen looked helplessly at the crowd, and the office was both noisy and dead silent. What can I do? There's no way around it. Unplug the phone line. A weak voice rang out. Manager Chen directly unplugged the phone line, which allowed the room to regain its peace. I thought you just said it was fine. What's going on here? Manager Chen stared dead at the employee who spoke. Everyone looked at the employee who had just said something about a small problem, and by now the executive who had spoken had turned white and had almost peed his pants in fear. It can't be. How could the various factories suddenly be found to be in trouble? It's impossible for the officials to take care of a small anchor, and even if they come to investigate, we have a hidden plan. We can just hide in a secret room, and we definitely won't let the officials find direct evidence. That's what we've done before, and we've gotten by with it, haven't we? The executive said, looking to the crowd, which avoided looking away. Yeah, it's true that it used to work that way, and it's true that nothing ever went wrong, but the problem is that it's going wrong now. In the live room, the water friends looked dumbfounded. On the shooting site, Boss Sue and the others also looked dumbfounded. They were actually watching the live broadcast for a laugh, and although they had thought that there would be an official to take care of it, they definitely hadn't thought that it would be so swift. Breaking the news here and immediately synergizing the discovery of the problem there, and live on the air? There's a mole. This is a mole, wow. Shock value plus 100. Shock value plus 100. The constantly refreshing shock value constantly echoed in Sui-Yi's ears. Sui, your kid really did hide a hand. No wonder you dared to broadcast live? The pop-up drifted over Fu's bounty speech, delighting in a 3-day ban. What do you mean hide a hand? I've always said what I had to say to my brothers. Sui was full of innocence. Bump! Bump! Pop-ups drifted across the screen full of middle fingers. But Sui really didn't lie. After all, he hid more than one hand. Director, there's someone outside, saying they must see you. Just then, someone from below came to report. Coming to the door. Naming names, this is the Yellowstone group can't sit still. Finally want to get up and soften? Sui froze slightly, letting the little munchkin take over as the anchor, and then walked towards the door. Sui, when you see the Yellowstone group later, you must not be soft-spoken and make them hemorrhage hard. Boss Sue held a grudge and said with gusto. Calm down, you're making it look like we've never seen anything big. Sui patted Boss Sue on the shoulder, signaling calmness. Han Tao cooperate, only just slightly tactics. This can not carry? I'm afraid the Yellowstone group is not here for good, is it? In front of the gates of the film crew, Sui was confused when he finally saw the visitor. Is this the lobbyist of the Yellowstone group? How come there are only 2 of them? And they look too young, don't they? Song Ching-wan and his sister looked at the grim-faced Sui with anxiety. This big netizen, why doesn't he look too happy? He just came here. He didn't provoke him, right? Chapter 182 Digging a Grave. Is this a question or a favor? Sui stared at Song Ching-hwan, looking left and right. But he couldn't understand. If you don't bring a gift, you're not here to soften up. You're here to make an offense. But how come you only brought one girl? You're looking down on yourself by bringing only one person? Young man, are you driving a heavy card? Song Ching-wan was baffled by the question and said, no, we took a cab, not driving a heavy truck and being alone. So you have a will of steel? And no, admirable. Sui waved his hand, and Boss Sue and the others immediately surrounded him, rubbing their fists. The 2 Song Ching-hwan siblings were confused. Mr. Sue, what do you mean by that? 1 doesn't drive a heavy truck, 2 doesn't have a will of steel, and only 2 of you have the audacity to come after me. How dare you? Sui rolled up his sleeves. Looking for trouble? It's a misunderstanding. We're victims of the Yellowstone group and want to give you advice. The little sister rushed to explain. A false alarm. Sui brought Song Ching-hwan into the office and told them not to be afraid while pouring them a cup of tea. Just now is a misunderstanding. You don't need to be afraid, haha. I'm not a good person. Bah, I'm not a bad person. What is it that you have come to see me about? After saying that, Sui had thought that Song Ching-hwan would do a self-introduction, but he didn't expect Song Ching-hwan to wave his hand very bluntly, with an unusually resolute tone. Money, I need money, at least $100 million. With just one sentence, Sui was dumbfounded, and even the pop-ups froze. Nice guy, you're asking for money from the Grandmaster? I've seen a love of money, but I've never seen one so blatant. Come to the fortune of $100 million, laughing to death. I thought it was the Yellowstone group causing trouble, but it's just 2 holdout boys? 1 didn't bring a jade tablet, 2 didn't worship 3 times, so what makes you say he's our holdout boy? The pop-ups gloated and coaxed Sui to get rid of the people. You've seen the reaction of the water users. I'm on air. You can want the money. Give me a reason and tell me on what grounds. Sui disliked the live feed to Song Ching-hwan and thought he would apologize and admit that it was all a farce. But he didn't expect Song Ching-hwan to backtrack on his words, which subdued both Sui and his water friends.
Live exposure and seizure of factories can't hurt the Yellowstone Group's roots, but if you invest in me, I can take you to rake the Yellowstone Group's grave. Good man. That's crazy, isn't it? How dare you brag like that? The Water Friends were instantly in an uproar. Where did this kid get the nerve to say he could dig the Yellowstone Group's grave? In fact, no matter whether it is a live exposure or a seizure of a factory, everyone is just watching a hilarious event, because they all know very well that even if they are hit hard, as long as everyone still wants to eat cheaply, they must accept this Yellowstone Group. People are just venting their grievances, because in this market, there would be no one to compete with the Yellowstone Group. What gives you the right to dig the Yellowstone Group's grave? Looking at Song Qinghwan's unusually determined gaze, Sui frowned, put away his jokes, and asked seriously. He had expected Song Qinghwan to speak at length, even for days and nights, pulling out an axiom or a very gimmicky business model. Yet Song Qinghwan proved his worth with just one sentence. In order to screw up our thick brand, the Yellowstone Group acquired 48 food factories in the neighborhood and subsidized $1 billion spent for 3 years, but we're still alive and well. After saying that, Song Qinghwan took a piece of information from his sister's hands and set it in front of Sui before waiting quietly for the results. He doesn't pull any grandstanding, let alone know about smallpox, but only knows that data doesn't lie. This kid is bragging, isn't he? There are still companies in the country that can carry the Yellowstone Group? Shock value plus 100. The Water Friends were shocked, and their first reaction was that Song Qinghwan was cheating. Not to mention the Water Friends, even the long-experienced shopping mall owner, Boss Su, was no exception. In the business world, the winner takes all. Small local companies, on the other hand, can only eat small markets that the big corporations can't see. How did Yellowstone manage to be so invincible and acquire whoever they wanted? It's because they're so big, and with their massive size and orders, they can eat whoever they want. Take for example the sister-in-law of the waterbender just now. You don't want to be merged? What's it to you? To borrow a phrase, to acquire you? How many companies have not been spared? And now 2 youngsters pop up and say they carried it off? With only $100 million, you can dig up the Yellowstone Group's ancestral grave? Sui asked as he read the information. Song Qinghwan didn't even think about it and immediately nodded. Of course, I'll use this $100 million to update the production line to expand the scale, and then use your traffic influence, sir, to definitely challenge the Yellowstone Group's position, and it won't be a problem to exterminate the Yellowstone Group in time. Young people are confident. Nice guy, not bad for a young man, even eating. Ask for $100 million first, turn around and then let Sui give him a free day job as an anchor for marketing. Cows and horses aren't that outrageous, but even with Sui traffic boost, it's good enough to be able to compete with the Yellowstone Group, and you want to eat each other's share? This is too delusional. But looking at this kid's information and data, Sui felt that the other party wasn't lying. Dozens of enterprises have not carried the Yellowstone Group's malicious tactics, but this kid's father and son, 2 generations, hard to carry for 3 years, and from the information, during the 3 years, there were dozens of malicious reports about the factory, but the hygiene problems, surprisingly, have not been detected in one case. We're just a small show. Outsiders say I'm a traffic dabbler, and you trust me that much? Sui questioned. Song Qinghwan frowned slightly. Mr. Su, no matter what other people think, in my eyes anyway, you're not the same as those demonic ES who rub traffic the wrong way. How is it different? They are rubbing traffic, merely wagging their tails for Yellowstone Group, like wild dogs barking wildly, waiting for their masters to feed them bones. But you are different. Your direct exposure of Yellowstone Group's products is tantamount to smashing their rice bowls and doing justice to the public. The Yellowstone Group didn't develop in a day, and over the decades, their tentacles have spread to all corners of the country, and food safety issues have erupted almost every year. But every time it goes nowhere, because most of those who asked questions were bought off, and the few with hardened bones were simply crushed because they weren't loud enough. It's not just consumers who are affected by Yellowstone, but practitioners as well. Not everyone, in order to make money, has a conscience. But with a rat turd in the room, people can't do it alone even if they want to. Sui took the initiative to come forward and expose it, saying something like he's just a small anchor and not qualified. In the past, those big journalists and media outlets were qualified. Did they ever really fight hard to the end? The traffic era has come to this point today. The traditional media still have much influence. Has long had to be a question mark. Chapter 183. Mr. Su, you're on live today. I can guarantee it in front of 100,000 viewers. Give me some time. When I get the scale up, I can do it at a lower price, better quality, better flavor, and bigger portions than Yellowstone. Who says you can't get good fast food for less money? And who says the average person can't eat clean food? This world is not only the Yellowstone Group away. Cassoulet is not only their family to do. This is not the Yellowstone Group's private property. This is the old ancestors' craft.
Why let them as bloodsuckers also corrupted the old ancestors' dish? Speaking of the factory, Song Qinghuan was unusually impassioned. Listening to the water friends all wailed and was quite moved. Even the little munchkin was teary-eyed, pleading for Song Qinghuan. Big brother, just give him a chance. It's only 100 million. You can't afford it, I'll take it. It's just a little pocket money. Huang Lu said emotionally, hearing the corners of Su Yi's mouth twitch. What do you mean I can't afford it? Isn't it just $100 million? Song Qinghuan has praised him to the skies. How can he not pay? Hollow. You have to. Buying stocks before, plus the accounts of Yat Sing Company. Su Yi is fully capable of shelling out this $100 million. You've managed to convince me. I'm in for this 100 million, Su Yi said. When Song Qinghuan heard this, he immediately hugged Su Yi in excitement, and it took a long time before he calmed down, but immediately said with some embarrassment, Mr. Su, I have to state one thing first. This 100 million of mine is only the money for expanding the factory, but it doesn't include the money for buying the land and renting the stores. You don't have a problem with that, do you? He didn't expect Su Yi to agree so quickly, but the ugly words had to be said up front. This 100 million, he can ensure that the transformation of production lines, but the food industry is different from other. The production side is no longer good. If you cannot open the store sales of this link, in the end, or not, a store is a few $100,000 less, or millions, and $100 million invested in these places won't invest in many stores at all. This is the real bottom line of the Yellowstone Group. It was also where Song Qinghuan truly despaired. All the good locations are taken. Even if someone is willing to join and open a fast food restaurant, I'm afraid they can't challenge the prime location of the Yellowstone Group stores. And looking at Song Qinghuan's tangled appearance, Su Yi just smiled faintly. Good seats taken in advance? Isn't that easy? Why don't you just grab it? When dealing with good people, you still need to consider your conscience. When dealing with something like the Yellowstone Group, not to mention that your conscience is fine. Su Yi will even laugh twice when he slaps them. Let me ask you first, after I pay you, can you make sure the supply of ingredients keeps up? Sure, no problem. So let me ask you again. What makes you think the internet will believe you when you say you can meet hygiene standards? We can broadcast the whole thing live and let the nation's netizens casually monitor it. Song Qinghuan immediately said. Getting the answer, Su Yi immediately took out his cell phone and dialed his cheap big brother Han Tao's number. Brother, food safety is also a problem. We have to pay attention to it. We have to strictly punish We can't just find the Yellowstone Group. We have to directly order them to close their doors. Let them open their doors. Isn't this a scourge to the people? Don't you be afraid of the stores being empty? I'll directly have people seamlessly work together, and won't starve the consumers. You say you don't have the jurisdiction? Wait for me. System, edit background. After the fraudster incident, Han Tao was noticed by the higher-ups because of his excellent performance, and decided to give him additional burdens. Just as the Cassoulet incident exploded on the internet and evolved into a social incident, the higher-ups decided to use this incident to test Han Tao, and specially asked him to set up a food safety issue team. The system edits the test and passes it instantly. On the other side of the phone, when he heard Su Yi say wait, Han Tao suddenly froze, his head full of questions. What's this waiting for? Is jurisdiction something to wait for? Su Yi, this time you have a great performance of merit. If you want anything else I can help you. But, I came to a phone call. Wait a moment. Han Tao was just about to persuade Su Yi to change his request when he suddenly received a notice from above. What did you say, old-timer? Give me an extra burden? Of course I'm willing. Su Yi is indeed my brother. So let's the two of us brothers join forces again to combat the food safety problem? You can put 100 minds at ease. I'll make sure to do this thing beautifully. Putting down the phone, Han Tao looked at the cell phone live broadcast as if he was in a dream. It's not. He hadn't even gotten the news yet. But Su Yi knew in advance. Why else would he say wait? How much inside knowledge does this brat have? Big brother, can you help now? Su Yi, who knew the system's capabilities, didn't doubt the system's efficiency at all. Using the system to edit a few times, he had long since familiarized himself with the limitations, and as long as it was logical and met the prerequisites, editing the background didn't even cost many points. In the fraud case, Han Tao's meritorious performance should have been added to the burden. The community has a cassowary event hotspot, and he himself has exposed the black information of the Yellowstone Group, the only thing that does not satisfy the jurisdiction of a Han Tao. Without the system, he'd have to commiserate and wait a few months for Han Tao. But now that the system was in hand, he was waiting for chicken feathers? Just do it and be done with it. Su Yi, if I can help, I'll have my people look into it now. Don't worry. Han Tao powered up and did it right away. Putting down the phone, Su Yi looked at Song Qinghuan and dragged Huang Lu to his side. The matter of the store is resolved. You say which store of the Yellowstone Group is good. We will check which store. Find out the problem directly seized. the scene to change our signboard. Huang Lu held the check in her hand, waving it like a god of wealth. The pop-ups are all lies. Good lord, is this Su Yi's tactic? Where the hell did he come from? Song Qinghuan and his sister were directly confused. He hadn't reacted when Sui said to wait a moment, and it wasn't until Sui finished his call that he finally heard him clearly. I think the person on the other end of the line is a big shot in charge of food safety, isn't he? On-site investigation? Then there's no hesitation. My ass. There's no way that Yellowstone Group stores wouldn't be able to find out what's going on. In other brand stores, there is still a possibility that you cannot find out, but the Yellowstone Group, absolutely a check. $100 million invested and in place. Popular store locations with the money to buy the store was even invested by another person as well. You call yourself a little anchor? Even the richest man can't be that powerful, can he? Mr. Su, you are too good. Shock value plus 999. Song Qinghuan held his tongue for half a day and stifled a dry and unnutritious sentence. Sui rolled his eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just going to ask you one more time. Are you sure the production will catch up? Song Qinghuan was just about to speak when he suddenly shuddered. Not good. Overloaded with X. According to Su Yi's efficiency, he was afraid that he would have to be non-stop for 24 hours before he could barely catch up with the supply. Mr. Su, I admit that I just raised my voice. Can I change my tone? Chapter 184 Seizure. Along with the live broadcast and the end of the program, Su Yi's heat on all the major platforms directly exploded. The Yellowstone Group's products are being boycotted like never before. But there are still unbelievers who continue to support the Yellowstone Group. They stand from the perspective of the so-called rich and criticize ordinary people for having no money and insisting on hygiene, which is simply unreasonable. In the face of this kind of person, Su Yi's water friends are not even lazy to comment directly back to a support you just eat more. Immediately let them break the defense. You're the one who eats more. Your whole family is the one who eats more. And support is not the same as buying. Do you understand? Support is not equal to buy? Good lord. Isn't that a punching inequality? Are the sailors not even acting? Unlike the spontaneous boycott by netizens, the food bloggers with millions and millions of followers have lost their collective voice this time. Not to mention the support network. Even a reminder in the comments will be deleted or banned and blacked out. In particular, a certain few big anchors who had been shouting about their families all day long had claimed to be sick and hospitalized half a day ago. And that very night it was revealed that they had secretly traveled to the Yellowstone Group to attend a public relations dinner. If nothing else, this boycott of the Yellowstone Group would end in failure much like every other time before. Yet this one was different. Everyone listen to me? It doesn't matter if these anchors don't care. We still have Sui. I've seen clearly. Except for Sui. These anchors are all cowards. Not to mention boycotting the Yellowstone Group. They don't even dare to fart. Loss. I still believe that 10 million anchors. Pulling what the true nature of the Iron Man persona. Feelings of the Yellowstone Group casually throw a bone, just to buy him off. Simply ironic. Early the next morning, Sui woke up from his sleep looking at the emotional value that had increased out of nowhere, and the whole person was confused. Nice guy. Really nice guy. Is this a poke in the emotional nest or a bug in the system? In just one night, the emotional value consumed by editing the background was not only fully replenished, but also increased by several thousand points. The most crucial thing was that the system prompted him to obtain a Starburst Gold treasure chest, which could be opened for a special surprise. Before the silver 10 consecutive draw, Sui has already experienced the power. This Starburst Gold treasure chest, not directly take off? System. What is a golden treasure chest? Host. The golden treasure chest has the ability to change common sense. Ordinary background editing requires logic and prerequisites. But having the golden treasure chest removes the restrictions to a certain extent. The system explained, rather crudely and simply, but it froze Sui in his tracks. And the more he thought about it, the wider his eyes became. What do you mean by the ability to change common sense? And what do you mean by removing restrictions to some extent? System, I want to become an emperor and make this world my private property. Remind the host that it's okay to dream, but don't talk about it. You'll be sent to electrotherapy as a psychopath. System warning. Sui skimmed his lips. What? This golden treasure chest is no better than that. To a certain extent to remove the restrictions, but even can not make himself an emperor. It is hard to believe that he does not have an emperor's life? Negative emotions +1+1+1+1. It's not like I said it out loud. I just thought it in my mind. Do you have to be so glassy-eyed? Sui was furious. The system reminds that it's not okay to think. It's a sin to think. Rubbish system. Not allowed to be, the emperor said earlier. Then I changed the requirements. Get a world's richest man is always no problem. Right? No talking? That doesn't work either? Then give me Lu Fei Fei as my wife? Lu Fei Fei can't do it. But Gao Yuan can do it, right? No? The system was silent.
Just a flavorful -1-1-1 emotion value. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Even asking for a wife doesn't work. It seems that this starburst gold treasure chest is nothing more than that. Sui was greatly disappointed. Brother Su, are you up yet? The viewers are blowing up the hotline, asking if we're still going to torture the traitors. The sweet voice of the little Munchkin sister sounded outside the door, and Sui was instantly energized, and he put on his clothes at a rapid pace. Don't get me wrong, Sui is by no means a person who forgets justice when he sees it. The reason why he is full of motivation is purely because he has a heart of justice to fight against adulterers. Little Munchkin, you're so pretty today. After exiting the door, Sui instantly felt his eyes light up. Today's little Munchkin is dressed both stylishly and energetically, and with a sweet smile. She is simply refreshing. Brother Su, it's not as good as you say. You're exaggerating. I didn't dress up much. The little Munchkin was a little embarrassed. In order to make a good impression on the more than 100,000 viewers, she had discussed with her little sisters all night to come up with today's outfit. Before the start of the broadcast, thinking out loud, she could not have imagined that Sui would make a torture program so powerful. Since the broadcast started yesterday, in just one night's time, Sui had appeared at the top of the charts on all the major platforms, and had almost become a social center of attention. And the little Munchkin simply acted as a vase in front of the camera, not even saying a few lines, and with this wave of heat, directly renewed the second spring of her career. Several top streaming agents in the industry called her in a row after she went off the air yesterday. Left a sister, right a sister. The attitude of respect is almost like a store assistant in a hotel. You know, in the fashion circle, beautiful women are the most unusual resources, and these top agents simply couldn't possibly take care of her. But now each one of them took the initiative to flatter her, itching to sign her up and offer her up. This was all thanks to Sui. The live broadcast exposes the Yellowstone Group's junk products, stiffens the Yellowstone Group's legal department, and spends hundreds of millions of dollars to buy factories to expand production lines, fights with the Yellowstone Group, and even wants to live broadcast the seizure of the Yellowstone Group's problematic stores. This set of live hold down, directly to the whole network of the whole live anchor dry depression. The whole job has to be divided into small and big kings. How can there be a king who keeps on tripping? Water friends, viewers, report at 8 a.m. sharp. Are you ready to hang the traitors and torture your conscience with me? At 8 o'clock in the morning, Sui only opened the live broadcast, and the number of people in the live room was already tens of thousands of people. In just less than half an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room broke 100,000. This number of people simply stunned all the traffic anchors. What they didn't know was that this figure wasn't actually an exaggeration. What was really exaggerated was that the number of people in the live broadcast room hadn't dropped below 10,000 since Sui went off the air last night. Even if Sui is not on the air, everyone is still guarding the live chatting and bull ****** ting, preferring to watch the black screen rather than go to other anchors. But despite the heat, no peers were jealous of Sui, because this job that Sui had organized was just too hard. Even if they want to learn, all have no guts. Not to mention that Sui's live room is too strange, rushing up to 100,000 people live room. But there is not a single advertiser sponsorship, not to mention a live hit list of the Big Brother. In other words, there was empty heat in Sui's live broadcast, but no economic benefits. That's what's so breathless. Live broadcast, this line, generally considered to be a cheap line, because as long as it is to collect money to reward, it is inevitable to be said to be a beggar. But Sui's live broadcasting room, on the contrary, do not eat this set. Are you kidding? What kind of beggar can invest $100 million live? Which beggar, with a random phone call, calls into the mysterious Big Brother and seizes any store he says? What this kid has done, the whole job, really can't be faulted.